Reborn as a dog. The first thing I did was catch a criminal and hand them over to the state. When the staff saw me, he was completely dumbfounded. They've seen plenty of dogs, but a dog that catches criminals is something else. They had never seen such a thing before. The reason I did this is because I was a police officer in my past life. Even if I'd become a dog this lifetime, I'll still be a proper police dog. At this moment, I was panting heavily with my tongue hanging out. Suddenly caught a familiar scent. That's right, it must be that thing. That was the drug for which countless comrades and I sacrificed our lives. This taste, even if I were reborn, I would never forget. Stupid dog, what the hell are you looking at? Are you free tonight? I'll stew you into a dog meat hot pot, you bastard. The yellow-haired youth spoke in a cocky tone, yet betraying a hint of bluster covering up weakness. I stared at him. A thought I had never dared to consider suddenly flashed through my mind. Now that I've become a dog, can I go work as a police canine? If only it could really come true. Not only could he live a life of having clothes handed to him and food fed to him, how wonderful it is to occasionally tease the policewoman without any consequences. Then my gaze shifted from the blonde guy to the bag he was carrying in his left hand. It's roughly only about 3 or 4 pounds in weight. Holding it in his mouth would surely allow him to sprint to the nearest investigation bureau. Black dumb dog. The yellow-haired guy saw I wasn't reacting. He turned his head somewhat smugly, intending to continue with the trade. He didn't want to delay the transaction for a stray dog. Otherwise, trouble will be huge. Seeing this, I dashed straight towards the yellow-haired guy already 4 or 5 meters away from me. It approached and in one bite clamped down on his left hand that was holding the bag. The blonde boy instinctively dropped the handbag in pain. I won't wait for the package to land. It clamped its mouth shut and ran straight to the reconnaissance bureau 200 or 300 meters away. The blonde guy, coming to his senses, yelled while chasing after them. Robbery! Help! My bag! Is he screaming robbery? It seemed like he was the one chasing the dog. Was it stolen by a dog? No way. Is this for a TikTok video? Probably. Quickly take a photo with your phone. This idea is bound to go viral. Let's ride the wave and grab some traffic. The young couple sitting under the big tree to enjoy the shade quickly took out their phones and started snapping photos. I chuckled to myself. Is this fool really unaware of where I'm headed? Still following me? What a pleasant surprise. So I deliberately slowed down my pace. The blonde guy hanging behind. See if we can lure him straight to the police station. The yellow-haired guy behind him was actually starting to panic a little. He wasn't unaware of where this direction was leading. Just betting this dog wouldn't dare enter a police station. He felt that as long as he followed, there would always be a chance to retrieve the goods. It's better to delay the trade than to lose the goods. But he never expected that when he reached the entrance of the police station. I rushed in without hesitation. Seeing the yellow-haired guy chasing behind didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately rushed inside. Hey handsome, what's up? The detective on duty quickly stopped the blonde-haired youth. I got robbed by a dog. That dog has my bag in its mouth, the yellow-haired man said urgently. Detective Lu Feng heard these words, helplessly glanced at the blonde guy. Then he glanced at me, who was already sitting at the entrance of the reception hall. Can't help but ask, are you sure you're not messing with me? Or just playing with his own dog? Brother, my dear brother, I wouldn't dare to mess with you. Just look at my hand, you'll see. And I don't even know this dog at all. Saying so, the blonde guy raised his still bleeding hand in front of Lu Feng. Ah, it's really bleeding. Come with me, I'll find someone to bandage you up. Find another way to get the bag back. Lu Feng was pulling the blonde-haired youth towards the reception hall while he picked up the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to request backup. Before long, 7 or 8 officers armed with riot shields emerged from the police reception lobby. After they came out, the Labrador sitting not far away was spotted at first glance. Shaolin, are you kidding me? It was this Labrador that stole someone else's belongings. Did it bite someone too? Hearing this, Shaoli pulled Huang Mao over, pointing to his arm, which had been hastily wrapped with a towel. Shrugged, indicating that he's still a bit confused at the moment. Judging by this dog's condition, it must be a stray. Once you get your bag back, hurry up and get vaccinated. The middle-aged man gave Huang Mao an instruction. He took the riot shield and led the way toward me. Seeing this, I don't want to suffer under the siege of these people, so he simply lifted his own paw, hooked onto the zipper of the black handbag, stumbling along, finally managed to open the backpack before the middle-aged man reached me. Then I bit the bottom of the bag, shaking vigorously from side to side with rapid force. Seeing this, the blonde instantly panicked. He turned around immediately to flee, but didn't even have time to. Was swiftly pinned down by Lu Feng beside him, and those who were originally coming towards me. Upon seeing the white powdery substances that fell out of the bag in small packets, he swiftly charged toward the blonde-haired man, but the middle-aged man continued to slowly walk toward me. Seeing me make no move, he picked up the black bag beside me. Then, the middle-aged man, Police Chief Zhao Zhigua, tried saying to me, come with me, but looking at the Labrador that had stood up, How does Zhao Zhiguo perceive this dog's expression? They all seemed to disdain him a bit, but now there was no time for him to think too much. After confirming I was keeping up, he quickly headed toward the backyard. At this moment, outside the interrogation room, it's confirmed, it's confirmed. The visitor spoke. He handed a report in his hand to Zhao Zhiguo. Great. Now we'll see how much information Xiao Wang and the others can uncover. By the way, how is that Labrador doing now? I handed it to Sister Lu. Sister Lu noticed it was filthy all over. There were still some fleas, so I took it to the pet store. Said they would give it a bath and deworm it. This Labrador is truly our hero. It can clearly distinguish the smell of drugs. They even managed to snatch it from drug dealers and deliver it to us. It must be an excellent dog from a police canine training base. Go back to the police dog base and ask if any police dogs have gone missing, though it's unclear who trained it. But you must take good care of it. Little did he know. At this moment, I was looking at the woman in her 30s before me with an unmistakable expression of disdain. Hello there, my name is Lu Feng, you can call me Sister Lu. Come, let's shake hands. Under her gaze full of anticipation, I helplessly raised my right paw, placed it in her hand. Seeing this, a young woman standing beside me also eagerly stretched out her hand in front of me, her face brimming with excitement. Me too, me too. For the sake of her good looks, I'll just humor her a bit. So I placed my right paw on the young woman's hand again, then quickly withdrew it. Ha ha. It seems to me that it's completely disgusted with us. You're back. Director Zhao, how much did Sister Lu spend? The institute will reimburse you then. Got it, Chief Zhao. Don't mention it. This Labrador looks quite nice after being washed. Zhao Zhiguo came to my side. He reached out and touched my forehead. It's our great hero. A total of 2,000 grams of drugs were confiscated. A drug dealer was also apprehended. You must take good care of it. Don't worry, Director Zhao, I'll take good care of it. Then I'll be going first. With that, Zhao Zhiguo quickly walked away. My stomach grumbled, groaning with hunger. Hearing the voice, Lu Feng looked at me and laughed. Guess you're hungry. Having said that, she tugged on the rope tied around me, and walked toward the office together with Li Ting. Upon entering the office, Lu Feng hurriedly pulled out the dog food she'd just bought at the pet store from her backpack. She poured it into the matching dog bowl she'd also purchased and placed it in front of Feng Lu. Holy crap, I'm turning into a dog here. Eat or not? I'm starving. This dog food smells surprisingly delicious. Sniffing the aroma wafting from the bowl, Feng Lu felt utterly miserable. He hadn't eaten much since arriving and had been running around all day. He was famished. Come on, eat up. Want me to open a can for you too? Seeing the Labrador just staring at the food without touching it, Lu Feng thought he didn't like it. She quickly grabbed a can of pure beef and poured it into another bowl, one originally meant for water. No way, I'd starve before eating that. Thinking he wouldn't eat, Feng Lu quickly buried his head in the bowl and began devouring it in big gulps, inwardly exclaiming, "Holy crap, this is delicious." Since reincarnating as a dog, Feng Lu had noticed his behaviors increasingly mirroring those of a canine. Especially in the park, when he stumbled upon a pile of dog poop, he found himself drooling. Damn instincts. But Feng Lu also discovered something else. A dog's vision wasn't what people assumed. It was just like a human's, able to see all kinds of colors. Aside from the slight condescension of a dog looking up at people, he found no difference from when he was human. Of course, this might be due to his reincarnation. His soul remained fundamentally human, not canine. As for the exact reason? Sorry, he had no clue. Chapter 4, Identity. In the office, air conditioning blowing, sprawled on the sofa, Feng Lu really wanted to say, "Could you guys give me a break? Let the dog sleep for a bit. He's tired." After finishing his meal, Feng Lu had scurried onto the sofa, eager for a nap. But one moment someone came to look at him, the next someone else came to pet him. Unfortunately, they were all young ladies or aunts, and he really didn't dare bare his teeth. Thus, the afternoon passed in a haze. Not long after nightfall, he finally saw Zhao Zhiguo again. The old guy was beaming, carrying a large bag of food. Lu Feng had assumed he wouldn't get any, but to his surprise, Zhao Zhiguo pulled out a marked lunchbox, opened it, and placed it before him. Holy crap! Feng Lu's mouth instantly watered. Inside was a huge chunk of beef, apparently just boiled in plain water with no seasoning. As for salt? Feng Lu guessed there probably wasn't any either. What are you staring at? This is to thank you. You really helped us out big time this time, taking down a whole counterfeit drug operation. I specifically asked the cafeteria to prepare this for you. Eat up. Zhao Zhiguo watched his drooling Labrador staring at him, thinking the dog was too scared to eat. He hurriedly spoke to him, not caring whether Feng Lu could hear or understand. Upon hearing Zhao Zhiguo's words, Feng Lu immediately lowered his head and bit into the beef in front of him. However, he didn't eat it right away. Instead, he carried the beef to the floor and nodded toward the lunchbox with his head. Oh ho, you know not to dirty the sofa? I was thinking of getting someone to clean up after you finished. Looks like that won't be necessary. For some reason, Zhao Zhiguo always felt like he was dealing with a person when interacting with this Labrador. Seeing Feng Lu's actions, he instantly understood what he meant and picked up the lunchbox, placing it in front of him. Alright, you can eat here. The folks inside have been working all day and are starving. I gotta go feed them. After saying that, Zhao Jigua picked up the bag and headed toward the large office inside. You know what? He looks pretty old, but he talks just like us young folks. Lu Feng thought to himself, though he didn't pause his actions. He tore into the beef in the box with his teeth. Holy cow, this was delicious, so much better than canned beef. Just as Feng Lu was chewing the beef, the office door opened again. Lu Hong walked in, also carrying a bag. Nice perks, huh? Someone actually brought you beef. I wonder if you'll even have room for the chicken legs I prepared for you. Lu Hong bent down to pat Feng Lu's doggy head, then pulled a glass lunchbox from her bag. Inside were 3 large chicken drumsticks, still steaming hot from the pot. After spending the afternoon with him, they'd gotten a feel for Feng Lu's temperament. He didn't guard his food or fly off the handle. As long as people didn't get too carried away trying to determine his gender, he was generally fine. Lu Hong worked in logistics, so she wasn't working overtime today. Her home was also nearby. After getting dinner ready for her child, she'd casually prepared 3 large chicken drumsticks for Feng Lu as well, bringing them over after finishing her own meal. Just then, a little head peeked out from behind Lu Hong. A girl of about 4 or 5, bearing a slight resemblance to Lu Hong, tugged at her sleeve and looked at Feng Lu. In a babyish voice, she asked Lu Hong, "Mommy, can I touch him?" "You should ask him if he wants you to touch him," Lu Hong replied, crouching down to ruffle her daughter's hair, her face radiating tenderness. "Little doggy, can I pet you?" Lu Feng, who had been munching on beef, paused when he saw the little girl. He tilted his head, studying her. Puppies really are adorable. Upon hearing her words, he walked over to the girl, nudged her gently with his head, and nodded in agreement. The little girl, who had been a bit scared, immediately pounced forward upon seeing Feng Lu's gesture. She wrapped her arms around his neck, not minding the grease on his mouth, and pressed her little head against the top of his. Lu Hong played with her daughter and Feng Lu in the office for a while until the little girl grew drowsy, then took her home. Having polished off a steak and 3 large chicken drumsticks, Feng Lu suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. As a dog with a human soul, he couldn't just go anywhere. He scrambled to his feet, flung open the office door, and dashed toward the end of the corridor, the location of the restroom he'd scouted during his afternoon stroll. Entering the men's restroom, Feng Lu found a squat toilet and awkwardly relieved himself. Afterward, he meticulously pressed the flush button. Feeling refreshed, he returned to the office. After tossing and turning for a while, he finally found a comfortable position and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lu Feng was awakened by the sound of the door opening. He looked up to see Zhao Jigua entering the office with a young man in a police uniform. The young man, upon seeing him, beamed like a 100-kilogram fat man and ran straight over to hug Feng Lu tightly. Lu Feng's dog-like face was squashed into a distorted expression as he stared blankly at the other person. "Thank you so much, Director Zhao. We've been searching for that fool for nearly a month and finally found him." Zhao, we've worked together more than once. No need for such formalities. Actually, I should be thanking him. You were deployed for yesterday's case, so you should know what happened. Yes, our canine unit deployed dogs to assist. But what does that have to do with Hanin? How could it not? If not for him, who knows when this case would have been discovered, let alone solved. Zhao Jigua recounted the entire sequence of events with evident emotion. Zhao Feng Captain Zhao looked at the Labrador in his arms with disbelief after hearing the story. Though he raised this lab from puppyhood, he knew exactly what the dog was like. At the canine base, not all were better than him, but easily 7.5 out of 10 police dogs outperformed him. This Labrador had no other flaws, just a bit low on the intelligence scale. If not for his superior physical condition compared to most police dogs, Zhao would have given up on him. He never imagined that during training, when asked to retrieve items, the dog would fail 6 or 7 times out of 10. Yet after nearly a month of wandering, it managed to snatch a pack of DP from DF's hands and even knew to find the JC Bureau for help. If he'd possessed this intelligence earlier, he might not have nearly been called. Looks like he used to eat up all his brainpower. Life on the streets has given him a lot more sense. Chapter 5, The Reason. Oh, I never asked, how did you lose this Labrador? It's kind of embarrassing to admit. This dumb dog's stamina is top-notch even at the police dog base. During our last outdoor training session in the urban village, I unclipped his leash. He was calmly searching for a designated point when suddenly, like something startled him, he bolted madly toward a spot. The terrain was rough, we couldn't even keep up in the car. We've been searching that area for nearly a month. If not for you guys, who knows when we'd have found him. Zhao Feng recounted the story of how Feng Lu went missing, recalling the anxiety and fear he'd endured over the past month. He angrily gave Feng Lu's rear end a sharp slap. Woof! Lu Feng, who had been listening intently to the conversation, was startled by the slap. He instinctively tried to bark an angry response, but only managed a single woof. Feng Lu, covered in dust, struggled to break free from Zhao Feng's embrace. What kind of situation was this, a grown man being held in another man's arms? If it were a young lady, he could at least rest his head on her lap, but with a guy, there was nothing to lean on. Grumbling, he wriggled back onto the sofa. Now that he was free, Feng began processing the information he'd just received. Who knew he was still a fugitive police dog? No wonder his muscles were so solid. At first, he'd thought it came from fighting over scraps with other strays, honed over years of struggle. But now it seemed things were looking up. No need to struggle to become a police dog, he already was one. Haha, happy days. Chief Xiao, no need for thanks. Just give me orders if you need anything. I'll take Hanin back to the base now. After chatting a bit longer, Zhao Zhigua and Zhao Feng excused themselves. Their objective was achieved, and they needed to hurry back and report to their superiors that this Labrador was the dog they'd been searching for. What's this dog's name? Earlier, Zhao Zhigua hadn't caught the Labrador's name. Now that he heard it clearly, he looked at Zhao Feng with a puzzled expression. His name is Huan. Back when I first got him, all he seemed to do was eat, so I gave him that name. Zhao Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Thank goodness this wasn't the first time the name had been mocked. Damn it all to hell. I'm called dumbass? No, wait, this dumb dog is called dumbass? But hold on, they don't know I'm a human reincarnated. Doesn't that mean I'm still the dumbass they're talking about? Holy crap. This damn idiot. How could he give a dog such an insulting name? Does he want the poor dog to die? Feng Lu was speechless, flopping onto the ground. I don't want to live anymore. This is too embarrassing. Huan, why don't you want to come back with me? Are you comfortable staying out here? Zhao Feng ignored Feng's inner resistance, slipped the leash he'd brought around Feng's neck, then stood up to pull him along. Originally planning to lie there and play the fool, Feng was lifted by a force he couldn't resist. Realizing resistance was futile, he obediently followed Zhao Feng out. As Feng left, several of the support staff girls who had played happily with him yesterday came out to see him off, each carrying plenty of tasty treats. Zhao Feng refused them all. Watching the delicacies slip away, Feng gritted his teeth inwardly. He vowed to make that bastard pay. After shaking hands with the last attendant, he waved his paw at Zhao Zhigua before climbing into a jeep with Zhao Feng. You fool, I see you're quite comfortable here with decent treatment. If you stay much longer, you'll turn into a Labrador pig. What on earth happened to you that day? You used to be so well behaved. Why did you suddenly run off, deliberately diving into those alleys? Once we get back to the base, the vet needs to give you a thorough checkup. Who knows what injuries you might have picked up out there. Honestly, your training scores were already poor, and now you've been gone this long without any practice. The police dog exam is only 2 weeks away now. I don't know if you'll pass. But don't worry, even if you don't, I'll find you a good home. Actually, failing might not be such a bad thing for you. At least you won't have to face all kinds of dangerous situations anymore. Zhao Feng spoke to Feng Lu while driving, his voice growing quieter. Perhaps lost in thought, his grip on the steering wheel tightened until his knuckles turned white. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng, sprawled across the back seat, watched this unfold and barked urgently, trying to snap Zhao Feng back to reality. He was driving, for heaven's sake, and this dog was still in the car. What was he thinking? Ah, you silly dog. At least you have some conscience. Seeing I'm upset, you still know to comfort me. You idiot, who's comforting you? I'm scared for my own doggy life, afraid you'll accidentally end it. Even though I've already died once and now I'm a dog, better to live a miserable life than die a noble death, right? It took a full half hour to reach the police dog training base on the outskirts of the city. The entire facility covered a vast area, encompassing an entire hillside. Lu Feng jumped out of the car and was led by Zhao Feng into an office where a middle-aged man sat behind a desk, writing something. Found him? This little guy sure is a handful. The man stood up from his chair, walked over to Lu Feng, and bent down to pat the dog's head. Secretary Song, this is my fault. I'll be more careful in the future. This won't happen again. It's fine. Nothing happened, so don't blame yourself. I know what happened. It's not your fault. Song Ming patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder and continued, besides, this isn't entirely bad. If Hanin hadn't gone missing, we wouldn't have discovered a DF, which led us straight to a drug manufacturing site. Take Hanin to the vet for a checkup first. Yes, sir. Zhao Feng saluted, then led Feng Lu out of the office toward the nearby veterinary clinic. Lu Feng was a bit annoyed. Another checkup? He really wanted to say he didn't need it. He was perfectly healthy, ate like a horse, slept well, and woke up early. Unfortunately, he couldn't say it. Knock knock. Zhao Feng knocked a few times on the door, waiting for permission to enter. Feng stood listlessly beside him, silently praying no one was inside. Whether his prayer worked or not, after waiting for a while, there was still no response from behind the door. Captain Zhao, is this the Labrador that ran away? Chapter 6, The Base. A crisp voice came from behind Feng Lu and the others. Feng Lu turned to see a short-haired girl in summer camouflage fatigue staring at him with curiosity. Dr. Lin, I'm afraid I'm troubling you again. Hanin's been wandering outside for nearly a month. I'm not sure if he's injured, so I need you to give him a full checkup. Zhao Feng, spotting Ling Qing standing behind him, nodded and stepped aside with a hint of embarrassment. No trouble at all. As long as these little cuties are okay, it's all good. Lin Chang walked over to Feng Lu, ruffled his dog's head, then opened the door to let Feng Lu and the others inside. Oh dear, his head's gone bald. Hanin, come on, hop up. After putting on his gear, Lin Chang walked over to the examination bed, patted it, and motioned for Feng to jump up. But Feng Lu didn't budge. He knew police dogs only obey their handlers if he jumped up now at Lin Chang's command, who knew how Zhao Feng would drill him later. Huan, jump up and stay still. Zhao Feng, watching from the side, was thoroughly satisfied with Feng Lu's reaction. It seemed the dog hadn't forgotten its regular training after all this time. Under Zhao Feng's guidance, Feng Lu leaped onto the examination bed. Good boy, Lu Feng. Lin Chang patted Feng's head and began a thorough examination. Aside from some flea bites, he found nothing amiss. Feng was in excellent health. She took an x-ray of Feng and reviewed it, finding no issues. Since the pet store had already dewormed him yesterday, Lin Chang didn't administer another treatment. He's in great shape, no need to worry. Just be mindful with his diet these days, keep it light. He probably didn't eat too much greasy food outside, so his stomach is a bit sensitive now. Don't overdo the training, make sure he gets plenty of rest, and keep a close eye on his condition. If anything seems off, come see me right away. After removing his gloves, Lin Chang walked over to the sink to wash his hands while giving further instructions. Zhao Feng nodded constantly beside him. Lu Feng watched the dimwit, itching to swat him with his hind paw. How utterly clueless, just nodding along without a word. Definitely a single human. Dr. Lin, thank you. I'll take my clumsy friend home now. Zhao Feng led Feng Luo briskly toward a certain direction. As they drew nearer, Feng Luo distinctly caught whiffs of unpleasant odors. How to describe it? The scent of his own kind living together. Damn it, he wasn't actually going to lock me up in a dog kennel, was he? Was I really going to live with these lazy, filthy, unhygienic dogs? What was I supposed to do? I wondered if there was even air conditioning or internet. Ugh, this stinks. Feng stood dumbfounded in his doghouse, the foul odor permeating the air. Though cleaned daily, a dog's nose was incredibly sensitive. Damn this sense of smell, why couldn't it be turned off? Ignoring the barking echoing from both sides, Feng Lu resignedly walked into the inner room, jumped onto the small bed, and lay down. How was he supposed to survive without air conditioning? Why didn't they install one for the dogs? That stingy boss. He thought today would be spent entirely in his cage, but unexpectedly, Zhao Feng returned shortly after. He reattached Feng's leash and began walking him around the base. Upon reaching a playground, Zhao Feng unclipped Feng's leash. Go ahead, wander around on your own. What an idiot, what an absolute idiot. It was so hot out. I thought he was going to take me somewhere, but what a brain fart making me walk around in the blazing sun. Lu Feng rolled his eyes, ignoring Zhao Feng's gaze. He walked straight to a shady spot, lay down, and refused to budge. He wasn't blind. This playground was an obstacle course, and Zhao Feng clearly wanted him to run through the training exercises. But he had no clue about any of this stuff. There weren't any other dogs training around to learn from either. How could he let his owner know he was clueless and needed to start from scratch? He was desperately seeking online help. Hey, dumbass, wanna play fetch? Zhao Feng produced a frisbee from somewhere, waving it in front of Feng Lu's eyes and mimicking the motion of throwing it. After a while, seeing Feng Lu still lying motionless, eyes closed, drooling with his tongue hanging halfway out. Seeing Feng Lu's lack of interest, Zhao Feng fetched a fur ball to play with him instead. Still no luck. He was so frustrated he could have eaten dog meat hot pot. Hey, dumbass, look here. We haven't trained in so long. I'm not asking you to do anything fancy. Just walk through the whole routine once, and I'll give you an extra treat tonight, okay? He glanced up at Zhao Feng, then stood up and walked toward the training ground. It seemed that unless he went through the routine today and put Zhao Feng at ease, Feng Lu wouldn't be able to rest easy. Any human with basic intelligence could figure out the course just by looking at it. His earlier reluctance to approach it was pure laziness, nothing more than excuses he made for himself. The first obstacle was a wooden plank easily cleared. The second required jumping through a hole in the plank, still easy. The third involved crawling through an iron cage, still easy. The third obstacle, a log bridge, presented a slight challenge. He nearly embarrassed himself by stumbling and falling. The fourth obstacle was a triangular ramp, equally straightforward. The fifth was a 4-tiered jump platform. Feng had no fear of heights, so this posed no difficulty either. He cleared it effortlessly. After completing all tasks, Feng Lu returned with his head held high to the shady spot where he'd been lying earlier. Zhao Feng finally relaxed. It seemed that despite some decline, Feng Lu's physical abilities hadn't deteriorated too much. That afternoon, Zhao Feng planned to test how well Feng had retained his scent tracking abilities, whether he still recognized the odors of various toxins and could locate targets in complex environments. The heat was intense, so Zhao Feng wasted no time bringing Feng back to the kennel before disappearing off to do something else. Feng couldn't care less, nothing mattered more than lying down comfortably. He was already feeling thirsty after just a short while. Water seemed to evaporate from his body quickly. He trotted over to the water dispenser and drank his fill, then returned to his little bed to sprawl out. This felt even better than being human. When idle, he could just lie around, never worrying about food or drink, free from troubles. It seemed pretty perfect. If he hadn't been reborn, he'd probably still be facing all kinds of cases day in and day out, with barely any time to rest. Not like now, where he could just lie back and sleep easy. After just a few days, he was actually starting to get used to life as a dog. He even resented his human days. Life was a dog's life. Chapter 7, Civil Service Exam. Zhao Feng had been on cloud 9 lately. Ever since adopting Hanin, things had never gone smoother. After that one stray incident, Hanin seemed to have had an epiphany. With just a few repetitions, he made leaps and bounds in every training subject. After half a month of training, whether it was physical conditioning or specialized skills, Manhwa completed everything flawlessly. The time required to master these tasks now placed him among the top performers in the police dog base for similar categories. This breakthrough had every trainer green with envy. If it weren't strictly forbidden and impractical, they'd all be tempted to let their own dogs roam free for a while. Hanin, you should be fine for this exam, right? Zhao Jigua made a special trip to the police dog base today to see what ranking this Labrador retriever, Hanin, would achieve. Director Zhao, just you wait. Hanin won't just pass, he'll rank high. Really? Last time we met, you didn't sound so confident. How could things change so much in just half a month? Haha, just wait and see. I won't spoil the surprise. Hey, you little rascal, I'll be watching closely then. With that, Zhao Jigua didn't linger but returned to the nearby spectator seats, where several colleagues had gathered to observe the police dog exams. Lu Feng sat bored at Zhao Feng's feet, listening to the official speeches. He just wanted the exam to start so he could go back and crash, but the officials' endless chatter delayed things for ages before the test finally began. During the first obstacle course test, Feng Lu held nothing back, charging through each obstacle at full speed until he reached the finish line. 1 minute and 10 seconds. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics here, just guessing. If any experts out there know the correct time, please enlighten me. Time has been corrected based on expert input. This left the spectators utterly stunned. Feng Lu had shattered the course record, a feat of incredible skill. This was a mark no dog had broken in a decade. Secretary Son, I heard that Hanin is the offspring of Wolf King and Black Rose? Zhao Jigua was quite curious about Hanin's lineage. Not long ago, he'd learned some details about Feng Lu's background from a friend. Ah, Wolf King and Black Rose were both pillars of our base. Little did we know that last incident would lead to their simultaneous sacrifice on the front lines. At first, we thought this little Labrador they left behind wasn't suited to be a police dog and were ready to give up on him. But then Zhao Feng, that kid, couldn't let go of Wolf King. He insisted on training his offspring to become a police dog too. You should have seen them during training, that sheer intensity. You'd understand if it were a human, given their intelligence, but for a dog to push itself that hard alongside him? It moved a lot of us deeply. After witnessing their dedication, I stopped interfering. Back then, Hanin only excelled in physical fitness compared to other police dogs. His scent detection was hit or miss, and I was certain he wouldn't pass the exam. But after Hanin wandered for a month and came back, he was like a different dog. After a few days of recovery training, both his physical fitness and scent detection skills surpassed most dogs in the same discipline at the base. Song Ming's tone brimmed with appreciation for the dedication of Feng Lu and his team, and genuine delight at their current achievements. Ah, I was there that time. If not for Wolf King and Black Rose carrying those 2 bombs into the river, many lives would have been lost. They're true heroes. Yeah, that's exactly why. Hanin, who was already in great shape, should have followed in his father's footsteps as a riot control dog. But Zhao Feng flat out refused, so we ended up choosing Narcotics work instead. That's not so bad. Remember what happened on my end last time? If it weren't for Hanin, we wouldn't have discovered all that DP in time. If it had flooded into the country, who knows how many families would have been torn apart. These drug addicts should all be rounded up and executed. That'd be far easier than chasing down drug dealers, and we wouldn't lose so many comrades every year. Tackling the root cause is way more effective than always playing defense. Secretary Son, watch your words. These aren't matters for us to concern ourselves with. Let's just focus on the exams. By the way, when does Hanin's next exam start? Right. Once all the drug detection dogs finish their exams, those who pass will be sent to a centralized location. Alright, then we can properly observe the other police dogs' performances. After speaking, Zhao Jigua refocused his attention on the testing grounds. Suddenly, he noticed something intriguing. This silly dog is actually trying to avoid the sunlight by squeezing himself into the shadow cast by Zhao Feng, just to get out of the sun's glare. Hey, this little guy's actually pretty smart. He knows to use the shadows cast by others to avoid direct sunlight. With that level of intelligence, I wonder if Zhao Feng just had a brain freeze when he named this police dog Huan Huan. The police dog exams, much like human exams, were filled with a tense atmosphere affecting both the trainers and the dogs under their influence. Amidst the orderly tension, all the drug detection dogs completed their tests swiftly. 12 dogs entered the first stage, but half were eliminated right away. Only 6 passed, qualifying to join Feng Lu for the final stage. The testing area was a space of several hundred square meters filled with various clutter and numerous items emitting strong odors. The task for the drug detection dogs was to locate a hidden DP in one of the corners amidst this cluttered environment. Even at this point, Feng had little confidence that Feng could locate the target item in such conditions. As the first dog to enter the arena, Zhao Feng led Feng through the space, moving continuously. They paused at every likely hiding spot, allowing Feng to sniff thoroughly. After circling the area twice, with time nearly up, Feng finally detected the target in a suitcase and immediately lay down beside it. Zhao Feng carefully confirmed the location before raising his hand to signal the examiner that the target had been identified, requesting verification. The examiner quickly ran over, opened the suitcase, and after a brief search easily found the small packet of DP. Spectators nearby immediately erupted into enthusiastic applause upon seeing the result. Lu Feng felt a surge of emotion too. He never imagined he could pass the civil service exam in this world, secure a government position, and embark on a path of public service. Oh whoa! For some reason, his brain went blank and he let out a wolf howl. It startled Zhao Feng beside him. Chapter 8, First Mission. You go-getter, you did great. Who'd have thought you'd snag third place? In the end, 4 out of the 6 police dogs passed the second stage. Feng Lu's time in the second stage was third from the bottom or second from the top. So Zhao Zhigua's comment was mostly teasing. Seeing the final results, Feng Lu was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected his peers to be so strong. It seemed he only had the edge in intelligence over them. When it came to scent detection, he might actually fall short. Just like humans, it all came down to natural talent. The base held a promotion ceremony for all the dogs that passed the exam. Each received an official serial number and a few big chicken drumsticks as rewards. That was the part Feng Lu was most satisfied with. The rest was all just empty formalities. After all the commotion, Feng finally got locked in his kennel, bidding farewell to the scorching heat outside. With temperatures soaring these days, Zhao Feng, that kid, brought Feng some ice cubes every day to cool him down, which Feng found quite satisfying. The next day, before 6 in the morning, Feng was roused and dragged around the track for a few laps. After breakfast, Zhao Feng received orders to take Feng on a mission to the border checkpoint. After a hurried meal, Lan Wind was outfitted in full gear and loaded into a reconnaissance vehicle, heading toward the border inspection station. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature soared rapidly. Having worked for over 2 hours, Feng felt like he was about to melt from the heat. He couldn't understand why there were so many vehicles. We're taking advantage of this rare lull to rest in the shade with Zhao Feng. Feng had always assumed these patrols would involve encountering numerous criminals, but now, nearly a full morning had passed without incident. It was surprisingly pleasant. Just then, a long-distance bus approached from the distance. Guided by the border inspection personnel, the driver pulled over. He got out with his documents for inspection and opened the luggage compartment. Zhao Feng led Feng around to inspect the luggage first. Finding no issues, they boarded the bus and began a thorough check from front to back. A young woman caught Zhao Feng's attention not because she was particularly beautiful, but because he could smell a pungent perfume from several meters away. Using perfume wasn't unusual, but she had applied it excessively, making the scent overpowering. This was a tactic some drug traffickers employed to evade detection by sniffer dogs. Experienced smugglers wouldn't resort to such tactics. If this girl was indeed a smuggler, she must be new to the trade. Such blatantly suspicious behavior was far too attention-grabbing. Zhao Feng didn't rush over. He stuck to his original procedure, checking one seat after another as he moved toward the rear, not skipping even the empty ones. Lu Feng had already caught the pungent scent of perfume upon entering, so he conducted each inspection with extra care, sniffing multiple times to avoid any oversights. The closer he got to the girl, the more his sense of smell was overwhelmed. He had to press his nose against objects to detect anything. Surprisingly, though, he found nothing unusual on her person or in her backpack. "Miss, please open your backpack." Seeing Feng's reaction, Zhao Feng feared the perfume might be clouding his judgment and requested the girl open her backpack for a personal inspection. "Why should I? That dog already sniffed it. And why make me open my own backpack? You're singling me out." The girl instantly bristled. Though she didn't dare make any major moves with Zhao Feng's heavily armed WJ officer trailing behind him, her agitated expression made it clear that without this young man backing him up, she'd have scratched Zhao Feng's face to pieces. "Please cooperate. We have the authority to request you open your luggage for inspection." Zhao Feng's voice turned cold and firm. The armed officer behind him raised his gun toward the girl, ready to prevent her from lashing out in desperation. Under their combined pressure, the girl finally opened her backpack, emptying its contents for Zhao Feng to inspect. Finding nothing unusual, he apologized to her and prepared to move toward the rear door for further checks. However, during their exchange, Feng Lu noticed something peculiar. A middle-aged man seated one row behind the girl who had already been inspected suddenly let a sneer slip from the corner of his mouth upon witnessing the scene. Lu Feng wasn't sure if he'd misread the expression, as many passengers who had already been checked were now watching the scene. His mind raced, trying to recall if he'd overlooked anything unusual during the previous inspection. As an outstanding JC in his previous life, Feng Lu's abilities were beyond question. He quickly identified a spot he had overlooked, the seatback. Not the one the girl was sitting on, nor the middle one between them. When they first boarded the bus, the girl had been resting with her head on the seatback in front of them. During the earlier inspection, the perfume scent from that backrest had been overwhelmingly pungent because the girl had been leaning against it. His attention had been drawn to her, so he hadn't paid it much mind. With that realization, Feng Lu grabbed Zhao Feng and lunged toward the seatback in front of the girl. The sudden pull made Zhao Feng stumble, but he steadied himself quickly and immediately adjusted his position to let Feng Lu reach the target. Kudos to the pet sitter for the quick thinking. He immediately figured out what Feng wanted to do. Don't come over. The girl, who had just settled into her seat, suddenly went berserk. She grabbed her backpack and hurled it at Feng. Lu Feng immediately stepped back, dodging it. What are you doing? Do you realize what you're doing? You're assaulting an officer. I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to lunge at me. I was afraid he'd bite me, so I hit him with the backpack. The girl's words left Zhao Feng's rising anger with nowhere to vent. After all, Feng Lu had suddenly lunged forward, appearing to attack someone. With that thought, Zhao Feng apologized to the girl and tried to lead Feng Lu away for further inspection. Turns out this idiot wasn't cooperating with me earlier. She had no clue what I was trying to do. Damn it, why can't she just talk? Lu Feng immediately struck a pose signaling the discovery of a suspicious target. Only then did Zhao Feng realize the meaning behind the gesture. The WJ officer behind them, who also worked with police dogs, understood the signal too. He immediately tensed up, re-aiming his gun at the girl and the person sitting with her. Request backup. Canine unit has detected suspicious target. Chapter 9, Detecting Anomalies. Lu Feng wasn't sure if his judgment was correct, but better safe than sorry. Anything suspicious needed checking. That was their operational principle. After Zhao Feng called for backup via radio, 6 or 7 armed police officers immediately entered from outside. They took positions in every corner, their weapons trained on everyone inside. Everyone, get out of the vehicle immediately and submit to inspection. A middle-aged man in border guard uniform entered and immediately ordered everyone to exit the vehicle. Under the threat of weapons, the 20-odd passengers, however displeased they might be, dared not resist. One by one, they disembarked. As the last person stepped out, the middle-aged man approached Zhao Feng. Whoa, strong perfume scent. Dumbass, did you spot something fishy here? Yes, Station Chief Yi. Alright, Wu, get the tools. We're taking it apart for inspection. Fearing they might make a mistake, Feng Lu, who had been seated, pulled Zhao Feng over to the seatback. He leaned against it and frantically scratched at it several times with his claws. Now they should get the hint, damn it. Faced with this scene, everyone froze for a moment. Yilin smiled and said, not bad. Look, it even specified which panel to disassemble. That saves us a lot of trouble. You're right. Let me take a look. Xiao Wu walked over to the backrest Feng Lu had scratched and began inspecting it carefully. Station Chief, this seatback cover has been recently dismantled. The stitching is fresh. Though it's been roughly cleaned up, traces are still visible in some spots. Is that so? Quickly take it apart and examine it. Make sure to record evidence. Got it. A police officer holding a body camera quickly adjusted the lens, pointing it toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu took a pair of scissors and carefully cut along the thread, slowly unraveling the stitches of the backrest cover. Soon, the scene inside was revealed. Inside a layer of thin shock-absorbing foam were several objects roughly the size of lunchboxes, tightly secured within the backrest. After removing the foam padding, 5 boxes tightly sealed in plastic bags were found. Xiao Wu placed the boxes on the ground and carefully opened them layer by layer. Inside, another layer of sealed bags contained a white powdery substance. There was no need to guess what it was. Holy crap, all these layers of packaging. You idiot, you've got a nose for this stuff. Yilin's voice brimmed with excitement as he walked over to Lu Feng, ruffling the dog's head much to Lu Feng's annoyance. What's wrong with these guys? Does petting a dog's head feel that good? Looks like they're all single dogs. Xiaoqin, take control of the girl being held separately outside and the driver. The DP has been retrieved. The evidence is irrefutable. Roger that, Station Chief Yi. Xiao Wu, have someone drive the car into the courtyard and conduct a thorough search. I'll go through everyone outside to make sure we don't miss any accomplices. With that, he and Zhao Feng got out of the car to handle the situation. Everyone was quickly brought inside the border inspection station. Each person was interrogated separately, their information registered. Any discrepancies with the database meant they'd be detained for further investigation until their true identities were confirmed. Further screening didn't require the Landwin's involvement. Once issues were identified, all luggage was opened for meticulous inspection. Only after confirmation of no problems were items returned to their owners. You're such a goofball, but you did great. You handled this way better than you did on your exams. To spot the problem in this situation, I'll add a chicken drumstick to your lunch. This time, Zhao Feng didn't pat Feng's head. After spending time with him, he'd learned Feng disliked random head pats. When Dr. Lin touched him, Feng didn't resist at all. The little guy knew who was okay to touch him, wondered when he'd make it onto the approved list. After drinking a bottle of water and feeding Feng Lu a little more, Zhao Feng led him back to their duty post. The subsequent checks went smoothly, much like the morning, with no abnormalities. They worked steadily until noon, when the famished Feng was finally led into the cafeteria. Here, this is your reward. In addition to his regular meal, Feng Lu's dog bowl now held a large chicken drumstick. Overjoyed, he tore off a huge chunk in one bite and devoured it. After so much time adjusting, Feng no longer cared about dignity. As long as he wasn't hungry, he'd eat however he could. The key was to fill his belly. So delicious. After finishing his meal, Feng Lu was led into the break room of the office area, where he began to enjoy the cool breeze from the air conditioner for the first time in ages. Through the transparent glass, the bustling scene outside was clearly visible. Those cleared of suspicion from the morning's group were now gathered in the lobby, waiting to be picked up. Lu Feng scanned the crowd but didn't spot the middle-aged man. He assumed the girl or the driver had already turned him in, and he was being interrogated now. But just as he turned away, he caught sight of a figure emerging from the restroom, the very same middle-aged man. He was casually shaking water from his hands as he walked toward the crowd, sat down, and began playing with his phone. Lu Feng immediately stood up, ready to confront him, but quickly slumped back down. He couldn't speak for himself, and he had no concrete evidence. Even if he accused the man now, what good would it do? In the end, it would only cause trouble for Zhao Feng and himself. For nearly an entire hour of the break, Feng Lu stared intently, yet no solution came to mind. Since the middle-aged man had been released, it proved his identity was legitimate, his luggage was clean, and the contents of his phone posed no issues. But Feng Luo trusted his own judgment implicitly. That kind of instinctive ability to assess situations wasn't something cultivated overnight, it was honed through years of life and death experiences. Just then, a BMW X5 pulled through the gate of the immigration station's inner courtyard. The middle-aged man received a text message on his phone. After reading it, he stood up and walked straight toward the exit of the hall. It was obvious someone had come to pick him up. Lu Feng could no longer sit still. He flung open the door and sprinted toward the middle-aged man. Nothing else mattered now, he had to keep that man here at all costs. Just as Feng Lu stepped outside, the BMW's driver had already pulled up, exited the vehicle, and was striding toward the lobby entrance, apparently to open the door for the middle-aged man. "Hey, you! Stop right there!" Zhao Feng, who had been resting on the sofa, noticed Feng Lu's movement. He opened the door and hurried after him. Hearing the commotion, the middle-aged man turned just in time to see the police dog charging toward him. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. "Huan, freeze where you are!" Chapter 10, Huan eats fish. Ha! Just as Feng Luo was about to leap up and tackle the middle-aged man, a gust of wind swept in through the open living room door, carrying a familiar scent. Heaven helps this dog. This little cutie. Coming to the border station to pick someone up, and they actually brought DP in the car? Isn't that like offering fish to cats for the new year, practically asking for trouble? He darted past the middle-aged man and driver, sprinting to the BMW. He circled it quickly, pinpointing the DP's location before immediately signaling an alert. Zhao Feng, who had already chased them outside, instantly understood Feng Lu's intent upon seeing this. He spun around to face the middle-aged man and driver, blocking them inside the living room. "Officer, what are you doing?" The driver watched Zhao Feng's actions, unsure of his intent. Seeing his boss about to be attacked by the dog, he had rushed over to show his loyalty, only to find it was a false alarm. Compared to the driver's shock, the middle-aged man remained remarkably composed. Without uttering a word, he simply watched the unfolding scene with a faint smile. "I now suspect your vehicle contains contraband. Please cooperate with the inspection." "What contraband?" "I'm coming from the city center, not from the other side." "What gives you the right to accuse me of carrying illegal goods and search our car?" "Regardless of where you're coming from, you have an obligation to cooperate with our inspection." By then, Yilin, who had received the notification, arrived with several subordinates and seamlessly surrounded the two men. With several guns pointed at them, the driver instantly lost his earlier arrogance, and the middle-aged man's expression darkened. Originally, neither the driver nor the girl knew his identity, so he just tagged along to see how they'd smuggle the DP in. Little did he expect a dog would ruin the plan, and now he was surrounded because of him. Still, he shrugged it off. The car might retain traces of DP scent, but there was definitely no DP inside. Joan wasn't that foolish to drive a vehicle carrying DP to pick him up here. Compared to him, though, the driver who'd been dragged aside was now drained of all color. Having cut corners, he hadn't removed the afternoon's shipment from the car's tires. If discovered, his life would be over. The quantity of DP in the car was enough to get him shot multiple times over. His face drained of color as he looked toward his boss on the other side, desperate for help. But the police officers flanking him blocked his view, leaving him unable to see what was happening over there. "Officer, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. The drugs in the car aren't mine, they belong to my boss. I had nothing to do with it." The driver, clutching at this last straw, suddenly remembered something and shouted hoarsely. Yilin, who had already reached the doorway, turned abruptly at the words, his gaze locking onto the driver's position. "Bring him over. And take this man into the interrogation room for separate questioning." Yilin reacted swiftly, instantly giving orders. He had the armed police escort the middle-aged man away for custody, preventing any further disruptions that might interfere with the driver's statement. The middle-aged man, who had been calmly waiting to finish his inspection and go home, also heard the driver's words. His entire demeanor instantly soured. He'd stumbled upon a traitor. Before he could react, 2 armed police officers forcibly escorted him into the interrogation room. Any attempt to resist or speak up was futile. Outside, Feng Lu hadn't witnessed the scene, but his keen ears had picked up every detail. He felt deeply relieved. Having reliable teammates was a huge relief. If even one person, whether Zhao Feng or anyone else, had doubted his actions, the whole thing would have fallen apart. "Nice work, dumbass. You're about to earn yourself another big achievement. You'll have to treat us later." Xiao Wu walked over, grinning as he teased Feng. He was genuinely impressed by Feng's dog-nosed 2 FD cases uncovered in just one day. Soon, 4 or 5 more people arrived. Together, they secured the vehicle with a jack and removed the tire from the left rear wheel. As soon as it came off, 2 or 3 transparent bags filled with DP fell out. After pulling everything out and counting, they found a full 10 bags of DP, each containing 500 grams. A full 10 gene of DP. No wonder the driver confessed in the lobby before even being interrogated. If this were pinned on him, the death penalty would be inevitable. If it could be confirmed that the drugs belonged to the middle-aged man and the driver was acting to atone for his crimes, there might be some hope for a lighter sentence. However, the final outcome would still depend on the judge's discretion. Despite uncovering 2 FD incidents that morning, Feng still couldn't dodge his shift. Right on time, Zhao Feng led him outside to begin the afternoon patrol. Still, Feng Lu could sense Zhao Feng was practically floating beside him, radiating joy like a proud parent celebrating their child's achievements. Well, if pressed, one could say Feng also counted as, the original Labrador retriever counted as Zhao Feng's child too. Rumor had it Zhao Feng had raised it from a tiny puppy. Ever since the Wolf King and Black Rose had been lost, Zhao Feng had kept the then tiny Labrador close by his side. They ate together, lived together, and even shared the same bed. From their time together lately, Feng could sense how genuinely kind Zhao Feng was to Hanin. No matter what he taught him, Zhao Feng was incredibly patient, never hitting him hard or punishing him, and often playing and fooling around with Feng. This likely explained why Hanin had previously only excelled in physical fitness, while struggling with other training aspects. The afternoon patrol passed without incident. At 6 o'clock, after finishing their duties, they boarded the same vehicle they had taken earlier and returned to the K9 base. "Hanin, you did great today. I've already submitted your commendation." A tip from a senior officer: police dogs receive commendations just like humans, with first, second, and third class honors. The title of meritorious dog is awarded cumulatively based on accumulated commendations. Unexpectedly, as soon as I stepped off the bus, Song Ming approached from the side. Clearly he'd been waiting there all along. "Secretary Song, you haven't left yet?" Zhao Feng saluted immediately upon seeing Song Ming, who returned the salute before speaking. "I received a call from Yilin today. He's extremely satisfied with your performance and Hanin's. He even urged me to apply for your commendation. I never imagined that Hanin, who had always been mediocre, would perform so well in actual combat. You've done an excellent job." "Not at all. You know I've always spoiled him and failed to train him properly." Aside from physical fitness, he had nothing to show for himself. "What happened recently was completely unexpected." "Enough. The credit is yours. Take Hanin home and get some rest." "Understood, Secretary Yi. I'll head back now. You should get some rest too." With that, Zhao Feng led Feng to the kennel area. Chapter 11, The Whole Story. The next day while on duty, Feng heard the full story behind yesterday's incident. It turned out the girl had accepted 10,000 yuan from the driver. At his request, she doused herself in heavily scented perfume and leaned against the front seat back. This overwhelmed the police dog's nose, preventing it from detecting the scent of DP. As for the middle-aged man, his return to the mainland was also due to Feng. The previous disruption of the drug manufacturing operation had caused a shortage in the domestic market, prompting him to seek ways to transport DP. According to the middle-aged man's confession, this method had succeeded 3 times before, which is why he felt confident enough to follow DF this time, hoping to observe the DP transport process. Unexpectedly, he encountered Feng Lu, a dog possessing human-like intelligence and insight, who detected his flaw. Simply recognizing the danger wouldn't have been a problem after all. Feng Lu had no concrete evidence. But then he encountered a foolish accomplice who betrayed him outright. The middle-aged man's status wasn't as formidable as Feng Lu imagined. He was merely a low-level operative within the FD group, primarily responsible for logistics. Last night, police had already arrested over a dozen transporters based on the leads he provided. The driver himself knew little about the middle-aged man's background. They communicated online, agreeing on payment per shipment, the quantity of goods, and a drop-off location where the driver would pick up the cargo and handle transportation independently. It was precisely because of the driver's several successful runs that the middle-aged man took notice, wanting to learn his methods. He could have sent someone else, but family matters arose unexpectedly, requiring his presence at home. That's why he ended up getting caught this time. Lu Feng sighed once more. The ways of the world were truly unpredictable. Sometimes, coincidences felt like they were scripted by someone else, and you were merely acting out the lines. Hey, dummy, the truck's here. Get to work. A bus bearing the same brand as yesterday's pulled into the checkpoint. At the security personnel's request, the driver stepped off the vehicle with his credentials in hand and stood to the side, awaiting verification of his information. 4 or 5 large suitcases were dragged out of the luggage compartment by the staff. Feng Lu walked over and began sniffing them carefully. He had assumed there wouldn't be any issues, but then he caught an incredibly familiar scent wafting from one of the red suitcases. But it wasn't DP's scent. What exactly it was, Feng Lu couldn't quite place at first. He sniffed again, more carefully. Huan, what's up? Something wrong? Zhao Feng noticed Feng Lu's hesitation, sensing he'd detected something but wasn't entirely sure. Lu Feng looked up at him, first nodding, then shaking his head to indicate uncertainty. Hanin's behavior no longer surprised Zhao Feng. After spending half a month together, he'd grown accustomed to many of its mannerisms. Hanin can actually understand what you're saying and respond? That's incredibly smart. A staff member standing nearby, having witnessed their entire interaction, spoke up in surprise. Of course. Hanin is very smart. Li Chang, go find the owner of this box. Let's open it up and take a look. Zhao Feng wasted no time. After answering the question, he instructed the staff to locate the owner. Opening the box for inspection required the owner's cooperation to prevent any claims of missing items or attempts to extort the staff. Soon, the owner of the suitcase was brought over. It wasn't the young lady Lu Yu had imagined, but a teenager of 17 or 18. When the boy was let in, he was extremely nervous, looking as if he'd forgotten how to walk. Spotting his suitcase surrounded by people, he hesitated fearfully, reluctant to approach. This immediately put everyone nearby on alert. Something was clearly wrong, and it looked serious. Take a look. Is this your suitcase? Zhao Feng addressed the youth as several WJ officers had already surrounded him. Yes. What's the combination? We need to open it for inspection. 1 2 3 4 5 6. After hesitating for a long moment, the boy finally revealed the suitcase's combination under the gun's glare. As an officer stepped forward to open it, Feng Lu suddenly remembered something and rushed to block the officer's path. Hey, get over here. Don't block the way. Zhao Feng pulled hard, trying to yank Feng back, but after several tugs, he couldn't budge him. He dared not use more force, afraid of hurting the kid. The staff member beside them wasn't particularly afraid of Feng Lu. Having played with him briefly yesterday, he knew the boy's temperament and understood he wouldn't harm anyone. In this situation, he even recklessly patted Feng's dog head and said softly, Huan, move aside. Let sister pass, okay? Woof. Lu Feng now desperately wished he could refine the legendary hang bone in his throat and reveal his true nature to them. But alas, becoming a demon through cultivation was a myth in this world. He was just an ordinary police dog. Watching the girl try to walk around him, Feng Lu's brain nearly exploded. If this was what he feared, he was truly screwed. Dog God, please grant me the grace to be reborn as a human in my next life. Lu Feng could only tug desperately at Zhao Feng, trying to stop him. But against Zhao Feng's determined pull, he was powerless, forced to watch helplessly. Hold on, Xiao Ku. I think Han has sensed something. That's why he's trying to stop you from going over there. Only now did Zhao Feng sense something amiss in Feng Lu's actions. This time, the fool wasn't playing around, he was deliberately trying to stop him. Holy cow, this dumbass finally gets me. What? Isn't it because he found something suspicious that we need to open it? Hanin is a drug detection dog, not a riot dog. What are you afraid of? Xiao Ku dismissed Zhao Feng's words, crouching down to force the suitcase open. But before she could act, Zhao Feng grabbed her from behind and pulled her back. Hold on. I forgot to tell you, Hanin underwent explosive detection training for a while. I suspect he's picked up explosives now. Xiao Ku, who had been about to say something, instinctively began backing away upon hearing this. What's going on? Station Chief Yi, I suspect Hanin detected explosives, but I'm not entirely certain yet. It's his box, Yilin pointed to the teenager surrounded by the crowd. Yes. Since it's uncertain, treat it as if it's present. Everyone retreat to a safe distance now. Then send someone to bring over the instrument platform for inspection. Chapter 12, Peril. One staff member turned and ran toward the border inspection station to retrieve inspection equipment. Just then, Lu Feng suddenly noticed that the youth seemed to be clutching something in his hands. Though both hands were tightly gripping his clothes, appearing extremely tense, Lu Yu still detected something amiss with his right hand. Judging by the size of his clenched fist, it didn't look empty, more like something was inside. As the staff member turned to fetch the equipment, the youth seemed to grow even more tense. Yet, under the scrutiny of those two pairs of eyes, he made no unnecessary movements. He simply kept his head bowed, staring at the ground, silent and offering no defense. Since his hands were hidden beneath his shirt hem, Lu Feng and the others didn't notice anything unusual. Only Lu Feng, whose angle allowed him to see clearly, could detect the problem. "Station master, I'm back." The staff member who had gone to fetch the equipment returned carrying a box. He set it down nearby, preparing to remove the device inside to inspect the luggage. Holy, a miniature remote control. Lu Feng instantly went berserk. He wrenched free from Zhao Feng's grasp and charged toward the youth at the fastest speed he'd ever mustered. His jaw snapped shut around the boy's wrist. Without hesitation, he bit down with all his might, tearing through the youth's skin. A trickle of blood flowed from the wound into Feng Lu's mouth. It tasted slightly metallic, yet oddly sweet. "Ah! It hurts. My arm's broken." The sudden attack left the youth stunned. Only when the excruciating pain hit did he snap back to reality. Clutching his bitten arm with his free hand, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Once on the ground, he instinctively struggled, trying desperately to pull his hand free from Feng Lu's jaws, but to no avail. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted from the staff member to the fallen youth. The WJ guard beside him reacted first, but upon seeing what the youth had dropped from his hand, he shifted his grasp from the leash leading to Feng Lu. Instead, he grabbed the boy's other, uninjured arm and pinned him down, ignoring his violent struggles. Another security guard, seeing Feng Lu release his grip, swiftly restrained the injured arm without hesitation. "Quick, everyone retreat. Don't linger." For WJ officers, ignoring the youth's struggles, lifted him up and sprinted toward a safe distance from the explosive device. The others, recognizing the gravity of the situation, followed without hesitation, all running toward the distance. Soon, the area was cordoned off by WJ officers, prohibiting anyone or any vehicles from entering. "Search him first, then find someone to bandage him up." Yilin glared at the youth, who was still struggling violently. He wanted to kick him to death, but he managed to restrain himself. Soon, the youth's clothes were stripped off entirely. Every inch of his body was meticulously examined, and his garments were similarly inspected. Only after confirming no issues were they allowed back on. A medic arrived, first cleaning the wounds before carefully bandaging them. There was no discrimination based on the boy's status as a criminal. "When will the bomb squad arrive?" "Station chief, when I called earlier, they said 15 minutes. They should be here any minute now." "The signal jammer is activated, right?" "Yes, it's already activated. No signals can get through now, so it won't be remotely detonated." "Good." After arranging everything, Yilin finally walked over to Zhao Feng's side. Glancing at Feng Lu, who was lying on the ground panting with his tongue hanging out, a flicker of gratitude crossed his eyes. Without this Labrador retriever, who knew how things would have turned out? Though they hadn't yet confirmed it was a bomb, everyone already knew the answer deep down. Crouching down, he gently stroked Feng's dog head and said, "You silly dog, thank you." "Get lost, dumb dog. All you ever do is pat my head. Don't you know it annoys me?" Rolling his eyes, he ignored the remark. "Station chief, the bomb squad is here." Two armored vehicles sped toward them from the distance, sirens blaring, and soon came to a halt beside the cordoned-off area. 7 or 8 officers emerged. 2 of them swiftly retrieved a set of bomb disposal gear from the trunk. 1 quickly donned the suit with the other's assistance. One of the remaining 6 approached Yilin and his group, while the other 5 began assembling the necessary equipment. "Station Chief Yi, please brief me on the situation." "Captain Li, the situation is as follows." Yilin showed no displeasure at the direct approach. All formalities were unnecessary here. Every second wasted was disrespectful to life. He quickly recounted the sequence of events. "Did that man reveal anything?" "No. Not a single word. Our people couldn't get anything out of him." Then we'll have to examine him ourselves." "Everything's ready over there. I'll make the arrangements now." Li Yi turned and walked toward his team, where the necessary instruments and equipment had already been set up and were ready for action. "Xiao Wang, it's up to you now." "Captain, relax. Leave it to me." A chubby kid with glasses sat before a computer, holding a wired remote controller. Under his command, a robot began moving toward the suitcase, trailing a data cable connected to the boy's computer. The robot moved slowly, taking 2 minutes to reach the suitcase. The young man watched the screen intently, carefully maneuvering a scanning device mounted on the robot. It slowly scanned from one end of the suitcase to the other. The contents of the suitcase soon appeared on the computer screen. "Holy, so many bombs." A team member watching nearby suddenly let out a startled cry, giving the chubby kid a fright. But he didn't get angry after all. He'd been startled himself by the suitcase filled with bombs. "Are you sure it's a bomb?" Yilin, who had followed over, couldn't make sense of the images displayed on the screen. "Yeah, confirmed. The whole suitcase is packed with them. Can't identify the exact model yet, but given the quantity, if it detonates, the blast won't be small. Looks like we really should give that dumbass a nice reward. Was it that Labrador lying over there who found them?" Yilin glanced in the direction Li Yi was pointing and nodded. "Yep, he's a drug detection dog." Chapter 13, The Real Deal. "What? A drug detection dog? Not an explosive detection dog?" Li Yi hadn't heard clearly at first and thought he'd misheard. Seriously? How could a drug detection dog possibly find explosives? Yes, a drug detection dog. According to his trainer, he had some exposure to explosive detection training before, but for some reason, he never became an explosive detection dog. Even police dogs are this competitive now? Guess it's true your biggest rival isn't always your peer. You bet. By the way, what's your plan now? We've called for backup. First, we'll secure the perimeter with sandbags, then figure out how to defuse it. Should our people retreat further? Yeah, that's what I was about to tell you. Best to pull everyone back further and expand the cordoned-off area. The quantity this time is significant. Better safe than sorry. Got it. I'll arrange it immediately. Yilin finished speaking and left the area, heading toward his subordinates. He planned to withdraw everyone back to the border inspection station immediately. It was safer there, farther away, and they wouldn't be at risk if it exploded. He also needed to mobilize additional personnel to assist in expanding the cordoned-off area and prevent unauthorized entry. It must be said that the police force of Dragon Nation demonstrated exceptional operational capability. In less than 20 minutes, everything was arranged and ready, awaiting only the final delivery of defensive sandbags. During this time, the riot squad had also retreated to a safe distance, retrieved the robots, and begun extending the data cables to cover a longer range. The initial disarmament attempt would rely on the robots. Only if that proved impossible would bomb disposal experts be deployed. If the assessment indicated little chance of safe removal, detonation would be authorized. Ultimately, team safety took absolute priority, ensuring no casualties occurred. Within an hour and a half, layer upon layer of sandbags had been stacked around the suitcase, forming a wall over 2 meters tall and 10 meters thick. The robot was now completely enclosed within this barrier. During this period, numerous personnel from various departments arrived. Although the bomb had not detonated, the adverse impact had already materialized. Failure to handle the situation properly now would lead to significant negative consequences. Therefore, every department with influence, whether through their leaders arriving personally or sending representatives, expressed their concern. Li Yi now faced immense pressure. The demands from all sides shared a single objective: prevent the bomb from detonating to minimize the fallout. But with an unknown bomb, who could guarantee that? Wang, begin. Yes. A solemn expression crossed the chubby-faced man's face. He understood the immense pressure his captain faced, especially with the constant stream of people seeking him out lately. Shaking his head to clear his mind of distractions, he focused entirely on controlling the robot inside. Facing a locked box, his first challenge was to open it. Fortunately, his scan revealed no wires or buttons connected to the lock. The lock's surroundings showed no anomalies either. The bomb was merely attached to the box, with no complex connections to it. Of course, this was only what he could see from this angle. What lay beneath remained unknown. Instead of immediately testing the secret code the boy had mentioned, he first tried to open it directly. When that failed, the chubby boy began entering the password the boy had given him. As each digit was dialed to the specified character, the chubby kid thought it still wouldn't open. Unexpectedly, the box clicked open with a snap. The code was correct. The first hurdle cleared, the little chubby guy was immediately flooded with information. He began controlling the robotic arm to slowly open the box, revealing the bomb inside. Unexpectedly, atop the bomb lay a sheet of A4-sized white paper printed with a message. Dear Dragon Nation JC, the fact that you can read this proves you haven't been sent to the West yet. I find that deeply regrettable. This bomb is my little gift to you, a token of appreciation for seizing my cargo last time. I hope you enjoy it. Signed, an ordinary merchant. Damn it, this bastard is getting too cocky. Standing behind the fat man, Yilin couldn't hold back any longer and let out a curse. If it weren't for the fool, with so many of them, who knows how many would have been sacrificed. Alright, Station Chief Yi, calm down. We'll catch him and make him face the consequences. Zhao Feng, standing nearby, patted Yilin on the shoulder. He understood Yilin's fury all too well. He wanted to beat the crap out of that idiot who delivered the bomb. Lu Feng, who had been dragged here against his will, desperately wanted to leave. It was unbearably hot. He'd been comfortably indoors until Zhao Feng insisted on bringing him to watch the bomb disposal. Hearing Yilin's words, he grew intensely curious about what could have enraged the usually calm and collected Yilin to such a degree. He stood on his hind legs, straining to lift his head just above the seated chubby kid. Finally, he caught a glimpse of what was displayed on the screen. Holy! If he weren't worried about making a bad impression, Feng would have blurted out a million-word novel right then and there. Damn it, this was infuriating. These days, didn't they know their profession was all about showing off their existence and dying quickly? Yet they were still so arrogant. Completely absorbed in his task, the little chubby guy opened the box, then scanned the bomb inside and out with his robot. Now he was printing out the scan results. Captain, here's the structural diagram from the scan. Good work. Leave the dismantling to us. You take a break. Li Yi took the scan drawings and gathered his team around a table to study how to dismantle the bomb. After half an hour of discussion, they finally settled on a mutually agreed upon plan. Once confirmed, they stepped outside the shielded area and contacted several experts online. Only after receiving their approval did they finalize the real-time disarmament strategy. Li held the blueprint and began explaining the disarmament procedure to little Fatty. To prevent him from forgetting any steps, he printed out the entire process and placed it beside little Fatty. Soon, the robot began moving again, meticulously executing the plan step by step. Everyone watched its every action with bated breath. In this tense atmosphere, the most critical step arrived swiftly. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb the little guy's concentration. Fortunately, the outcome was flawless. The final wire was severed, and the bomb was successfully defused. Cheers erupted throughout the room. Chapter 14, Commendation Ceremony. Hang, you did great. By now, Feng Lu's dog head had been rubbed by who knows how many people. Completely dejected, it lay sprawled on the ground, ignoring everyone. Damn puppies. Don't they know this dog hates being touched? If it weren't for my self-control, I'd have bitten you all. Why didn't they bribe me with treats? So annoying. Xiao Feng, I hear Hanin helped you apprehend quite a few DF members these past few days. Li withdrew his paw from Lu Feng's head and straightened up, his tone brimming with envy. Who wouldn't want a dog like that? Since going on duty, it had repeatedly assisted its master, earning tremendous credit. Ah, what a pity I'm not a trainer. That's right. There was one DF who almost slipped through our fingers. If his partner hadn't been such a fool, driving a D transport vehicle to pick him up, we wouldn't have caught him red-handed. But we really owe it to dumbass. If he hadn't spotted the problem with the DF truck, we wouldn't have caught him red-handed. The two didn't linger long before going their separate ways. Li had come mainly to see this police dog that had performed such a great service to see what kind of person could make a drug detection dog take over the job of an explosive detection dog. With no further business involving Feng Lu, Xiao Feng drove him straight back to the canine base, concluding their day's work. What Feng and the others didn't know was that information about Feng had already trended on the internet that day. Shocking. Massive explosives unexpectedly appear at border inspection station. He was the first to discover them. The glorious career of the adorable police dog. Solving major cases within a week of duty. Stray police dog returns with a special gift for his colleagues. Shocking. Police dog openly snatches bag in park, and this is why. Headlines like these flood every online platform, with countless netizens commenting and interacting beneath each post. Wow, this dog is so impressive. I really want one. Girls, let's form a dog-stealing crew. I'll be the lookout. I can break out of prison. I can escape at 100 km/h on a sewing machine. My dog is so impressive. So fake. Fake as hell, at 10086. My dumb dog is driving me nuts. All it does is eat and wreck the place. It's already ruined 2 pairs of shoes this month. Ha, upstairs, mine's the same. I'll just send it to the palace. Can't bear to watch. This name the trainer must be doing it on purpose. Compared to him, I'm a total loser. First time I've seen a civil servant accept bribes and everyone actually applauds. The sheer variety of information left everyone who saw the news stunned. Some disbelieved it, some were skeptical, and others questioned whether it was just hype. But soon, many involved parties, after obtaining consent, posted their own videos online, completely shattering all doubts. Due to poor nighttime lighting, no one captured clear video or photos. Only the general breed of the dog was discernible, so authorities chose not to pursue the matter. After completing the case investigation, authorities released a detailed account of the incident, acknowledging Feng Lu's contributions while also disclosing information about the teenager involved. Naturally, much of the information was redacted to protect privacy and guide public perception in a positive direction. The boy's name was Huang Fei, a native of Yuncheng. He had dropped out of school 2 years ago to find work, but being underage, most companies wouldn't hire him. He ended up spending his days in an underground internet cafe, playing games to scrape together enough for daily expenses. His grandfather, his only relative, had recently been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Their family couldn't afford treatment. Then yesterday, someone approached him, handed him $1,000,000 in cash, and asked him to transport a suitcase from Cashew Country to the border inspection station. Immature and impulsive, he readily agreed. After using the money to pay for his grandfather's medical bills, he traveled to Cashew Country that afternoon and retrieved the suitcase. When he received the suitcase, he assumed it contained drugs. What he didn't expect was that after boarding the bus, just as it was about to depart, someone suddenly got on and handed him a remote control. The man warned him that if he wanted his grandfather to live, he must press the button when the bus reached the border checkpoint. Otherwise, they would kill him first, then his grandfather. Fortunately, he didn't obey the instructions and didn't press the button at the border checkpoint. Otherwise, given the bomb's power, who knows how many people would have died. Upon learning of his situation, the police immediately transferred his grandfather to an internal hospital for treatment, a reward, perhaps, for not detonating the bomb. Upon learning the details online, netizens erupted in fury. No one could have imagined these DF would stoop to such heinous acts for revenge. A drug-addicted entertainer attempting a comeback was dragged into the spotlight only to be mercilessly attacked by enraged netizens. He ultimately didn't survive the night, and all his information was collectively banned from online platforms. Early the next morning, Feng Lu, who had expected to report for routine duty at the border inspection station, was instead taken by the instructor for a thorough shower, dressed in uniform, and led to a small auditorium. When Feng and the others arrived, the room was already filled with people, each dressed in crisp uniforms and seated upright. Zhao Feng led Feng to a seat bearing his name and sat down, giving Feng a sharp tug to keep him upright when he tried to slump. Lu Feng glanced at the banner on the podium, which read congratulatory messages for his second-class merit award as a police dog handler. He instantly understood why he was here. His earlier slack posture vanished without warning. He lifted his head and sat perfectly straight. In his previous life, he had earned numerous commendations, each one essentially bought with his own life. So every time he received an award, his emotions were a mix of excitement and a hint of pride. He never imagined that in this life, he would participate in his own award ceremony through this manner and identity. The entire process was straightforward and concise. Song Ming delivered a speech expressing his approval of Zhao Feng's work and his recognition of Feng Lu's abilities. He specifically instructed Zhao Feng to arrange a special dinner for Feng Lu that evening. Lu Feng, basking in his moment of glory, heard this and gave Song Ming a shout of appreciation. The old guy knew how to play the game. He was easy to work with. That same day, photos of Feng Lu receiving his award were posted by the publicity department to the official account, drawing a crowd of netizens. Ha, look at that goofball smug little expression, so funny. Honestly, it's exactly the same expression my daughter made when she got her award. Anyone else notice the instructor guy is kinda handsome? Even though you can't see his face clearly. You upstairs have issues. Don't even think like that they're all mine, you can't steal them. 2 love-struck girls upstairs. Retired police dogs available for adoption. Contact VDE if interested. Don't trust this kind of thing. Be cautious about everything else too. After leaving the auditorium, Zhao Feng was called over by Song Ming and led to his office. Chapter 15, The Mission. Captain Zhao, I called you here because there's something I need you to handle. After seating Zhao Feng on the sofa, Song Ming poured water for both of them before sitting across from him. Secretary Song, what is it? We received a tip the day before yesterday that a shipment would be transported across the border yesterday. When our men ambushed the border to make the arrest, they only caught some low-level operatives. The weight of the DP they were carrying didn't match the intelligence we had. After interrogation, these men confessed that their boss had escorted another shipment separately with a group of trusted associates. They didn't know the exact route either. After searching, our team couldn't locate the boss within the border area. Just now, our team located the FD organization's boss and associates in the city outskirts, but no drugs were found on them. For now, we've detained them under the pretext of assisting with the investigation. However, if no evidence of drug trafficking is uncovered within 24 hours, we will have no choice but to release them. We just got a call requesting that we send the K9 unit over to assist with searching for DP. Are we certain they were carrying DP? Can't be certain. Right now, it's all about luck. If they have DP, it must be hidden in the forest within the border zone. Finding it would be solid proof against FD. Alright, I'll organize a team to go immediately. After saying this, Zhao Feng led Feng Lu out of the office and began calling people to assemble. Soon, 12 police dogs and their handlers gathered in the parking lot of the K9 base. Lu Feng, unusually, wasn't confined in a cage but sat with Zhao Feng in an off-road police vehicle. This had become their long-standing understanding. Though Feng had suffered some hardship initially, witnessing his unyielding resolve had ultimately led Zhao Feng to concede. As for why Zhao Feng indulged him so much, Feng only learned later that Lu Feng's parents were both outstanding explosive detection dogs. During a mission, they sacrificed their lives to save Zhao Feng. This explained Zhao Feng's frequent leniency toward him and why this seemingly clumsy dog possessed such exceptional genetics yet struggled with training exercises. When Feng Lu was very young, Zhao Feng had initially trained him as an explosive detection dog. However, the high casualty rate for such dogs led Zhao Feng to disregard his superior's objections and instead train him as a narcotics detection dog. The police car sped through the city with its lights flashing, quickly reaching the forest near the border. 12 police dogs, led by their handlers and spaced about 100 meters apart, entered the thicket. Lu Feng sniffed the fragrant scent of the plants, his mood unconsciously becoming excited. He desperately wanted to break free from Zhao Feng's grip and run in to play freely. Hanin, focus. Zhao Feng tugged on the leash, snapping Feng Long out of his daydream and back to work. Truthfully, locating a target within the vast jungle proved exceedingly difficult. Compounding the challenge, frequent rainfall in this region was evident from the dewdrops glistening on the leaves, a clear sign of an early morning downpour. Before summoning them, the area had been roughly combed by the group and scanned by numerous drones. Bringing them in now was little more than grasping at straws. As they delved deeper into the jungle, Feng Lu, who had been in good spirits, grew increasingly uncomfortable in the stifling, humid air. He drooled incessantly and panted heavily. Over an hour had passed since they entered, and Feng Lu had been sniffing intently the entire time, yet he hadn't detected anything. The other drug detection dogs faced the same predicament. Several that had joined the force at the same time as Feng Lu were already throwing tantrums, lying down and refusing to budge. Seeing this, the handlers consulted over their walkie-talkies and decided to take a 10-minute break before resuming the search. Upon hearing the break command, Feng Lu collapsed under the shade of a tree, refusing to budge. Man, this is exhausting. Border inspection work is so much easier. Come on, drink some water. Lu Feng lifted his head slightly, too exhausted to move properly. He tilted his head sideways and stuck his muzzle into the water bowl Zhao Feng held out, gulping thirstily. After finishing, Feng Lu lay back down, staring blankly into the distance. He basked in the cool breeze fanned by the trainer's leaf, growing increasingly satisfied with his partner. Yeah, he's got sense. Just as Feng wanted to close his eyes and savor this rare moment of rest, a faint human voice reached his ears. Most dogs might have ignored such a sound, but Feng Lu, possessing a human soul, was different. He wouldn't let this clue slip by. He sprang to his feet, ears twitching as he strained to pinpoint the source of the sound. After a while, the sound vanished. Hearing nothing unusual anymore, he began to wonder if his exhaustion and heat had caused him to hallucinate. Huan, what's wrong? Did you find something? Zhao Feng, startled by Feng Lu's sudden reaction, thought he'd found something and hurriedly asked. Lu Feng shook his doggy head, indicating nothing unusual, and lay back down. Ha! Wait, the sound is still there. Why didn't I hear it just now? Could it be coming from underground, not through the air? Lu Feng adjusted his position, pressed his ear to the ground, and began listening intently. This time he was certain he wasn't hearing things. There was definitely a sound coming from underground but not beneath their feet. It was coming from an area not far away, one he had already searched. Why would someone be underground? Could it be DF? Had they dug an underground space here specifically to evade the cops? But why? They'd walked over from that direction without noticing anything unusual. This area should have been thoroughly searched before, yet nothing had been found. Lu Feng stood up, pulling Zhao Feng along as they moved slowly toward the source of the sound. Forget humans. Even with his own dog ears, Feng didn't hear a thing unless he pressed them directly against the ground. The ground was just ordinary grassland, surrounded by trees. It looked perfectly normal, indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. Lu Feng decided to stop thinking about it. He'd use his claws to investigate directly. He refused to believe there could be nothing unusual beneath the surface. Chapter 16, The Secret Chamber. Lu Feng swung his claws, digging rapidly at the ground. A small pit quickly formed beneath his feet. He examined it closely but found nothing. Had he truly misheard? He pressed his ear back to the ground and realized the sound was still there, much clearer than it had been from a distance. Huan, did you find something? Zhao Feng watched his beloved dog's actions, feeling a bit baffled. Was he just playing around, or had he detected something unusual? If it had detected something unusual, shouldn't it be performing tactical maneuvers? But looking at Henin digging holes one moment, lying down the next, it clearly seemed like play. Hearing Zhao Feng's question, Feng Lu rolled his eyes and ignored him. He couldn't speak, and he hadn't been taught how to express discoveries through gestures. Damn it, why wasn't there a dog language translator? Mid-rant, Feng Lu suddenly remembered something. He began circling the area, carefully sniffing every inch as he searched for an entrance. He suddenly realized that the place where he heard the sound wasn't necessarily the entrance, it was merely where people were staying. As he turned onto the second loop, Feng Lu's 24K dog eyes finally spotted something unusual, a patch of grass that looked slightly different from the surrounding area, appearing somewhat shorter. Lu Feng approached and began digging anew. After his claws had dug nearly 20 centimeters deep, an object that didn't belong here appeared beneath his paw. Something underground? Zhao Feng, who had been waiting nearby for Feng to finish his business, suddenly spotted a black metallic surface appearing at Feng's feet. Sigh, this idiot finally found something. He's worked himself to death. Lu Feng stepped aside, sat down nearby, and watched Zhao Feng dig away. Since they had anticipated the possibility of buried objects during their journey, they had each brought an entrenching tool. Soon, under Zhao Feng's digging, a buried door was exposed. It measured roughly 50 by 40 centimeters. Within moments, 4 or 5 nearby officers gathered around Feng Lu. None acted rashly, they waited for specialized personnel to arrive. Although Feng was anxious about the man's condition, he knew this was the wisest decision. The unknown demanded caution. 20 minutes later. A technician, equipped with various small instruments, inspected the iron door thoroughly. Finding no explosives or other hazards, he packed up his equipment and signaled it was safe to open. The top of the iron door wasn't locked, nor did it have a handle. Fortunately, it protruded slightly, and with the officers' combined effort, it swung open quickly. Beneath the door, however, lay not an entrance but a thick leather cushion, a full 15 centimeters thick. Lu Feng surmised this was likely to prevent noise when the door fell and also provide some sound insulation. There's a sound down there. The moment the leather pad was lifted, everyone heard sounds coming from below. It's Lu Feng's voice. He's trapped down there. Thank God he's still alive. A member of the anti-drug squad shouted excitedly upon hearing the cries for help from below. Brother Feng, how are you? Are you hurt? The man who had stopped speaking upon hearing their approach now responded with a trembling voice from the basement. "I'm fine. Check the area first before coming down. These guys are too cunning, there might be traps." After a brief exchange, the squad began deploying personnel to scan the area below with detection equipment. "Hurry up and scan the situation below. Don't turn on your flashlights." Soon, someone lowered a small robot down the entrance. Its camera feed quickly displayed the interior on the monitor. The underground space was about 10 square meters, not small. In one corner lay a person, bound by the limbs and abandoned there. Fortunately, his condition didn't appear too dire, he likely hadn't suffered any abuse yet. Besides the bound man, the basement contained 10 boxes neatly stacked in rows. After confirming no immediate danger below, 2 members of the task force eagerly descended. "Brother Feng, we're here." One of them spoke in a slightly trembling voice as he groped his way toward the man in the darkness. Soon, with their support, Lu Feng emerged with a black cloth tied over his face. His condition seemed passable, showing no obvious external injuries. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone outside stood at attention, clapping vigorously to welcome the hero. Hearing the applause, Lu Feng, who had been supported, struggled to stand straight on his own and saluted with a perfect military salute. No one could imagine what he had endured during his time trapped in that pitch-black underground, nor the sheer terror he must have faced. Had it not been for Feng Lu this time, it was almost certain his fate would have been grim. He would have either starved to death in this dark underground space or been taken back by the drug traffickers to suffering human torture until his death. Lu Feng was swiftly carried out of the forest on a stretcher. The team medic had only given him some glucose solution, no food was provided. To be safe, he needed to go to the hospital for a checkup and have some kanji to tide him over first. After Lu Feng's rescue, forensic investigators swiftly entered the site to collect various pieces of evidence left behind for comparison with the suspect. By the time everything was processed, over an hour had passed. Only then were the 10 boxes inside brought out. When all the boxes were opened, though it had been anticipated, the sight of the boxes filled with drugs still filled them with shock. After counting, each box contained 20 kilograms of drugs, meaning a total of 200 kilograms of DP had been seized this time. This quantity ranked among the largest seizures in recent years. Judging by the signs of habitation in this basement, it had been in use for quite some time. Using this method, it was impossible to know how many shipments of drugs had already been transported into the country. The method of operating with one visible and one hidden operation, whoever devised it was quite the strategist. One group would openly draw the attention of law enforcement. If caught, they would only lose a small amount of cargo. If they avoided capture, that would be even better. The second group, having scouted the route, would proceed to deliver the goods directly if the first group evaded capture. If caught, they simply stash the goods here and retrieve them once the heat subsides. Chapter 17, Unexpected Discovery. Upon discovering the situation here, the anti-drug squad immediately reported back to headquarters. Forensic evidence analysts were also dispatched to conduct comparative analysis of the evidence. Upon learning of the situation, leadership immediately ordered reinforcements to conduct a thorough search of the border forests. The primary purpose was to prevent drug traffickers from excavating multiple underground spaces to hide drugs. Lu Feng, who had expected to get his hands dirty again, was disappointed this time. Instead, he witnessed firsthand what high-tech detection capabilities could achieve. Shortly after the situation was reported, numerous armed police arrived equipped with various instruments. They brought hundreds of drones and dozens of drone command vehicles. A temporary command center was swiftly established in the open clearing at the forest's edge, where diverse instruments were rapidly assembled. Technical personnel swiftly took their positions, fine-tuning their respective equipment. Soon, Liu witnessed drones taking flight in formations of 3, guided by technicians, each heading toward their designated surveillance zones. The command vehicle's display screens began showing the footage captured by the drones. 3 drones. 1 displayed thermal imaging footage. 1 displayed images detected by an underground cavity scanner. 1 displayed real-time video footage. Thermal imaging was used to detect human presence, the underground void detector to identify subterranean spaces, and the live feed to scan for anomalies in areas like tree canopies. If not for overhearing nearby discussions, Feng Lu wouldn't have realized how incredibly powerful technology and brutal tactics could be. As for why these were deployed now, it was because the WJ Network Department needed to conduct exercises. Upon learning of the situation here, they converted the drills into live operations. Report: 3 individuals detected at Coordinates XXX engaged in poaching activities. Requesting personnel dispatch for investigation. Understood. Monitor them in real time. Team 1, proceed immediately. Upon confirming illegal activity, make the arrest. Roger. A 5-person squad, already waiting nearby and armed to the teeth, swiftly moved into the forest. All teams except the emergency response unit proceed to designated positions and stand by. Roger. The remaining teams on standby, except for Team 12, swiftly moved toward the positions just discussed. Each team was assigned a position at the center of their respective responsibility zones. An hour later, the 3 poachers were escorted back by one team and handed over to nearby officers, who would handle the subsequent proceedings. Also brought back were 2 hunting rifles and several protected animals they had killed. Though Feng Lu didn't recognize the specific species, he gathered from the people around him that these 3 were in serious trouble. After several hours of operation, they concluded their day's reconnaissance only after darkness had fully fallen. Besides the initial discovery of the 3 poachers and an abandoned basement, no other significant findings were made. This discovery, however, confirmed the higher-ups' suspicions. The DFs had indeed transported drugs using this method on more than one occasion. Had it not been for sheer luck, this method would have remained undiscovered, completely reshaping everyone's understanding of how FD personnel operated. Han, you're going to earn major credit again this time. On the way back, Song Ming, sitting in the backseat of Zhao Feng's car, stroked Feng's dog head with a touch of emotion. Ugh, annoying humans, always petting this dog's head. Feng Lu shifted aside with slight disgust, then basked in the cool breeze from the car's AC, feeling utterly content. Heh, Zhao Feng, that disdainful little expression of dumbass rival's yours, you know. Brother Song, that description is a bit, well, what's inappropriate? Ask anyone in the squad, they'll tell you you've always treated Hanin like your own son. You can't bring yourself to discipline him, spoiling him daily. It's only because Hanin's so capable that he passed the exams. Otherwise, with how you raised him, who knows if he'd have made it. Bro Son, every single person on our team treats their police dogs like their own kids. I'm not the only one doing it. Damn it all to hell, I'm not your son, I'm your dad, you idiot. Lu Feng's dog face wore an utterly hopeless expression, every single hair on his body bristling in silent protest. Hey, Brother Song, do we need to come back tomorrow? No need. The armed police over there will handle it. Take Hanin to the airport tomorrow, things have been a bit unsettled there lately. Can't the security scanners detect it? Yes, it was discovered by chance. DF liquefied DP and soaked it into items like wet wipes. Security scanners have no way of detecting that. How many shipments were discovered? 1 shipment. But the couriers admitted they've transported drugs this way multiple times before. These people are clever, but they're using their brains for the wrong things. Yeah. If everyone followed the law, ordinary folks like us could live much happier lives. We wouldn't have to risk our lives at work every day. Song Ming leaned his head back wearily against the seat before continuing. Lu Feng nearly sacrificed his life this time. Just now, we got a call saying that if the narcotics squad hadn't acted quickly, Lu Feng would have been killed on the spot. They spared him because they feared capture and wanted to use him as a bargaining chip to save themselves. But during interrogation, these drug traffickers were too cunning, they actually realized we didn't have concrete evidence of their crimes. You know what happened next? Old Zhao just called to thank us. If we hadn't caught them in time, Lu Feng wouldn't have survived once these FD operatives got out. How did Lu Feng get exposed this time? After joining the convoy, he hid a phone on his person. When the FD team was publicly arrested, the DF leader searched everyone and found the phone on him, that's how he was exposed. He tried to ditch the phone, but everyone was watching each other closely. He had no chance. In the end, he got caught. There was no way to talk his way out of it. Upon realizing they might be exposed, DF hid him and DP together in a basement deep within the forest. Fortunately, his mouth wasn't gagged. When he heard footsteps above ground, he shouted for help loudly. That's how Hanin discovered him and saved his life. Chapter 18, Barbecue. Brother Song, Xiao Lu and the others invited us to barbecue tonight. Want to go? While waiting at the traffic light, Zhao Feng picked up his phone, which had been buzzing incessantly, glanced at it, and asked Song Ming. You go ahead. I'm not joining. My wife's already got dinner ready and waiting for me. Then invite your wife too. Let's all go together, more people, more fun. No need. You know how my wife is. After all these years as a doctor, she hardly ever eats out. Just drop me off at the base. I'll drive back myself. Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for work tomorrow. All right. Soon the car arrived at the K9 base. Zhao Feng dropped Song Ming off downstairs before driving toward their agreed-upon meeting spot. Their meeting spot was none other than Xiao Lu's home, a spacious rural courtyard with ample yard space. When they arrived, Xiao Lu and the others had already started grilling. It looked like dinner would be ready soon. They must have timed the start of the grill to coincide with Zhao Feng's arrival. Hey, dumbass here too? Heard you pulled off another big score. Not sure if I can bring this up, probably not, but hey, it's fiction, can't be completely realistic, right? Xiao Lu spotted Feng Lu jumping out the back door. As he spoke, he stepped forward, intending to pat Feng Lu's doggy head. But Feng Lu, untethered from his leash, wasn't about to comply. He simply turned his head and dashed straight toward the barbecue grill. You're drooling all over the place. You can't eat this stuff, just watch us eat, ha ha ha. Watching Feng Lu run over to her, drool dripping everywhere, Lin Qing couldn't help but chuckle as she tapped his doggy head with her index finger. Put. If it weren't for a bite to eat, I wouldn't be sucking up to you guys. Everyone's here already? Captain Zhao, you timed this perfectly. The skewers will be ready soon. You bet. Zhao Feng plopped down on an empty seat nearby, grabbed a bottle of ice-cold soda from the table, popped the cap, and took a big gulp before letting out a satisfied burp. Lu Feng watched him with a hint of envy. He wanted a sip too, but remembering how his taste buds had changed since that last time he'd sneakily tried it, his whole doggy spirit deflated. Sigh. Since becoming a dog, it seemed like so many of his former pleasures had vanished. What was even more annoying was that he'd started developing some dog-like interests. Enough of that. A dog's heart breaks easily. Huan, here, this is for you. Lin Shang brought over a plate of plain grilled meat and placed it before Feng Lu. It was a heaping plate, easily weighing a pound or two, looking incredibly tempting and intoxicating. Woof woof woof. You're welcome, dig in. Lin Shang patted the dog's head and turned back to the dining table. Feng Lu bit off several chunks of grilled meat. The savory aroma instantly filled his mouth. Pure bliss. At the other table, Zhao Feng was discussing today's events with Lin Shang and the others. His booming voice made it clear just how thrilled he was. If it weren't for his inability to drink, he'd probably be guzzling beer by now. By the time they finished the barbecue, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Zhao Feng lived in the same residential complex as Lin Shang, so the two of them headed back together. Lu Feng, who had been sprawled across the back seat ready for some drama, noticed the two only chatted about work the entire ride. There wasn't a hint of the flirtatious atmosphere you'd find in novels. The entire dog sighed in disappointment. What a fool, he really was a fool. Facing a beauty and not knowing how to take the initiative. Though he kept mentally ranting, Feng also knew they probably didn't feel anything for each other, just plain co-worker vibes. Zhao Feng lived in a place his parents had bought for him over 150 square meters, beautifully decorated, and kept quite tidy. Zhao Feng often brought Feng Lu home, so he had a separate room prepared for him in his house, with wooden flooring. Inside was a water dispenser, a small wooden daybed covered with a bamboo mat, and scattered dog toys. When local temperatures soared past 40 degrees Celsius, Zhao Feng would bring Feng Lu home every day, afraid the dog would suffer in the dormitory. The next morning at the airport. Huan, sniff. On a conveyor belt, Feng Lu paced back and forth, carefully sniffing every suitcase that passed by him, checking for anything unusual. What's that smell? A faint scent reminiscent of fresh meat wafted into Feng Lu's nose. Unsure, he halted his pace, then pressed his nose against the suitcase and sniffed deeply several times. It was definitely meat. But something felt off. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to eat it. That shouldn't be happening. Hey, buddy, something up? Zhao Feng spotted Feng standing motionless beside a suitcase and immediately instructed staff to halt the conveyor belt. Though not entirely certain, Feng nodded to Zhao Feng, signaling he'd detected something unusual. Soon, the suitcase was removed by nearby staff and placed on a table for inspection. Lu Feng then resumed his work on the conveyor belt as it restarted. It was a black suitcase. Judging by its appearance, it seemed either brand new or had been used only a few times. Instead of opening it immediately, they placed it on the nearby X-ray machine for inspection. The computer screen showed no anomalies. Judging by the shape, it appeared to contain vacuum-sealed packages of cured meat strips. Though puzzled, the staff member followed protocol and finally opened the suitcase. Inside, besides some clothes and toiletries, the rest was sealed packages of cured meat strips. The staff member pointed out that this particular brand contained not the usual beef or lamb, but crocodile meat, a common souvenir many tourists bring back when returning home. Team leader, take a look. Should we open this for inspection? Xiao Wu felt uncertain about the decision and reported the matter to his team leader. After all, if they made a mistake, a customer complaint could be quite troublesome. First, check if the packaging shows any abnormalities or signs of secondary wrapping. The team leader instructed, pulling all the crocodile meat out of the box. He grabbed a magnifying glass and began examining it closely. Having worked at the airport for years, he placed great trust in the detection dog's abilities. While they occasionally made mistakes, most of the time, when they indicated something was amiss, it contained contraband or similar items. The crocodile meat packaging showed no visible irregularities. There were no signs of secondary wrapping, and all packaging remained intact without any leaks or damage. Chapter 19, The Trail. Open one package and test it with the strips. Sun Tian had inspected each crocodile meat package thoroughly and found nothing suspicious. Still, she decided to open one bag to check, better safe than sorry. All right. The newly arrived staff member, though puzzled by their team leader's approach, retrieved a test strip box and a pair of scissors from a nearby drawer. Sun Tian took them, carefully snipping an opening along the edge of the crocodile meat packaging. She used tweezers to remove a small sample from the meat. She placed it into a disposable cup of water nearby and stirred vigorously. When she felt it was ready, she picked up a dropper, drew up some water from the cup, and placed a drop onto the test strip. 5 minutes later. Team leader. It's changing color. It's changing color. The staff member watching nearby excitedly called out to Sun Tian, who had just returned to her workstation. Really? Sun Tian hurried over and examined the test strip. Indeed, it had turned red, indicating the presence of DP. Find out who owns this box. I'll notify the police. Got it. The staff member hurried over to the desk, retrieved a small device, and scanned the barcode on the luggage. Almost immediately, the screen displayed the owner's information, along with the flight number and seat assignment. In truth, Sun Tian didn't need to notify anyone. The police officer on duty nearby had overheard the staff member's earlier words and was already hurrying over. Team leader Sun, I'll handle this. Zhao Kai took out his phone, snapped a photo of the information displayed on the device using a dedicated communication app, and sent it to his colleague. He then made a call, explaining the situation here in detail. Upon receiving the update, the officers at the baggage claim exit did not immediately apprehend the suspect. Instead, they deployed several plainclothes officers disguised as airport staff to infiltrate the surrounding area. Inside the surveillance room, several officers began monitoring the man's every move. The suspect was a middle-aged man, likely in his early 40s. His attire was unremarkable. He looked like an ordinary uncle who would blend seamlessly into any crowd. When the police located him on the video feed, he was chatting with several fellow travelers who appeared to be part of the same tour group, having just returned from an overseas trip. Uncertain whether any accomplices were among them, the police meticulously documented everyone he had spoken with, intending to detain them all as a precaution. While the police were busy setting up the cordon, Feng Lu made another discovery, this time a cardboard box emitting the same distinct odor as the suitcase. This time, Feng Lu didn't hesitate. He immediately signaled that an anomaly had been detected. This time, the nearby staff didn't even pause the conveyor belt. They immediately removed the box and sent it to the previous inspection station. Since all the luggage was from the same flight, Sun Tian wasted no time tearing open the cardboard box. Sure enough, she found the same item as in the suitcase: crocodile meat. She skillfully cut open the packaging, scooped out a small piece of meat, placed it in a cup of water, and vigorously stirred it. She then drew water from the cup and applied it to a test strip. Though the results weren't in yet, Sun Tian already knew what she expected. She scanned the barcode with the device and retrieved the box owner's information. Zhao Kai, standing nearby, snapped a photo of the details with his phone and sent it to his colleagues. He explained the situation, instructing them to monitor the situation and notify him immediately once the results came in. What Feng Lu hadn't anticipated was that shortly after discovering this cardboard box, he found another suspicious suitcase. Damn it, another one? These people are getting way too bold. This time, the staff didn't wait for Zhao Feng's instructions. They immediately removed the suitcase and moved it to the side. 20 minutes later. After screening all luggage for the flight, they discovered a total of 5 suspicious packages. Both Zhao Feng and the staff were stunned. This guy was clearly doing wholesale deals. Previous smugglers only carried small amounts, but this looked like bulk procurement, not personal use. This incident immediately alerted the anti-drug squad, who dispatched a 10-person task force. If it weren't for ongoing investigations in the border forests, even more personnel would have been deployed. The police initially intended to arrest these individuals outright, but something seemed off when they investigated their backgrounds. They all belonged to the same company. This overseas trip was a reward for outstanding employees, with 15 people participating in total. After uncovering this, the police investigated the company further and discovered it was an insurance firm, a subsidiary of a major insurance conglomerate. This subsidiary organized annual employee trips, sometimes domestic, sometimes international, with a specific itinerary decided by employee votes. Neither these individuals nor the company appeared to have any connection to DF. Therefore, the police suspected that someone had bribed them to smuggle goods. Moreover, they likely had no idea the items they were carrying contained drugs, probably believing them to be ordinary local snacks. If this were the case, someone would inevitably make contact with them to retrieve the drugs. In the surveillance room, everyone was intently staring at the screens, searching for any sign of a contact person. To JC's disappointment, however, after collecting their luggage, those individuals showed no intention of opening it or removing its contents. Instead, they walked toward the parking lot together with their colleagues. Opinions were now split on whether to make an arrest. One side argued that failing to arrest them might allow the suspects to escape or destroy evidence. After all, no one could confirm whether they were genuine FD personnel or if the luggage bore any markings indicating it had been opened. The other faction argued that these individuals were likely not FD personnel themselves. The items were probably being transported to assist someone else. Making arrests now would likely yield no useful leads. Ultimately, the head of the investigation team consulted Zhao Zhigua, who made the final call: do not arrest them, but follow them to catch any potential masterminds behind the scenes. Since the company personnel were not locals, they chartered a small bus to transport them back to the neighboring city. The police deployed 5 unmarked vehicles, positioned both ahead of and behind the bus to maintain constant surveillance. Another team raced ahead, overtaking vehicles to reach their destination and set up surveillance points. They had also coordinated with the neighboring city's police, who would assist in the operation. As the vehicles passed a service area, the bus suddenly turned in. Chapter 20, The Arrest. Cars 3 and 4 follow in. Car 5, slow down and continue forward. Team leader Zhou Gang, observing the situation from a command van converted from a box truck, immediately issued the order. Simultaneously, the command vehicle began changing lanes, preparing to enter the service area as well. Copy that. Copy that. Copy that. Following closely behind the bus, Vehicle 3 entered the service area and parked near the bus. 4 officers were inside. 1 man and 1 woman, posing as a couple, entered the restroom together after the vehicle stopped. The remaining 2 male officers approached the trash bins, each lighting a cigarette. The 2 stood facing each other, casually discussing trending news stories circulating online. Passengers from the bus gradually disembarked. Some went to the restroom in pairs, while others, like the 2 officers, smoked near the trash cans or garden, chatting about various topics. Their behavior was indistinguishable from that of ordinary people, leaving the tailing officers unable to detect any unusual signs or actions. After staying at the service area for less than 20 minutes, everyone boarded the bus again at the driver's urging. The coach returned to the highway, cruising steadily toward its destination. Car 4, follow immediately. Car 3, wait a few minutes and trail at a distance. Car 5, note the target is approaching. Copy that. Copy. Copy that. Car 4, already prepared, immediately started up and followed as soon as the bus exited the service area. They didn't tail too closely, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too near. This ensured the target remained within sight without arousing suspicion. On the highway, unless you're right on their tail, it's nearly impossible to keep them constantly in your line of sight on many stretches. That's why tracking technique is so crucial. It really tests an officer's skills. Team leader, something's off. The bus is heading toward the emergency lane. Copy that. Stay vigilant. Team leader, they're throwing something out the window, a black suitcase. Unit 3, pull over and investigate. Unit 4, maintain pursuit. Copy that. Copy that. Joe Gang didn't even need to guess what they'd thrown out, he knew exactly what it was. Still, he had to admire how deep these guys' schemes ran. Their ingenuity was impressive to even conceive of such a method. Unit 3, don't touch the box. Set up a few micro cameras nearby, then get out of there immediately. Joe Gang processed the information in his mind and immediately understood. Their transaction partner was likely positioned behind their convoy. If that was the case, if Unit 3 spent too much time inspecting it, the drug dealers following behind would inevitably spot them and realize they'd been exposed. That would make them less likely to attempt the handover. He swiftly adjusted the plan. Capturing the target vehicle's details or even their faces on camera would make subsequent surveillance far easier. Soon, a set of images appeared on a backup monitor in the command vehicle. At the center of the frame was a black suitcase. Unit 3, video feed is operational. Get out of there immediately. Copy that. Just moments after the command vehicle passed the suitcase, a black BMW appeared in the camera's view. A heavily tattooed young man in the passenger seat opened the door and swiftly shoved the black suitcase into the trunk. He then jumped back in, and the car sped away from the scene. Unit 3, the target is approaching your location. Maintain surveillance without alerting them. Copy. Unit 4, keep pace with the bus. They had assumed the passengers were unaware they were involved in drug trafficking, but the recent suitcase disposal had completely shifted their status from uninformed to fully aware. It seemed that although only 5 suitcases contained drugs, all passengers were likely complicit. Otherwise, why would they watch them toss the boxes? But the exact details would only be clear once they were apprehended. Any further speculation at this point was pure conjecture. Perhaps because they were so confident in their methods, they made no further attempts to throw off pursuit. The bus proceeded smoothly to the toll booth. Since the bus wasn't moving particularly fast, the black BMW was the first to arrive. The toll booth, already under surveillance, had disabled all ETC lanes. Every vehicle had to use the mixed lane, significantly slowing down the passage through the toll station. When the black BMW's turn came, tire deflating devices, already prepared, were swiftly deployed in front and behind it. This situation momentarily stunned the occupants inside. However, the driver quickly regained his senses, stomped on the gas pedal, and charged forward, showing no intention of yielding to anyone. Bang! 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 The large tire deflating devices instantly punctured all 4 tires. Just as the driver attempted to accelerate recklessly, a black van cut in diagonally from the side, blocking its path. The officers following behind immediately rammed the BMW into the front end of the van. A group of armed officers swiftly rushed to the vehicle, pointing their guns at the occupants inside. Police! Open the door! 2 officers wielding window-smashing tools ignored whether the occupants would open the door, swiftly shattering the window before retreating. One officer from the riot squad held his shield in front of his body, while the other hand reached through the window and swiftly pressed the unlock button. Within less than a minute, a group of officers had subdued both individuals inside the vehicle. With the bus passengers still needing apprehension, several staff members and officers swiftly cleaned up the scene afterward, leaving no trace behind. Shortly after they finished, the bus sped up and followed the road signs to the same toll booth. Realizing the ETC wasn't working, the driver rolled down the window to ask the staff for help. At that moment, an officer sprinted forward, darting toward the driver's seat. He swiftly reached out and grabbed the driver's head, pulling it tightly against his chest. With the help of his colleagues, they subdued the suspect. After one officer secured the suspect, he swiftly opened the remaining doors. Officers waiting nearby immediately tossed a smoke grenade inside. Chapter 21, Doubts. The arrest went far more smoothly than anticipated. Under the effects of the smoke grenade, everyone inside was subdued with virtually no resistance. Who are you? Why are you arresting us? Ah, help! What do you want? As they were being restrained, over a dozen people struggled relentlessly, shouting at the police officers. Take them all away. Zhou Gang paid them no mind, immediately directing his colleagues to load them one by one into the police vans. They would be taken away first, interrogation could come later. Within 10 minutes, the toll station was back to normal and operating smoothly. You're Meng Kuei, right? Talk. Zhou Gang looked at the middle-aged man seated across from him, flanked by two colleagues. This man was the highest-ranking member of the tour group and the owner of the problematic suitcase who had first discovered the issue. Oh, officer, what do you want me to say? Seeing Meng Kuei trembling all over, Zhou Gang felt a twinge of doubt. While FD personnel's psychological resilience wasn't exactly stellar, they usually didn't cower like this. When they chose this path, they had already understood, to some extent, what fate awaited them. That's why many FD agents fought back fiercely when apprehended. Their mindset was clear: take down one person if possible, take down another if necessary. It was extremely dangerous. What's in your suitcase? I don't need to tell you, do I? Suitcase? Just some local specialties. People asked us to bring them back. Who asked you to carry them? We don't know that person. He's a local tour guide. When we were about to return home, he approached us, offering money to carry some local specialties back with us. You don't know him? And you agreed to carry his stuff? We'd seen and tasted everything he asked us to carry, so we didn't think much of it. Plus, he took us straight to a store to buy it. Nothing was pre-arranged. How much did he pay you? 20 yuan per package? Didn't it occur to you that something might be wrong with the goods when he arranged the transaction this way? We did think about it, but... Seeing Meng Kuei fall silent, Zhou Gang understood what he meant. You thought we wouldn't find out, right? Yeah. Zhou Gang asked a few more questions but realized he wouldn't get much more out of him. He took out his phone, posted an update about the situation on their group chat, and simultaneously inquired about the interrogation results from the others. Anything come out of your interrogations? Team leader, our findings are similar to yours. Team leader, ours is the same too. Team leader, ours is the same too. Did the guys who picked up the goods say anything? Team leader, there were 2 guys on the truck, just small-time hustlers. They were paid to transport the goods. They said they suspected it was DP, but the pay was too good, so they pretended not to know. They don't know the people who contacted them either. Every time they get the goods, they just drop them off at the location specified by the other party. Their payment is also left at the same spot. So these guys are all playing dumb on purpose? They know exactly what it is and still help transport it? Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gang rubbed his head in frustration, pondering his next move. After some thought, he decided to call Zhao Jigua first for instructions. After returning to the command vehicle via the emergency lane, he finally got through to Zhao Jigua. Commissioner, this is the situation. What do you recommend we do next? If we use this shipment as bait, do you think it will work? Based on current evidence, these drug traffickers are operating with extreme caution. It's possible they've already discovered we've apprehended their couriers. I see. I'll contact the neighboring city's police bureau and request they provide backup. Rest assured, Chief. I guarantee we'll complete the mission. Zhou Gang hung up the phone. He understood the chief's meaning: proceed confidently with the sting operation using this shipment. Whether it leads to an arrest or not, just give it your best effort. Everyone, monitor the suspect's phone communications at all times. Question the cargo handlers: are there any code words or signals? Lu, use the software to synthesize their voices. Prepare for simulations. Got it, team leader. I've already collected their voice samples and can initiate calls anytime. DF's communication method wasn't through common software, but via a niche mobile game with voice chat functionality. Each contact required his team to speak while he typed. Wang Jie also checked the game server for this person's account but found nothing. The account owner hadn't played the game in a long time and was unaware their account had been compromised. After exiting the highway, they followed the 2 recipients' routine, opening the mobile game and waiting for the other party to contact them. Meanwhile, NetJ monitored the target's account activity in real time on a nearby computer, attempting to trace their location via broadband IP address. They waited a full 2 hours before the account finally logged in. But puzzlingly, instead of immediately contacting the receivers, the person started grinding through game dungeons on their own. Xiaolu, can you trace the login location? Already tracked it. They're connected to a public network at a coffee shop downtown. I'll send you the exact address now. Good work. Don't contact them proactively. I'm heading over with backup. Report any developments immediately. Got it. Zhou Gang swiftly led his team, along with SWAT personnel from the neighboring city, to the coffee shop. To avoid alerting the target, they used surveillance vehicles with private license plates. The coffee shop was located in the downtown area of the neighboring city, a bustling spot with heavy foot traffic. The primary apprehension work would therefore rely on these plainclothes officers. Given the summer heat, thin clothing couldn't conceal the presence of body armor, so none of them wore it. They could only hope the suspect wasn't armed with any major lethal weapons. Zhou Gang casually scanned the coffee shop. It was spacious, with many people inside. Roughly 80% of the seats were occupied. Many were engrossed in mobile games, making them impossible targets to approach. Chapter 22, That Person. Team leader, look at that person leaning against the window in the northwest corner. Just as Zhou Gang was deliberating, Xiao Lu's voice came through his earpiece. He feigned indifference and glanced over. It was a young man in his mid-20s, dressed in a suit. Beside him lay a black briefcase and a jacket. He was leaning back in his chair, rapidly tapping away at his laptop, seemingly engrossed in typing something. Team leader, it's not any documents on his computer. He's playing a mobile game through an emulator, the exact one the courier mentioned. Xiao Lu's words resolved the sudden doubt that had arisen in Zhou Gang's mind. For someone who didn't enjoy playing mobile games, or rather, didn't have time for them, it was the first time he'd realized computers could run mobile games too. A cappuccino, please. Certainly, sir. One moment please. Zhou Gang ordered a cup of the coffee he often heard mentioned at the front desk. After scanning the QR code to pay with his phone, he took the receipt and casually walked over to sit beside the young man. He casually glanced at the young man's computer screen and confirmed it was indeed as Xiao Lu had described. The game's interface filled the display. The young man showed no reaction to Zhou Gang's arrival, merely glancing out before returning to controlling his in-game character. The logged-in character has been confirmed as the one mentioned by the courier. Xiao Wang and Xiao Feng are preparing to assist with the arrest. Zhou Gang relayed what he saw to the group chat, preparing to apprehend the suspect. But just as he put down his phone and prepared to move, he caught a glimpse of a girl in her 20s sitting diagonally across from him, seemingly sizing him up. Avoiding direct eye contact, Zhou Gang feigned interest in the shop's surroundings, glancing around casually. Xiao Lu, monitor the woman in the white dress diagonally across from me. See if she's been observing the suspect. Roger that. 5 minutes later, Xiao Lu, who was monitoring the store in real time via surveillance cameras, replied to the message. Team leader, that woman has been observing everyone approaching the target. She also casually scans people entering the store, though she's very discreet about it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. Good. Keep an eye out for others like her. Zhou Gang was now almost 100% certain that the girl was part of the target's group. The only question was whether there were more of them inside or outside the store. However, the fact that they were still able to come out so confidently suggested they probably hadn't yet discovered that the people they hired had all been apprehended by the police. Still, given the current situation, finding concrete evidence of their crimes would be quite challenging. For now, they could only wait patiently for these individuals to send out transaction signals. Finally, an hour later, Zhou Gang returned to the command vehicle and saw through the surveillance feed that the young man playing games had taken out an earpiece and placed it in his ear. Team leader, they're sending a message over. Zhou Gang immediately leaned in to see the character information panel, where a text message had indeed arrived. Alligator meat, how much per pack? 68 per pack. Total of 30 packs. How many does the boss want? Xiao Lu quickly sent back the pre-recorded response. This exchange of questions and answers was the pre-arranged code between them. Shortly after Xiao Lu sent the message, the other side replied with an address and detailed instructions on where to place the goods. Let's go. Xiao Feng, keep watch here. Wait for my signal before making the arrest. Important, don't let those two get away. Got it. The address provided by DF wasn't a mall or hotel, but a large open park. They were instructed to place the items in a storage locker within the park. The park wasn't far from their current location. By the time they arrived, the two individuals in the controlled BMW had already placed the items in the designated spot under police surveillance and retrieved a bag containing cash from inside. This time, they didn't have to wait long. A young man in a delivery uniform hurried over, retrieved the bag from inside, and handed it to DP. After receiving it, the delivery guy didn't open it to check its contents. Instead, he snapped a photo and sent it to someone. After sending it, he quickly grabbed the bag and hurried toward the parked electric scooters. He hopped on one and sped off in a specific direction. Zhou Gang and his team also mounted their prepared small electric bikes and swiftly gave chase. During their missions, they had encountered suspects on electric bikes or motorcycles countless times. These criminals often relied on their agile mobility to escape through narrow passages inaccessible to cars. That's why they always carried a few small electric bikes as backups during operations. Judging by the delivery guy's demeanor, he likely had no idea what was going on. Of course, whether he was genuinely unaware or just playing dumb would only be confirmed once they apprehended him. After riding for about 10 minutes, the delivery guy turned into a high-end apartment complex. Zhou Gang and his team quickly followed. After registering at the security booth, the delivery guy entered the complex. Just as he did, Zhou Gang and his team arrived at the gate, where they were also stopped by the security guard. After identifying themselves and verifying the delivery guy's registered destination, they left one officer to guard the security post while the rest swiftly followed. Zhou Gang and over a dozen officers arrived at Building 2. Using an access card, they swiftly opened the door. Several men remained outside as lookouts while the rest boarded another elevator and raced up to the 13th floor. When Zhou Gang's team arrived, they spotted the delivery guy preparing to take the elevator down. Two officers exchanged a glance. As they passed the delivery guy, one covered his mouth while the other swiftly pinned his arms behind his back and cuffed him. The delivery boy, seeing this, was so terrified his legs went weak. He forgot to struggle entirely and was easily led into the nearby security passageway. Zhou Gang paid no attention to the delivery guy. Instead, he scanned the area and quickly located their target, room 1302. Everyone, chamber around. If they resist, shoot to kill. Yes. Without further delay, after the two officers had secured the delivery guy, everyone swiftly drew their pistols. After a thorough check, they began moving cautiously toward the door of room 1302. Halt! Zhou Gang, leading the advance, suddenly noticed the lock on the door as they neared room 1302. It was the latest model of a video-enabled electronic lock. Under these circumstances, posing as gas inspection personnel was no longer feasible. Chapter 23, Capture. Blow it open. A WJ officer following behind swiftly attached a directional explosive charge to the door. After everyone retreated to a safe distance, the armed police officer pressed the detonator, and the door blew open instantly. The WJ officer holding a shield, who had been waiting nearby, charged inside immediately. The others followed the shield-wielding officer, rushing in swiftly. The apartment was compact, only about 60 square meters, containing only basic office supplies. As the officers stormed in, two young men with dyed blonde hair were counting inventory. Before they could react, they were all subdued by the police who had stormed in. A female occupant in the bathroom was confirmed non-threatening. With assistance from a female detective, she dressed and was escorted out. Team leader, it's all here. After a thorough search, besides the drugs they were tracking, they discovered 15 boxes of DP disguised as face masks, along with over $1 million in cash. Officers notified at the coffee shop swiftly arrested the other two members of the drug ring. After bringing all 5 suspects back to the police station for interrogation, they learned that the girl at the coffee shop was actually the leader of this drug trafficking ring. Her name was Song Fenghua, just 24 years old. She didn't use drugs herself, she had entered this trafficking business purely for the profits. The method of smuggling drugs via tourists was her idea. Lured by substantial financial incentives, their gang had successfully carried out 12 such operations. Each time, they disguised the drugs as different commodities. To prevent detection by police dogs, they also put considerable effort into the packaging. The packaging was exceptionally airtight, preventing any odor from escaping, which is why they succeeded repeatedly. In just half a year, they had already made millions in profits. This latest bust was simply bad luck. Their supplier had run out of the original packaging material and hastily grabbed backup supplies. This compromised the seal, allowing the drugs to be detected during security screening and leading to the entire operation being busted. While the crackdown on DF was in full swing here, the border forces had already combed through the entire forest. In addition to the 2 basements initially discovered, 3 more locations were uncovered in different areas. One of these contained as much as 100 kilograms of DP. An FD operative was also apprehended inside. According to his confession, this basement belonged to another FD organization, though this group primarily operated in neighboring countries. The DF agent apprehended here was unaware of the specific transaction personnel involved. His role was solely to guard the cargo. 3 days later at the airport. During a break, Hanin stretched out comfortably on the floor. The airport's central air conditioning kept the indoor temperature pleasantly cool, making even Feng Lu somewhat fond of airport work. Though he walked countless miles daily, who could complain about such a pleasant environment? He'd gladly stay here forever, warm in winter, cool in summer. It was a place any dog would find hard to leave. Huan, we've got work. Just as Feng was drifting off, Zhao Feng's voice snapped him out of his drowsiness. Still half asleep, he yawned and climbed onto the conveyor belt with a weary expression. He shook his head vigorously, trying to stay alert. Summer fatigue was truly unbearable. This batch of luggage came from a flight arriving from Cashew Country, so Feng quickly shook off his drowsiness and perked up. Soon, the first suitcase arrived before him. He leaned in and sniffed it thoroughly. No unusual smells. Clear. Just as more than half the suitcases had passed through, Feng Lu suddenly detected something unusual on a pink suitcase covered in cartoon patterns. The scent was particularly strong, as if Feng Lu were breathing directly into its vent. Something's up. Zhao Feng, noticing Feng's reaction, immediately pulled the suspicious suitcase aside and handed it to a nearby officer. The combination lock hadn't been tampered with, and the staff opened it instantly. A pile of women's clothing and personal items appeared before the staff. Seeing this, a female officer stepped forward and began searching through them meticulously. After all the items were removed and laid out, surprisingly, they found nothing. Two other officers then joined in, carefully unfolding each garment and examining every inch. After the last piece of clothing was ruled out, everyone turned their attention to the cosmetics. They took a small sample from each one and placed it on a test strip. After a few minutes, seeing the test strips showing no color change, everyone began to waver. Had the idiot made a mistake? Was there really no DP in this suitcase? After the officer inspecting the suitcase had thoroughly examined every nook and cranny, including the zipper pull, he paused briefly, then shook his head at his colleagues, indicating he too found nothing unusual. Finally, after everyone repacked the suitcase, one officer picked it up, intending to return it to the conveyor belt. Nothing found? Lu Feng looked at his colleague with some confusion. He now had complete faith in Hanin's abilities. If Hanin said there was something wrong with this suitcase, then there definitely was. But he also trusted his own colleague's skills. They'd searched for at least 20 minutes without finding anything. It was possible Hanin had made a mistake. On the conveyor belt, Feng Lu glanced up at the returned suitcase, leaned in close, and took a deep sniff. The scent was unmistakable, definitely DP. But why had the staff found nothing when they opened it? Feng Lu scrutinized the suitcase. It was a common style, pink, clearly used by a girl. Covered in countless cartoon stickers, its owner must be an adorable person too. Stickers? There seemed to be an excessive amount of them. Lu Feng lifted a paw, hooked a sticker with his claw tip, and gave it a sharp tug. A more pungent odor wafted from the suitcase. Lu Feng, who had observed Feng Lu's actions, suddenly seemed to grasp something. He turned and exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby staff member. The staff member also caught on, immediately retrieving the pink suitcase from the conveyor belt. Sigh, this dog's heart is worn out from worry. Thankfully, the dimwit and his colleague reacted quickly, sparing me the need to explain further. Chapter 24, Cunning. The test strip changed color. A startled cry reached Feng Lu's ears from nearby. Working nearby, he felt no surprise at the result. He could smell it clearly himself. If he got this wrong, he might as well quit and wander the streets. You idiot, good job. Lu Feng, who had also heard the sound nearby, was in an excellent mood. He even broke the rules by suddenly reaching over and giving Feng's dog head a vigorous rub while it was working. Lifting his head from the last suitcase, Feng shot Lu Feng a slightly exasperated glance before quickly ducking back down to sniff the luggage thoroughly. Satisfied there were no issues, he finally hopped off the conveyor belt. Let's go check it out. Lu Feng watched as Feng Lu stepped off the conveyor belt and led him toward the nearby inspection counter. Captain Zhao, your dumb dog is seriously impressive. If it weren't for him this time, we would have let that DF slip through. Sun Tian watched the man and dog approach, filled with admiration. If they had let the suspect slip away this time, it would have been a dereliction of duty. If discovered later, each of them would face disciplinary action. Sister Sun, it's just our job. But that's only because it's Hanin. Swap him out for another police dog and who knows what would have happened. After all, no one could have predicted how sneaky the DF and FD would be this time, just planting the stuff right under our noses. Yeah, and that crocodile meat incident last time, if it hadn't been for sheer luck, we probably still wouldn't have found it. Hanin, after these cases, he'll get another medal, right? Yes. Secretary Song called yesterday to say he's applying for a first-class police dog medal for Huan. That's amazing. Huan is truly incredible. Sun Tian's husband was a narcotics officer, so she despised drug dealers with a passion. If it weren't for these people, her husband wouldn't have to live in constant danger every day. 20 minutes later. As the next flight was about to land, Lu Feng learned the latest developments regarding the pink suitcase through his police communication device. It turned out the stickers on the pink suitcase were a new type of drug called cartoon stickers. Users applied them directly to their tongues or skin. The owner of the pink suitcase was a 20-year-old girl who was a drug user. She had purchased cartoon stick DP in another country. She had come up with this method of transporting it on a whim. Although it made the smell of the DP very strong, she believed that while it might not fool a drug-sniffing dog, it could fool people. Of course, had she not encountered that freak dog, Feng Lu, her plan would likely have succeeded. After all the stickers were carefully peeled off, the officers counted exactly 78 pieces, a remarkably large quantity. According to the girl's confession, some of the stickers were for her personal use, while others were requested by friends not for free, but for a fee. She bought them at 200 yuan each and sold them to her friends for 500 yuan each, yielding a substantial profit. Initially, the girl denied selling DP stickers. However, after Lu unlocked her phone and retrieved her chat records, it became clear she was a classic case of supporting her drug habit through dealing. Reviewing her mobile payment account transactions revealed that in just this one instance, she had sold 70 stickers, netting a profit of 14,000 yuan. From her booking records, investigators discovered she had already reserved a flight to that very country. This clearly showed the girl had been blinded by greed and desire. Had she not been apprehended this time, she would likely have committed far more serious offenses and faced even heavier consequences. Following her arrest, based on her confession and information extracted from her phone, police apprehended over a dozen additional drug users. All were sent to compulsory drug rehabilitation centers, where authorities hoped to salvage their futures. Whether it ultimately worked was no longer Lu Feng's concern. At that moment, Feng Lu sat contentedly munching on a boiled chicken specially ordered from the cafeteria by Sun Tian. During cooking, only the seasonings Feng Lu could tolerate were added, everything else had been omitted. Timed perfectly for his post-shift meal, the delivery arrived just as he was about to eat, making Zhao Feng beside him envious enough to snatch a drumstick. Fortunately, Feng acted faster, using his big tongue to thoroughly lick the entire chicken. His antics had everyone watching doubled over in laughter, but Zhao Feng, one of the parties involved, was thoroughly depressed. Why did he have to provoke this little tyrant? Now everyone knew he'd actually fought a police dog over food. His reputation was utterly ruined. When Feng finished, his doggy face wore a smug little expression. You think you can mess with doggy? I'll show you. After devouring a hearty meal, Feng Lu took advantage of a quiet moment to enjoy a blissful afternoon nap. The entire dog was in the best mood imaginable. He hopped onto the conveyor belt and began his afternoon shift. This job was incredibly taxing on Feng Lu's lung capacity and respiratory system. Each deep breath was a test for his lungs and airways. But after this period of training, Feng Lu's abilities had improved significantly. Something was off. The scent inside this crate felt strangely familiar. Alligator meat? Yes, that's it. Thankfully, it didn't smell like DP. Otherwise, he might have started thinking he was Conan all over again, following every scent like a detective on the case. Zhao Feng, who had been watching Lu Feng with some hesitation, finally relaxed when he saw Lu Feng continue moving. He'd feared drug traffickers had grown so brazen they were now using planes for daily shipments. For the rest of the afternoon, Feng Lu detected no more suspicious luggage. After inspecting the final suitcase on his assigned flight, he could finally clock out. The police dog coming to relieve Feng was a senior colleague who had joined the force 2 years before him. Also a Labrador, its name was Black Eagle, and Feng knew its handler. He was a deputy captain at the police dog base, with a somewhat boisterous personality. He got along well with Zhao Feng, and they often grabbed skewers together at night. Ignoring the playful glances Black Eagle shot his way, Feng Lu retreated nervously behind Zhao Feng. Oh my god, this is going to scare the dog to death. Come on, I'm still just a kid. Captain Zhao, once this little guy comes of age, how about we become in-laws? Chapter 25, Fruit. Lu Feng stumbled and fell flat on the ground. He looked up speechlessly at Xiao Yu across from him. This guy must be here to crack jokes. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter at Feng Lu's antics. This guy was a real character. Huan, you understand what they're saying, right? You're happy about it? Sun Tian, who was also preparing to clock out, laughed before walking over to Feng Lu. She couldn't resist giving the dog's head a vigorous rub. She'd worked with police dogs before, but this was the first time she'd felt such a connection with one. It felt like she wasn't dealing with a dog at all, but a person, someone who understood every word she said. Sister Sun, you're wrong. From what I can tell, Hanin looks scared. After all, he's still young, not ready to get married yet. I think he's just like most boys, he hasn't had his fill of fun yet and doesn't want a wife bossing him around. The group grew more animated with each remark, driving Feng Lu, who stood nearby, to wish he could sew his own ears shut. Turtle chanting sutras, I won't listen, I won't listen. Lu Feng shifted further to the side. Damn it, how thick-skinned could this Black Eagle be, constantly pushing his way closer? Finally, when a flight landed over there and security checks were needed, Xiao Yu took his beloved dog to work. Zhao Feng and Sun Tian exchanged farewells before heading home. Hey, dummy, what do you feel like eating tonight? Zhao Feng pointed at the pile of ingredients in the fridge and asked Feng Lu, who was sprawled on the sofa. Beef? Lamb? Or chicken? Lu Feng jumped off the couch and walked over to the fridge, eyeing the meats inside as he pondered tonight's dinner. After much deliberation, he lifted a paw and pointed at a large chunk of beef in the fridge. Then, standing on his hind legs, he pointed at the vegetables in the crisper drawer. Hey, since you came back from wandering, you've gotten really good at giving orders, huh? You want 2 dishes too? Woof woof woof. You idiot, it's only because I think highly of you. If your cooking weren't actually pretty tasty, do you think I'd bother bossing you around? I'd have moved back to my own dorm long ago. Well, at least this place has AC better than the dorm. Fine. You're the boss. Just wait for your food. Watching his Labrador turn away and plop back onto the couch, completely ignoring him, Zhao Feng shook his head, feeling both exasperated and amused. He hadn't even noticed how accustomed he'd grown to the dog's surprisingly high intelligence, far beyond that of an average pooch. The initial astonishment had long faded. Because Labradors have such hearty appetites, he needed to boil a large chunk of beef to satisfy him, even though Zhao Feng cut it into small pieces before cooking. By the time it was ready, an hour had passed. Besides the beef, Zhao Feng also prepared some dog-friendly ingredients for him, blanched in boiling water without any additional seasoning. After dinner, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. As usual, Zhao Feng took Feng to the small apartment complex nearby for a walk. Most dog owners knew that no matter what time you got home at night, walking the dog was unavoidable. During the time Feng had lived with Zhao Feng, it had been no different. Even though his daytime work was exhausting, if he didn't take Feng out for a walk after returning home at night, Feng always seemed restless. Whether it was the dog's own genes influencing his soul or not, Feng Lu found that many of his habits were gradually becoming more like those of a dog. Fortunately, he was able to overcome many of these undesirable habits. Through sheer willpower, he had already shed numerous bad tendencies, a fact that truly delighted Feng Lu. On his way back from walking the dog, as Feng Lu passed by a fruit shop, he suddenly caught a familiar scent. Watermelon, his absolute favorite. Since becoming a dog, he hadn't had a single bite. Feeling the tug on his hand, Zhao Feng didn't pull back but instead followed him into the fruit shop. Want some watermelon? Manhwa. Feng Lu nodded vigorously with his doggy head. His owner was being unusually perceptive today, instantly understanding his meaning. Not bad, not bad. Can't have it today. I'll bring you some tomorrow, okay? Zhao Feng carried the watermelon while discussing with Feng in stride. After all, he'd already eaten quite a bit today. If he had watermelon too, it would exceed his daily food allowance. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng felt his belly. It seemed full. Finally, he could only nod his doggy head. Tomorrow it is, tomorrow it is. It won't run away anyway. In summer, Feng Lu loved nothing more than ice-cold watermelon. Too bad as a dog in this life, he couldn't eat cold things. Otherwise, he'd get diarrhea. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Feng followed Zhao Feng to the airport as usual. That big watermelon came along too, meant for everyone to share during the midday break. When Zhao Feng arrived, he probably thought there weren't enough for everyone, so he'd specially bought 3 more large ones from the fruit shop and brought them along too. After a brief rest, the first flight landed on schedule. Feng Lu hopped onto the conveyor belt and began his day's work. This flight was a domestic one. With fewer passengers, it carried a significant amount of cargo, mostly seasonal fruits. Domestic flights allow this, international flights likely don't, hence the specification. As crate after crate of fruit rolled off the conveyor belt, their sweet aroma instantly filled the surrounding air. Lu Feng inhaled the sweet air, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The scent was truly delightful. But Feng soon pushed aside his wandering thoughts and focused on his task, meticulously inspecting each box. Something's off. While inspecting a box of lychees, Feng Lu detected a faint, unusual odor and immediately signaled an anomaly. Yunqing itself produced lychees, so finding them among fruits shipped from other cities was already highly unusual. Now Feng also detected an unusual odor. Zhao Feng and the staff wasted no time, immediately setting the box aside. After cutting open the box with a utility knife, Sun Tian showed no surprise upon seeing the lychees inside. Instead, she immediately dumped the lychees into a large plastic basin. After spreading them out and confirming there were no hidden objects, she began inspecting the packaging box and the foam boards filling it. Only after ruling out all other possibilities did she pick up a single lychee. Chapter 26, Qianhu. The problem is definitely here. Sun Tian examined the lychee she'd split open. Instead of the juicy flesh that made one's mouth water, it contained a sealed plastic sphere. No one needed to open it to guess what this meticulously concealed object contained. Xiao Wang, Xiao Lu, Xiao Li, come help out. We've got work to do. To speed things up, Sun Tian called over 3 more people to help. Together, they proceeded to pry open every lychee in the box, regardless of whether they contained anything inside. Soon, with the 4 of them working busily, the entire box of lychees was opened one by one, yielding a full 30 sealed plastic balls. The first sealed plastic ball had already been opened. Its contents had been inspected and confirmed to be DP. More? By this point, Feng Lu had reached the final crate. He had initially assumed only 1 crate of fruit was compromised, but now discovered that this last crate of honeydew melons was similarly tainted. Holy crap, there's more? These guys really have some nerve. Xiao Sun, the staff member beside him, saw Feng Lu's actions and didn't need to be told. He immediately carried the box down and placed it on the nearby workbench. Sun, another box. Wow, looks like we'll be busy over there again today. You've got a real Conan-like knack for this, you know. Sun, don't say that. Conan brings death wherever he goes. Our dumbass here is way better than him. Lee's right. Sister Sun, should we just open this box without testing? Alright, but make sure to thoroughly inspect everything else too. Don't miss anything. Test everything that can be tested. Got it. Shaoli pulled a honeydew melon from the box. Holding a knife, he carefully circled it, making a shallow cut around the edge. With a slight push, he split the melon cleanly in half. A pile of sealed plastic balls rolled out. Xiao Wang picked them up one by one, placing them into a nearby basket. He counted them, there were 8 in total. After all the honeydew melons were opened, a total of 40 sealed plastic balls were discovered. Combined with those found inside the lychees, this operation yielded a total of 70 balls. Sun Tian opened another one and weighed it on the electronic scale. Each ball weighed 5 grams. If every ball contained that much drugs, the single seizure amounted to 350 grams of DP, nearly a pound. However, Sun Tian did not open the remaining sealed plastic balls. Instead, she waited for the narcotics squad to arrive. The subsequent procedures would be handled by them, and her task was considered complete. Old Hu, why are you leading the team? Shouldn't you be resting properly in the hospital? How come you're already discharged? Zhao Feng stared in astonishment at Hu Feng rushing over. The man who had nearly sacrificed his life just days ago was already back leading operations. Ahem, you know me. It's just a few scrapes. Making me lie in a hospital bed every day? I'd rather be out working. Zhao Feng and Hu Feng had known each other for a long time. After all, they worked together frequently. It was impossible not to recognize each other. You're still the same, just not cut out for a life of comfort. Haha, that's me for you. By the way, if it weren't for you this time, I'd probably be in serious trouble. I still haven't properly thanked you. Don't give me that. It wasn't me who saved you, it was Hanin. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Thanks to both of you. Once I wrap up this case, I'll treat you to a proper drink. And for Hanin, I'll have my wife whip up something delicious for him. If it's drinks, I won't say no. But you go ahead and focus on your work now. Alright. After Hu Feng finished speaking, he didn't head straight for the inspection counter. Instead, he walked over to Feng Lu, crouched down, and gave him a hearty pat on the back. Thanks, Hanin. Holy crap, you're trying to send off your own lifesaver now? Feeling the force on his back, Feng felt a bit speechless inside and silently muttered to himself. Still, he placed his paw in Hu Feng's outstretched hand and gave it a firm shake. After that, Hu Feng wasted no time, immediately assigning tasks to his subordinates and clearly outlining everything that needed to be done. Since this shipment was consigned cargo, not express delivery, the owner had already arrived at the airport to receive it. Through surveillance, Hu Feng and his team quickly identified the recipient, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He drove a small cargo van and was accompanied by a worker. After all, the cargo was quite heavy, and moving it alone would be quite a physical challenge. Judging by his appearance, the man looked clean-cut and fair-skinned, hardly someone who seemed capable of enduring such physical labor. To avoid drawing attention from ordinary passengers, Hu Feng instructed Officer Xiao Su, one of the accompanying police officers, to don staff attire and escort the two men to the office. Hello, the fruit shipment you inquired about has passed security inspection. Please follow me to the office to complete the pickup procedures, and you may collect your goods. Xian Hu glanced at the staff member before him without suspicion. He turned to give instructions to the workers beside him and followed into the airport personnel office area. Hu Feng and his team were lying in wait in the second office right at the entrance to the administrative area. With the curtains tightly drawn, Xian Hu, standing outside, detected nothing unusual. After Xiao Su opened the door, Xian Hu followed in without any suspicion. Freeze, cop! By the time Xian Hu heard the command, he was already pinned to the floor, his face pressed hard against the tiles. As the handcuffs snapped shut behind his back, any remaining will to resist vanished completely. Looks like we don't need to say much. You already know what you've done. Hu Feng looked at the ashen-faced middle-aged man and instantly understood they hadn't made a mistake in arresting him. The only question was whether there were bigger fish to fry further down the line. Sai, I told you this approach wouldn't work, but that bastard insisted on trying it anyway. Who are you talking about? My supplier. Spill everything. Don't wait for me to ask, just tell me everything. I don't know his real name. I just called him Qiangzi. I don't know where he lives exactly. He never told me, and he never took me there. The city he's in is the one where the flights depart from. Every time we met, he'd pick me up at different places. Because of the nature of our work, I never asked. Did he ever take you to the same places regularly, like restaurants or shopping malls? Actually, I can think of one place. He used to take me to Qianfeng Plaza in their city. Chapter 27, Unfinished Business. After the interrogation, Hu Feng immediately called his colleagues in Qianfeng City to seek their assistance. He also dispatched one of his subordinates to catch the earliest flight there. Old Zhao, how about joining me on a field assignment today? After all arrangements were finalized, the most urgent task now was to search the suspect's residence for evidence and determine whether any DP remained hidden. If a police dog could assist at this stage, the search efficiency would be greatly enhanced. He now had complete confidence in Hanin's abilities. Old Hu, you're overthinking it. Do we really need Huan on duty here? Zhao Feng understood Hu Feng's thoughts perfectly well. It was all because he valued Hanin's abilities. No worries. I ran into old Lu on my way here. His flights are cancelled today, so I'll have him cover for you. Alright, tell him it's fine as long as he's willing. No problem. I'll just treat him to a barbecue tonight to seal the deal. Xian Hu's fruit shop was located next to an upscale residential complex in the city center. Spanning over 200 square meters, it offered an exceptionally wide variety of fruits. When they arrived, several customers were browsing the selection. Feng glanced at the prices and noticed they were significantly higher than those at the fruit shop near Zhao Feng's home. Xian Hu employed 7 female staff members, 5 women around 40 handled stocking and weighing produce, while 2 younger cashiers worked split shifts. After assessing the situation, the police took all 7 individuals into custody separately. They began interrogating each one individually and administered drug test kits to check for any drug users among them. Lu Feng's primary task was to thoroughly inspect every corner of the store for any traces of drugs. However, even areas inspected by Feng Lu underwent secondary checks by the police. After all, some substances, if sealed well enough, could evade detection by police dogs. Lu Feng only entered after the police had cleared out the customers and gathered the staff. He began by examining the items displayed in the lobby. Typically, such areas posed little concern with the establishment's high daily foot traffic. Items were often inadvertently exposed by curious or careless patrons. Regardless of his thoughts, Feng Lu meticulously examined every corner. By the time he had covered most areas, they reached the final, unchecked section. This area contained only a single shelf, one that looked exceptionally high-end. Only one type of fruit adorned the shelf, something resembling cherries but significantly larger. It wasn't a cherry variety like sweet cherries or sour cherries. Feng Lu had never seen this fruit before. The description above stated it was a wild fruit picked from the mountains, called something like mountain cherry. Below that was a long list of various nutrients and miscellaneous information. The price tag was exorbitant, sold by the piece at 688 yuan each. It felt like daylight robbery. According to the shop assistant, this fruit had barely sold at all. The only sales records were from the owner himself. The items displayed on the shelves were coated with a special preservative and served only for show. If customers wanted to buy them, they had to place advance orders, and the owner would bring them the next day. After hearing the clerk's explanation, Lu Feng, who had initially been uninterested in the place, suddenly understood something. That kid Qian who was up to no good, claiming it was his first time selling DP. His whole setup was clearly fishy. It was now almost certain that he'd been in the business for years. According to a veteran employee, this fruit had been stocked in the shop since its opening 3 years prior. They all assumed it was the boss's gimmick to attract customers. When Feng Luo searched the place, Lu Feng rushed over specifically to see if Feng Luo's inspection would reveal any drugs inside. But almost no one held much hope. Given Qian Hu's shrewdness, he wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole. True to everyone's expectations, Feng found nothing amiss here. He even conducted 2 additional searches, both yielding the same result. The nearby police officer even brought over a test strip, crushed a piece of fruit, and conducted a check, arriving at the same conclusion. Lu Feng immediately called his colleagues back at headquarters, instructing them to interrogate Qian Hu and the other arrested man to see if they could extract any information. After thoroughly inspecting the warehouse, Feng still found nothing unusual, almost convincing him that Qian Hu was telling the truth. However, at that moment, colleagues from the police bureau transmitted the information they had uncovered: Qian Hu's personal property and rental records, along with those of his relatives. Qian Hu only had one property registered under his name, located in the neighboring residential complex. As for rental information, none was found in the database. What's the password? Let me check. Qian Hu's apartment used a keypad lock. During interrogation, Qian Hu had revealed the code, but Lu Feng hadn't paid attention to it at the time. Captain Hu, it's 123456. The door opened smoothly. Surprisingly, the interior was tidy. Nothing hinted that this was the home of a drug dealer. The apartment wasn't large, just over 100 square meters, with a layout of 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a study. It looked no different from an ordinary family home. The decor was unpretentious, simple yet comfortable, clearly the work of a professional designer. After forensic technicians entered and collected evidence throughout the premises, Feng Lu finally gained access. He first inspected the study near the entrance. It contained only a computer desk with a desktop computer, and the bookshelves held few volumes. Lu Feng examined the area thoroughly but found nothing unusual. Next, he checked the kitchen adjacent to the study, which also showed no signs of anything unusual. After 30 minutes and 2 thorough inspections, Feng Lu confirmed there were no unusual circumstances inside. After exiting the house, Feng stood in the hallway awaiting further instructions. They had to wait for the police officers to complete their secondary inspection before leaving. But he couldn't sit still. As soon as Zhao Feng loosened the leash, he began pacing along the connecting corridor. Since the entire floor was cordoned off by the police with no one else around, Zhao Feng wasn't worried about the dog randomly peeing or pooping, so he let it roam freely. That smell felt familiar. Lu Feng took a deep breath and realized it was indeed familiar, something he'd encountered just moments ago. Chapter 28, Finding the Source. Lu Feng sat beside the emergency stairwell and glanced up at Qian Hu's apartment. It was quite a distance away. There were 6 households on this floor, with Qian Hu's apartment right in the middle. If Qian Hu wanted to go downstairs, he wouldn't need to use this elevator at all. Even if he happened to leave through here, how could his scent be so distinctly present in the adjacent emergency stairwell? Lu Feng instantly realized that Qian Hu must have another residence either below or above this floor. To avoid detection by the elevator surveillance, he had deliberately taken the emergency stairwell. This way, if his actions were exposed and the police investigated his movements, they wouldn't uncover this detail. Feng Lu had even deliberately checked earlier there were no surveillance cameras installed in the emergency stairwell or connecting corridors. Therefore, when he was discovered, as long as he stubbornly insisted it was his first offense, even if the police knew it wasn't his first time, without concrete evidence, his sentence wouldn't be too lengthy. Moreover, the quantity he'd trafficked this time didn't meet the threshold for the death penalty under the latest criminal code. It seemed he had studied the national laws, as his single purchase quantity was deliberately kept low. If he could secure a competent lawyer or demonstrate significant meritorious conduct, his sentence might be reduced. However, upon discovering this situation, Feng Lu could be fairly certain that the so-called supplier Qian who had named was likely fake. If it were genuine, they likely knew nothing about each other, a true first-time collaboration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed the supplier so readily. Woof woof woof. What's wrong? Zhao Feng, who had been watching his colleague conduct the search, suddenly heard the muffled barking and immediately turned his head to look at the source. Need to go to the bathroom? Or are you hungry? Damn it, you lazy donkey. Either you need to take a dump or pee. Hey, dog, if I hadn't found something, I wouldn't even bother with you. Lu Feng shook his head, signaling for the other to follow him. He didn't need to worry whether the other understood his meaning after spending so much time together, they had developed that level of understanding. Zhao Feng saw the dog's dazed expression and felt puzzled, but trusting the mutt unconditionally, he followed without question. You wanna get off? Just follow me, you idiot. Lu Feng glanced up at him briefly before following the scent downstairs. Soon, after descending 2 flights of stairs, the scent's direction changed abruptly, leading them out through the emergency exit. Passing the stairwell entrance, they turned left immediately and arrived at 2 doors positioned very close together. The scent vanished right here. As for whether it was the eastern or southern unit, the two were so close together that Feng Lu couldn't tell. The eastern door bore no decorations, its surface thick with dust. The handle, equally dusty, suggested the apartment was unoccupied. The southern door still bore New Year couplets from the previous holiday season, never removed. Unlike the developer's standard doors, this one appeared to be a custom-installed model, exuding an air of luxury. The door lock was an electronic type, complete with a security camera that likely monitored the area outside. By the time Hanin brought him downstairs, Zhao Feng had already grasped the situation. Hanin must have detected something unusual, and the anomaly lay within one of these 2 apartments. Old Hu, bring your team to the 10th floor. Hanin detected something unusual. Got it. I'll bring the team over immediately. Upon receiving the news, Hu Feng wasted no time. He immediately gathered the team and raced down the emergency stairwell. When Zhao Feng had just left the scene with Hanin, he assumed the dog simply wanted to stretch its legs. Little did he expect this unexpected surprise. Though nothing concrete had been found yet, he trusted Hanin this dog didn't bark without reason. That much he knew for sure. What's the situation with these 2 households? Upon arriving at the location, Hu Feng asked the property management staff who had accompanied them if they knew anything about these 2 households. If they knew, it would give them a rough idea of the situation. Unit 1001 belongs to a landlord who bought it as an investment. They've never lived there and haven't rented it out either. Unit 1002 was renovated right after it was handed over. A family of 3 lives there. The couple runs a deli nearby, and their child is starting elementary school this year. The female property manager appeared visibly nervous, yet she answered the questions with remarkable clarity. Can you confirm that Unit 1001 has never been occupied? Yes, the water meter for that unit hasn't moved at all. The landlord only came once when handing over the keys and hasn't been back since. The water meter hasn't been touched? Yes, because if it's unoccupied, we can print a water bill statement to reduce the property management fee by half. But this unit just paid the fee a few days ago. I collected it myself. Alright, thank you. Hu Feng finished speaking and turned to look at a forensic technician at work. Captain Hu, this door lock shows signs of recent tampering. It was opened fairly recently. The dust on the doorknob is undisturbed, but there's a claw mark along the edge of the door. The perpetrator likely used a key to unlock the door, then employed a hook to open it without touching the door handle. Wow, this guy really knows how to secure his place. Lee, contact the owner of Unit 102 and ask if the camera on his door lock has video recording capability. Got it. Hu Feng now strongly suspected that even if they opened the door and found DP, they wouldn't discover any traces of Qianhu's presence inside. If that was the case, they'd have no way to pin anything on Qianhu and would have to judge him based solely on the first FD. Fortunately, Qianhu likely hadn't noticed that the neighboring door lock was equipped with video recording capabilities. Now, they could only pray that the camera had storage functionality. Soon, under the guidance of a police officer, the door to room 101 was forced open. The forensic team was the first to enter. Captain Hu, there's something inside. It should be the DP. Quite a lot of it. Shortly after entering, the forensic team relayed the news, sending excitement rippling through the assembled officers. However, they didn't rush in to investigate. Instead, they patiently waited for the team to finish their initial work. Huan, good job. We owe this one to you again. Hu Feng, who was waiting, reached out his hands and gently patted Han on the head. But he quickly withdrew them under Feng Lu's toothy grin. Chapter 29, Refusing to Cooperate. Captain Hu, you may come in now. Within 10 minutes, the staff inside had finished collecting evidence. How's it going? Hu Feng walked straight over to the forensic technician, eyeing a box laid out on the floor. It was an ordinary, small-sized suitcase, already opened by the technician. Inside lay neatly stacked bags of DP. Hu Feng estimated each bag held at least 20 grams, and there appeared to be no fewer than 20 bags inside. No usable fingerprints. Even the footprints were covered by shoe covers. All right. Qian Hu's counter-surveillance skills are pretty sharp. Li, how's the contact with the owner of room 1002 coming along? Captain Hu, we've already checked. The electronic lock has a storage function, but it only keeps records for a week. Then we can only hope Qian Hu's movements are recorded. By the way, what's the status on investigating the owner of 1001? Unit 1001's owner is Tian Lin, male, 43 years old, a Chinese teacher at Municipal No. 3 Middle School. His relationship with Qian Hu is under investigation, no results yet. Bring him in for questioning first. We can't let him slip away before we uncover anything. Got it. I'll notify the district officers immediately to secure the premises. While Hu Feng conducted the interrogation, Feng Lu began pacing around the room. The apartment had been sold by the developer as fully furnished, yet inside, there was no furniture at all, making it feel completely empty. So, Feng just wanted to take a quick look around. He sniffed around carefully, but as expected, he found nothing else. It made sense if something was hidden this well, there was no need to waste effort hiding it elsewhere. Soon, after a thorough search by several police officers, they loaded the discovered goods into their vehicle and drove straight back to the station. What bummed Feng Lu out was that the watermelon they'd planned to eat today was now completely ruined, no chance of getting any. Before they even returned to the police station, the team left behind sent word they'd retrieved the footage from the smart lock on room 1002. Most crucially, after a quick review, he had already found footage of Qian Hu entering room 1001. With this video evidence, they could finally pin Qian Hu down for good. The most critical task now was to meticulously trace the drugs Qian Hu had sold and determine who they had ended up with. Only then could the harm caused by DP be completely eradicated. After all, it was the demand that drove people to desperately produce DP. But achieving this was incredibly difficult. There would always be those who didn't value their own bodies or their families, who craved that euphoric high. Regardless of the difficulty, they would spare no effort to protect more people from the ravages of drugs. Back at headquarters, when Qian Hu saw the video evidence, he was stunned. He never imagined that the very thing he had schemed so hard to avoid had been so easily undone. Given the chance, he would never let the person who ruined his plans off the hook. But he had no chance left to exact revenge on that family. With the charges against him now, it was either life imprisonment or the death penalty. He would never have the chance to return to normal society in this lifetime. Here, Hanin, this is specially ordered for you. Eat up. When Hu Feng treated everyone to barbecue that evening, upon learning that Hanin loved grilled meat, he specifically asked the owner to prepare about half a pound of lamb, grilled without any seasoning. Woof woof woof. In a rare display of gratitude, the cheerful Feng Lu thanked Hu Feng several times. This kid's got potential, knows how to show gratitude. Old Zhao, why do I feel like hanging out with Hanin gives me this weird illusion of being with one of my own kind? Yeah, right. You've only met him a few times. I already treat him like one of us. Sometimes I even suspect he's a human in a dog's coat. Really? Then you should discuss it with him later. Maybe he can be with my daughter. You should see how smart my black eagle is. Overhearing their conversation, Xiao Yu turned to Zhao Feng with a hint of hope in his voice. Give it a rest. Your daughter's built like a tank. Huan wouldn't give her the time of day. You're the one who likes skinny girls, don't blame it on Hanin. Yeah, old Zhao, I think animals in general prefer the strong ones. You should try to set them up. Who knows, it might just work out. Goodwill 1. Affection 1. Affection 1. Damn it all to hell, you big-headed ghost. If my mouth weren't full of meat, I'd bite you to death in one go. Old Hu, how's it going over in Xianfeng City? Don't even ask. Just like we expected, all fake. And they're refusing to budge on this end. Then you still have time to join us for barbecue? Xiao Yu asked curiously. He knew about the case Hu Feng was currently handling, but the specifics weren't entirely clear to him. Didn't I promise you, bro? Hu Feng said, picking up a drink from the table and raising it to Xiao Yu in a toast. Old Hu, you're just slacking off and trying to make it sound fancy. Zhao Feng, sitting nearby, called Hu Feng out immediately. If he hadn't hit a snag, he'd still be buried in the case. Ha, I'm only human too. Need to recharge. No leads right now, so I figured I'd get some fresh air and try to find a direction. As for Qian Hu, he probably won't spill much more. Besides, he's got nowhere left to go. Even if he ratted out his supplier, it wouldn't do him much good. He should know that himself. After hearing Hu Feng's words, the group fell silent, each contemplating whether there was any way to track down this mysterious supplier. Can we still track Qian Hu's movements and spending records in Xianfeng City? We can track them, but there's absolutely nothing suspicious. Everything looks perfectly normal. If there's a major production site in Xianfeng City, then Xianhu probably isn't his only customer. Send the ingredient list to nearby cities and compare it with what they've seized. See if any matches up with this batch. Old Zhao, you know what? That's a solid suggestion. If we find matching ingredients, it'll make pinpointing this individual or group much easier. Exactly. Then we can cross-reference the arrested suspects' movements and spending records to see if there's any overlap. I refuse to believe they're so careful they left absolutely no trace. I'll get right on it. Brother Chow, old Zhao, take your time eating. I'll head back first. Heh, that guy's still the same old self. Xiaoyu watched Lu Feng walk away, shaking his head with a wry smile. Chapter 30, Sudden Incident. Not long after Lu Feng left, Xiaoyu and Xiao Feng also departed. After all, they had nearly finished their meal by the time Lu Feng walked out. It was already past 9 o'clock. They all had work tomorrow and couldn't stay up too late. The nature of their jobs demanded they be fully alert and focused at all times, leaving no room for carelessness. The restaurant was close to Zhao Feng's home, and they'd hitched a ride over earlier. So, the two men and the dog simply strolled back, walking off their meal. Boom! Just as Feng Lu and the others passed a snack street, an explosion echoed from the southern end of the street, jolting the drowsy Feng Lu wide awake. Help! Gas explosion! Ouch, that hurts. Wha, mommy, I'm scared. The bustling food street, once filled with the warmth of everyday life, instantly descended into chaos. Fortunately, the area where the explosion occurred wasn't heavily crowded, and the blast site was located on the outskirts. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng dropped the leash and sprinted toward the blast site. Several food carts were already engulfed in flames, and gas cylinders were visible on the vehicles. If not stopped immediately, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. Lu Feng, his view obstructed, hadn't seen the situation unfold, but upon seeing Zhao Feng dash forward, he instinctively followed suit. Zhao Feng quickly reached the explosion site. Without hesitation, he immediately pushed one of the burning food carts toward an open area farther away. 3 food carts had caught fire in total, each equipped with a small gas cylinder. The one Zhao Feng pushed away had already ignited the gas pipeline. This was the most critical one. While pushing, he tried to detach the gas cylinder, but after several attempts, he failed. In the end, he could only push the cart as far as possible toward the center of the open area. Lu Feng scanned the scene before him and determined the explosion hadn't been too severe, likely because the gas cylinder hadn't contained much fuel. A middle-aged woman lay beside the exploded vehicle, covered in blood. She was likely the owner of the stall closest to the blast. Her condition was unknown. Several injured people sat nearby. The most severely wounded lay motionless on the ground, in critical condition. Fortunately, many kind-hearted people came forward. As Zhao Feng pushed the burning electric tricycle away, several young men rushed over with fire extinguishers. Just as they were about to reach the scene, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A spark from the burning electric bike unexpectedly ignited the gas pipeline connected to a nearby propane tank. Fortunately, the gas cylinder valve was closed. As long as the flames on the pipeline were extinguished in time, there would be no major issues. However, the nearest person to the scene would still take about a minute to arrive. And there was no guarantee anyone had noticed the situation here. If they hadn't, an explosion could cause serious trouble. At that moment, Feng Lu felt a pang of regret that he wasn't human. If he were, he could at least offer some assistance. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Feng Lu. He had an idea. He sprinted to the gas tank, lifted his hind leg as high as he could, and aimed a powerful stream at the burning pipe. Amid a hissing cloud of smoke, Feng Lu's urine successfully extinguished the flames on the pipe. But Feng Lu could clearly smell the acrid scent of burning fur wafting up to his nose. It was his own dog hair, ignited by the nearby flames. Lu Feng immediately dashed to a nearby open area and rolled around on the ground. Fortunately, there were no visible flames. After a few rolls, the fire was completely extinguished. Soon, several young men carrying fire extinguishers arrived. After a burst of spraying, all visible flames were successfully extinguished. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, after a frantic struggle, managed to pull the gas cylinder free. But in the end, he couldn't prevent the battery from catching fire and exploding. The whole incident seemed to drag on, but in reality, it all happened in less than a few minutes. After handling the situation, Zhao Feng immediately ran back to check on the injured. He began trying to stop the bleeding for the most severely injured person. Being a police officer, he possessed some basic medical training. Through his efforts, he managed to barely stem the bleeding from the victim's left arm, which had suffered the most severe injury. Given the proximity to the police station, within 10 minutes, a large contingent of on-duty officers arrived with basic medical equipment. 13 people were injured in total. 8 sustained only minor scrapes and cuts, nothing serious. 4 others had more significant injuries, though none were life-threatening. The most critical case was the one Zhao Feng had helped stop the bleeding on. By the time the ambulance arrived, he seemed barely hanging on. Fortunately, after professional medical personnel administered emergency treatment with specialized equipment, he was barely clinging to life when he was loaded into the ambulance for more advanced care. By the time everything was wrapped up, it was already 11 p.m. Zhao Feng was also summoned back to the J Bureau to attend a debriefing meeting. Huan, how did your fur get singed? Sitting in the car, Zhao Feng finally noticed that several patches of fur on Huan's body bore scorch marks from the flames. Holy crap, senior, is that really Hanin? Before Feng could react, Xiao Wu, the intern sitting on the other side of Feng, excitedly thrust his phone toward Zhao Feng. The phone displayed a short video app playing footage of a Labrador retriever urinating on a burning gas pipe. Zhao Feng caught the replay just as it started from the beginning. Zhao Feng instantly recognized the dog in the video as his beloved pet, Hanin. He was utterly astonished by its actions. No matter how smart Hanin was, it was only relative to other dogs. But what Hanin had just done transcended that realm. It couldn't be described as mere cleverness anymore, it was downright demonic for a dog. As for whether it was just a coincidence that he needed to pee, anyone with a normal brain probably wouldn't even entertain that thought. Just look at those online who suggested that they got absolutely slammed. Huan, you're amazing. After snatching the phone back from Zhao Feng, Xiao Wu immediately wrapped his arms around Feng Lu's head and pulled him into his embrace. Then he opened the camera app and snapped away. Photos this clear were just for her own satisfaction, she wouldn't dare upload them online. Chapter 31, The Watermelon That Won't Leave Her Mind. Back at Bureau J, Feng enjoyed celebrity dog treatment, surrounded by several young women taking photos and videos. He was also showered with dog treats, a privilege he'd enjoyed nearly every visit since his online fame. Lu Feng had become something of a celebrity police dog. The Bureau leadership was quite supportive of this, as his online image radiated positive energy. As long as clear photos or videos of Hanin didn't circulate online, most people wouldn't recognize him even if they passed him on the street. Huan, long time no see. Lu Feng, who had been comfortably lounging on the sofa with his eyes half closed, instantly turned his head toward the source of the voice. Woof. Hello, kind young lady. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Lu Hong approached Feng Lu and happily patted his doggy head. Unusually, Feng Lu didn't resist. Instead, he gently rubbed his head against Lu Hong's palm, his doggy face beaming with joy at seeing an old friend. He hadn't expected Lu Hong to still be at the J Bureau this late, not having gone home to rest. My daughter keeps nagging me about wanting to meet you. Next time you come by, have your handler let me know ahead of time? I'll bring her over to play with you. Sis Lu, I haven't seen your daughter in ages either. Why don't you come to our base on a weekend when you're off duty? Zhao Feng, who had come to pick up Hanin after the meeting, overheard Lu Hong's words. He recalled how she had helped look after Hanin during his last visit to Bureau J, and he hadn't yet expressed his gratitude. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to invite them over for a meal. Sure, I'll reach out to you then. Sis Lu, it's settled then. Don't forget to reach out. The two chatted a bit longer before parting ways. Feng Lu followed Zhao Feng as they hurried home. It was too late to walk, so Zhao Feng hailed a cab. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the residential complex. Both man and dog were a bit dirty, so Zhao Feng first gave Hanin a thorough bath in the bathroom before washing himself. By the time he finished everything, it was already past 2 in the morning. He glanced over at Feng Lu's room. The door was wide open, revealing the silly dog sprawled out on his wooden bed, fast asleep. Zhao Feng chuckled and shook his head. He couldn't even count how many times he'd teased Hanin about his sleeping posture, yet every time he saw it, he still couldn't resist making a joke. The next morning. Due to the events of the previous night, Zhao Feng took a rare morning off. For once, both man and dog slept in. They didn't wake up until past 10 in the morning. Feng Lu headed to the bathroom first. Since Feng Lu's arrival, the toilet had been converted into a squat toilet, making it convenient for him to use. Yawning upon waking. Huan, wait for me to get you some food. Soon after, Zhao Feng emerged from his room, yawning as he addressed Feng Lu, who was sprawled on the sofa watching TV. Zhao Feng had long since gotten used to the fact that Hanin knew how to watch TV. He'd been surprised the first time, but after that, it had become routine. As for Feng, boredom had truly gotten the better of him. Without a phone or internet access, watching TV was his only way to pass the time. Even if he had a phone, Feng probably wouldn't be able to use it anyway, his claws were still too awkward. Scrolling through videos might be manageable, but the real challenge was figuring out how to get a phone in the first place. That was a major hurdle, something he'd have to tackle later. Actually, a tablet would be better, more suited to his claws. Well, for now it was just wishful thinking. Who knew when he'd finally achieve his dream of internet freedom? Zhao Feng kept breakfast simple, some congee, a few boiled eggs for Feng, and a can of beef that had him eating with his mouth dripping. Whether it was because he'd become a dog or simply a lingering taste for meat from his past life, he now craved meat with every meal, otherwise, he just didn't feel satisfied. They arrived at the airport just after noon. The staff inside had just finished their meals and were chatting in the office area to aid digestion. Wow, look who's here, silly. Come give your big sister a hug. Sun Tian exclaimed in a slightly exaggerated tone to Feng Lu, who had just walked in. Me too. Me too. Besides Sun Tian, 2 or 3 other girls from the office swarmed around Feng Lu, patting and squeezing him all over as they took advantage of the situation. Captain Zhao, we all saw what happened yesterday on Douyin. You guys are amazing, especially Hanin, so smart. Yeah, I saw tons of people online saying they want to build a statue for Hanin. Really? People want to build a statue for Hanin? Zhao Feng looked at the male staff member who'd just spoken, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yeah, take a look. I'm not making this up. The male staff member held his phone up to Zhao Feng, pointing to the comments. Wow, it's true. He's way more famous than me, the trainer, now. You bet. Hanin's a big star now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be getting all these ads. He must be raking in the cash by now. When I can't afford to feed him anymore, he can earn his own dog food. With Feng Lu's cooperation, the women quickly got the videos and photos they wanted. They were merely feeding their vanity and wouldn't upload anything online. Having worked with JC day in and day out, they knew better than that. But since most dogs look pretty similar to humans, unless you're familiar with them, you'd never be able to tell them apart. So without a note, most people wouldn't recognize this as the Labrador that peed on the fire yesterday. Oh, right, we saved one of the watermelons you brought yesterday. We'll cut it up for you to enjoy. Sun Tian said, fetching a watermelon from the side and placing it on a counter. She grabbed a fruit knife and sliced it into over 10 pieces with a satisfying crack. Here, silly, this one's for you. Eat up. Don't worry about getting messy, I'll mop the floor later. Wow, this sister is worth having. She knows I love watermelon and even saved a piece just for me. Facing the watermelon before him, Feng Lu had zero resistance. He dove right in, taking big bites until his face was covered in juice and he'd spilled quite a bit on the floor. But when it came to watermelon, Feng Lu truly had no self-control. He polished off nearly half before finally stopping, satisfied. Sun Tian stood nearby, carefully wiping his mouth with tissues. Thoughtfully, she used a wet wipe first before following up with a dry one. Zhao Feng chatted in the office area for a while longer before leading Feng Lu toward the conveyor belt where work was being handed over. Chapter 32, Imported Fruit Store. Just as Feng had finished inspecting luggage for one flight, Lu Feng hurried over. Accompanied by a trainer leading a police dog. Feng wasn't overly familiar with this individual, though they were acquainted just not close. Old Zhao, I might need your help again. What's up? After this morning's investigation in Xianfeng City, we've confirmed that Qian Hu was lying about everything. We traced his movements in Yunqing and discovered something unusual. He frequently visited a large farmer's market, but he only went there without purchasing anything. That market isn't where he sources his goods either. So we suspect he goes there for some specific purpose, or maybe it is his sourcing location. But the market is quite large. Without knowing the target, our people can't risk alerting him. So we'd like you to take Hanin inside for a stroll and see if you can uncover anything. Alright, should we go now? Yeah, the sooner the better. Here, take this. You'll need to disguise Hanin. Lu Feng said, handing over the bag in his hand. Zhao Feng took it and opened it to find a dog sun protection suit inside, perfect for covering the scorched patches on Hanin's fur. This also saved him the trouble of going back to get Feng Lu's clothes. Zhao Feng's mother had visited recently and taken an instant liking to Huan Huan, especially buying several dog outfits and mailing them over. That old guy was pretty thoughtful, huh? After handing over duties to the nearby instructor, Zhao Feng and Lu Feng drove a private car toward the large farmer's market. This market served as the central hub for fruits and vegetables in all of Yunqing. Given the city's abundance of diverse fruits, the market was exceptionally large. Besides local produce, it also handled fruits and vegetables transported from other regions. The entire market covered an enormous area. If they tried to cover it on foot, they wouldn't finish in a single day. Fortunately, their primary objective this afternoon was simply to retrace Qian Hu's previously identified movement patterns. Qian Hu frequented only two sections, the imported fruit area and the local fruit export zone. Lu Feng and his team headed first to the imported fruit section. By now, Feng and Zhao Feng had changed into plain clothes. Feng wore the sun protective jacket Lu Feng had brought. Zhao Feng, wanting to look cool, had specifically brought a pair of black sunglasses. His whole appearance gave off an aura of tall, handsome, though a bit dark. The imported fruit section of the farmer's market was filled with all kinds of fruits Feng had never seen before, neatly stacked in boxes. Of course, these were all fruits that could be stored at room temperature and kept for extended periods. Those that were more perishable were displayed in just 1 or 2 boxes, with the rest stored in their respective cold storage rooms. Lu Feng's verdict on the aroma here? Purely delicious. Probably because it was durian season, the most abundant fruit here was durian, and the entire area was filled with its pungent smell. No wonder Lu Feng insisted on bringing Feng Lu here. The reason was right here. For Huan Huan, a police dog with human-level intelligence, he could effectively analyze the differences in the scents he encountered and clearly recognize scents he had encountered before. Ordinary police dogs, however, lack this ability. For them, finding a specific scent amidst such complex odors was incredibly difficult. When Feng arrived, it took him a while to adjust before he could distinguish other scents amidst the pungent stench. The first shop specialized in imported specialty fruits from the floating kingdom. To facilitate movement, Feng was not leashed but allowed to roam freely. As Zhao Feng stepped into the shop area, Feng Lu followed naturally, ignoring the stares and beginning to wander around the store. He sniffed here, sniffed there, appearing curious about everything. Yet he didn't make any excessive moves, so the shopkeeper said nothing. Zhao Feng, meanwhile, struck up a conversation with the shopkeeper, explaining he planned to open a fruit store and had come specifically to source suppliers. He described the location as a bustling area and mentioned a large storefront. Hearing this, the shopkeeper stopped paying attention to Feng's dog's behavior. He was completely absorbed in chatting with Zhao Feng, doing his best to promote his fruit. In the end, Zhao Feng merely exchanged contact numbers with them. As Feng Lu headed toward the exit, he rose and took his leave. The second shop followed the same pattern, with identical sales pitches, but yielded the same result: nothing of interest. Soon they arrived at a shop in the middle. Its signboard advertised fruits imported from cashew country, which immediately caught Zhao Feng's attention. To their surprise, after thoroughly inspecting the interior, they found nothing unusual and immediately ruled out any suspicion against this shop. By the time they reached the fifth shop, another cashew imported fruit store, Zhao Feng and Feng Lu had given up all hope. They had noticed that nearly every shop in the vicinity specialized in cashew-related specialty fruits. "Can I help you, sir?" A young, attractive woman saw Zhao Feng enter and promptly rose to greet him. "Hello, could you tell me about the fruits you have? I'm looking to open a fruit shop and am currently searching for suppliers." "Certainly, sir. Take a look. These are all authentic specialty fruits from cashew country. Both their taste and nutritional value are excellent." While the woman introduced the shop's fruits and prices to Zhao Feng, Feng Lu casually strolled around the store. Something's off. As Feng Lu approached a box of packed fruit, he suddenly caught a familiar scent. But he didn't linger. He just walked up, sniffed again, and confirmed his suspicion. Instead of immediately informing Zhao Feng, he continued strolling around the shop as if nothing had changed. After a while, feeling satisfied, Feng Luan got up from the floor with a bored expression and headed toward the shop exit. Chapter 33, Target Lot. "Hey, what about this place?" Zhao Feng, who had followed him out, blurted out the agreed-upon code phrase. He'd only tested it out on the way over, never expecting dumbass to pick it up so quickly. That's why he asked once they were outside. "Woof woof woof." Lu Feng barked twice, then nodded, signaling to Zhao Feng that something was amiss inside. Zhao Feng startled at first, then composed himself. They'd only checked half the buildings so far, and unexpectedly found their target already. "Let's go. Keep looking. See if there's anything better." Zhao Feng pulled out his phone, sent the situation to Lu Feng, then led Han in toward the next house. Their goal was to cover the entire area, checking as many places as possible today before returning tomorrow. Summer nights fell late. After inspecting several more shops, it was past 7 p.m. when they finally wrapped up for the day. The problematic fruit shop had already been placed under surveillance by investigators. Around 6 p.m., a delivery driver arrived at the fruit shop, loading over a dozen boxes onto his van, apparently preparing them for shipment. Upon noticing this activity, the investigators did not rush to intercept the delivery driver, open the boxes for inspection, or demand the recipient's address. Instead, they directly dispatched several investigators who located the delivery driver's station. They managed to retrieve the boxes without alerting the driver. They carefully opened the boxes, taking samples of the fruits and other items inside without damaging them, and tested each with indicator strips. Ultimately, the sample taken from the ice pack caused the test strip to change color. It turned out these individuals had mixed drugs with water to create the ice packs, attempting to deceive machine inspections through this method. To further trace the source, the investigators did not immediately arrest the fruit shop staff. Instead, they planned to wait until Feng Lu and his team had inspected several areas and confirmed no other abnormalities before taking action. This interval also allowed for a more thorough investigation of the family-run fruit shop, enabling investigators to pinpoint personnel more accurately and prevent any suspects from slipping through the cracks. Huan, several instructors in the workgroup are now asking me to arrange marriages for their daughters. What do you think? Should Dad find you a gorgeous girl? Driving back to the station, Zhao Feng felt bored and started teasing Han In with a bit of a smart-ass tone. After patrolling all afternoon, Feng was exhausted and starving. He couldn't be bothered to respond to this idiot. Damn it, this dog won't touch any woman in this lifetime. Women only dull my sense of smell. Old Hu, should we stick to the original plan tomorrow? Back at J Bureau, Zhao Feng headed to Hu Feng's office to exchange intelligence and coordinate tomorrow's operation. Yes, we plan to first use the clues from the courier to uncover all the downstream buyers of the fruit shop before taking action. Also, their production workshop is the top priority right now. Our analysis suggests it's most likely hidden within the farmer's market, we just don't know the exact location yet. Your upcoming task is critical. To avoid alerting them and prevent more officers from entering the area, the search will primarily rely on you. Of course, our investigations won't stop either, though some methods aren't quite feasible. You have only 5 days to locate them. If they're not found within that time, we'll have no choice but to resort to final measures. Understood. We'll do everything in our power to locate their workshop. You and Han In worked hard today. Go rest first. Tomorrow, no need to come in too early, head over around 10 o'clock. Got it. We'll head back now. You should get some rest too, we've got plenty more work ahead. Alright, you go ahead. I'll wrap things up here and head back too. Zhao Feng exchanged farewells with the others inside before leaving with Feng Lu. The next morning at 10:10 a.m. Zhao Feng, clad in loose shorts, a short-sleeved shirt, and sunglasses, and Feng Lu, now wearing a fresh sun-protective suit, arrived punctually at the imported fruit section. However, they didn't enter through yesterday's door. Instead, they switched to the entrance across the aisle. Entering from here allowed them to avoid passing by the shops they had visited the previous afternoon. The first shop was a Western-style fruit store specializing in imported produce. It occupied an enormous space. The owner must have leased 3 adjacent units to create this single, expansive storefront. Inside, alongside imported fruits, they sold a wide variety of domestic fruits. Everything was neatly arranged, with different varieties displayed according to their origin. When Zhao Feng brought Hanin inside, the shop was already bustling with customers. Some were haggling over prices, others were filling out purchase orders. Numerous walk-in customers also frequented the place, drawn by the freshness and affordability of the fruit. Over a dozen employees bustled about the shop, seemingly too occupied to greet Zhao Feng upon his entry. Seeing him with his dog, they likely assumed he was just another walk-in customer. For walk-in customers, prices were clearly marked, shopping bags were available nearby, and they could select items themselves. At checkout, staff would weigh the items and calculate the total. This time, Zhao Feng didn't let Fenglu go off on his own. With so many people in the store, he stayed close behind, afraid Fenglu might startle someone. Lu Feng, who had been walking steadily, suddenly caught a familiar scent. Instantly, his mouth watered. It was the scent of watermelon. He wanted some. Woof woof woof. With zero self-control, Fenglu barked several times at the sliced watermelon nearby. Zhao Feng had initially tensed up when he saw the dog pause, thinking he'd discovered something. But when he saw the dog stand up and bark at the nearby watermelon, he understood what was on his mind. Craving watermelon? Fine, I'm kinda thirsty too. How about we buy this half then? Fenglu nodded vigorously, signaling that was more than enough. Hey, your dog is so smart. He even knows to ask you for watermelon. A girl standing nearby, also selecting watermelons, watched Feng Lu's interaction and her eyes lit up with hearts. If Feng Lu hadn't been so tall and imposing, she might have reached out to pet him. Chapter 34, Unexpected Situation. Can I pet him? This dog isn't for sale. No touching unless you pay. Well, you'd have to ask him. If he doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do. Zhao Feng was a bit dumbfounded. What should he do now? Were girls these days really this bold? Ha ha ha, you idiot. Don't you know you're on a mission? You're supposed to be disguised as an ordinary dog. How could you let her ask me? If I could talk, I'd curse you out the moment I heard that. Lu Feng trotted over to the girl and nudged her leg with his head, signaling his friendliness and docility. Wow, so cute. When I graduate from college, I'm definitely getting one too. How old is he? Is he a boy or a girl? The girl crouched down to play with the puppy while continuing to ask Zhao Feng questions. Oh, him? Just turned 1. He's a boy. Oh, what's his name? Damn it, the unavoidable question. What was that idiot thinking when he named him that? Just thinking about it made Feng furious all over again. Hanin. What? He's so smart, and you named him Dumbo? Hee, when he was little, he looked kinda clumsy and slow, so we named him that. Alright then, Dopey, nice to meet you. I'm Xinshuan. You can call me Sister Xinshuan. Damn it, I'm not good with words, okay? And Xinshin's sister? I'm way older than you, little girl. Lu Feng mentally complained, though his body honestly enjoyed the girl's massage service. Zhao Feng didn't linger here. He picked up the half watermelon he'd chosen, took it to the front desk to weigh and pay for it, and asked the staff to peel and slice it for them. That way, it would be easier to eat while walking. Here, have some watermelon. Zhao Feng placed the box of sliced watermelon in front of the girl, along with 2 plastic cutlery sets. Ah, no need, no need. I'm buying some myself. It's fine. Yours might not be as good as what I bought. Really, I don't need it. I'll go sell some watermelons now. I won't bother you guys anymore. The girl shook her head firmly, looking a bit shy, then hurriedly stood up. She picked up the watermelon she'd chosen and headed toward the cash register. She didn't rush out. The store's air conditioning felt especially comfortable. She decided to finish her watermelon here before heading out. Zhao Feng and Huan man and dog found a spot out of the way and began taking turns eating the watermelon. With Huan's hearty appetite, they polished off the whole thing in just a few minutes. Man and dog braved the scorching sun, embarking on a new store-hopping adventure. The entire morning yielded nothing but discoveries of many delicious fruits they hadn't tasted before. This relaxation of vigilance proved costly. Around 2 in the afternoon, the pair entered a small restaurant to fill their stomachs. Had they not eaten late that morning, they would have been famished by now. Hello, how many people? Owner, can pets come inside? No problem. There aren't many customers left now. Just keep an eye on him and don't let him run around. Got it. This was a small eatery specializing in rice bowls topped with various ingredients. Zhao Feng ordered a potato shreds rice bowl for himself, then took a can of meat from his bag for Feng Lu. He asked the shopkeeper for a disposable plate and placed the food on it for Feng Lu to eat. Exhausted beyond movement, Feng Lu collapsed under the table. Without lifting his head, he stretched it toward the dish and began eating slowly, bite by bite. The shop's air conditioning was cranked up high, a welcome relief for Feng, who'd been running around outside all afternoon. After finishing the canned meat and gulping down a large bowl of water, he flopped onto the floor and closed his eyes to rest. Zhao Feng? What are you doing here? You didn't even tell me. Suddenly, a man dressed in JF attire walked in from outside. Spotting Zhao Feng sitting nearby, he hurried over and greeted him. Brother Zhou, it's you. I just happened to have business over here. After finishing up, I found a place to grab a bite. Hearing his name called, Zhao Feng turned and saw Zhou Yu approaching. He quickly stood up and greeted him. Zhou Yu was Zhao Feng's senior from the police academy and happened to be in charge of security in this area. They'd crossed paths before, not particularly close, but certainly not strangers. What brings you here? Not really. My girlfriend wants to open a fruit shop, so I'm here to look for suppliers. Oh? Hey, boss, give me a beef and green pepper rice bowl and 2 bottles of water. Zhou Yu didn't press further, turning to address the shop owner beside him. Sure thing, Officer Zhou. Just a moment. The way he was addressed made it clear Zhou Yu was either acquainted with the shop owner or a regular customer. Hey, kid, when did you get a girlfriend? You've been keeping that pretty under wraps, huh? Brother Zhou, come on. If I had a girlfriend, I'd be bragging about it to everyone I met, right? Heh, you little rascal. By the way, how's the viewing going? Want me to hook you up with a few places? I know every spot around here like the back of my hand. You can trust my recommendations completely. Thanks, Brother Zhou. I didn't want to bother you, but since we ran into each other, I guess I have to. Oh, come on, do we really need to be so formal between us? Zhao Feng smiled awkwardly. Due to confidentiality, he couldn't reveal the truth to Zhou Yu yet. For now, he'd just have to take things one step at a time. By the way, where's the shop going to be? Have you decided on the fruit varieties yet? Not yet. She just got carried away on a whim without planning anything. That's why I had to take time off to help her find suppliers and figure out what to sell. Ha! I see. Well, start looking around first. Once you've figured things out, let me know. I'll handle the sourcing for you. Zhou Yu was in this line of work after all. From Zhao Feng's words, he seemed to grasp something. This guy definitely had a mission, one he couldn't share with him. Given that, he shouldn't disturb him. He should have known better than to approach Zhao Feng out of the blue. Who knew if it might interfere with his mission? Officer Zhou, your meal. Alright, thanks. Just then, Zhou Yu's green pepper beef rice bowl arrived. The owner set it down and left, returning to the cash register to play with his phone. Boss, looks like some cops are here investigating. What's the situation? Tell me exactly what happened. Earlier, a guy with a dog came to eat at my place. I thought he was just an ordinary customer. But when Zhou Yu came in, he recognized the guy. They seemed pretty familiar with each other. Not sure what the guy's role is though. Send me the store surveillance footage discreetly. I'll take a look. Got it. Password is 123456. Chapter 35, Exposure. Damn it, this guy was in the shop yesterday. Seeing the 2 people and the dog in the footage, Wang Jian instantly recognized them. Combined with what his subordinate had just mentioned, he didn't hesitate. He immediately started thinking about how to make his escape. Regardless of whether this man was here to find suppliers for his girlfriend or not, Wang Jian decided he needed to leave for a while. He'd wait and see how things played out before deciding whether to return. It's fine. He said he was here to find a supplier. Don't overthink it. Wang Jian sent a message back to the rice bowl shop owner, reassuring him without revealing his suspicions. The safest course now was to pretend nothing had happened, tell no one, and slip away under some pretext. Xiao Lu, you watch the shop today. I've got something to take care of and need to step out. If anything comes up, just call me. Got it, boss. All the employees at Wang Jian's fruit shop were hired online. None of them knew about his drug business. Every time a package was packed and shipped, it was delivered separately by employees from his workshop. The shop employees simply assumed these people worked in the boss's warehouse. As for where the warehouse was located, none of them had ever been there. Whenever goods needed replenishing or items were missing, the warehouse would deliver them directly. Wang Jian didn't take his usual car. Instead, he opened a locked cabinet and retrieved a car key he had prepared long ago. This vehicle was a used SUV with excellent off-road capabilities and an exceptionally large fuel tank, granting it remarkable range. In the trunk lay cash Wang Jian had stashed for himself, along with forged documents, a cell phone, a power bank, and other essentials. It was all for a possible escape at any moment, though he'd never needed it until now. He felt no anxiety about this sudden turn of events, as he had the vehicle regularly serviced to ensure it wouldn't break down. Before locking the drawer, Wang Jian turned off his frequently used phone and placed it inside. This way, if he were ever exposed, he could ensure his location wouldn't be tracked via the device. I'm heading out now. I probably won't be back this afternoon. Don't forget to lock up when you're done. Just leave the keys next door. Got it, boss. They showed no surprise at Wang Jian's departure. He often went out like this before, sometimes returning at night, sometimes not. Carrying his briefcase, Wang Jian walked out of his shop as usual and headed toward the parking lot. Wang Jian was exceptionally bold. He parked his SUV next to the car he frequently drove in a free parking lot. Besides suppliers, many shop employees parked there too. Many cars there were rarely driven, covered in protective covers, Wang Jian's SUV included. Reaching his vehicle, he pulled off the cover without hesitation, unlocked it with his key, climbed inside, started the engine, and drove off without any particular destination in mind. Captain Hu, the owner of that fruit shop, is acting suspiciously. What's wrong? After rushing out earlier, he didn't take his usual car. Instead, he drove off in an SUV parked nearby. I just checked that vehicle isn't registered under his name. Have someone tail him. Looks like something's gone wrong. Text Captain Zhao to speed things up, we might need to close in early. Got it. Zhao Feng, who had just stepped out of the restaurant, received the message. He paused, thinking he hadn't given anything away. He shouldn't mention the problems on his end. Seemed there was no other way. He'd have to have Hanin try sniffing out the workshop using the shop owner's scent. Zhao Feng led Hanin toward the fruit shop, explaining his plan along the way. Upon receiving Hanin's affirmative response, his worries eased somewhat. Since Zhao Feng had visited the shop yesterday, the staff vaguely recognized him. He pretended to haggle over prices and struck up a conversation with the clerk. Meanwhile, Feng Lu strolled over to the cash register, sniffing the seats to identify which one carried the shop owner's scent. Spotting a small purple clay teapot nearby, Feng immediately understood. This must belong to the fruit shop owner. No other employee would bring such an item to work. He stood up, took a deep sniff of the purple clay teapot, memorized the owner's scent, and quickly moved away. His swiftness prevented the nearby staff from approaching to shoo him off. Zhao Feng, who had been watching the scene unfold, recognized that Hanin had successfully memorized the scent. He immediately shifted his tone and quoted a price far beyond the fruit shop staff's authority to approve. After being refused, he said he'd return to discuss the price when the owner was present. He left a phone number, instructing the staff to call in later, then led Hanin out of the store. Following the scent, Feng Lu began searching for the workshop's location. Since the fruit shop owner had just left, the first place he found was the parking lot. Realizing his mistake, he retraced his steps to the vicinity of the shop and began meticulously analyzing the airborne scent. Finally, he detected a faint scent trail spreading in another direction. Following this faint trail, Feng Lu slowly made his way in one direction. After walking for a full 10 minutes, once they had left the imported fruit section, the scent trail led them toward the area where local fruit was traded. The local fruit trading area was far livelier than the imported fruit section. Even at this hour, fruit vendors were constantly leaving, driving trucks loaded with produce. Numerous empty trucks entered from outside, though individual shoppers were scarce. Most visitors were fruit merchants. As soon as they entered, Feng Lu felt a bit disoriented. The myriad scents here were too chaotic and tangled to distinguish. Can't find it? Noticing Feng's hesitation, Zhao Feng asked. Lu Feng nodded his dog head in agreement. As long as we have a direction, let's head in and search. As long as it's here, the scent shouldn't fade. You should be able to pinpoint it easily. With that, he led the way deeper inside. After hearing Zhao Feng's words, Feng Lu realized he had a point. If the workshop was here, it wouldn't escape his nose. Chapter 36, The Ice House. Captain Hu, it's confirmed. Wang Jian is trying to make a run for it. Should we move in now? Confirmed? Yes, confirmed. That man is driving aimlessly with no clear destination. We've deployed several vehicles to trail him, but he seems determined to shake us off. Can we still keep up? We can. Then keep up the hard work. Stay on his tail. Wang Jian probably isn't sure if he's been exposed yet. He might be testing the waters. As long as he doesn't flee the country, follow him. I need a little more time to locate the manufacturing facility. Got it. Meanwhile, Feng had been searching the local produce market for some time. By now, they'd lost all patience with pretending to be customers. Zhao Feng kept trailing behind the dimwit, walking steadily while surveying the surroundings. They hadn't entered any more shops, though. Ha! An unusual scent. A sudden, familiar scent invaded Feng Lu's nostrils. He immediately turned to look at the person who had just passed him from behind. It was a plainly dressed middle-aged man. His attire clearly indicated modest means, and his hands were covered in calluses. His clothes were covered in dust and dirt, likely a porter or manual laborer from the market. Why would someone like this carry the scent of drugs, and such a strong one at that? He must have handled them very recently. Lu Feng nudged Zhao Feng's leg with his head, then pointed his snout toward the middle-aged man who had already walked a short distance away. Is this guy suspicious? Lu Feng nodded in confirmation, then mimicked the tactical gesture for detecting DP scent. Zhao Feng understood instantly. This man either had DP on him or had been exposed to it recently. But what to do now? They only had one person and one dog. Huan couldn't act alone. Zhao Feng frowned, his mind racing. You idiot, just follow him first. We don't have any other leads right now. Hesitating at this moment could mean missing out on crucial clues. At that moment, Bone Lu had already made the decision for him. He headed straight toward the direction the middle-aged man had gone. He didn't get too close, though, just picking up his pace slightly. He still looked like he was strolling along casually. After walking about 100 meters, the middle-aged man turned into a shop. By the time Feng Lu and his group arrived, the man was already out of sight. Lu Feng scanned the shop and spotted a thick door at the back, likely the entrance to the standard commercial freezer found in every store. The shop's interior was clearly visible at a glance. Since the middle-aged man was nowhere to be seen, he must have entered the cold storage room at the back. Moreover, upon arriving here, Feng Lu could clearly detect that peculiar odor. He didn't need further confirmation to conclude that this was the workshop he'd been searching for all along. Without lingering, Feng Lu walked straight past the shop. Is that the shop? Only after they'd moved a distance away did Zhao Feng impatiently ask. Lu Feng nodded firmly. Of course it was. With everything so obvious, why even ask this dog? What a fool. Zhao Feng quickly pulled out his phone, typed up the shop's location and basic details, and sent it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng replied almost instantly with a got it. Though Zhao Feng couldn't see his expression, he could imagine Lu Feng was incredibly excited. Meanwhile, Wang Jian was relaxing over a meal at a restaurant, completely unaware that the police had uncovered his past. Freeze! Police! 4 or 5 plainclothes officers passed by Wang Jian's table and, without warning, pulled him to the ground. Face down, his hands were cuffed behind his back. The entire process took less than a minute. After subduing Wang Jian, the detectives conducted a thorough search of his person. Only after confirming he carried no dangerous items did they lift him up and escort him toward the exit. These were the detectives assigned to tail Wang Jian. Upon receiving the tip, they decided to arrest him immediately to prevent any further complications. As they escorted Wang Jian to the restaurant entrance, 2 police cars pulled up. 5 officers split into 2 groups and boarded the vehicles. 3 officers were assigned to escort Wang Jian, while the other 2 boarded the second patrol car. Old Hu, you're here. Are we moving in now? Zhao Feng spotted Lu Feng stepping out of a black minivan and immediately got out of the car with Han, walking over to greet him. Yeah, the personnel here are too complicated. It's not convenient to bring in the WJ for backup, so we'll have to handle this ourselves. How many men do we have? 30. That should be enough. Just wonder how many are in the freezer. No worries. The armed police are here too and can provide backup anytime. Alright, I'll take you there now. Alright. Have you checked the store's layout? Any surveillance? Yeah, I went in pretending to be a customer earlier. There are cameras inside, so once we control the people outside, they'll notice. But the cameras are wireless. Did you bring a signal jammer? Yeah, I brought a signal jammer. We'll cut their signal first, then move in for the arrest. Soon, everyone arrived in batches at the designated locations, the shops flanking the fruit store. Both adjacent shops had been briefly scouted before their arrival. After confirming Wang Jian had no connection to the lower floor, they decided to assemble here, otherwise, they would have had to deal with the adjacent shops first. Since Zhao Feng had already been spotted, he didn't participate in the arrest operation. Instead, he waited nearby. Bang! Several investigators who entered the shop immediately subdued the 2 young men tending the store without hesitation, preventing them from making any sudden moves. Hearing the commotion, over 20 plainclothes investigators surged out from both sides, sprinting toward the freezer's doors. The freezer door wasn't locked and could be opened directly. However, to prevent any unexpected incidents, the lead investigator held up a bulletproof shield before signaling for the door to be opened. The freezer door was only slightly larger than a standard household door, allowing 3 people to enter side by side. The moment the door swung open, the frontline officers, shields raised, charged inside without hesitation. To everyone's surprise, upon entering, they did not immediately find themselves in the workshop. Instead, they encountered a partition wall blocking the view from outside. Chapter 37, Nan. The reconnaissance team at the forefront reacted with lightning speed, splitting into 2 groups and sprinting off in opposite directions. Bang! A gunshot rang out, causing every scout's heart to skip a beat. The good news was that the bullet struck a riot shield, causing no injuries. As Lu Feng followed a team member carrying a riot shield to the edge of the isolation wall, he finally got a clear view of the situation inside. 100 square meter area was filled with all kinds of drug-making equipment and raw materials. 2 middle-aged men dressed casually and 3 flashily dressed youths, each holding a handgun, opened fire relentlessly at them. Fortunately, the riot shields were sturdy, and the shooters inside weren't very accurate, so no one was injured. Bang! Bang! Several gunshots rang out, and 3 figures inside collapsed instantly. It was the team's sharpshooters, firing from behind the riot shields, who had wounded them. Though the group inside were desperate criminals, under the investigators' gunfire, they were quickly wounded and fell one by one. The entire team rapidly stormed inside. Those responsible for subduing suspects restrained them, while others confiscated firearms. Within moments, all 5 suspects were subdued and rendered immobile. Xiaosong, call for an ambulance to come in. Bandage their wounds first. Notify the evidence collection team to come in and gather evidence. 20 minutes later. The suspects were all taken away, leaving only the forensic and physical evidence collection work unfinished. Feng Lu and his team walked over from the nearby parking lot. Lu Feng stood beside the isolation wall at the cold storage entrance, peering inside intently. The investigators nearby made no move to shoo him away, allowing him to observe freely. It was his first time seeing a counterfeit operation in this world. After scrutinizing it for a while, he realized it wasn't much different from what he'd seen in his previous life. Hey, dummy, where'd you pick up this nosy habit? A large hand slammed down on the top of Lu Feng's head just as he tried to pull it back. Without even looking, Lu Feng knew from the voice alone that it was Hu Feng. Besides the young lady, only this idiot dared to pat his dog head every time they met. He shook his head vigorously, freeing it from Hu Feng's grasp. Ignoring the fool, Feng Lu returned to the fruit shop up front, found a sofa, sprawled out on it, and settled in to enjoy the little air conditioner's service. Ha, this guy really knows how to enjoy himself. You bet. Most of the time, I feel like he knows how to enjoy life way better than I do. By the way, how much cargo did you find inside? You won't believe the amount. Over 100 kilograms of finished products and more than 500 kilograms of raw materials. We've really caught a big fish this time. Holy crap, that much? Looks like Wang Jian must be the biggest supplier for several nearby cities. Probably. Before the operation, we shared all available intel with police departments in nearby cities. They should be moving now too. This bust should at least keep the surrounding cities free from drug threats for years to come. Hu Feng finished speaking, glancing at the lazy Labrador curled up on the sofa, eyes half closed in rest. His heart swelled with emotion. Who could have imagined that a seemingly simple FD case would uproot such a massive, malignant tumor in one fell swoop? And it all hinged on this seemingly lazy Labrador right before his eyes. Zhao Feng didn't linger long with Hanin. Though he was a police officer, his primary role was as a trainer. As long as the police dogs were well trained, the credit would follow. After exchanging a few words with Hu Feng, he got in his car and headed back to the police station ahead of schedule. At the J Bureau, the scene was bustling with activity. This case was simply too massive, requiring the organization of an overwhelming amount of information. Numerous individuals connected to the case needed thorough vetting either to clear them of suspicion or uncover incriminating evidence. This work fell to both Wang Jian's store employees and Xian Hu's store employees. Furthermore, the local distributors uncovered from Wang Jian's FD network also needed to be apprehended one by one. When Zhao Feng arrived, he realized he was the least busy person there. Even Zhao Zhigua, the chief himself, was constantly on the phone assigning various tasks. He felt awkward sitting there playing with his phone, so he eventually took the initiative to find some work to do. As for Feng Lu, he naturally had nothing to do. He simply found a long bench in the lobby, stretched out on it, and stared blankly at the people coming and going. Before he knew it, Feng had fallen into a deep sleep, sprawled out like a dog on the bench. If it weren't for the current chaos, officers would have probably stopped by to snap a photo by now. Even so, every officer who passed couldn't help but chuckle, easing the tension in their nerves. Ha! Meat? Beef? Yum. Still deep in slumber, Feng Lu suddenly detected the aroma of beef wafting from his mouth. Instinctively, he began chewing. Ha, Mom, look at the silly dog sleeping but still eating. So funny. Hearing the voices, the drowsy Feng Lu jolted awake. Too lazy to sit up, he tilted his head and squinted sideways at the little girl beside him. The little girl was Lu Hong's daughter, the one who had had such a good time playing with Feng Lu last time. Lu Hong's husband also worked at the bureau. Since their elderly parents lived in the countryside and hadn't come to the city, the couple took turns caring for their child. Today, unexpectedly, so many things came up at once. Neither of us could get away, so in the end, we had no choice but to bring the child to the bureau. Seeing Feng Lu awake, the little girl happily climbed onto a chair, burrowed into his arms, and tugged hard on both his ears. But how much strength could a little girl possibly have? Besides, she knew better than to use all her might. Lu Feng played along with her strength, shaking his head from side to side like a dog, making the little girl giggle non-stop. Nan, stay here and play with Huan. Don't wander off. Mommy has to go handle something, okay? Okay, Mom. I won't wander off, and I won't let Huan wander off either. Good girl. Huan, could you please keep an eye on my daughter for me? Saying this, Lu Hong placed the box of beef and several snacks she was holding onto a nearby chair. She walked over to the officer on duty, exchanged a few words with him, and only then felt reassured enough to go about her business. Leaving her daughter to play in the lobby didn't worry Lu Hong at all. She'd done this many times before. Many couples where both partners were police officers and had no one to look after their children did the same. The officers on duty would keep an eye on them. Bringing children into the office sometimes led to crying and fussing, disrupting work. Besides, children this age couldn't sit still for long. Chapter 38, Thousands of Lights. While playing with the little girl Nan Nan, Lu felt an unprecedented calm wash over him. In all the time since his rebirth, this was the first time he felt such genuine inner peace and tranquility he had never known even before his rebirth. Having lived constantly on the edge of life and death, his nerves had always been taut. Even after reincarnating as a dog, his nerves never relaxed once he opened his eyes. Compared to humans, a stray dog faced far greater dangers. The hostility lurking from every corner could claim his life at any moment. Being a dog wasn't ideal, but it was infinitely preferable to complete oblivion. As he schemed his way to the police station, preparing to carve out a path for survival, his heart was filled with nothing but trepidation. A former mentor had once told him that being a JC, especially a narcotics officer, meant facing unknown dangers at any moment. The mortality rate among investigators remained the highest. Without a pure heart, one could never become a narcotics officer. In his previous life, he never truly grasped the meaning of those words until his death. In this moment, he felt he finally understood. Salute to all who shield us from the darkness. The next day, Lu Feng made a rare return to the canine unit today. It had been quite some time since he and Xiao Feng had been back. They'd been swamped lately, so Xiao Feng got a day off from his superiors, and Feng naturally took the day off too. Xiao Feng had planned to take him out for some fun, but after lounging around all morning, they realized they still hadn't decided where to go. Two single guys really didn't have anywhere they wanted to be. In the end, Xiao Feng brought him back to the police dog base. Old Xiao, congratulations. Congratulations. I heard you and Hanin pulled off another major feat over there. Yeah, Captain Zhao, we all heard about it. Who knew you guys were so amazing? Captain Zhao, you owe us dinner tonight. As soon as Xiao Feng arrived at the base and took Feng to the training field for a walk, the trainers nearby who saw him coming all gathered around. Heh, don't be jealous, guys. Who can blame me for having such a great dog? Captain Zhao, you don't even have a wife yet, but you've got a great son. Finding a wife later on is going to be tough. Exactly. Any girl who marries into his family would have to be a stepmom. Who'd want that? No need for you guys to worry about that. This young master is naturally charming, no shortage of brides. If I weren't holding back, I'd already have a kid by now. Yeah, right. Last time I set you up with my sister's coworker, you managed to scare her off just by talking over dinner. Damn, really? Old Lu, spill the beans, what happened? Lu Feng, who had been about to leave, stopped in his tracks. He sat down right where he was, his face brimming with curiosity as he turned to old Lu. Damn, this idiot has such a story? Worth sticking around for a bit. Let me tell you, earlier this year, my sister brought a coworker to dinner. She was pretty and single, so I thought I'd introduce her to Captain Zhao. When she heard he was a police dog trainer and even a captain, she got interested and agreed to my suggestion. I sent her his contact info. The girl added Captain Zhao herself, then took the initiative to ask him out for a meal. But during dinner, she asked him this question: you're so devoted to your police dog. But what if one day, after we're together, both me and the dog get sick and need care? Which one would you choose? Guess how our Captain Zhao answered. What did he say? Did he choose his big boy? Yeah. I guess I'd make the same choice. Maybe that's why I'm still single. Instead of the expected uproarious laughter, everyone fell silent, including old Lu himself. To them, Zhao Feng's answer seemed perfectly reasonable, he just hadn't met someone who understood him. Some of them were married, and their partners would never ask such childish questions. They knew that if both could be cared for equally, their partners wouldn't abandon either one. Guys, let me tell you this, don't dwell on such questions. No girl who truly wants to be with you would ask something like that. If she does, she never intended to be with me in the first place. Zhao Feng's laughter broke the silence. Captain Zhao's right. Hey, Captain Zhao, how come you had time to come back today? Is the case over there? Not yet. I couldn't help much over there. Chief Zhao gave me a day off, said I should rest. Captain Zhao, don't flatter yourself. I bet Director Zhao really wanted to give Hanin the day off, you were probably just an afterthought. Heard Director Zhao treats that idiot like the Bureau's prized treasure now. Damn it, the pride of the precinct? I'll be damned if I'm the pride of the precinct. Can't you speak properly? Lu Feng, who'd been eavesdropping nearby, never expected that while he was enjoying the gossip, he'd become the subject of it himself. Needless to say, he was beyond frustrated. After chatting for a while, everyone went back to their own business. Their daily training schedule was still incredibly demanding. Zhao Feng had planned to leave Hanin at the training ground while he paid a visit to Secretary Song to report on his recent work. But Feng, already outside and too hot to move, heard they were heading to the office and wasn't about to stick around. He immediately led the way toward the office, striding briskly ahead. Wow, air-conditioned rooms are so much more comfortable. Doggy never wants to go outside again. Just let me freeze to death in this air-conditioned room. The moment Lu stepped into the office lobby, the cool air swept him away. He immediately found a spot out of the way, flopped down, and refused to budge. Hey, dumbass, aren't you coming up with me? Zhao Feng walked in and spotted Feng Lu sprawled in the corner. He casually asked, but seeing no response, he turned toward Songming's office. Hey, dumbass, what are you doing here? Lu Feng, who had been sleeping, was suddenly ambushed with a tap on the head. Two small hands grabbed the flesh on both sides of his cheeks and shook him vigorously. Still half asleep, he squinted at the figure beside him, blinking hard before finally recognizing the person before him. Hee hee, you little rascal, don't you recognize your big sister anymore? Lin Cheng found it rather amusing watching the Labrador still sprawled out in front of her, lying spread-eagled. No one would ever guess that this seemingly clumsy police dog would go on to crack numerous major cases after starting work. Lu Feng sometimes found himself puzzled. Logically, even while sleeping, a dog should remain highly alert, never allowing anyone to approach its side easily. But since his rebirth, except for those days as a stray when he slept with heightened vigilance, he'd become as soundly asleep as possible once back at the police dog base. Chapter 39, New Assignment. Dr. Lin. Captain Zhao, I was wondering why I saw Han in here. Lin Chang watched Zhao Feng approach from a short distance away, showing no surprise. If Hanin was here, his trainer should be nearby too. This guy's lazy as hell. Once he got inside, he refused to budge. I didn't bother him. He must be exhausted lately. I heard your team cracked quite a few cases recently, and Hanin contributed a lot. Yeah, Secretary Song just mentioned wanting to commend Hanin for his service. Is that so? Well, congratulations to you all. The two didn't chat long before parting ways. Before leaving, Lin Qing gave Hanin a quick physical exam. This route doesn't seem to be heading home? Sitting in the passenger seat, Feng watched the scenery flash by outside. It took him a while to realize that Zhao Feng's riding route seemed different from their usual path. Hanin, I was planning to give you a day off, but Secretary Song suddenly assigned us a support mission. At a parcel transfer center, they found drugs in a damaged package. All the drug-sniffing dogs at the base are out on missions now, and we're the only ones free. So they sent us over to check if there's anything else inside. Over 100,000 parcels this time. Looks like you're in for another tough job. From Zhao Feng's rambling, Feng Lu roughly pieced together the situation. Over an hour ago, the police received a report that a parcel containing drugs had been discovered at the parcel transfer center. That area is a large parcel distribution center, and the police cannot directly seal it off at this stage. After urgent deliberation, it was decided to deploy police dogs to inspect parcels that the machines couldn't clearly identify. Of course, even with this approach, there's still a chance drugs could slip through if present. But there's no foolproof method available now. This is the only option. Regarding the discovered package, the police contacted the receiving branch, which then reached the delivery courier. It was ultimately determined that the package had been mailed by an unknown sender who paid in cash. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu realized that cash transactions actually offered significant advantages. Any physical contact inevitably left traces. While Feng Lu was rushing to the scene, other officers had already gone to the courier's pickup location. They intended to review surveillance footage along the route to see if they could identify the suspect. As for the recipient's contact information and address, a simple phone call confirmed they were fake. However, the package had already been dispatched normally, and the local delivery station had now initiated real-time monitoring of the parcel. Around 2 p.m. Inside a large corrugated steel shed, countless parcels were piled high. When Feng Lu arrived, an emergency clearing had been hastily set up, holding over 1,000 packages. These were all packages flagged by staff as suspicious during the machine screening process. Manually inspecting each one would be extremely time-consuming. Using police dogs made the process much simpler. A single sniff allowed them to identify multiple suspicious packages at once. Zhao Feng found the colleague left in charge at the site, exchanged a few words, and then led Hanin to begin their shift. Wow, the smells here were truly chaotic. As soon as Feng Lu stepped into the pile of parcels, his keen sense of smell detected a multitude of different scents. All the sorted parcels were stacked in multiple rows, with gaps between each row wide enough for personnel to walk without stepping on the packages. Lu Feng began meticulously inspecting each row, moving forward step by step. It took him just over 5 minutes to finish checking the first row of packages. Finding nothing unusual, he moved on as several workers behind him began loading the inspected parcels onto carts to be hauled away. It seemed they were already sorted by destination, saving the workers from having to resort them. For the entire afternoon, Feng Lu inspected parcels almost non-stop. The good news was that he found no abnormalities whatsoever. Hangman, let's go. By 7 o'clock that evening, Feng Lu finally wrapped up his afternoon shift and followed Zhao Feng toward the parking lot. Lu Feng's 4 large paws dragged along the ground, utterly drained of energy. As Feng Lu passed a pile of packages, he suddenly caught a familiar scent. Without hesitation, he headed straight toward the source of the smell. Feeling the tug on the leash, Zhao Feng, who had been looking elsewhere, quickly looked down. He saw Hanin persistently pulling toward a pile of delivery packages. Thanks to their long-cultivated rapport, Zhao Feng instantly understood what Huan meant. It had discovered something. Sure enough, upon reaching the pile, Huan was tugging fiercely at one package. However, due to its large size, he couldn't pull it free. Huan, let me handle it. Damn it, this idiot. Could you react faster next time? You're wearing out your big brother. Lu Feng saw Zhao Feng and immediately understood his intent, stepping aside and sitting down nearby. The package looked like it contained a children's electric toy car, the kind you can sit in and drive. That was just a guess based on the patterns on the outer packaging. Only opening it would reveal the truth. Brother Xiong, we've got something here. Come over with the camera. Zhao Feng didn't rashly open the package. Instead, he called over a colleague on duty nearby, instructing him to bring the camera to preserve evidence. Before opening it, they would also collect fingerprints and other information from the package. Whether anything useful would be found remained to be seen. Solving cases requires meticulous attention to detail. If there were any useful fingerprints, they could help police identify suspects. What's going on? You're off duty now, yet you've spotted something unusual? Just as I was passing by, Hanin suddenly made a tactical move indicating something was off, so I called you over to check it out. Alright, let's open the box for inspection. Li, you start by collecting the fingerprints on the surface. Got it. Xiao Li, who had followed along, set down his evidence collection kit on the ground. He carefully opened it, took out a small bottle, and began spraying it onto the surface of the box. Soon, numerous fingerprint patterns and palm prints appeared on the surface. Xiao Li took out the lifting paper and carefully lifted each fingerprint. The entire process took about 10 minutes before they finally finished. Chapter 40, Locking Down the Anomaly. Xiao Li carefully inspected the packaging seal again, finding no unusual markings before cautiously cutting through the tape sealing the box. Soon, a four-wheeled electric children's bike frame appeared before everyone. It was covered in plastic wrap, with numerous unassembled parts scattered around, each also wrapped in plastic. Everything appeared perfectly normal, which was exactly what they expected. If problems were immediately obvious, the DF agents would be idiots. Xiao Li and brother Xiong carried the items one by one onto a prepared mat, ready to unwrap and inspect them. Lu Feng grew impatient waiting nearby. He'd been exhausted all afternoon. He certainly didn't have the energy to stand around while they methodically searched. Stepping closer, he didn't even need to sniff carefully to know where it was hidden, not exactly a surprising spot, but inside the battery of a children's toy car. Back when drug trafficking via courier was common, batteries were always the go-to choice for smugglers. Back then, they were easy to overlook. But after all these years, some fool still hid stuff there? Didn't he know this trick was as common as dirt? Lu Feng gave the battery a few sharp jabs. The few people nearby who had been watching him all along instantly understood his intent without needing to think. You idiot, you're amazing. At a time like this, you can still help us pinpoint exactly where the goods are hidden. Brother Xiong stared at the Labrador retriever crouching before him, astonishment filling his heart. He'd only heard rumors of this police dog's prowess before, but witnessing it firsthand today, he realized firsthand that seeing is believing. This dog was even more impressive than the rumors suggested, with remarkably high intelligence. An ordinary police dog, faced with the same situation and without the handler's command, would not have actively searched for the target again. But Hanin, without being told, had taken the initiative and helped uncover an anomaly. While brother Xiong was lost in thought, Xiao Li had already fetched the tools and began carefully unscrewing the battery terminals, taking precautions to prevent the police dog from making a mistake. Not knowing whether the battery was normal, Li wore thick gloves to avoid injury from potential dilute sulfuric acid inside before removing the cover. Inside, however, was not dilute sulfuric acid, but a small white bag filled with granular substances. No testing was needed, everyone present knew exactly what it contained. Brother Xiong, we'll leave the rest to you guys. We'll head back first. Seeing the target item secured, Zhao Feng made no further delay. Not only was Hanin exhausted, but he himself was worn out after walking non-stop all afternoon. Today's step count would surely earn him the walking championship. Once in the car, Feng Lu collapsed into the backseat and was fast asleep before the vehicle had even gained much speed. Hanin, we're home. Time to wake up. Your snoring was so loud all the way here, it actually woke me up. The next day. After a good night's sleep, Feng Lu arrived at the logistics park feeling refreshed. After a night of sorting, the area originally cleared for the packages he needed to inspect was now completely filled, with additional space required. Lu Feng suddenly felt weak in the knees. He wanted to feign illness and skip work. What should he do? Get to work. No slacking off. We've got this to handle. Zhao Feng watched the dazed Han staring at the parcel mountain and knew the kid was stunned by the sheer volume of work ahead. Finding it rather amusing, he patted him on the back. You bet. When I first arrived, I was stunned too. Besides the problematic package Hanin found, the machine inspection team discovered 3 more packages last night. The bureau immediately escalated this case to a higher priority level. So we'll all be busy for a while. Brother Xiong, who had arrived earlier than Zhao Feng and the others, shared the information he'd gathered that morning. Really? So that means there's an organization in our city exploiting express delivery services. Have the other logistics hubs been checked too? You bet. We've got our people at every single hub now. Alright, we need to get moving on this inspection. We might have other tasks later. You're right. There's a real chance you'll be assigned other tasks. Zhao Feng didn't linger. He immediately led Hanin toward the express delivery area they needed to inspect. Something's off. Barely a few steps in, Feng Lu detected an unusual scent wafting from the parcel pile, a surprisingly strong odor he picked up without even sniffing carefully. Lu Feng halted, fixing his gaze on the parcel pile before him. His eyes quickly locked onto a package labeled children's products. Judging by the description on the label, it should contain baby diapers. Lu Feng walked over and used his claws to pull the package down. This saved Zhao Feng the trouble of guessing which one it was. Whoa, already found something unusual? Xionggu, who hadn't left yet, witnessed the scene. Without waiting for Zhao Feng to call him over, he hurried over in 2 strides, put on gloves, and picked up the parcel from the ground. I'll take this back for inspection. Xionggu informed Zhao Feng before carrying the package toward a nearby office. The office had been hastily cleared out by the courier company overnight, specifically to ensure that when the police conducted their investigation, they wouldn't be surrounded by staff or have their work photographed actions that could potentially compromise the case. Good job, buddy. Lu Feng ignored Zhao Feng's praise and continued inspecting the area ahead. 20 minutes later. Lu Feng, who had thought it impossible for another suspicious package to appear, discovered yet another odd-smelling parcel when he reached the 3rd row. The crucial clue was the package's appearance. It was identical to the 2 items he'd found earlier, both disguised as children's goods. This instantly alerted Feng Lu to the deception at play. If he hadn't misjudged, this must be a newly emerged FD organization. Their FD tactic exploited people's lack of suspicion toward children's products, using them as cover to transport DP. This reminded Feng Lu of a drug trafficking case he had investigated in his previous life, which bore striking similarities. That group of DF had mixed DP into infant formula and sold the drugs through baby stores. Had it not been for a low-level mistake by one of the drug dealers who mistakenly sold the tainted formula to a parent instead of the regular kind. The parent noticed something amiss while using it and reported it to the police. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken to uncover this group. Chapter 41, Roadside Inspection. As noon approached, Feng Lu once again discovered an unusual package. The shipping label listed the contents as children's toys. This discovery confirmed to Feng Lu that this case was likely similar to one he had encountered in his previous life. Meanwhile, the officers assigned to the case had already uncovered this pattern and significantly earlier than Feng Lu had. The anomalous packages Feng Lu encountered were only those he personally discovered, while the officers handling the case had access to all such packages. This created an information imbalance, and the officers had already narrowed down the sender's location based on the courier's pickup address. They had already begun deploying officers to conduct field investigations. Ring ring, ring ring, ring ring. Just as Feng Lu had finished lunch and was about to take a break, Zhao Feng's phone rang. Old Zhao, someone will take over your duties later. Right now, bring Hanin to Dongqiao Street in Gula District. I'll send you the exact address via location share. Got it. After hanging up with Lu Feng, Zhao Feng immediately headed toward his car with Hanin. Brother Xiong, I've got a new assignment. I'll head out now. The new team should be arriving soon. Got it. I've already received the message from Captain Hu. Brother Xiong, I'm heading out now. Lu Feng knew without a doubt that summoning them meant something more important had come up, something they needed to handle. After several outstanding performances, Feng Lu had secured a crucial position in many people's minds. Whenever police dogs were needed for critical operations, he was almost always the first choice. Since they were using a private vehicle, Zhao Feng had no choice but to push the car to its absolute speed limit to make up for lost time. Fortunately, it was midday and traffic was light, allowing Zhao Feng to reach the designated location quickly. The location Hu Feng had provided was one of Yunqing's largest shopping malls, bustling with crowds daily. Businesses operating within this mall, unless they were particularly inept, faced little risk of operating at a loss. How much they earned, however, depended entirely on their individual abilities. When Zhao Feng learned he was headed here, he found it rather peculiar. The merchants operating in this place surely weren't short on cash. Surely they wouldn't risk their necks just to make a profit? Old Hu, are we inspecting this place? Upon reaching the 3rd floor children's section, Zhao Feng spotted Hu Feng standing not far away. For some reason, the police weren't conducting a covert investigation in plain clothes this time. Instead, they'd made a show of force, with all officers in uniform lined up in formation. By the time Feng and his team arrived, Hu Feng and his crew had clearly been there for a while. Judging by their demeanor, they must have already uncovered some leads. It was unclear why they hadn't proceeded with the search immediately, insisting instead on waiting for Feng and his team to arrive. Yes, there was a slight complication. We couldn't proceed with the inspection here, so we had to trouble you. Did someone tip them off? Yes. We were told not to disrupt normal operations here. The current operation is still being conducted under the guise of a drill. Before you arrived, we went through the motions of inspecting the 1st and 2nd floors. You don't have a specific target? No. But several leads pointed here. Many of the couriers we tracked lost their targets right around this mall. Those parcel senders mostly concealed their faces, so we can't directly identify any specific individuals. What we can confirm so far is that there were 3 individuals sending packages, all young men. Alright, where do we start? We'll start with this one. We've already coordinated everything before you arrived. Zhao Feng didn't ask any further questions. He simply led Han In toward the store that sold various children's toys. The store employees had already been notified, so they showed no surprise at Zhao Feng's arrival. Those not busy stood nearby, watching with curiosity. Several customers were still browsing, mostly parents with children. Upon seeing Han In, nearly every child turned to stare with curiosity. Several of them would have rushed over to play with Han In if their parents hadn't held them back. Mommy, mommy. Puppy, puppy. I want to go play with him. Daddy, can I play with him? Grandma, I want to play with the doggy. Not long after Feng Lu entered the shop, some of the little ones began voicing their requests to their parents in their babyish voices. Unfazed by the commotion, Feng Lu followed the police officer leading the way, meticulously sniffing every corner of the store. After completing the store inspection, the officers also had all staff members cooperate with Feng Lu for a second check, examining whether they were concealing any contraband. If they had recently come into contact with such items, Feng Lu would detect it. While Feng Lu and his team conducted their inspection, the delivery personnel who had handled packages containing contraband were also summoned by the police. There were 5 of them in total. One had handled such packages multiple times. Had the police not cleared him through their investigation, he would have been taken to the interrogation room by now. Upon their arrival, all 5 were instructed by the police to change into prepared police uniforms. They were then integrated among the police personnel to identify any individuals present who might be suspects involved in the parcel shipments. Lu Feng was hedging his bets this way because neither he nor the other team members fully believed the other side would directly place drugs in such a high-traffic shopping mall. By the time half the shops on the 3rd floor had been searched, everyone grew increasingly certain of this suspicion. This person is suspicious. As they finished inspecting one shop and moved toward another, a mother pushing a stroller caught Feng Lu's attention. It wasn't just the smell wafting from the stroller. There were several other suspicious aspects about this mother. First, although the mall was quite cold, it wasn't so freezing that the child needed to be bundled up so heavily. Moreover, she wore an oversized sun hat and sunglasses. Though she appeared perfectly composed as she passed by, so much so that even veteran cop Lu Feng detected nothing unusual. As the mother approached, Lu Feng even motioned for his team to step aside and let her pass first. Hey, buddy, what's up? Feeling tired? Want to take a break? Chapter 42, Rational Gossip. Seeing Han In stop, Lu Feng assumed he was tired. After all, they'd been working non-stop for hours. Even Lu Feng, who hadn't done much physical labor, felt exhausted. Lu Feng turned his head to look at the mom, who had already walked several meters away while he was deep in thought. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, for some reason, she instantly quickened her pace. This situation was genuinely tricky. She was clearly a mother, and crucially, the stroller contained a real infant, not some prop. Lu Feng was absolutely certain of that. How to proceed, whether to take action or expose her, was a thorny problem. Another concern was whether she had accomplices nearby. What Feng was almost certain of was that the stroller contained a significant amount of drugs. With that realization, Feng Lu hesitated not a moment. He wrenched free from Zhao Feng's grip on the leash and charged toward the mother. There was no time for caution now. If he couldn't apprehend the immediate threat, even if accomplices existed, he'd have no evidence to bring them to justice. This mother was likely in the midst of moving drugs. She probably got wind that she might have been exposed through some channel, which is why she was rushing to transport the DP away. One thing Feng Lu did admire about her was her audacity to try cutting right through their formation. How could she be so blind to the presence of this police dog? The police dog's gone mad. Stay back. As Feng Lu charged toward the mother, she inexplicably turned her head at that exact moment, glancing behind her. She caught sight of Feng Lu charging toward her and instantly let out a terrified scream, whether genuine or feigned, who could say? The crowd watching Feng Lu and his group was already sizable, and upon witnessing this scene, all eyes instantly turned toward them. Seeing a police dog charging at a mother with a child, everyone grew furious. Damn it, has this dog gone mad? Lady, run. Don't get bitten. Hurry up, protect the child, don't hurt the child. All around, voices were shouting all sorts of things. A few eager young men even rushed over, wanting to protect the mother with the child. Lu Feng sprinted to the mother's side. Instead of making any aggressive moves, he immediately executed a tactical maneuver indicating he'd detected something unusual. Zhao Feng and Lu Feng, who had also chased over, were initially puzzled by the sudden change in the usually straightforward Lu Feng. But upon witnessing this tactical move, they instantly understood why. Everyone, stay back. Keep your distance. Don't come any closer. Lu Feng bellowed at the crowd of onlookers trying to rush forward, while the accompanying officers instinctively formed a perimeter around the scene. At this moment, Lu Feng couldn't care less whether she was a woman or a mother. Ever since becoming a narcotics officer, Every experience had taught him that no drug dealer was simple, none were good people. He had to be wary of every drug dealer, never underestimating any of them. He and another veteran officer immediately pinned the mother down and secured her. Wah! Suddenly, the infant in the stroller began wailing. The already bewildered onlookers instantly erupted into murmurs. Some even began loudly berating the officers. After all, from the outside, it looked like a group of burly cops bullying a mother with a child. Fortunately, most of the crowd remained relatively rational. Their trust in the police was boundless. They knew that if the officers acted this way, there must be a reason. They believed that by staying to observe, they would eventually understand the situation. Though the scene was unsettling, it was wiser to remain rational and watch from the sidelines. Otherwise, when the truth emerged, they risked looking foolish. Lu Feng picked up the leash again, pulling Hen in close to him. He patted the dog's back without saying a word. A certain level of trust existed between them. If Hanin had detected an issue, there must be one. Lu Feng instructed one of his men to take charge of the restrained mother, ignoring her shouts as he walked over to the stroller. He gently lifted the infant and handed it to a nearby officer who had children of his own, asking him to watch over the baby. Only then did he examine the stroller. Its frame was unusually tall, at least a meter high, and the interior was spacious. The infant occupied only about half the available space. Upon closer inspection, the interior dimensions appeared noticeably smaller than the exterior suggested, lacking the depth implied by its outward appearance. It took Lu Feng only a few seconds to spot the problem with the stroller. He promptly removed all the items from the top and placed them on the ground nearby, no longer concerned about appearances. Sure enough, when he lifted the small blanket covering the bottom, a zipper appeared. The bottom could be opened. Judging by the design, it was likely intended to make it easier to remove the stroller's fabric for washing. He easily located the zipper pull and slowly slid it open. When the bottom fabric was lifted, the contents inside were immediately exposed to all the officers' eyes. It was an object wrapped in transparent packaging, then tightly bound with string in layer upon layer, resembling a brick. 10 such items lay neatly arranged at the bottom of the stroller. Without needing verification, Lu Feng knew exactly what was inside. Bring her over. Ask her what these are. Lu Feng ordered the two officers flanking the mother. As for the mother being escorted, the moment Lu Feng lifted the child out and began inspecting the stroller, her body went limp. She collapsed as if her bones had turned to jelly. If not for the two officers holding her up, she would likely have collapsed to the ground. Come here. Tell me what these are. Lu Feng pointed at the drugs and demanded of the mother being brought over. After asking several times, the mother remained blank, unable to answer any of the questions. She likely knew what fate awaited her if caught this time. Lu Feng found some drug dealers utterly baffling. If it was poverty or desperation driving them down this path to execution, you could at least understand the reasoning. But many of these drug dealers weren't struggling financially. Why would they choose this path? Chapter 43, The Pursuit. The mother in front of him was dressed in designer clothes, each piece costing no less than 5,000 yuan. Add to that the jewelry and accessories adorning her, clearly not cheap pieces. All this clearly indicated that this mom wasn't someone lacking money in her daily life. Unless, of course, everything she possessed was also acquired through FD. As they apprehended her, a crowd had already gathered. To prevent any mishaps, Lu Feng quickly ordered his men to escort her to the command vehicle. Simultaneously, he began calling for backup, requesting reinforcements from headquarters. Upon discovering the woman, Lu Feng confirmed that the FD operatives were likely inside the mall. The only course of action now was to seal off all exits from the mall and register the identity information of every person leaving. The consequences of this approach would be severe, but it was far better than letting the FD escape. Upon receiving Lu Feng's call, Zhao Zhigua agreed to the request without hesitation. He simultaneously guaranteed that all available police officers would be dispatched to the scene at the earliest possible time. Before reinforcements arrived, the commotion caused by the earlier arrest operation had drawn a large crowd. It was no longer feasible to continue the checks. Lu Feng personally went to the command vehicle to conduct the initial interrogation of the mother, hoping to extract information about her accomplices from her. The remaining officers were stationed at various exits, observing for any suspicious behavior. Veteran officers often possess a special intuition when encountering criminals. Admittedly, such statements sound somewhat magical, yet often, it defies logic. What's your name? Lu Feng looked at the woman who had remained silent, feeling no surprise. He had seen enough of this type before. You probably think that once you're caught, you'll definitely be sentenced to death. But that's not necessarily the case. If there's a mastermind behind this, your sentence won't meet the criteria for capital punishment. Besides, you're a nursing mother. Your child looks to be only 5 or 6 months old, right? If you keep refusing to answer questions, given the weight of the DP you were carrying, it would almost certainly be a death sentence. And from the looks of you, you don't seem like the leader of the FD organization. Could you really abandon your child, so small and helpless? My name is Deng Fei. I work at the Lu Wuyo Children's Goods Store. I never wanted to join FD, but my boss forced me into it. He threatened to kill my entire family if I refused. Is Lu Children's Goods Store the one on the 3rd floor? Yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hesitated not a moment. He flung open the car door and leaped out, sprinting toward the store while simultaneously radioing all available personnel to rush to the location. He relayed the information he'd just received so everyone would know what to do upon arrival. After completing these tasks, he pulled out his phone again and began calling to urge the armed police unit to hurry to the scene. But as he rushed toward the 3rd floor Carefree Children's Goods Store, Lu Feng had already given up hope. The commotion they just caused would have alerted those people that Deng Fei had been captured. In fact, those very people might have been among the crowd surrounding them. With that thought, he picked up his phone again and called Zhao Jigua, briefing him on the current situation and instructing him to make immediate arrangements. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Jigua wasted no time in initiating countermeasures. First, he ordered an investigation into the owner and staff of the store. Once the information was gathered, he had it transmitted to all locations requiring real-name ticket purchases, airports, high-speed rail stations, and train stations to monitor their booking activities. Simultaneously, border inspection stations were notified to prevent any attempts to flee the country. Yunqing, being a border city, had numerous locations where individuals could evade border inspection stations and be smuggled out of the country. The exposed FD gang now had few viable options. Their only remaining chance to evade legal consequences was to attempt illegal border crossings. At this moment, Feng Lu and his team also received Lu Feng's notification. Like nearly everyone else informed, they grasped the gravity of the situation. They mustered every ounce of strength and sprinted toward the children's goods store. However, Zhao Feng didn't release the leash in his hand, allowing Hanin to act alone. On one hand, the mall was still quite crowded. On the other hand, the lingering impact of the previous incident where he got lost weighed heavily on their minds. Even though they now knew Hanin was quite intelligent, they still didn't choose the optimal solution. After all, 4 legs could never outrun 2. Just as Feng Lu and the others reached the 2nd floor elevator, preparing to dash toward the 3rd floor, a young man stepped out of the descending elevator beside them. Lu Feng, who had been walking briskly with his head down, hadn't noticed the young man at first. But just as his foot was about to step onto the escalator, his nose suddenly caught a familiar scent and he instinctively halted. Zhao Feng, following behind, nearly collided with him. Fortunately, he reacted in time, dodging past and stopping before the escalator. This moment revealed the tacit understanding that had developed between the two after so much time spent together. Without a second thought, Zhao Feng immediately fixed his gaze on the sole passenger on the descending escalator, the young man. Something wrong? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's question, Feng Lu nodded almost without hesitation. An unusual scent emanated from the young man, and if Zhao Feng wasn't mistaken, it was coming from the shoulder bag slung diagonally across his back. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng tackled the young man who had just stepped off the escalator, pinning him to the ground. He swiftly drew a pair of handcuffs from his waistband and clamped them around the young man's wrists behind his back before the latter could react. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Can the police just arrest anyone they want? The young man, finally coming to his senses, began shouting loudly. If his hands hadn't been restrained, Zhao Feng might not have been able to subdue him alone. Ignoring him, Zhao Feng pressed his leg firmly against the man's lower back and snatched up the shoulder bag that had fallen to the ground. He unzipped it, glanced inside to confirm it contained what he sought, then grabbed his walkie-talkie. I'm at the escalator on the 2nd floor, southwest corner of the mall. Got a suspect in custody. Need backup from nearby officers. Chapter 44, The Crowd Inside the Store. 2 minutes later. Captain Zhao, impressive. You caught one before even reaching the scene. The 2 officers closest to Zhao Feng's location sprinted over from nearby. This is all thanks to Hanin. You guys handle this. Hanin and I are heading upstairs first. After handing over the suspect, Zhao Feng led Feng Lu swiftly toward the 3rd floor. The discovery of this suspect suggested there might still be criminals inside the children's goods store. If they moved fast enough, they might even catch a few more. They now knew of 7 suspects in total, the 5 delivery men, the mastermind behind the operation, and the mother they had apprehended first. If the young man they just apprehended was one of the 5 delivery couriers, then 5 suspects remained at large, including the most crucial ringleader. The young man's shoulder bag contained a significant amount of DP, suggesting he was also involved in transferring the drugs outside, similar to the first arrested mother. Given that the drugs hadn't been fully moved after such a long period, the quantity of DP they were hiding must be staggering. When Feng Lu and his team arrived at the location, the entire store had already been surrounded by their personnel, many of whom were dressed in plainclothes. Evidently, Lu Feng hadn't evacuated all personnel from the 3rd floor immediately. He had left behind a significant number of plainclothes officers. Let us out. Why won't you let us out? Wah! Exactly. Look what you've done to the children. Among those trapped were many customers, but to ensure no criminal escaped, Lu Feng ordered his men to keep everyone inside the store. The store employees and customers were now divided into 2 groups, awaiting inspection. Old Zhao, hurry up. Have Hanin check these customers first. Got it. Hu Feng, who had just arrived and was still panting heavily, immediately relaxed when he saw Feng Lu and the others arrive. Facing these middle-aged women, he genuinely didn't know how to calm them down. He was used to dealing with vicious criminals who required no polite conversation, just swift, decisive subduing. But when it came to dealing with ordinary people, he was completely at a loss. He could only stand by and watch as an older police officer calmed the crowd. "Everyone, please listen to me. You'll need to register your information here, and then you'll be free to leave." The previously agitated crowd, hearing they could leave, quickly moved toward the exit. There, an officer stood with paper and pen, beginning to record their details. Lu Feng stood beside the registration area, scrutinizing each person who passed by him. As for why Hu Feng hadn't revealed his identity, the reason was quite straightforward. Seeing the police dog, DF might have guessed that Hanin was a canine unit dog, but without an introduction, some people would still cling to false hope. "Everyone, pay attention to that young man carrying a 1-year-old child." Zhao Feng heard the words transmitted through his earpiece. He scanned the line without betraying any emotion and immediately spotted the young man Hu Feng had described. In this group, only 2 men were holding children, the other being a middle-aged man in his 40s, who didn't match Hu Feng's description. "If there's an issue, don't act rashly. Don't hurt the child," Hu Feng added. The children's goods store wasn't crowded. Excluding the children, there were only a handful of adults. The young man stood in the middle of the line. The registration process was straightforward, requiring only a phone number and ID number. After providing these details, one officer recorded the information while another used a specialized communication device to verify the validity of the ID number against the official database. Although some people were still grumbling, it was mostly just lip service. Once they learned they needed to register their personal information, they cooperated readily. Perhaps due to the on-the-spot verification, not a single false entry was submitted. When the lone young man carrying a child approached Feng Lu, Lu Feng didn't even need to sniff carefully to detect the unusual scent emanating from him. Just as the instructor was about to warn him, Feng Lu suddenly felt several sharp tugs on the leash. He instantly understood the message being conveyed. Just moments before, he'd been thinking how unfortunate it would be if the child were injured during the subduing process, given the young man was holding the baby. "Sir, let me hold the baby for you. You can press your fingerprints over here. There are tissues nearby. Wipe your hands afterward so you don't get ink on the child." A police officer standing nearby, prompted by Hu Feng's gesture, approached the young man and reached out to take the child from his arms. "Sure, thanks a lot." The young man showed no suspicion whatsoever and handed the child over to the officer quite naturally. "Freeze." Just as he bent down to press his fingerprints, 2 police officers beside him grabbed his arms and pinned them behind his back. "What are you doing? I haven't committed any crime. Why are you arresting me?" Startled by the sudden turn of events, the young man struggled violently. But under the officer's control, his efforts were futile. "No need to struggle. I just checked your records. You're unmarried and have no children. This child isn't yours at all. How do you explain that?" "What? I never said Xiaoyu was my child. She's my niece, my sister's kid. I brought her here to play today. This can of formula was just found in your backpack. You recognize it, right?" "Of course I recognize it. This is Xiaoyu's formula. I just bought it for him at this store." "Just bought?" "Yes. The receipt should still be at the cash register. You can verify the payment time and account details. If necessary, you can review the store surveillance footage. Didn't you notice this can of formula was opened?" "Opened? Impossible. I checked everything when I bought it." Hu Feng didn't respond immediately, instead scrutinizing the other person intently. The man's expression looked genuinely frustrated, tinged with a hint of anger. It seemed he wasn't lying. "Shaoli, go to the cash register and bring all the receipts from there." "Got it. Handsome, what's your phone password? I need to verify it." "The password is 123456. Chapter 45, The Addict. Hu Feng checked the young man's mobile payment records and flipped through the photos in his phone. Sure enough, there were numerous pictures of him with this child. Everything the young man had mentioned matched up perfectly. Based on this evidence, the young man could be largely cleared of suspicion. "Captain Hu, the surveillance footage from the mall has been tampered with just like the footage from the children's store. Several cameras near the mall had their data cables cut. According to the mall security room staff, they've been out of commission for quite some time. For some reason, management never arranged for repairs." Shaoli quickly relayed the information he'd just obtained in a low voice to Hu Feng. Hu Feng listened, his brow furrowing slightly. The drug dealer's tactics didn't surprise him. No one would risk their own life. They would do everything possible to conceal themselves. "Handsome, wait here for a moment. We might need your help with something else." Hu Feng dismissed further thoughts, ordered the young man's handcuffs unlocked, and had him escorted to the side to wait. He wouldn't release him based solely on the current evidence. Doing so could easily let a genuine drug trafficker slip away. Often, what seems plausible isn't necessarily true. Take buying formula, for instance. Parents usually bring their children to purchase it themselves, rarely would someone else be entrusted with the task. Furthermore, children over 1 year old typically consume stage 3 formula, designed for ages 12 to 36 months. Few parents buy just one can at a time, they usually purchase by the case. Not only is it cheaper, but it saves a lot of hassle. Don't ask how Lu Feng, a single guy, knows this. People in his line of work encounter all sorts of things and pick up bits of knowledge along the way. Besides, while wandering around the store earlier, he'd deliberately checked out the formula section. Contact the child's family and have them come pick him up. Got it. A police officer nearby took the note Lu Feng handed him, which contained the contact information for the child's parents. After receiving it, the officer walked toward a nearby station. He needed to first look up the owner of the phone number and verify their relationship to the child. After handling matters on this side, the registration desk over there resumed operations. This time, however, no further irregularities arose. Everyone smoothly passed through Feng Lu's inspection. Old Zhao, take Henin to the store and check it out. I reckon there should still be some stock inside. Got it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately took Henin and headed toward the store. The shop was spacious. Lu Feng estimated it was at least 400 or 500 square meters, making it one of the larger stores in the mall. The entrance area displayed rows of tiny baby clothes, looking incredibly adorable. To prevent his dog hair from landing on the clothes, Lu Feng kept his distance from the tiny garments during his inspection, ensuring he could sniff them clearly. The baby clothing section was quickly inspected with no findings. The next section was the infant and toddler food area, filled with various baby foods, snacks, and similar items. This section, like the formula aisle, was considered the most likely place for contraband to be hidden. Lu Feng inspected it with extra care, moving very slowly. Surprisingly, even after finishing the last row, he found nothing unusual. Let's go. Check the formula section first. Seeing this, Zhao Feng immediately changed the inspection order and led Han In straight to the formula section. The formula on the shelves had already been removed one by the officers, just as before. Otherwise, most of the shelves would have been inaccessible to Feng. Most of the formula had already undergone a cursory inspection by the officers, revealing no further instances of tampering. After this incident, it was likely that the items in this store, especially food and formula products, would be unsellable. After inspecting all the formula on the shelves, Feng arrived at the storage area and finally discovered a can emitting an unusual odor. This can also showed no signs of tampering. It remained unclear how the young man had managed to purchase an open can without anyone noticing. The officers nearby, observing Feng's tactical movements, didn't wait for Zhao Feng to act. They picked it up directly and sent it to the inspector. 20 minutes later. After meticulous inspection, Feng finally finished checking all the formula twice. In total, he identified 5 cans with abnormal odors. By the time Feng finished his inspection, the first 2 cans delivered earlier had already been opened and examined. Inside each, they discovered DP packaged in sealed bags. Each can contain 2 small packets, secured with clear tape to the bottom to prevent exposure during transport. It must be said that these DFs truly exhausted every possible means for the sake of money. Are the sales records still available? Captain Hu, we copied the records from the cash register computer right at the start. They're ready to pull up any time for inspection. Alright, first check the sales records for each individual can. See if we can trace the purchaser through the payment method. Got it, Captain Hu. I'll get on it right away. If the data volume is too large, bring in more people from headquarters to help. Speed is essential. Got it. I'll take the data back now. After hearing Lu Feng's instructions, the tech officer realized something crucial. He immediately grabbed the copied data and dashed toward the parking lot. Lu Feng's reasoning was straightforward. Drug dealers' method of hiding drugs wasn't just about concealment, it was likely their sales strategy. They hid drugs within the merchandise and sold them to users through accomplices inside the store. This sales method would be nearly impossible to uncover without a tip from either a drug user or an undercover officer. Given this, the young man was likely a drug user. Xiao Lu, take that young man for a drug test to see if he's using. Yes, Captain Hu. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Lu immediately retrieved a DP test kit from his toolbox and approached the young man. The young man, bored after having his phone confiscated, idly played with his fingers while occasionally glancing toward Lu Feng. To prevent any trouble, Lu Feng had specifically assigned an officer to stay by his side. Chapter 46, The Depths of Human Nature. Can I go now? Seeing the officer approach, the young man showed no signs of nervousness. He stood up and looked directly at the officer. Sir, we need to take a few strands of your hair for a drug test. What gives you the right to test me for drugs? I haven't done any drugs. I'm telling you, if you don't let me go, I'll file a complaint against you. The young man, who had been calm until then, suddenly bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on upon hearing about the drug test. Sir, I never said you were using drugs. We're just asking for your cooperation with the test. Why should I cooperate? Why only me? Those other people weren't tested. I told you, I came here with my nephew to buy formula. How was I supposed to know there was drugs in it? You've already investigated everything. Why won't you let me go? The young man was now visibly agitated, a stark contrast to his earlier composed demeanor. Sir, if you refuse to cooperate, we'll have no choice but to proceed with force. Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng approached with a police officer. After repeated warnings proved futile, Lu Feng ordered 2 officers to restrain the young man. The officer holding the testing kit swiftly clipped several strands of hair from the young man's head. Realizing resistance was futile, the young man yielded to the officer's force and slumped into a chair. It looked less like sitting and more like collapsing, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. Seeing this, Lu Feng and the officers needed no test results to be almost certain the man had consumed illegal substances. Hello, this area is now under police control. Entry is prohibited. Please leave. Officer, I just received your call instructing me to come pick up my son and brother. You're a family member of Lin Chang, correct? Yes. Then follow me. Standing not far from the entrance, Lu Feng overheard this exchange. Shortly after, he saw a police officer escorting a stylishly dressed woman toward him. Brother, what happened to you? Where's Xiao Hu? The woman noticed the young man slumped in his seat, showing no reaction even to her arrival. Ma'am, your child is in the play area over there. Our female officer is looking after him. Please come with me now. We need to ask you some questions. Okay. Though filled with confusion, the woman complied and followed Lu Feng to a nearby location. Do you know your brother uses drugs? What? My brother? He's always been disciplined about his lifestyle. He wouldn't do drugs. Ma'am, please calm down. We've conducted toxicology tests and can confirm your brother has definitely used drugs. How could this be? He couldn't possibly be using drugs. The woman appeared utterly bewildered upon hearing Lu Feng's definitive answer. I need to ask you something. Does your brother often take your son out alone to play? Yes, whenever he had weekends off, he'd take my son out. What does that have to do with him using drugs? We detected drugs in the formula he purchased earlier. Every time he brought your son here, it was likely to buy and consume drugs. I've notified my colleagues. They'll bring your son over shortly. It's best to have him tested for drugs too. My son is so young and doesn't use drugs. Why would he need that? You need to understand that many drug users lose all rationality when under the influence. For your child's safety, it's better to have it done. The woman remained silent for a long moment. Perhaps something occurred to her, for she finally nodded in agreement to Lu Feng's suggestion. Mommy. Hearing the voice, the woman turned quickly to see a female police officer carrying a child walking toward them. The child was her son. She hurried forward to take her son from the detective's arms. Seeing Lu Feng's gesture, the detective made no objection and handed the child over. Xiao Lu, take this lady to get her son tested. Once the woman had calmed down somewhat, Lu Feng instructed the female detective to take her to have the child tested, while he headed off in another direction. Inside the shop, all items requiring inspection had been examined. Those to be taken away had been loaded onto the investigation vehicle and transported back to the J Bureau for further interrogation. Of the 7 known DF members, only 3 had been apprehended. The remaining 4 had vanished without a trace. The shop owner mentioned by the mother was described only as a man in his 40s, approximately 5 feet 9 inches tall, with an extremely ordinary appearance, the kind who would blend completely into a crowd. This information was provided by verified employees of the children's goods store. The legal representative of this store, upon verification, was merely an ordinary employee working there. Simply because the real owner promised to add an extra 2,000 yuan to her monthly salary, she agreed without hesitation, allowing the other party to use her identity information to open this store. Moreover, the bank card, cash register system, and card reader were all registered using her identity information. This situation has now brought the police investigation to a standstill. Without any new leads emerging, this case is going to be a real headache. Without any visual evidence of the other 4 suspects, they could easily slip out of the country and flee abroad. The 3 drug traffickers already apprehended refused to disclose any information about the other 4 when questioned, for reasons unknown. Even the mother who confessed first did not reveal any real information about these 4 individuals. Their consistent response was that they did not know the real identities of the 4. Currently, the police can only review available surveillance footage from the mall. Using specialized software, they first identify all recordings featuring the 3 arrested individuals. Then they conduct population checks to see if anyone in the footage had interactions with these 3 individuals. While this approach is inefficient, it remains the only viable option for now. After inspecting the children's goods store, Feng was led by Zhao Feng to examine the remaining unchecked children's goods stores. Since this pattern had been discovered, the police would thoroughly inspect all remaining stores. Who knew if the same problem might surface in the remaining shops? Chapter 47, The True Mastermind. 1 hour later, police station. Captain Hu, how many individuals have we identified so far? Lu Feng took the files handed to him by his subordinate and began reviewing them. Ma Tuan, male, 28 years old, ID number 12345.xxxx, local resident, unmarried, unemployed, address, Xingfu Resettlement Community XXX, number 123, South District, Yunqing. Xinlingguan, male, 34 years old, ID number 12345.xxxx, local resident, unmarried, unemployed, address, XXX, Xingfu Resettlement Community, number 123, South District, Yunqing. Xin Xinghai, male, 29 years old, ID number 12345.xxxx, local resident, unmarried, unemployed, address, XXX, Xingfu Resettlement Community, number 123, South District, Yunqing, younger brother of Xin Lingguang. Su Xiaowu, male, 22 years old, ID number 12345.xxxx, unemployed, local resident, unmarried, address, XXX, Xingfu Resettlement Community, number 123, South District, Yunqing City. The three arrested are also locals? Yes, they're from the same happy resettlement community. They used to be from the same village too. Did you inform Team Leader Qin? Yes, I notified Team Leader Qin immediately. He's already on his way. Good. Hu Feng held little hope of apprehending the four individuals within the Xingfu resettlement community. Given their shrewdness, the likelihood of them returning home was exceedingly low. However, the records revealed another issue. The mother named Li Yuan was listed as unmarried. As for the child she was with, police DNA testing confirmed it was indeed her child. Interrogation room. Li Yuan, we've reviewed your records. You've never been legally married. Would you mind telling us who the child's father is? The child may need his support later. After asking Li Yuan a few questions, Hu Feng casually tossed out the inquiry. He's dead. Dead? How did he die? Illness. An incurable illness. Are there any other family members? What was his name? He was an orphan. An orphan? He must have had a name. Tell us what it was. We need to verify it. Hu Feng watched Li Yuan's silence and knew he'd hit on something crucial. It was possible that the father of Li Yuan's child was the mastermind they'd been hunting all along. Hu Feng remained unhurried by Li Yuan's silence. Once he had a hunch, even if she said nothing more, it mattered little. In this technologically advanced era, for the police to locate an individual, as long as there were associated persons, they could gradually unravel the threads and dig deeper to find the target. Of course, if the subject confessed voluntarily, the investigation would be faster and the chances of apprehending them greater. The question was whether, after so much time had passed, the suspect had already left the country and fled abroad. With that thought, Hu Feng immediately informed the nearby police officer and left the interrogation room, heading toward the technical department. Brother Jean, I need to trouble you with something. What is it? Go ahead. Jean Lei, looking anxious, immediately asked Hu Feng when he found him. During the interrogation just now, I discovered that the father of Li Yuan's child is a major suspect. However, Li Yuan refuses to cooperate. We need you to track this person down. Here is Li Yuan's phone. Hu Feng handed the phone he'd just obtained to Jean Lei. Got it. Jean Lei immediately summoned his subordinates, instructing them to set aside their current tasks. The top priority was to secretly unlock the phone and trace the mysterious man's movements through social media chat logs and call records. Of course, if their communication was covert and didn't involve the phone, they'd have to explore other avenues. Another possibility was that the contact phone wasn't this one. In that case, they could only hope the registered phone number used the same ID card. Or perhaps the social media accounts were registered using their ID number. But these possibilities were all relatively low. Hu Feng was well aware of this, so upon leaving Jean Lei's office, he immediately pulled out his phone and notified Team Leader Qin, instructing him to investigate locally for any useful leads. After all, these 7 individuals were from the same area. People there should know them quite well and might possess information beyond the police's reach. Sure enough, within an hour, Hu Feng's phone rang. It was Qin Guanqing calling. Old Hu, we got a tip here. Someone told us that Li Yuan's child belongs to a man named Huang Tianfu. Huang Tianfu is over 50, married with children. Locals aren't entirely certain about this tip, but since it supposedly came from one of Li Yuan's cousins, many people believe it. Huang Tianfu moved here from out of town 5 years ago. He invested over $1 million to open a large supermarket on the commercial street next to Xingfu residential area. We're on our way there now. Also, all 7 of them, Li Yuan and the others, were notorious local troublemakers back in their village. They used to steal chickens and dogs together all the time. If it weren't for the demolition compensation they received, they'd probably still be stealing chickens and dogs every day. One more thing, during our investigation, we discovered that Li Yuan and her 6 accomplices suddenly became wealthy 2 years ago. Not long after their fortune began, Li Yuan was found to be pregnant. Oh, and have Zhao Feng bring Hanin over. We might need him to assist with the search. I suspect their production facility could be inside Huang Tianfu's supermarket. Got it. I'll contact Zhao Feng immediately. After hanging up, Hu Feng immediately sought out Zhao Feng, who had just returned, and relayed Qin Guanqing's request. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng pulled up Hanin, who had just lain down, and they rushed toward the parking lot. Huang Tianfu's supermarket was very close to Xingfu residential area. By the time Feng and his team arrived, it was already completely surrounded by police, with a large crowd gathered on the outskirts. Captain Qin, any luck? Seeing the scene, Zhao Feng knew there was likely nothing left for him and Hanin to do. The police must have discovered something significant, otherwise they wouldn't have cordoned off the area. Yes, we found their production facility. It's inside the storage warehouse. They set up a separate compartment specifically for manufacturing DP. Our team stumbled upon it while inspecting the warehouse. Did you catch Huang Tianfu too? Yes, but at the airport. The old fox bought a ticket to fly overseas shortly after we arrested Li Yuan and the others. Thankfully, we caught him just in time before takeoff. A flicker of relief crossed Qin Guangxing's face. Thankfully, good triumphs over evil. Chapter 48, The Origin of Events. Special thanks to Zhang Yuanzi for the generous tip. This is the first tip received for this book, and I'm truly delighted. Thank you, sir. There's also an unexpected bonus. Guess what it is? Qin Guangxing suddenly spoke to Zhao Feng with a mysterious air. A surprise? Did we catch the fugitives inside? Yes. These guys still didn't know Huang Tianfu was planning to escape. They were foolishly waiting for Huang Tianfu to get them out of the country when we caught them. So that means everyone involved in this case has been apprehended? Exactly. When we first uncovered this, I thought it would take ages to crack the case, and even then, we might not catch anyone. Never imagined it would go so smoothly. All thanks to you and Hanin. Captain Qin, you're too modest. Without the whole team working hard, just the two of us wouldn't have had a chance. Haha, you're too modest. After this, Hanin should be awarded another commendation. After chatting for a while longer, Zhao Feng saw there was nothing left for them to do. He called his superior to report the situation, then headed home with Hanin. You've worked so hard these past few days. Watching Huan asleep in the back seat, Zhao Feng gently stroked the dog's head with a touch of tenderness. These days, he could only pet Huan's head when the dog was asleep. When awake, Huan wouldn't let him touch it at all. This time, Zhao Feng didn't call out to Hanin. Instead, he picked Hanin up and carried him straight home. Perhaps he was truly exhausted. Even in this state, Hanin was still snoring away. Some people might think a police dog's job isn't tiring, just sniffing here and there, a piece of cake. But if you truly understood, you wouldn't think that way. Every time a police dog sniffs, it needs to take deep breaths. Try holding your breath like that for a while, and you'll see how exhausting it is. That evening, Zhao Feng reviewed the case details on the internal network. Huang Tianfu had been a middle school chemistry teacher with solid technical skills. But due to his poor character, he lost his job after a female student reported him for harassment. After becoming unemployed, he happened to meet a drug dealer. While chatting with him, he learned about the real profits of drugs. He became determined to produce and sell it. Purchasing chemical lab equipment online, he used his knowledge to create his first batch of DP, which he sold to the drug dealer, earning his first illicit funds. From then on, he became completely consumed by it. Partnering with that drug dealer, they began the illicit business of selling drugs. However, as their sales grew, a conflict erupted with another drug dealer. His partner was killed outright by the rival group, forcing him to flee to this location. Before fleeing, Huang Tianfu sought revenge by reporting the drug gang to local police. The sudden raid by the cops wiped out the entire operation. Huang Tianfu had no intention of returning to this line of work after arriving here. But everything changed when he encountered Li Yuan by chance. Before meeting Huang Tianfu, Li Yuan had been involved in small-scale drug trafficking, making little profit and avoiding arrest. The two met by chance. During a drinking session, Huang Tianfu let slip that he knew how to manufacture DP. Li Yuan then used various means, combined with Huang Tianfu's restlessness, to bring them together. Huang Tianfu handled production while Li Yuan managed sales. As for Li Yuan's son, she deliberately bypassed safety measures to conceive him as a means to bind Huang Tianfu to her. Huang Tianfu cherished this late-in-life son dearly. Huang Tianfu's wife was aware of Li Yuan's existence, yet for reasons unknown, she never confronted him about it, choosing instead to pretend ignorance. Huang Tianfu's wife remained unaware of his drug activities. He consistently claimed he had developed a lucrative pharmaceutical formula, attributing his income to its sale. Later, Huang Tianfu's wife was summoned to the police station. After questioning and technical examinations, these claims were confirmed. To convince his wife, Huang Tianfu even fabricated several fake contracts to show her. Sometimes things just seem so strange. You tell me, did Huang Tianfu have any feelings for his wife? If you say yes, he still cheated on her with another woman and had a child. Say no. Yet his actions seemed like he was protecting her. Regarding the other 6 members of the drug trafficking ring, according to Li Yuan, these 6 were all underlings she had bribed with money. They were aware of her own FD activities. Li Yuan usually paid them based on commissions. Whoever sold more got a bigger share. This unexpected exposure happened because one of the henchmen suggested the plan. Unexpectedly, the scheme was exposed shortly after implementation when the package broke during delivery. Previously, their drug distribution methods primarily relied on referrals from acquaintances, rarely involving sales to strangers. They certainly wouldn't sell to dealers, always handling sales directly themselves. Over the years, despite exercising extreme caution in their sales, they had rapidly accumulated substantial wealth. Their lifestyle and approach to business underwent changes, and their sales methods grew increasingly bold. Driven by the desire to earn more money, they began exploring new markets. Turning to online sales was a natural progression. After reading this, Lu Feng felt a pang of emotion. If these people knew when to rein themselves in, their current wealth could have secured them a life of luxury. But human nature is never satisfied. When they amassed great wealth, they gained access to social circles previously unattainable with their existing assets. Upon entering these elevated spheres, they realize their wealth is truly insignificant. Under such stimulation, the desire to earn more easily becomes insatiable. Lu Feng, sprawled across the long sofa, listened to Lu Feng's rambling monologue. Whether the other man meant it or not, Feng didn't know. He just took it as a bit of fun and showed no other reaction. But he didn't share such profound reflections. Having eaten and drunk his fill, all he wanted now was to sleep. Huan, go back to your own room to sleep. I've already turned on the air conditioner for you. Don't sleep with the lights on all night, remember to turn them off. Lu Feng urged the drowsy Hanan as he watched him drift off. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu sighed inwardly as he hopped off the sofa and headed toward his room. The next morning at 5 o'clock. Ring ring. Chief Zhao, what's the matter? A friend of mine, his daughter's gone missing. I want you to bring Hanan and help search for her. Commissioner Zhao, send me the address and I'll head over immediately. But Hanan is a police dog, I'm not sure if he can assist. No problem. The police dog base has also sent professional search and rescue dogs, but I have great faith in Hanan. I believe he can work miracles. Plot device, parallel universe. Don't sweat the details, folks. Chapter 49, The Search. You bastard, exploiting child labor and abusing non-protected animals. You moron, what time is it? Making doggy work already? Forcibly awakened, Feng Lu inwardly railed against the injustice. Who wouldn't be grouchy after being roused from a deep sleep? He dragged himself into the car, ignoring the instructor's rant entirely. He flopped onto the back seat and fell asleep again. Hey, wake up. We're here. Lu Feng stared at the lazy dog in disbelief. In all his years as a trainer, he'd never encountered a dog this oblivious, utterly lacking in alertness. If it encountered criminals, it probably wouldn't wake up even if they hung it up and skinned it alive. Lu Feng stepped out of the car and surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Village, under the jurisdiction of Yunqing, was located on the edge of a tropical forest. Due to years of anti-poaching campaigns, many villagers who had once lived off the land and water had moved elsewhere. Now, only the elderly who refused to leave remained. Occasional tourists visited, but not many. Most travelers preferred well-equipped scenic areas, rarely venturing into such pristine, untouched villages. By the time Lu Feng arrived, the sky had transformed from the faint dawnlight when he set out into full brightness. Lu Feng, over here. Having just unloaded Hanan from the car, Lu Feng heard the call and spotted Zhao Zhigua emerging from a nearby house. Chief Zhao, what brings you here? This case is a bit unusual. The child might not be lost, he could have been kidnapped. Kidnapped? Yes. There are some details I can't share with you. Just focus on finding the child. Understood. Stay safe during the search. I've assigned an armed officer to accompany you. If kidnappers are involved, you have permission to shoot to kill if necessary. Understood. Did you see the place I just came out of? Go there now. Someone will brief you on the situation. Zhao Zhigua was now extremely anxious. The missing child was the son of one of his undercover police officers. The organization that employed that undercover cop was extremely powerful. Zhao Zhigua couldn't help but wonder if the undercover officer's identity had been exposed, and if the child had been abducted by members of that organization. As for the motive, Zhao Zhigua didn't need to guess. Either they'd use the child's life to threaten the undercover officer into working for them, or it was revenge against the undercover officer. The second scenario was the one Zhao Zhigua dreaded most. Logically speaking, he had personally arranged the undercover cop's identity. He had personally controlled all the fabricated identities and backgrounds. That's precisely why the undercover operation had run smoothly for 3 years without a single hitch. On the surface, the child and the undercover officer had no connection whatsoever. This time, the child's mother brought the child to visit her grandparents in their hometown. A 9-year-old child suddenly vanished while using the restroom at night. The child's parents, neighbors, and police officers who rushed to the scene searched nearly all night without any leads. Over a dozen search dogs were deployed. When they reached a certain area, they seemed possessed, refusing to advance any further. The handlers speculated the reason might be that someone had sprayed the urine of a fierce animal nearby, or perhaps used some substance designed to scare dogs. All available clues now point to the child likely being abducted by humans or taken by traffickers. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single trace left behind, as if he had vanished into thin air. He had summoned Zhao Feng to bring Huan precisely because the dog's intelligence had left a profound impression on him. Calling him over was a last-ditch effort, a desperate attempt to see if Huan could make a difference. Captain Zhao, the missing child is a 9-year-old boy. Got it. I'll have Hanin give it a try right away. Zhao Feng took a piece of clothing from the other person's hands presumably belonging to the missing boy. Hanin, come here. Memorize the scent on this shirt. Lead me to its owner. Lu Feng sniffed the scent on the garment intensely. After confirming he had memorized it, he nodded to Zhao Feng. In truth, detecting and memorizing scents wasn't particularly difficult for Feng Lu, who possessed human-level intelligence. As for why training police dogs is so difficult, requiring them to repeatedly memorize the scent of an object, it's because they lack Feng's high intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't require such intensive training. After all, breathing is a biological instinct. The real challenge for police dogs lies in learning to recognize and memorize the specific scents emitted by different objects. Thus, it's not that drug detection dogs can only track narcotics. After committing the scent to memory, Feng Lu began following its trail. The child's scent led directly from the courtyard toward the nearby forest. Alongside the child's scent trail, 2 other unfamiliar scents mingled. The scents of 3 human bodies were tightly intertwined. We're here, we're here. I wonder how Hanin will react. Soon, everyone followed Huan to the edge of the forest, the very spot where all the police dogs had refused to proceed. Earlier, the trainer had tried to guide the police dogs around from other paths, but none succeeded. Still, it provided a direction, and some had already begun searching deeper into the forest along that path. The moment he stepped into this area, Feng Lu caught a whiff of a pungent odor. It must have been this pungent smell that caused the other police dogs to lose control. Perhaps because Feng Lu had once been human, he felt no fear. He merely shuddered instinctively. The presence of this odor made it difficult to distinguish the scents of the child and the other 2 individuals. Fortunately, it hadn't vanished entirely, merely become harder to track. This posed no challenge to Feng Lu. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the child's scent trail showed he hadn't ventured deep into the forest. Instead, he was moving along its edge, heading southeast. Those following behind Feng Lu had already given up hope when they saw him pause. But when they saw him pause only briefly before resuming his pace, everyone deliberately slowed their breathing, afraid to disturb him. Wait, this direction feels like we're heading back to the village. As Feng Lu walked on, the direction became increasingly clear. What had started as a path along the forest's edge eventually led him straight out of the woods. Now, he was even approaching the village from a different direction. It wasn't just them who were confused. Feng Lu, their guide, was filled with even greater doubt. Originally, 3 tangled scent trails had entered the forest, but only 2 emerged from it. If finding the lost child weren't the most urgent task right now, Feng Lu would have wanted to track down the lone traveler to uncover why they were moving separately. Huan, this is the path into the village. Are you sure the child is hiding inside? Zhao Feng whispered to Hanin as they approached the village entrance. After all, when they first arrived, the police officer who greeted them had already mentioned that the village had been thoroughly searched. Chapter 50, The Abandoned House. Huan, are you sure it's here? Zhao Feng looked at the empty space and asked again, feeling a bit helpless. Lu Feng himself was filled with confusion. The scent trail clearly pointed to this location, yet upon arrival, not only was the child nowhere to be found, but the scent itself had vanished. This was a cement road built as part of the village access program. The scent had vanished right here on this stretch of concrete. On both sides stood row upon row of courtyards. Many of them bore rusted locks on their gates, clearly untouched for ages. The courtyard next to where the scent trail vanished was in precisely this state. Xiao, it's okay. Why don't we take Huan back first? Looks like the suspect used some method to make the police dog unable to work properly here. It's not Huan's fault. Understood, Chief Zhao. After saying this, Zhao Feng turned to lead Huan away. Unexpectedly, he looked up and saw Huan staring blankly at the edge of the concrete road. Zhao Feng didn't think much of it at first. The spot where Huan stood should have been a garden, though it was clearly neglected. There wasn't even a proper fence to keep the soil in place. Weeds now overran the area, with only a few resilient rosebushes clinging to life. In truth, Han wasn't lost in thought at all. He was studying the fresh tire tracks before him, deep in contemplation. The moment he saw those tracks, he understood why the scent trail had vanished. The target had gotten into a car and driven away. Huan, let's go. Zhao Feng grabbed the leash, intending to reattach it to Hanin. You idiot, are you blind? Can't you see the tire tracks right in front of you? Lu Feng was a bit speechless. Before he could secure the leash, Hanin dug furiously at the fresh tire tracks with his front paws, trying to get Zhao Feng's attention. Stop messing around. We gotta get back to work. I'll take you to play in the dirt after work, okay? Damn it, I practically spelled out the problem myself. What a useless teammate, can't he even see the issue? Wait, those are tire tracks. And they look fresh. Zhao Jigua, who had been following along and watching the dog's antics, suddenly understood what the dog was trying to convey. Hanin probably found the right spot. The child was likely picked up by a car here, and the scent on the child vanished at this point. Ha! Zhao Feng realized Hanin's intelligence was increasingly challenging the limits of his own understanding. To spot such a clue right under everyone's noses? How freaking gifted is this kid? Could he turn into a human one of these days? Could this mean the spiritual energy of Blue Star was reviving, allowing him to cultivate too? Wang, get someone to pull up the surveillance footage from this road immediately. See which car was parked here yesterday. Chief Xiao, you're forgetting the village's surveillance is all broken. We checked everything yesterday when we arrived. Not a single useful clip. Sigh. Zhao Jigua, who had been feeling somewhat excited, instantly remembered this issue upon hearing his subordinate's words. If the cameras worked, why would they need a fool like me to discover this? They would have noticed the missing child in the village long ago. Go. Send people door to door. Ask if anyone knows whose car was parked here yesterday. Someone this familiar with the area must be from the village. Understood. At that moment, Feng Lu was carefully analyzing the scent trail intertwined with the child's. This person's scent was abundant here, and it was also quite chaotic. Lu Feng concluded the person must visit frequently, otherwise, they wouldn't have left such a thick trail. Lu Feng began wandering around, trying to untangle the chaotic scent trails. He hoped to find one that would lead him directly to the person. Huan, what are you looking for? Zhao Feng watched the clumsy one wandering aimlessly around, asking curiously. Lu Feng didn't even acknowledge him. Damn it, all you do is ask questions. I'd have to be able to answer them first. Ha? This one? Finally, beside a narrow alley, Lu Feng rediscovered the solitary scent trail. Woof woof woof. You idiot, follow me. Lu Feng walked forward a distance, turned to see the trainer had caught up, and began following the scent trail. But to his disappointment, as he walked, Feng Lu discovered this scent trail was actually leading back to the child's house at the village entrance. Lu Feng was puzzled. What the hell was going on? Could it be that this person knew the child's grandmother's family? The scent trail merely passed by the child's doorstep without lingering. The bad news was that the scent trail had looped back to the distant parking spot. Lu Feng felt deflated. His methods seemed to be failing. Ha! This scent seemed somewhat familiar. As he passed by a house, Feng Lu suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Following the scent forward, he discovered the odor stream entering the neighboring house. The door lock was covered in rust, suggesting it hadn't been opened in ages. Why would there be a scent trail left behind? And whoever left it had even entered the courtyard. Woof woof woof. Hey, go find someone to ask whose house this is. It'd be best if we could go inside and take a look. Hang, is something wrong with this house? Zhao Feng scrutinized the yard the fool was trying to enter. It looked perfectly ordinary, nothing special about it, indistinguishable from the neighboring houses. The rust on the door lock and the overgrown yard visible through the cracks suggested it had been abandoned for a long time. However, trusting Hanin, he gave the place a quick look before walking toward Zhao Jigua. Commissioner Zhao, Hanin discovered something unusual in front of an unoccupied house. We need to open the door and go inside. Found something? Let's go. Take me there. Upon hearing there was a situation, Zhao Jigua didn't hesitate. He immediately instructed Zhao Feng to lead him there. This house? Yes. All right. Officer Wang, do you know who lives here? Can you get in touch with them? Wang Ming'an, the police officer assigned to Zhao Village, knew the area inside out. Chief Xiao, this family has settled in the city and hasn't returned here for a long time. Why don't we open the door first? I'll contact them later. After all, finding the child is the priority. All right, Officer Li. I recall you know how to pick locks. See if this one can be opened. If not, just cut it off. We'll buy a new lock to replace it later. Understood, Chief Xiao. I'll give it a try. Xiao Li was a technical police officer who had studied lockpicking. While not an expert, he could handle ordinary locks. Chapter 51, Discovering Traces. Someone's been in here. Even without the officer pointing it out, everyone present could see the evidence. Amidst the not-too-thick weeds, distinct footprints stretched straight to the main hall. On the brick-paved path, the imprints left by trampled green moss were also clearly visible. Go inside and check. Be careful not to disturb the tracks, stay to the side. Zhao Jigua spoke, then led the way toward the main hall. The main hall door wasn't even locked, it swung open with a push. Upon opening the door, the scene inside left everyone momentarily stunned. In a room that clearly hadn't been occupied for ages, several leftover instant noodle boxes lay scattered about. They looked freshly discarded, otherwise, given Yunqing's climate, they would have gone rancid long ago. Wang, collect all evidence from this area. Yes, Chief Zhao. Zhao Jigua didn't step inside. The main room wasn't large, and standing at the doorway provided a clear view of most of the interior. Besides a table and a few chairs, there was only an empty wooden bed and a large wardrobe that had been opened. It was now almost certain that the child's disappearance wasn't due to wandering off or being abducted by traffickers. First, the child was already 9 years old, past the prime age for trafficking. Second, traffickers wouldn't go to such lengths for just one child. Of course, it couldn't be completely ruled out, but the probability of abduction was now very low. Judging by the current situation, it's safe to conclude that this person or group conducted thorough investigations and meticulous preparations. They also appear to be quite familiar with the child's family situation. They knew the child's mother would be bringing the child back to her parents' home at this specific time. All clues pointed to the very scenario Zhao Zhigua dreaded most. He desperately wanted to find that undercover agent immediately regardless of their current situation and bring them back. But as the chief of police, he understood all too well the immense sacrifices the undercover agent had made to infiltrate that circle successfully. JC had also expended immense resources and sacrifices to support the undercover operation, even losing 2 outstanding officers in the process. Now he had to stay calm and focus all his efforts on finding the child safely. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face the child's father. Ring ring. The ringtone snapped Zhao Zhigua out of his reverie. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was the officer who had gone to the traffic bureau to retrieve surveillance footage calling him. The village surveillance was useless, but if the perpetrators drove, they had to use the roads. There were only 2 routes in and out of the village. The kidnappers had to take one of them. Chief Zhao, we've identified the vehicle. It's a clone license plate, so we can't trace the owner. We're already following the surveillance footage to track their movements, but it'll take some time. Understood. Speed is paramount. If you're short-handed reviewing the footage, I'll send reinforcements. The child has been confirmed kidnapped. Time is everything. Understood, Chief Zhao. Zhao Zhigua hung up without further discussion, then made several calls to the tech team, ordering them to send reinforcements. The officers who could survive in Yuncheng were all elite, not a single useless one among them. In such a complex law enforcement environment, incompetence wouldn't survive, nor would they dare show up here. While Zhao was on the phone, forensic technicians had already begun examining every traceable item inside the advanced residence. 2 hours later. Rying. Chief Zhao, we've located the suspect's vehicle, but it's empty. Our team is currently monitoring the vicinity. Good work. Send me the address. I'll have Zhao Feng go undercover with Hanin to see if they can uncover anything. Understood. Zhao Zhigua, head of the investigation bureau, sat in his office. After hearing his subordinate's report, he jumped to his feet in excitement. Hanging up the phone, he slammed his fist hard on the desk. The FD Express case had just been cracked, and with a mountain of matters demanding his personal attention, he hadn't had a moment to spare all morning. Even back at the office, his mind was still preoccupied with worries about his child's safety. After a morning of worry, he finally received some good news. Ding! Zhao Zhigua glanced at the message, a location update sent by his subordinate. He immediately forwarded it to Zhao Feng. Then he dialed Zhao Feng's number and explained the situation. Hey, let's get to work. Zhao Feng, who had been on standby at Bureau J, hung up the phone and immediately changed out of his JF uniform into plainclothes. He even swapped Huanuan's leash from the standard issue to a common one and removed the police dog vest from the dog's back. The suspect vehicle they tracked down was parked on the side of an unopened road. There were almost no residential buildings around, except for 2 resettlement communities and 2 newly delivered complexes with virtually no occupancy. This area was newly developed, with little foot traffic. Security cameras were scarce in the vicinity, and the few that existed didn't cover this area. One glance at the location made it clear the perpetrator had deliberately chosen this spot. Fortunately, the resettlement housing nearby provided cover, otherwise, even pretending to walk a dog would have been impossible. Zhao Feng, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, looked like a little cutie. He strolled along the road with Hanin on a leash. When they reached the suspect's vehicle, he deliberately tugged on the leash to alert Hanin. What a little cutie. Taking a dog out for a walk in the middle of the day, isn't that a bit too fake? While muttering under his breath, Feng carefully sniffed the surrounding air, easily picking up the scent trail. Captain Zhao, someone's coming. Watch out, don't get exposed. Zhao Feng's earpiece crackled with his colleague's warning. The colleague monitoring this area was concealed in a nearby residential building. With binoculars, he could observe the vicinity clearly, a wide field of view that minimized the risk of exposure. If the target appeared, nearby colleagues would be ready to track or apprehend them. Huan, let's go. Someone's coming. Zhao Feng immediately grabbed Hanin and headed toward the dead-end road's terminus. It was a patch of wasteland, though not overgrown with weeds. Many farmers had already planted vegetables and crops there. However, the largest patch in the middle remained uncultivated due to its low-lying position, which often left it waterlogged. Before Feng and the others reached it, a middle-aged man appeared on the other side of the road. Judging by his direction, he was heading toward the car. When he spotted Zhao Feng and the others in the distance, he showed no surprise. People often came here to walk their dogs. Many residents in the resettlement housing complex owned large dogs. Walking them in the neighborhood drew complaints, making this vacant lot the ideal spot for dog owners. They simply loosened the leashes, letting their dogs run wild here without any trouble. Chapter 52, The Kidnapper. Huan, go play. Zhao Feng removed the leash from Hanin, letting him roam freely. Instead of dashing toward the open field, the newly unleashed Labrador quickly circled around Zhao Feng and sprinted toward the middle-aged man who had just arrived. "Silly dog, come back!" Zhao Feng froze for a moment before rushing after the Labrador. But 2 legs could never outrun 4. He'd barely covered half the distance when Hanin had already reached the middle-aged man. "Sir, don't be afraid, he doesn't bite." "My apologies." "Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Is this a Labrador? So cute." The middle-aged man had been quite frightened when he saw the large dog charging toward him. But when it arrived at his feet, wagging its tail and looking up at him, though still a bit nervous, the situation eased considerably. After hearing Zhao Feng's words, he even recklessly reached out to pat Hanin's head. "You're asking for trouble, you bastard. If I couldn't get my hands on you right now, I'd send you packing today." "Silly dog, stop it." Zhao Feng walked over, yanked the clumsy dog back, and reattached the leash. "Sorry about that, bro. He's never acted like this before. I come here every day. Looks like he really likes you. First time I've seen him actually show affection to someone." No worries, no worries. I really like dogs. If time allowed, I'd have gotten one ages ago. Taking care of a dog really demands time and companionship. Look at today, I had a perfectly good day off, but I pulled an all-nighter. I just woke up, and now he's already fussing to go out in the middle of the day. Heh, he hasn't been out all morning. Must be bursting to go potty. Yeah, he just dropped a huge pile on the road. Cleaning it up was such a pain. You cleaned it up? That shows you're pretty responsible. While Zhao Feng was chatting with the man, Feng Lu had already confirmed that this was the same middle-aged man who had driven the car with the child yesterday. It wasn't just the scent lingering on him, the open car door carried the distinct odor of that child's scent wafting from inside. The interior was meticulously clean, with nothing but a small ornament hanging from the rearview mirror. If not for the thick smell of smoke lingering inside, it wouldn't have looked like a car driven by a middle-aged man at all. The two didn't talk long before the middle-aged man drove away. Shortly after he departed, Feng Lu and his team wasted no time. Following the scent trail left by the middle-aged man's arrival, they headed straight for the nearby housing complex. In truth, even without Feng Lu and his team, the police would eventually locate the man's residence. It would simply take longer. Verifying the identity using the suspect's photo and then pinpointing the address would take time. By directly following the scent trail, Feng Lu could pinpoint the man's residence immediately. To save time, once he was certain he wasn't following the wrong scent trail, Feng Lu began jogging. Both sides of the resettlement community were lined with numerous shops selling various foods, along with real estate agencies, pharmacies, and other businesses. The mingling of different scent trails made it increasingly difficult for Feng Lu to distinguish the target's scent. He slowed from a jog to a steady walk. Fortunately, the scent trail hadn't vanished and remained traceable. The pedestrian entrance to the resettlement community remained open, allowing free access to all. Upon seeing Zhao Feng and his group arrive, no security guards intervened, and they entered smoothly. When Feng Lu followed the scent trail to the front of a building, both he and Zhao Feng were momentarily stunned. They had found the location, but staring up at the 27-story building, how were they supposed to pinpoint the specific apartment? Everyone used the elevator, no one took the stairs. There was no way to pinpoint the exact apartment. Hey, let's just go floor by floor. Take the elevator up first, then walk down. Captain Zhao, no need for that hassle. I'll pull the elevator surveillance footage, we can pinpoint their exact floor directly. Just as Zhao Feng was about to settle for the clumsy approach, the technician's voice crackled through his earpiece. Attached to the collar of Feng Lu's jacket was a miniature camera, transmitting his real-time movements back to headquarters. Got it. Xiao Xiao, find a place to wait for now. Understood, Chief Zhao. 5 minutes later. Director Zhao, the subject is on the 17th floor, Unit 1703. The registered owner is Chen Gang, the middle-aged man from earlier. His records show he's divorced and lives alone. Using the software, I filtered elevator footage from the past 2 days and discovered he pulled a large suitcase inside this morning. Based on its size, it could easily fit a 9-year-old child. After pinpointing the building, the technician used elevator surveillance to locate the target's floor. Cross-referencing property records, they immediately identified the specific apartment. Once his identity was confirmed, accessing basic personal details through the internal network proved remarkably straightforward. Alright, send someone in immediately to search his residence. I'll prepare the necessary documentation right away. Zhao Jigua finished speaking and immediately called the police officer on standby, briefing him on the situation and ordering him to lead a team to the scene for the rescue. As for the child's safety, Zhao Jigua believed there was no immediate danger to life. Given the kidnappers' meticulous planning to capture the child, they wouldn't kill the child outright. Zhao Jigua had a clear grasp of the situation. Only 3 officers remained on standby, so Zhao Feng joined them to provide backup. When they reached the door of 1703, one officer pressed his ear against it and began listening intently. Inside, it was dead silent, no sound of movement whatsoever. The lead officer immediately signaled for a direct assault. In a case involving the disappearance of a 9-year-old child, time was of the essence. They couldn't afford to wait for backup. An officer produced tools and fiddled briefly with the door lock. Less than 10 seconds. Click. The door swung open. The officer who had picked the lock pulled it back, and the other officers charged inside without hesitation. It was an ordinary, modestly decorated house. The entryway held a shoe cabinet, beyond which lay the living room. To the left of the living room were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, with the balcony accessible from the master bedroom. To the right was the kitchen, while the dining area was integrated into a corner of the living room rather than a separate space. Found it. Right here. Chapter 53, Peace. A small boy lay curled up inside a cage. The sound of the officers' voices roused him from sleep, and he was still drowsy. An officer hurried over, grabbed the keys from the nearby table, unlocked the cage door, and lifted the child out. After carefully examining him, they confirmed he was the missing boy. "Little one, are you feeling okay?" "Officer, I'm really hungry. Can I have something to eat?" Surprisingly calm, the boy didn't cry or fuss after the officer identified himself. Instead, he calmly stated his need. "Alright, tell uncle what you'd like to eat, and I'll take you right now." The officer exchanged brief greetings with the others before taking the child outside with another officer to get him something to eat. As for Zhao Feng and the other 2, they stayed behind to secure the scene. "Ha! Something's here." Lu Feng, who had followed them inside, began wandering around the room. He hadn't been expecting to find anything, he just wanted to look around. Unexpectedly, near the living room sofa, he detected that familiar scent. Without a second thought, Feng knew this must be where the drugs were hidden. It was an ordinary fabric sofa, appearing perfectly normal on the surface. The outer fabric had faded slightly from washing, suggesting it had been in use for quite some time. After careful inspection, Feng Lu finally pinpointed the source of the scent to a decorative pillow. All the scent emanated from this cushion. Lu Feng leaped onto the sofa, pulled the pillow toward him, and searched it carefully, locating the zipper. He tentatively tugged at it with one paw. When he applied pressure, the entire pillow shifted. He quickly pressed it down with his other paw. Only then did he slowly unzip it. Just as he was about to lower his head to bite the pillow and fling its contents out, he looked up and saw Zhao Feng staring at him with pure curiosity. He was instantly speechless. "Damn it, you saw Dog Lord messing with something and didn't even come over to help." Furious, Feng lashed out with a paw, sending the pillow flying toward Zhao Feng. "Something inside?" Instead of picking up the pillow directly, Zhao Feng first put on gloves before lifting it. He tore open the pillow's seam and, without even searching, spotted a bag of white powdery substance tucked inside the lining. "Is this white powder?" "Zhao, don't touch it yet. Wait for the forensic team to arrive and see if they can extract anything useful." Even without Zhao Zhigua's prompting, Zhao Feng knew the proper procedure. Though they all wore recording devices, securing fingerprint evidence would strengthen their case. In Bureau J's command center, Zhao Zhigua's mind was already in turmoil upon seeing the contents of the pillow. He was now 80% certain this operation had targeted the undercover officer. After leaving the command center and returning to his office, he immediately made calls and dispatched additional personnel to the undercover officer's residence to secure his family's protection. He resolved that even if this was merely an accident, he would conceal the undercover officer's entire family and relocate them to a new place. However, if the plan succeeded, the operation should be wrapped up soon, and the undercover officer would return safely. While the team rescued the child from the kidnapper's house, another group of officers tracking the middle-aged man refrained from rushing in. Instead, they continued surveillance. They wanted to see if they could catch the big fish behind it all. Once the middle-aged man's identity was confirmed, the investigation into his associates never ceased. Every possible channel for information, social media, communication records, bank statements was tapped and sent to specialized analysts. Any suspicious leads were thoroughly investigated. Regardless of who was involved, anyone leaving a digital footprint online could potentially be traced. "Hey, why don't you take another look around and see if there's anything else out of the ordinary?" Lu Feng heard Zhao Feng's words and didn't even bother to glance at him. "Damn it, you guys might have missed something in that pillow, but I don't believe you can't find anything else. This is like wanting me to do their work for free. Old Zhao, you're just messing with the fool. If he goes on strike later, Director Zhao will make you pay with your life." Captain Zhou, long time no see." Zhao Feng looked at Zhou Gang, who had just stepped out of the elevator. He hadn't expected Director Zhao to send him over. That tiny bag of DP? Surely it can't be that serious. At most, it's just the other party's XD, hardly enough to warrant FD charges. This kind of case should be handled by the Criminal Investigation Squad, not the Narcotics Squad. Though puzzled, he kept his doubts to himself. From start to finish, this case held something hidden that Zhao Feng couldn't quite grasp. The disappearance of a child shouldn't warrant the involvement of Zhao Zhigua, the bureau chief of the police department, nor the deployment of so many personnel. Although Zhao Zhigua claimed it was his friend's child, Zhao Feng never once saw this so-called friend throughout the entire incident. Had he not known Zhao Zhigua's character, he might have suspected the child was his illegitimate offspring. After Zhou Gang arrived, Zhao Feng confirmed there was no need for him or Hanin to stay, gave a quick farewell, and returned to the police bureau to stand by. This was the order Zhao Zhigua had just given him: remain on standby at all times, ensure Hanin got proper rest as a tough battle might be coming their way. Upon returning to Bureau J, everyone was engrossed in work. The number of officers on duty in the lobby had dwindled from 4 to 2, as the other 2 had also been reassigned. Nearly everyone was occupied with the recently cracked FD courier case, some printing materials, others drafting reports. Numerous pieces of evidence still needed verification, and those implicated in the case required either arrest or disciplinary action. In short, everyone was striving to close the case. So despite the busyness, there wasn't the same tense urgency felt in the previous days. Back at Bureau J, Lu finished his meal with Zhao Feng's attentive service. He then found a sofa in the large office, lay down on it, and took a nap. His behavior left the busy officers utterly envious. Several mischievous young women, taking breaks from their tasks, came over to tease him a few times, leaving Lu speechless for a while. While Feng was sleeping, the middle-aged man was apprehended by police officers lying in wait at his home. Originally, as long as he didn't return home, he wouldn't be caught. To gather more intelligence, he would have been placed under surveillance. He could have enjoyed a bit more freedom, but unexpectedly, the bastard drove straight back home after grabbing a meal out. In the end, he was arrested and taken to the police station for interrogation. Chapter 54, Prelude to the Net Closing. Chief Zhao, Chen Gang, has confessed. Chen Gang used to be in business, earning over $1 million a year. A lifelong bachelor, he never married. At a party, he was persuaded by friends to try drugs. From then on, he couldn't stop. In just 1 year, he squandered his entire fortune. When he couldn't afford drugs, a dealer approached him, offering free supplies in exchange for helping capture a child. The dealer also arranged an accomplice for him. That accomplice was the male head of the household where they were hiding, also an addict. At his accomplice's urging, Chen Gang secretly drove into the village at midnight, having swapped out the license plate beforehand. Originally, they planned to forcefully take the child, but unexpectedly, when they arrived at the child's grandmother's house, the child happened to come out to use the bathroom. They drugged the child unconscious, then took a detour through the woods, skirting the forest edge before returning to the village. As for why the police dogs dared not enter, it was because they had scattered tiger urine obtained from the zoo throughout the forest. When Chen Gang was brought to the police station, he offered little resistance and collapsed immediately. Consequently, his accomplice was also apprehended swiftly. His account largely matched Chen Gang's. Both claimed they'd been coerced into the crime using DP as leverage. The kidnapper hadn't specified when or where to hand over the child, so he simply brought the child home. Since the child was drugged unconscious, he assumed the child wouldn't wake up anytime soon, so he went out to grab a meal. Upon learning the full details, Zhao Zhigua felt his heart sink. It seemed the undercover cop was in grave danger. But he wouldn't give up until the very last moment. All he could do now was accelerate his plans and close the net as quickly as possible. Xiao Feng, come to my office. Uncle Air, you wanted me? Yes, sit down. There's no one else here, so no need to be so formal. There's something I might need you to do. This task carries an extremely high risk level. You? Uncle, it's fine. I'm not afraid of danger. Whatever you need me to do, just give the order. Good. Zhao Zhigua stood up and gave Zhao Feng a firm pat on the shoulder. You must have noticed how much I care about this kidnapped child. Zhao Feng remained silent, merely nodding in response. The boy's father is Su Yang, an undercover cop currently on a critical mission. He may have been exposed now. This kidnapping was likely their retaliation. Thankfully, it was discovered and stopped in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face him. Uncle Air, what about Su Yang? Sigh. We'll just have to take it one step at a time now. I can only accelerate the operation to close the net. I hope they can hold out until we succeed. So, Uncle, why did you call me here? Mainly because of Su Yang. His undercover placement is at a chemical plant in this city. 3 years ago, I received reports about DP production there. But every inspection turned up nothing. Even 2 surprise raids yielded no results. I'm almost certain they have a mole within our ranks. After over a year of internal investigations, I finally tracked down that traitorous bastard. He's now under surveillance by our people, and any information he passes on is precisely what we want him to convey. But the kidnapping of Su Yang's child was something I didn't anticipate, a result of my own negligence. Fortunately, Su Yang's family has already been placed under covert protection. I've coordinated with the municipal committee. Tomorrow, the city will lead an official investment research mission. You and Hanin will accompany them, posing as investors. Whether we can locate the drug lab's whereabouts then depends entirely on you and Hanin. Are we certain their production facility is within the chemical plant? Yes, that's what Su Yang mentioned during our last contact. But he hasn't pinpointed the exact location yet. The reason we haven't moved yet is because the FD organization's leader and his entire family are traveling abroad. They won't return to the country until tomorrow morning, which is why we've held off. As soon as we get their flight registration info tomorrow, regardless of whether you found it or not, I'll have my people seal off the area immediately. We'll dig to the bottom of the earth if we have to define that factory. Uncle, rest assured. Hanin and I will definitely find the factory. Their factory is most likely hidden underground, and the entrance must be extremely well concealed, otherwise, it wouldn't have evaded multiple inspections. Here are the factory blueprints. Take them back and study them carefully. You'll need them tomorrow. Got it. Take Hanin back to rest. There's nothing more for you here. Remember to be at the bureau before 6 tomorrow morning. Later tonight, I'll send you a file containing your cover story for tomorrow. Memorize every detail, don't blow your cover. Understood, Uncle Air. I'll take my leave now. Zhao Feng took the documents from Zhao Zhigua's hand and walked out of the bureau chief's office. Hanin, let's go. Time to clock out. Zhao Feng called out to Hanin, who was still dozing on the sofa. Watching him follow along in a daze, Zhao Feng feared he might bump his head on the door. Clang! Just as he thought it, the drowsy Huan stumbled along the hallway and smacked his head right into the other half of the glass door that hadn't been opened, pushing it outward slightly. Ha, Huan, I thought you were going to crash wherever you hit and just pass out there. Lu Feng rolled his eyes at the other person, shook his slightly dazed head, and ignored him completely, walking right past him. My mom told me not to play with little cutie. I'll catch whatever he's got. Not long after returning home, Zhao Feng received a file from Zhao Zhigua. Inside was a person's profile and behavioral habits. The man's name was Zhang Ming, the son of a wealthy businessman who had returned from overseas. He was now back in Yuncheng specifically to invest in building a factory. The products manufactured by this factory would have some business dealings with the chemical plant. Rumors of his impending return had circulated for over a month. While his son was known by name, few had actually seen his face, leaving Zhao Feng with no pressure in his role. As for whether the chemical plant owner would suspect anything when city officials arrived for investment research, there was no need for concern. That was not a concern. A month prior, the municipal government had already made arrangements, though the exact timing had not been finalized at that point. They had only stated that the date would be determined based on Zhang Ming's arrival time. Chapter 55, Operation begins. Lu Feng reclined in the back seat, listening to Zhao Feng's incessant chatter as he detailed today's situation and the areas requiring Lu Feng's cooperation. When Feng and his team arrived at Bureau J, it was barely 5:30 a.m., and the sky was still dimly lit. Upon entering the office, they found 4 or 5 people already present, each holding breakfast while discussing something. Several large bags of breakfast were placed on the desk: soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, sesame balls, rojiamo, and more. Altogether, there was enough food for over a dozen people. Old Zhao, you're here. Help yourself to whatever you want. Director Zhao's treating today. Spotting the newcomer, Hu Feng gestured toward the table, inviting him to help himself. Oh, and there are 2 big chicken drumsticks over there. Director Zhao specially bought them for Hanin. I didn't dare eat them myself. Zhao Feng walked over to the desk and indeed spotted a breakfast set aside separately. Written on it were the characters for Hanin. Without even looking at the handwriting, Zhao Feng knew it was Zhao Zhigua's. Honestly, he treats him better than his own nephew. Woof woof woof. You little cutie. Hurry up and bring it to doggy, don't even think about sneaking a bite. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Little Second scampered over to the desk. But instead of climbing up to grab it himself, he commanded Zhao Feng to fetch it for him. All right, little master. Don't rush. Would I compete with you for food? Zhao Feng pulled the chicken drumstick out of its packaging, then laid the bag on the floor. He planned to place the drumstick on the bag to avoid dirtying the floor. He'd have to clean it up later anyway. Is this homemade stewed chicken leg? Just as Zhao Feng was about to set it down, he noticed something. This wasn't the kind bought from a street vendor. It looked homemade. But thankfully, reason overpowered his foodie instincts. He didn't end up fighting a dog for food and placed the drumstick back on the bag. Lu Feng shot his instructor a slightly contemptuous glance. The guy was practically drooling. After Lu Feng finished eating, over a dozen more people trickled into the office. Only after everyone had eaten breakfast were they summoned to the conference room. I called everyone here so early today because we have a major operation underway. Everyone must be prepared. I will explain the responsibilities for each squad one by one. Every person present here was handpicked by Zhao Zhigua over the years, having undergone rigorous selection and repeated identity vetting. This ensured absolute loyalty to the nation. Zhao Zhigua first provided a general overview of the situation before assigning specific tasks. Many veteran officers still remembered the maple leaf chemical plant incident. What surprised them was that the matter hadn't concluded. Zhao Zhigua had been secretly investigating the other side all along. He had even successfully planted his own undercover agent within the gang. It must be said that no one who could rise to this position was a useless fool. The entire meeting didn't last long, wrapping up in under an hour with everyone's tasks assigned. The detailed arrangements were now their responsibility. With hundreds of workers still inside the chemical plant, no one could be certain whether DF operatives remained hidden among them. Therefore, a 500-strong armed police unit would join them in executing the mission. While the meeting was underway, Feng Lu was escorted to the technical department. He was fitted with a sophisticated-looking neckband that bore the insignia of a major corporation. The technician who fitted him explained that the accessory was a miniature high-definition camera, capable of transmitting clear footage of Feng Lu's surroundings to both the technical department and the command vehicle. All the police officers accompanying the operation were equipped with similar miniature high-definition cameras, though each one had a slightly different design. Some were off-the-shelf models, while others, like the one around Feng Lu's neck, had been rushed into production overnight. Once everyone was ready, they all boarded for specially requested high-end business vehicles in the courtyard. After their departure, they picked up personnel dispatched by the municipal committee at the designated location. The liaison for this operation was the vice mayor in charge of investment promotion, accompanied by his assistant. To enhance credibility, they even brought along a camera crew. Maple Leaf Chemical was located in an industrial park on the outskirts of the city. The journey from their departure to arrival took over an hour. Upon arrival, a group of people were already waiting at the gate to greet them. Maple Leaf Chemical had also received the notice early that morning. Though greatly surprised, they had made all necessary preparations. After briefly introducing their respective roles, they began the tour under the host's guidance. The host was Ma Zhengquan, the chemical plant's second largest shareholder and the younger brother of Maple Leaf Chemical's owner. According to intelligence already obtained, this second shareholder, Ma Zhengquan, was no pushover either. He had previously worked abroad. His exact line of work remained unclear, but existing data suggested he was likely involved in mercenary activities or money laundering. One reason Maple Leaf FD Group had never been dismantled was that none of their DP products were sold domestically. This domestic sales ban makes it extremely difficult for law enforcement to uncover evidence of their crimes. Furthermore, their legitimate business operations serve as a cover, making it even harder to conduct lawful searches of their factories for evidence. The group's owner has also been actively involved in charity work over the past few years, donating to support underprivileged students in the city and covering medical expenses for those unable to afford treatment. Had it not been for this kidnapping incident, Feng Lu might have even harbored a bit of goodwill toward them. Of course, judging a person's character yields different answers depending on who evaluates them. Ultimately, people cannot truly be defined solely as good or bad. As the crowd approached the office building, eager to tour inside. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng struggled against the leash, held by a police officer who served as his assistant and bodyguard. What's going on? The group chatting with Ma Zhengquan turned to look at the officer holding the clumsy dog. Boss, I didn't walk him this morning. He probably just wants to run around a bit. The assistant officer explained sheepishly. This idiot, always acting up. I spoiled him rotten. Zhao Feng walked over to Hanin, patted his dog's head with a sigh of resignation, then turned to Ma Zhengquan. Mr. Ma, do you mind if I let my assistant take my dog for a walk around your premises? Mr. Zhang, what are you talking about? It's no big deal. Let them go ahead. All right then. Li, take him for a walk around the factory. Don't cause any trouble for Mr. Ma. If he poops, remember to clean it up. Got it, Mr. Zhang. After J.C. Shaoli finished speaking, he led the dog toward a nearby open area. Chapter 56, The Search. The moment he encountered Ma Zhengquan, Feng Lu had memorized the scent on the man's body. His plan was to first scout the factory grounds, looking for places the dog shouldn't have frequented but where its scent trails were concentrated. If such a situation existed, it would prove that something was definitely amiss there. Furthermore, if the man was manufacturing drugs within the chemical plant, the most likely location would be underground. If drugs were regularly moving in and out of a location, poor sealing measures would allow Feng Lu to catch the perpetrator red-handed. However, this possibility was slim, as numerous police dogs had been deployed before without uncovering a single clue. Inside the chemical plant, a small basketball court had been constructed at its westernmost edge, near the perimeter wall. Besides the court, there's a designated area for non-motorized vehicles. To accommodate employees' bicycles and electric bikes, a special canopy was installed. Beside the shelter, marked parking spaces for motor vehicles were laid out, roughly 30 spots, nearly all occupied at present. Apart from 2 luxury cars and 1 vehicle covered by a car cover, the rest were ordinary cars, ranging in price from tens of thousands to over 100,000 yuan. Those 2 luxury cars must belong to Ma Zhengquan and his crew. Lu Feng walked to the parking area, moving slowly past the vehicles, his nose constantly sniffing the air. Fortunately, the vehicles were all parked sideways, otherwise, inspection would have been difficult. If they were trafficking drugs, vehicle transportation was essential. Therefore, if he could identify the vehicle emitting the unusual odor among these cars, the Bureau could use the license plates to trace their movements, potentially uncovering their distribution channels and collaborators. Ha! Something's off. Landwind eyed the car covered in a tarp nearby. Before he even got close enough to sniff it properly, he caught that familiar scent. From its appearance, this vehicle seemed to be a commercial van. As for the specific make and model, that would only be revealed by lifting the cover. Something up? Shaoli watched Feng Lu's movements and quickly whispered the question. Seeing Feng Lu nod, he was about to lift the cover to take a look. But when his peripheral vision caught sight of a security camera, he stopped immediately. There's a camera. Let's move on. Xiaoli gave Hanin a pat on the head, then pulled the reluctant dog along as they strolled off into the distance. Inside a surveillance room. Brother Hu, look at this guy. Could he be a cop? Don't overthink it. Probably not. But whether he is or not, keep an eye on him. See if he does anything suspicious. Got it. Xiaoli walked around the factory grounds with Feng Lu, pretending to walk a dog as usual. The cameras on their bodies captured scenes from all over the compound and transmitted them to the command vehicle. Have you found anything unusual at the location Hanin pointed out? Inside the command vehicle, Zhao Jiguo and his team had immediately reviewed the footage of the car covered in a tarp after receiving the alert about Feng Lu's suspicious activity. They meticulously analyzed every frame before and after that segment. They were trying to see if they could uncover anything significant. Director Zhao, we haven't located Hanin yet. What exactly are you trying to point out? Then gather surveillance footage from around Maple Leaf Chemical Plant and locate this vehicle. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later. Chief Xiao, we've located the vehicle. This should be the one. An image of a minivan appeared on the computer screen, likely captured by a traffic camera. The driver wore a hat, obscuring his face. The build closely resembled Ma Zhengquan's. Good. Track every movement of this vehicle, find everything you can. I'll contact the Transportation Bureau immediately. Yes, sir. If any footage shows the driver's face, prioritize identifying that individual. Upon receiving the order, the officer immediately relayed it to the technical department at the police station. Zhao Jiguo had a feeling this vehicle was crucial. If they could trace its travel history, they'd likely uncover something extremely valuable. Meanwhile, Feng Lu and his team had been wandering around the factory grounds for over 20 minutes. Though they weren't likely to attract attention. However, they were dealing with DF agents who were cunning, treacherous, and extremely protective of their own lives. Therefore, it was better to err on the side of caution. If you don't have to move, don't move. Once you do, make it count. This was a principle all narcotics officers had to keep in mind. The entire investment delegation didn't linger here long. Less than half an hour after Feng Lu rejoined the group, they took their leave from Maple Leaf Chemical Plant. How'd it go? Anything to report? As soon as the vehicle left the chemical plant and only their own people remained inside, Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask impatiently. Hanin detected something unusual about a car covered in a protective sheet in the parking lot. Director Zhao and the others should already be investigating that vehicle. Ring ring. Zhao Feng picked up his phone to see it was Zhao Jiguo calling. You don't need to return to the J Bureau. Assemble at a certain factory in the industrial park. Our people are already there. Got it. After hanging up, Zhao Feng hurriedly informed the driver. But to be safe, they took a wide detour and entered the assembly factory from another direction. The assembly point was originally a lumber mill that had been shut down for some reason and remained idle recently. Separated by only 3 factories from Maple Leaf Chemical, the straight line distance between them was just over 3,000 meters. 11:35 a.m. Director Zhao, the owner of Maple Leaf Chemical's flight has taken off. Good. Confirm he boarded the plane? Yes, confirmed. Our people saw him board personally. He's on that flight now. Good. Zhao Jiguo hung up the phone and picked up the walkie-talkie. All personnel, prepare. At exactly 11:40, commence the operation. Remember, do not let a single person escape. If resistance is encountered, open fire immediately. Understood? Roger. Copy. Copy that. Everyone was conducting final checks. Whether it was their service weapons or protective gear, every detail was critical to their survival. There was no room for carelessness. The chemical plant's shift ended at 11:50. Their current location was only a 5-minute drive from the chemical plant. Besides their assembly point, another facility closer to Maple Leaf Chemical had already gathered 500 WJ operatives last night. Within 5 minutes of the mission commencing, they would completely encircle the entire factory complex. Chapter 57, The Entrance. Lu Feng's mission was to locate the drug manufacturing facility or its entrance. However, while Zhao Feng reviewed the factory's records, Feng Lu had been observing and had already formed some suspicions. He planned to verify his assumptions immediately upon arrival. The operation unfolded nothing like the scenes in TV shows or movies, where reconnaissance vehicles blared sirens audible from miles away. Over 100 officers were seated in more than 20 ordinary vehicles, private cars, vans, and minibuses. After Zhao Jiguo gave the order, the vehicles began departing one after another, converging toward Maple Leaf Chemical Plant. All units were to arrive at their designated positions before 11:40. Maple Leaf Chemical had 2 main gates, the front gate where Feng Lu and his team had entered that morning, and a separate gate near the chemical storage warehouse used for truck access. 11:40 a.m. Go! At the command, officers who had already reached their designated positions swiftly charged into the Maple Leaf Chemical Plant. Without hesitation, vehicles rammed through the barriers and drove inside. Everyone charged toward their respective targets. The 2 security guards at the entrance were immediately subdued. Maple Leaf Chemical employed over 100 workers, who were also prioritized for immediate control. After all, with so many people present, failure to secure them could easily lead to complications. In addition to the police officers, Zhao Jigua had also borrowed over 20 chemical plant workers from other factories. The goal was to secure hazardous materials within the chemical plant immediately. This was to prevent the opposing side from resorting to desperate, self-destructive actions under such circumstances. It must be understood that chemical plants contain a vast number of hazardous materials. If mishandled, they could lead to major casualties. As a precaution during their operation, he also notified the Chemical Defense Unit, requesting they dispatch a small team to handle any unexpected incidents promptly. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, Feng Lu was the first to leap out, ignoring Zhao Feng's suggestion to search the office building first. Instead, he sprinted toward the parking lot. Zhao Feng watched this unfold, surprised but still following closely behind. Within 2 minutes, Feng Lu reached the vehicle. He used his claws to lift a corner of the car cover and quickly crouched down. Directly beneath the vehicle's center was a sewer entrance, currently covered by a manhole cover. Lu Feng crawled further under the vehicle, examining the chassis. Directly beneath the manhole cover, a circular cutout appeared where none should have been. It was roughly the same size as the manhole cover, clearly cut out deliberately. It was unclear how they'd managed it, but the section of chassis that had been cut out hadn't fallen through. It appeared to be secured from the inside. "Hey, what's up? Any discoveries?" Zhao Feng, who had just run over, asked in a slightly urgent tone. Lu Feng backed out from under the car, gave the car cover a tug with his paw, signaling for Zhao Feng to remove it. Zhao Feng, whose coordination with him was growing increasingly seamless, wasted no words upon seeing it. He yanked the entire cover off from one side. Seeing Big Dumbass point his paw toward the underside, Zhao Feng quickly got back down on his hands and knees to inspect the spot. "What are you looking at? The manhole cover? There's nothing there." Zhao Feng scrutinized the area again and again, finding nothing unusual. He looked at the clumsy one with a puzzled expression. "Ugh, you silly little cutie. You didn't notice that?" Lu Feng tapped the car with his paw in exasperation, then pointed underneath again. "Oh, so he wanted me to look at the car's undercarriage." Once he grasped the meaning, Zhao Feng immediately lay flat on his back and examined the vehicle's undercarriage. When he spotted the cutout on the chassis, he froze momentarily. But it hit him fast. Damn it, this had to be the entrance to the manufacturing plant. Damn, these DF guys are way too clever. They actually used this method to enter and exit the manufacturing plant and transport DP. No wonder they'd never been able to locate the drug lab before. "Chief Zhao, we found the drug lab's entrance in the parking garage." "What? We found the production facility entrance? Good. I'll head there with my team immediately." Within 2 minutes, over 30 WJ and JC officers sprinted from the distance toward the parking lot. "Where?" "Underneath this vehicle. The sewer entrance is the lab's access point." "Alright, get this vehicle moved out too." "Yes, sir." Over 30 JC officers strained together, flipping the vehicle covering the sewer entrance onto its side and exposing the manhole cover beneath. Holy, so that's how it is. After the van was overturned, the cutout in its undercarriage was instantly exposed to everyone's view. None of the people present were fools. They instantly understood what was happening. DF built the manufacturing facility underground, using a sewer entrance as cover. They then cut an opening in the chassis of a van large enough for people to pass through. This way, whenever they entered the drug lab, they could first slip into the van, then open the cutout section, and smoothly access the production facility. Anyone observing the van could not tell whether anyone was inside the single-pane windowed vehicle. They only saw the driver getting out each time, and when it was time to leave, only the driver got back in. No one would ever suspect there were others inside. The factory workers commuted this way, completely hidden from the ordinary workers. Seeing that the most crucial location had been located, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Chief Zhao, this manhole cover can only be opened from the inside. It won't budge from the outside." A technical officer reported to Zhao Jigua with a hint of resignation after inspecting the manhole cover. "Xiao Li, go get 2 vehicles. We'll pull it open with steel cables." "Got it." Within 5 minutes, 2 high-powered off-road vehicles arrived. 2 officers climbed out, one carrying a coil of steel cable. One carried a coil of steel cable. With everyone's help, they swiftly secured the ropes. After everyone stepped back, they slowly revved the engines, gradually lifting the manhole cover inch by inch. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the connection point snapped cleanly, severing the manhole cover from its original position. A seemingly normal passageway was exposed. But this deception wouldn't fool the people present. A manhole cover that could only be opened from the inside. There had to be something fishy going on beneath it. Get the high-powered flashlight. Chapter 58, The Hero. Thanks for the generous tips, everyone. A beam of intense light instantly illuminated the entire sewer entrance. 2 or 3 meters down, a hidden door was clearly visible on the wall. "Chief Zhao, what should we do now?" The people inside must have realized what's happening outside. Have the team search for any nearby entrances. They probably have more than one exit. By the way, what kind of factory is over there? Zhao Jigua pointed to the factory just a wall away. Commissioner Zhao, that's a machine shop. Rest assured, we have our people guarding that area too. Good. Zhao Feng, take Han in and search that area. Understood. Zhao Feng didn't exit through the main gate and then head to the adjacent factory. Instead, with the help of a JC, he climbed directly over the perimeter wall. Seeing wasteland on the other side, he then pulled Han in up with the officer's help. At the same time, a young WJ officer climbed up too, helping to hold Huan Huan. After Zhao Feng descended, they slowly lowered Huan Huan down so Zhao Feng could catch him. Upon landing, Feng began sniffing around the area. He understood Zhao Jigua's reasoning. If the drug lab had another exit, this spot was the most likely location. This side of the wall backed onto the rear of the machinery workshop. A narrow alley formed between the building and the wall, with a roughly 6 to 7 meter wide open space in between, overgrown with weeds. Only along the workshop's edge was there a 1 meter wide concrete surface. While Feng Lu was sniffing around, several more officers arrived at this section. They began tapping and probing the ground, searching for any hidden entrances. Lu Feng searched from the alley entrance to its dead end without finding anything, then immediately sprinted toward the factory entrance. Fortunately, most employees had already clocked out at this hour and left the premises. Those still present were escorted out by the police. The entire factory floor was now empty except for rows of machinery and various processed and unprocessed mechanical parts. As Feng Lu entered, he was hit by a pungent smell of machine oil that stung his nose uncomfortably. His sense of smell severely impaired, Feng Lu moved slowly, thoroughly sniffing every spot that could conceal an entrance multiple times. The items inside the factory were arranged in disarray, many clearly left untouched for a long time, covered in a layer of dust. These untouched areas were the most suspicious spots. After all, it was an emergency exit. It was absolutely impossible for people to come and go frequently. 10 minutes later. To Feng Lu's surprise, he found no trace of any potential exit within the factory building. Not only Feng Lu was searching, but several police officers had also arrived with equipment to investigate, yet they too came up empty-handed. Lu Feng emerged from the factory building and began walking toward his next target, his mind racing through the topographical data of the surrounding area. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd overlooked something, whether it was the van or the underground passage beneath it. He'd considered both possibilities while reviewing the data. His suspicions had ultimately been confirmed, but regarding the enemy's second exit, he truly had no clue whatsoever. Whether it existed or not remained unknown. Given DF's cunning, the likelihood of it existing was highest. Therefore, he had to search for it. Even if there was only a sliver of possibility, he couldn't give up. While Feng Lu and his team were in action, Zhao Jigua led police officers to the underground passageway for their own operation. Descending recklessly risked unnecessary casualties, so Zhao Jigua ultimately had a powerful, controllable magnet brought in. They secured the magnet with ropes, lowered it down, and used it to firmly latch onto the iron door below. Then, they used a vehicle to forcefully pull the iron door down. Bang! 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 The moment the door swung open, a volley of bullets erupted from within, striking the door with a deafening clatter. Everyone who witnessed it sucked in a sharp breath. Fortunately, no one had been sent down. Otherwise, there would have been nowhere to take cover in the space below. Without proper protection, a direct hit to the head or vital organs would be fatal. 2 smoke grenades were tossed down from above. Unexpectedly, the enemy was prepared. They had somehow secured something from inside and immediately blocked the entrance again. The good news was they hadn't fled. It seemed there was no second exit, though it was also possible someone had already escaped, leaving just one person inside to stall for time. Have you captured my Zhangkuan yet? Chief Zhao, he's been apprehended and is being brought over immediately. Good. Shortly after, several officers approached from a distance, escorting a man toward them. This man was Ma Zhangkuan. His face was covered in blood, suggesting he hadn't surrendered peacefully during the arrest but had chosen to resist. Gone was the spirited demeanor seen earlier that morning. Now, his face bore utter despondency, like a lifeless puppet being carried before Zhao Jigua. My Zhangkuan, where is Su Yang? Ha ha ha. You guess. But I can tell you this, he's in far worse shape than I am. If you'd found him any later, he probably wouldn't even be alive. My Zhangkuan, who had been moving like a walking corpse, suddenly went mad upon hearing Zhao Jigua's question about Su Yang. He burst into maniacal laughter. His expression, combined with the blood smeared across his face, made him look terrifying, like a demon. You locked him up in your drug lab, didn't you? Zhao Jigua didn't reveal his inner thoughts, asking calmly instead. Ha! Even if you know where it is, could you find it? Oh, is that so? Haven't you noticed where you are right now? Ma Zhangkuan's gaze shifted from Zhao Jigua to his surroundings as if suddenly remembering something. Ha ha. Did Su Yang tell you about this place? What do you think? Zhao Jigua didn't directly answer the question but countered with a tone of certainty. I hate myself for being so overconfident. I should have left the country immediately after capturing Su Yang, thinking he hadn't had time to relay any messages. Ha ha ha, but it was worth it. Do you know how I processed Su Yang after capturing him? I used pliers to rip off his fingernails, one by one. Mind you, not pulled ripped. Ha ha. Then I took toothpicks and pierced through his fingers one by one. I even thoughtfully sprinkled a packet of salt on top afterward. But that bastard was a real tough guy. He endured it all without uttering a single scream. I have to admit, I was impressed. If my brother hadn't told me to spare him, I would have skinned him alive last night. Ha ha ha. Chapter 59, A Dilemma. Woof woof woof. You idiot, follow dog lord. Quick. Lu Feng suddenly seemed to remember something. He barked furiously at Zhao Feng and sprinted toward the gate of the machine shop. He had finally figured out where the problem lay. There had to be a second exit. It was there, but they'd all been misled. Underground passages didn't necessarily need to be dug, they could be borrowed directly. The entrance inside Maple Leaf Chemical Plant was located at the sewer access point, a secret manufacturing facility built by the drug traffickers themselves. After constructing their underground factory, they could easily build another exit within the city's underground drainage pipes. With minimal camouflage, it would go completely unnoticed. Due to Yunqing's exceptionally high rainfall, the city's drainage pipes were constructed on a large scale. An adult could easily walk through them bent over without any difficulty. Every factory's drainage outlet connected to the city's main sewer system. By simply enlarging these openings during construction, they could blend seamlessly into the existing infrastructure. The nearest drainage outlet to Maple Leaf Chemical Plant was located on the roadside near the machinery factory, with its manhole cover positioned directly over a parking spot in the free roadside lot. When they passed by earlier, Feng Lu had noticed the roadside parking lot was nearly full. All Feng Lu could do now was pray that a car was parked directly over that manhole cover, blocking the drug traffickers' escape route. The worst-case scenario was that the parked car was actually an escape route arranged by the criminals. If that were the case, he didn't know if he'd have time to react. When Feng Lu reached the gate of the machine shop, he spotted two WJ officers standing there from a distance. His footsteps instantly grew lighter, and his pace slowed considerably. From their vantage point, the two officers could clearly see the sewer outlet. If the target emerged from there, they would definitely spot him. The complete lack of movement now proved the enemy hadn't emerged from inside. Woof woof woof. As Feng Lu passed by the two officers, he politely greeted them. The stern expressions on the faces of the two young WJ officers involuntarily softened into faint smiles. They recognized Feng Lu. Few police officers within Yunqing didn't know this Labrador. He'd been on the job for only a short time, yet had already cracked major cases, becoming the star police dog of the investigation bureau. As Feng Lu stepped out the gate, he turned to see Zhao Feng had caught up. Together, they sprinted toward the sewer exit. Perhaps because most employees at the machinery factory had already gone home, the parking spots near the sewer exit were empty. Woof woof woof. You idiot, this must be the exit of the drug lab. You mean this is the drug lab's exit? Zhao Feng stared at the dumb dog in disbelief. How did this stupid dog figure it out? Could it be that the DP fumes were detectable here too? Good heavens, this pup is teachable. Upon hearing the question, Feng Luo promptly nodded his doggy head in affirmation. After seeing the dog nod, Zhao Feng immediately ran toward the two young men guarding the entrance. When you arrived here, were there any cars parked near that sewer outlet? The two WJ guards froze upon hearing Zhao Feng's question. Cars? They hadn't seen any vehicles there when they arrived, had they? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. We haven't seen any cars parked there since we arrived. All right, thanks. Hearing this, Zhao Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He shared the same concern as Feng Lu. If the suspects were fast enough, they could have gotten away. Chief Zhao, we've located a suspected exit point by the roadside near the machinery factory entrance. Requesting backup. Are you certain? This underground drain is the closest exit to Maple Leaf Chemical Plant, so it's highly probable. When Han Han pointed out that sewer outlet, Zhao Feng immediately understood. He shared his thoughts and suspicions directly with Zhao Jigua. Got it. Zhao Jigua promptly ended the call and began mobilizing his team to assign tasks. Lu Feng, you take your team with me to the machinery plant. Qin Guangxing, you and your men secure all nearby sewer exits. If anyone emerges, apprehend them immediately. The rest of you stand by here. Yes, sir. Yes. To save time, Zhao Jigua led a dozen men straight toward the machinery factory. Here? Yes. Zhao Jigua approached Zhao Feng. Without any unnecessary chatter, he confirmed the location and immediately ordered his men to lift the manhole cover. This time, they encountered no problems whatsoever, easily lifting the manhole cover aside. Shining a powerful flashlight into the opening revealed nothing unusual. Zhao Jigua surmised that the perpetrator had either camouflaged the exit or placed it some distance away from the manhole. The latter seemed more likely. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jigua ordered a fully equipped officer to enter the sewer. Fresh rain had left considerable standing water inside, and when the officer descended, his entire foot sank into the pool. Holding the powerful flashlight, he shone it down the passageway. Bang! A gunshot startled everyone. The officer's powerful flashlight instantly shattered. Fortunately, the officer had donned full protective gear before descending. As long as he wasn't directly hit, the shards from the shattered flashlight didn't injure him. The officer reacted with lightning speed. After the flashlight was hit, he swiftly climbed up a ladder on the sewer grate to the top of the pipe. Once he was far enough from the opening, as long as the enemy didn't come out, he wouldn't be in danger. Shaoli, you come up first. Zhao Zhigua rubbed his temples with a headache. They were now in a standoff. Hidden underground, the suspect posed no threat as long as he remained concealed. The cramped underground pipes weren't a place where sheer numbers could solve the problem. Without knowing the enemy's firepower, sending men down recklessly would be nothing short of gambling with their lives. Neither he nor any other commander would make such a decision lightly. If Su Yang weren't involved, he could easily play a waiting game. By sealing off all nearby underground pipe exits, he was confident the enemy couldn't escape. But now, with Su Yang's fate unknown, if his delayed action truly cost him his life, he would live with that guilt for the rest of his days. Ha! Something's moving over there. Chapter 60, Hostage Rescue. While everyone else was strategizing how to wipe out the drug traffickers in the underground factory. With nothing left to do, Feng Lu lay in the shadows of the roadside greenbelt, idly scanning his surroundings. Beside the roadside parking lot lay a gentle slope covered in lush greenery and leafy trees. However, the vegetation wasn't too dense, allowing Feng Lu to lie comfortably on the slope, savoring the rare coolness of summer. Anyone who's ever sought shade in a forest during summer knows that areas rarely touched by sunlight tend to stay noticeably cooler than the rest. On the other side of the slope lay an undeveloped plot. The entire plot was enclosed by an iron fence about 1.8 meters high. If someone wanted to enter, it would be very easy. Lu Feng's gaze was suddenly drawn to a specific spot within that undeveloped area. About 50 meters away from Feng Lu and his companions, the neatly growing weeds parted slightly to both sides, and this trail continued stretching steadily into the distance. Woof 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 woof. Over there. Over there. The group, still deep in thought, was abruptly snapped back to reality by the frantic, muffled barking. They all instinctively turned their gaze toward the Labrador retriever still yapping away. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed on him, Wanhuan quickly raised his paw and pointed toward the distant grassy area. To ensure they understood, he kept gesturing insistently. Zhao Feng, who knew Wanhuan well, immediately dashed up the gentle slope and looked in the direction Wanhuan was pointing. The intruder had likely heard the barking and stopped moving. The distance made it impossible to see what was happening in that direction. Fortunately, the trampled grass left distinct tracks that wouldn't disappear anytime soon. Zhao Feng examined them closely and immediately spotted something suspicious. Chief Zhao, the DF should be over there. Zhao Jigua, who had just run over, pointed to the patch of disturbed grass. Pursue them. They're armed. You have permission to shoot to kill. Yes, sir. Having identified the issue, Zhao Jigua and his team left 2 men to guard the sewer entrance. The rest, led by Lu Feng, scaled the fence and waded through waist-high grass toward the marked area. The 3 lead men each held an anti-riot shield, guarding against sudden gunfire. The rest split into 3 squads, following closely behind the lead trio. Though this slowed their progress, it maximized the safety of all officers. Don't come any closer. One more step and I'll take him down with me. When everyone was still about 10 meters from the thicket, a figure suddenly emerged from the grass. Su Yang? Lu Feng's voice was ground out through clenched teeth. He felt that if he didn't bite down hard on his own tongue, he wouldn't be able to resist charging forward and shooting that middle-aged DF dead on the spot. As the DF stood up, he was holding someone in his arms. The person's features were completely distorted and swollen, with several chunks missing from their head, scalp and all. Completely naked, the body was covered in burn and laceration marks, with blood still flowing freely from many wounds. Fingers and toes were mangled beyond recognition, swollen beyond shape. Whether it was Lu Feng's voice that roused the other's consciousness, Su Yang now lifted his head slightly. Upon seeing Lu Feng, the corners of his mouth twitched ever so slightly, as if in a smile. The dozen or so iron-blooded men present, men who hadn't shed a tear even when severely wounded during missions, could no longer hold back their silent tears. Did it hurt? Yes, it hurt. Every single one of them wished they were the one in DF's arms right now. But no matter how many thoughts or how much heartache they felt, it was all useless now. The most urgent task now was to capture the enemy and then make your demands. Just let go of the person you're holding. Zhao Jigua, who had just followed them over, took 2 deep breaths to suppress the urge to kill the man outright. Without absolute certainty, he couldn't risk letting Su Yang get hurt again. Strip off all your clothes. Everyone else, leave this place. The middle-aged officer recognized Zhao Jigua as the leader by his shoulder insignia and intended to keep him under his command. Without resistance, a seemingly refined middle-aged man would be far easier to handle than the rest of those clearly intimidating police officers. All right, I agree to your terms. Chief Zhao. Cut the nonsense. Everyone step back. Zhao Jigua cut them off before they could finish speaking. At this moment, he had no better option. Negotiating any terms with the already enraged DF would be unwise. He could only comply with their demands for now, biding his time to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. The fact that they were willing to negotiate meant they weren't desperate for death. Giving them hope now also gave Su Yang hope. Zhao Jigua neatly folded the JFED taken off and handed it to one of his subordinates. Then, with a wave of his hand, he signaled for everyone to retreat first. Lu Feng crawled inch by inch toward the middle-aged DF. The waist-high grass completely concealed his form. Moreover, the DF's entire focus was now on Zhao Jigua and his men, leaving him completely unaware that a dog was slowly creeping up behind him. When Feng Lu had witnessed the DF seizing the undercover agent, he conceived this plan: to circle around from a distance, slip behind the target, and seize the gun when the guard was down. Though he was a police dog, his daily physical training had never been reduced. He had also witnessed other police dogs undergoing hostage rescue drills, so he knew exactly what to do. After all, he possessed human intelligence and had been a criminal investigator in his previous life. He knew exactly what needed to be done. Now, with only about 5 meters separating him from DF, his body began to slowly rise, gathering strength bit by bit. When he was about 3 meters away, Feng Lu suddenly accelerated, charging rapidly toward his target. By the time he reached the man's back, DF heard the commotion behind him and was about to fire when his gun-wielding hand was seized by Feng Lu. With all 4 legs braced against the man's body, he kicked hard, yanking the opponent's arm and sending him stumbling backward. The excruciating pain made the gun-wielding hand instantly release the pistol. Chapter 61, Brutal. DF reacted with lightning speed. Seeing the gun slip from his grasp and his right arm clamped by the police dog, he knew escape was impossible in the short term. He swiftly drew a dagger from his calf holster and lunged at Su Yang, who was clutched in his arms. In this situation, his only thought was to take someone down with him. Having lost any chance of escape, the drug dealer had no desire to face legal judgment. The outcome would be the same either way: better to die fighting than live in agony. He didn't know if he could pull it off now, but even if there was a sliver of a chance, he wasn't going to let it slip. Holy, this bastard is ruthless. But when he'd been pulled down just now, Su Yang, who he'd been holding, had landed directly in the other guy's arms. Given the current situation, Feng Lu had no better option. Screw it. I'll fight you to the death, you bastard. Feng Lu released the other's right hand and lashed out with his claws, slashing viciously at the DF's head mere inches away. Get out of the way, you dog. DF hadn't expected this police dog to be so intelligent to actually know how to attack the enemy's rear to relieve the front. But in this situation, to protect his head, he had no choice but to alter the trajectory of his left hand, swinging it toward Feng Lu's claws. As for his right hand, it was already a bloody mess from Feng Lu's bites. The pain was so intense he couldn't react, feeling like his arteries had been torn open. Had it not been for this, he wouldn't have acted so decisively. Lu's father seized the moment, pressing his claws down to leave deep, bloody gashes across the man's face before leaping backward to break free. Damned dog. Today, I'll make him pay with his life. Bang! A bullet, fired at the critical moment, pierced DF's palm clean through, sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Su Yang, whose fingerless hand had picked up the fallen pistol at some point, fired that very shot. His already severely wounded hand couldn't hold the gun after firing that shot, and it fell to the ground. Su Yang, I'll kill you. To both men's surprise, DF, whose hands were nearly useless, gritted through the pain and lunged toward Su Yang, who lay nearby. Su Yang, having expended his last ounce of strength after firing that shot, lay limp in the grass, utterly incapable of resistance. Upon witnessing this, Feng Lu instinctively charged toward the middle-aged DF. Closing the distance in an instant, he reached the man's back and lunged for the vital points between his legs. This was the best solution Feng Lu could think of. Given this DF's tenacity, no matter where he bit now, he couldn't guarantee preventing the DF from harming Su Yang before reinforcements arrived. Under the circumstances, biting the throat was nearly impossible. This was the only vulnerable spot Feng Lu could think of that he might actually be able to injure. Ah! The middle-aged DF curled up like a dried shrimp, his mouth emitting a shrill, piercing scream. All this seemed to take forever, yet it happened in mere seconds. Just as Feng Lu achieved his objective, Lu Feng and the others finally charged in. Witnessing the scene before them, they hesitated not a moment. They immediately pinned the middle-aged DF to the ground, forcing his face into the dirt. His arms were yanked behind him and handcuffed. With his face pressed into the dirt, the middle-aged DF was utterly unable to speak, writhing desperately like a maggot. Yet not a single person present felt the slightest sympathy for him. Given the ruthlessness he just displayed, this man undoubtedly had blood on his hands and likely more than a few lives. Su Yang, how are you? Zhao Jigua crouched anxiously beside Su Yang, his eyes welling up as he surveyed the man's battered form, not a single inch of skin left unscathed. Chief Zhao. I'm okay. A faint voice emerged from Su Yang's lips. Had Zhao Jigua not been so close, he might not have heard it at all. Get the paramedics moving faster. Zhao Jigua stood up and shouted at his subordinates nearby. Get some people to help. Lu Feng, who had been on standby with the medical team at the scene, was still trying to maneuver the stretcher over the railing. He immediately called out to several subordinates and rushed toward the barrier. Before they reached the railing, however, several WJ officers had already sprinted to the medical team's side, assisting them in bringing the stretcher and emergency equipment over. "Doctor, hurry! Check him out!" All the police officers blocking the path had swiftly moved aside before the medical team arrived. Several others were clearing a path through the grass to make it easier for them to pass. Without a word, the lead doctor crouched beside Su Yang and swiftly began assessing his condition. Meanwhile, the nurse swiftly opened the medical kit they'd brought, preparing all potentially needed supplies one by one. Fortunately, the examination revealed no life-threatening injuries. Most of his wounds were external, with the most severe being injuries to his fingers and toes, along with a head wound. After applying basic bandages, the doctor immediately lifted Su Yang onto a stretcher. The top priority now was to get him to the hospital for more thorough examination and treatment. "Commissioner Zhao." A faint voice emerged from Su Yang's lips. With his severely injured hand, he struggled to raise it to his temple and saluted Zhao Jigua. "Officer Su Yang, badge number 878688, reporting for duty after completing the mission. At ease." Zhao Jigua pressed his lips together, ultimately uttering only those two words. Every officer present turned toward Su Yang and snapped to attention, saluting him. Lu Feng, who had been retching nearby, saw this and instinctively stood perfectly straight, raising his front paw to his chest. Several young officers couldn't hold back their tears at the sight. "Commissioner Zhao. There's no one left downstairs, but the enemy planted touch-activated bombs inside. Be extremely careful." After uttering these words, as if he had expended his last ounce of strength, Su Yang's head tilted to the side, and he passed out. "He's fine, just passed out." After confirming Su Yang was merely unconscious, even the emergency doctor who had witnessed countless life and death situations couldn't help but speak in a hoarse voice. "Quickly, help carry Su Yang to the ambulance." In truth, Zhao Jigua didn't need to say a word. The nearest officers had already grabbed the stretcher and were jogging swiftly toward the fence. As for why they weren't running faster, it was to prevent Su Yang on the stretcher from being jolted and injured. If not for the taboo against physical contact between men and women, the officers would likely have picked up the slower-moving nurse and carried her to speed things up. With everyone's efforts, Su Yang was soon loaded into the ambulance parked by the roadside. To expedite his transport to the hospital, Zhao Jigua specifically dispatched an investigation vehicle to clear the way. Chapter 62, in the basement. After Su Yang was taken away, the crew from the second ambulance arrived at the scene with the police's assistance. They immediately worked to temporarily stop the bleeding from the middle-aged man's wounds. Whether it was sheer bad luck or not, the middle-aged DF stumbled over weeds multiple times while the police officers were helping to carry him. Especially when crossing the guardrail, hadn't a quick-thinking WJ officer grabbed his left hand, he would have been crushed beneath the stretcher. Fortunately, he only suffered a reopened wound on his hand that bled profusely, but it wasn't life-threatening. The doctor confirmed his wrist artery hadn't been bitten through a bit of a disappointment. After an enormous effort, everyone finally managed to get him into the ambulance, accompanied by police officers throughout the process. His body was restrained to prevent any further harm to others. After handling the immediate situation, Zhao Jigua quickly summoned bomb disposal officers. Their equipment confirmed the presence of a trigger-activated bomb at the entrance, connected by fishing line to the entrance barrier. Given the bomb's size, an explosion in the confined space would have left no chance of survival for any police officers inside. Fortunately, thanks to Su Yang's warning, the bomb disposal team spent over an hour neutralizing the threat. Subsequently, a reconnaissance robot was deployed into the underground space. Only after confirming no further hazards remained were police officers dispatched into the subterranean manufacturing facility. When the officers in protective gear entered and saw the scene inside, they all froze for a moment. No wonder Su Yang had said there was no one left. To be precise, there were no living souls. The robots had detected this earlier, and the team knew beforehand, but witnessing the underground factories scene firsthand still sent a chill down their spines. 6 bodies lay scattered haphazardly throughout the production facility. Each wore a white lab coat, clearly former factory workers. Why they had all been killed here remained unknown. Barring any surprises, they were likely all killed by the captured middle-aged drug dealer. Moreover, to avoid making noise that might alert those above, none of them had been killed in a robbery. Each had been stabbed repeatedly with a dagger, their deaths horribly gruesome. Fortunately, none of the officers dispatched to the scene were rookies, all had at least 4 to 5 years of frontline experience. Consequently, they did not immediately flee in panic upon encountering this gruesome sight. After the forensic evidence team collected all extractable physical evidence from the scene, the medical examiner began the autopsies. Meanwhile, upon receiving facial images of the 6 bodies, the technical police swiftly launched software searches in the household registration database to identify them. Others took the photos and started searching through the employee roster of Maple Leaf Chemical Factory. In less than half an hour, the identities of all 6 were retrieved. Through photo comparisons, the investigators confirmed that the individuals identified matched the deceased. All 6 were chemical engineering graduates with over 5 years of industry experience. Each had abruptly resigned from their previous companies 3 years prior to join Maple Leaf Chemical Plant. To the outside world, they claimed their boss had lured them away with high salaries, prompting their move to Maple Leaf Chemical Plant. Within just 3 short years, all 6 had successively acquired shares in the chemical plant for various reasons. To outsiders, each person's reason seemed perfectly reasonable. Some claimed to have made outstanding contributions during experiments, while others credited themselves with securing substantial orders for the factory. Yes, you read that correctly, securing substantial orders. Within less than a year of arriving, all 6 had gradually transitioned to sales positions with flexible schedules. Reading this far, one could tell without verification that these individuals' merits were likely fabricated primarily to pave the way for them. As for why the middle-aged DF killed these individuals, the truth only came to light during subsequent interrogations. It turned out that when FD Group recruited these 6 individuals, they never intended to spare them. The FD Group frequently relocated whenever a hideout faced exposure risks. They would immediately move to another location. To minimize baggage, they would simply eliminate these deceived employees. Upon arriving at a new location, they would recruit fresh personnel. Moreover, from Ma Zhengquan's brother, they learned this had already happened 3 times. Oh, right, Ma Zhengquan's brother and his family were detained by police officers the moment they landed. Huan, who taught you to do this? Zhao Feng asked Han, who was lying on the sofa, with a stern expression. Although today's incident had been resolved perfectly with no casualties, the thought of what Feng had done to that DF made him feel uneasy all over. Woof, ugh. You idiot, get lost. Dog Lord doesn't want to see you right now. Lu Feng, who had been comfortably sprawled on the sofa, couldn't hold it in any longer after hearing Zhao Feng's question. The entire dog began retching over the edge of the couch. Damn pervert. He knew I didn't want to hear about it, yet he kept bringing it up, ruining my appetite for lunch and dinner. The thought of the sacrifices he'd made for work made the entire dog feel sick. Barely suppressing the urge to retch, Feng immediately leaped off the couch and sprinted toward his bedroom. Thud. Click. The moment he entered the room, he slammed the door shut with his paw, then stood up and locked it from the inside. He'd specifically tested the door locks at home. A dog could manage this step by forcefully jiggling the handle with its paws. Huan, what's wrong? Not eating again? I saw you didn't eat lunch, so I specially cooked a big chicken leg for you. Woof, ugh. Zhao Feng stood at Huan's door. Hearing the shrill barking and cursing inside, he felt an instant surge of satisfaction. Damn it, that's all he's got. Because today's rescue operation for Su Yang was entirely Huan's own decision. If Su Yang hadn't been safely rescued, he might have lost his job outright for Hanin's unauthorized actions. After the situation was mostly resolved, Zhao Jigua publicly reprimanded him in front of everyone. He couldn't defend himself at the time. Was he supposed to tell them it was all Hanin's decision and he had no idea? Who would believe that? If he dared say it, Zhao Jigua would probably pin him to the ground and rub his face in it. So after noticing something off with Hanin, he deliberately provoked him when they got home. Hanin probably knew he was at fault, silently enduring it several times before finally snapping and retreating to his room, refusing to speak to him anymore. Damn it, the longer they'd been together, the more he felt like he was dealing with an old demon. Thankfully, Hanin was someone he'd raised from childhood. Chapter 63, Searching for Suppliers. Early the next morning, Lu Feng was back to his usual energetic self, having pushed all the unpleasantness to the back of his mind. What was the big deal? Many of them had direct contact, but it was through clothes anyway. As for why Feng Lu snapped out of it? Mainly because he'd gotten so hungry in the middle of the night that he'd opened the door and polished off all the big chicken drumsticks Zhao Feng had prepared for him in one go. Only after lying down on the dog bed, full and satisfied, did he realize how incredibly comfortable a full stomach could feel. The stomach reigns supreme, everything else takes a back seat. Hey, sleepyhead. Good morning. How'd you sleep? Oh, and bad news, some thief snuck in last night and ate the chicken legs I set aside for you. Lu Feng was furious. Does this guy ever stop? Does he really think he's so important? Holy crap, you bastard. I'm sorry, I won't tease you again. Zhao Feng wasn't paying attention and got scratched on the thigh by the dog's claws. He immediately backed down. Looks like the dumb dog was genuinely pissed. Best not bring this up again. Though, why did this dumb dog suddenly seem so petty? Before 7 o'clock, Feng and the others arrived at the J Bureau. Today, they were assigned to accompany the Narcotics squad on a special mission. During last night's interrogation, the police learned from the Ma brothers about a peculiar syndicate, one that exclusively supplied raw materials to drug manufacturing facilities. Reportedly, this group never manufactured drugs themselves, only dealing in raw materials. During transactions, they would place the raw materials at a designated location, then instruct the buyers to deposit the money randomly at another spot. Only then would they reveal the hiding place of the materials. Over years of transactions, the Ma brothers had never once seen any of the other gang members. All communication was conducted through a specially developed chat app. After each transaction, the accounts they used were immediately deactivated by the other side. To conduct new transactions, they had to reapply and wait for the other party's approval. Upon obtaining the other party's phone, the technical department attempted to crack the local chat software. However, they ultimately discovered that the servers were all located overseas. Tracking them proved utterly futile. The material supplier and the manufacturing plant's DF likely didn't communicate directly. Instead, one person operated the chat software overseas and then forwarded the information to another party through a separate method. This arrangement made it impossible for law enforcement to pinpoint the perpetrator's location through chat app activity. Fortunately, there's always a way out. 6 days prior, the Ma brothers had just completed a transaction with the target. JC worked through the night to collect all available surveillance footage from surrounding areas based on the suspect's stated address. After extensive screening, they finally identified a suspicious vehicle. By tracing footage from intersection cameras, they pinpointed the location where the suspect last disappeared. After pinpointing the location, they gathered surveillance footage from surrounding road segments and used software to search for the same vehicle model appearing nearby. They ultimately identified the target vehicle by its interior decorations. However, since the suspect always used fake license plates when driving, it was impossible to trace the vehicle's owner through the plates. Currently, the police can only use existing video evidence to roughly delineate the suspect's living area. Today, Feng Lu and his team were tasked with searching for the suspect within this designated area. One section of the area designated by JC was an urban village, and Feng Lu was responsible for searching that particular zone. But without concrete leads on the suspect, they were forced to search using this needle in a haystack approach. If they discover a location with large quantities of raw materials for manufacturing, that would be a sure sign they've found the person they're looking for. Their primary task today is to casually stroll through the area, keeping an eye out for any unusual activity along the way. Whatever they did, they couldn't reveal themselves, lest they alert the target and scare the criminals away. Since they knew nothing about the target, anyone passing by could potentially be the target or an accomplice. Therefore, maintaining absolute concealment was paramount. Zhao Feng, dressed in simple athletic wear, walked through the streets of the urban village with Hanin, who had shed his uniform. They looked indistinguishable from any young office worker walking their dog. Lu Feng, now off duty and leashed, looked indistinguishable from any ordinary Labrador. Only those intimately familiar with him would recognize this dog as a decorated service animal who had earned his stripes through heroic service to humanity. While every dog has its own traits, Feng Lu belonged to the most common type, lacking any distinctive markings or features. So even though Feng Lu went viral online, people who saw his photos back then might not recognize him now. "Hey, dumb dog, wanna some watermelon?" Passing by a watermelon stall, Zhao Feng pulled back the eager dog, pointing to the fruit beside them. Lu Feng, utterly powerless against watermelon, nearly drooled and nodded vigorously. "Good boy, finally learning to show some respect to the dog lord today. Hey, how much are the watermelons?" 2.5 yuan per pound. "That's expensive. Can you knock it down a bit?" "Handsome, this is already my lowest price. The rainy season just ended, and many melons are no longer edible, so they're quite a bit pricier than before." "Alright, weigh it up then. Could you peel it for me?" "Sure thing. No problem. I've got disposable boxes here, I'll cut it up and put it in one for you." "Thanks. Could you pick one for me, boss? Not too big." "Sure." The watermelon vendor skillfully picked up a medium-sized melon and placed it on the electronic scale. Total is 27. After Zhao Feng paid, the vendor grabbed 2 clear takeout containers from the side, then placed the watermelon on a cutting board and swiftly began slicing it. Lu Feng lay sprawled under the stall's awning, devouring the watermelon in big bites, feeling utterly satisfied. "Hey, dumb dog, why are you eating so fast? Relax, I've got my own. I won't steal your food." "Ha? That smell, no mistake about it." It was the very ingredient he'd been searching for. Lu Feng, who had been devouring the watermelon, instinctively paused upon catching the scent before resuming his eating. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the direction the scent came from. At that moment, Feng Lu had no time to deal with this idiot. An old man pedaled a tricycle loaded with discarded cardboard boxes, struggling to push it toward the distance. Chapter 64, The Hardware Store. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng quickly finished the last small piece of watermelon and barked twice at Zhao Feng, who was hunched over eating watermelon and playing with his phone beside him. "What's up? We agreed to split it evenly. Don't even think about stealing mine." Zhao Feng looked at the dog in confusion, thinking the dog had finished its watermelon and now wanted to take a share. He quickly moved the watermelon further away from the dog. "Holy crap, this guy actually doubts my doggy integrity? Is he trying to get himself killed?" Lu Feng muttered under his breath, but business came first. Reluctantly, he pointed his paw in the direction of the old man. This urban village was built on higher ground than the newly planned areas outside. The spot where Feng and the others stood was one of the access roads leading into the village, and notably, it featured a much longer, gentler slope than the others. Zhao Feng followed Hanin's gaze and immediately spotted the elderly man struggling to push his cart uphill. He sprang to his feet and ran toward the old man. At that moment, he didn't think much of it, assuming Hanin had seen the old man struggling uphill and wanted him to help. Lu Feng watched Zhao Feng run off, then glanced back at the watermelon he'd left behind and the lunchbox still half full. He hesitated. Damn, this idiot must not have much of an appetite. He won't be able to finish it. I'd better take care of it myself. So delicious. Lu Feng licked the watermelon juice from his lips with satisfaction before walking toward the two who were nearly at the top of the slope. Thanks, kid. Without you, I don't know if I could have pushed this up. The old man took the towel around his neck, faded and worn from countless washes, and wiped the sweat from his face. Uncle, no need to thank me. Want me to help you take it home? Zhao Feng didn't say anything about why they were out collecting scrap on such a hot day, or how someone their age could push so much stuff. In the corners of life that many overlook, countless people struggle with hardships. Don't stand on some moral high ground or pedestal of kindness to speculate or interrogate others. They often endure more hardship than most, work harder than many, yet simply lack the right opportunities. Life is like a grand play, requiring diverse roles to complete the performance. Each person simply receives a different script. Young man, no need. Thank you, I live just up ahead. Alright, uncle. I'll be on my way then. Lu Feng approached without any sign of suspicion. He walked up to the tricycle and, like an ordinary dog, sniffed left and right. Ultimately, he confirmed one thing: the scent emanated from the cardboard box. This matter was most likely unrelated to the old man. Lu Feng breathed a silent sigh of relief. He genuinely feared this weathered yet kindly-faced old man might be the mastermind behind the crime. You stupid dog. I was just going to help someone, and you go and eat my melon? That's just rude. Zhao Feng glared at the empty lunchbox, crouching down in frustration. He grabbed the dog's clumsy head, yanked its muzzle hard, and rubbed it roughly up to its neck. Still not satisfied, he pinched the dog's face and rubbed it hard several times. Lu Feng, who was clearly in the wrong, basked in the service with a clear conscience. Ha, young man, your dog is quite the character. Heh, I spoil him rotten. Sorry to make you laugh, boss. Zhao Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Feng noticed Zhao Feng had already picked up the items he'd placed there earlier. He led the way down the gentle slope. Zhao Feng, observing the direction Huan was heading, felt a surge of curiosity but kept it to himself, following naturally behind. He knew Hanin wasn't the type to wander aimlessly, and since he had no particular destination himself, he figured there was no harm in seeing what the dog intended to do. Following the scent trail he'd picked up from the cardboard box, Feng Lu marched resolutely toward the unknown destination. Stupid dog, wait! Just as they were about to exit the urban village, Zhao Feng called out to Huan. Under the dog's puzzled gaze, he secured the leash around its body. Better to keep him on a leash on the busy road below. Did you find something? Zhao Feng scanned the area, confirming no one was nearby before voicing his question. Lu Feng nodded, turned his head, and followed the scent trail toward the unknown destination. Beyond the village lay a city thoroughfare lined with shops of every kind. Given the old man's stamina, the cardboard collection point couldn't be too far away. His hiding spot was likely somewhere along this road. Sure enough, after turning left upon exiting the urban village, the scent trail soon entered a hardware store nearby. Lu Feng walked over to the instructor, nudged him with his body, then headed into the hardware store. Hey, handsome, what can I get for you? A plain-looking middle-aged woman dressed in simple clothes sat up from a recliner and asked Zhao Feng as he entered. Ma'am, I'm looking for a faucet. Do you have any? Zhao Feng glanced around, taking in the shop's layout. It wasn't large, packed with several rows of shelves. Directly opposite the entrance was a half-open door, likely leading to the back courtyard. We do. I'll take you there. Shamo, stay here. I'll go check the items inside. Zhao Feng bent down to remove the leash from Huan's collar, then patted the dog's back. Damn it, if it weren't for Dog Lord's high IQ, I wouldn't have known you were being sarcastic. After a moment, Feng Lu saw Zhao Feng and the shopkeeper's wife move into a blind spot behind the shelves, out of sight from his position. He stood up naturally. He began inspecting every corner of the shop. If anyone had seen Feng's behavior, they'd probably assume this dog was looking for a spot to relieve itself. Lu Feng could swear that since his rebirth, he'd always been a model of civilized dog behavior. After a quick scan of the shop, Feng Lu made his way to the faucet display area. Seeing the shopkeeper's wife with her back turned, unaware of his approach, he swiftly slipped through the half-open door into the hardware store's backyard. The entire backyard had been converted into a warehouse, piled high with all kinds of construction materials. There was also a back door large enough for a vehicle to pass through. This street belonged to an urban village, where villagers had built their own structures. Typically, the front served as shops while the rear housed living quarters, often connected to the village interior via a back door. Fortunately, the backyard was empty at the moment. As for surveillance cameras, Feng Lu had spotted several, but even if they caught sight of him, they probably wouldn't suspect him. What mischief could an adorable dog possibly have in mind? Chapter 65, Pinpointing the Supplier. So, is this the place? Zhao Feng, one hand carrying a faucet and the other holding Huan's leash, waited until they reached a secluded spot before eagerly asking the dog. Lu Feng gave the dog a little pat on the head. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. After entering the backyard warehouse, he barely had to search before discovering the raw materials for DP buried among a pile of construction supplies. Before coming, Zhao Feng had deliberately let Huan sniff these materials. After confirming the dog had memorized the scent, he had even conducted several practice experiments. During those tests, Hanin had always quickly located the hidden raw materials, which is why he decided to bring him along for this mission. While their base's drug detection dogs were trained to recognize the scent of raw drug materials during their development, the training wasn't extensive. Zhao Feng hadn't anticipated that Hanin could so easily memorize the scent of the raw materials. He admitted he had underestimated Hanin's intelligence. Chief Zhao, the target's location confirmed, Lu's hardware store at 44, Weifeng Road. Zhao Feng swiftly grabbed his phone, typed a message on the internal communication app, and sent it to Zhao Jigua. Good. You return to headquarters first. I'll arrange for follow-up investigations. Zhao Jigua slammed his fist on the table in excitement before reassigning tasks to Zhao Feng. Although the location had been pinpointed, it wasn't time for action yet. They needed to thoroughly investigate every detail about the target. Only after ensuring no loose ends remained would they initiate the operation. For instance, who were their upstream suppliers? Could they be located and apprehended directly? Or could the smuggling channels be severed entirely? Equally crucial were the target's downstream contacts. Following this trail could lead to busting several drug manufacturing rings regardless of size and sweeping them all under one net. These drug-making gangs, who were their downstream buyers? How many drug users were there at those buyers' locations? How many members are in the gang? Where are they all located now? Are they all within the city or the country? When should the arrests be made to ensure not a single one escapes? Countless details like these require Zhao Jigua's coordination and assignment to specialized officers. Once all this is completed, all intelligence must be consolidated, and coordination with colleagues in other cities and even provinces must be established to ensure synchronized operations. Only then could they maximize the impact of this operation. He wasn't naive enough to believe this case was confined to Yunqing alone. Judging by the confessions of the Ma Shang brothers, this gang had been operating for over a decade. They had established an extensive network for trafficking raw materials. Moreover, it remained unclear whether the group itself was involved in producing DP, as rumored. 2 hours later, in Bureau J's conference room. Everyone should now be clear on the specifics of the situation. Moving forward, we will proceed according to the discussion in the conference room. Each of you will take charge of the area you specialize in. I have only one requirement: be thorough and do not rush. We just received word from Lu Feng's team that they've identified several suspects. Our task now is to build on this foundation and expand our gains to the fullest extent possible. But we must remain covert, not a single leak. Can we do it? Yes. Good. Now, everyone return to your posts and get to work. Zhao Feng, stay behind. I need to speak with you. Zhao Feng, who had assumed he was just tagging along, immediately halted his retreating steps upon hearing Zhao Jigua's words. He moved to the wall, positioning himself out of the way so as not to obstruct others. Uncle, what do you need me to do? Seeing that everyone except Zhao Jigua and himself had left the conference room, Zhao Feng walked to the door, closed it, and then asked. Zhao Feng, you did an excellent job on this. Identifying the target so quickly saved the bureau a lot of time. Zhao Jigua walked over to Feng and patted him on the shoulder, avoiding any direct mention of the task he needed him to handle. Uncle, is there danger? Zhao Feng knew his uncle well. Unless faced with a difficult decision, he wouldn't avoid answering his questions like this. Zhao Jigua paused before responding with a single, solemn syllable. Uncle, you know me. Ever since I entered this line of work, I've never considered my own life mine to keep. When the nation needs me, I'll give it without hesitation. Zhao Feng, you're our only son. I still don't know if letting you enter this line of work was the right decision. Uncle, you know my parents. Even if I were to sacrifice myself, they would be proud of me. If it weren't for the need for secrecy surrounding our identities, they'd probably proudly tell everyone they know that their son is a narcotics enforcement officer. Sigh. The intelligence unit just intercepted a message in the chat logs from Lu hardware store. The other side has a shipment that's already on the highway, expected to arrive in the city around midnight tonight. There are 4 suspects in total, armed with heavy weapons and grenades. However, we haven't identified their specific vehicle details, nor can we confirm their exact arrival time or whether the information is accurate. So now we need you to take Hanin to the highway exit toll booth to inspect passing vehicles. You're assigned to the Hongfeng toll booth exit. That's also the most likely route for them to take. Understood. I guarantee mission completion. Stay safe and come back alive. Zhao Feng didn't respond to the other party's words. He walked straight toward the door. But just as he reached it, he turned back and saluted Zhao Jigua with a military salute. Zhao Jigua watched his nephew exit the conference room, his eyes stinging slightly. Only when his nephew was nearly out of sight did he return the salute with a crisp, military-style salute of his own. The criminals they faced, if new to the trade, might still retain some humanity or fear of death. Besides, capture didn't necessarily mean the death penalty, so their resistance wouldn't be too fierce. But the men they were facing today were seasoned criminals, each one certain to die if captured. When confronted, they would fight desperately to escape and resist. Once they sensed escape was impossible, they would do anything, even taking several others down with them in a desperate last stand. Many investigators have lost their lives during arrests precisely because they encountered such desperate criminals. Therefore, whenever an arrest operation was planned, Zhao Jigua would instruct all personnel, if encountering fierce resistance, prioritize your own safety above all else. When it's clear capturing them alive is impossible, don't hesitate, shoot to kill. Chapter 66, Maple Leaf Toll Station. By the time Zhao Feng and his team reached the Maple Leaf Toll Station, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Fortunately, due to his frequent outings, he had stored plenty of canned pet food at the bureau. Otherwise, dinner for the clumsy one would have been in jeopardy. By the time they arrived, all the staff had been evacuated and replaced by plainclothes police officers. Only one manual toll window remained operational. Officers dressed in construction uniforms had blocked both other exits with portable barriers. To prevent desperate drivers from breaking through the barriers and escaping via other exits, tire deflating devices had been discreetly installed inside the barriers. However, the tire deflating devices beside the toll booths remained inactive. The police were using this tactic to bait those with ulterior motives. If anyone dared to ram through here, they'd learn the hard way what it meant to follow the rules. Captain Zhao, before you arrived, we were discussing something. If we let the police dogs inspect directly, wouldn't that be like telling them we're looking for them? Ha! Zhao Feng, who had been fired up moments ago, felt like he'd been doused with cold water. Yeah, sending the dumb dog to sniff around would be no different than telling them outright. Besides, given their caution, they'd definitely send a scout vehicle ahead. Once they learned about the Maple Leaf Toll Station, it was almost certain they'd abandon their car on the highway and flee off the road. Without knowing the distance between the target and the lead vehicle, they'd be forced into a passive search. If the gap was too wide, the target would likely vanish before they could catch up. But without police dogs, we won't be able to find them either. Another officer suddenly interjected. He was right. Without the dogs, they'd have to search every single vehicle inside and out. Another issue was that they only knew there were 4 suspects. Were they each driving a private car loaded with goods? Or did they use just one small truck? Or were they split across 2, 3, or even 4 vehicles? All these possible scenarios needed to be considered. If they brought Huan alone, they'd have to get close to the vehicles to detect anything suspicious. That meant hiding Huan inside some item and trying to disguise him during inspection wouldn't work. How about this, one officer suggested. Since Huan alone is hard to conceal, could we hide him among stray dogs? One officer suddenly had an idea and spoke up with a hint of excitement in his voice. He didn't keep everyone in suspense, immediately sharing his idea. His plan was to obtain dozens of dogs from the animal shelter, disguise them as dogs slated for slaughter, load them onto a truck, and transport them here from another location. Then use some JC to pose as Animal Protection Organization personnel, intercepting the other party at this Maple Leaf toll booth. At that time, release all the dogs. Tie them up with leashes around the perimeter. Then, place Henin among them, positioning him beside this toll booth. That way, whenever the other party passes through here, they'll have to go right past Henin. The exit of Maple Leaf Toll Station is a simple 2-lane road. If they occupy one lane, the target will have no choice but to use the other. This way, without exposing ourselves, we can position more officers closer to the toll booth. It allows for a more effective surprise attack and facilitates better apprehension of the criminals. Ha, don't say this idea sounds far-fetched, it actually feels worth a shot. Yeah, you see it all the time now, news about animal rights activists blocking highways to rescue dogs. Standoffs lasting 4 or 5 hours aren't exactly rare. Deploying these teams takes at least an hour and a half. As long as the target doesn't pass through during that window, we'll have every chance to catch them. Alright, let's do it. Xiao Lu, you handle the arrangements. I recall you mentioned there's a stray animal center in your classmates' district, pretty close to here. Team leader Qin Guangxing pondered for a moment before deciding to try this approach. They hadn't held much hope for this roadblock anyway, as their main forces were already lying in wait near the hardware store. They had set up this perimeter for 2 reasons. First, aside from occasional passing vehicles, there were no civilians in the vicinity. Knowing the target was armed, there was a chance of a shootout, and this location minimized the risk of harming bystanders. Second, even if the suspects abandoned their vehicle and fled, they wouldn't reach populated areas anytime soon, preventing any hostage situations. 2 hours later. As dusk began to fall, the once quiet toll booth exit erupted into chaos. To enhance realism, 3 female police officers were brought in to play supporting roles. Chaos reigned at the scene. 4 or 5 people tended to stray dogs unloaded from the truck, while another 4 surrounded the truck driver and security guard, arguing incessantly. Over 20 stray dogs were tethered with leashes to any available anchor points. Henin and a husky were tied to either side of the toll booth. Lu Feng's position was such that if the driver wanted to pay the toll, he would have to approach this area. During payment, the driver would also need to open the window. If the items inside the vehicle were contraband, as long as the packaging wasn't too airtight, Feng Lu could detect it. Lu Feng's fur had been deliberately made filthy, indistinguishable from the other strays. Beside him sat a transparent bag filled with dog food, accompanied by a water bowl. Truthfully, he hadn't eaten this kind of dog food in ages. Zhao Feng usually prepared his meals separately. When he spotted the kibble today, he nibbled a few pieces. It tasted good. But since he wasn't hungry, he didn't finish it. Woof woof, woof woof. Big bro, give me some. I want to eat dog food. Lu Feng lay on his front paws, rolling his eyes at the harbinger beside him. The little brat had been whining nonstop since spotting the leftover kibble. Though he didn't understand the words, the drooling made his meaning crystal clear. He hadn't considered whether the other was cursing him. He just assumed it was a request for food. During this boring wait for the bus, having a harbinger around to keep him entertained seemed pretty good. After all, sleeping wasn't an option. If he dozed off, he feared even Zhao Feng with a megaphone wouldn't be able to wake him. Sigh. For work, being a dog is just too hard. Damn it, can you at least act properly? Look at the other stray dogs, they're all restless and anxious. You're just lying here with your eyes closed, relaxing. Isn't that a bit unprofessional? Zhao Feng probably couldn't stand the dogs whining anymore. He grabbed a half bag of dog food, poured out a generous portion, then walked over to the dog. Standing before it, he spoke with a hint of exasperation. Woof woof woof. Most pet lovers genuinely care, but whenever any industry gains commercial value, it inevitably loses its original spirit. Back in my graduation year, I volunteered at a stray animal shelter several times. The people there were truly wonderful. They'd been doing it for over a decade. Chapter 67, Ex-Husband. Damn it, how can you not recognize a kind heart? Zhao Feng leapt backward to dodge Huanwan's lunging bite, his mouth still firing off a scathing retort. Damn it, if you're bored, go chat over there. Why bother Dog Lord here while I'm contemplating life? Since the Maple Leaf toll station exit was in a remote area, traffic was sparse. When no vehicles approached, the officers would just hang out and chat. A kilometer before the toll booth, networked cameras had been installed, with monitors constantly watched. Any approaching vehicle triggered an early warning through their headsets. You gotta hand it to modern tech, their specialized earpieces were practically invisible to the untrained eye once inserted. Man, you're something else. After lying low for a while, Feng Lu instantly knew a vehicle was approaching when the previously harmonious chatter on the other end turned into a sharp exchange of words. He scrambled to his feet and mimicked the nearby Russian husky trainer, spinning in circles on the spot. He even deliberately stepped onto the roadway every so often. Beep beep. About 2 minutes later, a silver-gray sedan approached from the distance. As it entered the lane and spotted Feng Lu spinning, the driver honked twice to signal him to move out of the way. Lu Feng didn't stubbornly refuse. He promptly and sensibly hopped back onto the platform. The driver slowly pulled up beside the toll booth, rolled down the window, and asked, "Hey, what's going on here? Why are there so many dogs?" A middle-aged man leaned out the window, handed his pass to the toll collector, and asked curiously. A truck transporting dogs was stopped by animal rights activists as it was leaving the toll station. They were worried the dogs would suffer in the truck, so they let them all out. Oh, really? Aren't you guys doing anything about it? Look over there. The cops have been here for a while. They've been trying to talk them out of it for ages, but it's no use. Here's your receipt, sir. Keep it safe. All right, thanks. You're welcome. Have a safe trip. The middle-aged man shifted into gear and slowly drove out of the toll booth. Judging by his speed, he was clearly taking his time just to watch the spectacle. Captain Qin, the driver in that car just now, was Su Liangfeng, Li Aiqin's ex-husband. Once the car was out of sight, the officer disguised as a toll collector quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and relayed his discovery to Qin Guangxing. Li Aiqin was the middle-aged woman Feng Lu had seen at the hardware store that day. Are you certain? Positive. All right. How many people were in the car? Only Su Liangfeng. Qin Guangxing hung up and immediately dispatched personnel to follow him. During this time frame, regardless of whether the individual was an ex-husband or current partner, anyone appearing here must have their movements and motives investigated. After Hu Feng uncovered the personnel situation at the hardware store, everyone connected to the store's staff came under police surveillance. If the goods transporters hadn't been non-hardware store employees, they wouldn't be scrambling to set up surveillance everywhere like searching for a needle in a haystack. Still, the police considered whether the transporters might be acquainted with the hardware store staff and conducted a preliminary investigation into relevant individuals. They then selected an officer with exceptional memory, tasked him with memorizing these individuals' appearances, and had him disguise himself as a toll collector to identify if any passers-by matched the descriptions. Unexpectedly, this precaution paid off. They actually spotted one. Xiaohu, you guys come over here. It's clear. The middle-aged man who had just left the toll booth drove a short distance. After confirming no suspicious vehicles were following him, he picked up his phone and sent a voice message to someone via a chat app. Without waiting for a reply, he returned his phone to its place and focused intently on driving toward a logistics park located very close to the toll booth. Originally, they had planned to return to Yunqing later today. However, his left eyelid had been twitching incessantly, making it impossible for him to stay put. That was why he had rushed back several hours early. Little did he know that this last-minute decision had prompted the Grim Reapers to prepare a special care package for him in the 18th layer of hell. Captain Qin, we've confirmed Su Liangfeng was on the expressway at the Chaco toll station in Qianfeng City. Qianfeng City? Contact our colleagues there immediately and have them investigate Su Liangfeng's movements in that area. Yes. Lu, pull up surveillance footage within 10 kilometers of the toll booth. Use the software to check if any vehicles that were driving slowly suddenly accelerated shortly after Su Liangfeng exited the toll booth. Got it, I'll handle it immediately. 10 minutes later. Captain Qin, from the time Su Liangfeng exited the toll station until now, 3 vehicles match this description. 2 sedans were initially traveling at 90 km/h but suddenly accelerated to around 120 km/h. The last one was a 9.6-meter box truck that had been cruising at about 70 km/h but also sped up to roughly 100 km/h just now. Good. Check where they all entered the highway. Did any of them enter from the same location as Su Liangfeng? Hold on. The technician rapidly tapped away at the computer, the display screen constantly shifting. Got it. One sedan entered the highway from South City, the other from Pengcheng. The box truck used the same highway entrance as Su Liangfeng. Good. Looks like we've got a lead. How long until they reach the toll station? At their current speed, they'll be there in under 10 minutes. Can you make out how many people are in the vehicles? Based on the video footage analysis, there are only 2 people in the vehicle. After hearing this, Qin Guangxing picked up the walkie-talkie on the desk and relayed the situation to his colleagues. All personnel, prioritize safety. The suspects are armed with heavy weapons and grenades. Once confirmed the vehicle is compromised, take immediate action to subdue occupants without hesitation. If the situation becomes untenable, you have authorization to eliminate the threats. Your lives are paramount, stay safe. One more thing, according to intelligence, there were 4 people transporting the cargo. Including Su Liangfeng, we've only located 3 so far. 1 remains unaccounted for, and we can't rule out the possibility that they're inside the cargo van. So when opening the doors, be extra cautious. All the officers who heard this immediately began adjusting their readiness, preparing for the impending operation. Meanwhile, the undercover officers on the other side quickly fell into their respective roles, each playing their part with heightened intensity. Chapter 68, Breaking Through the Checkpoint. Lu, move the dogs beside the other checkpoint to the side and have your people stand back a bit. We need to prevent them from breaking through the roadblock. Roger that, Captain Qin. Under Qin Guangxing's direction, the acting officers continued their performance while gradually moving the dogs closer to the roadside. Eventually, only the actor playing the driver and a few quick-thinking officers remained near the sealed checkpoint. Xiao-Qi, how far is that box truck from you? Stay on its tail and cut off its retreat. Xiao Wang, the moment they enter, block the exit immediately. Captain Qin, the van just passed us. We're on its tail now, about 300 meters behind. Got it. Captain Qin, I'm ready to deploy my vehicle to block the exit at any moment. Wei, the highway section is yours. Roger. We've begun intercepting following vehicles. Xiao-Qi, specifically assigned by Qin Guangxing to the highway, was driving a road sweeper parked on the emergency lane in inconspicuous position designed to block the suspects' retreat once they reached the toll booth. Xiao Wang was concealed in the driver's cab of the dog transport truck. He had been lying behind the driver's seat unnoticed until the suspect vehicle appeared. Now he moved from the back seat to the driver's seat and lay low to hide before the suspects arrived. Wei Dui, captain of the highway police, was tasked with finding a reason to temporarily intercept oncoming traffic behind the suspect vehicle once it arrived, preventing any unforeseen complications. Su Liangfeng drove while happily listening to the music inside the car. As usual today, regardless of whether anyone was following him, he drove around the compound first. Oh, the Grim Reaper's coming for me today. Ring ring. Ring ring. Just as he finished these maneuvers, his phone suddenly rang a specific ringtone he'd assigned to that particular number. Bro, someone's tailing you. Don't go to the warehouse. What? Are you sure? I'm certain. A private car followed you in shortly after you entered the compound. While you were circling earlier, it stayed close behind you. The driver didn't turn on the headlights, so you didn't notice. Got it. Su Liangfeng hung up on his cousin, Su Liangron, his expression darkening. At that moment, he recalled the scene at the toll booth exit and an answer instantly formed in his mind. He'd thought he'd stumbled upon a free treat, but it turned out this treat had been prepared just for them. The taste was absolutely fantastic, though the aftertaste was bitter. Su Liangron was specifically placed in the logistics part by Su Liangfeng, tasked with monitoring the surveillance feeds. Every time they received shipments or conducted transactions, they deliberately chose shifts when Su Liangron was on night duty. That was precisely why Su Liangfeng had made a point of circling the perimeter earlier. Without further thought, Su Liangfeng pinched the bridge of his nose, then pulled out his phone while driving to call the brother in charge of deliveries. What's up, boss? Xiaohu, how long until you reach the toll station exit? What's up, boss? I can see the toll booth now. I'm about to enter. Xiaohu, the toll exit is swarming with cops. Listen to me, speed up and ram through it. Only by getting past can you have any chance of escaping. Once you're out, don't look back, head straight for the border. That's our only shot at survival. Got it. I'll do as you say. Cold sweat beaded on Xiaohu's chubby face as he stared at the toll station looming ahead. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his foot down on the accelerator and began accelerating like a madman. At this moment, he had no time to complain about Su Liangfeng. Whether he could save his own life now depended entirely on what he did next. As for the two brothers in the back compartment, he had no time to notify them now. If they made it through the border, he could inform them later. Anything said now would be useless. Hey, get in quick. Zhao Feng, who had been secretly watching the cargo van from afar, saw the van suddenly accelerate as it approached the toll booth. In mere moments, its speed shot from 40 to over 60, showing no sign of slowing down. His heart clenched when he saw Dumbass still pacing around, occasionally stepping into the traffic lanes. How could this idiot not watch the road? If this continued, the width of the oncoming vehicle would surely injure Huan in the lane. Hearing Zhao Feng's voice, Huan instinctively looked toward the distance. Instantly terrified, every hair on his body stood on end. His forepaws pushed hard against the ground, and before the oncoming car could reach him, he leaped onto the platform. Don't deploy the tire puncturing device. Zhao Jiguo in the command vehicle suddenly remembered something and urgently shouted into the walkie-talkie. If the tire deflator was deployed now, given the vehicle speed, a lot could easily cause it to flip. That would endanger nearby personnel, the dog, and the other dogs. Xiao Zhu, block the dump truck at the highway exit. Roger that. After exiting the Maple Leaf toll station, there was still a curve less than 500 meters long to navigate. Only after clearing that curve would they be completely off the highway. At that moment, a dump truck parked beside the exit of the curve received the order and swiftly drove against traffic onto the curve, completely blocking the entire one-way exit. The moment the truck came to a stop, Xiao Zhu leaped out, jumped into a sedan that had followed close behind, and the car sped away from the highway exit curve. Due to the curved section, Xiaohu, the van driver, dared not drive too fast. By the time all this was accomplished, he had just reached the spot. Though it sounds like a drawn-out sequence, the entire operation unfolded within mere minutes. Both the dump truck blocking the highway exit and the waiting sedan had been positioned as a precaution, a contingency plan that unexpectedly proved necessary. The reason for positioning themselves far from the original location was the possibility that the other party might possess heavy weapons. Moreover, since they were driving a box truck, if the other party resorted to reckless ramming, it could lead to unnecessary casualties. Every detail of the plan had been meticulously devised by the entire team, striving for absolute perfection. Staring at the van fading into the distance, Hanen suddenly realized he'd been sidelined. The enemy's actions had exposed themselves completely, no need for him to verify anything further. Woof, woof. Hearing the strange wolf-like howls, Feng Lu turned to look at the Siberian husky. The dog, who had finally fallen asleep, was now furiously barking at the departing van after being woken up. Ah, life is good. Chapter 69, Selfishness. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaohu arrived at the dump truck and felt despair wash over him the moment he saw it. After several frantic attempts to ram it, he couldn't budge the truck loaded with sand and soil. He slumped onto the driver's seat, his face ashen. He knew he was finished. Everyone fall back to secure positions. Can Sniper 2 lock onto the target? Captain Sheen, Sniper 2 has locked onto the driver. Ready to take him out at any moment. A sniper positioned on the overpass stared intently through his scope at the driver, awaiting orders. Near the highway exit, an overpass spanned the expressway, built to facilitate access for residents on both sides. From the moment the box truck rammed through the barrier to when it stopped in front of the dump truck, the sniper had already found an angle perfectly aligned with the driver's cabin. Unit 1, secure the rear of the box truck from your position. Copy. A sniper positioned atop the toll booth swiftly adjusted his stance, ensuring he could monitor both the rear door and the right side door of the box truck at all times. From his vantage point, the van was positioned diagonally toward him, allowing him clear sight of both doors. Fly the drone over there. Turn on the loudspeaker. I'll try negotiating with them. Qin Guangxing, seeing the suspects were trapped, had no intention of sending reinforcements for a direct assault. Facing a group of desperate criminals, there was no need to risk his colleagues' lives. He intended to attempt negotiations. If that failed, it would become a test of endurance to see how long the other side could hold out. Should they attempt to abandon the vehicle and flee, he would incapacitate them first, stripping them of any means to escape. Su, notify Captain Hu and Captain Zhou. Tell them the rat's awake, it's time to make the arrest. Got it. I'll notify Captain Hu and Captain Zhou immediately. Meanwhile, the team tracking Su Liangfeng and monitoring the hardware store employees launched their arrest operation immediately upon receiving orders. The hardware store employees, caught completely off guard, were swiftly subdued by Hu Feng without any resistance. As for that old fox Su Liangfeng, after hanging up the phone, he frantically drove away from the logistics park, heading toward the border. Fearing collateral damage, Zhou Gang did not order his team to pursue closely. Instead, he had tire spikes pre-positioned on a stretch of road with minimal traffic. When Su's vehicle reached the trap, the spikes punctured his tires, causing an immediate lockup. By the time he was rescued, he was completely incapacitated and was rushed to the hospital by staff for emergency treatment. Everyone inside the vehicle listened carefully. You are now surrounded. Abandon any thoughts of resistance and cooperate with us. Qin Guangxing's voice boomed from the drone hovering above the cargo van, yet Xiaohu in the driver's seat remained unresponsive. As for the suspect's reaction inside the van, that remained unknown. Snap. Squeak. A hidden door opened at the junction between the cab and cargo compartment. A middle-aged man peered out cautiously, half his body exposed, observing the commotion outside. Xiaohu, how did we get surrounded by cops? The boss isn't picking up his phone either. Thud. Seeing Xiaohu didn't react, the middle-aged man grabbed a water bottle and hurled it at him. We're done for. They've got us surrounded. There's no escape. Little Tiger, who'd been smacked, seemed dazed by the blow, repeating these words over and over. Thud. Damn it, I told you we shouldn't have taken this idiot on, but you wouldn't listen. Now the moment something happens, he's scared out of his wits. The middle-aged man slammed his fist hard against the cargo compartment, then whipped his head around to glare viciously at another middle-aged man inside. This man was Li Dadong, one of the gang's founding members who had been with Su Liangfeng since the beginning. The other middle-aged man was Li Damao, Li Dadong's younger brother, who had also been with Su Liangfeng from the start. As for the fat guy, Zhao Lu, he was a newcomer who had only joined the gang 2 years ago. However, thanks to his excellent driving skills, he had been assigned to handle the driving duties since joining. Bro, talking about this now won't help. What should we do? Should we just surrender? Li Damiao wasn't as composed as his brother. His whole body trembled slightly, and his speech was stuttering. For over a decade in the business, Su Liangfeng's cautious approach had kept them out of trouble. Whether moving goods in or out, everything had always gone smoothly. Most of the dirty work fell to Li Dadong. He never let his younger brother get involved in those tasks. While Li Damo had a vague idea of what went on, his smooth, trouble-free life had eroded the fearless spirit he possessed when he first entered the trade. What choice do we have? If we get caught, we're dead. Fighting now gives us a chance to survive. If we don't fight, we're just waiting to die. Li Dadong gritted his teeth and shot his brother a fierce glare. This useless fool, he shouldn't have let him live so comfortably all this time. Now, at this critical moment, he actually had thoughts of surrender? Didn't he know what he was doing? I'll get the weapons. You go wake up Xiaohu. This useless piece of trash. Li Dadong said, turning toward the bottom of the carriage. His hand began to feel around, then seemed to find something as he pressed down hard. Click. A hidden door, about 30 centimeters wide, slid open slowly under his hands, revealing 2 submachine guns and 3 pistols inside, along with several boxes of ammunition neatly arranged beside them. Each firearm was carefully wrapped in oil paper. Li Dadong swiftly pulled them out of the hidden compartment one by one, unwrapped the oil paper, and began inspecting them. Li Damao, having heard his older brother's words, initially had no intention of going over. But then, as if remembering something, his eyes darted and he crawled through the small door into the driver's compartment. Smack! 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 Seeing Xiaohu still standing there in a daze, Li Damao immediately delivered several hard slaps across his face. Surprisingly, it worked. The dazed Xiaohu jolted awake after the sharp blows, dodging another slap from Li Damao. Shoo! Seeing Xiaohu about to speak, Li Damao quickly covered his mouth with his hand, then cautiously glanced at the closed secret door. Xiaohu, you wanna live? With his mouth covered, Xiaohu could only nod fiercely. My brother wants to fight back. Don't you think that's suicide? What I mean is, we should jump off the train right now and surrender to the cops. We're not the main culprits, and we haven't killed anyone. At worst, we'll get life imprisonment. At Li Damao's words, Xiaohu's previously vacant eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Why hadn't he thought of that? He'd only been in for a short time and wasn't a direct member of the organization. There was no way he'd get the death penalty. Li Dadong was different. As the organization's enforcer, he'd done plenty of dirty work. If caught, he'd definitely face the death penalty. Chapter 70, Ceasing Resistance. Li Damao didn't look at Xiaohu's reaction. Instead, he pulled his head away from Xiaohu's ear and glanced toward the hidden door once more. He was terrified his older brother might hear what he'd said. Knowing his brother well, if he found out about this plan, he'd kill him on the spot without mercy, not because he was his younger brother, Qin. Big Cat, is that useless Xiaohu still unconscious? Ignore him. Come get the gun, we're slipping out the side. Alright, I'll be right over. Li Big Cat shuddered at his brother's words. He knew there was no time to waste now his brother had gone mad. He knew deep down that escape was impossible. His brother clearly intended to take a few people down with him, but Damao refused to die alongside him. Go! Quickly! Li Damao shoved Xiaohu hard, yanked open the back door, and leaped out of the driver's seat. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. Li Damao raised his hands high and sprinted toward the toll booth. He knew his only chance of survival lay there the moment he stepped out of the cab, he'd be shot dead. I surrender too. Don't kill me. Xiaohu, a split second slower, finally leaped from the driver's seat. Mimicking Li Damao's actions, he raised his hands and ran toward the toll booth. Damn it! Those useless bastards! Li Dadong's veins bulged with rage at his brother and Xiaohu's words. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together as he slammed the butt of his gun against the cabin wall. He hadn't planned to escape at all, just as Li Damao suspected. He knew the cops would be fully prepared in this situation, leaving them no chance. But he never imagined his brother and Xiaohu would betray him outright and surrender to the cops. He was furious beyond words. Without hesitation, he flung open the door to the rear compartment, then swiftly opened the side door from the inside. Glancing out through the corner of his eye, he saw. Clang! A beam of light streamed through the side door into the carriage, blinding Li Dadong completely. He slammed the door shut with a fierce jerk. Squeak! A van pulled up behind old Lu and Li Damao. 4 police officers jumped out and quickly restrained the pair. After searching them and finding no dangerous items, the officers confiscated their phones and swiftly loaded them into the van. The moment the doors closed, the vehicle sped back toward the toll booth. The vehicle pulled up beside the truck where Qin Guangxing had already stepped out of the command SUV and was waiting nearby. What's your name? My name is Li Damao. My name is Zhao Xiaohu. Li Damao and Zhao Lu hurriedly blurted out their names upon hearing Qin Guangxing's question. How many people are inside? Any weapons? Let me tell you. Let me tell you. There's only one person inside, my brother, my real brother. His name is Li Dadong. Inside, there are 2 submachine guns, 3 handguns, and 2 grenades. Sir, does that count as meritorious service? After speaking, Li Damao looked expectantly at Qin Guangxing. In his mind, his brother was as good as dead. If revealing this counted as meritorious service, his brother would surely approve of his actions. I'll note that when filling out the paperwork. Can you persuade him to surrender? Well, that's a bit tricky. He's got a lot of people's lives on his hands. That's why he tried to drag both of us into fighting you just now. Understood. Escort them to the vehicle. Qin Guangxing didn't look back at the 2 men, instead addressing his colleague beside him. From their earlier exchange, he could tell they were utterly desperate criminals. The chances of capturing them alive seemed slim. Retrieve the drone and have him come out. Back in the vehicle, Qin Guangxing paused briefly before issuing his orders. His plan was to first get the suspect out of the car, then have the snipers neutralize him immediately, rendering him incapable of resistance, before moving in for the arrest. Sniper 1, withdraw the illumination drone. Can you still clearly observe the situation over there? Affirmative. Good. As soon as they exit, neutralize them immediately. Note they have 2 grenades. 1 hour later. Bang! A bullet shattered the streetlight beside the cargo van, plunging the area into sudden darkness. Sniper 1 instantly tensed, his night vision goggles fixed intently on the side door of the van. 5 minutes later. Just as everyone assumed the enemy would continue testing the police's patience, the driver's door suddenly swung open. A figure darted toward the guardrail. Bang! Just as the figure reached the barrier, poised to climb over and leap across, a gunshot rang out, instantly incapacitating them. Bang, bang! As the figure collapsed, more shots rang out, ensuring the individual was completely incapacitated. 2 vehicles on standby had already surged forward the instant the shots rang out, racing toward Li Dadong's location. The moment the vehicles arrived, 7 or 8 police officers leaped out and immediately confiscated the weapons near Li Dadong. 2 other officers, equipped with basic first aid kits, tended to Li Dadong, who had passed out from the pain. Regardless of the crimes committed, they must face legal scrutiny and then accept the consequences they deserve. This wasn't about being a saint, it was about deterring those who hadn't yet committed crimes, showing them the consequences that awaited those who did. The truly terrifying thing is never immediate death, but rather counting down the remaining days of one's life while enduring suffocating psychological pressure. It is this mental collapse that instills fear, dread, and agony even in criminals who fear no death. After the final suspect was apprehended, forensic technicians immediately extracted all relevant information from the vehicle before swiftly clearing the scene. Everyone methodically performed their assigned tasks or assisted colleagues with heavier workloads, swiftly clearing the scene. Vehicle after vehicle exited the toll station and headed toward the investigation bureau. Highway personnel followed closely behind, restoring roadblocks and other items to their proper places while swiftly clearing the area. Then both windows opened simultaneously to accommodate the traffic that had been backed up for hours. Fortunately, this section of the highway wasn't heavily congested, and many vehicles behind were redirected to alternate exits. Within less than an hour, everything had returned to normal. Chapter 71, Worthless Scrap. You idiot, you nearly scared me to death just now. Thank goodness you reacted quickly. Zhao Feng sat in the backseat of a car, one hand resting on Huanuan's shoulder, the other occasionally ruffling the dog's head. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but now that things had calmed down, he realized that today, surprisingly, Hanin was letting him pet his head. How rare! How rare! It had been ages since he'd enjoyed this particular perk of training police dogs. At that moment, Hanin remained oblivious to his handler secretly petting his head, instead sinking into a state of self-doubt. How to put it? At first, when the head rubbing started, he knew what was happening. But seeing the urgent look in his handler's eyes, he just let it happen. But he never imagined he'd start enjoying it more and more. Had he been a dog for too long? Were canine instincts and habits starting to influence his thoughts? So he began to forget his past as a human, a man, no less. What was that saying again? The iron rule that a man's head and a woman's waist are off limits? Lu Feng began reflecting on his recent behavior and realized it seemed to be true. He had accepted the fact that he was a dumb dog, a police dog. But it wasn't so bad, really. He could run and jump without a care, free from anyone's judgment. In fact, humans seemed to find him utterly adorable. Woof woof. Seems pretty good, right? After a night of interrogation, the police had pieced together the gang's operation. Among the hardware store employees, only the owner, Li Aiqin, and one other worker were actual gang members. The rest were just people they'd recruited to provide cover. The gang consisted of 7 members: Su Liangfeng, Su Liangrong, Zhao Xiaohu, Li Aiqin, Li Damao, Li Dadong, and Chen Fei. Except for Su Liangfeng and Li Dadong, the confessions of the other 5 all pointed to Su Liangfeng as the mastermind. According to the other 5, the person Su Liangfeng trusted most was none other than Li Dadong, who was recuperating alongside him. Having been in this line of work for a long time, they inevitably encountered rivals who came looking for trouble. Many of these individuals were dealt with by Li Damao and Su Liangfeng together. As for why the police never caught them, it was because the victims they killed were themselves deserving of death. As long as the bodies weren't discovered, no one would report the murders. After disposing of their victims, they would shred the bodies in a blender and dump them into the river. This was how they managed to evade detection for so many years. It was Li Damao who stumbled upon the truth by chance. Hoping to earn leniency for his crimes, he spilled everything. Due to the passage of time, much of the evidence had vanished. As long as Li Dadong and Su Liangfeng refused to confess, the police had no way to prove their guilt. Fortunately, given the crimes they've committed now, they won't escape punishment. Based on Su Liangrong's confession, the police also located the warehouse where they stored their goods, finding a significant amount of raw materials for producing DPs still remaining there. When someone inquired about the cardboard box the elderly woman was pulling, Li Aiqin provided an answer that left everyone both amused and exasperated. This plainly dressed middle-aged woman could be quite unpredictable at times. Those cardboard boxes were the same ones they'd used to transport raw materials last time, only repackaged for delivery. That day, when she saw the scrap collector, she sold them to him at 60 cents per pound. A total of 1 tricycle load of cardboard boxes sold for 89 yuan. That day, she happened to encounter Zhao Feng and Han Han, who were undercover on assignment in the area. Han Han immediately identified her through this transaction. But even without this incident, they believed the other party wouldn't have escaped Hanin's scrutiny. 2:30 a.m. Zhao Jigui emerged from his office and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Hanin sprawled out asleep on the sofa. He stopped massaging his waist and gently tapped Han Han on the forehead. After working until this hour, he had finally handled the urgent matters. The non-urgent ones could wait until tomorrow. At this hour, it was time to let his subordinates, who had been burning the midnight oil for so long, go home and get some proper rest. Clap clap clap. Zhao Jigui stood at the entrance of the large office, clapping his hands. When he saw everyone looking at him, he stopped. Everyone, you've worked hard these past few days. Go home and rest. If you don't have urgent matters to handle, come back tomorrow at noon. I'm giving you all a half day off. Ah, Director Zhao is awesome. I'm sleeping until noon. I'm taking my daughter to the amusement park for half the day. I'm going to spend time with my girlfriend. I'm going home to eat my mom's delicious cooking. Woken by the commotion, the clumsy guy approached the office door. Watching everyone hurriedly packing up inside, he suddenly felt a pang of homesickness. And that plate of shredded potatoes and wood-fired clay pot chicken, oh my, drooling already. Feng Lu licked the saliva from his cheek with his tongue. It tasted a bit bitter. Hey, you idiot, why are you hugging me? I'm a grown dog now, I don't need your hugs. Lost in thought, Hanin was suddenly hoisted onto Zhao Feng's shoulders from behind. All 4 paws flailed wildly as he struggled to get down. Huan, come on, let's go home for a feast. My parents are here today and specially stewed a big rooster for you. They said it'll help you build up your strength. Zhao Feng said, waving to his co-workers as he hurried toward his car. He too couldn't wait to taste his parents' cooking. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Opening the door, he saw the lights still on. His parents were sitting on the sofa watching a TV show, still chatting about something. Oh, my dear son is back. Come here, let Grandma give you a hug. Hearing the door open, Zhao's mother didn't acknowledge Zhao Feng as he approached. Instead, she hurried over to Hanin, who had just entered the room. She wrapped her arms around Hanin with a face full of doting affection. Zhao Feng's parents also loved dogs dearly. However, after their previous dog passed away due to illness, they never got another one. Perhaps it was precisely this loving family environment that led Zhao Feng to join the profession of police dog trainer. Huan rubbed his big head against Zhao's mother's face, showing affection. Huan genuinely adored her, as she reminded him so much of his own mother and showered him with the same doting care. Hanin, come with me. Grandma stewed a big rooster for you, simmered it for 4 whole hours. It's still perfectly warm. I'll serve you a bowl. With that, Mrs. Zhao led Hanin toward the kitchen. Zhao Feng looked helplessly at his father, seeking some comfort. But to his surprise, his dad was happily following them, carrying Huan's dog bowl. This chapter's a bit filler keeps the story flowing. I've discovered padding is surprisingly easy. New plot starts tomorrow. Thanks for your support, everyone. Chapter 72, Investment Conference. 1 week later. 4:20 a.m. Ring ring, ring ring. Zhao Feng, still deep in slumber, was jolted awake by his phone's ringtone. He immediately grabbed the phone beside his pillow and pressed the answer button. We're in trouble. Need your support ASAP. Head straight to the investment conference venue. Got it. Zhao Feng hung up, jumped out of bed, quickly dressed, and dashed into Hanin's bedroom. Seeing Hanin sleeping soundly, he didn't wake him. Instead, he grabbed 2 cans of meat and 2 homemade sausages, then scooped Hanin up and dashed toward the elevator. Due to his profession, Zhao Feng frequently encountered emergencies. That's why he always parked in the spot with the easiest exit, ensuring he wouldn't get blocked. 20 minutes later. Chief Zhao. Zhao Jigua glanced at the still drowsy Huan and shook his head with a hint of exasperation. It was the first time he'd ever seen a police dog so sleepy. Without wasting time on pleasantries, he quickly explained why he'd called Zhao Feng over. The Yunqing government was hosting an investment conference, gathering numerous local enterprises and many out-of-town investors. The venue was the Yunqing Convention and Exhibition Center. The conference was scheduled to open at 10 a.m. today. To ensure the event ran smoothly, staff worked through the night testing equipment and exhibition booths, while many local merchants also stayed up late setting up. Since many exhibits featured locally grown fruits, they couldn't be displayed too far in advance and could only be set up the day before. Around 3 a.m., JC suddenly received an emergency call reporting that a bomb had been planted at the conference venue. At first, JC thought it might be a prank, but he didn't take it lightly. He immediately contacted the colleague on duty at the convention center. Just as the duty staff were about to investigate, the bomb detonated inside the convention center. Fortunately, most attendees had already left the venue at that hour, preventing any casualties. The explosion occurred in the center of the audience seating area. The bomb's explosive force was not particularly strong, so only nearby tables and chairs were significantly damaged. The area surrounding the blast center was left in utter disarray. The police officer on duty at the convention center at the time rushed to the scene and immediately called for backup. Upon learning of the incident, Zhao Jigua immediately rushed to the convention center to oversee the investigation. Due to insufficient bomb-sniffing dogs, the search of the convention center was progressing slowly. To speed things up, he recalled the test Song Ming had mentioned to him a couple of days earlier. Song Ming had never forgotten the incident where Hanin had detected the bomb. When Hanin returned to the base 2 days prior, Song Ming had instructed Zhao Feng to have Hanin undergo an explosive detection dog assessment. To everyone's surprise, Hanin's test results exceeded all expectations, directly passing the explosive detection dog qualification assessment. In his many years in the field, he had seen police dogs capable of cross-training, but those achievements always required years of dedicated training. He had never seen a dog like Hanin pass the entry exam after only simple training. This actually makes perfect sense. If a police dog possesses human memories and can freely utilize its innate sense of smell, it only needs to remember which scents correspond to specific objects, a task remarkably easy to accomplish. Zhao Jigua later learned of this incident, which is why he called upon Zhao Feng and his team for backup this time. Hanin, sent. Zhao Feng and his team were tasked with searching starting from the west entrance of the convention center. Beyond the west entrance were the booths of several companies selling dried fruits. Hanin moved slowly, inspecting every corner meticulously. He refused to risk any casualties due to his own negligence. 30 minutes later. Huan finally finished inspecting his entire assigned area, detecting no unusual odors. Meanwhile, another police dog discovered a bomb near the podium. The device was concealed within the podium on the stage. Though crudely constructed, bomb disposal experts successfully dismantled it in under 10 minutes. The detonator was a small mobile phone. If anyone called the number inside, the bomb would explode immediately. Upon arrival, police immediately suspected remote detonation and promptly jammed all communication signals at the convention center. After discovering this bomb, all police dogs rotated through different inspection areas. Following a thorough re-examination, authorities confirmed no additional explosives remained on site. After the police dogs withdrew from the convention center, staff members conducted a thorough inspection inside and out using specialized equipment. Finding nothing else. Only then did convention center staff begin entering to clear the blast area and rearrange tables and chairs. Fortunately, everything was resolved before personnel re-entered. Hanin now stood with Zhao Feng at one of the entrances, inspecting the belongings of each person entering. Security for the investment conference had not been this stringent originally, but after the incident that occurred in the early hours of the morning, Zhao Jiguo and other leaders made the decision on the spot. To ensure everyone's safety, additional police officers were patrolling the venue, and more security personnel were stationed at the entrances. Hanin and his team were tasked with inspecting large items carried by attendees. 10 a.m. Hanin collapsed onto the floor, exhausted and reluctant to move. He had underestimated the turnout for an investment conference. Reality had taught him a lesson. The turnout was massive, not only locals but also many out-of-towners. Many had come to promote their products, so they were carrying numerous large and small bags. Hanin, get up. We're on duty here. Zhao Feng looked at Hanin lazily sprawled on the ground, feeling a bit speechless. He nudged him with his leg, urging him to stand properly. Slacking off like this during work hours wasn't exactly ideal. Hanin seemed to muster every ounce of strength to finally sit up, then straightened his back and fixed his gaze on the entrance. But Zhao Feng could tell from Huanhuan's slightly vacant gaze that the guy was already in a semi-sleep state. To be honest, Zhao Feng was exhausted, starving, and sleepy himself. He actually envied the guy a little. Uncle Lu, how did you get through this door? Aren't you supposed to use the back entrance for garbage collection? Following the sound, Zhao Feng looked over. A young man wearing the convention center uniform was escorting a man in his 50s out of the building. The boss is accompanying the investment company people on a tour of nearby booths. It's inconvenient to go in or out right now. Manager Wang told me to take the trash out the nearest exit. This way is convenient since no one is coming or going here. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Discovery. Alright, I'll help you out. This way we'll get it done faster. The young man said, helping the middle-aged man push the trash bins toward a nearby electric tricycle that had already arrived. The two made 4 trips back and forth before finally loading all the bins onto the vehicle. The bins contained mostly fruit peels likely left over from exhibitors pre-cutting samples for visitors to taste. As the electric tricycle drove off, the two men each pulled 2 trash bins toward the convention center. Something's off. There's an unusual smell. Han, who had been drowsy, suddenly jolted awake at the scent wafting into his nose. As the pair passed by, his gaze locked onto the new trash bin being pulled by the middle-aged man. That was definitely where the smell was coming from. Though the new trash can had a strong rubber odor, it couldn't mask the peculiar scent emanating from inside. Woof woof woof. Something was wrong. Hanin swiftly tugged on the leash toward the trash can, suddenly pulling so hard it lifted Zhao Feng's arm off the ground. But as a longtime partner, Zhao Feng instinctively followed the dog's lead the moment the leash tugged. Freeze! You two, don't move! Seeing Huanhuan drop to the ground, Zhao Feng instantly understood the dog's meaning. Something had been discovered. Hearing Zhao Feng's voice, the two turned to look. Spotting a police officer, they instinctively halted their movements and exchanged puzzled glances. First, put down the trash cans you're holding, then step back 2 meters. Zhao Feng didn't immediately call for backup. Instead, he kept a watchful eye on them, first instructing them to put down the trash cans and then move further away. The middle-aged man and the young man offered no resistance and didn't ask questions. They trusted he wouldn't harm them, a trust rooted deep within their bones. 2 young police officers on duty nearby heard Zhao Feng's command and immediately looked over. Seeing the other 2 men's actions, they ran over without hesitation. They knew Zhao Feng must have spotted something, otherwise, why would he make them put down the trash cans? Need assistance? My partner detected something unusual. Secure these 2 while I call for backup. Got it. Without further ado, the 2 officers approached the young man and middle-aged man. They took no further action, merely keeping them under temporary guard. Within 3 minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly from the distance. 4 or 5 colleagues responsible for bomb disposal arrived carrying several large boxes. Is this it? Leading the group, Li cut straight to the point, pointing at a trash bin containing a small signal jammer. Yes. Zhao Feng immediately confirmed. The signal jammer had been provided by the technical department during their mission. Its purpose was to prevent suspects from remotely detonating the bomb if the bomb was discovered here, by blocking their ability to see or learn about it. Li Yi retrieved a small device from an open box nearby and began scanning the exterior of the trash can inch by inch. When the scan reached the bottom, beep, beep, beep. A series of rapid beeps sounded from the device, accompanied by a warning light flashing rapidly. The bomb is at the bottom. When they pulled it earlier, nothing happened. It probably didn't trigger the detonation. After using another small device to check the lid and sides of the bin for any connecting devices and finding none, Li Yi prepared to open the bin to inspect its contents. Li Yi carefully lifted the lid, but since the bin was covered by a large trash bag, he couldn't see the contents directly. He first used scissors to carefully cut open the garbage bag from the top, revealing the bottom of the bin. There, a bomb was visible, simply secured to the bin's base with screws. Thankfully, it's just as crude as the other bombs we found inside. Li Yi's tense heart finally relaxed a little. Such a rudimentary bomb was extremely easy for them to dismantle, posing almost no risk of mishap. I've checked it. This bomb can be moved. Let's take it with us first, find a safe environment, and then disarm it. It's not convenient to do it here. Li Yi inspected it repeatedly, ensuring he hadn't missed anything, before finally looking up and calling out to his colleagues in the distance. The others who had come with Li Yi hurried over upon hearing him. After a brief discussion, they carefully lifted the trash can and headed toward the nearby plaza of the exhibition center. The exhibition center was located in a suburban area, with few residential buildings nearby, only a handful of office complexes and similar structures. As a result, the plaza was usually deserted, and at this hour, there was certainly no one there. The distance of several hundred meters took them over 10 minutes to cover as they finally reached the center of the plaza. Everything needed was already prepared here: tools for cutting open the trash can, tools for dismantling the bomb, all fully equipped. After a flurry of tense activity, technicians safely dismantled the bomb and neutralized its detonation mechanism. The device would later be disposed of through standardized procedures. Upon learning of the situation, Zhao Jigui immediately issued orders. All police officers were to conduct thorough searches on every single person entering the area, without exception. Of course, discretion was applied. If someone had no conceivable hiding places, they wouldn't be searched. The primary focus was on individuals carrying bags or large items, who were subject to rigorous inspection. Here, have some first. While Li Yi was inspecting the bomb, Zhao Feng pulled 2 homemade hamsticks from his pocket. He unwrapped them and handed them to the dim-witted man. Originally, I had 2 cans with me, but they were too bulky to carry, so I had to leave them in the car. This ham was specially made by his mom for Hanin. He tasted it back then. It was packed with real ingredients, no additives whatsoever, and so lightly salted he could barely taste it. Last night, he steamed 2 slices specifically to bring to the airport today for Hanin's lunch. Guys, please help by clicking to request updates and leaving reviews. Much appreciated. Chapter 74, Electric Tricycle. I'll arrange for someone to cover your duties with Zhao Feng. Now take Hanin to the south road of the convention center. Have Hanin try to track down the person who was driving that electric tricycle earlier. Got it. Zhao Feng led Hanin behind the guiding colleague, quickly heading toward the reconnaissance vehicle parked nearby. In the vehicle, the colleague briefly briefed him on the situation. After Hanin discovered the bomb, the command center had immediately launched an investigation into relevant personnel upon learning of the situation. Their first suspect was the person who delivered the trash bin. When a colleague contacted the person in charge of waste collection to reach out to the suspect's phone rang in the restroom. A colleague who happened to be using the restroom heard it. After the ringtone sounded repeatedly with no response from the stall occupant, the colleague curiously called out. Again, there was no answer. Overcome by curiosity, he tentatively pushed the stall door only to find it swung open effortlessly. The sight before him sent him tumbling backward onto the floor. A middle-aged man lay sprawled across the stall, covered in blood. A deep gash ran across his neck. Without needing to check, he knew the man was dead. After regaining his composure slightly, he tremblingly pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency number. The murdered man was the employee who was supposed to handle the trash. Upon learning this, Zhao Jigui knew without a doubt that the replacement, whether the killer or not, was involved in this incident. After a thorough search, the electric tricycle loaded with trash bins was found less than 500 meters away from the convention center in a straight line. The area was newly developed, so surveillance cameras hadn't been installed yet. The suspect had slipped through a blind spot, vanishing from the police's sight. As for the surveillance footage at the convention center entrance, it was reviewed. It showed that for most of the time, the suspect kept his head down and wore a straw sun hat that obscured most of his face. No clear frontal facial images of the suspect were found in the recovered video footage. The reason Zhao Feng was sent to bring Hanin along was purely because of proximity, coupled with Hanin's previous success in locating a missing child. They wanted him to try first and see if he could identify the suspect. As for the police dogs being dispatched from headquarters, it would take time for them to arrive. Every minute now carried the risk of a serious incident occurring. Therefore, the only option was to send Hanin, who was closest, to give it a try. Huan, sniff. Zhao Feng pointed to the seat of the electric tricycle and instructed Hanin. Han first sniffed the footrest area beneath the electric tricycle before jumping onto the footrest to meticulously record the residual scent on the seat. Besides the lingering gunpowder scent, there was also that familiar smell. This proved that the target had not only handled gunpowder today but also come into contact with DP. For such a strong scent to linger, it meant the target had ingested it. Hanin now realized this matter was far from simple. Some DF members must have been involved, or perhaps they had orchestrated it all along. It seemed that recently, because of his actions, he had really given these DF a hard time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started taking revenge on society. Truthfully, this situation didn't surprise Feng Lu. Often, the real dangers they faced weren't during missions, but in their daily lives. Got it? Zhao Feng watched Han Han leap down, his voice tinged with anxiety. He wasn't sure if Han Han had truly grasped the instructions he'd just given, but now it was a case of desperate measures. Time was too precious to waste. Hanin nodded, indicating he'd understood, then turned and began moving swiftly in one direction, following the scent trail. After walking along the path for over half an hour, he finally turned onto another section. According to the map data, this section ultimately led to a small village. Only 40 or 50 households remained. With the rapid pace of modern development, most of the village's young people had moved to the city or gone to work in larger urban centers. Now, the village was mostly populated by elderly folks who didn't want to leave, or lazy young people who couldn't afford to move. But there were very few of the latter, probably only 3 or 4 in the entire village. After traveling less than 500 meters along the cement road built for village access, the entire village came into view. Many houses were dilapidated from years of neglect. Only about 10 households along the roadside had built small multi-story houses. The rest were either uninhabited or single-story red brick structures. Though the village exuded an overall sense of decline, both the cement road and the doorsteps of the houses along it were swept clean, leaving a surprisingly pleasant impression. When Hanin followed the scent trail to this spot, he was startled by the scene before him. Why would the bomb planter have come here? Could it be that the suspect actually lived in this village? But when he followed the scent to a motorcycle, he knew he hadn't made a mistake. The vehicle carried the suspect's scent, and it was strong. Huan, is this it? Hanin circled the motorcycle carefully, sniffing several times before lying down. He looked up at Zhao Feng and nodded. The staff members who had followed didn't immediately inspect the motorcycle. Instead, they instructed Zhao Feng to lead Huan back a safe distance while they surrounded the house with its wide-open door. The courtyards here had no walls, instead, they were paved with cement. This made it easier to dry grain and saved on bricks. A police officer approached the window and cautiously peered inside. He quickly signaled to the others that someone was present, at least one person visible so far. The officers exchanged glances and swiftly stormed into the house. A young man lying asleep on the sofa came into view. 2 officers immediately rushed over and subdued him in his sleep. The other 3 officers swiftly searched the rooms. After checking just 2 rooms, they found no one else. Who are you? Why are you in my house? The restrained youth had fully awakened from his slumber, staring blankly at the intruders. But upon recognizing their police uniforms, he instantly understood why they were there. Chapter 75, The Bloodstained Dagger. What's your name? Team leader Su Chang stared sternly at the young man pinned to the sofa. Huang San. Explain why you did this. What do you mean like this? What did I do? Why are you arresting me? Huang San, who had begun to regain his composure, frantically searched for a strategy in his mind. He knew exactly what he'd done wrong, nothing more than taking money for favors. Getting caught wasn't the end of the world. As long as he didn't snitch on the other party, he'd only serve a few years in prison at most. But the money he'd just gotten was enough to last him many years after his release. If he ratted them out, given their ruthlessness, he and his family would surely need a gruesome end. Su Chang stared at him for a long moment without speaking. He could tell Huang San was lying. The man must know why he and his men had arrested him. Judging by his demeanor, though, he didn't seem like someone who'd just killed someone. Su Chang's assessment came from years of experience reading people in his line of work. But whether he was the actual killer still depended on evidence. Experience only provided a general direction, evidence was what confirmed the investigative path. Take him back first. Su Chang knew pressing Huang San further would yield nothing. It wasn't worth wasting time on him. Huang San could be taken back to the station first, where more professional interrogators could handle him. That would be better. Woof woof woof. Huan stared at the floor tiles before him, sniffing carefully. Detecting a distinct scent of blood rising from below, he immediately began barking loudly. What's wrong? Su Chang hurried over to Zhao Feng and asked, looking at Huan scratching at a tile. He must have found something. Huan, you go over there while I take a look. Zhao Feng crouched down, scrutinizing the tile. When Huan had scratched it earlier, he had clearly seen it shift. There's probably something underneath. Let's find something to pry the tile up and see. Alright, I'll get it. This tile was located at the bedroom doorway. They had stepped on it several times earlier without issue, so whatever was beneath couldn't be a bomb. That's why they dared to handle it themselves. Su Chang first fetched a kitchen knife and a fruit knife from the kitchen, then pulled a pair of gloves from his pocket and slipped them on. He carefully inserted both knives under the tile and slowly pried it up. The other officer nearby immediately lent a hand, lifting the tile with his gloved hands. A blood-stained dagger appeared before them. The blood hadn't yet dried black, indicating it had been smeared there recently. Wang, have Yang and the others bring Huang San in. Su Chang didn't place the knife in an evidence bag. Instead, he instructed his subordinate to bring Huang San back from waiting outside. Huang San, how do you explain this? Don't tell me it was for slaughtering chickens. This isn't mine. Huang San, who had been calm until now, froze in terror upon seeing the bloodstained dagger found near his bedroom door. How could this have been hidden beneath the floor tiles? Oh? You say it's not yours? Then how do you prove it? Keep in mind we found this under the floor tiles outside your bedroom door. Officer, I swear it's not mine. I have no idea how it ended up in my house. Huang San's voice trembled with a hint of tears, his face drained of color. Less than 2 hours ago, a murder occurred at the convention center over there. The victim had their throat slit. Could this dagger be the murder weapon? Su Chang stared at Huang San, whose face had drained of all color. He knew the man was breaking. No matter how much he'd gained, it would be worthless compared to his life. The fact that someone had hidden this murder weapon here proved their intention to frame Huang San. Huang San is now a prime suspect. He believes that if the other party truly intends to pin this on Huang San, they wouldn't have stopped at just this one method. He was confident he could use his own methods to pin this incident squarely on Huang San. Of course, it's also possible Huang San did commit the crime, he just acted convincingly enough that I failed to see through it. Look, I'll tell you everything I know. You have to prove my innocence. I beg you. After less than 2 minutes of silence, Huang San finally made his decision, to come clean and hope for leniency. A month ago, while hanging out at a bar, Huang San met a beautiful woman. For some reason, she took a liking to him and threw herself at him. Completely unprepared for such a situation, Huang San was quickly swept off his feet, unable to think straight. He did whatever she asked. During one drinking session, she suggested trying something exciting. She pulled out a small pill, slipped it into Huang San's drink, and claimed it was to enhance the mood. The fool Huang San didn't think twice and downed it in one gulp. Soon, he was swept into sensations he'd never known before. From that moment on, Huang San, who had always lacked willpower, was completely hooked. To achieve his goals, the other party kept supplying Huang San with the pills for free. But a week ago, the beautiful woman vanished without a trace, and Huang San couldn't get in touch with her no matter what he tried. After 2 days of torment, when Huang San was on the verge of losing his mind, someone approached him. They asked him to handle some tasks, offering payment up front, a full $1,000,000 in cash, laid out before him. Having already lost his mind, Huang San didn't hesitate for a second and agreed immediately. This morning, following the other party's instructions, he rode his electric tricycle loaded with empty trash bins to the front gate as directed by phone. He handed the empty bins to the middle-aged man, then parked the tricycle on South Road as instructed. Su Chang listened in stunned silence. How could someone be so blinded by beauty that they couldn't see such an obvious setup? Someone like Huang San would never have been caught in a trap like this, otherwise he'd probably just stick to petty crimes like stealing chickens and dogs. But from Huang San's words, Su Chang deduced one thing: after killing the janitor, the perpetrator hadn't immediately fled the scene. Instead, they'd taken the victim's phone and waited for the moment they wanted. Su Chang couldn't fathom the motive behind this behavior. If someone inside harbored a grudge against him, they could have simply found an opportunity to eliminate their enemy. By making such a big mess, who did they think they were? Did they really believe the cops couldn't catch them? Captain Su, the money's been dug up. A police officer emerged from the backyard carrying a suitcase caked in mud, setting it down on the living room table. Huang San, what's the combination for the suitcase? 654321. Carat. Chapter 76, Bait. Wow, I've never seen this much money in my life. A cop stared at the open box filled with bright red bills, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Don't mention it. None of us have ever seen this much before. Su Chang slipped on gloves, pulled out a stack of bills from the box, and gave it a firm pat. Although Huang San had claimed there was $1,000,000 inside, they still needed to do a quick count on the spot. Since everyone was wearing body cameras and the cash was bundled in stacks, they only needed to roughly count the number of bundles. The exact amount would be handled by professionals later. Something seems off here. One officer seemed to notice something while counting, his voice filled with surprise. What's wrong? Take a closer look, something's off about this money. Not quite right? Su Chang quickly grabbed a bundle of bills and examined them closely, but still couldn't spot anything unusual. Captain Su, just open one bundle and you'll see. All right. Su Chang tore off the protective film covering the bills. Without needing his colleague to point it out, he immediately spotted the problem. The color, patterns, designs, security threads, and watermarks were all off. Worse still, the raised texture on the watermarks was completely absent. After another thorough inspection, Su Chang confirmed that all the bills were counterfeit. The group opened several more bundles for inspection, finding identical results each time. Holy crap, I don't even know what to say. As they spoke, they seemed to remember something and turned their gaze toward the handcuffed Huang San. Suddenly, they felt a pang of sympathy for the guy. Not only had he been tricked into using illegal substances, but now he was being framed as an accomplice in a murder and explosion case. Even if he truly knew nothing about it, things probably wouldn't end well for him. A classic case of being sold out and still counting the money for the seller. Woof woof woof. Even the dumbass lurking nearby couldn't resist barking his approval. 1 p.m. sharp, at the entrance of the convention center. Huan began his afternoon shift, swiftly sniffing through large items to check for contraband. At first, Huan couldn't quite grasp why they didn't just open the luggage for inspection. That changed when he encountered a stubborn individual during the afternoon checks. The man actually claimed that letting the dog sniff his bag would dirty it, ranting about how expensive his bag was and how it would be ruined if it got his saliva on it, spewing a string of unpleasant remarks. Fortunately, no one indulged him. 2 WJ officers promptly escorted the man away. As for how he was dealt with afterward, Huan didn't bother to follow up. This incident made it clear that if they had to inspect every single piece of personal luggage, such confrontations would likely occur frequently. After all, many people carry items in their bags or belongings that aren't exactly meant for public display, like. Meanwhile, the police investigating Huang San gradually uncovered more details. The woman who had approached him was actually involved in the sex industry. She had already flown to another country before the incident occurred. Since she had a strained relationship with her family and rarely kept in touch, the police couldn't obtain any useful leads from her relatives. Her departure had been sudden and unannounced. Had the police not investigated her travel records, the matter would have gone undetected. Ha! A peculiar scent wafted to his nose, instantly triggering a powerful urge to eat in the dog. Hanin lifted his head to look at the woman carrying the bag. Their eyes locked instantly, one human, one police dog. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, a sly smile playing in her eyes as if anticipating something. But after waiting over 10 seconds and seeing Huan still show no reaction, the expression on her face instantly stiffened. Hanin glanced at her, instantly understanding something, and immediately lay down. "Ma'am, please open your bag for inspection." "Why?" "I'm just going in to attend a business conference." "Do I really need to have my bag searched?" "Ma'am, please cooperate." Facing Zhao Feng's stern demeanor, the woman's heart began to race. She knew she couldn't open it if they saw what was inside. Anything other than the little cutie would give away her true purpose. "Fine, I won't go in then. What's the big deal? Seriously." She turned to walk away, but was quickly stopped by a security guard standing nearby. "Ma'am, please cooperate. Otherwise, we'll have to enforce it." The security guard glared at the woman trying to leave. By now, it was obvious to anyone that something was off. Others in the queue turned their curious eyes toward the scene. The woman glanced at the determined officer and reluctantly abandoned her plan to throw a tantrum. With a hint of resignation, she unstrapped her backpack and slowly pulled open the zipper. To everyone's surprise, instead of lipstick, sunscreen, or tissues, the bag was filled to the brim with granular substances. Pet owners nearby instantly recognized it. The contents were dog food. What's wrong with this woman? Carrying a bag of dog food? Is it for herself or her pet? Could she be a pica sufferer? No wonder she refused to open the bag. If it were me, I'd be dead set against it too. It was utterly mortifying. I wondered if anyone around knew her. Sorry for wasting your time. You can go now. WJ stepped aside awkwardly. Wait, let me check. Just as the woman was about to leave, Zhao Feng, who had been nearby, rushed over to stop her. Zhao Feng pulled a packet of dog food from her bag, held it to his nose, and sniffed hard. An overpowering, pungent scent immediately filled his nostrils. Pet attractant. Pet food attractants are specially formulated nutritional additives designed to entice pets to eat, enhance palatability, and stimulate appetite. Take this lady to the office. Send this dog food for toxicology testing. There's more than just an appetite enhancer in here, something else is mixed in. Zhao Feng ignored the woman and addressed the WJ officer instead. Understood. Madam, please hand over your bag for safekeeping and accompany me to the office. After Zhao Feng mentioned the appetite stimulant, the woman fell silent. Upon hearing the WJ officer's request, she offered no protest and obediently followed him toward the police's temporary office. After she left, Zhao Feng immediately pulled out his communicator and relayed the situation to the task force, specifically reminding the other trainers to ensure the police dog's safety. During the subsequent inspection, Zhao Feng kept his hand tightly gripping the leash to prevent any mishaps. Chapter 77, Chemistry Lab. 8 p.m. Zhao Feng and Hanin, who should have been off duty, were ordered by Zhao Zhigua to remain on standby at the bureau. The ordinary citizens remained largely unaware of the day's events. City officials both high-ranking and low had learned everything they needed to know, and more. This placed immense pressure on the municipal bureau, mobilizing every available resource. Under Zhao Jigua's personal supervision, investigations into both Huang San's recent movements and the woman carrying dog food progressed with remarkable speed. Professional testing revealed that the dog food carried by the woman contained not only an attractant but also a fast-acting poison. During interrogation, Li Sha, the woman with the dog food, readily confessed to attempting to poison the police dog. In her view, a police dog was just a dog. Killing it would only mean paying a small compensation. Moreover, she wouldn't even have to pay the compensation herself. A mysterious individual had directly handed her 50,000 yuan in cash specifically for this task. In her view, killing a police dog would cost her at most a few thousand yuan in compensation, meaning she'd actually profit over 40,000 yuan, a pretty good deal. But she didn't realize her actions constituted a criminal offense, one that would land her at least several years behind bars. Whether in the Huang San case or the Li Sha case, a mysterious figure had appeared. It was now almost certain that this entire series of events had been meticulously orchestrated by the other party. Since the money Huang San received was ultimately identified as counterfeit, that lead had effectively been cut off. Similarly, no large sum transfers were found in Wang Qian's the woman close to Huang San bank statements, effectively blocking that investigative avenue. As for Li Sha, the one carrying dog food, it goes without saying it was a cash transaction. Although the money she received was genuine, it proved largely useless. In the end, the police had no choice but to resort to the most tedious method, meticulously screening the whereabouts of the three individuals during that period. All available video footage was copied back, first using software to filter out footage containing images of the three. Then, they manually reviewed each frame, hoping to spot the mysterious figure. However, even after mobilizing substantial manpower for the screening, no useful information was uncovered. Each time the individual met with the trio, they deliberately chose surveillance blind spots. But the police didn't give up. They launched a new round of meticulous analysis. Since the person had appeared, they must have left behind video footage. JC centered the investigation around the meeting times, retrieving footage from 1 hour before and after each encounter. All footage matching the descriptions of the individuals provided by Fu, Huang San, and Li Sha was extracted and subjected to software-based comparison. Given the immense workload, everyone was now waiting for the comparison results. Here, this is what your aunt made for you guys. It just arrived. Eat up. Zhao Jigua entered the office from outside, spotting Zhao Feng dozing off on the sofa and the sleepy-eyed Hanin snoring soundly, sprawled across most of the couch. He handed one of the bags he was carrying to Zhao Feng, who had been woken up by the noise. Zhao Feng and Hanin had gotten up early today and worked tirelessly all day. Since the main office was bustling with activity, he had invited them to rest in his office for a while. The comparison results would take longer to come in, but time was of the essence. They needed to act the moment the results were available to apprehend the suspect as quickly as possible. A suspect capable of making bombs posed a far greater threat to society than most other suspects. Hanin, get up and eat. Zhao Feng glanced at the stewed chicken before him and knew he'd probably been left out again. Hungry for most of the day, Hanin's nose twitched the moment the bag opened. If he hadn't been too exhausted to move, he would have jumped up long ago. 11:30 p.m. Chief Xiao, we've identified an individual matching Huang San's description in height and build. Cross-referencing multiple surveillance clips confirms his presence in several segments. Furthermore, in the surveillance footage related to Li Sha, we discovered that this individual had already begun stalking her 3 days ago. This confirms our earlier hypothesis: the selection of Huang San and Li Sha was the result of careful investigation, not random choice. After identifying the target, we used software to narrow down their approximate location. However, since they vanished in surveillance blind spots, we haven't pinpointed the exact address yet. This is the approximate area we've pinpointed through analysis. Within this zone, there are 3 residential complexes, 1 large shopping mall, 2 commercial streets, and 1 middle school. A middle school? Yes, City Number 3 Middle School is located there. Check if this school has the facilities to make bombs. Upon hearing about the middle school, Zhao Jigui immediately considered a crucial point: even basic bombs require specific conditions to manufacture. If the school possessed a chemistry lab, it could potentially facilitate bomb making. The bomb disposal team's report on the devices they seized mentioned that such improvised explosives could be made in a chemistry lab without requiring sophisticated equipment. Lu, get a list of all staff at Number 3 Middle School: interns, contract workers, permanent employees, and pick out anyone matching the suspect's age range. Have Huang San and Li Sha identify them. Huang San and Li Sha described the suspect as being between 20 and 30 years old. If the suspect made the bombs at Municipal Number 3 High School, they couldn't be a student, only a teacher or staff member. During their meetings with the suspect, Huang San and Li Sha both wore masks covering half their faces, along with glasses. They couldn't tell if the glasses were for fashion or vision correction. The surveillance footage obtained by the police showed the suspect wearing the same attire, so currently only the suspect's approximate weight and height could be determined. However, Zhao Jigua believed that if clear photographs of the suspect could be obtained, Huang San and Li Sha, who had seen the suspect, might not be able to identify them directly. Upon seeing the photo, they would certainly feel a sense of familiarity. Accurate identification wasn't essential; merely confirming the suspect's presence in the image would suffice, allowing them to take over the investigation thereafter. Half an hour later. Chief Xiao, all employee records are here, sorted preliminarily. Those meeting the criteria have been sent to Huang San and Li Sha for identification. Chapter 78, A Familiar Scent. Have them look at photos of women matching the height and build as well. Remember to cover the face and neck, don't let them know the subjects are female. Alter the photos slightly. Zhao Jigua paused briefly after hearing the report before responding. Although both Huang San and Li Sha had firmly identified the suspect as male during interrogation, Zhao Jigua couldn't ignore one crucial detail. During their encounter, the suspect never revealed his true face. All the video footage found showed the same pattern even in hot weather. He wore long sleeves. Wearing a mask isn't unusual nowadays, but walking around in summer wearing autumn weight long sleeves is suspicious. Thanks to the experts for pointing out UV allergies and such. Of course, it's also possible the suspect had distinctive features on their arms, such as tattoos or birthmarks. Regardless of the reason for their presence at this location and time, without other leads, investigating them couldn't hurt. But every suspicion must be verified or disproved. That's how they sabotage cases. As for why the female features in the photo were concealed, it was likely to prevent Huang San and Li Sha from dismissing it outright based on preconceived notions. Another point was that the person had fairly long hair, which was also one of Zhao Zhigua's reasons for suspicion. Nowadays, it's not unusual for women to have short hair, and hers wasn't particularly short, it was just styled in a way commonly seen on men. Alright, I'll send it to the tech department right away for them to work on. Alright, go ahead. Have them prioritize this. Once it's done, send it over immediately for Huang San and Li Sha to identify. 3:30 a.m. Having slept soundly, Han Han stretched his head out the car window, wide awake and alert. Looking at the quiet campus before him, he felt a wave of emotion. He never imagined the final outcome would truly match Zhao Zhigua's speculation. During the identification process, Huang San and Li Sha jointly pointed out a teacher who had only recently joined the faculty at No. 3 High School. This teacher, Wang Bo, had been specially recruited to Municipal No. 3 High School this year. A 27-year-old doctoral graduate, he taught chemistry. With his academic background, using the school's chemistry lab to make a simple bomb would be a piece of cake. As a day school, 3rd Municipal High was completely deserted at night except for staff in the dormitory. The police arrived quietly, taking care not to make any noise. After brief communication between a police officer and the elderly security guard at the gatehouse, the school's main gate swung open. The vehicle quickly arrived beneath the science building, where a school administrator was already waiting. Spotting Zhao Zhili, he immediately hurried over. Principal Lu, I never imagined we'd need to trouble you to come out so late at night. Head Director Zhao, you're too kind. Cooperating with you is our duty, and besides, with our relationship, is there even a need to mention it? The two men exchanged a brief handshake and briefly discussed the specific areas where they needed each other's cooperation, without revealing the details of the case. After hearing Zhao Zhigua's explanation, Principal Lu promptly produced a set of keys, unlocked the main entrance to the lab building, and then went inside to turn on the lights. After completing these tasks, Principal Lu handed the keys directly to Zhao Zhigua. Each key was clearly labeled with its corresponding door number, making them easy to identify. He knew he couldn't get involved in what followed, so without waiting for Zhao Zhigua to speak, he promptly handed over the keys. Once everything was arranged, one group followed Principal Lu to arrest suspect Wang Bo at his dormitory, while Hanin remained in the lab building to conduct inspections. Besides Hanin, 2 other explosive detection dogs were present. Their mission was to sweep the lab building for any explosives. No one could be certain whether Wang Bo, given his level of craziness, might have planted a bomb in the building, waiting for the police to arrive. Based on the information gathered so far, there was no apparent motive for Wang Bo to do such a thing. Wang Bo came from a comfortable middle-class family. Both his parents were teachers, and with their support, he owned a house and a car by age 27. His career had also been smooth sailing. After graduating, he was directly hired by the city's 3rd middle school as a specially recruited teacher on the permanent staff. His salary was quite generous. Except for the fact that he still didn't have a girlfriend, his life seemed better than most people's. It's nearly impossible to find a reason for his actions. The police officers involved in the case still haven't confirmed whether Wang Bo was the one who did all this. If not for Huang San and Li Sha's absolute certainty about the suspect and their discovery of a figure resembling him in surveillance footage, they wouldn't have come at all. The lab building has 6 floors, each housing 4 chemistry labs. Hanin is responsible for the 1st and 2nd floors. 3 officers unclipped the key fobs, each assigned to follow a police dog and unlock the lab door after inspection. As for why they didn't just open it directly? Well, you never know what surprises might be waiting behind. Many seemingly unreasonable demands often stem from one or more heartbreaking stories. When dealing with such a clever suspect, utmost caution is essential. After all, not every lab in the building is used daily. Some going and used for days on end is perfectly normal. The dog sniffed meticulously at the door of the first laboratory. To ensure nothing was missed, he specifically had Zhao Feng lift him up so he could sniff the door. Only after confirming it was safe did he nod to the nearby JC. The officers were no longer surprised by Huan Wan's performance. This wasn't their first collaboration, and they understood the dog's intelligence. But it wasn't really surprising. Police dogs this intelligent weren't exactly rare at the canine base. Of course, that was only because he hadn't truly witnessed Huan Wan's intelligence firsthand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought that way. After opening the door, Hanin entered the lab and began sniffing meticulously in every corner. The entire lab was filled with all sorts of pungent odors, severely impairing his sense of smell. What should have been a 1-minute task now took 3 minutes to complete. Some odors, after dissipating through ventilation, might be undetectable to humans, but they remained distinctly noticeable to dogs with their keen sense of smell. It took Huan over 10 minutes to thoroughly search one lab before moving on. The second lab hadn't been used for several days, so the odors inside weren't too strong. Huan's inspection was much faster, taking only a short time to complete. When Huan approached the third lab, he detected a familiar scent before even reaching the doorway. After Zhao Feng set him down, Huan nodded to the two people beside him, signaling everything was clear. Chapter 79, Underground Laboratory. Hanin entered this lab but didn't immediately begin inspecting. Instead, after the lights came on, he carefully surveyed the room. This lab differed little from the previous two. The arrangement of tables, chairs, and equipment was nearly identical, with no particularly unusual objects present. Huan wasted no time, beginning a thorough sniffing inspection. This time he was exceptionally focused, knowing he had likely uncovered some crucial clues. After spending over 10 minutes thoroughly inspecting the room, he found no dangerous explosives. Yet he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he approached a set of chemical equipment, sniffed it carefully once more, and finally confirmed his suspicion. Hanin, is something wrong here? Zhao Feng looked puzzled at Huan, who was crouched down, then glanced at the equipment before him, which appeared identical to the others. He couldn't quite grasp what Huan was trying to convey. Zhao Feng is a trainer, mind you. Let me stress this again, different fields of expertise. He's not dumb, really. Hanin looked up at his instructor's confused expression and knew he hadn't grasped the meaning. Captain Zhao, could Hanin be trying to tell us the suspect used this very machine to make the bomb? Ugh, I'd love to reward you with a lollipop. Huan covered his face with his front paws, speechless. How did this happen? Had everyone forgotten his identity so quickly? Huan, could this equipment have been used to make drugs? Zhao Feng looked at the face covering Huan and finally caught on. Right, Huan's primary role was as a drug detection dog, not an explosive detection dog. They were only here to help out temporarily. Hanin nodded eagerly. Oh my, this dimwit finally showed some smarts. It's true what they say, birds of a feather flock together. He must have gotten smarter from spending so much time with me. Captain Zhao, I'll go grab a set of drug test strips from the car. Officer Lu, standing nearby, nearly burst out laughing at the sight of Hanin's doting gaze fixed on Zhao Feng. He quickly made up an excuse to step outside and retrieve the drug test strips. 2 minutes later. Not only did Officer Lu return, but Zhao Jigua and the others followed him back. Without much preamble, the forensic technicians attempted to extract fingerprints and other evidence from the equipment. However, they discovered the entire apparatus had been meticulously wiped clean, leaving no usable traces. That's when another technician poured a special liquid onto the instrument. After waiting a moment, he carefully extracted the liquid and placed it onto the toxic substance test strip. Holy crap, it's actually changing color. One of the accompanying officers couldn't help but mutter under his breath upon seeing the discolored test strip. But at that moment, no one paid him any attention. All eyes were fixed on the discolored test strip. They knew exactly what this discovery meant. There were two possibilities. First, the goods Huang San had been using were refined and produced right here by the suspect. Second, someone had been secretly using the school's chemistry lab equipment to produce DP. If that were the case, regardless of their motives, the cops would definitely investigate to the end. Compared to the second possibility, the first seemed more likely. After all, within the confines of the school, the perpetrator would inevitably exercise some caution when using the equipment. It couldn't be done openly. Teachers who used the chemistry lab would inevitably notice something amiss. If discovered, the perpetrator would have no chance of covering it up. If its small-scale production meant to supply just one person, being careful should be enough to avoid detection. Ring. Ring. As everyone pondered, Zhao Jigua's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, made no attempt to hide it from the others, and answered the call directly. Chief Zhao, Wang Bo's trail has been found. He's entered the border forest, likely attempting to flee the country. It turned out that the other team sent to apprehend Wang Bo hadn't caught him at his dorm. He had already fled before the police arrived. However, the police found a box of instant noodles in his dorm room that had been prepared but not eaten. The broth was still warm, suggesting he must have learned of their impending arrival through some channel and fled as a result. Upon discovering this, they immediately reported to Zhao Jigua. Without hesitation, Zhao contacted the bureau's technical staff, instructing them to comb through surrounding surveillance footage to track Wang Bo's escape route. Unexpectedly, within a short time, the suspect had already fled to the border jungle. Alright, I'll contact the soldiers there immediately and request their assistance in apprehending Wang Bo. After hanging up, Zhao Jigua immediately contacted the border garrison troops, briefing them on the situation. They confirmed they would deploy personnel immediately to apprehend Wang Bo. 6 a.m. After inspecting the final chemical laboratory, Hanin finally completed his tasks here. During the subsequent inspections of the remaining labs, no unexpected incidents occurred, and all checks were completed smoothly. Shortly after Hanin finished, the other police dogs also completed their inspections one by one and gathered downstairs. Of the 3 dogs, only Hanin had detected anything unusual. This puzzled everyone. Where exactly was Wang Bo's bomb-making site? The officers who searched Wang Bo's home thoroughly found no bomb-making tools or materials. Principal Lu, are there any other laboratories on your campus besides this one? Zhao Jigua suddenly asked Principal Lu, who stood before him. Let me think. There is indeed such a place, but it's been abandoned for a long time. It's been used for storing junk, and there are no chemical instruments left inside. Principal Lu pondered for a long moment before suddenly recalling a location in the school building. It was the basement of the science lab building. Years ago, when student enrollment was high and lab space was insufficient, they had converted that area into a makeshift laboratory. However, as enrollment declined, the existing labs in the building gradually became sufficient, leading to the basement lab's gradual abandonment. Most of the equipment had been relocated to other labs or stored in the instrument warehouse. He had personally supervised the removal process and clearly remembered every item being taken and relocated to its new place. If Zhao Jigua hadn't mentioned it today, he probably wouldn't have remembered this place at all unless it became necessary. Chapter 80, Flames Reaching the Sky. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire lab building. Moments later, flames shot skyward from the north wing, lighting up the gloomy sky in fiery red. Everyone stared blankly in that direction, momentarily speechless. Quick! Call the fire department. Get them here to put out the fire. Zhao Jigua's voice cut through the chaos. Instantly, everyone snapped into action, rushing toward the source of the flames. Zhao Jigua felt a pang of relief. Thankfully, their team had already evacuated the building. Had anyone been near the blaze when it erupted, the outcome would have been dire. He saw several of his colleagues had already located fire extinguishers and were positioned not far from the flames, preventing the fire from spreading elsewhere. Fortunately, their worries proved somewhat unnecessary. The blast-induced fire was gradually diminishing, and its spread showed no signs of intensifying. Is that the entrance to the underground lab? Zhao Jigua glanced at Principal Lu, who stood beside him in stunned silence. In truth, he already knew the answer. The criminal's ruthlessness had surpassed his expectations, and in Zhao Jigua's mind, the danger level had reached the highest possible category. Such a ruthless individual, if allowed to remain at large, would inevitably pose an even greater threat to society. This time, he was determined to apprehend him. Ring ring, ring ring. The ringtone snapped Zhao Jigua out of his thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, he quickly answered. Director Zhao, Wang Bo has been located, but... The silence on the other end unsettled Zhao Jigua. What could have happened to make a border guard, who had seen it all, struggle so to speak? Director Zhao, when we found Wang Bo, all 10 fingers on both hands had been severed at the base. His tongue had been cut out with scissors, and his eyes had been gouged out with some kind of tool. If he hadn't been so resilient, he probably wouldn't have survived until we found him. Have you caught the person responsible for all this? No. When we found him, he was already like this. We searched the area with military dogs, but even after tracking him to the border, we couldn't locate him. It's almost certain he's already left the Dragon Nation. Got it. Zhao Jigua's emotions were beyond description at that moment. With all clues pointing to Wang Bo and concrete evidence uncovered here, they could essentially close the case once they apprehended him. Yet this unexpected turn of events had left him stunned. He didn't even need to guess why the suspect had done all this. It was nothing more than an attempt to spite them. One thing he was almost certain of was that the series of cases at the investment conference were likely all Wang Bo's doing. As for the specific reasons behind it all, they still didn't know. But it was undoubtedly about money, an offer no one could refuse. Moreover, the perpetrator likely held incriminating evidence against Wang Bo, not just any evidence, but the kind that could secure decades in prison or even the death penalty. But considering the lab equipment for residual toxins that the dimwit had discovered, the most likely thing Wang Bo was doing was manufacturing and trafficking DP. Now that Wang Bo can neither speak nor write, even if his hearing remains intact, the only information they might extract from him if he cooperates would be limited and rudimentary. It was highly probable that whatever Wang Bo knew was information the other party didn't care about, perhaps even meant to mislead the police. The underground lab explosion, given its intensity, likely destroyed most of its contents. Wang Bo was probably responsible for setting it off. There must have been substantial incriminating evidence against him inside. Moreover, judging by the timing of the bomb's detonation, the perpetrator likely used a timer device. Moreover, it was calculated precisely for them to enter. If they hadn't discovered the bomb upon entering but found numerous tools for committing crimes instead, he would certainly send more personnel inside. Given this, the perpetrator's intentions are clear. But in all his calculations, he failed to anticipate that Principal Lu had completely forgotten about the vacant lab had they not inquired. 10 minutes later. Several fire trucks swiftly arrived at the burning lab building. They rapidly deployed all firefighting equipment and methodically began extinguishing the blaze. Thanks to the concerted efforts of numerous police officers, the fire did not spread beyond the underground laboratory. Soon, the firefighters managed to extinguish the flames completely. Commissioner Zhao, 3 charred bodies were discovered in the basement. Our personnel found them untouched. The temperature down there has dropped enough to allow entry now. Good. I'll immediately dispatch forensic evidence collection teams to gather evidence. Zhao Zhiguo watched the departing firefighters with a headache, rubbing his forehead before beginning specific task assignments. Principal Lu, you understand the situation. Would it be possible to give the students a day off? This would allow us to thoroughly inspect the entire campus for any undiscovered explosives. Alright, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Principal Lu understood that the current situation was unsuitable for students to attend classes. It would be better to adjust their schedule. Li, take your team and conduct a meticulous search of the entire campus. Leave no corner unexamined. Understood, Director Zhao. All bomb-sniffing dogs will be on duty again today at the investment conference. The rest of the team's primary task now is to confirm the identities of the 3 bodies. Roger that. Roger. Got it. With a full day to search the campus, time was no longer an issue. Li Yi and his team could now deploy technological means, eliminating the need for bomb-sniffing dogs. Under Zhao Feng's guidance, Hanin hurried to the investment conference. Due to the firefighting efforts, they were running dangerously close to the start time. In the car, Zhao Feng fed Hanin a can of beef stew, easing his growling stomach. The day passed quickly. The second day of the investment conference concluded without incident, though tension lingered among those privy to the situation. This time, Hanin wasn't called in for overtime. Instead, he returned to their doghouse with Zhao Feng. As a participant in the series of cases surrounding the investment conference, Zhao Feng had also been added to the task force's group chat. Zhao Feng was fully aware of today's case developments. With Wang Bo critically injured, many leads had become impossible to pursue. Consequently, the police had shifted their focus from Wang Bo to the perpetrators responsible for his assault. With Wang Bo's critical condition keeping him in the hospital's intensive care unit, he was unable to cooperate with the police investigation. Moreover, given his current condition, he couldn't provide any useful intelligence. Chapter 81, Identity Information. On the day after the explosion, the police finally identified the 3 charred bodies. Through final comparisons, it was confirmed that all 3 were chemistry teachers at City No. 3 High School. During the investigation, all faculty and students stated that these 3 individuals had grievances with Wang Bo, and their conflicts had escalated significantly at the time. Originally, Wang Bo's motive was purely revenge. He intended to kill these 3 enemies before leaving Longhua. However, due to the diligence of one police officer, upon obtaining their identities, further inquiries were made into their financial circumstances. Unexpectedly, this investigation uncovered something extraordinary. After their conflicts with Wang Bo, each of them seemed to have experienced a sudden surge in financial fortune. Within a mere year, they had each purchased luxury homes and high-end vehicles, with bank accounts swelling by millions. Remarkably, all this wealth appeared to be acquired legally. One struck it rich through lottery winnings, another made a fortune by heavily investing in a stock that suddenly skyrocketed. One even won a million-yuan cash prize from a supermarket lucky draw. Whatever they entered, they seemed to win as if blessed by the god of wealth himself. With professional intuition, the police officer instantly sensed something amiss. If it were just 1 or 2 people, it might be understandable, but 3 individuals experiencing such extraordinary luck simultaneously defied common sense. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that 2 of the 3 individuals had never purchased lottery tickets before, and none of them had any experience with stock trading. The investigation ultimately uncovered that the lucky draw prizes at the supermarket were actually orchestrated by someone in cahoots with the store. They eventually traced it back to one of the event planners. His explanation was that he was paid to handle the matter according to instructions. He claimed the winners were relatives who didn't want to accept unearned gains and thus sought his assistance. This individual devised the scheme to assist the winners. All the explanations seemed perfectly reasonable. However, when the police called the number listed on the contract, an automated message stated the number was disconnected. Moreover, the ID information listed on the contract was also fake. However, when JC presented Wang Bo's photo for identification, the suspect positively confirmed Wang Bo as the individual who provided the funds. In the evidence collected from the exploded underground lab, JC detected the chemical components of burned DP, which clarified the entire situation. Whether it was Wang Bo or the other 3 chemistry teachers, they were likely all using the underground lab to produce DP. For reasons unknown, they ultimately fell out. The most likely perpetrator behind Wang Bo's murder was either the true mastermind behind the DP operation or another member of that group. Wang Bo's role within this group was likely that of a core member, while the other 3 chemistry teachers were probably recruited later as laborers, potentially unaware of Wang Bo's true identity. Intensive Care Unit. At Wang Bo's urgent request, now able only to hear, the police finally sent a specialist to communicate with him. Wang Bo, due to your physical condition, you only need to nod or shake your head to answer the following questions. If you understand, nod once. The police officer observed Wang Bo lying weakly in the bed, holding little hope for the outcome of this interrogation. Did you plant the bomb at the investment conference? Wang Bo nodded, then shook his head. Was anyone else involved? If so, nod the corresponding number of times. Wang Bo nodded once, then nodded 3 more times. 3 people? Wang Bo nodded. Did you blow up the underground lab at the school yourself? Wang Bo nodded. And you killed the 3 chemistry teachers inside? Wang Bo hesitated slightly, but nodded again. Why did you hesitate on this question? Is there someone else involved, and you don't want to reveal them? Wang Bo shook his head. Were you and these 3 chemistry teachers involved in manufacturing and selling DP? Wang Bo nodded. Did you hire all 3 of them? Wang Bo nodded, then shook his head. Did you hire these 3? This time, Wang Bo nodded decisively, though he still appeared weak and listless. Are you an FD gang? Wang Bo nodded. How many members are there in total? I'll start counting. Just nod when I call out the number that matches your count. Wang Bo nodded. Alright, I'll start counting. 1, 2, 3. 17. Throughout the count, the officer kept his eyes fixed on Wang Bo. When he reached 17, Wang Bo, who had been listening intently, finally nodded. Are they all in the country? Wang Bo shook his head, then nodded. How many are in the country? Do the same as before I count, you nod. Finally, through JC's efforts, it was confirmed that this gang has 10 members inside the country and 7 abroad. They have long resided in border cities, transporting DP into or out of the country whenever an opportunity arises. Their FD operations were entirely driven by DP prices they sold wherever the market was higher, showing absolutely no sense of national pride. Recent crackdowns in Yuncheng have dismantled numerous FD and ZD groups, causing DP prices to skyrocket in surrounding provinces. Consequently, their profits doubled overnight. With increased earnings, each member coveted a larger share, sparking internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the 3 chemistry teachers' previously diligent workers somehow got wind of this development. They grew dissatisfied with their commission shares. They demanded direct participation in the profit sharing, threatening to call the police if their demands weren't met. This infuriated the drug lord to no end. But they weren't willing to risk their own lives dragging him down to hell with them, so they ultimately gave in. Their condition, however, was that the 3 would only receive their share after the final batch of DP was produced. Upon learning the FD gang had agreed to their terms, they were utterly consumed by the joy of impending wealth. They never considered what kind of people they were actually dealing with. These DP members were desperados living on the edge of life and death. How could they possibly be easily intimidated by just 3 people? To eliminate future trouble, they resolved to leave the dragon country for another nation after completing this final job. Meanwhile, those 3 foolishly worked overtime producing DP for their employers. A classic case of their lives hanging by a thread while they deluded themselves into thinking they'd live forever. Chapter 82, Within Yuncheng City. Wang Bo, has the final shipment of DPs been transported out of Yun City? Wang Bo shook his head, indicating the DPs were still within Yuncheng. Do you know the storage location for this batch? Wang Bo nodded, then shook his head. Could they have moved it to a different location? Wang Bo nodded. Is the current storage location within Yuncheng's urban area? Wang Bo nodded weakly. I'll list the districts. Not if it's one of these: Yucheng District, Gula District, Shenshui District, Fengshan District. At that moment, Wang Bo seemed to experience a final burst of strength, nodding vigorously. Beep, beep, beep. A series of shrill, prolonged beeps echoed throughout the intensive care unit. Doctors rushed in one after another, beginning emergency resuscitation on Wang Bo, whose inhales were now far fewer than his exhales. 20 minutes later. I'm sorry, Officer Zhang. We did everything we could. His injuries were too severe. The fact he held on this long is nothing short of a miracle. Zhang Tianla, the interrogating officer, nodded in understanding, saying little. He assigned a colleague to handle the aftermath and strode quickly toward the parking lot. Though he had many questions he wanted to ask Wang Bo, the man was now dead. Any further thoughts were futile. His immediate priority was to report the information gathered here to headquarters, so his colleagues could discuss the next steps. If the 50 gene of DP had been sold on the market, the damage would have been immense. Currently, they only knew the district where the suspect might be hiding, but a district in Yuncheng covered a vast area. It was impossible to search every single corner. Their only option was to follow Wang Bo's lead and see if they could track down the target's whereabouts. They didn't need to find everyone, just one person would give them the leverage to take down the entire operation. Earlier, he had intended to extract intelligence from Wang Bo, but hadn't anticipated the man's sudden demise. Dead is dead, yet he left them with such a huge mystery. At least for now, he had no leads whatsoever. Commissioner Zhao, that's the current situation. I'm heading back to headquarters immediately. If you have any questions, just ask me directly when I get there. Understood. Zhao Jigua hung up with a heavy expression, pondered for a moment, then picked up the internal phone to summon all case personnel to the conference room. The meeting formally commenced after Zhang Tianla arrived. At Zhao Jigua's nod, Zhang quickly laid out all the current challenges they faced. This turn of events astonished every police officer present. Who would have imagined that a single bomb case could lead to such a series of interconnected crimes? It was now confirmed that Wang Bo and his group had orchestrated this incident specifically to draw police attention, thereby facilitating the smuggling of drugs out of the country. However, the perpetrators likely never anticipated that the police would track them down so swiftly, ultimately leading to their downfall. One thing still puzzled the police: why had the perpetrators chosen this particular method? Was it merely to draw attention? This rationale seemed somewhat implausible. Although the perpetrator possessed a large volume of goods, leaving Yunqing should have posed no difficulty whatsoever. In the end, the officers had no choice but to temporarily set aside this question and focus on discussing where the fabricated goods were currently hidden. They eventually formulated a plan. One team was assigned to review surveillance footage. They would look for any individuals appearing repeatedly in the footage where Wang Bo was present. If such individuals were found, they were likely Wang Bo's accomplices. On the other hand, personnel were deployed to set up roadblocks at all entry and exit points of Yunqing City to inspect passing vehicles and pedestrians. Finally, all police dogs were deployed to patrol the streets, hoping for a lucky break. The suspect carried large quantities of DP, making it highly likely they carried an unusual scent. Even if they were cautious, it was unlikely they left no trace whatsoever. 2 hours later, outside the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Huan, don't give me that disgusted look. I'm doing this because it's inconvenient to drive. Cut me some slack. Hanin shifted his paws deeper into the footrests of the electric scooter. He was genuinely afraid of accidentally falling off now. Seriously, couldn't you have found a bigger e-bike? Why did you have to pick a ladies' model? And it's even one of those pink kawaii series ones. Woof. You think I don't know what you're getting at? Like I don't want a bigger, comfier one? You saw it yourself, only Sister Lu's bike has enough juice for both of us. I'll buy a bigger one when we get back today, okay? You idiot, you're completely missing the point. The fool was too exhausted to argue back now. He needed to prioritize his own safety and be careful. Zhao Feng's assigned area was near the investment conference venue, covering 5 residential complexes, a large shopping mall, a small park, a startup incubator, and a garbage transfer station. Their immediate destination was the nearest residential complex, Fengguangli. Spanning 22 apartment buildings, it covered a substantial area. If the other party truly intended to store DP there, they'd likely choose one of 2 types of locations. The other would be a sparsely populated area where unexpected incidents were unlikely to occur and encounters with people were rare, and even if they did happen, it was almost certain they wouldn't run into anyone familiar. Many criminals, having picked up rudimentary psychology online, delude themselves into thinking they're clever enough to use reverse psychology to conceal their tracks. What they likely don't realize is that they're facing the very people who know them best, people who can anticipate their every move. Wakaka, the feeling of solid ground beneath my feet is so satisfying. Hanu hopped off his electric scooter and excitedly chased his own tail in circles. Let's go to work. Zhao Feng patted the dazed Huan, secured the leash, and led him toward the residential complex. Phoenix Lane was considered a relatively upscale neighborhood here, so its residents often felt a sense of superiority. But perhaps due to the shoddy property management, the entire complex was now packed with cars from other neighborhoods, leaving no space for their own residents to park. Both sides of every road within the complex were now packed with all kinds of vehicles, almost all belonging to residents. Chapter 83, The Pork Stall. 7 p.m. Huan, is there anything you'd like to eat? My mom sent me to the market to buy a big rooster for stir fry. If you see anything you fancy at the market, just tell me and I'll get my mom to cook it for you. Hanin, lying in the back seat, was already drifting off to sleep. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, he tried to force his eyes open to respond, but ultimately failed. Not long after, Hanin was shaken awake by Zhao Feng and looked at him with confusion. We're at the market. Come on, let's walk around. If you see anything you like, just tell me and I'll buy it for you. Still a bit groggy, Hanin followed Zhao Feng into the market. He shook himself awake and began surveying the surroundings. The market was huge. Many vendors not only sold produce at their stalls but also provided delivery services to restaurants and canteens, resulting in a constant stream of electric tricycles and motorcycles. Even at this hour, many vehicles were still hauling goods to their partners' locations. Hey, boss, how much for the rooster per pound? Which kind do you want? This one's 15, this one's 22, and this one's 45. What's the difference? Different rearing periods and breeds. See which one you prefer. Then give me this one. Zhao Feng pointed to a particularly lively-looking rooster. Alright, that'll be 68 yuan total. The vendor weighed the rooster, swiftly slaughtered and plucked it. After confirming Zhao Feng didn't need it cut into pieces, he bagged it and handed it over. Would you like some beef too? Upon hearing this, Hanin quickly nodded and then scampered ahead, leading the way toward the beef stall. This market was very close to Zhao Feng's home, and he often brought Hanin here to shop, so Hanin was quite familiar with the place. Haha, doggy, you're here to buy beef again? How much are you planning to get this time? The beef stall owner beamed at Huan as she approached. If she had the time, she'd have adopted a few dogs herself long ago. The first time she met this dog, he made a deep impression on her. You'd never seen a dog haggle over prices with its owner before. That visit came after Han Han had helped Zhao Feng crack a case. It was also the first time Feng Lu, now a police dog, had been brought back to Zhao Feng's home. They had just solved the case together, and to reward him, Zhao Feng bought a piece of fresh beef to stew for him at home. Ha! Something smells off. Huan turned his head toward a passerby. This person carried an overwhelmingly strong, unusual scent, likely from recent contact with or consumption of illicit substances. Lu Feng glanced at Zhao Feng, who had already paid for the meal. After a moment's thought, he tugged his partner toward the person who had just passed them. What's up? Zhao Feng noticed Han Han's unusual behavior, but he didn't resist. Instead, he followed Han Han's lead and walked toward the person. At that moment, a young man pushed a cart loaded with half a side of pork. The meat looked exceptionally fresh, likely slaughtered only recently. At first, Zhao Feng thought Hanin wanted pork, which was why he was following the man. But he quickly realized Hanin didn't even like pork. This behavior didn't make sense. Lu Feng felt rather helpless at that moment. Lately, he had genuinely started to see himself as a dog, almost forgetting his former human identity. It seemed he needed to gradually demonstrate his intelligence within reasonable limits and establish some special gestures with Zhao Feng to communicate what he had discovered. Lately, he'd grown complacent and overly guarded, constantly worrying that if exposed, humans might treat him like a lab rat. As a former human, he understood human motives all too well. But how to demonstrate his intelligence within reasonable limits was something he needed to figure out gradually. Even though he had become a dog, he absolutely couldn't sink into this state of stagnation. With his current abilities, he should be better equipped to aid his comrades, protect more people from harm, and ensure those who deserved punishment received it. A flurry of thoughts raced through Feng Lu's mind, yet his pursuit never faltered. Soon, he spotted the young man entering a pork stall. This pork stall must be doing brisk business. Besides the employee, 5 or 6 others sat behind the counter playing with their phones. He knew they were all part of the same establishment because they were all wearing identical aprons bearing the company logo. Hey, boss, how much is the pork? Zhao Feng asked, pointing at a hanging slab of pork. How much do you want? We don't sell by weight. A young man seated behind the counter didn't rise to attend to Zhao Feng upon hearing his question. Instead, he continued rapidly tapping his phone screen as before, seemingly engrossed in some game. Zhao Feng quickly scanned the pork stall. There were 7 people in total, 2 young men and 5 middle-aged men. When he asked his question, 3 of the middle-aged men looked up at him simultaneously. However, instead of answering, they merely appraised him before lowering their heads to resume playing with their phones. Zhao Feng glanced at the cuts of meat in the display case, said nothing further, and led Hanin over to another stall. Soon, he bought 3 pounds of lean pork at a nearby butcher stall and exchanged a few words with the owner. He learned that the previous stall had recently changed owners, and the new proprietor and staff had a notoriously poor attitude, refusing to serve individual customers. However, since their prices were cheaper than others, they had quickly attracted many restaurants and canteens, and business was booming. The vendor even complained that the new stall's selling price wasn't much higher than his own purchase price, leaving him baffled about how they managed to turn a profit. Is there something unusual about that pork stall? Zhao Feng walked to a secluded spot, crouched down, patted the dog's head, and asked quietly. Lu Feng nodded in response to Zhao Feng's question, confirming his suspicion. Seeing the nod, Zhao Feng swiftly led the dog toward the parking lot. Reaching his car, he swiftly opened the door for the dog to enter before quickly sliding into the driver's seat. He pulled out his communicator, dialed Zhao Jigua's number, and quickly explained the recent situation. After receiving Zhao Jigua's instructions, he promptly sent his location to Zhao Jigua before starting the car and driving toward the market exit. Thanks for the reminder, sir. These chapters strayed a bit from the main plot. Moving forward, I'll strive to showcase Feng Lu's high intelligence within reasonable bounds, allowing him to take on more significant actions. Chapter 84, Perplexing. Zhao Feng led Han Han to a junction where they met up with Hu Feng's main force. After a brief discussion, the convoy began moving toward the vegetable market in waves. Soon everyone reached their designated spots and began creeping toward the pork stall. To avoid alerting the vendor, they advanced in scattered groups rather than all at once. Once everyone was near the pork stall, most positioned themselves in blind spots, waiting for Hu Feng's command. Freeze! Cops! Hands up! A thunderous shout erupted as 5 police officers, pretending to pass by the stall, swiftly drew their guns, unlocked the safeties, and aimed at the people inside. Amidst a flurry of footsteps, over a dozen police officers hiding nearby rushed to the stall and simultaneously aimed their weapons at those inside. To everyone's surprise, the people inside the stall seemed frozen in shock. Unlike other suspects who fought desperately, they obediently raised their hands and stood completely still. Hu Feng watched the scene unfold. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw the corner of one young man's mouth twitch inside the stall, as if in mockery. Only after everyone inside the stall had been handcuffed did Hu Feng finally have time to take in his surroundings. This was a large pork stall. Just hanging outside were 6 or 7 whole pigs, not counting the pre-packaged cuts. Officer, officer, officer. Why are you arresting us? Have we committed a crime? A voice that was clearly feigning stutter rang out at that moment. Lu Feng turned to see the young man from earlier staring at him blankly. Lu Feng ignored him. He knew the most urgent task now wasn't dealing with this, but finding evidence of their crimes. You guys handle this. Lu Feng patted Zhao Feng, who had just arrived, then ruffled the dog's head. Whether these suspects would end up spilling their secrets would depend entirely on how well the dog performed. Lu Feng ignored Lu Feng, instead carefully sniffing everything within the stall. What puzzled him, however, was that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't locate the source of the unusual scent. All scent trails drifted like rootless duckweed, lacking any anchor and gradually fading with time. Let's go check the cold storage. Behind the pork stall was a small cold storage room, not very large, about 40 square meters, filled with frozen pork offal. As Feng Lu stepped inside, a distinct chill washed over him, sending a shiver through his entire body. Fortunately, his genuine dogskin coat provided excellent warmth. Yet the frigid air made sniffing particularly uncomfortable for his nose and lungs, and the results weren't great either. An unusual smell. Not long after entering, Feng Lu detected an unusual scent that stood out distinctly even amidst the familiar odors. This discovery quickly lifted his spirits. Huan, let's head out. No need to search anymore. Zhao Feng said with a hint of pity, watching Hanin circle the ice storage room over a dozen times. Seeing Huan's behavior, he knew exactly what was going on. There was likely nothing to be found here, and the same applied outside. There were only two possible explanations now. First, Hanin had been mistaken from the start. There were never any contraband items here. Second, if Hanin was right, the absence of contraband now didn't mean it had never been here. It had likely been moved elsewhere or sold off. Either way, this put them in a very unfavorable position. They couldn't make an accurate judgment. If they released him and he really was a drug dealer, it would be like letting a rat back into the nest. If they don't release them, what justification could they possibly use to compel cooperation with the police investigation? Officer, shouldn't you release us now or give us a reasonable explanation? Otherwise, I'll call to file a complaint against you. As Zhao Feng stepped out of the freezer, the same young man was still ranting incessantly. He wasn't hurling insults, just making unreasonable demands and spewing all sorts of unpleasant remarks. Nothing found. Zhao Feng approached Lu Feng and whispered. Nothing at all? Woof woof woof. Lu Feng, overhearing Lu Feng's question, barked urgently before Zhao Feng could answer. When both men turned to look at him, he immediately assumed the tactical stance, indicating he'd detected something unusual. So you mean you detected an unusual scent just now? Lu Feng nodded, confirming the other's guess was correct. Then why didn't you find any suspicious items? Lu Feng scratched his head with his paw, feeling a bit perplexed. He was genuinely puzzled by this. He had clearly detected an unusual scent, so why hadn't he found anything? Got it. Feng stood up excitedly, pulling Zhao Feng toward the group currently under guard. Lu Feng swiftly sniffed each person, detecting an unusual, strong odor on every one of them. This confirmed that they had all recently touched or consumed DP. After a quick sweep of the shop, Feng confirmed his suspicion. These men had likely just returned from outside, and their goods probably weren't stored here. Pulling Zhao Feng along, Feng Lu headed outside, following the thick scent trail as they jogged toward a specific location. Lu Feng watched the clumsy movements, quickly barked orders to several subordinates, then led a few officers to chase after the clumsy man toward the unknown. The young man named Xiao, along with the other 6 who had been calmly watching the spectacle, turned pale as they watched the clumsy man's direction of flight. They had no strength left to shout. They believed they had been extremely cautious. The chaotic smells here could easily confuse the drug-sniffing dog's search. As long as the police didn't discover their cargo, they would be innocent and face no punishment. What they hadn't anticipated was the drug-sniffing dog's extraordinary ability to dismantle all their disguises in mere moments. Upon witnessing this, an officer nearby immediately used his communicator to call Lu Feng, quietly briefing him on the situation. Lu Feng hadn't anticipated that after they left, such a scene one they'd be delighted to witness would unfold. His trust in the dog had now skyrocketed. Chapter 85, Green Onions. Soon, guided by Feng, the group arrived at a vegetable stall. Business seemed brisk at the stall. 4 vehicles were being loaded with produce, and 3 shop assistants busily helped carry vegetables onto the trucks. Sir, we're closed for the day. If you need vegetables, come back tomorrow. Or, if you require a large quantity, we can exchange contact information. Send me the list of items you need, and I'll deliver them first thing tomorrow morning. I won't delay your business. One of the staff members spotted Zhao Feng walking by with his dog, hurried to the shop entrance, and quickly explained to Zhao Feng, not forgetting to promote his shop. Hanin watched everything unfold before him, his gaze fixed on the scene. Amidst the pungent smells, he finally pinpointed the source of the unusual odor. It was an electric tricycle loaded with green onions. The cargo bed was already full, and a worker was busy wrapping the goods in colorful tarps. Woof woof woof. Feng Lu barked twice at the onion-laden tricycle, saying nothing more. Now it was up to Zhao Feng to grasp his meaning. Boss, any discount for bulk purchases? Zhao Feng glanced casually at the loaded tricycle but said nothing. Instead, he swiftly made an OK sign with his hand behind his back. Freeze! Police! Hands behind your head, get down! As Lu Feng and his team closed in, they swiftly tackled the 6 men to the ground, pinning them down and handcuffing their arms behind their backs. Only then did the 6 men react, struggling desperately. But with an officer pinned on each of them, they couldn't make a single wave. Where's the merchandise? Lu Feng turned to Zhao Feng, his voice tinged with urgency. Zhao Feng pointed toward the electric tricycle loaded with green onions nearby, indicating the goods were inside. Get some men to unload the green onions. Lu Feng summoned several subordinates to begin unloading the scallions. Soon, however, they grew puzzled, finding nothing unusual. Once all the green onions were unloaded, Lu Feng didn't ask Zhao Feng again this time, as he had a pretty good idea where the goods were likely hidden. After unwrapping a bundle, Lu Feng selected a scallion from the middle and carefully peeled back its leaves. A white object emerged from within. No further inspection was needed, everyone present knew exactly what it was. These criminals have devoted every ounce of their brainpower to crime, they should all be rounded up and shot. A young police officer remarked with some emotion at that moment. You bet. Heard that cops in the next city over had a truckload of garlic inspected recently. The police dogs signaled something off, so they ended up peeling the entire load. Their eyes were watering nonstop from the fumes before they finally got all the goods out. These people have their heads screwed on all wrong. They're doing a lot of harm. Enough talk. Get to work. We'll probably be tearing up too, these scallions have a pretty strong smell. Lu Feng chimed in from the side. Then the few police officers present, along with the reinforcements who had arrived, all started pulling apart the green onions. To ensure nothing was missed, every single bunch had to be carefully separated. They had to work meticulously, avoiding excessive force to prevent damaging the cargo inside. However, this time they were dealing with an electric tricycle, which wasn't heavily loaded, and there were plenty of personnel available. They quickly cleared out all the cargo. They weighed the goods using the electronic scale they had brought. The weight and quantity matched the intelligence they had received earlier perfectly, putting everyone's minds at ease. Regardless of whether the few DF operatives abroad could be apprehended, the current evidence was sufficient to secure convictions for those already captured. The identities of those DF operatives abroad were also confirmed. If they dared return to the country, they wouldn't get away. By the time Feng Lu and his team returned to headquarters after wrapping up all the tasks, it was already around 1 a.m. Yet not a single officer felt sleepy amidst the chaos, each face radiated satisfaction. Knowing Zhao Zhigua's temperament, they were certain they'd be allowed to sleep soundly once they got home after today's grueling work. Moreover, after days of relentless effort, today's breakthrough had finally yielded results. They all wanted to wrap up this case swiftly so they could dive into the next assignment. In their line of work, finding true rest was never easy. During the interrogation of the 13 individuals brought in, it was ultimately confirmed that 3 were customers of the vegetable shop and not members of the FD group. Regardless of whether their suspicions had been cleared, they were all ordered not to leave the city in the near future and to be available at a moment's notice. After all, their presence at that location during that time meant the police would be keeping a close eye on them for a while, rather than simply accepting the existing evidence at face value. Whether it was them or other customers in the store, anyone who could be contacted, anyone who appeared in the store's video footage, anyone on the customer list. All of them must be thoroughly vetted and investigated. If even the slightest irregularity is found, further inquiries will be conducted. These days, those peddling DP employ every trick in the book, nothing is beyond their reach. So, being cautious is absolutely essential. However, the bulk of the remaining work could be delegated to the Bureau's technical staff. These frontline officers only needed to handle field assignments and critical investigations. By the time the chaos had mostly settled, it was already past 8 in the morning. Zhao Feng briefly handed off his tasks to the technicians arriving for their shift. He immediately loaded up Hanin, who had slept through the night, into the car and headed straight for home. He never imagined that a simple trip to buy a rooster would lead to so many unexpected events. He had directly cracked a case that had been giving the Bureau a headache. This time, both he and Huan had earned themselves another commendation. Ever since Huan came back, his luck seemed to have improved dramatically. He couldn't quite figure out why. Only upon arriving home did Zhao Feng recall the slaughtered rooster still in his trunk. Retrieving it, he discovered the meat had gone completely rotten after being trapped in the trunk overnight. He tossed it straight into the trash bin. But then he turned around and caught his little cutie staring right at him. Seeing his Hanin like that, he was instantly speechless. He'd completely forgotten about it. Was he really to blame? You forgot too, you jerk, and now you're blaming me? Just go home and sleep already. I'm dead tired. Mom said she stewed beef and potatoes for us. Zhao Feng gave the clumsy one a hard pat on the head twice before turning toward the elevator. This little story is over. Now, a new plot begins, where Feng Lu's high intelligence starts to slowly reveal itself. Chapter 86, Special Training. 1 month later. Due to Feng's high intelligence displayed during this period, Zhao Zhigua made a suggestion to Zhao Feng. He suggested subjecting Hanin to specialized training to enhance his ability to coordinate with handlers in a more effective and covert manner. For instance, during undercover surveillance, they would need to develop ways to signal discoveries without alerting suspects. The pair agreed upon specific gestures such as acting affectionate, shaking his head, rubbing against legs, or standing up, each signifying a distinct meaning. These gestures must be ordinary movements, unlike other police dogs that might lie down or perform specific actions upon detection. Each police dog specializes in distinct areas, so a specific gesture signifies an anomaly. Only a small fraction of dogs can handle dual roles. Given the intelligence Hanin demonstrated recently, completing this training is entirely feasible. With a little guidance or additional specialized training, the chances of success are very high. This was precisely why Zhao Zhigua had alerted Zhao Feng. If Hanin truly became a versatile police dog, it would be a win-win situation for both the unit and Zhao Feng personally. After receiving Zhao Zhigua's advice, Zhao Feng submitted a request to the bureau and returned to the K9 base to begin Hanin's specialized training. Since this endeavor was unprecedented, Zhao Feng consulted numerous colleagues at the base and sought advice from several dog training experts before finalizing the plan. Scratching the left leg revealed DP. Explosives were detected on the right leg. When lying down, it indicated danger. Standing on hind legs indicated a person behind a door or around a corner. When the trainer first explained the commands, Feng Lu understood them instantly with his intelligence. However, to avoid revealing his sharp mind too quickly, he initially acted completely confused. After a period of training, Feng Lu gradually began to show that he had mastered the commands. Even so, Zhao Feng kept him in intensive training for a full month. This morning at around 10 o'clock, Feng Lu would undergo a comprehensive assessment in a specially designated area within the base. If he passed, his future work assignments would undergo significant adjustments. As for the specifics of these adjustments, Feng still didn't know. Whether Zhao Feng knew remained unclear to him. Everyone from the base and the bureau who could attend had made a special trip for this unique examination. Huan, sniff. Zhao Feng led Hanin through the inspection starting from the entrance of the site. The entire site spanned over 1,000 square meters, cluttered with all manner of debris and objects emitting pungent odors. Some areas had been waterlogged, others scorched by fire. The combined odors were so foul that even Zhao Feng, a human, found them unbearable and extremely difficult to distinguish. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the assessment site, Hanin turned back and rubbed against Zhao Feng's left leg. Is there a DP? Where exactly is it? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's question, Feng Lu finally led him toward a row of suitcases. They approached one, and Feng Lu sat down beside it. Zhao Feng turned to look at the examiner beside him. The examiner gave Han a thumbs up, signaling that Han had done the right thing. Huan, good job. Keep searching. Zhao Feng also gave Han a thumbs up and praised him. After walking less than 2 meters, Hanin stood up. Someone? Where? Hearing Zhao Feng's question, Han Feng walked over to a nearby wardrobe and sat down. Noticing Hanin's movement, the examiner beside him walked over to the wardrobe and pulled open the door. A staff member appeared before everyone. The examiner turned and gave Han another thumbs up. While he knew staff were hidden inside, he didn't know their exact locations. They were randomly concealed. 20 minutes later. Within the testing area, Feng had discovered 3 DP points for explosive devices and 2 staff members. The examiner immediately declared the assessment concluded, confirming Feng Lu had passed with a perfect score. Just as everyone assumed the assessment was over and began heading toward the exit, Hanin followed Zhao Feng toward the exit on the opposite side. Ha! An unusual smell. Why is it so chaotic? There's everything here. This is way too much fun. Hanin suddenly stopped. First, he rubbed against Zhao Feng's left leg, then his right leg, and finally stood up. Did you find DP and a bomb? Someone behind the door? Where? Lu Feng walked to the door and sat down, then looked at Zhao Feng, indicating the items were behind the door. Zhao Feng, now equally bewildered, glanced at the examiner beside him. But he saw the same utterly confused expression on the other's face. Clap. 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 Suddenly, enthusiastic applause erupted from behind the door. A staff member pushed it open from the outside, and Zhao Zhigua led the way inside. I never expected you to actually succeed. On behalf of the bureau, congratulations. Zhao Zhigua walked over to Zhao Feng, slapping him hard on the shoulder. From the force of the slap, Zhao Feng could feel the other man's excitement. This is all thanks to everyone's efforts. Without the training plan we developed together, we wouldn't have achieved this so easily. Zhao Feng's face was now radiant with excitement. The successful assessment meant they would be capable of handling more complex tasks in the future and apprehending more criminals. Simultaneously, their covert investigations would become more effective at uncovering issues without alerting suspects. This approach also prevented suspects from fleeing or moving incriminating evidence due to overt investigative actions. Sitting nearby, Feng Lu's mouth twitched slightly. Had he not been clever enough? Should he act smarter next time? If so, might he gain closer access to freely using tablets or computers? But for now, playing it safe was best. If he acted too clever and got roped into being a guinea pig, he'd have nowhere to cry about it. At noon, Zhao Feng paid out of his own pocket to reserve several tables at a restaurant, inviting the base personnel in Zhao Jigua's group to join him for a meal. Since everyone was on duty, they abstained from alcohol, keeping the meal simple before returning to the base just in time for the work shift. Zhao Jigua informed Zhao Feng that once back at the bureau, he would convene a meeting with relevant leaders that afternoon to discuss Zhao Feng's future work arrangements. Given Hanin's current capabilities, keeping him permanently stationed at the airport or border checkpoint would be a waste of talent. Only by moving to the front lines could Hanin's talents be fully utilized. Chapter 87, Work Arrangements. Before 7 the next morning, Zhao Feng impatiently dragged Feng Lu to the bureau. Every man harbors a knight-errant dream, the fantasy of single-handedly infiltrating a den of thieves, charging in and out 7 times. Though his current job seemed dangerous, he was always surrounded by numerous colleagues for protection. Most threats never even came close to him. From what Zhao Jigua implied yesterday, Feng would likely be assigned solo reconnaissance missions going forward, significantly increasing the danger level. While the probability of encountering danger had increased significantly, it also greatly stirred his sense of personal heroism. Of course, he wouldn't act like the protagonists in novels, knowingly pushing ahead despite the risks, only to expose himself or endanger his colleagues. But if there were compelling reasons, even if it meant sacrifice, he would charge forward without hesitation. Why are you here so early? Zhao Jigua entered the bureau and spotted Zhao Feng playing with his phone nearby, asking with a hint of surprise. Uncle, I just wanted to know about my upcoming assignments at the bureau. Zhao Feng quickly stood up, sheepishly tucking his phone back into his pocket. Since no one else was around yet, he didn't use the formal title. Come to my office. I'll give you a quick rundown. Sure thing. Zhao Feng trotted along behind Zhao Jigua toward the bureau chief's office. After a moment's thought, Feng Lu followed suit, equally curious about what duties he would be assigned. Through Zhao Jigua's explanation, Feng finally understood his upcoming responsibilities. As a border city near the source of DP, Yunqing served as a crucial transit route for many DFs transporting goods. Although large quantities of DP were seized and numerous DFs arrested annually, those apprehended faced severe legal consequences. Yet, as the capitalists said, with a 300% profit margin, many would throw caution to the wind. Moreover, DP profits far exceeded that threshold. This led to DFs being arrested in wave after wave, like spring onions cut down only to sprout anew after a few days. There will always be those who risk everything for profit. For years, the Yunqing Municipal Bureau has gathered elite police officers from across the nation. Yet even with such resources, eliminating drug trafficking remains impossible. Lu Feng's future mission was to assist the police in tracking down those who, despite knowing individuals were drug dealers, couldn't be prosecuted due to lack of evidence. Before Feng Lu's arrival, the Bureau relied on surveillance teams or undercover agents. Facing these ruthless DFs, those sent in often met grim fates once exposed. Now, with Feng Lu's arrival, they could fully leverage his abilities. By having him memorize the scent of targets in their frequent haunts, they could locate their hidden stashes. Alternatively, when the target was out, they could have landwind appear nearby to check for DP scent traces on the individual. Any detection would confirm recent contact. With this clue, they could track the target's movements, locate their warehouse, or simply have Feng Lu search area by area, eventually yielding results. In short, the emergence of a highly intelligent police dog made many seemingly impossible tasks achievable. This explains why so many people gathered to observe Lu Feng's assessment yesterday. However, this meant that the identities of Feng and Zhao Feng must remain strictly confidential. Upon returning yesterday, Feng immediately contacted the network department and ordered them to delete all online information related to Feng. Whether the details were visible or not, it was better to erase them entirely. If someone with ulterior motives discovered anything later, it could spell trouble. Fortunately, online interest in Feng had already cooled, so the deletions passed without a ripple. When not on a mission, he and Zhao Feng would actively search for DFs in crowded areas. Or they'd head to locations where DFs frequently appeared, hunting for new prey. Any contact would inevitably leave traces, with scent being the most common remnant. Yet even knowing this before, they'd struggled to exploit it effectively. Any overt reconnaissance would inevitably alert the enemy. DF maintained extensive networks of informants near their residences. There was no way to eliminate these informants entirely, as most were ordinary people hired for their services. Even attempting to use police dogs for tracking and surveillance proved problematic. The dogs, unable to coordinate effectively, would react tactically upon discovering cargo, immediately giving away their presence. During previous police dog training, attempts were made to alter this behavior, but after a period of experimentation, the effort was abandoned. Such complex behaviors are simply beyond a police dog's ability to memorize or discern. Many of those mind-blowing dog videos online are achieved using green screen technology. So don't take them too seriously. Your future duties will be demanding, fraught with danger, and filled with difficult choices. But no matter what, Uncle Zhao hopes you can always act with a clear conscience. Zhao Jigua's tone now brimmed with concern for Zhao Feng and unwavering loyalty to the profession. As an elder, he hoped his nephew would stay safe. As a superior, he hoped his subordinate would honor his profession. After Zhao Jigua's conversation with Zhao Feng, the Bureau's anti-narcotics chief separately briefed Zhao Feng on additional matters. There was no formal announcement ceremony. Everything that needed to be known had been communicated, and what shouldn't be known would remain unknown. Both externally and internally, the specific details of Zhao Feng and Hanin's future work assignments must be kept confidential. Unusually, Feng Lu didn't find a place to sleep but stayed by Zhao Feng's side throughout, participating in all the discussions. The more he knew about these matters, the better it would be for him personally. It would also allow him to better support Zhao Feng when facing certain situations in their future work. Since Zhao Feng lacked professional training, Zhao Jigua arranged several instructors for him over the next week, each with extensive undercover experience. These individuals varied in age, but each possessed incredibly rich life experience, having encountered all manner of situations. They imparted their personal life lessons to Zhao Feng and taught him how to handle unexpected situations. Of course, they didn't teach specific methods, but rather the ways of thinking they had distilled from their own experiences. Chapter 88, First Operation. When Zhao Feng walked the streets again, not a trace of his former police officer demeanor remained. He appeared slovenly and aimless, indistinguishable from the street thugs milling about. His complexion was slightly pale, and he looked listless and exhausted, the obvious sign of someone who had indulged excessively. Lu Feng was also decked out in flashy attire, a white sun-protective jacket and a thick gold chain around his neck, radiating the aura of a nouveau riche. Even the leash had been replaced with a high-end, ostentatious-looking one, the kind that screamed nouveau riche. Although Lu Feng was deeply resistant inside, he had no choice but to compromise for the sake of his job and accept this disguise. This was their first assignment as a special unit. There were no specific instructions, just to hang around crowded areas and see if they could snag a few drug dealers. In any industry, the end consumer is always paramount. As long as they still need the product, you can track them down and find their supplier. Of course, this was no longer an absolute rule nowadays. Most drug dealers rarely met clients face-to-face for transactions anymore. Face-to-face transactions usually happen only when trust is low. Once a certain level of trust is established, they try contactless transactions. The downside of this approach is that you might get scammed but hesitate to seek help from the police. That said, there are still some dim-witted junkies who voluntarily turn themselves in. In his previous life, Feng Lu had actually preferred handling all sorts of trivial domestic matters. Most of these were trivial matters that could be resolved smoothly with proper handling. While some were more challenging, most didn't cause significant harm to society or others. Lu Feng and his companion attracted considerable attention walking down the street. However, if you tried to get a clear look at Zhao Feng's face, you'd notice his long hair covering his forehead and a pair of oversized sunglasses. If he changed his hairstyle and clothes somewhere, you wouldn't recognize him as the stylish young man who had just walked past you. As for Feng Lu, forget about it. Take off his gold chain and sun-protective clothing, and you wouldn't recognize him even if he walked right past you. This is a rather unconventional method of concealment, using exaggerated accessories to draw attention away from one's face, causing many to overlook the person's actual appearance. And even if someone did notice, they'd only remember the facial accessory covering most of the face. Of course, if both of them, man and dog, appeared together, this effect would likely be lost. Zhao Feng and his team had been deliberating on how best to disguise themselves. To support Feng Lu and his team's operation, the leader in charge of this area had specially dispatched 2 police officers skilled in surveillance. Once Feng Lu identified a target, Zhao Feng would relay the intelligence to these officers to avoid exposing himself. They would then take over tracking the subject. Should any lead surface, personnel would be mobilized immediately to encircle the suspect, laying a trap to ensnare the prey. "Hey kid, that dog of yours sure looks tough." A bald, bulky man with a face full of fleshy rolls passed by Feng Lu and couldn't resist giving him a slap on the back. If he hadn't been on a mission, Feng would have slapped that shiny bald head. "Of course it is. I specially bought this pure gold chain for him." Hearing Zhao Feng's words, the bald man inwardly sneered. "Pure gold, my ass. More likely inflatable, could probably double as a life preserver if it fell in the water. A life-saving essential, no doubt." A flicker of suspicion crossed Feng's eyes. This bald, overweight man seemed to be deliberately approaching Zhao Feng, yet he carried no trace of the scent emitted by DP. What exactly was he after? "Young man, how about we exchange contact info? I'm also a dog lover. We could share tips online sometime." "Huh, since you put it that way, let's exchange contacts." Zhao Feng laughed heartily, then opened his communicator, pulled up his QR code, and handed it to the man. They quickly exchanged contacts, chatted a bit more, then went their separate ways. Meanwhile, as their contacts synced, Wang, the tech specialist, was already using a tablet to browse the other person's social feed. This chat app supports 3-device simultaneous logins, by the way. "Brotherly, why are all the photos in this guy's moments posts of beautiful women? Check if there's any caption. Just numbers 888, 666, 1288. Never mind then. Just forward this to the anti-pornography team for handling." Ah, okay, I'll forward it to them right away. Xiao Wang was a tech geek. Though he didn't catch on at first, Brother Li's reminder instantly made him realize what was going on. That bald, overweight guy who clearly wasn't up to any good turned out to be an intermediary. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Zhao Feng nearly burst out laughing upon hearing the conversation through his earpiece, but his composure held firm. He recalled how, upon seeing his outfit, Zhao Jigua had joked that he wasn't going to catch DF, but rather to catch those special intermediaries. Little did he know that remark had hit the nail on the head. The thought instantly wiped the smile from his face. Ha! He felt a nudge against his left leg and immediately looked down. Huan was staring at a young man who had just walked past them. The young man was dressed very plainly, with nothing particularly distinctive about him. As for his appearance, Han could only see his profile, but judging from that, he didn't look very old, probably just in his early 20s. Let's go. Upon hearing the instructor's command, Feng Lu immediately followed. He kept a distance neither too close nor too far, just enough to observe the man without arousing suspicion. They didn't follow him too far, though. After relaying the information to the other two professionals, Feng Lu and his team turned into a nearby pedestrian street. A pet-friendly pedestrian street. The young man seemed to have no particular destination, aimlessly wandering about, occasionally stopping to buy snacks or drinks from street vendors. 2 hours later. Just as the tailing team began to suspect Zhao Feng and his crew had made a mistake, that the target was merely an ordinary tourist with nothing unusual about him, the young man's communicator received a message. After reading it, he quickened his pace toward a densely crowded section of the pedestrian street. Chapter 89, The Same Contact. As the young man entered the crowd, he slipped his hand into his pants pocket. When he withdrew it, his fingers were already clenched around something. As he passed a girl, he swiftly slipped his hand into her open shoulder bag. When he withdrew it, his hand was no longer clenched. The girl casually snapped her bag shut, continuing to chat and laugh with her companion as if nothing had happened. Had the tailing police officer not kept his attention fixed on the suspect, most people would never have noticed this. Even if someone did notice, they'd likely assume the suspect was a thief and probably wouldn't alert the girl. The officer in charge of surveillance crossed paths with a colleague at the intersection for the shift handover, then returned to Zhao Feng's team. When dealing with these cunning criminals, surveillance teams typically rotate multiple officers. No single officer should trail a target for too long, as you never know if the target also has accomplices tailing them. Someone bribed by the target could be hiding anywhere: a roadside shop, a food stall, or similar spots. Therefore, at all times, one must be cautious, and then cautious again. Moreover, once they confirmed the suspect might be dealing in contraband, subsequent operations would be handed over to another team for specialized surveillance and deeper investigation. While this officer was tailing the young man, the technical department was already using captured photos to search databases for his identity. By the time the young man completed the transaction with the girl, the police had already gathered his basic information. His name was Su Tian, 23 years old, unemployed, scraping by on odd jobs to cover living expenses. His part-time work history could be traced on various platforms. His registered address was in an old residential complex where poor property management and long-term disrepair kept rents extremely low. However, its location is quite convenient. It's not too far from the city center and easily accessible by bus, making it popular among low-income individuals or those working nearby who prefer not to wake up early. Regardless of the neighborhood's condition, as long as residents keep their spaces clean, make them comfortable, and avoid causing disturbances, it's generally tolerable. After obtaining the young man's identity information, the police began investigating him. Surprisingly, among the young man's contacts on his messaging app, there was one shared with Zhao Feng. This person was the bald young man who had approached Zhao Feng earlier. By retrieving the chat records between Su Tian and the bald man from the back end, the police discovered frequent money transfers between the two, occurring roughly every 3 to 4 days. The amounts varied each time but were generally around 2,000 yuan. The police had also identified the bald man as a special intermediary who had been arrested twice before for similar activities. However, both times, due to lack of conclusive evidence, no charges were ever filed. Su Tian transferred approximately 20,000 yuan to bald guy monthly, a sum completely inconsistent with his reported income. Moreover, substantial cash deposits appeared in Su Tian's bank account each month. The police reviewed bank surveillance footage of the depositor, but the individual always wore dark sunglasses and a hat, making their face impossible to identify. Su Tian also had a passion for gaming, spending large sums monthly on a popular online game. So even though Su Tian received considerable sums each month, his bank account balance barely increased, often dwindling to just a few hundred yuan. During this period, Su Tian would play games for extended periods daily, only logging out for 2 or 3 days at a time. Thanks to today's chance encounter, the police roughly deduced the suspect's recent movements and retrieved surveillance footage from several high-traffic areas in the city. Using software to filter through the footage, they finally pinpointed his approximate movements. Then, using all available surveillance footage, they meticulously traced his movements, eventually pinpointing a likely location where he might have obtained the goods. This location was on the urban-rural fringe. Due to the complex mix of people passing through, the surveillance cameras installed by the police were frequently vandalized, leaving very few operational cameras in the end. Although the police had conducted stakeouts near the cameras, they only caught petty criminals, hardened individuals who weren't afraid of jail time, committing minor offenses repeatedly without escalating to major crimes. Because of these factors, the police frequently conducted surprise inspections here, so public safety in the area remained relatively good. While petty theft persisted, no major incidents had ever occurred. The police have suspected larger operations behind the scenes, but with limited manpower, they only conducted private stakeouts for a period without any breakthroughs. To the police, the place felt like a tranquil pond where everyone lived their own lives without interfering with one another. Little did they know that beneath this tranquil surface lay a thriving DP trade, one that appeared to have been operating for quite some time. Upon uncovering this, the police did not immediately arrest Su Tian or the girl involved in the transaction. Instead, they placed them under surveillance. Whether it's Su Tian or that girl, within the FD group, they're likely just insignificant foot soldiers. As for the girl, she was more likely just a junkie, probably even less important than Su Tian. After completing the transaction, Su Tian immediately hailed a cab back to his residence. Through the miniature camera installed in his apartment, he could clearly see the other party turn on their computer the moment they arrived home and start playing games. The girl, however, spent the entire morning shopping with her friends. Only after lunch did she return to her residence. Her name was Yi Tingting. She had just turned 18 and still lived with her parents. After graduating from high school, she never went back to school. She had been living off her parents' financial support. Fortunately, Yi Tingting's parents ran their own business and earned a decent income, so they didn't pressure their only daughter to get a job. This clearly showed how indulgent the couple was toward their child, allowing her to be a freeloader at home during the prime of her youth. It seems the couple had no idea their precious daughter was secretly using illegal substances. It remains unclear whether Yi Tingting tried drugs out of curiosity or was tricked into it. Regardless of the reason, her future prospects were unlikely to be bright. Of course, that also depended on whether she could completely kick the habit. Chapter 90, the deal begins. The next morning, Zhao Feng moved into this urban-rural fringe area with Hanin. The house they occupied belonged to a colleague's family. Though long unoccupied, the colleague's parents still came by regularly to clean it. The colleague's identity remained confidential. In their circle, no one knew he was a cop. If anyone asked, Zhao Feng could easily claim he was renting. The house had been rented out before, but with the market downturn over the past 2 years, it had remained vacant. Having moved here, Zhao Feng had reverted to simple attire, appearing like a young man who had only recently entered society. Lu Feng had shed all his flashy accessories, which made him quite happy. Besides bringing some daily necessities, they had specifically purchased a second-hand tricycle from a flea market to sell watermelons. Along the urban-rural fringe, numerous snack stalls lined the roads during daily commuting hours. Zhao Feng's role this time was to play a watermelon vendor. When Feng Lu learned Zhao Feng planned to conceal his identity by selling watermelons, he mentally gave him 36 thumbs up. Damn, this was exactly what he wanted, definitely a thumbs up. Hey, you've already polished off a whole watermelon. You can't eat anymore. Zhao Feng watched the kid with a hint of exasperation as he dug into another watermelon. The little brat had just polished off one whole melon, and now he wanted more. Woof woof woof. Doggy felt hot and needed to cool down. On such a scorching day, didn't anyone feel sorry for him? Lu Feng ignored Zhao Feng staring at him, persistently swiping a small watermelon off the tricycle with one paw. Smash! Doggy doesn't need anyone's help, he'll crack open his own watermelon. Lu Feng happily buried his snout in the halved melon, devouring it in big bites. This marked their 5th day setting up shop at a busy intersection where commuters pass daily. Yet throughout these 5 days, Feng had detected no unusual activity or suspicious individuals. The long wait had even made Zhao Feng, who was on his first such mission, grow impatient. Perhaps struck by a sudden flash of inspiration, Zhao Feng conceived a plan. He would find a way to make Su Tian spend all his money, forcing him to approach FD Group for more supplies. His method was simple: buy an account in the game Su Tian frequently played, then boost the character's combat power not excessively, just slightly higher than Su Tian's. He would then constantly harass Su Tian in the game, forcing him to top up his account, gradually draining his funds step by step. If Su Tian couldn't stand the harassment, he'd have no choice but to keep spending. Once he ran out of money, he'd have to find work to earn more. As for whether this would force Su Tian to quit the game entirely, their analysis suggested it was unlikely. Su Tian was exceptionally dominant within the game. He wouldn't quit over a minor setback like this. Su Tian had faced similar situations before, and they always ended with him coming out on top. After all, in this game, there weren't many heavy spenders. Players like Su Tian were already considered top-tier figures within the game. This tactic proved surprisingly effective. After 2 days and 1 night of provocation, Su Tian gradually poured all his money into the game. After getting crushed in another fight, Su Tian couldn't resist topping up once more, only for the payment page to flash a failed notification. Su Tian finally realized his funds were depleted. Furious, he slammed his keyboard and quit the game. After sitting in his chair and smoking 2 cigarettes, Su Tian finally calmed down, though the bitter taste in his mouth remained. After hesitating for a long time, he retrieved an old-fashioned cell phone from a hidden compartment under his bed. He inserted the battery and a SIM card, but instead of making a call, he sent a text message. Within 2 minutes, the phone received a reply, a spam advertisement. But Su Tian opened it anyway, reading it over and over. Then, as if he'd discovered something, he excitedly waved his arm. He had no idea that every move he made was being watched by the police. Every text he sent and received had been meticulously logged. This information would later be analyzed by specialists, though even if deciphered, it was highly unlikely to be usable. They likely used special codes, changing them each time. Otherwise, given their caution, they wouldn't feel secure. Moreover, Su Tian appeared visibly hesitant before contacting the other party, suggesting their communication followed a specific schedule. If he hadn't contacted them at a specific time, they might not have agreed to his delivery request. Perhaps their long-standing partnership, or the other party's shortage of delivery personnel, led to Su Tian's request being accepted. However, the other party used only code words. The police couldn't discern the agreed-upon time, the weight of the delivery, the recipient, or any other details from the text messages. 3 days later. Everyone had expected swift action from the other party, but surprisingly, there was no movement whatsoever. The only change was that the other party's outings had become significantly longer than before. They wandered aimlessly without any fixed destination, or perhaps circled around a specific location. JC surmised the other party must be scouting a transaction location, though the criteria for their search remained unclear. During these 3 days, Feng also remained active. When not setting up his stall, he and Zhao Feng roamed the urban-rural fringe. This was to prevent the other party from first stashing the goods somewhere and then having Su Tian come to retrieve them, rather than conducting a face-to-face transaction. This scenario was the most probable. It was highly likely that Su Tian had never seen the other party's true face. In that case, even if they caught Su Tian, they would only have caught a small fish, of little use. That morning, just as Zhao Feng finished setting up his stall to sell watermelons, he received word from a colleague. Su Tian had boarded a bus, heading straight for this location. Su Tian lived relatively close by, about a half-hour away. The bus he took arrived here promptly, though his entry point didn't require passing by Zhao Feng's location. Instead, he entered the urban-rural fringe area through another entrance. But there were plainclothes officers stationed there, so there was no need to worry about him disappearing from the police's sight. Chapter 91, Confusion. Lu Feng stared in surprise at a figure not far away. Without much thought, he recognized the man Su Tian, the key target they were tracking. Unexpectedly, after all his detours, he had ended up right where they were. Now, the straight-line distance between them was less than 5 meters, allowing them to clearly see his features. Zhao Feng reclined in his seat, leaning back, yet his peripheral vision constantly scanned Su Tian. Like Feng, he was puzzled as to why Su Tian had come here. Could it be that he intended to conduct a transaction at this very spot? But that seemed unlikely. Besides him, at least 4 other stalls were occupied nearby. Conducting a transaction here would be far too brazen, unless the other party had made foolproof preparations to avoid detection or suspicion. Su Tian walked past them unnoticed. Just as Feng Lu assumed he was merely passing through, the man approached a fried chicken stall, bought some pieces, and sat down beside it to eat. But Feng Lu could tell the man wasn't purely there for the fried chicken. He was constantly scanning his surroundings, searching for something. After all, on such a scorching day, only the stall owners like them would be out setting up shop to make a living. Not only were there few pedestrians, but even passing cars were scarce. Though the shade offered welcome coolness, most pedestrians hurried along. This guy, however, was leisurely munching on fried chicken. Su Tian's presence here at this hour was already suspicious enough in the eyes of the police. However, if they saw Su Tian's attire, most people's suspicions would vanish. He was dressed in suit pants, a white sleeveless shirt, leather shoes, and carried a bag slung diagonally across his chest. He looked every bit the salesperson. And truth be told, the life of these hard-working salesmen wasn't any easier than that of the vendors braving the heat to set up their stalls. It was a tough, exhausting job that often drew disapproving glances. At that moment, Feng Lu wondered if the other party might be using sales calls as a cover to visit shops and conveniently take goods while promoting products. But that wasn't really Lu Feng's concern. As Feng Wan was lost in his thoughts, Su Tian stood up, took the leftover bones, and walked toward a nearby trash can. He casually tossed the chicken bones and the bag inside. But no matter how Lu Feng looked at it, the other person's posture seemed odd. Did he really need to reach his hand so deep into the trash can just to throw away some garbage? But with Su Tian's body blocking his view, Feng Lu couldn't see the exact movements clearly. He only noticed Su Tian bending over deeply and leaning forward. Ha! Holy crap, could the DP be stored in that trash can not far from us? Lu Feng immediately stood up, about to sprint over to investigate using his current species speed, only to be stopped by Zhao Feng's hand pressing down firmly on his head. Don't make any rash moves. That vendor selling cold noodles and frogfish is suspicious. He's been watching the surroundings, probably another FD group operative. Zhao Feng whispered. His words weren't just for Feng, but for the other colleagues on the operation too. By now, his earpiece had switched to voice mode. Lu Feng, who had already stood up, heard Zhao Feng's words and immediately shifted his position, lying back down on the bamboo mat. Captain Hu, should we arrest him? The voice of another colleague came through the earpiece, asking whether they should arrest Su Tian immediately. Su Tian had already obtained the goods. Seizing him now would mean catching him red-handed with the stolen goods. However, arresting Su Tian would effectively sever their leads on this criminal syndicate. Once Su Tian was detained, the syndicate would undoubtedly move swiftly to erase all traces of his involvement. If they didn't arrest him, there was no telling if the gang had already discovered they were being followed. Hold off on arresting him. Keep him as bait. All technicians are to review yesterday's surveillance footage immediately. Find the footage showing how they placed the goods in the trash bin. Focus on the late-night footage. At midnight, Zhao Feng and Han Han patrolled this area and didn't spot any DP. They must have planted it after midnight. Hu Feng's voice crackled through the earpiece. All officers swiftly began executing his orders. 6 p.m. Captain Hu, something seems off. After receiving the goods, Su Tian went straight home. He's holed up playing video games now and shows no intention of making any deliveries. Got it. Keep monitoring him. Hu Feng replayed today's events in his mind. It all seemed too smooth. The targets simply took the goods home without any diversionary tactics. That didn't quite fit the modus operandi of drug dealers. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Hu Feng pressed the talk button on his earpiece. Attention all personnel. Except for those tracking Su Tian, everyone else report to the urban-rural fringe area. Find your own hiding spots and avoid exposing yourselves. Those tracking Su Tian must remain vigilant. FD group operatives could be nearby. It's better to lose him than expose yourselves. Hu Feng now had strong reason to believe the FD group hadn't actually delivered the goods. What Su Tian had obtained was likely something mundane like flour. The entire operation was likely orchestrated to test whether police were tailing Su Tian or if he had already been apprehended. All these actions were probably an attempt to redeem himself by performing a service while under suspicion. This course of action likely stemmed from Su Tian unilaterally changing the contact time. If that was the case, the other side was definitely testing them this time. Su Tian's calm demeanor likely stems from having navigated similar situations before, not just once or twice, leaving him utterly unfazed. Of course, it's also possible Su Tian was unaware of this situation. Those tested before had likely become loyal operatives, while those who failed the test were probably no longer around. Midnight. The urban-rural fringe area was nearly deserted, save for a few scattered street vendors and the occasional passerby. All entry and exit points, parking areas, and hidden corners were now occupied by numerous police officers. Some were stationed in the cabs of large trucks, covered only by simple sunshades. They were all waiting for the possible return of FD group personnel. Though the vigil was exhausting, it would all be worth it if they could catch the target. Hanin, stop sighing. How many times have you sighed this afternoon? I told you that person didn't get the DP, so it's normal you can't smell it. Inside the rented apartment, Zhao Feng was helplessly consoling Hanin. Ever since witnessing Su Tian retrieve something from that trash bin, the guy hadn't stopped sighing. Even after learning the whole story and explaining it repeatedly, the guy still wouldn't listen. If they weren't both on standby duty, he'd have gone back to his room to sleep. This comforting business really wasn't his forte. Chapter 92, Blind Spot. 7:30 a.m. Captain Hu, Su Tian has come downstairs. Looks like he's heading out. Got it. Monitor his every move and report back immediately. The rest of you can go home and rest for the morning. Keep your phones on at all times. Those farther from headquarters can rest in the dorms first. Roger that. Roger. Roger that. Hu Feng, who had stayed awake all night without daring to close his eyes, now heard the news of Su Tian's departure and felt uncertain. Was the cargo he obtained really DP? Still, he was better off than most. At least he had shelter from the mosquitoes. Many of the others hiding outside, unprepared with repellent, were now covered in bites. Even so, not a single person voiced any objection to Hu Feng's arrangements. For people in their line of work, this kind of situation really wasn't a big deal. 1 hour later. Captain Hu, Su Tian's back at the dorm. He just grabbed a meal outside and bought some braised dishes to bring back. No unusual activity. Got it. Hu Feng rubbed his temples with a headache. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd overlooked something. The entire situation now felt distinctly off. But he couldn't pinpoint what it was. It felt like something he should know, yet it eluded him completely. The frustration made him want to punch himself a few times. Meanwhile, Feng Lu was idly wandering around the stall area, bored. Yesterday's incident had nearly driven him to despair such a simple task, and he thought he'd botched it. Ha! An unusual smell, and it was strong. Hey, Pop! Want a fried chicken leg? It's on me. The fried chicken stall owner spotted the Labrador running over from the nearby watermelon stand. Grabbing a drumstick from his cart, he called out to Feng Lu in a tempting tone. Thanks, bro, but no need to spend your hard-earned cash. I've tried giving him treats before, but he just won't eat them. The trainer, who had been watching Feng from a distance, immediately walked over, holding a watermelon in his arms, and handed it to the man. Look at you, you won't even let me feed him, and now you're giving me a watermelon? This is too embarrassing. The fried chicken stall owner quickly took the watermelon while repeatedly apologizing to Zhao Feng. Just then, Zhao Feng suddenly felt Huan brush against his left leg. He froze for a moment but quickly recovered. After exchanging a few polite words with the fried chicken stall owner, he led Huan back to his own stall. Back in his chair, Zhao Feng kept glancing sideways at the fried chicken stall owner nearby. He was a greasy middle-aged man in his 50s, severely balding with a thick stubble on his face. Though he'd been smiling broadly while talking to Zhao Feng, the smile felt insincere. For him, smiling might just be an instinct, not a reflection of his true thoughts. Zhao Feng pulled out his phone, adjusted the focus, and discreetly snapped several photos of the fried chicken vendor in the distance. He sent them to Lu Feng, instructing him to investigate the man's identity. He also shared his discovery with Lu Feng, urging him to prioritize investigating this man's background. He suspected this individual might hold the key to taking down the FD group. 1 hour later, Zhao Feng received the information Lu Feng sent over, containing a brief profile of the fried chicken stall owner. Ma Hongji, 52 years old, had been running his stall in this location for nearly a decade. His home was here. He divorced 10 years ago, leaving behind a daughter with his ex-wife. The child stayed with her mother after the split, and Ma Hongji faithfully paid child support every month. Despite his current greasy appearance, Ma Hongji had been a prominent figure in the city a decade ago. He had amassed a fortune through direct cross-border trading of goods between two countries. However, his ruthless business tactics, often eliminating competitors, earned him numerous enemies. 10 years ago, when Ma Hongji secured a major contract, these enemies conspired to drive up prices, forcing him to purchase all his required goods at inflated rates. This directly led to Ma Hongji failing to fulfill the contract on time. He was immediately sued by the other party and had to sell off all his assets to resolve the crisis. But since his factory had been mortgaged, the mortgagee seized the premises outright. Overnight, he went from being wealthy to penniless. His wife filed for divorce and moved to another city with their child. Just when everyone assumed he would sink into despair or become a recluse, Ma Hongji, after barely a month of silence, set up a fried chicken stall with a friend's help. And he kept that stall going for a full decade. Zhao Feng glanced at Ma Hongji nearby with surprise. He hadn't expected the man to have such a history, and judging by his current demeanor, he seemed to be quite content with his present life. Ding! At that moment, Zhao Feng received another message. Ma Hongji's ex-wife and child had reportedly settled abroad. Their exact financial situation required further investigation. Settled abroad? Zhao Feng perked up instantly upon reading this. Settling abroad was no simple feat. Without substantial financial resources, life abroad might not be as comfortable as it was in China. Ma Hongji's wife didn't have a high level of education, and language would be a major hurdle overseas. Earning a living while struggling with language barriers would be extremely difficult. Given Ma Hongji's income from selling fried chicken at a street stall, it was highly unlikely he could afford to support his ex-wife and child living comfortably abroad. If Ma Hongji was truly working for FD Group, then all of this would suddenly make sense. Hey, are you sure he's got that DP vibe? Lu Feng glanced up at the nervous Zhao Feng, then closed his eyes again, ignoring the fool. This was the 4th time he'd asked the same question. In truth, Feng was also deeply puzzled. If Ma Hongji frequently interacted with DP, why had he never detected that scent on him before? Did he scrub himself down and change clothes after every encounter? And not just a quick rinse, a thorough cleanse, no doubt, or else some trace would linger. Lu Feng began piecing together details from his interactions with Ma Hongji over recent days. Unnoticed nuances started surfacing in his mind. On several occasions when passing by Ma Hongji, besides the smell of fried chicken, there was also a faint, elusive fragrance, likely from some kind of body wash. If that was the case, then the lingering grease smell from his leather apron, likely due to infrequent washing, was probably intentional too. Chapter 93, Ma Hongji's home. Around 5:50 p.m. The streets, quiet all day, grew increasingly bustling as the after-work crowd returned. Many children just out of school tugged at their parents' arms, begging to buy treats from the various food stalls. Zhao Feng's business was unusually brisk today. In less than half an hour, he sold most of his cartload of watermelons, earning over 200 yuan. But when it comes to business, Ma Jihong's stall across the street is the real hit. From the moment people finish work, customers haven't stopped coming. He's been at it for ages. His fried chicken tasted better than many other vendors, so he had a ton of repeat customers. Zhao Feng even chatted with a customer who'd bought watermelon while holding his fried chicken. The customer mentioned that Ma Jihong's fried chicken had always been made with genuine ingredients, consistently popular among locals, and priced very reasonably, significantly cheaper than some other shops. Attention all staff, Su Tian is approaching. Zhao Feng, who was weighing an order for a customer, glanced out of the corner of his eye at the crowd on the street. He saw Su Tian approaching, dressed in ordinary short sleeves and shorts, carrying a black backpack. He approached the fried chicken stall like any ordinary customer, ordered a whole fried chicken, paid, and then joined the end of the line to wait for his order. Lu Feng, who had been peeking through half-closed eyes, suddenly opened his wide eyes wide and stared intently at the fried chicken stall nearby. He knew the crucial moment had arrived. How exactly would the other party handle the goods exchange? The answer was about to be revealed. Soon, Su Tian reached the front of the line. Ma Hongji didn't engage in much conversation with him, merely asking if he wanted spicy or cumin seasoning. Su Tian stated his preferences, and then the two exchanged no further words. Ma Hongji effortlessly scooped a piece of fried chicken from the oil pot, swiftly shredded it, tossed it with seasoning, and bagged it all without a hint of unusual behavior. Got any drinks, boss? Give me a 2-liter bottle. Sure thing, 7 yuan. Ma Hongji swiftly retrieved a 2-liter bottle from beneath the stall and handed it to Su Tian. Su Tian took it and immediately stowed it in his backpack alongside the fried chicken. Originally considered writing that he'd use ice to create a barrier inside the fried chicken. If removed quickly from the oil, the ice likely wouldn't melt, providing insulation and preventing water from entering the oil. However, this wouldn't work in reality, pure speculation. This book is for entertainment purposes only. Lu Tian watched the scene unfold and instantly understood what was happening. The other party had hidden the items inside the beverage. As long as it was packaged well, the dark-colored bottle made it impossible to see what was inside. No wonder the handoffs had always gone so smoothly. Everything had been done in plain sight, but the deception was so sophisticated that only those in the know could uncover the secret. Captain Zhao, I'll have someone pick up Hanin shortly. Now that Ma Jihong isn't home, we need to search his residence. We'll need Hanin's assistance. Lu Feng's voice crackled through the earpiece, but Xiao Feng didn't respond verbally. Instead, he tapped the earpiece twice with his fingers, feigning carelessness, to signal his agreement. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Xiao Feng quietly explained the situation to Feng Lu. About half an hour later, a plainclothes officer approached, exchanged a few familiar words with Xiao Feng, then led Hanin toward Ma Jihong's residence. Ma Jihong now resided in a 2-story Western-style house he had purchased several years prior. Its location was not close to the main road, situated on the outskirts of the urban-rural fringe. When Feng arrived, the area around Ma Jihong's house was deserted. The plainclothes officer leading Feng walked up to the door and knocked. It opened quickly from the inside, and he ushered Feng inside swiftly. So, got the surveillance inside sorted? The officer who had brought Feng Lu and asked the officer who opened the door. All set. I'll tell you, this guy is seriously cautious. Found 13 cameras in total, big and small, visible and hidden, covering the entire place. But now they're all under my control. Whatever he sees has been filtered by me. No worries. The officer who opened the door was Zhao Yang, and he was extremely confident in his skills. He was a professional computer technician, the hands-on kind, not just a theorist. Good. Take photos of every area. If we need to move anything, we can restore it later. I'll start the inspection with Hanin now. Don't worry, I've already taken photos. As Feng Lu stepped into the courtyard, the leash was released. This was Zhao Feng's suggestion: better to let him roam freely than have a stranger lead him around searching for clues. The courtyard was enormous, its floor paved with cement. An old sedan sat parked in the adjacent garage, clearly well past its prime. However, the license plate was quite valuable, a rare sequential number sequence. It likely belonged to Ma Jihong from when he first made his fortune, back when such plates were scarce. Such license plates were relatively common, so it wasn't particularly valuable. Ma Jihong had simply kept it as a memento. It was clear Ma Jihong wasn't as sleazy as he appeared. The courtyard was immaculately kept, with rows of flowers and plants lining the walls, creating a pleasant and pleasing sight. The entire courtyard didn't take Feng Lu long to inspect. He finished quickly, finding nothing unusual, including in the garage. Entering the house, Feng Lu found it equally tidy, hardly resembling a bachelor's dwelling. But he dismissed his surprise, reasoning that Ma Jihong probably didn't clean it himself. The entire first floor comprised 3 rooms, a kitchen, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a living room. The overall decor style was distinctly from a decade ago, appearing quite dated to today's younger generation. The living room opened directly from the entrance, appearing at least 40 square meters in size. Feng Lu carefully sniffed around, detecting only lingering traces of illicit substances in the air. No illicit substances were concealed within the living room itself. After checking the living room, Feng Lu moved into the adjacent bedroom. It was equally sparse, containing only a bed, a side cabinet, and a large wardrobe. Sniffing the air, Feng Lu felt a surge of excitement. He knew he had likely found the spot. The scent of illegal substances here was overwhelmingly strong. Unlike the scent in the living room, which was rootless and drifting, this odor emanated from a source, meaning contraband was hidden here. Typo issues, I'll do my best to catch them. I'll fix any pointed out by the big shots as soon as I can. Chapter 94, The Bathtub. Lu Feng sniffed carefully. Both the wardrobe and sideboard had been opened, yet he still found no contraband, a significant deviation from his expectations. Judging by the concentration of the scent in the air, there should be a source. This puzzled him deeply. He had already searched the place 4 times and still hadn't found the origin. Huan, don't worry. Let's search together. Zhao Yang and his colleagues saw Hanin's behavior and knew he must have discovered something. However, his current demeanor suggested he hadn't located the source of the scent. The two of them began searching thoroughly. But the place was so small, with only a handful of items. They opened and inspected everything meticulously, finding nothing unusual, including under the bed and the top and bottom of the large wardrobe. Ma Jihong's home had no drop ceiling, so the entire ceiling was visible at a glance. There was nowhere to hide anything. Zhao Yang and the other officer held a small metal block, tapping each floor tile and wall section in turn. Ultimately, though, they found nothing. Hey, let's check other areas first. Maybe they hid it somewhere else. Zhao Yang patted Feng Lu's back, signaling him to proceed with the search. Lu Feng didn't object. He knew this wasn't the time to waste minutes, so he just stretched his paws out a few times from his pads to calm his slightly agitated heart. By the time he reached the kitchen, his mind had settled. Since he'd detected the unusual scent trail, the target must be hiding contraband in their home. The question was where exactly it was hidden. But he trusted his nose, it would surely lead him there. The kitchen was quite cluttered with equipment. Ma Jihong had initially prepared the fried chicken right there in his own kitchen. In the past, when people wanted to learn Ma Jihong's fried chicken technique, he had taught them. As a result, many knew that the ingredients in his fried chicken were genuine, with not a single bit of adulteration. Many who had clearly mastered the technique ended up making worse and worse chicken after leaving Ma Jihong's kitchen, quickly going out of business. The kitchen inspection concluded swiftly, yet yielded no discoveries. Though the air carried lingering traces of illicit substances, Feng Lu still failed to pinpoint the source of the scent. Ma Jihong's bathroom wasn't as simply decorated as the rest of the place. Besides the essentials, it featured a large bathtub placed in one corner. Judging by its design, it was a high-end model with massage functions, which seemed out of place among the rest of the furnishings in Ma Jihong's home. Though it seemed peculiar, it was actually quite normal. Many people would invest heavily in their interests or hobbies, even if others considered it a waste of money. After inspecting the rest of the bathroom, Feng came to the bathtub. Surprisingly, there was no unusual odor here, only the faint, clean scent of shower gel. The entire tub was spotless, clearly well maintained by Ma Jihong. Every nook and cranny, from the bottom to the edges, was immaculately clean. Ha! The bottom is clean. Lu Feng scrutinized the tub's base. Normally, even the most meticulous person would struggle to clean this area thoroughly. The junction between the floor and the tub formed a dead spot, difficult to reach. 1 or 2 times, one might have the patience, but after repeated attempts, it was easy to become lazy about it. Moreover, the absence of waterproof sealant here seemed unusual. Logically, this area should be coated with sealant to prevent water and dust ingress, as well as to provide some structural reinforcement. Woof woof woof. You two, come take a look here. Zhao Yang and the others stared blankly at the spot where Hanin was scratching with his paw. What on earth did this mean? Could there be something under the bathtub? Zhao Yang crouched down and examined it carefully, but after a long look, he found nothing. He gripped the edge of the bathtub and slowly applied pressure, trying to see if it would budge. After trying for a while, they still couldn't budge the tub. The two could only continue their thorough inspection. As Feng Lu watched them start their investigation, he began to survey the bathroom. Like the bedroom layout, it contained only common household items. Aside from the bathtub, it was indistinguishable from any ordinary family bathroom. Ha! When Feng Lu noticed the light switches on the wall, he paused. He realized there seemed to be an extra switch. Besides the light switch, there was one for the electric heater. But beside these 2 switches, there appeared to be yet another switch that looked identical to the light switch. The switches weren't positioned too high. Standing up, Feng Lu could easily reach them with his front paws. He lifted his right paw and pressed the switch on the electric heater a few times. Whoosh! Waves of warm air poured out from the heater, instantly raising the room's temperature significantly. Huan, stop messing around. Zhao Yang turned to look at Hanin, who was playing with the switches, and spoke to the little rascal in a slightly exasperated, pleading tone. Woof woof woof. Feng Lu turned and barked twice at Zhao Yang, feigning anger as he pressed his paw onto the switch he hadn't touched before. Click! A faint click echoed from beneath the bathtub. It swayed slightly before slowly gliding sideways. A subterranean entrance about a meter wide appeared before them. Zhao Yang and the others turned in surprise to look at the clumsy fellow crouched nearby, who seemed to be sulking. Was this guy doing it on purpose or by accident? But now wasn't the time to dwell on such questions. Their most urgent task was to seek reinforcements and assess the situation inside. 10 minutes later, 2 forensic technicians and a technical police officer strode into Ma Jihong's home. One technician handed a case to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang swiftly assembled the contents inside, revealing a small drone equipped with a camera before everyone's eyes. They pulled out a high-powered flashlight and shone it into the basement from the entrance. A corner of the basement, previously obscured by the dim light of their phone flashlights, came into view. A row of chemical instruments came into view, along with a table displaying finished powdered substances, compressed into blocks and stored in containers. In the visible corner, a filling machine stood, flanked by numerous empty or unopened beverage bottles and drinks. Additionally, several long, sealed bags were stored inside a plastic storage bin. Chapter 95, The Cause from 10 years ago. Lu Feng squeezed past the crowd with a hint of distaste, studying the drone footage displayed on the computer screen. The basement was at least 60 square meters in size, filled not only with equipment but also a substantial amount of raw materials. Wait, there seems to be a person in there. As the drone reached the farthest corner, an iron cage came into view. Due to the dim lighting, they wouldn't have noticed the figure lying inside had it not stirred. Clearly imprisoned within the locked cage, the figure appeared to be held captive. Concerned the light might harm them, Zhao Yang and the others immediately turned off the drone's lights and carefully maneuvered it out. Though many areas remained unexplored, they could now confirm no hazardous materials were present inside. They were clear to enter. Captain Hu, the basement we discovered here has been confirmed as a manufacturing facility. Zhao Yang relayed the discovery to Hu Feng immediately so he could coordinate the next steps. Now that this location was confirmed as a production facility, there was no need to delay the arrest of Ma Jihong and Su Tian any longer. Given the current situation, Ma Jihong was likely the boss of this FD group. Besides Su Tian, there were probably others involved, but capturing Ma Jihong would quickly expose the rest. Their arrests were only a matter of time. Besides Su Tian, the delivery man, Ma Jihong likely had other couriers. But now they had a clear lead, the payment records. By filtering the system for individuals with similar delivery intervals, then tracing their identities and addresses through the payment accounts, those located farther away would warrant investigation. Of course, this method was only a rough screening. Finding leads was ideal, but if not, other approaches existed. Hu Feng and several plainclothes officers appeared on the streets at the urban-rural fringe. Two posed as customers buying fried chicken, while Hu Feng and another two blended in as passers-by, all moving toward Ma Jihong. Besides their group, a dozen others were scattered along potential escape routes. With rush-hour traffic filling the streets, adding a dozen extra people went completely unnoticed. Even Ma Jihong, who was usually highly vigilant, was so preoccupied with his constant busyness that his guard slipped. He failed to notice the individuals slowly encircling him. He saw people drawn by the aroma of his fried chicken every day, so he had grown accustomed to it. The biggest challenge for Hu Feng and his team during the arrest was avoiding that boiling oil pot. If it injured someone, the damage would be no joke. "Hey, boss, grab me a cold drink." Hu Feng walked over to the stall and glanced at the refrigerator behind Ma Jihong, suddenly getting an idea. "Sure thing, just a sec. A bit busy right now. It's 4 yuan, right? Can I just grab it myself?" Hu Feng scanned the QR code to pay 4 yuan via his payment app, then addressed the owner. "Sure." Ma Jihong didn't argue much. Customers often did this during peak hours. "Freeze. Police." Hu Feng moved behind Ma Jihong. As the man lifted his hands from the stall, Hu Feng swiftly wrapped his arm around Ma Jihong's neck. Caught off guard, Ma Jihong was immediately pinned to the ground. As Hu Feng seized Ma Jihong's throat, the other officers sprang into action. Two officers swiftly pushed the stall aside, creating more space. Two more officers swiftly entered behind the stall, assisting Hu Feng in fully restraining Ma Jihong. They then quickly searched him, confirming he carried no dangerous items before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Just then, two police cars arrived at the scene. Before the crowd could gather, the officers swiftly escorted Ma Jihong into the vehicles. Two officers remained behind to confiscate Ma Jihong's stall, while the rest headed toward his residence. When Hu Feng and his team arrived, paramedics were just loading a man with long hair and beard into the ambulance. Two officers followed the ambulance to the hospital. "How's he doing?" Hu Feng approached Zhao Yang and asked. "His name is Qiu Tiansheng, a PhD in chemistry. 7 years ago, Ma Jihong lured him here with money to produce DP. 3 years ago, when he tried to get out, Ma Jihong imprisoned him here for 3 years. Ma threatened his family, so he never dared to escape. The doctor just gave him a quick checkup. Aside from being weak, he seems fine physically. But after being locked up so long, his mind's pretty much broken. He hasn't held anything back during our questioning. Well done. Ma Jihong should have no grounds to dispute his crimes now." Hu Feng patted Zhao Yang's shoulder with satisfaction. Seeing Ma Jihong being led away, he headed toward the room. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Ma Jihong offered no resistance whatsoever, immediately confessing the entire criminal process. It turned out that 10 years ago, he had been targeted by a coalition of rival businesses, leading to the bankruptcy of his trading company. However, the damage this had caused him wasn't as severe as others might imagine. The funds for his trading company had never been cleaned. They came from his illegal dealings in DP. After accumulating a certain amount, he had wisely chosen to wash his hands of the business and go straight, and luckily, he had succeeded. However, the ruthless nature cultivated during his days in the underground world led him to eliminate all competitors without mercy, ultimately sowing the seeds of his own downfall. After the bankruptcy, he relocated his wife and children to another city, eventually arranging for them to settle abroad. He knew his line of work would not end well for him. Whether persecuted by rivals or apprehended by the police, escape seemed unlikely. Thus began the charade of family ruin, primarily staged for others, to prevent his wife and children from being implicated. After a month of intense contemplation, he devised the current method of distributing DP, though the basement operations had been refined gradually over the years. The original FD method was nowhere near as sophisticated or discreet as it is today. Ma Jihong possessed one notable virtue: he never let greed for minor gains cloud his judgment. Consequently, his FD group remained consistently small, 3 to 5 members with no expansion over the past decade. During interrogation, Ma Jihong stated that if the police had arrested him later, he planned to fly abroad next month to reunite with his wife and children, effectively disbanding the entire operation. Regarding Qiu Tianshang, Ma Jihong described him as cowardly and afraid of death. After another courier was murdered, Qiu feared he might be assassinated next. He therefore requested to leave the operation. However, exiting this line of work was never straightforward, especially since Ma Jihong hadn't yet earned the profits he'd anticipated. How could he possibly agree to let him go? Finding a replacement would take a long probation period alone. He couldn't afford to wait that long. Chapter 96, Reasons to Persist. During the years Qiu Tianshang was imprisoned, Ma Jihong never neglected his family. After each successful transaction, he would transfer the agreed-upon share directly to Qiu Tianshang's family account. Qiu Tianshang frequently called home, telling his family he was abroad making substantial money, though he emphasized it involved some illegal activities and strictly forbade them from mentioning it to others. Over the years, Qiu Tianshang's family had initially lived in fear and anxiety. But gradually, they began to enjoy the affluent lifestyle that money brought. They used Qiu Tianshang's earnings to open a restaurant. Though business was sluggish, they claimed it was profitable. While the restaurant itself barely turned a profit over the years, the real estate investments they made with the money yielded substantial returns. This year, they sold several properties for substantial profits and have been pressuring Qiu Tianshang to return. However, since Ma Jihong threatened his family's lives, Qiu Tianshang dared not mention going home. Having followed Ma Jihong for years, Qiu was well aware of his methods. Knowing Ma would carry out his threats if Qiu attempted to escape, he remained trapped. As for Su Tian, his involvement was pure coincidence. His predecessor was the murdered courier, who happened to be his childhood friend. Through a series of fortuitous events, he learned of the operation. He joined for the money, but even he underwent a full year of rigorous testing before gaining preliminary acceptance. To this day, he still didn't know Ma Jihong's true identity, believing him to be just another ordinary member like himself. With no way out, Ma Jihong readily revealed the other 2 members. The police apprehended them immediately, catching them completely off guard. Lu Feng sometimes admired people like this, especially criminals. Once they knew they were doomed, they drag as many others down with them as possible without a moment's hesitation. For them, concepts like friendship or family meant nothing when death was imminent. If they could drag a few others down with them, all the better. Huan, wanna eat some watermelon? Why haven't you been eyeing the watermelons today? Feeling under the weather? Zhao Feng eyed Hanin with concern. The boy had been unusually quiet today, and something felt off. It turned out Hanin hadn't even touched his watermelon all morning. Woof! A long, weak howl. Lu Feng lay bored on the straw mat. The sweltering heat of running the stall had sapped his appetite even for his beloved watermelon. After Ma Jihong's arrest, the 2 of them had stubbornly kept the stall open for several more days instead of shutting it down immediately. Partly to avoid drawing unwanted attention, partly to see if any slip-ups might surface. After all, they couldn't take DF's word for everything, they still needed to rely on their own investigations. 5 days later, Zhao Feng arrived at the JD team's office early in the morning with a truckload of watermelons. Come on, everyone. I'm treating you all to watermelon. Woof woof woof. Old Zhao, you've got a heart after all. Heard you've been selling watermelons for days and made a pretty penny. Lu Feng chuckled as he lifted a medium-sized watermelon from the truck, then pulled a soup spoon from a nearby bag. Zhao Feng had specially selected every watermelon on the truck, none too large, and bought plenty of spoons for colleagues without their own. This way, everyone could get a whole or half a watermelon to scoop out and eat directly, refreshing and hassle-free. Zhao Feng and his team will primarily collaborate with Team JD moving forward, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, these individuals will become his permanent teammates. Through this incident, Feng and the others had proven themselves worthy. From now on, their backs would be covered by these teammates. Lu Feng had sent him the address for this visit, otherwise, he would never have known such a place existed. It turned out that the JD team within the bureau only handled peripheral tasks, while the majority of dangerous operations were carried out by these individuals. Zhao Feng had once heard Zhao Zhiguo mention that over a decade ago, when the JD team was newly formed, they suffered retaliation from DF. DF planted a powerful bomb directly within the JD team's base, resulting in the sacrifice of multiple members at the time. Ever since then, the core JD team had always operated from a separate, secret location. They rotated workplaces regularly, maintaining absolute secrecy externally. Internally, only those at a certain level were privy to its existence. This practice had another critical reason, an incident involving the FD group, which had installed remote surveillance cameras in the residential building directly opposite JD team headquarters. This led to the exposure of multiple undercover agents. At the time, everyone assumed an informant had been compromised. Had the FD group operative not been captured and revealed this during interrogation, they would never have known the true cause of the exposure. Consequently, whether it's the JD team's offices or other units' facilities, strict requirements are now enforced regarding the height and angles of surrounding buildings. I recall this plot point appearing in some TV drama. When special personnel are present, never take photos and certainly don't upload them online. This is for their protection. Old Zhao, I was planning to give you and Hanin a few days off, but our colleagues received critical intelligence 2 days ago. A shipment is about to be transported out of Yunqing, and we urgently need the exact location of this cargo. Lu Feng said, handing Zhao Feng a dossier detailing the case. Although it seemed like they had cracked numerous cases with Feng Lu's help and dismantled many FD groups recently, even so, compared to the entire FD network, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Ordinary people couldn't begin to imagine the lengths some would go to for profit. As long as there were buyers and consumers for FD, the high profits would always draw those willing to take the risk. As a border city, Yunqing had always been a hotbed for FD. No matter how hard they cracked down, new groups would emerge to replace the ones dismantled, making it a persistent headache. Although Yunqing's police force assembled elite officers from across the nation, their numbers remained dwarfed by the drug trade's resources. With consistently high casualty rates, those willing to join required considerable courage and the resolve to sacrifice much. This intelligence originated from an undercover officer. While relaying information, he was discovered by the enemy. After being exposed, the undercover officer ultimately did not escape his fate. His body was discovered the day after Lu Feng and his team received the tip, dumped by the criminals near the border inspection station. By the time it was found, his face was unrecognizable. Had the criminals not left a message on the corpse, the station colleagues would never have known the identity of this fallen hero. Chapter 97, Guide Dog. The next day, Zhao Feng wore dark sunglasses and carried a white cane. Feng Lu, clad in a uniform marked guide dog, led him toward the subway entrance. Many pedestrians, upon seeing them, instinctively stepped aside to let the pair pass first. Though Feng had never been trained as a guide dog, his intelligence was sharp. He led Zhao Feng to the subway elevator, deftly pressing the down button with his paw before stepping inside and selecting the basement level. Their destination was the shopping mall mentioned in the news report about the fallen police officer. Since pets were prohibited inside, they devised this plan. After a brief trial run, they confirmed Feng Lu was indeed capable of handling the task. Besides, Zhao Feng wasn't truly blind. This was merely a cover to avoid suspicion and gain access to the mall. Simultaneously, due to the sacrifice of their undercover colleague, they had received intelligence that required a response. Therefore, after Zhao Feng entered the mall, colleagues from the Administration for Market Regulation would follow him in, acting in their official capacity. This way, even if the mall management tried to block Zhao Feng, they wouldn't dare interfere once the industrial and commercial inspectors arrived. This would subtly clear some obstacles for Zhao Feng. The mall, known as Fushan Mall, was a budget-friendly establishment where goods were priced very cheaply. It was immensely popular with the public and saw a huge daily footfall. Due to the urgency, the fallen officer only managed to relay an address before passing away, leaving no time to convey further details. That's why Lu Feng decided to stir the pot. As long as they kept a close watch, the other side, unaware of the details, would either panic and make mistakes or hold back. Either outcome would be favorable for them. If the enemy moved, with Lu Feng's extensive surveillance network in place, they would inevitably be detected. If they didn't move, that would be even better. They'd have all the time in the world to investigate thoroughly. As for sending in another undercover agent, that was simply impossible. Given the enemy's heightened vigilance, they wouldn't trust anyone easily anymore. Even if you were their savior, they'd suspect it was all a setup. Rushing another undercover agent in would only lead to more casualties among their colleagues. Ding! Fushun Mall Station. Passengers disembarking, please exit through the left doors. Zhao Feng sat on the subway seat. Hearing the announcement, he quickly stood up and tugged on the leash to alert Hanin. Brother, you're here. As soon as they exited the station, a girl dressed in a fresh, bright outfit walked straight over and hooked her arm through Zhao Feng's. Her name was Zhang Xiaoxia, a recent addition to Team JD. Her mission this time was to accompany Zhao Feng as they shopped around the mall. They had already met yesterday, along with the dog, and briefly discussed their roles as brother and sister. As for the specifics of how to proceed, given their intelligence, there was no cause for concern. They had even agreed on how to address each other. With no specific target in mind, the pair began strolling aimlessly from the first floor. The first floor of Fushan Mall was similar to other shopping centers, filled with clothing, electronics, and mobile phone stores. Along the way, Zhang Xiaoxia acted as if she were Zhao Feng's real sister, chattering nonstop as she pointed out everything she saw to him. Like ordinary shoppers, they stopped to look at things they liked or items Zhao Feng might need. Meanwhile, Feng sniffed around constantly, though his movements were so subtle they were nearly indistinguishable from breathing unless observed closely. To a trained eye observing closely, it would be apparent that even in the mall's comfortably air-conditioned environment, this Labrador retriever still appeared noticeably overheated. The entire second floor of Fushan Mall was dedicated to children's goods and play areas. Several play zones were already bustling with children at this hour. An unusual scent, and quite strong at that. Lu Feng glanced at the claw machine shop next door. It was filled with claw machines, each packed with all sorts of prizes. The machine emitting the peculiar odor sat at the end of the row. Its stuffed animals were far uglier than those in the other machines, looking decidedly unappealing. While many machines had players, this one stood completely empty. Zhang Xiaoxia glanced at the stuffed animal clinging to Zhao Feng's left leg and instantly understood why it had come here and refused to leave. "Brother, I want to play the claw machine. Will you play with me?" Saying this, she tugged Zhao Feng toward the token exchange counter and cashed in 200 yuan worth of tokens. Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel this girl was a little rich girl, spending so many tokens at once just to grab a stuffed animal. What he didn't know was that Zhang Xiaoxia's heart was bleeding inside. She was thinking about how this was part of her mission and wondering if she could get reimbursed. Before she could finish her internal lament, Zhao Feng pulled 200 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to the cashier. What kind of brother and sister go shopping together and make his sister pay? I may not have much money, but it's enough for you. No need to be polite with your big brother. Zhao Feng casually took the receipt handed to him by the attendant and fumbled to tuck it into his wallet. Lu Feng rolled her eyes at the scene unfolding before her. So many stuffed animals, I don't even know which one to pick. Zhang Xiaoxia said, glancing sideways at Feng Lu beside her. She wasn't sure if he understood her meaning, but everyone in the team talked about Huan as if he were some kind of miracle worker. Whether it was true or not, she couldn't tell. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu immediately understood her meaning and promptly stood up, pretending to casually stroll toward the machine. Zhao Feng and the others followed behind the dumb guy, strolling along as if they were just browsing. When they reached the machine, Feng Ruo brushed against Zhao Feng's left leg again. Zhao Feng instantly understood the signal and tugged his arm gently, alerting Zhang Xiaoxia to stay alert. Instead of heading straight for that machine, they started playing on one nearby. Perhaps luck was on their side, because after spending less than 100 yuan, Zhang Xiaoxia had already grabbed 7 stuffed animals. After playing a bit longer, with only about 80 tokens left, Zhang Xiaoxia suddenly piped up, "Bro, the dolls in that claw machine over there are so ugly, but they look kind of cute in an ugly way. I want to grab one. Go for it. I believe you can grab the one you want." Zhao Feng, his face hidden behind sunglasses, kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, not looking at the claw machine Zhang Xiaoxia had mentioned. Chapter 98, The Oddly Shaped Rag Doll. Hoo, watch me. I'm gonna grab every single one of those ugly cute dolls in here. Zhang Xiaoxia deliberately spoke in a deep, booming voice before dumping all her remaining tokens into the machine. Ha ha. Lu Feng sat on the floor, speechless as he watched the two drama queens. They were putting on quite the show, he had to admit. Wow. Finally got one. This machine's odds were probably set lower than the other one, so Zhang Xiaoxia had spent nearly 50 yuan worth of tokens before finally snagging a doll. It was a doll that looked somewhat like a puppy but had a rather carefree appearance. To Feng Lu, it was downright ugly, not a hint of cuteness to be found. He couldn't fathom how the designer had come up with it. Not sure what Feng really meant, the two didn't dwell on how many they'd grabbed. They just used up all their tokens, snagged 2 more dolls, and left the claw machine shop. As they were leaving, the clerk asked if they wanted to exchange the dolls for something else, but Zhao Feng and the others declined. Instead, they asked for a bag to pack the dolls into. The pair then pretended to browse the mall for a while longer, buying 2 items of clothing for Zhao Feng before finally leaving. This time, they skipped the subway and rode in Zhang Xiaoxia's car toward the base. Upon arriving at the base, they took the dolls straight to the testing lab. After explaining the situation to the technicians began preparing various reagents for testing. After calibration, they sprayed the reagents onto the dolls. Shortly after, they collected samples from different parts of the dolls and placed them on toxicological detection paper. It took over half an hour to process all the dozens of reagent kits. After patiently waiting for some time, the test results finally began to slowly appear. Most of the test strips showed no change whatsoever, with only 2 strips changing color to red. Zhao Feng checked the serial number. It matched the first doll they'd retrieved from the claw machine. This test result indicated the doll had been in contact with DP, and for a significant period of time. Zhao Feng's mind went blank at this point. What connection could this stuffed animal possibly have to FD? Could it be that the perpetrator had hidden DP inside the stuffed animal and then sold it to drug addicts? If placed inside a claw machine, what if someone else won it? Or did they have some method to manipulate the claw machine's odds? But that didn't make sense either. If someone stubbornly kept trying to win it, someone with deep pockets who spent a fortune without success, they might just call the police. Zhao Feng rubbed his temples in frustration and gave up on figuring it out. These questions were best left to the professionals. With a clear target in mind, a small team from the base began investigating the claw machine shop. To everyone's surprise, however, neither the owner nor the employees showed any signs of being connected to FD. Their bank statements and spending records matched their income levels perfectly, showing no unusual activity. At least within the time frame the police could investigate, they found nothing out of the ordinary. The owner's family and the employees' families were also investigated, yielding no discoveries either. Finally, the police turned their attention to the supplier of the plush toys used in the claw machines. Beyond uncovering minor tax evasion issues, they found nothing else. Boss, hand over the purchase orders for these 2 shipments. We need to verify some details. Lu Feng, dressed in a uniform of an industrial and commercial administration officer, addressed the claw machine shop owner. Sure, just give me a moment to find them. The shop owner was a middle-aged woman dressed in a sharp, professional style. Lu Feng's records indicated she was quite wealthy and had opened the shop because her daughter loved claw machines. Moreover, her path to wealth was traceable and free of any illegal activities. Therefore, they ultimately decided to conduct the inspection under a different identity. They weren't a single group, but rather teams of 2, randomly inspecting multiple shops. The mall management had grown numb to their visits. Several teams had already visited that day alone, and several randomly inspected businesses had been found with issues and shut down for rectification. Lu Feng's personal visit this time was mainly to see if anything had been overlooked or missed. Some issues could only be uncovered through personal inspection. For example, manager, are all the doll styles you stock displayed here? Yes, all the styles are here. The owner answered confidently upon hearing Lu Feng's question. Then how come I see some plushies in this machine that aren't on your inventory list? Lu Feng pointed to a nearby claw machine, where one particular doll style was missing from his inventory list. The owner walked over to the machine, examined the doll Lu Feng had pointed out, then took the list from Lu Feng's hand and carefully checked it. Sure enough, that particular doll wasn't on the list. Hold on a moment, I'll ask about it. Xiaoli, come here for a second. The owner called out to Xiaoli nearby. Xiaoli was the store manager, responsible for the day-to-day operations. What's up, boss? The claw machine shop owner explained the situation to Xiaoli, then looked at him, waiting for his response. After listening, Xiaoli pondered for a moment as if recalling something, then hurried to the counter and began rummaging through items. Boss, remember that haunted house that just opened on the 4th floor? They made a bunch of weird-looking stuffed dolls for their grand opening promotion. Due to miscalculations, most of the custom dolls didn't sell. Later, they approached our shop asking if we wanted them at a discount. I reported this to you via chat software at the time. I don't know if you remember. Oh, that. I almost forgot about that. The owner took the list from Xiaoli, glanced at it, then handed it to Lu Feng. The list was similar to others, detailing prices, quantities, and corresponding doll images. Lu Feng scanned through it and immediately spotted the image of the doll that tested positive. The doll in the picture was identical to the one Zhao Feng and the others had brought back. Alright, since we have the inventory list, that'll do. Lu Feng slowly scanned the list again, ensuring the camera on his body captured all the information before returning it to the other party. Lu Feng and another staff member checked some additional details before leaving the store. Chapter 99, 3 Interconnected Families. 5 p.m. After a busy day, the team finally gathered at the base. They ate a quick meal before rushing to the large conference room to report on the day's findings. Preliminary findings emerged regarding the haunted house investigation. Named Midnight Edition Rave, it had begun renovations 3 months prior and opened just 4 days ago. Due to its grand opening specials offering extremely low prices, many young people had gone to experience it, and the reviews were overwhelmingly positive. Contrary to popular assumption, the owner wasn't a young entrepreneur but a grandmother in her 60s. This revelation initially left the investigators convinced they'd made a mistake. To verify the accuracy of the information, they cross-checked it multiple times before reluctantly accepting the truth. The grandmother's name is Tian Sui Hong. It said she came to Yunqing as a tourist, fell in love with the climate and scenery, and decided to settle here permanently. Tian Sui Hong's husband passed away from illness several years ago. Due to health reasons, they had no children, and after her husband's death, she traveled extensively. Before her husband's death, the couple had been running a business together, so they had accumulated considerable wealth and had no financial worries. They had invested heavily in local real estate, and this haunted house was one of her holdings. However, according to investigative reports, she acquired this haunted house not for herself, but for a young man she had only known for less than half a year. According to internal police intelligence, this so-called godson Tian Sui Hong was no pushover. This young man, named Tian Rong, had been arrested 5 years prior for fraud and sentenced to 3 years in prison. After his release, he had been idle and unproductive, relying on financial support from his elderly parents. It wasn't until half a year ago that they met by chance. According to Tian Sui Hong, he reminded her of her husband in his youth, and she felt an instant connection upon meeting him. Somehow, Tian Rong learned about the elderly woman's background and wealth. Already smooth-talking and skilled at flattery, he became even more proactive. With mutual interest in forming a connection, it wasn't long before the elderly Tian Sui Hong formally adopted Tian Rong as her godson. Perhaps it was fate. When Lu Feng received this information, he specifically compared the appearances of Tian Sui Hong's husband and Tian Rong. He discovered they bore a striking resemblance 7 or 8 parts alike, not to mention that both Tianrong and Tian Suihong shared the surname Tian. This only deepened Tian Suihong's conviction that Tianrong was a child sent by heaven, making the elderly woman, who was already somewhat superstitious, dote on him even more. In less than 2 months, she had already spent over 2 million yuan on this godson. However, having weathered many storms in her life, the old lady hadn't completely lost herself in this false affection. Although many properties were purchased in Tianrong's name, all the paperwork bore her own signature. Still, she gave Tianrong all the profits. Whether it was genuine reform or something else, Tianrong seemed like a changed man. He had been diligently studying business management knowledge during this period. He had also shed many of his old vices, no longer carousing daily with his unsavory friends, nor resorting to violence and verbal abuse against his parents and relatives at the slightest provocation. Recently, he used his hard-earned money to build his parents a new house and brought his son to the city to attend a good school. Everyone finished reading it? Share your thoughts so we can discuss them together. Lu Feng set the documents down with a slight headache and asked his colleague. Team leader Hu, this material has me confused. Everything looks perfectly normal, no suspicious elements whatsoever. Yes, even Tian Suihong's past records appear flawless. While there were some minor tax evasion issues, nothing major. If it weren't for the toxicology results, I think we'd made a mistake. Oh, right, Brother Wang, have we checked the custom manufacturer for these dolls? And the person in charge of this at the store? Lu Feng seemed to recall something and immediately turned to the colleague handling the documentation investigation. We did. I was just about to tell everyone the manufacturer they used is the same one that supplies that claw machine arcade. Brother Wang Tao, pulled several stapled documents from a stack and handed them to Lu Feng. After a quick glance, Lu Feng set down the seemingly ordinary documents he'd been holding and rubbed his temples with a headache. Carrot, I'm confused too. Who's the real ghost here? I think we all have a pretty good idea by now. This issue is likely quite serious. Lu Feng spoke up again after seeing everyone had reviewed the manufacturer documents. Though he hadn't yet sorted out the current situation, Lu Feng was now certain that one of these 3 companies was definitely involved. It could be 1 company, 2 companies, or all 3. Either way, all clues currently pointed to these 3 entities. Of course, it was also possible that none of them were involved, perhaps they were just overthinking it. But that seemed highly unlikely. Their top priority now was pinpointing the cargo's location. Currently, they had control over every possible mode of transportation. For the other side to transport the goods out of the city would be extremely difficult. While traffic controls could temporarily trap the perpetrators, their effectiveness would diminish significantly over time. Moreover, these traffic controls don't involve inspecting every single passing vehicle, only random checks. If the perpetrators become bold enough to take a chance, the likelihood of them successfully transporting the goods out remains quite high. Since we can't investigate covertly, let's go overt. Regardless of which company it is, we'll conduct searches with police dogs under the pretext of preventing explosions. I'll coordinate this with city leadership. After hours of fruitless discussion, Lu Feng decisively finalized the plan. Time was now critically short. If they failed to locate the shipment before it was transported out, the goods would quickly disperse across various cities, rendering any possibility of seizure utterly impossible. After years of outmaneuvering DF, Lu Feng knew their tactics inside out. The moment they lowered their guard, the enemy could deliver a fatal blow in the next instant. The moment the meeting ended, Lu Feng rushed straight to the municipal bureau. It would be best for Zhao Jigua to take the lead on this matter. That way, the overt resistance would be significantly reduced. Moreover, once Zhao Jigua gave the green light, they could move immediately. There was ample time. Going through formal channels for meetings and discussions would only let the opportunity slip away. Chapter 100, The Luggage Store. To everyone's surprise, Lu Feng's proposal was flatly rejected by Zhao Jigua. The reason, as Lu Feng had anticipated, was the fear that the target might become desperate and lash out. Lu Feng had considered this possibility, which was precisely why he hadn't proposed this plan to Zhao Jigua unless absolutely necessary. Ultimately, however, Zhao Jigua persuaded him otherwise, citing 2 key reasons. First, they currently lacked concrete evidence proving these 3 companies were indeed problematic. If their judgment proved wrong, might the real DF simply take the risk and flee? Second, given the nature of these DFs, those with deep guilt would likely resort to harming innocents if they knew capture meant certain death. The first concern was manageable. After all, they weren't infallible. But if the second scenario played out, if the police failed to intervene in time when the DFs harmed innocent people, leading to casualties, the consequences would be unbearable for anyone involved. However, after rejecting Lu Feng's proposal, Zhao Jigua offered him an alternative suggestion. They could leverage Feng Lu's abilities for covert surveillance. Using the pretext of filming a movie or TV show, they could allow Feng Lu to move freely within Fushan Mall. They just needed to coordinate with the mall first. Then, by having a few camera crew members follow him around, they could easily disguise it as a TV drama shoot. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lu Feng pondered it and found it highly feasible. He immediately gathered his team that night to prepare for the next day's operations. The following afternoon at 1:30 p.m. With money paving the way, all necessary approvals became remarkably straightforward. By midday, every formality was completed. Lu Feng wandered through the mall wearing a floral shirt and denim shorts, accompanied by several camera operators. Besides the disguised individuals and dog, the crowd also included numerous plainclothes officers observing and tailing them. Before arriving, Lu Feng had reflected on their approach. It seemed they had placed too much trust in Feng Lu's judgment, focusing all their energy on the 3 shops that had been found to be connected. They had been lax in investigating other merchants, and many things could be disguised, be it scent or other factors. They could think to use police dogs disguised as pets to search the premises. How could the other side not be prepared for a police dog scent detection? If he were the other side, upon discovering an undercover agent inside and with no time to move the goods out, he would order his men to seal and preserve all the merchandise. With proper sealing, they wouldn't fear police dogs searching the premises. They knew full well that in such a large shopping mall, the police wouldn't conduct door-to-door searches without concrete evidence of the goods. To avoid escalating the situation and sparking public outrage, they wouldn't conduct door-to-door searches. Finding the goods that way would be one thing, but if they came up empty and it got posted online, some brain-dead idiots would inevitably launch keyboard attacks. Out of the corner of his eye, Feng Lu spotted a young man emerging from a luggage store, pulling a brand new 24-inch suitcase. Upon seeing their group, the youth deliberately or perhaps unintentionally began to avoid them. This evasive behavior didn't resemble the typical avoidance of onlookers, who usually glanced curiously toward Feng Lu's group while many pulled out phones to snap photos or record videos. This young man was different. As Feng Lu approached, he seemed flustered, as if his presence here was a complete surprise. He seemed aware of Feng Lu's identity and the presence of numerous police officers nearby. When he realized evasion was impossible, he turned and rushed back into the luggage store, giving the impression he'd forgotten something. It wasn't just Feng who noticed this individual. Lu Feng and his team, concealed within the crowd, had also spotted him. However, they refrained from acting rashly. Instead, 2 of them casually pretended to pass by the luggage store entrance. One of them didn't walk away but instead moved to the edge of the floor. He stood with his back to the shop, leaning against the railing and looking toward the distance. However, the camera on his back clearly transmitted the situation inside the luggage store in real time to the technical department's computers. The young man who had just returned to the store was discussing something with the sales clerk. Soon, the clerk took the suitcase from his hands. After placing it behind the counter, the clerk retrieved another suitcase of the same style but different color and handed it to the young man. The entire process appeared perfectly normal, like a customer who had just purchased a suitcase but wasn't satisfied with the color, returning it to the store for an exchange. However, the police officer observing the scene didn't see it that way. He noticed a detail: the suitcase the young man handed back appeared to be filled with something. When the man lifted it, his arm visibly strained under the weight. It clearly wasn't empty. Captain Hu, that luggage store is suspicious. The suitcase that young man had just contained something. He's already exchanged it for a new one, and the original one was placed behind the counter. The technician relayed the discovery swiftly over the channel. Lu Feng showed no reaction upon receiving the report, and Feng Lu on the other end hadn't picked up any unusual signals either. Soon, their group walked past the luggage store entrance. As they passed by, Lu Feng noticed Lu Feng's lack of reaction. He knew the man either had other concerns or had sealed the DP so well that it had undergone odor-neutralizing treatment after sealing. As the young man carrying the suitcase exited the mall, he hailed a ride-hailing taxi. But the moment he sat inside, he was immediately subdued by the police. Meanwhile, Long Feng, who had already moved some distance away from the luggage store, caught Zhao Feng's subtle signal nearby. Instantly understanding the situation, he charged forward like a dog off its leash, racing toward a specific direction. Guided by Zhao Feng, Feng Lu led a group of people charging toward the luggage store. Only one employee remained inside. Seeing Feng Lu enter, he froze momentarily but quickly regained his composure. He dashed toward the counter. Since he was so close to the counter, the plainclothes officer nearest the luggage store had only just entered the shop. Seeing the clerk's reaction, Feng Lu instantly grasped the situation. His limbs accelerated frantically, aiming to tackle the clerk before he reached the counter. However, the distance between them was at least 10 meters. It would take Feng Lu several seconds to reach the clerk, who had already reached the counter and was opening one of the drawers. Chapter 101, First Injury. Huan, dodge. Lu Feng was the first to burst into the store. Seeing the clerk pull a handgun from the drawer and aim it at dumbass, he immediately panicked and shouted loudly. Lu Feng saw it too, but he was already extremely close to the clerk. Just a single leap would put him right on top of him. There was nowhere left to retreat. No matter how he moved, he couldn't escape the gun's range. Better to go all out. Lu Feng summoned every ounce of strength, leaping forward with all his might and lunging at the clerk. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Feng Lu crashed into the clerk, his jaw snapping shut around the hand holding the gun. A metallic sweet liquid flooded his mouth, moistening his parched throat. Almost immediately after Feng Lu brought the clerk down, Lu Feng charged forward, pinning the clerk beneath him and kicking the pistol far away. Within less than a minute, over a dozen police officers stormed into the store. The clerk now had no chance to resist, pinned down by several burly officers. "Hangman, you okay?" Hu Feng rushed to Feng Lu's side after subduing the clerk. "I'm okay, just a few scrapes." Zhao Feng lowered Han Han's left leg and breathed a sigh of relief. Though blood still trickled from the wound, he just examined it carefully, only superficial damage. No bones were broken, and the muscles remained intact. "Captain Hu, we found the goods. It should be the shipment we've been searching for." At that moment, a police officer, having confirmed the suitcase posed no threat with a scanner, opened it. Inside lay layer upon layer of items wrapped in plastic sealant. "Good. Open it for inspection and weigh it. The rest of you close up this shop, keep the crowd away." "Roger that. Roger. Roger that." Upon hearing Hu Feng's orders, everyone sprang into action immediately. Some closed the shop doors, others dispersed the onlookers, each fulfilling their assigned duties. Since they were filming under the pretense of making a movie, most onlookers genuinely believed it was a film shoot. When staff informed them that filming or taking photos was prohibited, those who had been recording stopped their actions. After all, no one wanted to risk being sued over a video or photo. Soon, the scene inside the shop was completely shielded by curtains, blocking any view from outside. "Come on, let's talk. You know what I want to ask." Hu Feng stood towering over the clerk, his gaze condescending. He knew he couldn't rush things now. Since they'd already identified the source of the goods, they held the upper hand. "Poof." The clerk glanced up at the man before him, gave a cold laugh, and said nothing, lowering his head again. "Looks like you're willing to take the fall for everything, huh? I don't need to tell you how heavy that cargo is, right? If you take the blame, there's basically only one outcome. You should understand what I mean." Hu Feng studied the clerk before him. He couldn't be much older than 20, still at that age where loyalty to friends took precedence over everything else. For the sake of someone else's empty promises, he'd be willing to die for them. They wouldn't give a second thought to their parents' feelings. To them, the bond of loyalty between friends might outweigh the debt of gratitude owed to their parents for raising them. Hu Feng asked a few more questions, but the clerk refused to answer any of them. So Hu Feng gave up on further questioning. Everyone swiftly searched the entire store, collecting evidence and taking photographs where necessary. Within 2 hours, the initial processing of the scene was complete. The group escorted the suspect to a minibus waiting at the mall entrance, preparing to return to headquarters. Despite having traced the source of the goods, the number of people stationed for surveillance hadn't decreased. If anything, it had increased. From the shop assistant's demeanor and the arrested young man's behavior, Hu Feng could tell both were merely low-level foot soldiers, not the true masterminds behind the shipment. Moreover, today's events felt unnaturally smooth, less like coincidence and more like a pre-arranged setup. Before their arrival, the merchants had received notification from mall management that a film crew would be shooting inside the mall. They were asked to cooperate, as it would also serve as publicity for them, a win-win situation. The quantity of DP they seized was far beyond what a typical FD organization could possess. Most crucially, the entire operation felt too coincidental and smooth. Something's off. Turn around. Lee, take a sample from the seized contraband for testing. Testing? Captain Hu, are you saying the items we just seized might not be contraband? Yeah, move fast. The driving officer heard Hu Feng's words and immediately made a sharp U-turn at the next intersection, heading toward Fushan Mall. Lu Feng suddenly remembered something else. When they opened the seized goods, he hadn't detected that peculiar odor. Careless. They'd all been careless, assuming the seized goods were DP. With time pressing, they hadn't conducted toxicological testing. If that was indeed the case, they had fallen for the enemy's diversion tactic. Hu Feng regained his composure and quickly contacted the surveillance team, instructing them to keep a close watch on the 3 shops at Fushan Mall, both the owners and employees. The undercover operation within the FD group had been too covert. Even now, the police remained unclear about many aspects, whether it was the composition of their personnel or the location of their headquarters. For the police, it was essentially still a mystery. The reason he risked exposure to notify his colleagues was precisely because he believed this presented an opportunity, a chance to either dismantle or gain insight into the FD group. He never imagined that this single communication would directly lead to the undercover agent's exposure and sacrifice. Had he known such an outcome was possible, he would have ensured the agent's safe return home even if the undercover operation failed. Moreover, the intelligence relayed back was clearly transmitted in great haste. Many critical details were left unwritten before the informant was killed. This was precisely why JC had remained so reactive throughout the entire affair. Had they possessed concrete intelligence, they wouldn't have needed to expend such immense manpower and resources. They could have simply apprehended the target. Yet even this intelligence was bought with the lives of those fearless heroes. Therefore, no matter what, they could not betray the trust placed in them. Chapter 102, Those Hidden Apart. Squeak! A screeching halt echoed at the entrance of Fushan Mall as a minivan came to a sudden stop. Hu Feng led the way, stepping briskly from the vehicle and heading toward the mall. Lu Feng jumped down from the vehicle behind Hu Feng and followed suit, heading into the mall. His injured left leg had been given a simple bandage and was no longer bleeding, posing no hindrance to his movement. The test results from just before they got off the bus were in, they'd all been tricked. What they'd seized wasn't DP at all, but powder ground from alum. This discovery also explained why the shop clerk and the arrested youth had been so brazen. Getting caught was hardly a big deal, they could easily turn the tables and sue their captors. Death penalty and fixed-term imprisonment. This time, Lu Feng refused to wait. He immediately led his team toward the haunted house, the most likely hiding spot at this point. Of course, Fushan Mall was vast, offering countless potential hiding spots. But based on the evidence they had, the haunted house was the most likely location. When Lu Feng's team arrived at the haunted house, the police had already temporarily cordoned off the area. At that moment, Lu Feng felt somewhat relieved that he had decided to leave more personnel behind to keep watch. Over a dozen staff members were confined to the front desk waiting area. Most of these employees were the actors dressed as ghosts and monsters inside, clad in all sorts of bizarre costumes. While encountering them in the haunted house's eerie atmosphere would be terrifying, under the bright lights of the front desk, they didn't seem so frightening anymore. In fact, they looked somewhat comical. Instead of rushing into the haunted house to search immediately, Feng Lu approached the group of employees and carefully sniffed around them. If any of them had recently come into contact with DP and hadn't yet cleaned themselves, the search would become much simpler. He could likely track DP directly by following their scent. Even if they hadn't been in contact, once he located DP, if any person near DP showed signs of prolonged lingering, that individual would be highly suspect. He could then alert Lu Feng. Identifying the suspect faster would greatly benefit the subsequent operation. As Lu Feng expected, none of the dozen individuals carried any unusual scent. While Feng sniffed, Lu Feng and his colleagues closely observed the subject's facial expressions. To their disappointment, however, the subject's reactions appeared perfectly normal, identical to how ordinary people would respond in such circumstances. When Feng officially entered the haunted house, the interior lights were already on, illuminating everything inside with crystal clarity. Like most haunted houses, this one featured various terrifying scenes and was filled with numerous small traps designed to easily startle visitors. Shortly after Feng entered, backup officers arrived with a suite of detection equipment and began scanning the haunted house's interior. As Feng Lu walked into a room decorated with various prosthetic limbs, he suddenly caught a faint scent of blood. Though it had grown very faint, he still detected it. Looking at the severed hand preserved in a transparent jar before him, Feng Lu's past experience quickly told him this wasn't a fake, it was a real severed limb. Moreover, it had been severed very recently. If not for the strong smell of disinfectant masking the blood scent, even Zhao Feng beside him would likely have noticed. Han, what's wrong? Woof woof woof. Zhao Feng looked at the glass jar in front of Feng Lu with some confusion. To him, the severed hand inside looked incredibly lifelike, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. After all, Zhao Feng was merely a trainer who had rarely encountered criminal cases and possessed little expertise in identifying human tissue. In this room filled with prosthetics, all the decorative limbs were crafted with remarkable realism. This severed hand didn't seem particularly unusual. Seeing Zhao Feng didn't grasp his meaning, Feng Luo showed little surprise. He didn't waste words with him, instead continuing his search of the room. The room carried not just one but several distinct blood odors. A hunch began to form in Feng Lu's mind, this place likely concealed a single person hidden separately. Judging by the severed hand, the person was likely not very old. As for gender, Feng couldn't tell. Nowadays, many men's hands were more delicate than women's, so that wasn't a reliable indicator. Soon, Feng Lu discovered limbs, a torso, and internal organs scattered throughout the room, though the head remained missing. The discovered limbs already hinted at the victim's gender and age, a woman in her early 20s, approximately 160 centimeters tall. The exact details would require a forensic pathologist's examination. Holy crap, this can't be real. Zhao Feng, observing Feng Lu's actions, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, he was a cop, though a bit slow on the uptake, he still possessed basic judgment. 5 minutes later. We can confirm that everything Hanin found is real. Lu Feng stood up from examining a severed limb, rubbing his temples with a headache. They hadn't even found the DP yet, and now they'd uncovered a body that had been dismembered and hidden in separate locations. To avoid censorship, you know what I mean. After confirming the findings, Lu Feng immediately contacted his colleagues in the forensic department to handle the situation. Simultaneously, he dispatched surveillance teams to bring the haunted house owner, Tian Suihong, her adopted son, and all staff members back to headquarters for interrogation by specialists. Meanwhile, the search for the female victim's head was intensified. If the perpetrator hadn't removed and hidden it separately, there was a high probability it remained inside the haunted house. However, the perpetrator might have treated it to prevent decomposition and odor. The haunted house offered numerous potential hiding spots, making the search quite challenging. After searching this room thoroughly with no findings, Feng Lu moved on to the second room. Walking through the somewhat narrow corridor, with numerous long wigs still dangling overhead, Feng Lu frowned at the sight before him. He genuinely feared the victim's head might be hidden up there. Ha! Halfway through the corridor, Feng Lu suddenly froze in shock. Both sides of the corridor were glass walls. At the center, numerous eyes were pressed against the glass, watching those walking through the passage. It took Feng Lu a moment to adjust, his hair finally settling back into place. Calming himself, he began to examine the glass display cases lining both sides. Chapter 103, The Source of Change. The glass cabinets displayed all manner of heads and eyeballs, each crafted with astonishing realism. Were it not for the harsh lighting, Feng Lu would have been unable to distinguish the genuine from the fake. Inside the glass cabinets, police officers had already entered, inspecting the lifelike heads to see if any matched the girls. However, judging by the staff members' expression, none of the heads belonged to the girl. Everything here appeared to be replicas. Emerging from the glass corridor, Feng Lu entered another room. This space was enormous, arranged as a miniature courtyard house. Decorated with red ribbons and festive ornaments, it appeared to be preparing for a wedding celebration. The diners seated at the tables, however, were unsettling paper cutouts and lifelike mannequins. Notably absent among these props were the bride and groom. Lu Feng recalled 2 staff members among the dozen or so, a man and a woman dressed in ancient wedding attire. Presumably, they were the ones playing the roles of the bride and groom. When Feng Lu sniffed around an empty table, he detected a faint, unusual odor. It had likely lingered for quite some time, but due to the sealed space, the scent hadn't fully dissipated. This discovery instantly perked up Feng Lu's spirits. It seemed the thing they were searching for was indeed within the haunted house, though its hiding place was too well concealed to be found yet. Under the current circumstances, however, finding it was only a matter of time, no matter where it was hidden. The lingering scent here likely stemmed from either the target having consumed drugs here or a brief unboxing inspection during a DP transaction. Moreover, this DF crew was professional. They must have resealed the box after inspection, allowing only a minimal amount of scent to escape. An unusual scent. Just when Feng Lu thought there would be no further discoveries, he inspected an antique-style wooden crate. This crate appeared to be a single piece. As Feng Lu leaned in to sniff, he detected a faint, unusual scent. The box before him resembled those used in TV dramas to carry dowries during weddings, bright red with red silk ribbons, looking exceptionally festive. At first, Feng Lu thought it was merely a replica, not a genuine wooden chest. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed made of real wood. The handles and other areas bore a faint patina, suggesting frequent use. This wasn't the kind of patina formed quickly, but rather one developed over a long period of time. Cage box, carrying box, so many names. Is there something wrong with this? Zhao Feng watched as Hanin circled the dowry chest, sniffing and examining it intently. After a closer look, he spotted the same issue Feng had noticed. He raised his hand and tapped the box. The hollow sound it produced confirmed it was empty inside. "Brother Lu, come take a look at this." Zhao Feng didn't touch the box himself but called out to a forensic officer nearby. "This one?" Brother Lu approached the box, scrutinizing the antique-style wooden crate. His eyes immediately fell on the traces on the handle. He set down his portable evidence kit, opened it, and began extracting the traces with his tools. Brother Lu worked swiftly, collecting all extractable traces in under 5 minutes before turning his attention to figuring out how to open the box. First, they used instruments to confirm there were no explosives or similar items inside. Only then did they press the mechanism button discovered while extracting the traces, and the box opened quickly. Brother Lu first examined it cautiously before carefully removing the lid. Inside lay several small sealed bags containing a white powdery substance. Brother Lu opened the sealed bag, took out one small packet, scooped a small amount of the substance from it, and placed it into the reagent test kit. Almost immediately, the test strip turned red, confirming that the substance was indeed the DP they had been searching for. The faces of the waiting crowd lit up with delight. After all this time, they'd finally found the real thing. With this discovery, digging deeper would be much easier. Not everyone would die rather than yield. Once the door was opened, everything that followed became much simpler. Shortly after Feng Lu discovered the cargo, the group searching for the girl's head finally found it too. The girl's head had been processed, sealed in a plastic bag, and hidden away in a storage room filled with broken prosthetic limbs. Having placed surveillance on all relevant individuals beforehand, once confirmation was made here, these suspects were apprehended immediately. "The murdered girl from your store, she was your cashier, right?" Lu Feng looked at the elderly woman, who had once appeared kind-faced but now seemed to have aged a decade overnight. Even so, a faint, almost relieved smile lingered on her lips. The victim's identity had already been confirmed by the police, Wan, 26 years old, unmarried, a local resident. After graduating, she had worked as a cashier at a supermarket before suddenly quitting to take a job as a cashier at the haunted house. "Yes, that bastard deserves to die. If it weren't for him, my son wouldn't have ended up like this." Tian Suihong's voice suddenly turned vicious, as if she'd heard the name of her mortal enemy. Her tone made it clear how much she despised Wan. As Tian Suihong recounted the story, Lu Feng learned the full details. It turned out Tian Rong wasn't Tian Suihong's adopted son, but her biological child. When she was young, she and her husband had a son who was tragically abducted by human traffickers. Since the child had been abducted shortly after birth and had not yet been registered, the police could not find any trace of him in their database. Tian Suihong and Tian Rong's meeting unfolded as rumored, but the moment Tian Suihong laid eyes on Tian Rong, she suspected he might be her long-lost son. After obtaining Tian Rong's DNA sample through certain means and having it tested by a professional institution, it was confirmed that Tian Rong and Tian Suihong were indeed mother and son. Having been separated from her child for so many years, Tian Suihong, driven by guilt and a desire to make amends, began lavishly gifting Tian Rong with assets. While many assets remained formally under Tian Suihong's name, she had already begun gradually transferring some of them to Tian Rong. However, during her investigation into Tian Rong's past, she discovered his gambling addiction. To prevent him from squandering the family fortune, she refrained from making a direct gift. Upon learning that Tian Rong had married and had a child, Tian Suihong became utterly doting toward her grandson. She immediately brought both mother and child to live with her so she could care for them. Tian Rong's wife was an honest, diligent person who went about her duties conscientiously, earning Tian Suihong's deep affection. But everything changed after Tian Rong met Wenwan. Chapter 104, The Rag Doll Conclusion. On the surface, Wenwan appeared to be a supermarket cashier, but in reality, she was secretly an affiliate member of the FD Group, responsible for facilitating the transit or sale of DP. By chance, Wenwan and Tian Rong met. Tian Rong was instantly captivated by her striking beauty and began pursuing her relentlessly. To boost his chances, Tian Rong revealed his entire background to Wenwan during his pursuit, claiming he was about to inherit a vast family fortune. Wenwan was no pushover herself. Driven by greed, she had long been working for criminal syndicates, amassing considerable wealth over the years. However, a year prior, she had developed a dangerous gambling habit. In less than 6 months, she squandered all her hard-earned savings. Upon learning of Tian Rong's situation, she immediately saw an opportunity. After some hesitation, she became his mistress. Tian Rong promised her that he would marry her when the opportunity arose. Now, with Tian Suihong exerting pressure, he dared not voice this desire, even if he harbored it, and could only wait until he fully inherited the family fortune. To drag Tian Rong down with her, Wenwan directly lured him into using illegal substances. After repeated use, Tian Rong became completely under her control, obeying her every word without question. This time, while helping the criminal syndicate transfer goods, Wenwan arranged to meet the recipient at the haunted house. However, due to an unexpected incident, Tian Jun discovered the hidden goods while Wenwan was stashing them. Tian Rong didn't make a scene. After Wenwan finished hiding the goods, he secretly took one bag. While hiding in the haunted house to use it, he was discovered by Tian Suihong. During the ensuing argument with Tian Suihong, some of the goods spilled onto the dolls intended for the grand opening. Though they underwent a quick cleanup, not being washed with water meant significant residue remained. To avoid future complications, Tian Suihong disposed of all the contaminated dolls after the grand opening. The remaining dolls that weren't given away were later sold to a claw machine arcade. But she never imagined that one contaminated doll would slip through and get sold. Regarding Wenwan's cause of death, Tian Suihong adamantly insisted she was solely responsible and that Tian Rong had no involvement whatsoever. During Tian Rong's interrogation, he likewise insisted it was Tian Suihong's doing and that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Later, forensic evidence and trace analysis proved Wenwan's death had nothing to do with Tian Suihong. She had taken the blame solely to protect Tian Rong. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Tian Rong finally confessed. After Tian Suihong revealed the truth, realizing he'd been completely manipulated, Tian Rong confronted Wenwan. In the ensuing argument, overcome with rage, he stabbed her to death. Was the incident at the luggage store also orchestrated by you? The luggage store? What do you mean? Lu Feng observed Tian Rong seated in the interrogation chair. His expression didn't suggest deception. He genuinely seemed unaware of the luggage store incident. This situation presented two possibilities: either he genuinely had no knowledge of the incident and was completely uninvolved. The other possibility was that he knew about it but was lying to lessen his guilt. However, this seemed unlikely. He had already confessed to the murder. What else could be more unspeakable than that? After several more thorough inquiries to confirm Tian Rong truly had no knowledge of it, Lu Feng promptly left the interrogation room and headed for the adjacent one. The person being questioned in that room was none other than Tian Suihong. Upon entering, Lu Feng cut straight to the chase, posing his questions without preamble. Receiving the same outcome, he clenched his back teeth in frustration. The situation seemed to be growing complicated. It felt like an invisible hand was helping Tian Suihong and her associates divert attention. If that was the case, what was their next move? If they didn't uncover this in time, did it mean the other side had already moved the shipment? They had also investigated Wenwan's network of connections, finding no suspicious individuals or events. Had Wenwan not fallen into gambling, the money the other party had stashed away would have been enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Lu Feng saw numerous red flags in Wenwan's involvement with WD. It was highly probable that the organization behind it had set a trap specifically to exert greater control over her. Wenwan communicated with FD Group through a chat app hosted on overseas servers, accessing it via VPN. When JC discovered this and attempted to log in using Wanwan's recovered account credentials, they found her account had been deactivated by the other party. Ultimately, they had no choice but to employ technical measures to block the opposing software. However, this approach proved largely ineffective, as the perpetrators could likely set up a new chat application very quickly. As for the arrested shop clerk and young man, they maintained their innocence as before. The police had no evidence linking either to the incident. The final outcome saw the shop assistant facing heavier charges: illegal possession of firearms and shooting at police officers who were undercover at the time, a fact the suspect would insist on. The youth, however, could easily claim to be an ordinary shopper who knew nothing about the incident. Although everyone knew the suspect was connected to the FD group, there was absolutely no way to pin anything on him. During the police investigation into the clerk and the youth, it was also discovered that the suspect had won large lottery prizes after purchasing tickets during a recent overseas trip. When claiming the winnings, there was no tax evasion involved. The source of this money was entirely legal and legitimate under the law. With this money, even if they were to spend years behind bars, their families could live comfortably. Upon release, they would never have to worry about money again. Remember those small ads plastered everywhere offering sewing machine labor? Back then, I couldn't fathom why such things existed. Only later did I realize how many people would do anything for money. When Feng Lu learned of these practices, he was furious, yet powerless to change much. Many things were beyond his control. All he could do was ensure more criminals faced justice. Yet often, things aren't as simple as they appear to everyone. The shop assistant and the young man thought they'd scored a huge bargain, but they likely didn't realize they were sacrificing the futures of generations. Though many truths cannot be spoken aloud, certain tasks must still be carried out. They ensured that some received the punishment they deserved. Chapter 105, The Gravekeeper. Half a month later. Feng Lu stared at the dense forest of tombstones in the distance, at a loss for words. Lately, it seemed they'd crossed paths with something truly terrifying. He and Zhao Feng had just accepted a new assignment, serving as graveyard keepers at a public cemetery. Built on a mountain, the cemetery covered an enormous area. The entire front slope belonged to the burial grounds, not counting the vast expanse at the base. Located near the border forest, the cemetery had recently been discovered by law enforcement as a site for illicit transactions. However, due to its proximity to the border, a military camp was stationed less than 20 minutes away by car. This was precisely why no one had suspected criminal activity here. The lead came from a burglar who, while breaking into a house, discovered hidden drugs and immediately reported it. The police then conducted surveillance around this individual. This led them to the cemetery. After each shipment was used up, the suspect would come here to sweep his parents' graves, then retrieve the contraband. However, to dig deeper, the police didn't immediately raid the site or arrest the suspect. Instead, they used connections to place Zhao Feng as a graveyard keeper there. Without knowing the transaction methods, the details of the operation, or the number of people involved, this undercover approach was the most effective and likely way to catch them all at once. Though the cemetery was large, modern customs meant there were no burial goods to guard. Only 4 caretakers were needed, 2 per gate, working day and night shifts. The presence of the dim-witted Zhao Feng didn't surprise the other 3. Each of them kept 1 or 2 dogs after all. Working the night shift alone could be frightening, so having a dog for company was hardly unusual. After a brief exchange with the outgoing guard, Zhao Feng began his shift. Uncertain whether any of the other caretakers were undercover agents, he maintained an entirely ordinary demeanor. He presented himself as just another young man drawn to the job by the high pay. As far as Zhao Feng knew, the other 2 graveyard keepers were also around 30 years old, neither too young nor too old. Among them, he was now the youngest employee. Due to the nature of the work environment here, the wages offered are quite high, far exceeding those of many white-collar jobs. Consequently, getting hired here requires connections, otherwise, it's nearly impossible to secure a position. When Zhao Feng joined, someone happened to be sick and needed a temporary replacement, not a permanent one, so his placement went smoothly. Learning this, Feng Lu inwardly scoffed. So many jobs complain daily about not being able to recruit or retain staff. What Feng Lu wanted to say was, don't talk about things that don't exist. Even if they did, as long as the money is right, you'll quickly learn there's nothing that can't be done. Their first shift was the night shift. Shortly after the previous staff left, the sky began to darken. By around 8 o'clock, darkness had settled completely. The cemetery had streetlights only along the main paths, the rest was pitch black. Under the lamplight, the shadowy outlines cast by the darkness created an eerie atmosphere. Company policy required 4 patrols of their assigned areas during the night, scheduled for 10 p.m., 1 a.m., 3 a.m., and 5 a.m. There were no specific route requirements, but we had to at least circle our assigned area once. During the remaining hours, time is entirely flexible. Guards can sleep in the duty room or play games, there are no restrictions. Cameras were installed along several main paths, but for some reason, they weren't pointed toward the cemetery itself, only the roads. The flashlight provided for the cemetery seemed specially purchased. It was enormous. When Zhao Feng switched it on, it illuminated a vast area like a miniature sun, giving night patrols a strong sense of security. When the first patrol time arrived, Feng began to roam freely around the cemetery, though he didn't stray too far from Zhao Feng. He constantly sniffed the air around him, searching for any lingering unusual odors or sources of strange smells. It took Zhao Feng about half an hour to complete his patrol of the assigned area. Feng Lu also checked the sections near the road, but they found nothing unusual. Back at the guardhouse, Zhao Feng played with his phone for a bit, set an alarm, then lay down and fell asleep. Beside him, Feng Lu found himself unable to sleep. For some reason, being here made him feel uneasy, as if he were under surveillance. He wondered if Zhao Feng felt the same, but judging by the latter's snoring, he hadn't picked up on it. As a veteran cop with years of experience, he trusted his instincts implicitly. He was certain someone was watching them. These individuals were likely the masterminds behind the transactions exploiting the cemetery's secluded environment. Unless business called, ordinary people wouldn't venture here. If they conducted their transactions here at night, they wouldn't have to worry about being seen. But Feng Lu was puzzled. The user they'd caught was just a casual customer, and they'd only come during the day. How exactly were these transactions happening? Why hadn't his colleagues uncovered their transaction method by now? Logically, they should have discovered it long ago. The fact that there was still no lead was highly unusual. Unless the method they used was something none of them had ever considered or paid attention to. And while the area was virtually deserted at night, it saw quite a few visitors during the day. If they weren't careful to hide their activities, getting reported was only a matter of time. Lost in thought, Feng Lu drifted off into a drowsy sleep without realizing it. When he was roused by a shout, it was already the wee hours of the morning. Lu Feng shook himself awake, then followed Zhao Feng, who was also still half asleep, to begin another patrol. This time, Zhao Feng didn't follow the road but started patrolling the areas Feng hadn't checked yet. This way, Feng wouldn't have to revisit the same spots, and they wouldn't stray too far apart, allowing them to communicate immediately if anything happened. With this route planned, Feng could cover their entire assigned area tonight. Of course, no issues found now didn't mean none would surface later after all. Those people didn't trade every single day. Chapter 106, The Offering Tray. By 8 o'clock in the morning, their first day on the job had passed quietly. Not a single incident occurred throughout the night, nor were any anomalies detected. When Hong Tao, the other Toon guardian, arrived for the shift change and saw Zhao Feng snoring soundly, he was utterly astonished by his temporary colleague's nerve. He recalled his own adjustment period. It had taken him over a month to gradually adapt to the job, especially the night shift. He spent most of his time playing on his phone, never daring to sleep. What he didn't know was that Zhao Feng had been awake all along, deliberately feigning sleep. This way, if the other person had any issues, their guard would be significantly lowered, as Zhao Feng's genuine, honest demeanor was undeniable. Thus, Zhao Feng and his partner worked 2 full nights without encountering any anomalies. On the third day, their shift finally rotated to the day shift. After finishing the night shift, Feng and the others didn't go home. They started work immediately, effectively working 24 hours straight. Fortunately, they'd rested well the previous night, so they could manage this grueling schedule. Waking up at 8 in the morning, Zhao Feng quickly washed up, opened a can of food for Huan, and prepared a packet of instant noodles for himself. That was their simple breakfast. During the day, besides Zhao Feng, there were other staff members primarily responsible for sanitation and other tasks. This was Zhao Feng's first encounter with them since arriving. After exchanging brief greetings, Feng Lu commenced his initial patrol. Daytime duties were much like nighttime ones, patrolling to prevent incidents like grieving individuals attempting suicide here, or people burning paper offerings haphazardly instead of at designated areas. Compared to the quiet of night, the cemetery saw a steady trickle of visitors paying respects from the moment staff arrived. Walking through the graveyard, one could occasionally hear the sobs of mourners. Some wailed hoarsely, others sobbed quietly. Zhao Feng had even seen people standing there blankly, tears streaming down their faces. In short, all kinds of people could be seen here, not just the good, but the bad too. Nothing was lacking. An unusual smell. As Feng walked past a freshly tended grave, his nose suddenly caught a familiar scent. He approached the tombstone hesitantly, sniffing carefully. There was no mistake, the scent emanated from the offerings before him. Placed before the tombstone were numerous fruit offerings: apples, peaches, oranges, and more. As Feng Lu drew closer, alongside the peculiar scent, he could distinctly smell the fresh fragrance of the fruit. Lu Feng examined them closely. These fruits were real, not fake, and showed no signs of having been cut open. He sniffed each one in turn, finally pinpointing the source of the scent as the plate of oranges. Huan, something wrong? When no one else was around, Zhao Feng preferred to ask questions directly. He knew Hanin could understand his words and even give simple responses. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Hanin immediately nodded in affirmation. Zhao Feng didn't touch the fruit platter rashly. Instead, he scanned the area and, finding no one nearby, pulled out his phone. He snapped a photo of the fruit and sent it to his colleague coordinating the operation, along with their location. Though Zhao Feng couldn't see his partner, he knew they were right beside him, ready to protect both of them at any moment. In situations like this, if he acted rashly, he wasn't a professional in this field. If he destroyed any evidence or deviated from the plan, it would be problematic. Therefore, he left these matters to the professionals. Zhao Feng estimated that his colleagues would most likely not touch it but instead monitor it to see who came to retrieve it. If no one came to retrieve it, they could handle it later. Regardless of whether the contents were abnormal, as long as the item remained secure, the situation would stay under control. Along the way, Zhao Feng encountered numerous mourners paying their respects to the deceased. Near the newly opened burial grounds, he also came across 2 funeral processions. In such situations, Feng and his team always kept their distance to avoid any potential taboos. Meanwhile, the police officer assigned to coordinate with Zhao Feng and his team, upon receiving the intelligence Zhao Feng provided, immediately retrieved a miniature camera and installed it at a nearby vantage point overlooking the location. 11:40 a.m. By this time, the cemetery was nearly deserted. A middle-aged man carrying a bundle of joss paper entered from outside, apparently coming to pay respects to the deceased. He walked straight to the grave next to the one where Feng Lu had noticed something amiss. Taking joss paper from his bag, he began burning it. Everything appeared perfectly normal, punctuated by the occasional muttered word or two. However, after burning the joss paper, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he began looking around suspiciously, slowly moving toward the adjacent grave. His hand reached out toward the offerings. At this point, the monitoring police officers were almost certain something was amiss. Without hesitation, the man headed straight for the plate of oranges. But just as they expected him to take the problematic oranges, he instead carefully removed each orange one by one. Then, he pulled out an identical tray from his bag, replaced the original offering tray with it, and tucked the original tray back into his bag. These offering trays have very thick bases. He then meticulously placed the oranges back onto the tray one by one, making everything appear unchanged. This left the surveillance officers dumbfounded. So the problem wasn't the oranges, but the tray they were in? These people's thought processes were truly peculiar. But conducting transactions this way? They wouldn't catch on anytime soon. It was incredibly discreet. If someone frequently visited a cemetery to pay respects to relatives, most people would simply assume they deeply missed their loved ones, never suspecting they were actually purchasing drugs for consumption. The surveillance officers grasped the trick almost instantly. Truth be told, after years of dealing with these people and encountering all manner of bizarre hiding methods, they no longer felt the same initial shock. If you compiled all the hiding methods they'd encountered over the years into a book, many of them would be jaw-dropping. Once they understood the transaction method, the rest became relatively straightforward. Still, given the suspects' extreme caution, they knew they were in for a long haul. Chapter 107, The Dinner for Three. With a target in mind, Feng Lu began deliberately searching for tombs with offerings during his patrols. Yet, after an entire day, he detected no unusual activity. After finishing their shift, Feng and his partner didn't head straight home. Instead, they went to the base to review the current progress and plan the next steps. Over the course of the day, the police had uncovered a wealth of useful information. The middle-aged man was named Lu Qingshu, 48 years old, an outsider doing business in Yuncheng. He had no connection whatsoever to the owner of the grave he visited. His visit was purely to collect goods. JC's records showed no history of drug use for him, either it had never been detected, or he had only recently started using. JC noticed a pattern in his bank statements. Starting a year ago, he frequently withdrew cash, claiming it was for paying workers' wages. The frequency of these cash withdrawals was not particularly high, occurring roughly once or twice a month. The amounts were relatively consistent, with occasional fluctuations but nothing significant. This pattern suggested the suspect had likely begun using illicit substances a year prior. However, one thing puzzled the police: Lu Qingshu's family seemed unaware of his habit. He and his wife had a son who was already an adult and employed. The son worked at his father's company, primarily handling procurement tasks. However, due to his young age, he mostly accompanied Lu Qingshu on procurement trips. Lu Qingshu's parents had also been brought to Yuncheng by him. Though they didn't live together, they resided in the same building within the same residential complex and shared meals regularly. With such a large family living together, it stands to reason that his family should have known if anything was amiss. If he was dealing DP, that seemed unlikely too. Given the size of that plate, it could only hold a dozen grams at most. Even if he sold every last bit at top dollar, it wouldn't amount to much for Lu Qingshu. Another peculiar detail was that throughout the entire day, the suspect showed no signs of consuming the drugs. The plate remained tucked away in his bag, untouched. After obtaining it, Lu Qingshu kept both the bag and the plate inside in his car trunk, a behavior that greatly puzzled the surveillance team. If he were a user, he would have eagerly consumed the drugs immediately upon receiving them. He certainly wouldn't have left them untouched like Lu Qingshu did. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lu Qingshu received a phone call. He spoke briefly before hanging up. Through wiretapping his phone, the police learned the call was from one of Lu Qingshu's business partners, or more accurately, his breadwinner. Most of Lu's business deals came from this individual. After a brief exchange, they agreed on a meeting spot for that evening. Lu Qingshu went downstairs to his car, opened the trunk, and retrieved the backpack. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he pulled out the plate and fiddled with it a few times. The plate's tray fell off, along with a packet of white powder. Lu Qingshu quickly gathered the items, reassembled the plate, and stowed it back inside the bag. He got into his car, started the engine, and drove toward their agreed-upon location. Upon learning the meeting location, the police immediately dispatched personnel ahead of time to install surveillance cameras in the reserved private room. The meeting spot was very close to Lu Qingshu's company. In less than 30 minutes, he arrived at the hotel. The person Lu Qingshu had arranged to meet was roughly his age, a moderately well-known local businessman named Qian Youfu. Qian arrived at the hotel shortly after Lu. After brief pleasantries, they didn't order food but instead engaged in casual conversation. From their remarks, it was clear they were waiting for someone, and this person seemed to be quite influential. Otherwise, Qian Youfu wouldn't have waited so patiently without a single complaint about the delay. A full half-hour passed before the private room door finally opened. A middle-aged man, roughly their age, entered with a broad smile plastered across his face, his mouth constantly uttering apologies. The moment he pushed open the door, however, both Qian Youfu and Lu Qingshu sprang to their feet as if springs had been installed under their seats. They approached him with fawning expressions plastered on their faces. Though the visitor's words were polite, his actions showed no such courtesy. He plopped straight down into the specially reserved seat of honor. After exchanging a few polite phrases, he immediately summoned the waitstaff and ordered a mountain of dishes. While waiting for the food to arrive, Qian Youfu and Lu Qingshu busied themselves fawning over each other. JC had begun investigating the visitor's background the moment he entered. Surprisingly, however, the middle-aged man's identity revealed nothing unusual in the records. He was just an ordinary businessman who had come to Yunqing to open a shop. His hot pot restaurant wasn't particularly large, spanning just over 100 square meters, with 4 or 5 employees. He made money, but in terms of visible assets, both Lu Qingshu and Qian Youfu were far wealthier than him. So this scene seemed somewhat upside down. Their roles should have been reversed. Something was definitely off. This development instantly energized the police officers monitoring the group. After a full day of surveillance, they had finally uncovered something useful. This middle-aged man who had arrived later must possess an identity they hadn't uncovered yet. This identity was crucial. Perhaps if they could uncover his hidden identity tomorrow, they could close the case immediately. But since he was going to such lengths to conceal his identity, the investigation wouldn't be easy. Now it all depended on whether the three would reveal anything useful during their dinner. If they touched upon relevant topics, it would provide a clear direction for their subsequent investigation. This middle-aged man was Feng Tianyu, a local resident. He was married with a wife and 2 children, a son and a daughter, and enjoyed a very happy family life. While his hot pot restaurant wasn't exactly thriving, it still provided a decent annual income for his family, making them somewhat wealthier than many others. Chapter 108, Solo Mission. After everyone took their seats, Lu Qingshu summoned a waiter to start ordering. The other 2 chatted idly nearby, not interrupting, leaving all arrangements to Lu Qingshu. It was clear they had known each other for quite some time. Lu Qingshu knew the other 2's preferences well, evident from the variety of flavors they ordered. However, Lu Qingshu didn't order any alcohol, suggesting the trio had no intention of drinking. After the order was placed, Lu Qingshu joined their conversation, though he remained mostly silent, only occasionally chiming in. Their conversation contained nothing particularly noteworthy, but certain remarks revealed they'd known each other for an exceptionally long time, details only someone deeply familiar with them would share. Just some small talk, childhood stories, basically bragging. I'm socially awkward, so I'm not sure what they chat about. You guys can fill in the blanks. Once all the ordered dishes arrived, Lu Qingshu dismissed the waitstaff and locked the private room door from the inside. Just then, something unexpected happened. Qian Youfu pulled a small device from his bag, placed it on the table, and turned it on. Instantly, the surveillance feed of the private room went dark. This stunned all the police officers present. They hadn't expected the other party to produce a signal jammer. It seemed the conversation they were about to have was extremely crucial, otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Despite losing real-time surveillance footage, the JC officers remained composed. Though the installed cameras had limited storage capacity, recording 1 or 2 hours of video posed no problem. Once the 3 individuals left, they could simply send someone to retrieve the camera and easily extract the recorded content. This wasn't the first time they'd encountered such a situation. Many drug dealers exercised extreme caution during transactions or discussions to prevent being secretly recorded. Consequently, their surveillance equipment had been upgraded repeatedly. Even without an internet connection, it would still function normally to record video, though instead of uploading it online, it would store the footage locally. The only risk was if the visitors lingered too long and drained the camera's battery, potentially causing them to miss crucial footage. But that seemed unlikely at the moment. The visitors would probably only stay an hour or 2 at most. After all, they weren't drinking, they were just having a simple meal. Whatever they needed to discuss wouldn't take an hour or 2 without alcohol. It would be wrapped up in no time. Sure enough, it was much quicker than anticipated. Within less than an hour, the 3 individuals left one after another, departing separately rather than together. After their departure, the plainclothes officer promptly waited for an unobserved moment to enter the room. He retrieved the camera from inside, then used a power source in his vehicle to extract the recorded footage. Soon, the events that unfolded later in the private room were transmitted back to headquarters. The relationships among the individuals were indeed as the plainclothes officer had surmised. They were extremely familiar with each other and had known one another for a long time. After activating the signal jammer, they began addressing each other as big brother, second brother, and third brother, evidence they had likely sworn brotherhood. Moreover, their demeanor had become much more relaxed compared to how others perceived them. Lu Qingshu and Xian Youfu no longer fawned over Feng Tianyu. Now, their interactions conveyed more respect and a hint of apprehension, with every decision resting solely on the other's authority. Unfortunately, though their conversation touched on the cargo, it didn't delve deeply into the matter. Ultimately, Feng Tianyu inspected the goods and took them away. From their sparse conversation, it was clear these three had been in the business for years. They never expanded their operations, instead acting as middlemen, finding suppliers or clients for others and pocketing commissions. Their current businesses were built with laundered money. Xian Youfu was the front man they put forward, with much of the money passing through his hands to be laundered. The proceeds were then distributed to Feng Tianyu and Lu Qingshu. Their current public relationship was merely a facade for others. Feng Tianyu, burdened with extensive behind-the-scenes responsibilities, maintains the lowest public profile, operating only a single hotpot restaurant. Of course, most of this information was deduced from analyzing their conversations. Specific details would require further investigation or their confessions. As the group departed, surveillance personnel had already taken their positions, tailing each individual with Feng Tianyu as the primary target. From their earlier conversation, it was clear this shipment was intended for a distributor. The distributor had requested an inspection, which is why third brother Lu Qingshu retrieved the goods from the cemetery. As for this transaction method, the police suspected it was the supplier's choice. Judging by Lu Qingshu's familiarity with the process, this wasn't his first time handling such a pickup. This single discovery had uncovered three distinct groups: the supplier, an intermediary, and a retailer. Together, they formed a complete supply chain. Perhaps due to the late hour, all three returned directly to their homes after leaving the site, showing no intention of venturing out again. Even so, the surveillance team remained vigilant. One wrong move could mean the goods were delivered out unexpectedly. They weren't new to this kind of operation, their experience was extensive, and they wouldn't make such a mistake. Had he not slept poorly the previous night, Zhao Feng would have preferred to stay at the base with Hanin, observing the unfolding developments. Having gone a day without a proper meal, Zhao Feng returned home and specially stewed a piece of beef for Hanin. This had Feng Lu eating with his mouth full of grease, growing even more satisfied with his owner, though it wasn't quite as tasty as Zhao's mother's stew. Early the next morning, Lu Feng returned to work full of energy. They planned to expand their search area and cover another section today. However, due to work commitments, Zhao Feng couldn't accompany Feng to the new site. Moreover, his presence there would have seemed highly unusual. Therefore, they decided Feng would handle this alone, with undercover police following to prevent any mishaps. To better execute the mission, the tech department had specially installed an invisible camera on the collar around Feng Lu's neck. This way, no matter what situation Feng Lu encountered, they could detect it immediately and provide timely support. Chapter 109, Fuyu and Company. Lu Feng wore a small vest displaying the identification provided by the park. This allowed him to show his credentials while walking around, preventing harm. Since most caretakers in the park kept dogs, each dog also had its own vest to avoid trouble. Zhao Feng had received his on his first day of work. When Feng Lu saw the vest, he couldn't help but inwardly rant. Damn it, he felt like he was getting taken advantage of. At least Zhao Feng got paid. These adorable dogs were essentially working for free for their owners. The cemetery was essentially paying one person's salary to get two dogs to work. What a bargain. Lu Feng wandered aimlessly around the grounds. Whenever he spotted people, he'd retreat to a safe distance. Those who noticed his vest recognized him as a cemetery staff dog and refrained from any hostile actions. Truthfully, their patrol areas had no fixed boundaries. Both sides of the cemetery simply tacitly agreed to use an old tree as the dividing line. Lu Feng wandered into another section. What set this area apart from his own was that it was nearly full, with no vacant plots left, while his section was still expanding. The deceased in this section had generally been buried for quite some time, so visitors were few and far between. After wandering around for a while, Feng Lu encountered only 4 or 5 people paying their respects. Lu Feng merely glanced from afar, noting that the person carried only joss paper and no offerings, so he did not approach to investigate. Throughout the entire morning, Lu Feng discovered only a dozen or so graves with offerings in this cemetery. Upon closer inspection, he found they all contained ordinary food, nothing unusual. After covering most of the area, Feng Lu headed back around lunchtime. Exhausted from the morning's work, he now preferred walking over running. Sometimes Feng Lu wondered if having a scooter would make things easier. An electric one would be even better. But it seemed their line of work wasn't suited for such things. If they stood out too much and someone filmed them posting it online, that wouldn't be good. Of course, if it became necessary, getting one could be an option. Maybe next time he went shopping, he could have Zhao Feng buy him one with his own salary. That was settled. A commotion drifted into Feng Lu's ears from nearby. He watched with curiosity as a funeral procession arrived in broad daylight. Customs vary by region, no need to dwell on it. Here, funerals usually happen around 2 or 3 p.m. It was highly unusual for a funeral procession to arrive at this hour locally, making the group seem quite peculiar to Feng Lu. The procession wasn't large, about 15 or 16 people, men and women, old and young, likely members of the same family. When Feng Lu encountered them, they had already buried the ashes and were now burning paper offerings. Several women stood nearby, weeping bitterly. Out of curiosity, Feng Lu didn't avoid them this time but walked past them instead. The photo on the tombstone showed an elderly woman with a kind and gentle expression. She must have been a highly respected and beloved person in life. Besides the family members, 2 young men in work uniforms were present, likely funeral home staff. As Feng Lu approached, they were bustling about, busy with preparations. When Feng Lu's gaze fell upon the offerings placed before the tombstone, he froze, not because he recognized any of his favorite foods. It was the offering plate itself that looked incredibly familiar. After a moment of careful recollection, Feng Lu instantly remembered where he had seen it before. These plates were nearly identical to the one used to conceal the DP. Feng Lu was certain he couldn't be mistaken. He immediately adjusted his position, seemingly by accident. He positioned himself so the camera on his chest could clearly capture the offerings before the tombstone. He was confident that once his colleagues saw these plates, they would know exactly what to do next. With so many people present, the air was thick with mingled odors, and the burning of joss paper further masked any unusual smells. Yet he was certain these plates were problematic. While coincidences abounded in the world, one occurring at this precise moment warranted their suspicion and investigation. Probably noticing the custom vest on his body, these people didn't shoo Feng Lu away. Besides, he hadn't approached them and remained at a distance. Lu Feng didn't linger. After ensuring he'd photographed the plates, he promptly left for the duty room. After resting for a while, Feng had regained some energy, or perhaps it was his growling stomach, and his pace gradually quickened until he was jogging lightly. When Feng returned to the duty room, Zhao Feng had already prepared his lunch, beef stewed overnight, plus a box of sliced watermelon specially set aside as dessert. The pooper scooper was getting better at pleasing people. Definitely deserved 5 stars. After finishing the last slice of watermelon, Feng Lu lay down contentedly on the bamboo mat, planning to take a short nap before heading back to work. Meanwhile, the officer monitoring the surveillance footage immediately reported the offering tray to Hu Feng upon spotting it. After reviewing the footage, Hu Feng pondered briefly before making arrangements. First, he ordered an investigation into the funeral company's background, followed by an inquiry into the circumstances of the deceased elderly man's household. But Hu Feng understood one thing very clearly: this kind of DP transaction had been going on for some time. If anyone was more likely to tamper with the evidence, it would be the cemetery staff or the funeral directors who frequently visited the site. Had it not been for this coincidence, Hu Feng and his team might not have considered this angle immediately. Even without this specific incident, it was only a matter of time before they arrived at this conclusion. Soon, they uncovered some basic information about the company called Fuyuan Funeral Services. Established 4 years ago, it had attracted a lot of business by offering prices significantly lower than its competitors. It had previously clashed with other funeral homes over business disputes, though those conflicts were swiftly resolved. In recent years, the company had experienced rapid growth. While individual profits per case were modest, the sheer volume of business generated substantial overall earnings. However, over the years, the company had seen almost no new hires, nor had any long-term employees resigned. This fact surprised the investigating officers, but such consistency only heightened their suspicion that something was amiss, especially since they had already uncovered initial irregularities. Chapter 110, Shady Dealings. Fuyuan Funeral Services had 12 registered employees besides the owner, mostly young people aged 25 to 30. Their office was located on Yunqing's Funeral Services Street. The retail space wasn't large, excluding the warehouse and office area. It was only about 40 to 50 square meters, with no separate offices. When conducting professional investigations, Hu Feng and his team didn't have the luxury of interviewing friends, relatives, or colleagues like many of their colleagues handling criminal cases. Instead, Hu Feng and his team relied heavily on covert investigations, with much of their intelligence gathering dependent on their own deductive skills. As for why they couldn't conduct interviews like regular police officers, it was because they couldn't guarantee that the people they questioned weren't accomplices of the suspects. If someone accidentally let slip information, it could instantly undo months of hard work. Worse still, there was a high risk of personnel casualties. Of course, when field investigations are necessary, they sometimes conduct undercover surveillance themselves or enlist help from community partners. Meanwhile, the team investigating the deceased elderly man's family had also relayed their findings. They could now largely rule out any suspicion against his relatives. The available information on the elderly man's children and relatives indicated they had rarely visited the cemetery, with many attending for the first time. Moreover, the intelligence gathered so far revealed that the offering trays were provided by Fuyuan Funeral Services, and items like fruit and paper money were mostly prepared by them. This detail was uncovered by an undercover officer posing as a customer at Fuyuan. He also observed numerous such offering trays in their store. After visiting Fuyuan, this colleague proceeded to several other funeral service companies on the same street, giving the impression he was comparing prices and would choose whichever offered the best deal. During these visits, the colleague noticed something peculiar: nearly every company offered offering trays. While the designs were similar, each tray bore the company's name on its base. Fuyuan Company's trays bore no such markings whatsoever, deepening the visiting colleague's suspicions about them. If they had been merely suspicious at first, they were now nearly 80% certain something was amiss. While the investigation was underway, Feng Lu awoke from his afternoon nap. He yawned, stretched, and rose to his feet. Life was pretty good right now. Lu Feng murmured his appreciation for this reality, feeling thoroughly content. First, he dashed over to fertilize a landscape tree, then trotted back inside to await his next assignment. It wasn't that he wanted to relieve himself anywhere, it was simply that the bathroom here didn't suit him. He couldn't use the toilet at all, so he had no choice but to do a good deed. "Remember that funeral procession you saw when you came back?" Zhao Feng asked curiously, looking at the clumsy fellow who had collapsed on the floor as soon as he returned. "Woof woof woof. You idiot, if I hadn't spotted it and deliberately snapped a photo for you guys, how would you ever have noticed this problem?" Alright. I know you know. The family over there has already left. Could you please go take a look yourself? See if there's anything wrong with the offerings, okay?" Perhaps from spending so much time together, Zhao Feng was gradually able to understand some of what Shihun was trying to convey, like the caring gaze he was now directing at him. After seeing Hanin nod in agreement, Zhao Feng carefully reattached the morning's equipment to Hanin. The camera's battery still had over half its charge, so Zhao Feng didn't replace it. After double-checking that the camera was functioning properly, Zhao Feng finally opened the door and let Hanin out to work. Walking on the slightly scorching pavement, Feng didn't dash straight to his destination. Instead, he strolled leisurely along the tree shade, gradually closing in on his target. Upon reaching the burial site, Feng seemed drawn to the offerings like a magnet, sprinting swiftly toward his target. Upon reaching it, he began sniffing intently. Almost effortlessly, he detected that distinctly familiar scent. To his surprise, nearly every one of the 5 offerings emitted an unusual scent, indicating they all contained something inside. This meant there were 5 times more offerings than last time. Offerings are typically given in odd numbers. Woof woof woof. Feng Lu barked 3 times at the offerings, a skill he had recently trained. When alone and wearing a camera, barking 3 times at an object signaled explosives inside. 2 barks meant explosives. Continuous barking signaled someone nearby. This was a new skill taught to Huan after Zhao Feng observed how quickly the dog picked it up during training sessions following Fang's recent success in teaching it to rub against legs to signal discoveries. This new training made Zhao Feng increasingly aware of Huan's extraordinary intelligence. He also realized that his previous feelings of being looked down upon were genuine contempt from the other party, not just his own delusion. After alerting his colleagues, Feng Lu left the cemetery and wandered off toward other areas. Many visitors had arrived that morning, so Feng still had numerous areas to patrol and couldn't afford to slack off. After spending over 2 hours patrolling their section of the park without finding anything unusual, he trotted back to the duty room. He took a few sips of water, then sprawled out on the bamboo mat to enjoy the cool indoor air. "Hey, dummy, wanna some watermelon?" A coworker just dropped off half a melon. Zhao Feng, equally drenched in sweat after his own patrol, asked Hanin with a hint of exasperation as the dog collapsed onto the floor the moment he entered the room. "Woof woof woof. You idiot, you asked me if I want watermelon? Just bring it over without asking. How inconsiderate." Lying down, Feng Lu mustered every ounce of strength to finally pull himself up from the mat. He took a few steps toward Zhao Feng and looked at him with pleading eyes. "Sigh. Dignity is precious, but watermelon is priceless. This dog lord will never be a slave unless you provide room and board." Lu Feng kept telling himself this as he swished his big tail back and forth. The moment Zhao Feng wasn't paying attention, he lunged forward. His huge tongue slapped across the cut surface, coating it thoroughly with his saliva. Then he instantly retreated, plopping back onto the mat. With his mouth wide open, he mockingly stared at the stunned Zhao Feng. "Damn it, with that IQ, you dare challenge Dog Lord? Let's see if you dare eat it." Chapter 111, The Specialty Store. Lu Feng lay flat in the grass, watching a shadowy youth approach the grave freshly dug that very noon. The youth glanced around nervously, then, satisfied no one was nearby, swiftly removed his backpack. He pulled out 5 identical plates from the backpack, swapped them with the original ones, and stowed the new plates back inside. Rising to his feet, he glanced around once more before striding briskly toward the cemetery exit. Lu Feng was curious where these people had obtained these plates, especially since they were all identical. Logically, DF wouldn't have chosen this transaction method if they intended to meet face to face. Another question was how the buyer would make payment and how they could be sure to receive the goods after paying. But worrying about these matters was pointless. Better not to dwell on it. Only after seeing them walk far away did Feng Lu rise from the grassy strip and head toward the gravesite. He carefully sniffed the replaced plates and detected no unusual odors emanating from them. This indicated the plates hadn't held any contraband, or the other party had thoroughly cleaned them. Shaking his head to dismiss the thoughts, he turned toward the duty room. Their shift was ending soon. These matters were best left for other colleagues to handle. Just as Feng thought about the plates, Lu Feng also considered the issue. To quickly determine where else besides Fuyuan funeral parlors sold such plates, he requested support from the community police, asking them to assist with the investigation. With everyone's help, a small shop specializing in tableware soon came to light. Separated from Funeral Street by just one block, the shop was only about 40 to 50 square meters. Inside, several rows of shelves were stacked high with all kinds of tableware. "Hey, what can I get for you?" A middle-aged woman rose from behind the counter, eyeing the man and dog entering the shop. "I need some plates. This dumb dog destroyed all the ones at home," Zhao Feng said, pointing at Feng Lu, who stood there looking utterly bewildered. "Woof woof woof. You're the dumb one. You're the one who wrecked the plates. Only a low IQ dog would do that. This dog lord won't take the blame." "Ha, is he talking back to you? How clever." The shopkeeper's wife beside them burst into laughter at the scene. "This dog is genuinely smart. Ah, this guy won't even let me speak now." Zhao Feng dropped the subject and turned his attention to the array of plates displayed on the shelves inside. "Hey, handsome, are you looking for something to hold soupy dishes or dry ones? Is there really a difference?" "Of course. For dishes with more liquid, you'd choose ones with higher rims. For those with less liquid, ones with lower rims are better." The shopkeeper pointed to the plates on the shelf as she spoke, gesturing for Zhao Feng to look. Following her gesture, Zhao Feng scanned the shelves and noticed the variation. Some plates had high rims, others low. Each plate's label listed various uses, which was eye-opening for Zhao Feng. He never imagined that something as simple as a plate could be categorized into so many types in a specialty shop. "This is the first time I've seen such a complete selection of plates. I'll take a look myself, boss. You go ahead and get back to work." "All right." Zhao Feng walked deeper into the shop and immediately spotted the offering plates displayed on the back shelf. Their design matched the ones they had discovered perfectly. Zhao Feng glanced at the price tags. The prices were absolutely eye-watering. After seeing the price, Zhao Feng understood. So this was how these people collected payment. As Feng Lu passed by the plates, he carefully sniffed them but detected no unusual odors. But he wasn't surprised at all. The reason they'd sent the two of them here was simply to confirm things further. "Hey, boss, what are those tall base plates for? Why are they so expensive?" Zhao Feng carried several selected plates to the counter and casually asked while paying. "You mean the plates in the back row? Those are supposedly for holding offerings. They say there's some significance to them. Someone else specifically placed them here for consignment. I never believed in that stuff before, but for some reason, quite a few people actually buy them." "Well, that's pretty good for you. You must be making a nice profit off them." "Not at all, not at all. Just a little commission." Zhao Feng watched the shopkeeper, whose smile couldn't be contained, and knew she wasn't being entirely honest. Judging by her expression, she must be making a tidy profit on the side. He just didn't know if she was involved in this matter. But even if she wasn't, by the time this whole thing was over, the shopkeeper would probably have reason to cry. Zhao Feng took the plates the owner had carefully wrapped and led Feng Lu out of the specialty shop. Honestly, this place was ridiculously expensive. 4 plates cost him over 120 yuan and he had specifically picked the cheapest ones. While Feng and the others were inside the store investigating, Lu Feng and his team had already retrieved the shop's entire bank transaction records and were meticulously going through them. Though they didn't know how many tribute plates the shop sold monthly, once Lu Feng's team learned the prices, they could target specific transactions in the records. They quickly filtered out all payment records matching the plate price, along with those totaling 2, 3, 4, or 5 plates. With the software's assistance, this process required minimal effort. However, when the records were consolidated, they discovered there were surprisingly few payment entries that met their criteria. Seeing this result, they realized that the buyers of these plates were likely paying in cash rather than via mobile payment. However, while JC was flipping through these bank statements bit by bit, he made another discovery. The owner of this shop purchased gold almost every month or two. Sometimes it was gold bracelets, other times gold bars purchased directly from the bank. While the items varied, the purchase amounts were consistently substantial. For wealth management purposes, buying gold directly from banks is more cost-effective. Purchasing from jewelry stores incurs substantial handling fees alone, making it an inefficient investment strategy. This pattern of gold purchases seemed unusual. If the shop owner was indeed collaborating with the FD group, then acquiring gold to pay off DF made perfect sense. Regardless of the country, gold remains a universally accepted hard currency. Moreover, if one has channels to liquidate it, obtaining gold is far more convenient than acquiring cash. Once obtained, gold can be melted down and reshaped into different forms. Whether used to distribute dividends to subordinates or make payments to others, it offers considerably greater flexibility. Chapter 112, The Broad Outline. The broad outline of the entire FD network has now emerged. The only remaining unclear aspects are the source of supply and the sales methods. Sales methods could be easily uncovered by apprehending any random user. The most challenging aspect now was undoubtedly the supply chain. Although they had traced it back to Fuyue and Company, they were still uncertain whether the company was the actual manufacturer or merely a middleman. During the past few days of surveillance on Fuyue and Company's employees and owner, no unusual activity was detected. All their behavior appeared perfectly normal. The next morning, Lu Feng followed the plainclothes officer who had inquired about prices at Fuyue and Company the previous day into the premises. His primary objective this time was to confirm whether any unusual odors were present within the company's facilities. Based on the surveillance over the past few days, it was highly probable they had no other addresses or warehouses. If they were manufacturing DP, it was very likely happening here. As for why Feng didn't bring Feng Lu along, the main reason was that Zhao Feng had already been spotted at the tableware specialty store that day. Bringing him again wouldn't be worth the risk. Another reason was that since plainclothes officers had already visited the premises, returning wouldn't seem out of place. Shortly after entering, the police officer asked the receptionist to show him around under the pretext of selecting supplies. The receptionist, without suspicion, led them into the inner room to inspect the various funeral goods on display. Upon entering Fuyuan Funeral Services, Feng Lu focused intently on detecting any unusual odors in the air. Initially, he detected nothing out of the ordinary. Everything appeared perfectly normal. When they reached the area displaying funeral goods, the undercover officers feigned interest in numerous items to buy Feng Lu more time, prompting the receptionist to provide continuous explanations. Lu Feng behaved like any ordinary dog, sniffing around everywhere he went. The receptionist saw nothing unusual in this, as long as he didn't damage anything. Besides, even if something did get damaged, the owner was right there. There was no fear of non-compensation. Ha! An unusual scent. Lu Feng's alertness shot up instantly. He turned his gaze to the nearby door labeled warehouse, with the words "No trespassing" prominently displayed on it. Lu Feng casually approached the door, sniffing carefully a few times. His suspicion was confirmed. The strange smell was definitely coming from inside. Hey! No peeing here. The owner of the dog, JC, noticed his pet lifting its hind leg and immediately tugged on the leash, stopping it from peeing. Sorry about that. My dog might need to go. I'll pay you a deposit now. I'll go back, discuss it with them, and then confirm what we need. After all, my friend still has to make the final decision. Alright, once your friend makes a decision, just come straight over. We're ready to start anytime. Alright, it's settled then. The plainclothes officer paid a partial deposit at the front desk, exchanged contact information with the receptionist, and then led Feng Lu out of the funeral home. Hey, are you sure there was an unusual smell in there? Once they returned to the car, Lu Feng, who had been waiting inside, asked impatiently. Woof woof woof. Feng Lu barked twice, then nodded. Like I'd get it wrong? Seriously. Good. Very good. Lu Feng clenched his fist excitedly. Now they finally had the FD network figured out. They could apprehend all these criminals at any moment. But the time wasn't right yet. They still needed to monitor Feng Tianyu's movements. Since he'd taken the goods, he hadn't contacted the distributor he'd mentioned. To extract more information from them, the police had no choice but to hold their ground and wait for the other side to make a move. At this point, all relevant personnel were under surveillance. Once the timing was right, they could spring into action and round them all up. But they weren't merely waiting idly. They were constantly filling in gaps and ironing out details, striving to ensure no unforeseen incidents occurred during the operation. Having ample time offers another advantage. It allows us to meticulously map out these individuals' networks to ensure no connections are overlooked. Hey, what's up? Even though the connections had been clarified and many individuals had surfaced, work commitments couldn't be avoided. For instance, Feng Lu was back on night shift today. Fortunately, the person he was covering for had been discharged from the hospital today and would be able to return to work normally tomorrow. Lu Feng and his team were also nearing the end of their stint as graveyard guards. At this moment, they were walking along the outermost path of the cemetery. It was already 3 a.m., and this was their second to last patrol of the night. At that moment, Hanin was fixated on a sewer grate near the fence, sniffing incessantly. Zhao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Was that dog finding something again? Whenever Feng Lu did this, it usually meant he'd found something. Zhao Feng had developed a conditioned reflex to it. Ha! Ignoring Zhao Feng, Wanhuan sniffed for a while before suddenly lifting its hind leg and commencing a sewage discharge operation into the drain. You're getting more and more dog-like, aren't you? Now you're even teasing me. Zhao Feng froze for a moment before realizing the dog was playing with him. Realizing this, Zhao Feng immediately grabbed the dog's face by the skin on both sides, gave it a hard tug, and then sprinted forward. Woof woof woof. You idiot, you actually know how to fight back now? Watch your paws, dog. I'll bite them off. Damn it, I meant human hands. Lu Feng quickly chased after the trainer. Damn it, this guy's no longer fun. Ha! What's going on? An unusual smell. As Feng Lu ran past a graveyard, an eerily familiar scent suddenly assaulted his nostrils. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes. The abrupt stop nearly sent him tumbling forward, but his reflexes kicked in just in time to keep him upright. Regaining his footing, Feng Lu approached the gravesite. Under the faint moonlight, he scrutinized the tomb before him. No offerings lay before the tombstone, which was thickly coated in dust. Rainwater had left wet stains on the grime. Such simple graves were common throughout the cemetery. Not every deceased person's family had the time or means to visit regularly. Most people only found time to visit during holidays like Qingming Festival, and many hadn't come back for years. Chapter 113, a joke? No. Huan, what's up? Got hooked on this? Now you're trying to trick me? A beam of light fell upon Feng Lu. Zhao Feng, who had already run ahead, noticed Han hadn't followed and hurriedly shone his light around nearby. He spotted Han deep in thought before a grave. His first thought was that Han was trying to trick him again, just to laugh at him. But when he approached and saw Han's serious expression, he realized this time it wasn't a joke. Han had discovered something. Lu Feng saw the instructor approaching and walked up to him, nudging his left leg to signal he'd found DP here. Zhao Feng froze for a moment before snapping into action. He didn't question Han further but instead began circling the grave site himself, examining it closely. This burial ground looked no different from any other, yet the peculiar scent emanating from it was unmistakable. Feng could swear he hadn't misinterpreted it. Lu Feng kept sniffing the air, trying to pinpoint where the smell was coming from. Once he found the source, the rest would be easy to handle. What puzzled Feng was that while he was certain the scent had a source, he couldn't pinpoint it no matter how many times he circled the burial ground. The source seemed to be right here, yet the exact point of emission remained elusive. Moreover, the scent showed no signs of dispersing outward. This meant the source of the scent hadn't been carried away by anyone, nor were there any traces of an introduced scent. That left only one explanation: the source either originated underground or had always been present here, previously contained by a well-sealed barrier. The current odor leakage indicates some unexpected event caused it to escape. This situation was intriguing. Regardless of the cause, it indicated something lay beneath the tomb. The question remained, what exactly was down there? While Feng was deep in thought, Zhao Feng walked over to the tomb and shone his flashlight intently at a specific spot, clearly having discovered something. Lu Feng joined Zhao Feng and looked where the light fell. A paving stone near the tomb's edge showed a slight difference in the illuminated area compared to the adjacent stones. 4 columnar indentations were visible in the moss between the tiles. If Feng Lu's eyes served him right, these were marks left by fingers gripping the surface. However, the person must have been extremely careful and likely wore gloves, which is why the fingerprints weren't overly distinct. Old Zhao, what's going on? You two have been standing there motionless for ages. Just as the two were deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Ah woo. Woof woof woof. Don't you know scaring someone can be deadly? You scared the living daylights out of me. Lu Feng nearly jumped out of his skin, unleashing a torrent of barking at the intruder. In this environment, it wasn't a matter of belief, it was a matter of survival. Zhao Feng fared little better, nearly collapsing onto the ground. His flashlight fell to the floor, its beam illuminating the newcomer. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, gasping for air. I guess I came at a bad time. Maybe I should come back later? Seeing their reactions, the visitor finally realized he'd made a blunder. He scratched his head awkwardly. Old Hu, do you realize you could scare someone to death? How can you walk without making a sound? Zhao Feng picked up the flashlight from the ground, turned off the light, and then stared at the person who had silently approached them, utterly speechless. Habit. Anyway, tell me what you found. I already checked the area, no one else around. Saw you guys lingering here for ages, so I got curious and came over. Zhao Feng let go of his earlier annoyance and quickly relayed his and Hanin's discovery to Hu Feng. After listening, Hu Feng pulled out a small flashlight and a dagger from his pocket. He inserted the dagger into the crack between the floor tiles and gently pried at them. With minimal effort, the tile came loose. Zhao Feng quickly supported the lifted tile with his gloved hand, and the two men lifted it up, one on each side. Unsurprisingly, the center beneath the tile had been hollowed out. Within the 80 cm by 80 cm space, a circular cavity about 30 cm in diameter had been carved out. The hole was about 50 cm deep and contained numerous white powder-filled bags. These items were wrapped in multiple layers of waterproof and sealed bags. Inside these bags, a dead rat answered Feng Lu and the others' questions. It seemed the rat had accidentally wandered into the hole while burrowing, then, driven by curiosity, had chewed through a sealed bag, releasing the odor. The dead rodent emitted only a faint odor, suggesting it had perished relatively recently. The two exchanged a glance. Hu Feng pulled an evidence bag from his pocket, carefully scooping a tiny pinch of powder from the damaged area into it. They then carefully replaced the floor tile and quickly departed from the scene. Feng and Lu Feng resumed their patrol. Hu Feng walked toward the car parked outside the cemetery, carrying the evidence, while simultaneously instructing another officer to stake out the location they had just visited. This discovery necessitated adjustments to certain pre-arranged plans. It also raised a question in their minds. Although the newly discovered cargo hadn't been weighed, a visual estimate suggested it weighed at least 10 kilograms. Why would someone hide such a large quantity of goods here? Did they belong to Fuyu and Company, or was there another owner? If it belonged to Fuyu and Company, why store such a large quantity here? Was it for concealment or for trade? If for concealment, it seemed unnecessary after all. The counterfeit factory was located within their own company. Storing goods in the workshop versus here appeared to make little difference. Regardless of the scenario, getting caught would mean certain death. The only exception would be if they produced a small batch and immediately hid it here, though that seems unlikely, as frequent trips would risk detection. That leaves only two possibilities: either Fuyu and Company is conducting transactions with a certain FD group, or this shipment belongs to another FD group. Chapter 114, Waiting for the Executioner. Sigh, looks like I'll have to keep playing the role of the gravedigger. As Feng Lu patrolled, he pondered the recent discoveries. Suddenly, he realized that both he and Zhao Feng seemed stuck here again, at least until the owner of the discovered goods surfaced. From the initial offering plate to the goods unearthed in the pit, Feng Lu realized more and more prey had been ensnared in the web they'd woven. When the net finally closed, who knew if these trapped souls would regret their own actions? Among those ensnared, how many had never owed a debt to Qianzi? Regardless of their motives, their actions had inflicted devastating harm on countless families. Though not the direct perpetrators, they were no better than those who were all of them scum. It cannot be denied that many began using drugs accidentally. Yet if those coerced into it had chosen to confront and overcome their addiction upon realizing the problem, the consequences might have remained manageable. The most despicable are those who knowingly and willingly consume these substances. They deserve equal condemnation. Without them, these drugs wouldn't be so lucrative or addictive. Woof woof woof. Let the damned perish, save only the innocent who know no better from falling prey to this scourge. Lu Feng set aside his worries, scampering cheerfully into the duty room. He flopped onto his small straw mat and sank comfortably into the cool breeze of the air conditioner. Ha, this little guy's already asleep. Zhao Feng, who had just entered the door and was about to ask if Hanin was hungry, saw the little guy sprawled out snoring loudly. He chuckled and shook his head, softening his movements. Zhao Feng watched his comrade in arms with a touch of envy, one who ate heartily and fell asleep instantly. He wished he could be like that too. Reconnaissance vehicle. Captain Hu, the test strip shows positive for DP. However, to determine if it's from the same batch, we need to return to the lab for detailed component analysis. Alright, send the samples back now. Have the colleagues on duty start testing immediately. Hu Feng stepped down from the reconnaissance vehicle and climbed into another one concealed nearby among the trees. He watched as his colleague drove off toward base with the samples. The results of the ingredient comparison now play a crucial role in their next steps. If the ingredients differ from those found in the tribute tray they investigated, it proves this shipment belongs to another FD group. If they matched, it would confirm this was a transaction by the opposing group, though delayed by unknown circumstances, as no one had yet come to collect the goods. Regardless of the scenario, they must maintain a low profile for now. Keep the already caught individuals under surveillance, guard the bait, and wait patiently for new fish to take the hook. The following afternoon, Zhao Feng, who had slept through the morning, arrived at the base with the now wide-awake Huan. Curiosity had kept him awake all night, and he rushed here as soon as he woke up. Old Hu, what's the situation? Is it the same shipment? Hu Feng watched the man and dog rush in, nodding solemnly. So, do you know when the other party hid the goods there? If I knew that, I wouldn't be so frustrated. Hu Feng rubbed his temples with a headache. Feng Tianyu's side had remained completely silent. Now, everything the other party did seemed perfectly normal, showing no signs of unusual behavior. He now strongly suspected Feng Tianyu had completed the transaction right under their noses, which explained why the other party seemed so calm and unhurried. But it was precisely this attitude that fueled Hu Feng's suspicion. He had already arranged for personnel to test whether they could verify his hunch through other means. For instance, sudden large deposits or unexpected high-value expenditures. Though unlikely, how could they know without trying? Moreover, they had already uncovered some leads. The accounts of Qian Youfu's company, the second in command, showed significant irregularities. As an import-export business, it frequently received large foreign currency deposits or transferred out substantial cash sums. However, bank statement investigations revealed suspicions of asset transfers beginning 2 years ago. To date, the police have only uncovered a rough outline of the transferred funds. Through certain channels, they obtained information indicating that most of the money transferred out of his company ended up in the coffers of 3 overseas companies. Since the transfers were executed through legitimate business channels, many of the trails are relatively easy to trace. Although the exact nature of these 3 companies remains undiscovered, JC has formed a rough hypothesis. These 3 companies are likely controlled behind the scenes by Feng Tianyu, Qian Youfu, and Lu Qingshu. Only through certain special circumstances have they managed to conceal their involvement. All the pieces have now been woven together by an invisible thread. Whether it's the Feng brothers, the Fuyuan Funeral Services Company, or the tableware specialty store, each has an inextricable connection to DP. But whether there are deeper connections among these three parties? That can only be uncovered once they're all apprehended. Here, Hanin, have some watermelon. After sharing his thoughts with the two, Lu Feng dashed to the break room, sliced open a watermelon, and thoughtfully peeled it, cutting it into chunks before placing them in an iron basin. This metal basin was reserved exclusively for Feng Lu. The cafeteria chef had specially prepared it for him, and every time he came, the chef would even stew some meat just for him. This treatment made Zhao Feng and the others green with envy. However, since the head chefs were their seniors, they dared not voice any complaints no matter what. Old Hu, why are you only making this for the two of them? What about the rest of us? You'll end up with no friends if you keep this up. Zhao Feng watched his old buddy carry the food bowl for Hanin in one hand and a half watermelon with a spoon stuck in it in the other, feeling a bit speechless as he teased him. You're just as clumsy as Hanin. There's more in the break room. If you want some, go get it yourself. Lu Feng ignored the complaint, setting the bowl before Feng Lu before tucking into his half watermelon with a satisfying crunch. Lu Feng raised his own paw to inspect it. Well, he didn't have hands. Wow, this is seriously delicious. So what if I don't have hands? Having someone wait on me isn't so bad. Seeking generous patrons with free gifts, please reward with complimentary tokens. Chapter 115, The Gravekeeper's Net Closes. 3 days after discovering the goods in the pit, at 3 a.m. Thick clouds completely obscured the moonlight. Only the faint glow of streetlights illuminated the graveyard, amplifying its already eerie atmosphere. A beam of flashlight swept across the burial plot where the goods were hidden. A dog happily chased the moving light, running back and forth, occasionally letting out a bark or two. Feng Lu sprinted past the fence, seemingly oblivious to any irregularities. When Zhao Feng reached a certain spot, the dog suddenly dashed toward him as if playing a game. It suddenly placed its front paws on Zhao Feng before darting away again, bounding joyfully like a 200-kilogram man. Front paws on body detected human. Zhao Feng froze for a moment, then continued walking toward the distance with the dog, as if nothing had happened. Outside the fence they just passed, two figures lay motionless in the grass, watching the man and dog disappear into the distance. Only after they were completely out of sight did the pair breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they feared the man and dog, but rather that discovery would alert the cops. If the police investigated, their current transaction spot would become unusable, and their own identities might be exposed. After walking a short distance away, Zhao Feng swiftly pulled his phone from his pocket and quickly typed a message to Lu Feng, relaying his recent discovery. Suppressing his excitement, he slipped the phone back into his pocket and resumed patrolling as if nothing had happened. He understood what the discovery meant at this moment. The other party had come for the shipment. After waiting so long, the time for harvest had finally arrived. Upon receiving Zhao Feng's message, Lu Feng quietly led a dozen officers to encircle the area. An officer holding thermal imaging equipment spotted two faint red silhouettes in the distance and nodded to Lu Feng beside him. Lu Feng tapped his earpiece twice, signaling the outcome to all colleagues involved in the operation. This was their pre-arranged signal. Now, everyone waited silently for the other party's move. As soon as the two went to retrieve the goods, they could move in for the arrest. Yet, as if testing their patience, the pair showed no signs of action even after Zhao Feng finished his patrol and returned to the duty room. 4:10 a.m. Nearly half an hour after the lights in Zhao Feng's duty room went out, the two figures finally moved. They climbed the fence with practiced ease and entered the cemetery. They were well prepared, their flashlights' focused beams illuminating only a small area. Once both were inside, they headed straight for the burial site. Circling the grave once, they located the paving stone concealing the goods. One produced a dagger and swiftly pried up the stone, then both men lifted it aside. Freeze! Police! Just as the two men, their faces flushed with excitement, were lifting the goods to pack them away, several powerful beams of light suddenly illuminated them, blinding them instantly. Bang! 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 One of them reacted with lightning speed, drawing a pistol from his waistband and firing several shots toward the source of the sound. Hearing the shots, the other man snapped to attention, also drawing a pistol from his waistband. Without hesitation, he fired several shots in the same direction. After regaining their composure, the pair sprinted toward a nearby fence, following the route etched in their memory. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out. Both men were struck in the legs and collapsed instantly. Before they could react, several police officers emerged from behind the wall, immediately pinning them to the ground and neutralizing their resistance. Lu Feng studied the two young men before him, carefully sizing them up. They held no familiar features. They likely weren't among the individuals they were investigating. It seemed these two were the new buyers, though it remained unclear from whom they had purchased the goods. But that didn't matter now. Once they were captured, it was only a matter of time before interrogation drew out the truth. Never underestimate professional interrogators. Whether it was their intelligence or specialized skills, they could effortlessly draw you into their rhythm during questioning, making you unknowingly spill everything. After the two were apprehended, Lu Feng swiftly notified the other teams via their internal chat app, informing them the task was complete and it was time for them to move. Almost immediately after Lu Feng's notification, the operation commenced. At around 4 a.m., when most people were in deep sleep, the targets offered little resistance and were swiftly apprehended. Not a single one escaped. Meanwhile, Feng Lu and his team, who hadn't slept at all, heard the gunfire and immediately sprinted toward the source of the shots. By the time they reached halfway, the gunfire had already ceased. Not long after, Zhao Feng's message confirming the arrests was sent to the group chat. "Ha! Why is there still someone here?" As Feng Lu ran past a graveyard, a vaguely familiar scent wafted from the nearby grassy thicket. For a moment, he couldn't place who it belonged to. But whoever it was, their presence here now was highly suspicious. "Ha! Right, this was the colleague named Hong Tao who had been on the same shift as them." Yes, it was definitely him. Now Feng was torn. Should he alert Zhao Feng immediately? If the other person was armed, it would be too dangerous for Zhao Feng. As he neared the thicket, Feng Lu pretended to need to relieve himself. He sniffed around, then trotted over to a spot not far from the bushes. Lifting his hind leg, he unleashed a steaming stream. Whatever the creature had used, Feng Lu caught a pungent, acrid scent the moment he drew near. The smell repelled him intensely. Were it not for his human soul, Feng Lu would have instinctively fled the area. That same repulsive odor lingered near where the two men had been crouching earlier. Seemingly oblivious to Hong Tao standing mere inches away, Feng Lu dug frantically with his hind legs before sniffing around again, as if preparing to bolt. But just as the other person breathed a sigh of relief, watching Feng Lu about to leave, Feng Lu swiftly turned around. With a single leap, he landed beside the person. He lunged, aiming his bite for Hong Tao's neck. Chapter 116, Gold Bars. Don't move. Don't move at all. If you move, he'll snap your throat clean off. Zhao Feng, witnessing the dog's attack, urgently shouted at the pinned Hong Tao to stay completely still. Though he knew the dog probably wouldn't kill him even if he moved, what if it did? Spare me. Don't kill me. Feeling the warm pressure on his neck, Hong Tao felt no comfort, only a chill that ran through his entire body. He froze completely, unable to move a muscle. Zhao Feng strode over to the prone Hong Tao, swiftly searched his body, and pulled a pistol from the small of his back. After taking the pistol in his hand, Zhao Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once he confirmed the suspect carried no further dangerous items, he pointed the gun at him and ordered him to lie face down on the ground. He cuffed the suspect's hands behind his back and, to be extra cautious, tied his feet together with shoelaces. Only then did he pick up his phone to notify Lu Feng, instructing him to call two colleagues for backup. So there was another one who slipped through the net. Who'd have thought you two managed to catch him? Impressive, impressive. Lu Feng and two officers sprinted over from nearby. Seeing Zhao Feng and his partner were both safe, he quipped. If it weren't for dumbass, I wouldn't have spotted him. And after hearing the gunfire over there, he probably planned to flee anyway. No intention of attacking me. Just didn't expect dumbass to catch him red-handed. Zhao Feng relaxed only after seeing Lu Feng approach with his two officers. He removed the magazine from his gun and handed it to Lu Feng as he walked over. After all, it wasn't issued by the Bureau, so there was no guarantee of safety. It was fine for temporary use, but it was safer to remove the magazine when not in use. That afternoon, after a day of intense work, they finally apprehended all the suspects and sealed off the relevant locations. The warehouse of Fuyuan Funeral Services did indeed conceal a manufacturing workshop, matching the police's suspicions exactly. However, when raided, the quantity of raw materials and finished products seized was surprisingly small. During the arrests of Fuyuan employees, police searched the homes of several key figures and found various restricted knives, several handguns, and an assault rifle. During interrogation of the company's owner, he revealed a shocking secret that stunned everyone. He was not the actual controller of the company but merely a frontman, though his income was significantly higher than that of other employees. After learning this information, Lu Feng and his colleagues discussed how they seemed to have overlooked a group of people, the three Lu Qingshu brothers. Their income appeared disproportionate to the earnings they had reported. Although the exact income of these three had not yet been calculated, the police roughly estimated that over the years, Xian Wufu had transferred at least several billion yuan worth of assets overseas. Although the three admitted to illegal activities during interrogation when confronted with video evidence, they flatly denied any involvement in the illegal trafficking of DP. They steadfastly refused to admit any involvement in FD activities. When JC searched their homes, no illegal items were found either. Had the police not possessed video evidence of Lu Qingshu obtaining drugs and conversations among the trio, they would never have admitted to any illegal activities. Even under these circumstances, they only admitted to using drugs, not trafficking them. They claimed their discussions were mere dinner table bragging, not actual criminal activity. Another puzzling point for the police was that during the search of Feng Tianyu's residence, the bag of drugs was nowhere to be found. This discovery immediately placed the police in a disadvantageous position. At this point, the gold bars seized from Qian Youfu's residence proved crucial. These bars were discovered by the police in a hidden compartment within Qian's home, still in their unmelted state. Each bar bore unique sales codes from the bank, allowing the police to pinpoint the tableware shop as the source. Faced with the evidence, the shop owner immediately confessed to handling the fee collection on behalf of others. The high-priced tableware in their shop was specifically intended for these individuals. Customers would come to the store to purchase items at varying prices according to their needs. The shop owner would then collect a certain handling fee, and the remaining money would be converted into gold and handed over to the mastermind behind the operation. However, during each transaction, he placed the gold at a designated location without any direct contact with the mastermind. Consequently, he had no knowledge of the identities of those he dealt with. All transactions were conducted online, including subsequent handovers. The software used was niche, and police found no devices with this software installed among those arrested. Although these unmelted gold bars weren't compelling evidence, they at least gave JC a direction for his investigation. In the surveillance footage from the specialty tableware store, JC identified the individual who had gone to the cemetery to collect the goods. The video clearly showed the person purchasing the expensive tableware. Although the two individuals who retrieved the goods were apprehended at the scene, the presence of this evidence was no longer crucial. However, with this footage, the police could now connect these individuals to the Qianyofu brothers and the case. After questioning the shop owner about the gold bar's hiding spot, the police immediately retrieved all surveillance footage from nearby cameras. Through collective effort, they finally located footage of Qianyofu, disguised, entering and exiting the area without surveillance. Through professional analysis comparing body shape and gait, experts confirmed beyond doubt that the person in the video was indeed Qianyofu. Just when all evidence seemed unable to directly link the FD case to the three brothers, Hong Tao, a figure previously overlooked, surprisingly produced a crucial video clip to secure a reduced sentence. Through his voluntary confession, everyone realized Hong Tao's pivotal role. He was the only person within the entire FD group who had direct contact with Lu Qingshu, Qianyofu, and Feng Tianyu. During the deep dive, investigators discovered Hong Tao wasn't a simple figure either. He'd returned from studying abroad 8 years prior and joined Qianyofu's company as his assistant. 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, he resigned from Qianyofu's company and, through connections, became a graveyard keeper. My recent data has been a bit weak, so a senior author advised me to split chapters into 3 parts, claiming it might get more traffic from Tomato Baba. So, everyone, check for updates after 6 p.m. If things aren't too busy this month, I should be able to maintain 3 chapters per day. Chapter 117, The Gravekeeper Conclusion. Through Hong Tao's account, the truth behind this matter gradually came to light. 5 years prior, Hong Tao had become deeply engrossed in online gambling, accumulating massive debts. Qianyofu discovered this by chance and lured Hong Tao into joining his team. However, when he joined, Hong Tao had no idea Qianyofu was the mastermind behind the entire FD gang. He only discovered this fact by chance 2 years ago. That day, Hong Tao and his friends were dining at a hotel. Drunk from excessive drinking, they mistakenly entered the wrong private room and stumbled upon Qianyofu and his 2 companions having a gathering. Though somewhat hazy from intoxication, he overheard snippets of their conversation upon entering. As a high-achieving student, Hong Tao easily pieced together the sequence of events after sobering up. His true brilliance, however, lay in his self-awareness. After learning about this, he didn't use it to blackmail the trio but continued pretending ignorance. Perhaps it's true that smart people always know but never reveal the truth. Over the past 2 years, Hong Tao's earnings from FD Group had steadily increased, further solidifying his decision to maintain his facade of ignorance. After being arrested this time, Hong Tao knew escape was impossible. To negotiate a reduced sentence with the police, he finally spilled the beans. During his years as the graveyard keeper, Hong Tao's duties were straightforward: monitor all movements within the compound and oversee high-value transactions to prevent mishaps. To strengthen his bargaining position, Hong Tao revealed something no one had anticipated. Because Qianyofu and his crew always notified Hong Tao in advance of every transaction, he knew the exact times and locations of all the deals. From the moment he entered this line of work, Hong Tao understood there was no room for sentimentality, only raw, naked interests bound everyone together. To safeguard himself in case he became expendable, Hong Tao secretly photographed the faces of these individuals during each surveillance operation. After his arrest, following intense internal conflict, Hong Tao negotiated terms with the police to ensure his family's safety before revealing this information. Following Hong Tao's lead, the police easily located a portable hard drive containing the photos in a cemetery plot. Besides photos, it contained numerous secretly recorded transaction videos. In a separate folder, the police discovered videos and images related to the 3 brothers, Lu Qingshu, Feng Tianyu, and Qianyofu. The images depicted them receiving goods, and astonishingly, there were videos of them collecting gold with footage of all 3 brothers involved. This discovery greatly excited Lu Feng and his team. They immediately re-interrogated the 3 suspects. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the trio finally confessed to the entire criminal operation. Although they didn't directly control the manufacturing workshops, all major clients and potential customers were under their control. The personnel at Fu Yuan Company were solely responsible for manufacturing the counterfeit goods. After the goods were sold, they were required to place them in designated locations but did not participate in direct sales. The brothers maintained ironclad control over all distribution channels. Their generosity and profit sharing prevented any dissenters from acting on their grievances. Of course, that wasn't to say no one had tried. The main thing was that those who actually did try had vanished without a trace. Though no one explicitly revealed their fate, anyone with half a brain understood what awaited such dissenters. Under this threat of death, all dissenting voices gradually faded away. While the brothers didn't kill these people themselves, they hired professional hitmen to handle it. The mystery of the vanished bag of DP was solved through Feng Tianyu's confession. Despite constant surveillance, Feng never left the police's sight. The reason he completed the transaction? The reason he could complete the transaction was that the agreed-upon meeting place was his hot pot restaurant. The bag of DP was hidden in a plate of leftover mixed vegetables. When the buyer arrived at the hot pot restaurant, they deliberately ordered numerous dishes and took small bites from each one. This ensured that when it came time to settle the bill, a significant amount of food remained uneaten. Taking the leftovers home for later seemed perfectly natural. Thus, the transaction was completed right under the noses of the police. This explained why all the suspects' actions appeared perfectly normal to outsiders. However, all their careful planning proved futile once they were apprehended. During Qian Youfu's interrogation, the police asked about Hong Tao. Qian Youfu gave an intriguing response. It concerned the frame-up that had landed Hong Tao in WLDB. Surprisingly, Qian Youfu had orchestrated the entire scheme himself, aiming to recruit Hong Tao into his ranks. The plan was to make Hong Tao more useful to them. Little did Qian Youfu realize that the subordinate he had acquired through underhanded means would become the primary architect of their downfall. This should buy us some breathing room for a while. Lu Feng weighed the portable hard drive in his hand. He hadn't anticipated such an unexpected windfall either. Inside were vast quantities of photos and videos of FD personnel and drug users. If they could round up all these individuals, it would at least grant them a period of relative peace. While many of the subjects had already been apprehended. But the majority remained beyond their grasp. This meant they'd be busy for a long while, but it would all be worth it. Here you go, boss. Your watermelon. While everyone else was busy, Zhao Feng, who had a rare moment of free time, sliced a watermelon in the break room, peeled it, cut it into pieces, placed them in a dog bowl, and brought it over to Hanin. Woof woof woof. Wow, this kid's really grown up this time, deserves a reward. Lu Feng stared at the watermelon before him but didn't dive in immediately. Instead, he suddenly raised his paw, leaped up, and gave Zhao Feng a pat on the head. Ha, is Huan complimenting you now? This scene happened to be witnessed by Lu Feng, who was busy at work. He burst into laughter, finding the interaction between the man and the dog quite amusing. Although the information on the hard drive they obtained was crucial, they still needed to proceed step by step. They also had to verify the details within first. The files contained images and videos of suspects, but lacked concrete identity details. These required manual investigation before frontline officers like them could move to apprehend the criminals. Many people are no longer in the city, and we also need to coordinate with colleagues at their current locations. In short, the discovery of this hard drive will keep them busy for quite some time. Chapter 118, Diarrhea. Half a month later. The man and his dog, who had been slacking off in the office day after day, finally received a new assignment, conducting random inspections at highway checkpoints. Due to the portable hard drive incident, Yunqing and surrounding provinces had recently joined forces to crack down on FDZD operations, creating a temporary vacuum in the DP market across the region. Lured by enormous profits, some FD groups that had evaded crackdowns began taking desperate risks, resorting to various methods to transport DP into these areas. Before anyone could catch their breath, the team was back in full swing, preparing for the impending surge. Lu Feng and his team were tasked with conducting random vehicle inspections at the city's highway exits. It wasn't that they didn't want to check every single vehicle, it was simply impossible. Yunqing had numerous highway entrances. Deploying personnel to inspect every vehicle at each entrance would require an enormous workforce. The resulting disruption would be severe, so only random spot checks were feasible. Lu Feng donned his long and used vest, while Zhao Feng adopted a SWAT-style outfit, his face largely concealed by dark sunglasses and a mask. Working alongside them were two experienced highway traffic police officers, each with around 20 years of service in their respective roles. They relied on their experience to decide which vehicles to sample. Having been in the field for so long, they could often tell at a glance whether a vehicle had issues. Of course, they mostly encountered overloaded vehicles or drunk driving offenses. They hadn't actually come across many vehicles transporting drugs. Moreover, many FD personnel possess exceptional mental fortitude, even engaging in conversation with officers during inspections. Hey, buddy, pull over. A white luxury SUV was pulled over and directed into the inspection zone by Oldley. The driver complied promptly, stopping the engine and exiting the vehicle as instructed. Zhao Feng led Hanin around the vehicle for an initial inspection. After circling it and finding nothing unusual, Feng entered the cabin to examine the interior. The check was completed quickly, thankfully revealing no anomalies. Thus began their temporary inspection operation at the highway entrance. To Feng Lu, the way Old Li and his team stopped vehicles seemed completely random. Sometimes they'd stop one car every 10 minutes, other times they'd inspect several in quick succession. The vehicles themselves showed no discernible pattern. Either large trucks, small sedans, luxury cars, and budget models all appeared randomly. Of course, this was merely what Feng Lu observed. Whether there were any underlying patterns or experience at play was beyond his ability to discern. Every profession had its own tricks of the trade. By mid-morning, they had inspected about 50 vehicles. While no FD issues were found, Old Li and his team uncovered several other violations. Just as they were about to wrap up for lunch, a truck transporting live pigs pulled up. For some reason, Old Li froze mid-motion as he packed his gear. He immediately signaled for the driver to pull over for inspection. The driver seemed hesitant to Lu Feng, unlike other vehicles that pulled over immediately upon seeing the traffic police. Instead, it drove forward a bit more before finally turning into the inspection area as it neared the officers. The moment the truck pulled in, a pungent stench assaulted Feng Lu's nostrils. He rubbed his nose uncomfortably with his paw before standing up and circling the vehicle to begin his inspection. The intense stench demanded extra thoroughness during the inspection. Windstorm sniffed repeatedly, checking both the tire areas and the interior of the cab. As he climbed down from the cab and prepared to return to his post, a pig, perhaps suffering from diarrhea or some other ailment, suddenly sprayed a long stream of feces, splattering one of his colleagues nearby. Ha! An unusual smell. Just as Feng Lu, witnessing this scene, was about to step back, his peripheral vision caught sight of a long, cylindrical object mixed in with the pig dung. It was about the size of an adult's thumb, wrapped in what appeared to be a condom, or rather, several layers of condoms. With his wealth of experience, Feng Lu instantly recognized what it was. Lu Feng quickly nudged the instructor's left leg to signal his discovery. Zhao Feng, who was walking back, seemed oblivious and continued toward the driver and Old Li. "How's it going? Everything okay?" Old Li watched Zhao Feng approach, his gaze fixed intently on him, waiting for his response. Earlier, while questioning the driver, Old Li had detected something off. But as a seasoned cop, he clearly sensed the driver kept glancing at his vehicle while answering questions. This was a clear sign of worry. Though Old Li didn't know what the driver was anxious about, he knew for certain there was something wrong. He just didn't know what it was. "Everything's fine. You can go." Zhao Feng approached the three men while uttering the pre-arranged code phrase. When they had met earlier, they had agreed on a code phrase saying everything's normal meant the person had a problem, a serious one requiring immediate arrest. If things were genuinely normal, Zhao Feng wouldn't have walked over to them. He would have simply told them to proceed. During inspections, they always had the driver and passengers step away from the vehicle before beginning the check. This was precisely why Old Li, already suspicious, watched Zhao Feng's every move intently as he approached. "All right. Here's your driver's license." Old Li handed the driver's license to the driver, signaling he could leave. The driver took it with obvious relief, muttered a quick thanks, and turned toward the vehicle. Thud. Just as the driver let his guard down, completely unprepared, Old Li exchanged a glance with his colleague. They pounced on the driver from behind, swiftly searched him, and upon finding no dangerous items, handcuffed him. "Let me go. What do you think you're doing? Why are you arresting me?" The driver finally snapped out of it and started yelling. "Why? Don't you know why we're arresting you?" Old Li secured the man's legs for good measure before pulling out his phone to call for backup. "Bro, you're hauling pigs with diarrhea, and you didn't even bother to treat them while you were hauling them." Zhao Feng walked over, saw the man still ranting, and delivered a brutal blow. Thanks to Sweet 7 for the inspiration. Feel free to leave comments with your ideas. One person's imagination has its limits. Chapter 119, Elementary School Physique. "Old Zhao, I've noticed that whenever there's a trace of DF, sending you two is always the right call. No matter how hopeless a case seems, you two manage to pull a thread out of it." Lu Feng watched the truck driver being escorted into the police van, patting Zhao Feng's shoulder with a touch of admiration. "Cut it out. This has nothing to do with me. It's all thanks to this gentleman." Zhao Feng gestured toward Feng Lu, who was lying in the shade nearby. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Feng's words carried hidden meaning. "Woof woof woof. Are you stupid? That wasn't a compliment, it was a jab at you. You're such a dummy with the stamina of a grade schooler. Alright, I'm taking him with me. You guys better hurry up and grab a bite to eat. It's been sitting out for a while now. If you don't eat it soon, it'll go bad." Lu Feng gestured toward the takeout meals on the nearby table. He'd had the cafeteria staff pack them when he arrived earlier. He'd been eating when he got the call, so he casually asked about their situation. Hearing they hadn't eaten yet, he'd had the staff pack a few ready-made meals for them. "Alright, thanks, old Hu. Cut the formalities. I'm off now. If I need your help, I'll call you. Get some rest these next couple of days." "Got it." Zhao Feng watched Lu Feng walk away, waved his hand, and headed toward the takeout. All this commotion had made him pretty hungry. 3:40 p.m. A white sedan pulled up not far from Feng. A man in his 30s and a woman holding an infant stepped out. Only then did Feng approach the vehicle. As before, Feng Lu began his inspection from the outside of the vehicle. Everything appeared perfectly normal, no unusual odors detected. When Feng Lu jumped into the driver's seat, the items inside caught his attention. On the back seat sat 2 empty beer bottles and 7 or 8 unopened cans of beer. Besides the alcohol, there were several boxes of marinated snacks, duck necks, duck heads, and other foods popular with women. As Feng Lu entered, a slightly pungent, spicy scent hit his nostrils, making him want to sneeze, but he managed to hold it back. As a well-trained police dog, he couldn't afford to spray his saliva on someone else's belongings. Enduring the pungent sensation, Feng Lu sniffed the area thoroughly but detected nothing unusual before stepping out of the vehicle. Just as he was about to walk back, something occurred to him. He returned to the car and peered inside carefully, but found nothing of interest. He then re-examined the alcoholic beverages and the pickled snacks inside the car, still that intensely spicy variety, before finally stepping out again. Lu Feng didn't make any movements suggesting he'd found something unusual, because he wasn't sure if what he discovered was what he thought it was. He needed to verify it. Moreover, the crucial point was that he and Zhao Feng hadn't agreed on any tactical moves for discovering this. What's going on? Old Li's nerves instantly tightened as he saw the man and dog approaching. Had they found something else? The car is clear. Just have the police dog check the 2 of them. Zhao Feng paused before speaking. Though he didn't understand Huan's actions, he knew the dog wouldn't act without reason. Zhao Feng scrutinized the 2 adults and the infant in the distance. The adults appeared to be around 30, while the child was still swaddled, probably only a few months old. Swaddled? It shouldn't be cold enough to need swaddling at this temperature. Even if they had the AC on in the car earlier, they should have taken off the blanket by now. It didn't look that thick, but it must be hot for the baby. But it's hard to say for sure. Some reckless parents might do something like this, so let's just see what this fool has in mind. Lu Feng walked up to the group, circling the man first. He detected nothing unusual. He then circled the woman once, likewise finding nothing unusual. But Feng Lu had found the answer he sought. He detected no trace of milk scent on her either, only a strong, lingering odor of beer alcohol. Lu Feng hesitated before the woman, but ultimately trusted his judgment. To everyone's stunned gaze, he leaped forward. He bit down on the baby's swaddling cloth, snatching it away from the woman who was caught completely off guard. To be safe, Feng Lu didn't bite too deeply, only gripping the outer wrapping. But as he prepared to leave, his heart settled. He hadn't been mistaken. Inside the swaddling cloth was not an infant, but something else entirely. The moment the swaddling cloth hit the ground, a solid thud echoed. The sheer veil covering the head to block sunlight instantly shifted from its original position. The face of a rag doll appeared before them. Freeze! Old Li and another officer tackled the man and woman to the ground before they could react. Drawing guns would have been pointless at this distance. It was faster to subdue them by hand. As the 2 officers moved, Zhao Feng joined Old Li in tackling the man to the ground. They swiftly handcuffed him and searched his person. Just as they thought the situation was under control, the officer restraining the woman dodged her sudden evasion. She slipped past him and sprinted toward the vehicle. This sudden reversal caught Feng Lu off guard. The woman clearly wasn't ordinary. She seemed to know some martial arts. But in the end, 2 legs couldn't outrun 4. Feng Lu caught up to her when she was still a meter or 2 from the car. He leaped up and bit down on her ankle. The sudden, excruciating pain and the added weight caused her to collapse instantly. The momentum from her high-speed sprint left her sprawled on the ground, unable to resist. Old Li and his colleagues, who had caught up from behind, quickly subdued her. Good job, buddy. If it weren't for you, we'd be in real trouble this time. Old Li watched as the man and woman were pushed into the police car, patting Feng Lu's back with a touch of emotion. Had Feng Lu not stopped the woman at the last moment, if she had driven away, it could have led to serious consequences. If innocent casualties had resulted, both officers would have faced disciplinary action. Such an accident stemming from dereliction of duty would have fallen squarely on their shoulders. Woof woof woof. You're welcome. Lu Feng responded, a rare occurrence indicating no need for formalities. Whether the other party understood or not was beyond his concern. After all, he was a polite and well-mannered individual. Chapter 120, Little Piglet. The next morning. Huan, we're almost there. Don't get into fights with other dogs once we're inside, okay? Zhao Feng parked the car, pulled the handbrake, and gave Hanin another worried reminder. At that moment, the man and his dog were on a new mission, to secretly investigate Yunqing's largest livestock market for any unusual activity. Yunqing Livestock Market served as the city's largest transit hub for poultry, swine, cattle, sheep, and other livestock, along with some pets. The truck transporting live pigs they had intercepted yesterday at the highway exit had picked up its cargo here. The driver, Zhang Neng, hailed from a neighboring city and specialized in short-haul freight, primarily fulfilling orders from Yunqing Livestock Market. Last month, he received a chance call asking if he'd take a high-paying job transporting live pigs. The destination wasn't far, just to a neighboring city, and the total freight fee was 20,000 yuan. The distance to the neighboring city wasn't great, just a 2-hour drive. If they worked fast, they could make a round trip in 4 or 5 hours. Of course, this depended on the client unloading the livestock quickly. However, the client had one condition: Zhang Nang would provide the vehicle. They would handle the loading themselves without his involvement. Once loaded, they would take the vehicle to a designated location, and Zhang Nang would simply drive it to the final destination. After thoroughly preparing himself mentally, Zhang Nang couldn't resist the financial temptation and agreed. At first, Zhang Nang suspected the live pigs might be problematic, which explained the high price. But after receiving the shipment, he carefully inspected them and found nothing amiss. Having worked in the market for years, Zhang Nang considered himself knowledgeable about livestock and could usually tell if an animal was sick. This time, however, he was completely baffled. At first, he suspected the pigs had been injected with some kind of drug to make them appear lively and energetic, thinking their true, diseased nature would likely manifest soon. After that first delivery, he quickly received a second order, then a third. Though he never met the sender in person, each time the required documentation was left inside the cab. He scrutinized every document meticulously, each was genuine and valid. Combined with the highway patrol's thorough inspection, this planted a nagging suspicion in his mind: something else must be hidden in his truck. As someone making a living in Yuncheng, he instantly understood what it might be. Yet, lured by the money, he kept quiet. When the client approached him for the fourth time, this time he tentatively raised the freight fee by 10,000 yuan. The client agreed without hesitation. Just as he was wondering whether the payment would actually materialize, he received the fourth shipment. Just like before, he opened the document bag placed on the passenger seat and took out the freight payment. The original 20,000 yuan had indeed been topped up by 10,000 yuan, making it 30,000 yuan. Moreover, the other party meticulously adjusted the previous 3 shipments' fees to also reach 30,000 yuan each. This meant that for this single transaction alone, he had received 60,000 yuan. This instantly solidified Zhang Nang's wavering resolve. But he never imagined that this delivery, which he believed would proceed smoothly, would end before he even left Yuncheng. Uncertain whether the other party had sent anyone to follow Zhang Nang, the police did not allow him to complete the delivery task this time. This random inspection was something anyone entering the expressway knew about. If the other party failed to complete the task on time, the likelihood of exposure was extremely high. Given the other party's shrewdness, it was highly probable they had sent someone to follow. Anticipating this possibility, the police had already retrieved the vehicle information for all cars passing through the toll gate within a 2-hour window before and after the inspection. However, when they began screening potentially problematic vehicles, they discovered a total of 3 vehicles with cloned license plates. The owners of 2 of these vehicles had already been located by Lu Feng and his team. The third vehicle exited the highway immediately after entering via the nearest exit and remains unaccounted for. A full-scale search is underway. Walking through the market filled with all kinds of foul odors, Lanwind felt completely miserable. This environment was extremely unfriendly to someone with his sensitive sense of smell. With no specific target in mind, they wandered randomly through the market, pretending to browse goods as if they were looking to make purchases. Their visit was purely a shot in the dark. Given that the other party knew the goods had been seized, it was reasonable to assume they wouldn't use this method of transport anytime soon. But nothing was certain, so they came anyway. Their primary target wasn't the livestock being sold, but rather the people buying or selling within the market. If someone had recently handled contraband, they might carry its scent. Lu Feng led Zhao Feng through the crowd, constantly sniffing the scents emanating from passers-by. Ha! No way someone's actually taking such a risk at this time. Lu Feng glanced at the small cart beside them, its cage filled with piglets, a dozen or so crammed tightly into the confined space. It was this group of piglets that caught Feng Lu's attention. The unusual scent emanated from these little piglets. Just as Feng Lu was about to signal his discovery, his 24K titanium alloy eyes spotted something unusual among the piglets. A small patch of white powder clung to the flapping ear of one piglet. This wasn't an accidental smudge, it had been deliberately applied. At this critical moment, someone had planted contraband on the piglets. Their motive was clear. Based on Feng Lu's assessment, similar substances were likely present elsewhere in the market beyond just this one piglet. The motive behind this action was crystal clear: to deliberately distract the police. Judging by the signs, the counterfeiter's production facility was likely operating right within the market itself. The motive was likely fear that the police would conduct a surprise raid with sniffer dogs, leading them straight to the production facility. However, the perpetrators likely never imagined that while the police did arrive, they conducted a covert investigation rather than making a direct raid. They also underestimated one crucial factor: Feng Lu's intelligence. An ordinary police dog would never have seen through this deception and would have immediately alerted its handler to the discovery. Of course, if Feng Lu hadn't suddenly spotted the DP on that piglet's ear, he wouldn't have thought of all this either and would have reported it to Zhao Feng immediately. Lu Feng continued walking forward, as if his earlier pause had been merely curiosity about the piglet's presence, nothing more. Chapter 121: Tracking down the shop. Subsequent discoveries confirmed Feng's suspicions. He found 2 more instances similar to the earlier one throughout the entire hog market. However, these 2 times the perpetrators had been extremely discreet. Had he not observed carefully, he likely wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. The more the perpetrators acted this way, the more Feng believed their warehouse or processing workshop likely wasn't located here. The primary purpose of these actions was likely to divert their attention, buying more time to dispose of the production facility or warehouse. Judging by this, the perpetrators must have left behind quite a few loose ends, otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to such a clumsy ploy to divert attention. After a full morning of hustle, the man and his dog found a less crowded stall selling rice bowls for lunch. They planned to rest a bit before continuing their search. Just as Feng Lu was about to lie down beside the fan to doze off, a man and a woman entered the stall, ordered 2 bowls of rice topped with sauce, and began eating. The stall was small, and though they didn't sit next to Feng Lu and his companion, the breeze from the fan carried the scent of the 2 people over. How to describe it? It was a mix of the stench picked up from spending too much time around livestock and the perfume sprayed on the woman. This blend of foul and sweet scents made the smell particularly unpleasant to Feng Lu. Just as Feng Lu was about to shift to a different spot to nap, away from the fan's reach near them, another scent intermingled with the 2 caught his attention. Ha! An unusual scent. Though faint and intermittent, Feng Luan managed to pick it out from the cacophony of scents. Lu Feng glanced up at the man and woman seated over there, both in their 40s. The man looked incredibly burly, his face thick with muscle, sporting a large gold chain around his neck. He seemed like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. The woman, on the other hand, was passably attractive. She must have been quite a beauty in her youth. Now, she gave off an air of being highly educated and well-mannered. The 2 of them eating together felt incredibly awkward. Judging by the style of the rings on their fingers, they should be husband and wife, though they could also be a couple, though at their age, that seemed unlikely. Lu Feng paused, then stood up. He tugged at the slightly dazed Zhao Feng and steered in toward the direction the 2 had come from. As they passed the pair, Lu Feng took a deep sniff, making sure to commit their scents to memory. As they passed, Feng deliberately brushed against Zhao Feng's left leg, signaling his discovery. Zhao Feng reacted swiftly, subtly adjusting his position to ensure the camera on his body captured the pair clearly. After setting up their stall, Zhao Feng walked alongside the dim-witted man while pulling out his phone to text Lu Feng, instructing him to keep an eye on the man and woman they'd just encountered. Since the camera uploaded footage in real time, Lu Feng easily located the segment Zhao Feng described and began investigating the pair's identities. Following the scent trail left by the pair, Feng unknowingly found himself at the market's pet section, also the largest in Yuncheng. Unlike the livestock section where chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, and cattle were sold, this area consisted of permanent storefronts. Most vendors here were fixed businesses, unlike the livestock section where many were mobile. Entering from the direction Lu Feng came, both sides of the entrance were lined with stalls selling puppies. Besides the tiny pups, there were also many older dogs. As Feng Lu stepped inside, a pack of dogs began barking at him and his companion. He found it quite amusing, especially the puppies, whose high-pitched whines were utterly adorable. Woof 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 in a rough, deep voice. Little rascals, welcome your king. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Landwind didn't bother checking if they understood. Anyway, he treated everything they said as long live the king. Long live the king. Long live the king. Carrot carrot. Lu Feng straightened his back and strode step by step past the dog kennel beside him. Ha ha ha, you're giving off some serious cocky vibes right now. Zhao Feng was laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. If he weren't on a mission, he'd have wanted to collapse on the ground and laugh it out, lest he get a cramp from laughing too hard. After the commotion, Lu Feng felt slightly more at ease as he followed the scent trail to track down the 2 men's origin. 10 minutes later. After glancing around frequently, Feng Lu and the instructor finally arrived at a shopfront. The scent of the 2 individuals originated from here. It was a large shop formed by combining 3 storefronts. Beyond the front display area lay a sizable breeding space. Beyond common pets like cats, dogs, and rabbits, it specialized in various pet snakes. Glancing around upon entering, Feng Lu noted that all the animals displayed were legally permitted for sale, with no signs of illegal activity. As for whether they carried pets banned by the state, Feng Lu suspected they probably did, though such items likely weren't displayed openly. Hey, handsome, what kind of pet are you looking for? We've got the most complete selection on this street. Even if we don't have it in stock right now, just let us know what you want, and we'll get it for you by the time you specify. A young woman approached immediately as Zhao Feng entered with his pet rabbit. She made no attempt to stop Feng Lu from entering, and Zhao Feng even proactively asked if there were any store policies regarding pets. After all, many professional pet shops were somewhat averse to customers bringing their own pets inside, mainly out of fear they might carry contagious diseases. This concern wasn't unfounded. In their line of work, whether it was competitors or genuine customers, it wasn't unheard of for unscrupulous individuals to deliberately bring in problematic dogs when entering other shops, hoping to infect or kill their competitors' pets. This despicable tactic isn't uncommon in many farming industries. Even in our village, I've heard of such people, especially during those years when pig farmers were jealous of others' profits. I haven't decided yet. Mainly, I want to find him a companion. He gets pretty bored staying home alone while I'm at work, you know? Zhao Feng pointed to the clumsy dog beside him and said to the clerk. Is this puppy a boy or a girl? Male. Alright. Are you planning to get another Labrador, or are you considering a different breed? The female clerk, who had seemed a bit distracted before, perked up instantly upon hearing Zhao Feng's words. They'd encountered this scenario many times, and this approach had an exceptionally high success rate. I'd like to look around first. If I see one I like, I'll buy it right away no matter the breed. Alright, please follow me. We have a litter of newborn puppies over here. Chapter 122, International Fugitive. Did you find any you like? Zhao Feng watched the clumsy puppy playing with the little pups and felt like covering his face. How had he never noticed this guy was so mischievous before? It kept swiping at the tiny puppies with its paws. These were several Siberian Husky puppies. Their pedigree was clearly top-notch. Despite the obvious disparity in strength, they kept lunging at Feng Lu, getting knocked down repeatedly yet refusing to give up. This Labrador has such a wonderful temperament. It's rare for a dog this size to tolerate the antics of much smaller puppies, yet he patiently plays with them. The female clerk had just been introducing the Labrador puppies to Zhao Feng when, unexpectedly, the nearby Husky puppies emerged. Before she could corral them back, she saw Feng Lu lying on the ground playing with the little ones. That's true. I've hardly ever seen him get upset. He's just a little mischievous, that's all. Zhao Feng glanced at the playful Huan. He knew this guy wouldn't be fooling around with puppies for no reason when it came to work. He was often more diligent than most. This time, his hunch proved right. Feng Lu had detected an unusual scent on these puppies, the same scent he'd found on that man and woman. The scent clinging to the puppies wasn't that of contraband, but a distinct odor shared by both the man and woman. Lu Feng hadn't detected this scent on the female clerk who had greeted them. Though he'd been playing with the puppies, he'd been pondering this very question. He glanced at the door leading to the backyard. He had a rough idea what this scent meant and was now waiting for the man and woman to return to see if they would go in there. Come on. Look at this little husky girl. Isn't she gorgeous? I'm tempted to keep her myself. Want to buy her and take her home as your child bride? Just as Feng Lu was lost in thought, a half-grown puppy, still struggling, appeared before him. With Feng Lu's discerning eye from his previous life, this puppy was exceptionally beautiful. Its big, fluttering eyes were utterly endearing. Of course, he had no idea if other dogs found it beautiful. That knowledge came from the memories of its previous owner. Sir, you have excellent taste. This is a purebred Siberian Husky with stunning looks. If you're worried about her having mixed-breed puppies later, you can just have your Labrador neutered. Overhearing Zhao Feng's words, the female clerk nearby thought he was genuinely interested in the expensive husky and immediately launched into an enthusiastic sales pitch. We'll see about that later. Zhao Feng cautiously glanced at Hanin, fearing the dog might react violently upon understanding the threat. Seeing no response, he breathed a sigh of relief. But he soon realized why Hanin hadn't responded. It was staring intently at the man and woman who had just walked into the store. They were the very pair Hanin had earlier warned him about. Zhao Feng didn't linger on them, merely glancing once before turning away. While Hanin could stare without raising eyebrows, the same wouldn't apply to him. To avoid arousing suspicion, Zhao Feng began haggling with the female clerk, giving the impression he was eager to purchase this exceptionally beautiful female husky. Yet Zhao Feng kept a watchful eye on the pair's movements out of the corner of his eye. After entering the store, they didn't say much, merely greeting a few staff members. Then they headed straight for the door leading to the backyard. With a fingerprint scan on the keypad lock, the door swung open. A passcode lock? Wow, looks like there really is something inside. Could we take a look at where you keep the animals? After chatting for a while, Zhao Feng casually asked the question, then fixed his gaze on the female clerk's eyes, wanting to see her reaction. Unsurprisingly, the female clerk showed no unusual reaction to the topic. She smiled and politely declined his request. It was clear she was no stranger to such inquiries. Customers likely asked about it frequently. As mentioned earlier, most legitimate businesses that raise livestock or breed pets generally don't allow strangers inside. However, when declining, the saleswoman didn't state it explicitly. She phrased it more diplomatically, though anyone with a bit of experience would understand the implication. 5 minutes later. Zhao Feng pretended to be disappointed at failing to bargain and left the pet store, still appearing eager. Before departing, he exchanged contact information with the saleswoman, instructing her to notify him immediately if the price dropped. Meanwhile, as Feng Lu departed, the pet shop's records and employee information were retrieved by the intelligence department. What puzzled them, however, was that neither the man nor the woman appeared in the records, neither as staff nor as the owner. They weren't listed among the owner's relatives either. Upon learning this, the information department immediately began searching for the two individuals' real identities through image recognition. But an unexpected situation arose. After 2 full hours of searching the database, no information on these two individuals was found. When this happened, everyone knew what it meant. Given current technology, failing to find records for 2 individuals after 2 hours of database searches pointed to only 2 possibilities: either their access permissions were insufficient, or these 2 were undocumented migrants who had entered the country illegally and had never registered their information anywhere domestically. Although the national population is large, information is not stored centrally. Each city maintains its own database. When they need to search the entire population, provided they have sufficient access, issuing a command locally triggers the respective service zones to initiate searches upon staff approval. Thus, the computational load isn't excessive, and retrieval times shouldn't be unduly long. Don't worry about how it's stored in reality. Lu Feng immediately dismissed the first possibility and began implementing the second approach. He started by searching for fugitives across Asian nations. Within 5 minutes of Lu Feng's directive, the intelligence department transmitted a file matching the man's description. The man was Bao Kuan, 46 years old, a citizen of neighboring Cashew Nation. He was wanted for producing DP in Cashew Nation and had fled his country 2 years prior, his whereabouts unknown. After his escape, the Cashew Nation JC. Although the warrant remained active, it had effectively been shelved. Such situations were commonplace in Cashew Nation, so Lu Feng found nothing unusual about it. Chapter 123, The Large Cargo Container. The police hadn't identified the other woman, but Lu Feng had a hunch she was likely one of Bao Kuan's former associates or partners. However, she had not been exposed when Bao Kuan was uncovered. Therefore, Lu Feng had arranged for someone to probe within Cashew country to determine if this individual had ever been associated with Bao Kuan. After all, intelligence gathering in a foreign country was slower. As long as she had been present in Bao Kuan's circle, the chances of uncovering her were still quite high. With scent information as a reference, Feng Lu now had a clear objective while navigating the market. Beyond detecting unusual odors, he paid close attention to whether the scent of someone from that particular pet shop appeared. His primary focus was the scents of the man and woman. Lu Feng suspected that even if they weren't the leaders of the FD group, they were undoubtedly key figures within it. If he could pinpoint their frequent haunts, it would greatly increase the chances of locating the FD group's facility for transporting live specimens or their production site for illegal substances. After all, they hadn't entered the pet shop's backyard. Whether it was an illegal production site remained uncertain, though the probability was high. 5:30 p.m. After a day of wandering, the man and his dog finally called it a day and headed home. The market was nearly deserted now. Their only gain from the day was discovering that pet shop. Other than that, they had nothing to show for their efforts. They'd spent most of the afternoon aimlessly wandering. With the market now quiet, they headed toward the parking lot. After wandering all afternoon, they were still quite a distance from their parking spot. Exhausted and unwilling to walk any further, Feng Lu desperately wished for a scooter, the kind with a rope attached to the front that someone could pull him along with. If he had one, he could have Zhao Feng pull him along during future missions like this. It would be comfortable and conserve his energy for unexpected situations. Yes, conserve energy. Ha! What's that strange smell? Lu Feng turned his head toward the source of the smell. A large box truck was parked in a dedicated spot for large vehicles by the roadside. Lu Feng couldn't quite figure out how this vehicle could be emitting such a smell. If the owner intended to use it for transportation, the sealing measures should have been quite thorough. It shouldn't be possible to smell it directly just by walking by. Unless someone had smoked inside it, or recently dismantled contraband there that could explain the unusual scent. Lu Feng nudged the instructor's left leg, then looked at the van parked in the spot, signaling that he'd detected something off about it. Feng Lu feigned the need to relieve himself, circling the van and sniffing persistently until he located the source of the scent near the driver's door. Hey! Hey there! What are you doing? Keep your dog under control, don't let him pee on my tires. A skinny, monkey-like young man in his 30s spotted Feng Lu's movements from a distance. Thinking the dog was about to urinate, he shouted urgently to stop him. No. I was just about to pull him away, but he's a bit too strong. I couldn't get him to budge earlier. Zhao Feng gave the young man an apologetic nod before pulling the reluctant Labrador toward his parked car. Coincidentally, the young man was heading in the same direction they intended to go. As they passed each other, Feng Lu took a careful sniff and immediately detected that familiar scent. Without a flicker of emotion, he nudged Zhao Feng's left leg to signal his discovery, then scampered off toward the car in quick little bounds. Zhao Feng showed no surprise. After learning the car was suspicious and the young man claimed ownership, Zhao had already begun discreetly photographing the man's features. After both men got into the car, Zhao Feng immediately pulled out his phone and relayed the recent discovery to the police officers monitoring the situation. Only then did he start the engine and head toward the base. Not long after getting in, Feng Lu was already exhausted, sprawled across the back seat and fast asleep. To accommodate the sleepyhead in the back seat, Zhao Feng had even installed a safety barrier. This prevented Lu Feng from rolling out of the back during emergency braking and suffering unnecessary injury. By the time Feng and Feng arrived at the base, the information on the scrawny young man had already been retrieved. Su Jian, 29 years old, local resident, unmarried. He had previously been forcibly admitted to a detox center for drug use. After over a year of treatment, he was confirmed to have successfully detoxified and released. Zhao Feng looked at the photo of the young man, who didn't appear particularly frail. He thought that with such a thin, monkey-like physique, no testing was needed to know this guy had started using illegal substances again. Judging by his appearance, he must have been using for quite some time to have reduced his body to such a state. But the presence of a drug user like this at that location, claiming ownership of the cargo van, seemed odd no matter how you looked at it. Given his condition, he shouldn't be permitted to drive such a vehicle. So what exactly was he using this large truck for? Vehicles this size are under close scrutiny by traffic police. If he was using a fake license, he wouldn't have escaped their notice. Before his drug use, Su Jian had indeed been licensed to drive such heavy vehicles. But after his drug use was discovered, according to this world's laws, his license was downgraded to the lowest category, only allowing him to drive passenger cars. There was another possibility: if he wasn't driving long distances but only operating near the market, the chances of being caught were slim. After investigating Su Jian's case, the vehicle's information was also retrieved. The truck was not registered under Su Jian's name, but under someone named Li Fei. Li Fei came from a well-off family. Both his parents worked as long-haul truckers. After Li Fei obtained the required license, his parents bought him a freight truck and he began working alongside Su Jian in long-haul trucking. Though the work was demanding and arduous, the income was quite substantial as long as there was steady work. Li Fei and Su Jian were childhood friends. When Su Jian was sent to a rehabilitation center for mandatory detoxification, Li Fei, as his childhood friend, took great care of Su Jian's parents during that time. This suggested their friendship ran deep. Yet surprisingly, shortly after Su Jian was arrested for drug use, Li Fei sold his truck and switched to driving for ride-hailing services, abandoning long-haul trucking. Chapter 124, Random Inspection. 8:31 p.m. Zhao Feng rushed to the intersection beside the bus station with Han, conducting security checks on each passing car and bus. Fortunately, the station was nearly empty by this hour, with only a handful of buses remaining. Their reason for being there was that, half an hour earlier, pet shop employees had delivered a batch of pets for live transport, roughly 20 animals. They were distributed across different vehicles, with some carrying 6 or 7 pets and others just 1 or 2. Feng and his team were there to inspect these animals for hidden DP. However, given the smuggler's cunning, if the drugs were hidden inside the animals' stomachs, the sealing would likely be meticulous. The chances of Feng Lu detecting them were slim. Therefore, besides Feng Lu, their colleagues had brought several small detection devices. Within 5 minutes of their arrival, a makeshift inspection station was established, and Feng Lu's team began their formal checks. Such impromptu inspections were no longer uncommon in Yunxian, so passing vehicles complied without issue. The intersection they chose was a mandatory route after exiting the bus station, eliminating any worry that buses might bypass it or alter their schedules. Here it comes. Everyone, pay attention to this vehicle. We don't know if there are accomplices on board, so keep a close eye on everyone's behavior. Hu Feng watched the approaching bus from afar, his expression stern as he instructed his colleagues. The bus cooperated smoothly, pulling up to the inspection point, turning off its engine, and stopping. The passengers got off, carrying their identification documents. Lu Feng boarded through the front door and began meticulously inspecting everything inside. Behind him, 2 colleagues used specialized equipment to verify each passenger's identity. In the rear compartment, Feng Lu spotted the target, 5 puppies, each confined in a small cage with dog food and water inside. Upon seeing Feng Lu, the puppies, who had been slightly uneasy, seemed to recognize their owner. They happily wagged their tails inside the cages, eager to get out. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng wagged his tail and gave a soft, reassuring bark before beginning to examine each puppy. Having never been bathed since birth and living in the kennel, the puppies carried an unpleasant odor. Feng Lu carefully analyzed their scent. Fortunately, Feng Lu detected no abnormal odors from any of the puppies. After his sniffing, a police officer holding a miniature device swiftly scanned each puppy. The results came back quickly. Thankfully, everything was normal, no foreign objects were found inside them. This relieved Feng Lu, who had been waiting anxiously. If any foreign objects had been found in such tiny puppies, transporting them to their destination would have ended badly. After disembarking, Feng Lu meticulously inspected the luggage unloaded from the cargo hold. Finding nothing amiss, the bus was cleared to proceed. The entire inspection lasted until past noon before the last bus was cleared. However, to avoid drawing unwanted attention, they needed to continue conducting checks at the site for a while longer. All 5 buses had been cleared without incident. Neither Feng Lu nor the equipment had detected anything suspicious. They hadn't caught the target they were after, but they did apprehend several drunk drivers, the kind where you didn't even need a breathalyzer. The alcohol reeked out the moment you opened the window. Once we finish this one, we're done for the night. A silver-gray sedan approached from the distance, slowing to a stop at the curb under police direction before turning off its engine. A young man stepped out, his attire clearly marking him as a professional. He cooperated fully with the officer's inspection. Lu Feng jumped into the car, and a sweet fragrance flooded his nostrils. The scent was so pleasant he almost savored it, not overpowering, but refreshingly light, leaving a comfortable sensation. Even with his heightened sense of smell, Feng Lu didn't find it unpleasant. This puzzled him, as since his rebirth, every encounter with perfume had been jarringly pungent. This was the first time he'd found it pleasant. Why does this smell feel familiar? Lu Feng carefully analyzed the various scents within the car, suddenly detecting a familiar one. It wasn't the scent of any illicit substances, but rather a scent he had encountered before. Scrutinizing the interior, he found it immaculately clean and tidy. Every item was arranged with meticulous order, giving the immediate impression that the owner either had a deep-seated cleanliness obsession or mild OCD. Even the most meticulous individuals would have some minor clutter or footprints inside their car unless it had just been cleaned. In this landwind, only the driver's foot mat bore footprints. Everywhere else was immaculate and tidy, with almost no extraneous items. Ha! Landwind glanced at the open trunk and looked over at the young man nearby with some surprise. Compared to the immaculate interior, the trunk was a complete mess, utterly disorganized and filthy. Contrary to the owner's neat appearance, the trunk was stuffed with 2 folded dog crates and half a bag of dog food lying sprawled across the floor, with scattered kibble covering every inch. Sniffing the odor emanating from the trunk, Lu finally realized where that familiar scent had come from. He had encountered a similar scent on that man and woman before, though theirs had been faint compared to the overpowering stench emanating from the trunk. Besides this scent, Lu detected another distinct odor. This scent had puzzled him all along. It was very similar to the DP scent he was familiar with, yet there was a slight difference. This left Lu deeply perplexed. Could this be a new type of DP? If it was something he hadn't encountered before, that possibility was quite high. Lu Feng carefully sniffed around the trunk, trying to pinpoint the source of this scent. To his disappointment, however, it drifted like rootless duckweed, offering no trace of origin. Moreover, as the trunk remained open, the scent steadily faded. It seemed the source had already left the trunk. Just as Lu was agonizing over how to express his discovery, the officer verifying the driver's identity on the other side also noticed something. Lu Feng looked at the ID card his colleague handed him, took it with a hint of confusion, and scanned the information on it. Chapter 125, A Distinctive Scent. Lu Feng's expression grew grave as he returned the ID to his colleague. Li Fei, a name etched into his memory. The police hadn't yet had time to delve deeper into their investigation. He never expected this sudden random inspection would lead him to encounter the individual here. The registered information indicated he was driving for a ride-hailing service, and Lu Feng had just witnessed the state of the vehicle's interior. It was past midnight. If he was driving for a ride-hailing service, shouldn't he have just started his shift? Yet there wasn't a single footprint on the floor mats. Even if he'd picked up just one passenger, it wouldn't be this spotless. Lu Feng exchanged a knowing glance with a colleague beside him. The tech-savvy officer instantly understood. Li Fei moved to the blind spot on the other side of the vehicle, pulled a miniature tracking device from his pocket, and secured it to the underside of the car. Li Fei retrieved the ID card and driver's license, then returned to the vehicle, preparing to drive away. Lu Feng, who had been watching the entire scene, finally exhaled in relief. It seemed Lu Feng and his team had noticed this individual, though he still didn't know why. Old Hu, was there something off about that guy just now? On the way back, Zhao Feng asked Lu Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with a hint of confusion. Yeah. You won't believe who he is. Remember that Su Jian? This guy is Su Jian's childhood friend, Li Fei. Lu Feng was also quite surprised by Li Fei's appearance. After all, they hadn't paid much attention to him initially. While they did conduct some background checks, they hadn't dug too deep. Many assumed the car was simply purchased by Su Jian using Li Fei's identity, legally Li Fei's, but effectively Su Jian's. Moreover, their investigation into the two men's relationship revealed that Su Jian had barely contacted Li Fei after his release from prison. The few times they did connect were right after Su Jian got out. In the years that followed, both seemed to have forgotten the other, with no online or phone contact whatsoever. Of course, if they met privately, the police wouldn't be able to uncover that anytime soon. But now, Li Fei's reappearance gave the police another person to investigate. So what's your plan moving forward? Zhao Feng looked at Lu Feng with curiosity. He wasn't particularly skilled at this kind of deduction. He preferred training police dogs, which didn't require such convoluted reasoning. What else can we do? Have someone tail Li Fei first. See if he exhibits any unusual behavior or frequent locations. If Li Fei and Su Jian meet privately, that would be even better. Why? Because it would prove Li Fei is also part of the FD group. Judging by his vehicle, he's likely responsible for deliveries. If he continues making deliveries during this period, then we can catch them red-handed with the goods and snag a few drug users along the way. Lu Feng shot his old partner a slightly disgusted look. This guy's IQ seemed lower than a dumbass. Still, he patiently explained the situation. They just had a shipment seized. What are the odds they'll ship again anytime soon? Hard to say. These guys will stop at nothing for profit. If the stakes are high enough, they'll take any risk. As they chatted, the group soon returned to headquarters. Since it was already past 1 o'clock and nearing 2, Lu and the others didn't go home to rest but instead slept directly in their dormitory. Hey, wake up. What are you doing sleeping here? Lu Feng opened his eyes groggily after being shaken. Seeing Lu Feng standing before him, he shot him a disdainful look before closing his eyes again. Lu Feng stared at the sleepyhead who closed his eyes again, feeling a bit speechless. He hadn't seen the guy in the dorm early that morning and assumed he'd gone off somewhere, only to find him sleeping in his office. "Old Zhao, your guy's right here." Lu Feng called out loudly to the hallway. Not seeing the clumsy old Zhao, he'd assumed he'd wandered into the courtyard and had frantically searched for him. Still, he wasn't worried after all, the main gate had round-the-clock guards, so he couldn't have gotten lost. "He really is here? How did he get in? Didn't you lock the door last night?" "Why lock the door? There's nothing important here. Sometimes brothers who can't get a bed at night can sleep here." "Then who turned on the air conditioner?" Zhao Feng looked at the running air conditioner. Leaving the door unlocked was understandable, but surely the AC wasn't left on 24/7? I hadn't really noticed that. But I think your old man must have turned it on himself. Look over there." Zhao Feng followed the direction of the other guy's finger and saw the air conditioner remote control lying on the floor right next to the guy's head. The bastard probably turned it on and then tossed it on the floor, afraid it would hit his head. "Forget it. Let's just go eat. Let this guy sleep. I'll bring him something later." Zhao Feng glanced at the guy sprawled out on the sofa, a bit speechless. Yeah, no way he was waking up anytime soon. It wasn't that Feng didn't want to get up, he was just dead tired. He'd gone to sleep in the dorm with Zhao Feng and the others last night, but soon got woken up by waves of snoring. To make matters worse, waves of foot odor kept assaulting his nostrils. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he'd fled to Lu Feng's office to sleep. Half asleep, he'd turned on the air conditioner and collapsed face down on the sofa. 7:30 a.m. To see if there was anything more to uncover, Lu Feng and his team decided to follow these individuals for a few more days to figure out how they were trafficking DP. Simultaneously, they would conduct a thorough investigation to uncover any hidden figures behind the scenes within the FD group, striving to leave no criminal unaccounted for. Lu Feng and his team were reassigned to the Yunqing livestock market, though their primary task remained locating any other hideouts the group might operate within the market. Lu Feng eyed the van parked nearby with growing suspicion. It hadn't moved in days, just sitting there. Why? To meet Su Jian, Zhao Feng parked near the pet market lot. He planned to start searching the surrounding area with Hanin. Yesterday, he and Hanin had already covered the other 3 directions. This morning, they would check the final one, completing the inspection of most areas surrounding the pet shop. The Yunqing livestock market was an open airspace with no fences or barriers around it. Access was possible from multiple directions, allowing entry and exit freely. Things suddenly got hectic, catching me off guard. Sorry for the lack of saved chapters, everyone. Should be back to regular updates soon. Chapter 126, Costume Change. It must be said that the sun today was scorching. Even wearing his sun protective suit, Feng Lu felt like his dog hair was about to spontaneously combust. He seriously doubted whether this sun protective suit was doing his current body any favors. Lu Feng gulped down several mouthfuls of water before feeling slightly better. He lay down in the shade of a building to rest for a while. After working all morning, both man and dog were now nearly wilted from the heat. It wasn't so much exhaustion as sheer, relentless heat. If they hadn't managed to sneak into a few shops to enjoy the air conditioning, Feng probably wouldn't have made it this far. He was seriously considering shaving off all his fur, though he wasn't sure if Zhao Feng would approve. By the end of the morning, they had finally finished exploring the last few rows of shops in that direction, but the two of them hadn't found anything. Lu Feng rested his dog head on his front paws, staring blankly into the distance, lost in thought. He was slowly getting used to life without cell service. Though it could get boring at times, he realized it wasn't so bad once he adjusted. It just meant more time to ponder the meaning of life. Just as Feng Lu was growing restless and letting his mind drift toward sleep, a male figure burst into his field of vision. It was Bao Kuan, the fugitive from Cashew Country. He was driving a senior mobility scooter toward a shop. It was a shop located on the outskirts, with a pet cat breeding farm behind it. Lu Feng and his team had already visited that shop yesterday, but they hadn't found anything. He nudged Zhao Feng, who was playing with his phone nearby, then urgently pointed his paw toward Bao Kuan's direction, signaling him to look over. Zhao Feng quickly followed the direction of the paw and spotted the electric cart, now facing away from them. But soon, the cart came to a stop at the gate leading to the breeding farm. Although the shop was adjacent to the breeding facility, the entrance to the facility wasn't inside the shop itself but rather nearby, off to the side. But Feng Lu soon realized they weren't the only ones who'd spotted the place. A plainclothes cop had approached shortly after Bao Kuan passed by, casually waving at the man and his dog. Well, looks like they'd be playing the bystander again today. Lu Feng sighed softly, shaking his dog's head. Truly, heroes are useless when there's no place to wield their skills. After resting for a moment, the man and dog got up and headed toward the shop specializing in cats. Miss, can I bring him in? Zhao Feng pointed at the clumsy dog and asked the girl who came over. After all, it was a cat shop, and bringing him in without warning could cause the cats to panic, which wouldn't be good. I'm sorry, but we only have cats here. Many kittens are afraid of dogs. If you want to come in, it's best to leave him here. We have special cages for this purpose. The girl pointed slightly apologetically toward a spot near the door where a large dog crate was installed, clearly prepared for just such situations. All right. Zhao Feng patted Huanhuan's back, as if to say, my boy, you're putting up with this for me. Lu Feng didn't seem to mind at all. After all, it was the shop's policy, and their concern was perfectly reasonable. He obediently climbed into the dog crate. After Feng entered, the girl brought over half a bag of dog food, scooped some into his bowl, and added water. But having just eaten, Feng showed little appetite. Besides, as a police dog, he couldn't just eat anything outside. Bored, Fenglu lay sprawled in the cage, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner. He glanced restlessly toward the shop interior, where constant meows echoed. Some were kittens, others adult cats, each meowing in its own unique way. Originally feeling a bit irritable, Fenglu found the sounds gradually lulling him like a lullaby. His eyelids kept drooping downward, and just as he was about to drift off, a familiar figure passed by. The familiar scent wafting into his nostrils instantly snapped Fenglu awake. He turned to look at the figure carrying things, preparing to leave. It was Bao Cohen. He was carrying a black trash bag filled with quite a few items. However, the bag was thick and sturdy, making it impossible for Fenglu to tell what was inside. It seemed sealed shut too, so Fenglu couldn't detect any scent. Wait, that doesn't add up. There wasn't a door leading to the breeding facility inside the shop, so how did Bao Cohen get out from here? Moreover, Bao Cohen's clothes looked different from before, and he'd even disguised himself. Even if it were Fenglu, he wouldn't have recognized him unless he'd caught his scent and already knew who this person was. Judging solely by his attire, he wouldn't have recognized him either. He was wearing a long-sleeved sun protective suit, sporting a sun hat, and his face was covered by one of those full-face sun protective masks. He looked like a completely different person, even someone familiar might not recognize him. Watching him strut out the pet shop door, Fenglu grew anxious. Dressed like this, the guy outside wouldn't recognize him. And lugging all that stuff? Clearly he was out on some errand. Woof woof woof. Hey, you idiot, hurry up and take me out. Doggy-san will help you catch the bad guys. With no time to spare, Fenglu let out a loud bark and began pacing frantically in his cage. This behavior was instantly recognizable to anyone who walked dogs daily. Hearing the slightly frantic whining coming from the other side, Zhao Feng immediately set down the kitten he was holding and hurried toward the door. He hadn't gone far, so he quickly spotted Huanhuan pacing frantically in the cage. Only then did he relax. He knew Huanhuan rarely acted this way. Besides, it had only just finished its business not long ago. This behavior likely meant it had discovered something and was urgently summoning him over. Excuse me, ma'am. My dog seems to want to go out. I'll take him for a quick walk and come back shortly. Zhao Feng gave the woman an apologetic smile. After receiving her consent, he walked over to the cage, opened the door, and let Henin out. Lu Feng practically bolted out of the shop without pausing, then dashed off in one direction as if desperately needing to relieve himself. That was the direction Bao Cohen had left and also the way out to the market's exterior. With grassy areas lining both sides of the road, it wasn't unusual for Feng to run that way. After Bao Cohen had emerged from the shop, he'd hopped on an electric bike and sped away. Feng knew that no matter how fast he ran now, he couldn't catch up. All he could do now was follow the scent trail the man had left behind, tracking him step by step. Chapter 127, High-Value Cargo. Hey, what did you find? Once they reached the blind spot of the shop, Zhao Feng finally asked curiously. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. If I could tell you, would I be fretting over this? Watching Bao Cohen disappear from sight, Fenglu's feet ached. Who knew how far they'd have to run now? Well, charge ahead, brave dogs fear no hardship. From this moment on, Fenglu resolved to gradually, bit by bit, showcase his intelligence. Otherwise, if he encountered something like this again, he'd be too passive. As he walked, Feng pondered how best to demonstrate his cleverness later. Yet despite displaying intelligence far beyond that of ordinary dogs for so long, nothing particularly bad had ever happened. It seemed like the right moment to subtly showcase his cleverness. 20 minutes later. Hiding behind a stone wall, the man and dog listened to the pig squeals coming from inside the courtyard. They exchanged a glance and instantly understood what was happening. Zhao Feng didn't act rashly. He relayed the situation to Lu Feng, instructing him to send someone to investigate while he removed the camera from his body. Carefully securing it to a branch, he slowly extended it toward the courtyard wall. His chosen spot featured a lush, leafy tree, so the thin branch he extended wasn't particularly conspicuous. Once the camera extended beyond the wall and captured the interior, Fenglu began adjusting the lens incrementally according to instructions from the support team. Soon, a clear image appeared before the technicians. 4 or 5 burly men, under Bao Cohen's direction, were forcefully stuffing large capsules into the pigs' mouths, preventing them from chewing and forcing them to swallow whole. Hey, the final piece of evidence they were seeking had finally been found. The technician immediately called Lu Feng to relay the situation. Upon receiving these clues, Lu Feng swiftly activated the pre-laid operation, preparing to strike at the right moment and take down the entire operation. But now that the other side had started hiding DP in pigs, it meant someone had purchased the drug. They were doing this to ship it to their buyer. It must be said that the perpetrators were incredibly bold. Under these circumstances, they dared to use live pigs to transport drugs. Either they were extremely daring, or they believed they had a foolproof plan. Given the cunning nature of these drug dealers, they likely believed this method would guarantee evasion of inspection. After Zhao Feng waited a while, a plainclothes officer arrived on an electric bike. Meeting up with Feng Lu and the others by the wall, he took over monitoring duties and sent the two back first. This officer was the one who had been monitoring Bao Kuan earlier. Being the closest to the scene, he was the first to arrive. He hadn't expected the bastard to be so cunning, managing to slip away right under his nose. Sitting on the footrest of the electric bike, Feng Lu stuck his head out from behind the windshield, savoring the rare breeze that offered a hint of coolness in the stifling heat. On their way back, they encountered the backup vehicles. How did Feng Lu know they were their own? Because he'd ridden in both of those cars before. License plates changed frequently, but some things never did. Watching the box truck pass by, a flicker of doubt crossed Feng Lu's mind. Why was Su Jian driving his own box truck toward that factory? Surely he wasn't planning to transport live pigs in that van? That seemed incredibly foolish. The pigs would suffocate before they even reached their destination. Especially in this sweltering heat, they'd arrive roasted. But no matter how curious he was, it was none of his business now. They'd just received a new assignment, to set up a temporary inspection checkpoint at the highway exit. If the other party dared to use the old method of transporting goods at this time, they must have a way to deal with them. It would be unreasonable for them not to set up a checkpoint to cooperate with the other party now. Sitting under the security booth, Feng Lu stared blankly at the passing vehicles in the distance. Working alongside him were still the same two guys, Old Li and the other. A whistle blew. Old Li flagged down a small truck, signaling it to pull over for inspection. The van was loaded with tables, chairs, stools, and assorted pots and pans likely for a move. Upon seeing Old Li's hand signals, the driver smoothly pulled over, turned off the engine, and prepared for inspection. A middle-aged man stepped out holding his documents and followed Old Li's direction into the booth. Landwind carefully sniffed the vehicle's scent. With so many different items inside, the odors were complex and varied, requiring Landwind's meticulous attention to distinguish them. Although this vehicle wasn't their target, Feng Lu always gave his full attention to every vehicle or location requiring inspection. Moving? Old Li checked the man's documents while making small talk. Yes, heading back to my hometown for work. I see. What kind of work did you do in Yuncheng? When I first arrived, I worked as a trucker for others. Later, I bought this truck and started hauling goods for people at the Yuncheng livestock market. Oh. Why not stay here? Missing home? Business slow? Yeah, a few years back, not many people bought trucks, so we were always swamped. But then everyone caught on that this line of work was profitable, so tons of people jumped in. Now it's tough to get jobs, everyone's undercutting each other. A hint of worry flashed across the middle-aged man's weathered face. He had children still in school at home. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't want to leave here and start over back in his hometown. In their line of work, long-term clients were paramount. Though their rates were significantly lower than for new customers, they provided a steady monthly income. I hear you guys often get high-paying jobs. Have you ever taken any? Old Li asked casually. Some things in this line of work weren't exactly secrets, people just didn't know because they weren't involved. High-paying jobs? They're all concocted by greedy bastards. With the market expanding, there's always dead pigs and sheep lying around. At first, everyone handled it voluntarily, but then some started scheming to profit from it. They buy them cheap or pretend to help out, collecting dead livestock without spending a dime. Then they haul them to private slaughterhouses, clean them up, and sell them as if they were livestock. Some folks without trucks need haulers. Since I've been running errands in the market for ages, most are regulars. I wouldn't dare use my own vehicle for sick or dead livestock. I'd risk infecting others' herds when loading at their farms. Many share my concerns, so gradually no one took these jobs anymore. Eventually, they started offering premium rates for transport. That's how the high freight costs emerged. Chapter 128, The Scent of Familiarity. By the way, I went to the market area recently. Why did I notice so many box trucks idling there waiting for work? Old Li suddenly seemed to recall something and asked with feigned curiosity. Hey, let me tell you something. You guys should go check it out when you have time. Those box trucks are specifically for this kind of work. Even though they only run within the city, the freight rates aren't much different from long-distance hauls. The middle-aged man probably genuinely didn't want to drive in the market anymore, so he wasn't afraid to speak his mind, and he deliberately brought it up in front of the police. Now that you mention it, we should definitely look into that. Old Li saw that Zhao Feng and his team had finished inspecting the vehicle and found nothing amiss. He handed the documents back to the middle-aged man, cutting off his train of thought and signaling he could drive away. The middle-aged man took the documents with a hint of reluctance, then walked briskly toward his vehicle, his earlier gloomy expression completely gone. His departure seemed inextricably linked to these people. Perhaps he'd once been in the same line of work himself, forced out for reasons unknown. Old Li speculated silently about the man's circumstances, but he reported the information he'd just heard truthfully. As for how to handle it, that wasn't their concern. The regulatory authorities would take care of it. While Feng Lu and his team set up the temporary checkpoint, a truck transporting live pigs rolled out of the factory building they had investigated. The truck carried about 20 live pigs, each plump and robust, weighing at least 300 pounds. Surprisingly, the vehicle appeared freshly washed and spotless. Each pig was also thoroughly cleaned, free of any dirt. Several burlap sacks filled with ice were placed on the truck to cool the live pigs and prevent them from overheating and dying during the journey. In this sweltering weather, most livestock transporters opted for nighttime journeys to prevent heat stroke. This particular transport vehicle had departed around 3 p.m., right in the peak of the heat. No wonder they had taken such extensive protective measures. A layer of black netting covered the truck, shielding the pigs from direct sunlight. Instead of heading toward the nearest highway entrance, the truck took the ring road out of Yuncheng, likely bound for the neighboring city of Qianfeng. But if they thought this would help them dodge inspections, they were being a bit naive. If they hadn't already been spotted, there would still be checkpoints at the exit they were taking. After learning of their tactics, the police had become vigilant about all livestock transports, routinely inspecting nearly everyone they encountered, though most turned out to be legitimate. However, without specific targets, the only way to find these individuals was to cast a wide net. Fortunately, they were quickly identified, significantly reducing the workload for law enforcement. But when these types personally transport goods, they usually have someone scout ahead and another covering their rear. So finding an unchecked spot isn't all that surprising. As for why we say they transported the goods themselves this time, it's because the truck never changed drivers after leaving the factory. If it weren't their own man, they wouldn't have let him participate in hiding the DP inside. Although the truck didn't use this highway entrance, Feng and his team decided to continue monitoring until the end of their shift. Just then, a sedan entered Old Li's field of vision. The driver visibly braked upon spotting them. This suspicious behavior immediately prompted Old Li to signal the vehicle to pull over for inspection. Though the driver clearly resisted, compliance was non-negotiable under these circumstances. A man and woman in their 40s stepped out of the car. The woman held a sleeping little girl in her arms, about 3 or 4 years old. A familiar scent, but he couldn't place where he'd smelled it before. As Feng Lu passed the family of 3, a familiar scent wafted toward him. It wasn't the smell of contraband. He was certain he'd encountered this particular odor on someone before, though it had been so long ago that the memory eluded him. Lu Feng walked to the car and began inspecting it meticulously. After checking both inside and outside, he jumped inside. That familiar scent flooded his nostrils once more. Shaking his head, he searched the interior meticulously. The car was in disarray. Clothes were strewn haphazardly across the back seat and beneath the rear windshield. There were also leftover braised dishes and other food, the smell of which made Feng Lu feel extremely uncomfortable. It was too chaotic and pungent, making it hard to imagine that a child had been sitting in there. But none of this concerned Feng Lu. His job was simply to ensure there were no contraband items inside. Everything else was a matter of personal life. The situation felt so peculiar that Feng Luo conducted an especially thorough search. Yet, after inspecting the entire vehicle, he found nothing out of the ordinary, which puzzled him greatly. When the car had arrived, he had also noticed the driver's peculiar behavior. Logically, the driver should have been trying to evade something, yet now there was nothing unusual found inside the vehicle. While Lu Feng's father inspected the vehicle, Old Li began questioning the two individuals. He compared their ID cards with their photos, confirming their identities matched. He then used a device to run a background check on them. Finding no warrants or criminal records, Old Li was also puzzled. Ultimately, he concluded their nervousness upon seeing him must be the cause. A plausible explanation. Many people instinctively tense up or even try to avoid police officers, even if they haven't done anything wrong. Just as Old Li saw Feng Lu and the others return, confirming the vehicle was fine, and was about to return their documents, he suddenly noticed the girl being held in the woman's arms. He picked up his device and examined it closely again. Both individuals' profiles listed their relationship status as single. Since they weren't married, they couldn't have children. So where did the child in her arms come from? Is this child yours? Old Li glanced at his colleague beside him. His longtime partner instantly understood what was happening and fixed his gaze on the woman holding the child. Old Li, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on the man, his fingers deliberately resting on the switch of his stun gun, ensuring he could activate it at any moment. Chapter 129, The Sweet Taste in His Mouth. Ah, you mean her? She's my sister's child. I'm helping bring her back to our hometown today. Look, I have photos of us together on my phone. The woman opened her phone and navigated to the photo album. Inside were numerous pictures of her and the girl together. In many of them, the girl was smiling brightly, clearly not forced into the shots. Old Li took the phone and examined it carefully. He noticed the clothes the girl wore in the photos differed from what she was wearing now, and she had several different outfits, both summer and winter attire. This instantly eased Old Li's lingering doubts. If the photos were only recent and all taken in the same outfit, the woman's credibility would be severely compromised. But now that she had outfits for different seasons, the likelihood of something being amiss dropped significantly. After asking a few more questions, Old Li returned the ID to her. Lu Feng returned to the group, sniffing the scent emanating from the girl. He couldn't figure out who she was. Her face was buried in the woman's embrace, hidden by layers of clothing. Old Li had seen her face earlier, but by the time Feng Lu and the others returned, it was hidden again. Feng Lu was agonizing over how to get a clear look at her face. When he saw Old Li return the documents, he lost his patience. Forgetting all caution, he sprang to his feet and pressed his front paws against the woman's body. Ah, the dog's going to bite. The woman screamed in fright, instinctively releasing her grip on the girl and retreating backward. Nan Nan. Zhao Feng, startled by the clumsy action, was about to grab the other man when he lifted his eyes and saw the face of the girl being held. He froze in shock. Seeing her about to fall to the ground, he took a long stride forward, catching Nan Nan in his arms. The moment Feng Lu recognized the girl as Nan Nan, he understood everything. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the man sprinting toward the parked vehicle. The man, realizing Nan Nan had been recognized by Zhao Feng, sprinted toward the parked car without hesitation. At that moment, getting into the vehicle was his only chance to escape, otherwise, they had almost no chance of getting away. Lu Feng reacted swiftly. The man barely took a few steps before Lu Feng caught up, leaping forward and tackling him to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng bit into the man's neck. Lu Feng despised scum who profited by harming their own kind, especially those who preyed on children for gain. However, misjudging his angle, when the man was knocked to the ground, Feng Lu didn't bite his neck from behind but instead sank his teeth into his shoulder. Good job, Wanhuan. Zhao Feng patted Hanin on the back. Watching the man and woman, their faces mangled beyond recognition, tendons severed and limbs being hoisted onto stretchers, he felt an immense sense of vindication. He almost wished he could join in and take a few bites himself. Recalling Wanhuan's frenzied attack moments ago, even his trainer was startled. The dog's eyes had turned bloodshot as it savagely tore into the helpless man. Only after Zhao Feng had pulled him away did the beast gradually calm down. But just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Hanin suddenly wrenched free from Zhao Feng's grip, leash and all. He began savagely tearing at the terrified woman. Strangely, despite the frenzied attack, there were no fatal wounds. Nevertheless, the doctor's examination revealed that both victims had tendons severed in their limbs. Even with treatment, they would likely be unable to perform heavy labor again. Judging by the emergency personnel's earlier reactions, the doctors at their hospital might struggle during surgery. The outcome didn't look promising. Xiao Xiao, why don't you go with them too? You happen to know that little girl. Old Li glanced at the little girl being carefully carried into the ambulance before turning to Zhao Feng. Alright, I'll drive myself over. Zhao Feng said before walking over to his car with Hanin. He got in and followed the ambulance toward the hospital. As for the two criminals, police officers were also in the ambulance. This was partly to prevent them from escaping, and partly to take their statements promptly and verify their identities. After all, the girl's parents' identities were highly sensitive. While her mother worked in logistics, her father was an active-duty police officer. Had they not encountered Feng and his team, the criminals likely would have taken Nan Nan elsewhere. Even if she were found later, the child would have suffered greatly. Therefore, after apprehending the pair, Zhao Feng immediately notified Hu Feng and his team, instructing them to send personnel to conduct a thorough investigation and interrogation of the man and woman to uncover any hidden identities. When Feng and the others arrived at the hospital, Nan Nan was already in Lu Hong's arms, having regained consciousness. Since both Lu Feng and his partner were wearing work uniforms, they entered without being stopped. Seeing Nan Nan playing happily in her mother's arms, Lu Feng finally let go of the worry that had been gnawing at his heart. Huan. Playful Nan Nan spotted the man and dog before Lu Hong did. Spotting Hanin, she immediately tried to break free from her mother's embrace and ran toward him. You're here. Hearing her daughter's words, Lu Hong turned to look at the approaching man and dog. She stood up, holding her child, her voice trembling with emotion. Sis Lu, is Nan Nan okay? She's fine. Someone slipped her something to make her sleep. The doctor said it's nothing serious, but we won't get the detailed test results until later tonight. We really owe you guys. If it weren't for you, who knows what could have happened. As Lu Hong spoke, her eyes reddened again. Only heaven knew what mental torment she had endured in just half a day. More than once, she'd thought, if my daughter were gone or something happened to her, I wouldn't be able to go on living. Sis Lu, you're too kind. Even without us, Nan Nan would have been fine. Lu Feng watched the little girl playing with Hanin, his heart filled with profound emotion. If such an adorable child had fallen into the hands of evil people, it would have been a cruel fate beyond imagination. Mommy, look. Is Hanin hurt? There's so much blood on him. After playing with Feng for a while, Nan Nan noticed blood on his mouth and neck, thinking he was hurt. She immediately called her mother to bandage him up, while she kept blowing on the bloody spots. Chapter 130, The Slaughterhouse. Early the next morning. Before 6 o'clock, Feng and his team arrived at the bureau. The live pig transporter had finally delivered the cargo to the buyer around 4 in the morning. Today was the day they planned to close the net, so they arrived exceptionally early. To ensure a tighter operation and prevent any fish from slipping through the net, Lu Feng began discussing the action plan with his colleagues first thing in the morning. The entire operation was scheduled to commence at 8 a.m., precisely when the facility opened for business and all personnel were present. The reason for executing the arrest at this precise moment was twofold: to secure both the suspects and the evidence, and to prevent collateral damage to innocent bystanders that might occur during arrests elsewhere. Another reason was that the female service staff hired by the target group started work at 9 a.m., creating a time gap with the targeted FD group personnel. Lu Feng and his team's primary task was to conduct a final sweep after apprehending all criminals, conducting surprise inspections of surrounding shops and farms. This approach aimed to prevent the discovery of additional production facilities or hideouts within nearby shops or farms. 7:55 a.m. Lu Feng sat in a vehicle parked by the roadside, watching the pet store in the distance. They were waiting for the operation to commence. If everything went smoothly, Lu Feng would be the first to enter the pet store for a search. At exactly 8 a.m., vehicles that had been parked nearby for some time sped to their designated locations. SWAT officers and police rushed out of the cars. Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed from inside the store. Within moments, several wounded police officers were carried by their colleagues to a secure area. Gunfire echoed for several minutes before finally subsiding. Soon after, colleagues emerged escorting one restrained criminal after another, who were then loaded into police vehicles that had arrived later. The livestock market was now enveloped by the piercing wail of police sirens. Rounds of officers patrolled the premises, ensuring no unexpected incidents occurred. Several pet shops were cordoned off, with no unauthorized personnel allowed inside. Everyone leaving the area was required to register their identity information. As Feng Lu stepped into the pet shop, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit him, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. He had never smelled such a strong, distinct scent of blood before, and it was hard not to feel a bit unsettled. 3 bodies lay before him, likely criminals killed while resisting arrest. This didn't surprise Feng Lu. The gunfight earlier inevitably resulted in casualties, including them. The pet shop was now chaotic and noisy. Many pets were howling in terror. Those in cages were somewhat contained, but the numerous animals roaming freely were proving a headache for the police officers, who were busy rounding them up and securing them in cages. Fortunately, most of the pets in the front shop area were young pups, making their capture relatively straightforward. Lu Feng approached the man named Bao Kuan, who had been left behind alone. His limbs and jaw were dislocated, completely drained of any will to resist. He lay lifeless on the floor like a lifeless, human-shaped mass of flesh. Lu Feng carefully sniffed the man's body. He needed to memorize his scent to trace it through the surrounding shops and check for any signs of the man's entry. If Bao Kuan's scent lingered in someone's shop, that person was highly likely to be involved. As a foreigner, though the files claimed he spoke Mandarin well, he still carried a noticeable accent. As a fugitive, it was unlikely he'd risk exposure by making friends. The most probable scenario was that the other party knew Bao Kuan's identity and had approached him with specific intentions. And someone who associates with a DF? Chances are, they're either connected to the underworld or part of it themselves. Han, got that? Zhao Feng watched Hanin finish sniffing and hurriedly asked. Lu Feng nodded and led the way outside, following one of the scent trails Bao Kuan had left behind. Unfortunately, the scent trail didn't lead far. It ended beside an electric cart. Feng Lu recognized it immediately as the one Bao Kuan had been driving. The guy was quite interesting. Having made so much money, he still drove a senior mobility scooter. Who knew what he was thinking? The most likely explanation was that he didn't have a domestic driver's license. Driving other vehicles risked encountering traffic cops, and sometimes he needed to act alone, making it inconvenient to have subordinates drive. That's probably why he bought this electric cart. The scent trail near Bao Kuan's pet shop was thick and chaotic, causing Feng to chase several dead ends before finally, 10 minutes later, he found a trail leading far into the distance. Following this scent trail, Feng Lu began walking toward an unknown destination, accompanied by Zhao Feng and several police officers. They were there to protect the safety of both man and dog. If they encountered criminals armed with firearms, the odds were stacked against them. Guided by Feng Lu, the group slowly approached the factory building where they had tracked Bao Kuan earlier. The area was now under police control. Just as Feng thought this pursuit would yield nothing, he realized the scent trail didn't enter the factory but extended far beyond it. This discovery energized Feng, filling him with renewed vigor. He broke into a fast run along the scent trail, his sudden movement surprising the others following him. Though they didn't know what Feng had discovered, any new lead was undoubtedly a positive development. After another 10 minutes of walking, Feng finally stopped before a large gate. A sign hung on one side, XX Slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse gate wasn't locked, it stood slightly ajar. Just as Zhao Feng was about to lead Hanin back, Feng Lu seemed to think of something. He approached the gate and began sniffing it carefully. Nearly an hour had passed since they set out. If the people here were connected to the FD group, they would have surely received word that their hideout had been raided by the police. Knowing these people, they would definitely have set traps to delay the police pursuit. To Feng Lu's surprise, however, he detected no scent of gunpowder near the gate. Their arrival had likely been too sudden for the enemy to react. Led by the instructor, Lu slowly retreated toward the rear. The assault below was no longer their concern. Once everyone was ready, one of the assault officers slowly pulled the gate open along its tracks. Chapter 131, Foreign Object in the Pork. Click. Whoosh. 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 Just as the gate swung halfway open and everyone prepared to enter, the moving door triggered some unknown mechanism. One by one, iron spikes shot out from within the gate. One officer directly in front was impaled in the chest by a spike. Fortunately, everyone had donned bulletproof vests during the operation, so no one suffered serious injury. The lead officers, seasoned veterans, dodged to the sides after being caught off guard. Those inside, listen up. You are surrounded by police. Drop your weapons, come out, and surrender for leniency. Zhou Gang bellowed into the building, simultaneously signaling to a colleague with a glance and a nod toward the adjacent wall. The officer instantly understood Zhou Gang's intent and moved with another officer to a nearby section of wall. Stepping onto the other officer's shoulders, he slowly peered over the top of the wall and scanned the courtyard. On the other side of the gate, the area was completely empty, not a soul in sight. The factory buildings visible in the background were equally deserted. Captain Zhou, no one's inside. Those iron spikes were traps set by the other side. The officer leaned further inside, carefully scanning every corner of the factory building. He confirmed there were indeed no signs of anyone present. After multiple confirmations that no further traps lay beyond the door, the group finally entered the slaughterhouse. Yet even inside, they remained utterly vigilant. They moved cautiously through the slaughterhouse, wary that another trap might be hidden somewhere. Fortunately, after checking every corner of the yard, they found no further traps. Before even reaching the slaughterhouse building, Lu was already feeling dizzy from the pungent stench. Damn, this reeks. When the group finally reached the slaughterhouse building, they were stunned by the scene before them. Raw sewage flowed freely, untreated pig offal lay scattered, and pork was haphazardly piled in the filthy water. What was most unbearable was the pile of maggot-infested pork in the corner of the building, teeming with tiny white worms crawling all over the meat. The sight made a rookie cop who had just joined the force run outside the building and vomit. Not just him, even the battle-hardened veteran inspectors turned pale. If there's one meat people consume most today, it's definitely pork. But after witnessing this scene, even Lu probably wouldn't want to eat pork for a while. Better skip meat for a few days. He decided to go vegetarian for the time being. After silently making up his mind, Lu forced himself to ignore his queasiness and began inspecting the slaughterhouse, stepping carefully through the filthy water. An unusual smell. When he approached a half-pig carcass, Lu immediately detected a familiar scent. This half-side of pork was likely prepared for shipment. Why was Lu so certain? Because unlike the rest, it wasn't lying on the filthy, sewage-filled floor but placed on a relatively clean workbench nearby. Connected to a faucet on the counter was a hose, hissing as water streamed out, continuously rinsing the pork. This clearly showed how rushed the FD group people had been when they left. Lu Feng sniffed carefully and quickly traced the scent to the pork leg. Scrutinizing the thigh, he soon noticed something unusual. Prolonged soaking had caused the thin layer of skin that should have adhered to peel up slightly. Zhou Gang turned off the faucet and approached, also examining the half-piece of pork. He quickly spotted the peeling area as well. He slipped on gloves, gently pinched the area, and slowly peeled away a thin layer of skin. Seeing this, Lu couldn't help but admire their craftsmanship. He wondered what method they used to attach such thin pork skin. If it hadn't been soaked for so long, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. After peeling off the layer of skin, a crack opened up in the pork rind. Zhou Gang dug inside with his fingers and soon pulled out a large capsule. Without even opening it, Lu knew exactly what was inside. Zhou Gang stared at the object in his hand as if remembering something. He quickly grabbed his phone and called Lu Feng. Captain Hu, are you guys still keeping tabs on that Su Jian? What? That Su Jian who opened the cargo? Lu Feng paused for a moment before responding. Yes. We've cleared him of suspicion. He likely has no connection to the FD group. His shady behavior stems from him transporting diseased livestock. After discovering this, we withdrew our surveillance team and planned to hand it over to the assigned colleague once we finished our current tasks. Did you guys find something? As he spoke, Lu Feng realized Zhou Gang wouldn't be calling out of the blue just to ask about this. Was he delivering to that slaughterhouse called XYZ? Yes. How did you know? Zhou Gang quickly relayed their findings to Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng froze in shock. There was another angle to this? The suspect had been clearing his name right under their noses. Without further thought, Lu Feng immediately dispatched personnel to track Su Jian and Li Fei. His only hope now was that it wasn't too late that they hadn't already fled the country. As for why Li Fei was being tracked simultaneously, it was because he was the owner of that box truck. If he claimed ignorance, Lu Feng wouldn't believe it for a second. Given the relationship between the two men they had uncovered, the sudden, unexplained severing of contact looked suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Furthermore, when they had stopped Li Fei for a routine check that day, the state of his vehicle and his demeanor had seemed off now. It all appeared downright abnormal. Regardless, they needed to locate and secure him first. Once in custody, they could determine his involvement later. But Lu Feng knew that given the current situation, if the other party had even the slightest connection to the matter they were handling, they wouldn't be foolish enough to stay in Yunqing waiting to be arrested. At this point, Su Jian was almost certainly involved. The question was whether he was deeply embedded or merely a peripheral figure. Li Fei was harder to say. During their investigation, they discovered he was extremely fond of dogs and cats, keeping both breeds at home. Thus, the presence of a cage in his vehicle wasn't surprising. According to his explanation at the time, the cage was for conveniently transporting his pets when going out. Or maybe it's because his cats always like to practice their claws on his car seats when they're in the car. Chapter 132, The Deception of Friendship. Captain Zhou, something's up over here. A police officer inspecting the depths of the factory suddenly spotted something and shouted to Zhou Gang. Lu Feng, who had also been inspecting the far reaches, now saw what his colleague had discovered. A body floated in a large water tank. Water kept pouring in through the inlet, causing the tank to overflow continuously. The body bobbed up and down endlessly. Fortunately, floor drains surrounded the basin. Otherwise, things might have looked very different when they entered. Damn, good thing we pulled the circuit breaker when we came in. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. One of the officers glanced at the electrical wire in his hand with a sense of relief. The wire was clearly damaged and deliberately placed in the pool to trip them up. Fortunately, upon noticing the water in the factory, Zhou Gang had immediately ordered someone to find the circuit breaker and cut off the power here. Otherwise, who knows what the situation would be like now. The group donned gloves and carefully lifted the body from the water tank, placing it on a clean workbench. Only when they turned the body over did they recognize who the deceased was. Li Fei, the very person they had been discussing just moments ago, had ended up in the slaughterhouse. And in this manner, no less. It was impossible not to speculate. Zhou Gang quickly retrieved the phone that had just stopped working and dialed Lu Feng, relaying the situation. Now that the body had been discovered, there was no need to waste manpower and resources searching for the person. It was obvious that whoever had died here was a member of the FD group. The priority now was apprehending the perpetrators. Once they were in custody, the police would uncover every detail: the motive, the killer, and the full story behind the murder. 2 hours later, Lu Feng received a call from the border inspection station. A group of 8 individuals had been apprehended while attempting to cross the border illegally. 3 were shot dead on the spot for resisting arrest with firearms, while the remaining 5 sustained injuries. While border guards verified their identities, they discovered one suspect, Su Jian, was on their internal wanted list, prompting the call to Lu Feng for clarification. Upon learning of this, Lu Feng immediately dispatched personnel to the border inspection station to retrieve the suspect. By the time Su Jian was brought in, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Spill it. Why did you kill your childhood friend? Looking at Su Jian before him, his arms severed, his face scarred, his appearance utterly wretched, Lu Feng felt not a flicker of emotion. Compared to his crimes, any suffering Su endured seemed insufficient in Lu Feng's eyes. If divine justice truly existed, such a man deserved to be sent straight to the 18th layer of hell for a lifetime membership. Oof. He was a man who deserved to be torn limb from limb. If not for him, I wouldn't have ended up on this path today. Through Su Jian's account, Lu Feng and his companions finally resolved their long-standing grudges. Su Jian had stumbled into drug use out of curiosity years ago, only to be caught during an accident and sent to a compulsory detox center. Though Su Jian had a penchant for mischief and the bizarre, his character wasn't entirely beyond redemption. After entering the center, he actively cooperated with treatment. Through his own efforts and the doctor's support, he successfully kicked the habit and was released. Though he couldn't return to his old life, he knew survival was essential. He planned to rest at home for a while before seeking work to support himself, intending to find a job where he could learn a trade to secure his future livelihood. However, while he was resting at home, Li Fei found him and offered a lucrative job opportunity, asking if he dared to take it. Li Fei explained it involved transporting animals that had died unnatural deaths at the livestock market. His only responsibility would be driving the truck. Loading and unloading wouldn't concern him. Li Fei promised to handle the vehicle arrangements and job acquisition, leaving Su Jian to focus solely on the physical labor. After covering expenses, they would split the profits evenly. Su Jian was moved to tears upon hearing Li Fei's offer, convinced the man genuinely wanted to help him. After all, based on Li Fei's description, each job paid quite well. With a few regular clients, their monthly earnings could be substantial. Even hiring a dedicated driver wouldn't cost Li Fei much. Once they officially started working, Su Jian's expectations were confirmed. Their monthly income exceeded what they'd earned together driving long-haul trucks before. The key was that the work wasn't strenuous. On busy days, they might make 3 or 4 trips. On slow days, they might not have any work for a week. Yet, their earnings were still significantly higher than before. Just as Su Jian was filled with gratitude and prepared to work harder to earn more money to repay Li Fei, an unexpected incident revealed Li Fei's secret. During one delivery, Su Jian arrived over an hour early at the loading site instead of at the agreed time. There, he encountered Li Fei. Li Fei was stuffing something into pork with another person. Even from a distance, Su Jian instantly recognized what it was. As a former drug user, he was intimately familiar with DP. Though he'd never engaged in FD himself, he'd heard plenty about the ins and outs of such activities. The moment Li Fei spotted Su Jian, he quickly hid what he was doing and claimed he was there to discuss business, insisting he had merely been inspecting the meat quality. Su Jian was furious at the deception, but he knew he had no choice but to play along. If he showed even the slightest hint of unease, he wouldn't walk out of there alive. Li Fei's actions clearly showed he was protecting Su Jian, trying to prevent him from being killed by the DF here. For days after this incident, Su Jian couldn't sleep well. Having experienced drug use himself, he knew that encountering this stuff almost always ended badly. He was constantly torn about whether he should try to talk some sense into his childhood friend. Just as he was about to act on his thoughts, Li Fei suddenly invited him over for dinner. By then, Li Fei had already bought his own apartment and lived alone, not with his parents. When Su Jian arrived, Li Fei was home alone. He de-ordered a mountain of dishes and bought several bottles of fine liquor, declaring they'd drink until they were dead drunk. At the start, Li Fei earnestly apologized to Su Jian, explaining that his primary motive had been to help Su Jian earn more money, which was why he hadn't told him the truth. Chapter 133, The Pet Market Incident. After drinking heavily that night, Su Jian accepted Li Fei's lace cigarette, and from that moment on, he relapsed into smoking. He had considered returning to the detox center, but the consequences of his second relapse were beyond his imagination. The cravings were overwhelming, and he couldn't bring himself to make the decision to go back. From that point on, he was fully integrated into the FD group. While he still handled transportation, his income multiplied several times over, and they even supplied him with free merchandise. Thus, through this chain of schemes, Su Jian had irrevocably embarked on his own path of no return. Li Fei's death was entirely Su Jian's doing. When Li Fei was setting the trap, Su Jian shoved him straight into the large pool. The electric current instantly took Li Fei's life. Su Jian also recounted how Li Fei had ended up on this path. Li Fei had encountered Bao Kuan during a fair run. An avid news consumer, Li Fei recognized Bao Kuan shortly after he got into the car. Intending to call the police, Li Fei hesitated, a hesitation Bao Kuan immediately sensed. Bao Kuan then offered money to buy Li Fei's silence. From an initial offer of 1 million to a final deal of 10 million, greed had completely clouded Li Fei's judgment. Recognizing Li Fei's greed, Bao Kuan, who also needed a reliable partner, began tempting him to join forces, promising to split all profits evenly. Thus, lured by Bao Kuan's enticements, Li Fei plunged headlong into the scheme, becoming a full-fledged criminal. Though he'd amassed considerable wealth over the years, human desire knows no bounds. There's always a higher pursuit waiting. The concept of staying grounded had long since faded from Li Fei's vocabulary. Through Bao Kuan and Li Fei's scheming, their business grew exponentially. To expand their operations, Li Fei even continued working as a ride-hailing driver. Whenever he encountered a drug addict, he would devise ways to lure them into his FD group. Whether it was price or quality, his offerings surpassed many other FD groups. His client base remained remarkably stable. While major deals were scarce, he'd sold countless abnormally deceased specimens, filling his coffers to the brim. The woman by Bao Kuan's side was also a wanted criminal, though her crime differed from his. This suspicious-looking woman had been forced to kill someone who was trying to take her life during a group brawl. Though not the instigator, as the primary agitator in the brawl, she bore the main responsibility and faced retribution from the victim's family. To evade the victim's family's pursuit or retribution, she had smuggled herself into the country. However, due to her lack of household registration, the two had always operated within Yuncheng's livestock market, rarely venturing far beyond it. Ultimately, the police apprehended 13 principal offenders and over 50 accomplices, with only a handful of gang members evading capture. Judging by the quantity seized by the police, the main perpetrators faced little chance of ever regaining their freedom, and the accomplices' fates wouldn't be much better. Their primary method for selling DP over the years involved convincing buyers to purchase expensive cats and dogs online. They would then conceal the DP within the animals and ship them to buyers via live animal transport channels. What happened to these adorable pets afterward was none of their concern. For short-distance shipments, they concealed the goods within pork shipments. Li Fei then used his ride-hailing vehicle to deliver the cargo. Over the years, though they were caught a few times, they always managed to slip through unscathed. Perhaps it was this repeated luck that fueled Li Fei and his crew's growing confidence in their illegal operation, allowing it to expand in scale. "Hey, wanna go here tomorrow during our day off?" Zhao Feng held his phone screen toward Feng Lu, displaying a promotional video for a pet-friendly amusement park. It was a park designed for bringing pets to play, featuring a bunch of girls splashing around with their dogs in the promotional video. Watching this, Feng Lu felt an urge to roll his eyes at his trainer. The guy was probably hooked by the promotional video. Ah, youth. He doesn't know how cruel society can be. He'll probably realize he's years too late once he gets there. Lu Feng couldn't be bothered with this trainer who seemed desperate to find a girlfriend. Whether he went or not wasn't up to him anyway. Sleeping was far more comfortable. Don't disturb my rest. Lu Feng hopped over to the other sofa in the office and closed his eyes once more. Today I saw a news story about someone giving up their 2 sons to the DF for 100 yuan worth of goods. Honestly, I don't even know what to say. As a father myself, I can't stand seeing news like this. Sometimes I really wish there was some kind of god-tier case solving system in the world that could round up all these damn criminals. Chapter 134, Nighttime Reinforcements. 2:30 a.m. Ring. Ring. The shrill ringtone jolted Zhao Feng awake. He grabbed the phone beside his pillow and answered without even looking at the screen. Captain Zhao, a major FD case has erupted in Xianfeng City. They're requesting you and Hanin to provide backup. Get downstairs at your residence immediately with Hanin. My team will meet you there shortly. Song Ming's stern voice came through the phone, and he hung up immediately after speaking. Zhao Feng rubbed his face vigorously to wake himself up, then quickly dressed and went to the room next door. He scooped up Hanin and held him tightly in his arms. Still fast asleep, Hanin grabbed 2 cans of food from beside him, stuffed them into the backpack hanging behind the door, slung it over his shoulders, and dashed toward the elevator. Just as they reached the lobby, a black SUV pulled up almost simultaneously. Its window was open, allowing Feng to instantly recognize the driver, their colleague Brotherly. Brotherly, a former military driver, handled the wheel during their urgent missions. His driving was both swift and steady, never failing to catch up to DF targets. In the car, Brotherly recounted the entire sequence of events to Feng. Xianfeng City was more prosperous than Yuncheng, boasting more developed heavy and light industries, which meant a greater variety of entertainment facilities and venues. Due to its proximity to Yuncheng, prostitution was more rampant here, with certain entertainment venues becoming havens for drug dealers. These hotspots naturally became prime targets for the police, who frequently organized undercover raids. Upon discovery, suspects were immediately arrested, and establishments were shut down for rectification. Yet even under such intense crackdowns, fertile ground for crime persists. For the sake of money, some simply disregard the consequences. 3 days ago, a mutilated corpse was discovered on the outskirts of Qianfeng City. The hands and feet were missing, and the face was so severely disfigured that identification was impossible. Initially, the criminal investigators assumed this was a major criminal case and focused entirely on identifying the body. After 2 days of intensive effort, they still had no leads. Yesterday, forensic technicians finally identified the body through DNA matching. However, when police followed up on the leads from this information, they discovered numerous signs of tampering in the individual's records. The case was finally escalated to the chief of Qianfeng City, who revealed the victim's true identity, Lu Ijuan, a young man who had been working as an undercover police officer. Lu Ijuan was on an undercover mission targeting a major FD syndicate operating in Qianfeng City. This syndicate had been secretly supplying goods to various FD gangs across the city. Although this had not yet been confirmed, through various clues, Qianfeng City's police had essentially determined that this FD syndicate existed. Although the group had never slipped up, its presence was evident in numerous FD cases cracked by the police. It was simply too deeply entrenched. Even some smaller FD groups collaborating with them have failed to uncover any information about the syndicate. Yet whenever these smaller groups face shortages, someone always reaches out to them. They then sell at prices slightly below market rates. Through long-term cooperation, trust has been established between them. Moreover, the group always delivered goods before demanding payment. While some considered defaulting, they ultimately paid up, though no one knows how the group ensured compliance. This undercover officer, posing as an FD agent, made contact with the supplier. Through repeated large-scale purchases, he finally connected with one of their internal personnel. In their final communication, the undercover officer relayed this insider's details to their handler, stating they would attempt to approach the individual to see if they could pass the group's screening process and join them to obtain more intelligence. However, no one could have anticipated that within mere days, this undercover officer would be brutally murdered. Just as everyone was preparing to investigate the FD group using the insider information provided, the exposed insider was discovered dead in his own home shortly after the undercover officer's body was found. The death was gruesome, showing severe torture before death. The cause of death was excessive blood loss, and the victim had been forcibly administered a special drug that prevented unconsciousness, leaving the body highly sensitive to pain. After death, the body was hacked into pieces in a fit of rage and scattered throughout the home. This incident clearly bore the hallmarks of the FD group's handiwork. Yet their ruthless execution also underscored the individual's critical importance. Moreover, the crime scene indicated the perpetrator was someone familiar to the victim. Following this lead would surely uncover the FD group's trail, allowing investigators to dismantle the entire criminal organization. But just as everyone was rallying to find the killer, they suddenly realized the murderer hadn't even tried to hide. Surveillance footage along the route clearly showed his figure. The police swiftly identified the suspect, Wang Huatian, a classmate of the victim, Lu Tongzhou. The two had always been close friends. They had partnered to open a fairly successful hotpot restaurant. Regardless of whether business was booming or sluggish, the two had never quarreled over money. This direct killing of Lu Tongzhou made it almost certain that Wang Huatian was also an internal member of the FD group, possibly even a core member. The reason he exposed himself by committing murder was likely because JC could easily trace him through Lu Tongzhou, and with concrete evidence at that. Just as the police were deploying personnel to track his movements for an arrest, they discovered Wang Huatian had already boarded an international flight bound for Cashew Country. Cashew Country was a chaotic nation where the police were powerless to act, forced to watch helplessly as the suspect evaded justice there. Despite one death and one escape, the suspect couldn't erase all traces. Ultimately, by meticulously mapping the pair's movements and social connections, JC uncovered a crucial lead. The pair visited a private estate on the city outskirts once a month. While their purpose there remained unknown, the fact that they went without fail every month, rain or shine, was telling. This private estate undoubtedly concealed something. However, due to the estate owner's special status, by the time the police entered to search, several hours had already passed. After conducting a thorough search, they found no suspicious items. Instead, they uncovered numerous suspicious activities, extensive renovations in many areas, and significant sections had been demolished. When the police entered, it resembled a large construction site. Many elements had been altered beyond recognition. Chapter 135, Construction and Renovation. The reason Feng Lu and his team had been urgently deployed was that their local narcotics squad had requested cross-jurisdictional investigation. The estate owner was a prominent entrepreneur in their city. Investigating the case locally would have presented numerous complications, prompting them to request cross-jurisdictional support. Their local police force was only responsible for peripheral assistance, with no involvement in internal matters. Before Feng Lu and his team even departed, Hu Feng had already led his squad to the site. By the time they arrived, most of the case files had likely already been handed over. Somewhere in Qianfeng City. Though they trusted their colleague Hu Feng, they opted for their own lodging as a precaution, bypassing the accommodations arranged by Qianfeng City. "Old Zhao, you're here." Hu Feng watched Zhao Feng walk in, his face worn with fatigue as he patted the other man's shoulder. Taking over this case weighed heavily on him. He glanced over the investigative materials gathered by Qianfeng City's police. Many leads had completely dried up, and the only thing that could be considered a lead at this point was the owner of the private estate. However, the man's status was somewhat special. If they wanted to take action against him, they absolutely needed solid evidence. But if evidence were that easy to come by, they wouldn't have been sent here in the first place. Though he'd only been here a short while, he'd already sensed some internal resistance. The person involved had too many interests tangled up in this. But they didn't need to kowtow to these people. As long as their actions stayed within their jurisdiction, no one could say anything. His greatest concern now was whether the target would go into hiding upon learning of their arrival, canceling all transactions in the near future. If that happened, they'd be forced into a passive position. Even if they tracked down some suspects, without concrete evidence, they wouldn't be able to take action against them. The reason he'd brought Feng Lu and the others along was to see if Huan could uncover something during the upcoming surprise inspection that other police dogs might miss. Any leads? Zhao Feng placed Huan on the nearby sofa where he could sleep more comfortably. He couldn't figure out how this guy grew up a police dog with absolutely no sense of alertness. "Hey, clues? My eyebrows are practically scorched off. I plan to have someone take you to visit the estate owner at 9. Then you can walk Huan around the grounds and see if he picks up any leads. Aren't you basically telling him you suspect him? Plus, that'll expose how we got here." Zhao Feng asked curiously. "Who do you think we could hide this from? Given his status, he probably knew about us before we even arrived. Taking you there myself is just a clear signal that I've got him in my sights." "Why? Look, the Qianfeng City Bureau inviting us to handle this case already signals our presence. Even if we don't seek them out now, they'll go to great lengths to prevent us. So why shouldn't we leverage our official duties?" True. After hearing Hu Feng's explanation, Zhao Feng understood his reasoning and concerns. Just past 9 in the morning, outside the private estate. Zhao Feng, wearing a hoodie and looking a bit dazed, sat in the back seat of a police car. A Qianfeng City officer drove, while the deputy chief of the Qianfeng City Bureau sat in the front passenger seat, waiting for the estate gates to open. The private estate was built on a hillside, surrounded by towering green trees and dotted with seasonal blooms, creating a serene and picturesque setting. Zhao Feng and Hanan didn't join the estate owner and deputy director in their pleasantries. Instead, they instinctively began strolling around the grounds. They conducted their inspection openly and unapologetically. Due to the other party's status, they couldn't simply send people over for a high-profile search. Thus, they came under the guise of a visit with Feng Lu and the others, which also served to save face for the other party. If the other party was truly involved with FD Group, then regardless of their status or contributions to Qianfeng City, they would be brought to justice. The estate was vast. A thorough inspection would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Thus, Feng and his team wasted no time, immediately commencing their search along their pre-planned route. Following behind Zhao Feng and his team was a middle-aged man. He was the estate's butler, assigned by the owner to assist Zhao Feng's group. In this regard, one had to admire the estate owner. Knowing their purpose, yet cooperating so fully, it was truly remarkable. Yet, it also hinted at his extreme confidence in his own ability to cover his tracks. Even with his dog brain, Feng could tell the guy was definitely up to no good and it was big trouble. He was just banking on his status and thinking the cops couldn't touch him. With no evidence linking him to his FD, he remained brazenly in the country, going nowhere. Of course, it was likely also because he couldn't bear to abandon his current business and status, forcing him to take such immense risks and engage in a game of wits with the police. Walking through the private estate, Feng Lu began meticulously analyzing the myriad scents in the air. The estate held no trace of tranquility at that moment. The clamor from multiple construction sites throughout the grounds created an unbearably jarring din. Lu Feng and his team were primarily targeting the areas undergoing renovation. When they reached a pool undergoing renovation, the butler exchanged a few brief words with the construction crew. Several workers then stepped away from the site and stood nearby. Instead of immediately inspecting the pool's perimeter, Feng Lu approached the workers and carefully sniffed each of them. Finding no unusual odors, he then jumped into the pool and began meticulously sniffing around. As for why construction workers are checked first, it's because Lu Feng believes that if there's an issue at this site, whether it's related to DP production or anything else, many construction workers tend to wear their uniforms for days before washing them. If DP or similar substances had been on them, there would definitely be lingering odors. Lu Feng carefully circled the pool once, finding nothing. He then jumped ashore and sniffed around the perimeter, again finding nothing. This outcome didn't surprise them. Most of the construction work was likely cover for the actual target site. They just needed to pinpoint the problematic location. Chapter 136, The Person in the Garden? After leaving the pool, they arrived at the second location, a pond that had once housed numerous goldfish, though they had all been removed and placed in tanks. When Feng Lu and his team arrived, workers were clearing silt from the pond, explaining they planned to build a pavilion for leisurely goldfish viewing. Pfft, rich bastards. Lu Feng inwardly scoffed, carefully circling the pond once. Finding nothing of interest, he departed and headed toward his next target. To his utter dismay, the location turned out to be a restroom. The stench that hit him upon entering nearly drove him to murderous rage. This bastard clearly did this on purpose. It was disgusting, to say the least. Feng Lu was now certain of their whereabouts. They must know exactly where he was. Lu Feng slurped voraciously from the dog bowl, downing nearly half a bowl before finally suppressing his revulsion. I'm a real dog, but whoever thought of this plan is even more of a dog. Standing up, Feng Lu headed toward his next destination. Spotting a construction site in the distance, his spirits lifted. It was actually a house. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes at the cleanly dressed construction workers before him. Their audacity was extraordinary, utterly brazen. He turned to the estate butler who'd been trailing him. For some reason, the man seemed to think Feng couldn't read his expression. Seizing a moment when Zhao Feng wasn't looking, he made a throat-slitting gesture with his thumb toward Feng. The meaning was unmistakable. Yet, upon seeing the gesture, a faint smile tugged at Lu Feng's lips. You probably don't know I've got a micro camera on my neck, do you? Idiot. Installing a camera on Feng's neck was an absolutely brilliant idea, stealthy, secure, and revealing people's true colors. The room's renovation was thorough. All the old fixtures had been demolished, and every scrap of debris cleared away. Lu Feng saw no signs of construction inside or around the house. A bucket of paint had clearly been deliberately knocked over inside, overwhelming Feng's senses as he entered. The pungent fumes assaulted his nostrils, making him feel as if his nose were being plastered over. These guys were acting way too brazen, relying on their status. When Zhao Feng saw this, he was so furious he almost reached for his gun. Indeed, upon arriving, Lu Feng, fearing potential danger for the two, had specifically requested a handgun for Zhao Feng. Stepping outside, Feng Lu forcefully sniffed the air. Breathing in the fresh air finally brought him some relief. Passing by a garden, he inhaled the various fragrances wafting through the air. Yet instead of finding them pleasant, they stung his nostrils, likely an instinctive bodily reaction. This garden was exceptionally well maintained, with all kinds of seasonal flowers blooming in competition, creating a scene that should have lifted one's spirits. Just as Feng Lu and his companions reached the garden center, about to hasten away from the overwhelming fragrance, a faint stench invaded Feng Lu's nostrils, strikingly distinct amidst the otherwise fragrant air. At first, Feng Lu assumed it was the smell of manure used in the garden. However, when he slowed his pace and sniffed carefully, he realized it wasn't what he thought. This wasn't the smell of manure at all, but the stench of decaying flesh. The scent in the air was faint, and if not for his past life as a police officer where he'd encountered this odor countless times, he wouldn't have been certain. Let's go, stop messing around. Zhao Feng watched the clumsy creature sniffing at a flower, feeling a bit speechless. He tugged on the leash, urging it to hurry up and not waste time here. Lu Feng, as if he'd stumbled upon something fascinating, suddenly stood up and pounced on Zhao Feng. The abrupt movement startled Zhao Feng. But he quickly remembered something. He glanced at the puppy still playing with him, then scanned the surroundings. There were no tall trees in the garden. From where he stood, he could see most of the area. Even if someone was hiding here, they wouldn't attack at this moment. So what was the dog trying to say? When the instructor caught Hanin's gaze and turned to look at him, Hanin immediately scratched at the ground with his paw before dashing off again, giving the impression he was still playing with the instructor. But Zhao Feng, having spent so much time with Feng, understood exactly what the dog was trying to convey. Hanin meant there was someone underground. No, to be precise, there was a corpse underground. Zhao Feng wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but he knew that regardless of the situation, they couldn't react now. They had to act as if they hadn't noticed anything. Given the brutality the enemy had displayed, if they dared reveal their discovery now, there was an overwhelming chance the enemy would drag them down with them. There was no way they'd make it out of this private estate alive. Once exposed, their only options were escape or capture. Since death was inevitable anyway, the killer might as well take two scapegoats with him. Throughout the grueling 3-hour inspection, Feng Lu and his team endured every imaginable petty trick, designed to torment both man and dog. Zhao Feng nearly lost his temper multiple times. Fortunately, at critical moments, Feng Lu managed to restrain Zhao Feng, preventing him from falling into their traps. In that small garden over there, did you notice bodies buried beneath it from time to time? After leaving the private estate, Zhao Feng switched to Lu Feng's car at the foot of the mountain. Eager to confirm his suspicions, he turned to look at the dog. What? You found bodies? Before Feng Lu could answer, Lu Feng, who was driving, nearly slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, his nerves held firm, and the car maintained its steady speed without stopping. Seeing the urgent look on the instructor's face, Feng Lu nodded vigorously in confirmation. Hurry, old Hu. Hanin confirmed it. Make arrangements immediately. Pull over up ahead, I'll take the wheel. Alright, let's switch after the next intersection, once we're farther from that police car. It wasn't that Lu Feng and his team doubted Xinfeng City's police force. There were numerous regulations and requirements governing cross-jurisdictional investigations. Beyond the official rules, certain unwritten codes were forged in blood. Disregarding them was tantamount to gambling with your own life and that of your teammates. If this city requested special investigation status, it meant either they couldn't handle it themselves or they suspected internal issues within their own force. Therefore, exercising caution at all times was never a mistake. Chapter 137, The Owner of the Fingerprints. 1 hour later. After thorough discussion with his colleagues, Lu Feng decided to directly enter the private estate to verify whether the location Lu Feng had discovered truly contained a body. With all other leads essentially exhausted, if this turned out to be true, it would tear open a crack at the very least. It could pin down the owner of this private estate, who was clearly a key figure within the FD group. Another reason for their urgent decision was that the estate's owner, Liao Chao, had booked a flight abroad an hour and a half earlier, claiming it was for business. His sudden departure abroad was clearly an attempt to evade police investigation. Crucially, the police currently had no grounds to detain him. Given his status and connections, he could easily find people to pressure the police. Then, with some online trolls and clueless idiots, they'd surely rally support for him. Due to confidentiality requirements, the police couldn't disclose the details publicly, leaving them in a very passive position. If they let him go, regardless of whether the investigation yielded results, he'd be abroad able to retreat or advance at will. Therefore, Lu Feng and his team resolved to trust the lead Lu Feng had uncovered. A body was buried in that garden. Another factor was that since the suspect had extensively remodeled the private estate, if a body truly existed there, it would inevitably be removed sooner or later. If they arrived too late, they might find nothing left. To be safe, Lu Feng directly contacted the Xinfeng City Police, seeking their assistance. Having already coordinated with the local commander beforehand, Lu Feng quickly assembled over 100 officers who secretly converged near the private estate. Since they arrived in batches, assembly took some time. After brief coordination, they split into several teams and surrounded the entire estate. After identifying themselves, the security guards at the gate attempted to block their entry, but they were all subdued and restrained. Lu Feng led his team straight to the small garden without wasting words on the estate's occupants, guided by Feng Lu and the others. At this point, any words exchanged with the other side would be futile. If they found nothing amiss, given the other party's status, they would certainly make life difficult for them. If they did find something wrong, the other side's words would be meaningless. Upon reaching the garden, Feng Lu began meticulously sniffing out the source of the scent. He eventually pinpointed the strongest odor emanating from beneath a small tree. Once Feng Lu confirmed the location, 4 or 5 burly men swiftly began digging with their tools. Whatever was buried was exceptionally deep. Even after digging over a meter down, they found nothing. Yet this did not discourage them. Instead, excitement spread across each of their faces. As they dug deeper, a foul stench began wafting through the air, clearly detectable by everyone present. Finally, after digging over 2 meters deep, they stumbled upon a human-shaped object tightly wrapped in plastic sheeting beneath their feet. Without even unwrapping it, everyone could tell it was a human corpse, already decomposed and foul-smelling. The forensic evidence technicians who had accompanied them meticulously collected all extractable samples before finally unwrapping the plastic sheeting covering the body. The body had been wrapped in 5 layers of plastic film. Had it not been for the sweltering heat, the prolonged duration, and the advanced state of decomposition allowing the stench to permeate the plastic, Feng Lu might never have detected the faint odor. However, the killer hadn't accounted for one crucial detail: plastic wrap is highly conducive to preserving fingerprint evidence. The perpetrator likely never imagined the police would uncover it, making the use of gloves during the crime highly improbable. When the plastic wrap enveloping the body was fully unwrapped, a foul stench erupted from within, causing even Lu Feng to retch violently. One could imagine just how unbearable that stench must have been. Fortunately, due to the deep burial and meticulous wrapping, there were no fly larvae present, so the visual impact was somewhat lessened. Meanwhile, the forensic technicians, after extracting information from the plastic wrap, immediately isolated the fingerprint data. Computer technicians then cross-referenced these fingerprints with those collected at the estate. Ding! Less than a minute after the technician uploaded the data to the computer for comparison, a system alert sounded. Everyone turned excitedly toward the computer screen. They knew this alert signaled a successful match, meaning a fingerprint from someone at the estate had been successfully matched to the one on the plastic wrap. During the examination, the forensic technician in charge of trace evidence had noted that the plastic wrap used to encase the body was brand new, not previously used. Therefore, the fingerprints found on them were almost certainly not from the murderer, but from an accomplice or someone with knowledge of the crime. Quick, see whose it is. Lu Feng stared intently at the computer screen, tense as he waited for the technician to pull up the fingerprint owner's information. Liao Chao, male, 49 years old, native of Qianfeng City, chairman of XX Entertainment Group, residing at Private Estate, XX Road, XXX. Nice work. Lu Feng pumped his fist in excitement. He hadn't expected the fingerprint to belong to Liao Chao, a figure who had caused them so much trouble. With this evidence, even if he remained silent later, they had sufficient grounds to detain him. However, this evidence alone wouldn't be enough to convict him. He could offer countless plausible explanations for his actions. Even though the body was discovered at his residence and the plastic wrap covering it bore his fingerprints, he could easily claim the plastic wrap belonged to his household and that his fingerprints on it were perfectly normal. As for the body being found on his property, his estate was vast. Between the staff, security personnel, and various other residents, there were easily over 30 people living there. How could anyone say he committed the murder? Given his wealth, he could easily hire a formidable legal team. With the evidence the police currently possess, it's nearly impossible to put him away. Even if everyone knew he was the killer, without concrete evidence, it was all just empty talk. Brother Lu, how's the autopsy going? Lu Feng's excitement instantly cooled as he thought this, glancing toward Brother Lu conducting the autopsy nearby. Chapter 138, Thorough Search. Xiaowen, female, 21 years old, a senior at Qianfeng University. Her family reported her missing a week ago. After reviewing surveillance footage, the police discovered her last known location was in a blind spot. Over the past week, Qianfeng City Police had conducted thorough investigations, interviewing nearby businesses and witnesses present at the time, yet uncovered no clues regarding her disappearance. Just when everyone thought this would become another cold case, her body was discovered in Liao Chao's private estate. Woof woof woof. While everyone else gathered around the computer awaiting the comparison results, Feng Lu, having been assigned a specific location, kept pacing around the garden. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The plants and trees in this garden seemed unusually lush and abnormal. Could there be another body hidden beneath them? But all his suspicions stemmed from intuition alone, so he kept them to himself. Besides, even if he wanted to share, he couldn't. He could only continue silently sniffing around. Suddenly, while sniffing close to the ground in a flower bed about 20 meters from where the body had been found, he detected that familiar stench of decay again. Lu Feng's scalp tingled with dread. This discovery was too terrifying. He was now terrified of finding a third corpse, or even a fourth or fifth. Killing could become addictive. Especially when the perpetrator had killed a second person without being discovered, their twisted psyche would grow even more reckless. They might become utterly unrestrained in their killing spree, even finding pleasure in it. What's wrong? Zhao Feng looked at the barking Huan with confusion. Earlier, he'd seen the dog sniffing around incessantly but hadn't thought much of it. After all, most dogs behaved that way outdoors. Huan, did you find something again? Lu Feng, who had also turned at the barking, now watched Huan with a grave expression. Lu Feng nodded upon hearing this, then dug vigorously at the ground with his paw, signaling that something lay beneath. The group, who had been elated about pinpointing the culprit, grew equally somber upon seeing Feng's actions. They all understood what he was implying. Soon, several police officers arrived with tools and began digging downward at the spot Lu Feng had indicated. The previously relaxed atmosphere grew tense without anyone noticing. None of them wanted to find another body. Captain Su, have there been any similar disappearances in Qianfeng City over the past 2 years? Lu Feng turned to the Qianfeng City police officer assisting them. He desperately wanted to know how many girls had vanished in recent years, just like Xiaowen. Hold on, I'll make a call to check. Team leader Su, hearing Lu Feng's question, also recognized the gravity of the situation. In his memory, there had indeed been several cases of girls going missing in recent years, and each bore striking similarities to Xiaowen's disappearance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the excavated pit grew deeper and deeper, soon reaching a depth of about 1 meter. Some officers with particularly sensitive noses caught that familiar stench of decaying flesh once more. When a plastic sheet severely eroded by soil appeared before them, a heavy weight settled on everyone's hearts. After forensic evidence technicians collected samples, the medical examiner carefully peeled back the thick plastic wrap. A badly decomposed, unrecognizable body lay exposed before them. Inside the plastic wrap, alongside the body, lay a woman's handbag and some clothing. After collecting evidence from the bag's exterior, a forensic technician slowly opened it. Its contents were sparse: a pack of tissues, a mobile phone, a woman's wallet, and a phone charger. Captain Hu, I just had my colleague pull the case files. Over the past 2 years, 8 girls have gone missing under mysterious circumstances. I'll send you the list right away. Captain Su approached from a distance, glancing at the open plastic wrap. His heart sank when he saw the women's clothing and handbag inside. If this girl's identity was confirmed as one of the 8 missing girls, this would be a major scandal. He never imagined that a case originally investigating DP could be linked to a serial murder case. What's more, each missing girl had been in the prime of her life, only to be brutally murdered. This couldn't be covered up. He could already imagine the disappointment netizens would feel toward Qianfeng City's police force once this hit the internet. Naturally, this scandal would likely cost many high-ranking officials in Qianfeng City their positions. Fortunately, no matter how big the mess, higher-ups would shoulder the blame. It wouldn't touch a lowly squad leader like him. When the wallet was opened and an ID card inside was placed into an evidence bag and handed to Lu Feng, everyone watched him with bated breath. Though they knew hope was slim, none of them wanted to see the expected outcome materialize. Sigh. Lu Feng glanced at the ID information, sighed, and returned the evidence bag. Captain Su, could you arrange for a few excavators to be brought over? I want to dig up the entire garden. Right away, I'll get on it. Standing nearby, Captain Su had been momentarily lost in thought. Hearing Lu Feng's words snapped him back to reality. He understood what Lu Feng meant: some bodies buried for a long time simply couldn't be detected by police dogs alone. So excavating the entire garden was the best approach. Though they could question Liao Chao, he might not tell them the truth. Besides the garden, every conceivable burial site would likely need excavation or instrument-based detection. Otherwise, no one would feel at ease. Thanks for your hard work. Here, have some canned food. While waiting for the excavator, Zhao Feng pulled a can of food from his backpack, opened it, and handed it to Hanin, who was lying nearby. Old Zhao, we've secured the entire estate. Once Huan rests, take him to the unexamined areas and check if there's anything else. After assigning the task, Lu Feng approached the man and dog, his tone tinged with embarrassment. Alright, I'll take Huan to check those areas later. When they arrived, although Liao Chao had been cooperative, there were still many areas they hadn't been allowed to enter. Without evidence at the time, they had no recourse. But when they unearthed the first body from the garden, everything changed. Whether it was Liao Chao or anyone else working for him, every single person was immediately taken into custody by the police. Chapter 139, The Unusually Large Area. Lu Feng surveyed the 3-story villa before him. It didn't appear overly luxurious, indistinguishable from other villas within the private estate. But when Feng Lu stepped inside, he discovered a world of its own. Beyond the entrance lay the villa's grand hall, lavishly decorated with all manner of expensive-looking ornaments and decorative pieces. The living room featured an aquarium spanning an entire wall, easily 20 meters long, housing several stunning golden arowana fish. Beside the tank stood an exquisitely crafted ladder, presumably installed for convenient feeding. But none of that mattered now. Feng Lu's most urgent task was to find clues within Liao Chao's residence. Although they had nearly gathered enough evidence to pin Liao Chao's crimes definitively, they hadn't forgotten why they were here. Since his capture, Liao Chao had remained utterly silent, refusing to cooperate with any inquiries whether about the murders or the FD case. He answered nothing. The first floor contained a living room, reception area, dining room, kitchen, and a large entertainment room equipped with a comprehensive array of recreational facilities. Lu Feng inspected each room methodically, feeling no envy whatsoever, for he knew exactly how this man had acquired his wealth. On the first floor, Feng Lu found nothing suspicious. Besides his own inspection, numerous officers from Yunqing were conducting a thorough search. These were the colleagues who had rushed over after discovering the second body. Realizing the scale of the case exceeded his capabilities, Lu Feng immediately requested backup. Upon learning the full details, Zhao Jigua approved Lu Feng's request without hesitation, immediately dispatching all available police officers to assist. Upon reaching the second floor, Feng Lu found mostly finished rooms. The largest and best positioned was Liao Chao's bedroom. Besides Liao Chao's bedroom, there was only a study, with the rest being guest rooms. Each guest room was fully equipped with all necessary amenities and meticulously cleaned, clearly indicating that Liao Chao had arranged for regular housekeeping. Lu Feng scrutinized Liao Chao's room. Like the guest rooms, it was immaculately clean and tidy, devoid of any signs of lived-in warmth. For some reason, places that are overly clean and tidy always feel devoid of life to me, though that's just my own perception, of course. Lu Feng carefully sniffed around the room. He had already done 2 thorough searches and was now on his 3rd pass. He kept feeling like there should be something here. In the end, however, Feng Lu gave up. He found nothing amiss in Liao Chao's bedroom. No. As if struck by an idea, Feng Lu re-entered Liao Chao's room. This time his objective was clear. He headed straight for the en-suite bathroom. Scrutinizing the bathroom, which was over 20 square meters in size, Feng Lu knew his hunch was correct. Everything in this bathroom, the toothbrush, toothpaste, even the razor, was far too new. There wasn't a single trace of use. Even if it had been used just once, it wouldn't look like this. Moreover, the toothpaste hadn't even been opened, and the towels were neatly arranged on the rack. It was impossible that they had coincidentally replaced the toothpaste just after the others arrived. With that thought, Feng Lu immediately walked over to the drain. He gave it a nudge with his claw, signaling Zhao Feng to lift the drain cover. Fortunately, this time the other guy wasn't dumb. He didn't ask any more questions and just lifted the drain cover right away. The drain was spotless, no hair or debris in sight. Most importantly, it was completely dry. Holy crap, Liao Chao probably doesn't live here. Zhao Feng exclaimed excitedly, finally grasping Feng's meaning. Even for a man, if he lived somewhere and regularly showered there, the drain would inevitably accumulate hair and other debris. And the fact that the drain was dry? Even if the person had used the bathroom yesterday, it wouldn't be dry in this sweltering heat. No one would spend an entire day outside and come home without showering. Even if someone stayed indoors with air conditioning all day, most people wouldn't skip showering before resting, especially not for days on end. If Zhao Feng could accept the idea that the other person didn't bathe, then seeing the disassembled sink connection pipe only reinforced his belief that the other person's bedroom wasn't here. The sink's connecting pipe was damp, yet there wasn't a single strand of hair at the bend, utterly baffling. There was a razor on the sink, and Zhao Feng had seen Liao Chao before. His face was incredibly smooth, clearly well-groomed daily. Did he not clean up after using the razor? That couldn't be possible. Without dwelling further on these questions, Zhao Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and relayed their findings to the team, instructing them to carefully inspect other units for any signs of Liao Chao's residence. Just as Zhao Feng was on the call, Feng Lu approached Liao Chao's bedside. He scrutinized the bedroom's layout, sensing something off about the room's arrangement. Before the inspection, he had detected Liao Chao's scent on him, and this room was also saturated with Liao Chao's odor. Logically, this shouldn't be his residence. Then why did the mounting doubts in his mind insist this wasn't Liao Chao's real home? Lu Feng shook his head and began his fourth inspection of the bedroom. When he reached a wardrobe filled with clothes, it suddenly dawned on him why he felt something was off. Below Liao Chao's bedroom was the entertainment room. The position corresponding to the wardrobe should be. No. That spot in the recreation room was a wall, with nothing behind it. Judging by the room's layout, that position shouldn't be a wall at all. Woof woof woof. Trainer, come quick. Doggy here has a discovery, come help. Hearing Feng's call, Zhao Feng emerged from the bathroom and looked at the clumsy dog with some confusion. Feng Lu rummaged through the clothes in the wardrobe. You want me to take the clothes out? Feng nodded, satisfied with the trainer's performance this time. It had to be said, rich people had it good. The wardrobe was packed with all kinds of clothes, and it took Zhao Feng several minutes to haul them all onto the bed. Lu Feng scrutinized the wardrobe. When his eyes fell upon the wooden panel inside, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 140, Behind the Door. Damn, bro. Zhao Feng stared at the combination lock before him in awe. He never imagined there would be a combination lock hidden inside the wardrobe. If not for the dimwit's reminder, who knows when it would have been discovered. Though it would be discovered sooner or later, every minute counted for them. 10 minutes later. Beep. A soft click sounded as the technician successfully unlocked the secret lock. Click. The back panel of the wardrobe slowly retracted downward, revealing a door before everyone's eyes. From its appearance, it was clearly a small elevator. The elevator was very small, seemingly only able to accommodate 3 or 4 people at a time. Lu Feng donned gloves and pressed the downward button. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a technician placed a wireless remote-controlled robot inside. As the elevator doors closed, several people gathered behind the technician, watching the images displayed on the screen in his hand. Ding! After the elevator doors opened, the robot emerged from the store under the technician's guidance. The first room visible was a living room, roughly 30 square meters in size. Compared to the upper floor, it wasn't particularly large. In fact, it felt a bit small. The decor was extremely minimalist, featuring only a sofa set and a table with chairs, not even a television. On the opposite side of the living room, 3 rooms stood side by side. With all doors closed, the robot couldn't enter, so no one could see inside. However, after a brief inspection, no hazards were detected. Soon, Zhao Feng led Han in as the first group to descend via elevator. Their primary purpose in descending was to verify the absence of hazardous materials. After all, robotic scans could only detect surface-level anomalies, not concealed threats. Upon descending, Feng began sniffing around meticulously. The scent of Liao Chao was overwhelmingly strong here, clearly a sign of long-term occupancy. Moreover, this bedroom wasn't as clean and tidy as the one upstairs. While there weren't clothes strewn about, the ashtray on the table was overflowing with cigarette butts, clearly untouched for a long time. Upon entering, Feng Lu didn't feel the air was stuffy. Looking up, he easily spotted several ventilation openings in the ceiling. The ventilation system inside, whatever brand it was, ran continuously with an extremely faint hum barely audible unless one paid close attention. After checking the living room and finding no hazards, Feng Lu approached the doors and began sniffing carefully from left to right. The first door showed no suspicious odors. After Feng Lu's inspection, a police officer carefully rechecked it with a small device. Finding nothing amiss, they cautiously opened the door. The room was pitch black with no lights on. An officer found the switch on the wall and flipped it. A bedroom of about 50 to 60 square meters came into view. It contained only a large bed and a transparent glass enclosed bathroom. A shelf stood not far from the bed, but the distance prevented them from seeing what was on it. Following their usual routine, Feng Luo entered first and began sniffing around meticulously. When he reached the shelf, he froze. It was filled with adult toys, predominantly those designed for BDSM. Many of the tools bore dark red residue, and Feng Lu detected a faint scent of blood. This discovery made his heart clench painfully. He didn't linger inside. After a thorough sniff to confirm there was no danger, he walked straight out. Taking a deep breath, he approached the second door. Finding it equally safe, JC scanned it with the device before opening it. As the lights flickered on, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. In the room, roughly 40 to 50 square meters in size, stood 5 large iron cages. One of them held a prisoner. Contrary to everyone's expectations, it wasn't a woman, but a young man in his 20s who appeared to have been sleeping before the lights came on. Startled awake by the sound of the door opening, he shielded his eyes from the light and looked at the group. "Are you guys cops?" The young man's haggard face, still bearing traces of sleepiness, lit up with excitement when he recognized the police officers among the crowd at the doorway. After being released, it took him a while to compose himself before recounting his ordeal. It turned out that Liao Chao wasn't exclusively attracted to women, he was bisexual. This young man had been kidnapped and brought here 2 weeks prior. 2 full weeks had passed, and the look on his face made it clear what kind of despair this young man, barely 20 years old, had endured. According to the young man, another girl had been held captive here when he arrived, but she had been beaten to death by Liao Chao over a week ago. The young man had witnessed the entire scene from his cage. Had it not been for his will to survive, he would have been scared to death on the spot. The girl had been beaten to death by Liao Chao primarily because she failed to satisfy him during their encounter. After injuring Liao Chao in an attempt to escape, she was brutally killed by the psychopath. As the young man recounted this, he trembled uncontrollably, his face turning even paler than before. As for why they didn't escape or resist, it was mainly because every time they were brought out, Liao Chao forced them to put on their own handcuffs and leg irons. At first, they refused to comply with Liao Chao's demands. But whenever that happened, Liao Chao would forcefully inject them with a narcotic agent. Once they lost the will to resist, he would torture them even more savagely. Gradually, they lost any desire to fight back. By the time Feng Lu reached the third door, his anger had boiled over. If Liao Chao were standing before him now, he'd send him straight to hell. Now, he dared not imagine what lay beyond this door. From the young man's account, he had never seen Liao Chao open this door. Moreover, when the girl had fled earlier, she had run straight toward this door, believing it to be the exit. But before she could reach it, Liao Chao had caught her. Liao Chao seemed furious at the time, cursing at the girl non-stop, repeatedly claiming she was trying to kill him. That's why Feng Lu examined this door with extreme thoroughness. Chapter 141, Desperate and Ruthless. Ha! No unusual smells, and I don't detect any other odors either. That's a bit odd. After sniffing around carefully once more, Feng Lu confirmed his senses hadn't deceived him. There seemed to be no danger lurking behind the door. He stepped back 2 paces, clearing the space in front of the door. The officer holding the device began a thorough inspection. The device's indicator light remained steady green, showing no changes, confirming Feng Lu's assessment that the area behind the door was safe. Just as the officer lowered the device and reached for the door handle, Feng Lu suddenly noticed something amiss. Due to his height, Feng Lu's field of vision differed from that of humans. While he was momentarily distracted, watching the officer inspect with the device, his vision suddenly caught the glint of a transparent thread. This discovery made his scalp instantly tingle. Could this be a bomb's fuse? Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Lu rushed behind the officer. Daring not to leap forward, fearing he might accidentally push the officer into the door and trigger the mechanism. Instead, he bit down on the officer's pant leg, yanking him off balance. Fortunately, he managed to stop the officer from opening the door. Huan, what's wrong? Everyone looked at the dimwit in confusion, wondering why he'd stopped the officer from opening the door. Had he discovered some danger? Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, then walked to the door. After checking several angles, he spotted the transparent thread again and pointed his claw toward its location. Thanks to Feng's demonstration, Lu Feng quickly grasped the meaning. He crouched before the door, adjusted his angle, and soon spotted the invisible thread as well. Lu Feng's expression instantly turned grave. He recalled the young man's words about Liao Chao saying, "You want to kill me?" Combined with the transparent thread he now saw, the implication was clear: if anyone opened this door and pulled that thread, they'd likely face a game over. If not for the fool's warning, every single one of them present would have almost certainly been killed outright. Lu Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stood up, and began recounting what he had seen to his colleagues. After Lu Feng finished speaking, nearly everyone crouched down to peer at the door. Their faces turned slightly pale as they stood up, gathered around Hanin, and gently patted his back. Under Lu Feng's guidance, everyone evacuated the basement room. Soon, all personnel upstairs were also let out of the small villa. After the incident was reported, professional bomb disposal experts arrived swiftly. Equipped with specialized detection instruments, they began scanning the door. Beep, beep, beep. A series of shrill beeps soon filled the air, causing the faces of those monitoring the surveillance feed to turn pale once more. Only now, with the use of more specialized equipment, were their suspicions confirmed. How could they not feel a chill run down their spines? 1 hour later. Thanks to the efforts of the professional bomb disposal team, the detonator was quickly disabled, and the door was safely opened. When the lights came on, the scene inside was revealed to those present. There was no bloody horror, nor was there a large stash of cash or gold. It was simply a modestly decorated room with tiled floors and whitewashed walls, remarkably plain compared to the others. There were no decorative items or furniture inside, only stacks of white transparent bags containing powder. Each bag appeared to hold about a pound. At least 100 bags were neatly stacked in the room. Beyond that, there was only a small safe, about the size of an induction cooker. It likely contained documents rather than cash. The amount seemed too meager for someone of his stature. Opposite the main door was another iron door, its destination unknown. This time, Feng Lu wasn't called into action. Professional bomb disposal equipment quickly scanned both the safe and the door. Only after confirming safety did a police officer open the door. The door revealed a makeshift tunnel, pitch black inside with no lighting fixtures. Under the beam of a flashlight, the tunnel's full length remained unknown, but after about 20 meters, it took a sharp turn. A wireless detection device was quickly brought in. Its scan revealed no hazards within the tunnel. The tunnel's length was also determined, over 160 meters, with its exit located in the woods outside the private garden. This made Feng Lu understand why Liao Chao had chosen to live in this villa near the estate while he had already secured an escape route for himself. Captain Hu, we can hand these items directly over to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. MHM. Lu Feng set down the ledger in his hands and shook his head with a hint of resignation. Troublemakers were everywhere. Has that portable hard drive been cracked yet? Almost done. A technician swiftly tapped away at the keyboard, decrypting the secrets of the portable hard drive retrieved from the safe. Ding! Shortly after the technician spoke, a notification sound rang out from the computer, and the portable hard drive opened instantly. 3 folders appeared before everyone's eyes, each labeled with its contents. One folder was labeled with the name of a certain DP. Lu Feng opened it to find files that required specialized software to view. However, Lu Feng had encountered such files before. This folder likely contained chemical formulas, probably for a new type of DP the other party had developed. The second folder was labeled Clients. Opening it revealed text documents. Lu Feng randomly selected one, which contained names, contact information, hobbies, and order quantities. This seemed like valuable information, but Lu Feng knew it would be difficult to identify verified phone numbers among them. Using this to track down the source would be challenging. These drug dealers were incredibly well connected. He estimated that half of them probably already knew about the estate being sealed off. Nevertheless, Lu Feng quickly packaged the file and sent it to his colleague, instructing them to contact each person individually to see if they could locate them or lure a few out of hiding. Chapter 142, Crocodile Tears? The third folder was named with a $sign. Lu Feng opened it and, upon seeing the 4 or 5 accounts and passwords inside, instantly understood its contents. After just one glance, he swiftly closed the folder. He then instructed the technicians to store the portable hard drive in a portable safe, set the password, and handed it over to a police officer to deliver to his superiors. Captain Hu, we've located their manufacturing facility. An officer hurried into the temporary office and reported the latest developments to Lu Feng. Good. Where is it? Take me there. Lu Feng looked at the officer with palpable excitement, striding quickly behind him toward a specific area of the estate. After you discovered the basement at Liao Chao's residence, we specifically investigated the estate's construction company. We found that all the villas in the estate were built with basements. There are 4 villas in total. During our search, we discovered that the basements in all of them had mysteriously vanished. After thorough investigation, we finally located a sealed basement entrance in one of the villas. The basement has now been opened. Inside, we found a large quantity of raw materials for producing DP, along with the chemical equipment required for its manufacture. As they walked, the famous JC briefed Lu Feng on the situation. Soon, the group arrived at the basement entrance, which was surprisingly located right in the villa's living room. The sofa that had been moved aside revealed that it had likely been used as a cover for the entrance. Lu Feng didn't go in to investigate. Professional matters were best left to the professionals. Right now, he was eager to meet Liao Chao, the renowned entrepreneur of Qianfeng City. He wondered if, under these circumstances, the man would still stubbornly refuse to say anything. Before taking him in for questioning, however, Lu Feng made a detour to the small garden. After all this time, the entire garden had been completely transformed, thoroughly dug up. Seeing the body bags laid out on the bare ground, his initial excitement instantly turned to sorrow. 12 body bags lay on the cold ground, each containing a corpse. 12 bodies had been unearthed from this garden. 12 families had lost their loved ones, a truly heartbreaking tragedy. Captain Hu, the longest buried body here, has been here for 5 years. The shortest buried one, the one Hanin found, was buried for about a week. Some of these bodies had ID information, which we've already matched with 3 missing girls. The specific DNA comparisons will take some time, but I've had them expedited over there. Since all the bodies were wrapped in plastic sheeting before burial, the fingerprints preserved inside were exceptionally clear. We've already matched 7 individuals, all employees of the estate, who have been taken into custody. A local police officer, looking somewhat somber, briefly outlined the investigation upon seeing Lu Feng approach. Honestly, after years on the force, Lu Feng had seen multiple bodies before. But this was his first time encountering a case where the victims were almost entirely young girls. These blossoming young women had been brutally murdered in the prime of their lives. All the victims are female? No, the coroner said there were 4 males and 8 females. Got it. Thanks for your hard work here. Lu Feng patted the officer on the shoulder, his steps feeling heavy as he walked toward the vehicle holding Liao Chao. To interrogate Liao Chao immediately, Lu Feng and his team didn't transport the estate's occupants to the station. On one hand, they weren't familiar with the local facilities and lacked sufficient holding cells. Secondly, it was to prevent unexpected incidents. After all, when investigating in an unfamiliar location, anything could happen. Therefore, whether it was Liao Chao or the other staff members, they were all being held separately in rooms of the villa or in vehicles. The vehicle holding Liao Chao was surprisingly spacious, specifically designed for such situations. Lu Feng had specifically ordered it brought over earlier, and now it was actually being put to use. Watching Liao Chao sitting calmly across from him, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up inside Lu Feng. He desperately wanted to punch him out cold. It took considerable effort to suppress the rage boiling within him. Lu Feng then stared back at Liao Chao without flinching, neither uttering a word nor breaking the intense gaze fixed upon the other man's eyes. After a full 5 minutes of silence, Liao Chao finally lowered his head, looking away from Lu Feng with a hint of defeat. We've discovered the basement in your room. We've also uncovered the underground workshop in the other villa. And we found the girl you murdered in the garden. I don't want to ask about the rest. What I want to know is why you'd harm innocent people. With your status, you shouldn't be short on women. Even if your sexual orientation is problematic, money should never be an obstacle to finding men willing to serve you. After another moment of silence, Lu Feng finally voiced his thoughts in a calm tone. With the evidence they had now, they didn't need his confession to send him straight to the executioner's block. He'd come here just to ask this monster in human form why he'd done such things. He understood the motive of killing for money, but slaughtering these innocent people purely for personal gratification was something he simply couldn't comprehend. He wasn't short on money. Heh, you two actually survived the explosion? Lucky bastards. Liao Chao ignored Lu Feng's remark, instead addressing him with a hint of regret. Lu Feng ignored the remark, staring intently at the man until he finally lowered his head and spoke slowly. You must be terrified, huh? Otherwise, why wouldn't you dare sleep in your own room? Why run down to the basement? Does that really give you a sense of security? The car fell into another long silence. Lu Feng showed no impatience. He pulled out a cigarette, offered one to his colleague beside him, lit one for himself, and simply watched Liao Chao alongside his colleague. 10 minutes later. Just when Liao Chao thought the other man wouldn't speak, he slowly raised his head. His face was covered in tears. Even after looking up, the tears kept streaming down uncontrollably. This left Lu Feng and the other officer momentarily flustered. What was this guy playing at? If it was repentance, that seemed unlikely. Given his cruel nature, that word probably didn't even exist in his vocabulary. So why the flood of tears? Seeking sympathy? That didn't make sense either. Chapter 143, Confession. Ha ha ha. I became this way because you forced me to. If it weren't for your incompetence, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Liao Chao's voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with profound sorrow, as if recalling something deeply painful. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Feng's eyes. He reviewed Liao Chao's background, a man who suddenly struck it rich a decade ago. Though his path had its bumps, he largely sailed smoothly to become a prominent entrepreneur in Qianfeng City. After entering business, he had some dealings with the police, but it wasn't enough to warrant being bullied or anything like that. Before entering business, Liao Chao had worked in factories and should have had no prior dealings with the police. Could there have been some connection that wasn't documented? Lu Feng didn't respond to the other man's words at this point. He could tell the man wasn't seeking a conversation, merely talking to himself. I never married, but when I was young, a foolish woman bore me a daughter. I'm deeply grateful to her, and I hate her intensely. Back when I worked at the factory, there was a woman I got along with exceptionally well. We both had feelings for each other. After over a year of getting to know each other, we naturally became a couple. Then it was time to talk about marriage. Then her family looked down on me for being poor and unambitious. They threatened suicide to force us apart. Not long after we split, that woman married someone her family had arranged for her. From that moment on, I thought we'd never see each other again. At this point, Liao Chao fell into a brief reverie, a rare hint of tenderness flickering across his face. Then she reappeared. It was just a few years ago, when my business was finally taking off. She brought a 15-year-old girl with her. The moment I saw that girl, I knew she was my child, not because of some blood bond or anything like that. It was because the girl looked so much like me, no paternity test needed. I nearly lost my mind. When I started my business, I drank heavily, pulled all-nighters, and was often exposed to harmful chemicals. That's how I lost my ability to have children. So do you understand what this girl meant to me? She was my lifeline. She became the very reason I kept living. You probably don't have kids yet, so you'll never understand that feeling. Through that woman's explanation, I learned the whole story. Less than a month after we parted, she got married. Soon after, she became pregnant. At first, she didn't think much of it, but as the child grew, she realized how strikingly similar she looked to me. But by then, she and her husband had a second child. After years together, they developed deep affection for each other, and her husband treated her very well. So she gradually began deliberately avoiding the subject. Not long before she came to me, her husband underwent a routine physical and was suddenly diagnosed with severe kidney disease requiring a transplant. The total medical costs involved were astronomical for an ordinary family like hers. When she was truly at her wit's end, she thought of me. Since I had gained some local recognition by then, she had seen my reports in the news and came directly to my company to find me. Though I was furious with her for waiting so long to tell me, the sudden joy of having a child overshadowed my anger. I didn't say much and immediately arranged for the best doctors to perform the transplant on her husband. I didn't care how much it cost. After all, he raised my child for over a decade and treated her exceptionally well. Deep down, I felt grateful to him. If it were someone else, seeing a child who clearly didn't resemble them, they might have grown suspicious or mistreated the child. My daughter didn't resist me too much when I suddenly appeared as her father. Maybe because I paid for her stepfather's treatment, she was actually quite grateful to me. Through my efforts, my daughter gradually began to accept me. I often took her out to have fun. That period was the happiest time of my life. We'd planned for me to take her out for a big meal on Friday when she had the day off, then to the amusement park over the weekend. But as I waited for her downstairs at her school building, crash! My daughter fell to her death right before my eyes. She left me without any warning. Liao Chao's face was already covered in tears and snot, yet he still stared blankly at the ceiling. Lu Feng could detect hints of his darkening state in the disjointed words. Your explanation back then was that she committed suicide because of overwhelming academic pressure. Did none of you ever investigate my daughter's personality? She was such a lively, cheerful person. How could she possibly kill herself over academic pressure? Besides, her grades were never outstanding. If pressure had been the issue, it would have surfaced long ago. And after she found out about me? Suicide was even less likely. With a father like me, a billionaire, why would she kill herself? Tell me. Can't answer that, can you? Think I'm just making unreasonable demands? Just as I was trying every possible way to uncover the truth, they found me. They said they knew the real cause of my daughter's death, but they needed me to become their spokesperson and work for them from then on. I agreed. My life had lost all meaning. I didn't even think about who they were, what they'd make me do, or how it would affect my life. They gave me a portable hard drive containing a video. Do you know what was on it? Those bastards, they didn't even consider themselves human. They stripped my daughter naked in the classroom and then. At this point, Liao Chao couldn't continue. His shoulders began shaking violently as tears streamed silently down his face. They all deserve to die. Not one of them is innocent. Since you can't help me, I have no choice but to take revenge for my daughter myself. I can't let the people who hurt her live on this earth. They don't deserve it. These past years, under their arrangements, I've taken down each enemy one by one. I have to admit, they're truly formidable. They managed to pull this off without arousing your suspicions. Why would they do this? Lu Feng finally blurted out the question that had been gnawing at him. Chapter 144, it was him. Because my arrival caused her classmates to ostracize her. They all came from ordinary backgrounds, but suddenly there was this disparity. That led all her former friends to start targeting her. They hurled all sorts of vile insults at her, which gradually escalated into physical assaults, and eventually even abuse. I was away on business trips during that period, so I didn't notice her changes. When I returned, before I could even speak to her, she died right before my eyes. After a long silence, Liao Chao answered Hu Feng's question in a hoarse, low voice, as if he had lost his soul. I haven't investigated the matter you mentioned yet, so I won't comment. But regarding the people you killed, I have one question. 2 of the girls had no connection to your daughter, right? Hu Feng stared at the message his colleague had sent, his gaze lingering on the man silently weeping before him. If what he said was true, though his actions were extreme and cruel. Deep down, Hu Feng felt compelled to give him credit. Of course, such thoughts could only remain unspoken, voicing them would be inappropriate. But after reading the message, his perspective shifted. Among the discovered bodies, the 2 most recently deceased had no known connection to the suspect's daughter. Indeed, in a remarkably short time, the police had already uncovered information about the daughter mentioned by the suspect. The suicide incident had caused quite a stir at the time. Many people knew that with just a little digging, they could find the daughter's identity and trace the suspect's social network. While not exhaustive, it was possible to uncover details about classmates, neighbors, and close friends. Given the significant suspicions surrounding the case, JC had considered the possibility of school violence. However, based on the interviews and investigations at the time, no evidence of school violence was found. If what Liao Chao said is true, then it means all the classmates and teachers collectively lied back then, which is why the police failed to uncover the truth. Hu Feng didn't feel the investigating officer had done anything wrong. All necessary leads had been pursued. It could only be said that these people were too united, and not a single one with a conscience had come forward. The reason he said this was because, after questioning Liao Chao, Hu Feng received another message on his communicator containing several video screenshots. After viewing them, Hu Feng lost all sympathy for several of the victims. Now, he only wanted to know why the other victims had been killed by Liao Chao. They could only blame their own bad luck. After I killed those scumbags, I realized I'd become addicted to killing. So I had that organization snatch up 2 more girls for me. Liao Chao's voice shifted abruptly from sorrow to a chilling tone, his tear and snot-streaked face appearing exceptionally terrifying. How much do you know about the organization behind you? Hu Feng struggled to suppress his inner rage before shifting the conversation to the FD organization mentioned by his interrogator. Heh, you can't take them on. Even after working with them for so many years, I still know next to nothing about them. Basically, they give me a job, I get it done, and we split the profits 50-50. As for how they assign tasks, I could tell you, but it wouldn't do you any good. I've had people investigate it before, and it always leads nowhere. They contact me through an overseas chat app. I hired hackers to investigate, but they said the app's servers are all abroad and protected by elite hackers. There's nothing even they could do. The underground factory and warehouse on my estate were built according to their specifications. I recruited all the workers myself, though I suspect some of them are their people. They always knew exactly how much cargo I was storing. As for the workers, I gave them leave 3 days ago. I have no idea where they are now, but I have all their registered addresses and such. I'll give you the password to a cloud storage account, but I can't guarantee how much of it is genuine. Liao Chao had unexpectedly begun cooperating with Hu Feng's questioning, which left Hu Feng somewhat bewildered. Observing the faint flush on the other man's face, Hu Feng felt he was onto something, though his mind hadn't quite processed it yet. You've been in that organization for so long, don't you have any suspects? After Hu Feng saw his colleague had recorded everything Liao Chao had said, he finally shifted to a new question. Yes. I'm about 70% certain this person is part of that organization. Who? Hu Feng looked at him eagerly, desperate to know who this person was. It's Fu Put. A large mouthful of blood spurted from Liao Chao's mouth before he collapsed onto the interrogation table, convulsing violently. The sudden turn of events stunned Hu Feng and his colleagues. They immediately jumped up from their seats and rushed to Liao Chao's side to check on him. The police officer monitoring the situation on the surveillance screen froze for a moment before immediately contacting a nearby doctor, instructing them to come to the vehicle to perform emergency treatment on Liao Chao. 20 minutes later. We did everything we could. This man had been poisoned for a very long time. I don't know how he endured that kind of pain and managed to hold on this long. It's a miracle he made it this far. The attending physician shook his head helplessly at Hu Feng, sharing his findings. Poisoned? Can you identify what kind of poison it was? Hearing that Liao Chao had died from poisoning didn't surprise Hu Feng much. He'd already suspected it when he saw the symptoms. But the most pressing question now was when Liao Chao had been poisoned. If it happened before his capture, it wouldn't be a major issue. If it occurred after, however, the situation would be grave. After Liao Chao's capture, he had been under constant surveillance by their own people. If he was poisoned during that time, it can only mean that someone within their own team was also part of the FD group. If that were the case, the implications would be terrifying. It's impossible to tell at this stage. We'll need to wait for the detailed lab results to know for sure. The doctor shook his head, indicating his helplessness. Sorry, everyone. Some things came up, so today's update is a bit late. I'll try to make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 145, The Young Man. Captain Hu, after discovering Liao Chao's poisoning, we immediately tested his biological samples. We found toxic residue in his water cup. There were no signs of it being washed, and only Liao Chao's fingerprints were on it. Just as Lu Feng was scratching his head in frustration, a colleague approached him to report the latest findings. Got it. After hearing the report and piecing it together with the doctor's description, Lu Feng concluded that Liao Chao must have ingested the poison voluntarily. The timing likely coincided with when they arrived to seal off the villa. This meant that the moment he realized he was being targeted, he had already decided to end his own life. Liao Chao died easily enough, but he left them with a mountain of unanswered questions. Neither the identity of the organization member mentioned by the victim nor the killer of the undercover cop had yielded any leads so far. During Liao Chao's interrogation, Lu Feng had pressed him about whether he had killed the undercover cop. Yet Liao Chao never answered that question, instead rambling on in a monologue about his own affairs. Though he did answer some questions in his final moments, his responses remained incoherent and rambling, never addressing the core issues Lu Feng sought. Now Lu Feng couldn't shake the feeling that before dying, the man had been filled with intense malice, deliberately leaving his words unfinished before passing away. Lu Feng looked at the rescued young man before him with some confusion. The way the man had just looked at him seemed a bit off. After completing the inspection task, there was nothing left for Feng to do. He had been following the instructor, watching as the instructor helped his colleagues with their work. But the heat outside was unbearable, so he'd retreated to the small villa unaffected by the incident and now serving as a makeshift office to escape the swelter. After being rescued, the young man had been examined by a doctor and found to have no physical injuries. He was merely in a dazed state from shock, so he had been placed in the temporary office. He was now waiting for his family to arrive, sitting quietly on the living room sofa, not making a sound, just staring blankly into space. When Feng Lu first jumped onto the sofa to rest, the young man hadn't moved at all, not even glancing at him. Feng Lu initially thought the young man was simply taking time to recover mentally after being rescued. After all, the young man had endured immense psychological torment during his captivity, so feeling dazed after sudden rescue was understandable. However, when a staff member brought Feng Lu some watermelon and couldn't help but praise him, the young man remained silent. He merely muttered, "You're something else, you're really something. This watermelon was specially prepared for you." After the staff member left, as Feng Lu leaned on the table eating his watermelon, he felt like someone was watching him. He glanced over and saw the young man across from him, who hadn't moved at all until now, staring at him unblinkingly. At first, Feng thought the other might be hungry or thirsty. But when he noticed the watermelon juice and bread already laid out on the other's table, he dismissed that idea. Lu Feng simply assumed the other person was curious, or perhaps another dog lover. Feeling his spirits lift a bit, he began to observe his surroundings. Just as Feng Lu was quietly eating his watermelon, he suddenly saw the young man's lips curl into a cold smile, his eyes turning icy. Caught off guard, Feng Lu froze. Something felt off about this guy. That gaze didn't look like it belonged to a victim at all. It was more like that of a brutal murderer. But just as Feng Lu was about to scrutinize him further, the young man abruptly reverted to his previous expression of vacant stare, as if he hadn't yet recovered from his trauma. "Hey, dummy, you're living it up, huh? Eating watermelon and not even saving me a slice." Zhao Feng plopped down beside dumbass. Though his face was still hidden by the hood, Feng could already picture the mocking expression there. "You fool, let's see if you dare eat it." Lu Feng swiped the slice of watermelon he was eating toward Zhao Feng, then grinned cheekily at him, his expression brimming with anticipation. Yeah, what he was expecting was obvious. Zhao Feng's words abruptly stopped. He looked at the innocent-faced Hanin, a bit dazed, unsure whether he should eat it or not. Though Feng Lu was playing around with Zhao Feng, his eyes never left the young man. No one would notice Feng Lu's surveillance, right? After all, what malicious intent could a dog possibly have? Besides, even if he saw something, he couldn't describe it. If he tried, he'd probably end up worse off than the person being watched. It must be said that this young man possessed remarkable composure. Even witnessing such a comical scene, his expression remained utterly unchanged. This only reinforced Feng's suspicion that something was off about the guy. But just as others had speculated, even if he knew, he couldn't say anything. Lu Feng instantly lost his playful mood, slumping back onto the sofa and staring blankly ahead, though his eyes never left the young man. What's up? Mad? I really didn't eat your stuff. I already ate over there." Zhao Feng looked at the listless, dazed figure and assumed he was upset because he hadn't eaten the food offered. But honestly, he just couldn't bring himself to eat it. How do you appease your own dog when you've upset him? Need answers ASAP. Woof woof woof. You idiot, get lost. Doggy-san has no time to play with you. Lu Feng shot a glance at Zhao Feng, who was acting like a drama queen and was utterly speechless. Fine. I'll get back to work. You rest up. Zhao Feng raised his hands high, watching the clumsy dog that seemed ready to bite him, and stopped making a fuss. Although he'd been helping out with the grocery delivery here all along, what could he do? There was just too much to handle. So he'd only taken advantage of this rare free moment to come check on the silly dog. Doggy, you really love watermelon, don't you? How about I treat you to some? Shortly after Zhao Feng left, the young man sitting across from him glanced around. Seeing no one nearby and noting the high back of the sofa partially blocking the view, he reached into his pocket. He pulled a bag of powdery substance from his pocket and carefully sprinkled it over a slice of watermelon. Using a voice meant to coax a child, he held the watermelon in front of Feng Lu, urging him to eat. Lu Feng stared at the young man approaching him with eyes that said, "Look at this cutie." His mind went blank for a moment. Did this guy really think he was some dumb dog? Poisoning it right in front of him, then offering it to him to eat. Chapter 146, The Despair of the Arrogant. Woof woof woof. As if struck by immense terror, Feng Lu let out a terrified growl, his barking voice cracking. Fortunately, the sound was loud enough to immediately attract the attention of nearby police officers. What's going on? Several nearby officers rushed over, staring at the only person present, the young man still holding the watermelon, looking utterly bewildered. I saw he seemed to really like watermelon, and I don't care for it much myself, so I gave him mine. I didn't do anything else. He really hadn't done anything, had he? Why was this dog overreacting so badly, cowering in the corner of the sofa? Fortunately, when he'd spiked the watermelon, he'd made sure there were no cameras or people around, so he wasn't worried about anyone suspecting anything. One officer observed the young man, who appeared genuinely bewildered and not lying. He was holding only a piece of watermelon, which didn't suggest deception. Besides, he was the victim here. So the officers didn't press him further, just explained that police dogs wouldn't eat food from strangers. Watching the officers walk away with a dazed look on their faces, the young man's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had thought this time he could poison the dog outright. The poison took a long time to take effect, and his friend should be arriving to pick him up soon. Once he left, no one would suspect him at all. Meanwhile, Feng Lu, who had departed, let a smirk curve his lips. That fool probably didn't realize he was wearing a camera. Everything he'd done had been recorded. Since he wasn't on an active mission, no one would be constantly monitoring his footage. Yet the police officers hadn't taken the recent events lightly, they'd simply believed the young man's story. They were now heading to the tech team to pull surveillance footage. So this young man, who thought he'd pulled off a flawless scheme, had no idea that disaster was about to befall him. Is that so? We'll pull it up right away. Upon hearing the officer who brought Feng Luo over, Wang, the tech specialist, immediately pulled up the surveillance footage from Feng Luo's body and began rewinding it to the approximate time. Soon, the footage showed the young man pulling something from his pocket to poison the food. All the officers watching the video felt a chill of dread. If Feng had eaten the watermelon laced with poison, they would have lost a crucial teammate. Fortunately, Feng Lu didn't eat it. After discussing it briefly, they immediately reported the incident to Lu Feng. Then, along with other colleagues, they returned to the lobby and placed the young man under surveillance. The young man had now reverted to his earlier state, appearing completely lost in thought. Seeing this, the police officers present were tempted to simply take him away. Feng Yu is over there. You two go keep him company. We'll contact a professional psychologist to provide him with psychological treatment. Just then, Old Li approached with a middle-aged man and woman, murmuring something to them as they walked. Feng Lu at the front didn't catch the words, but those behind him heard clearly. These two were likely Feng Yu's parents. However, Feng Lu remained skeptical about whether they were truly his parents. If his assessment of Feng Yu was correct, the young man was likely a key figure within the entire FD group. Anyone capable of convincing Liao Chao to play along and help them escape couldn't possibly be a minor figure. When Lu Feng entered the living room, he witnessed a heartwarming scene of a family reunion embracing each other. This sight halted his colleague's arrest attempt, and he stood silently watching. Xiaoyu, let's go. We don't want to cause trouble for the police here. Yeah, Dad. I want to give the cops a banner and a few days to thank them for saving me. Feng Yu followed his parents toward the exit, appearing genuinely grateful for the police officer's life-saving intervention. We'd be unworthy of any banner you might present. Lu Feng couldn't stand listening any longer and stepped in front of the three. Captain Hu, it's you. You saved my life, how could we possibly feel unworthy? Feng Yu seemed to only now notice Lu Feng, staring at him with such exaggerated delight that the expression drew admiration from the nearby Feng Lu. Had he not known Lu Feng's true nature, everyone would likely have been deceived by him. But at this moment, standing with a god's eye view, Feng Lu sat to the side watching the performance like one would watch a clown. Heh, you probably didn't know that police dogs all have miniature cameras around their necks, right? The footage they capture is uploaded in real time to our internal servers, where dedicated personnel review it daily. Now, do you still have anything to say? Lu Feng eyed Feng Yu with a hint of mockery. He was now almost certain this man was the one Liao Chao had tried to expose before his death. Although the pronunciation of the suspect's surname differed slightly, Liao Chao's words had been muffled in that situation. The fact that the initial letter matched made the suspect highly likely. Moreover, the actions he had just taken against Hanin, though the motive remained unclear, were now irrelevant. They had now pieced together the man's approximate identity. By following this lead and digging deep into his entire network of connections, they were certain to find what they sought. And now two more had come to throw themselves into the fray, offering themselves up. This only meant more clues. Ha, truly a slip-up in an otherwise flawless plan. Never imagined a momentary impulse would land me in this predicament. A bitter smile flickered across Feng Yu's face. He, who prided himself on his sharp intellect, never imagined he'd make such a foolish mistake at this critical juncture. He knew he couldn't withstand the other party's investigation. Whether it was the items stored at his residence or the fingerprints left on those exhumed corpses, none of it would hold up under scrutiny. The only reason the police hadn't caught him yet was because he was also a victim. They hadn't thought to compare his fingerprints. Now that he was exposed, the authorities would immediately cross-reference his fingerprints. At that point, no amount of talking or scheming would save him. Before his arrest, those apprehended feared retaliation against their families and kept his information sealed. But now that he was in custody, they would spare no effort to bring him down. At this thought, Feng Yu's hand darted into his pocket, pulling out the remaining poison with the intent to swallow it immediately. But though Feng Yu moved swiftly, the police officers watching him closely weren't pushovers. They swarmed forward instantly, subduing all three of them. Trying to make every character who appears serve a purpose, carrot carrot. Chapter 147, Feng Yu. 2 hours later. Don't even ask. Even if you did, I wouldn't dare tell you. If I did, not only would I die, but my entire family would die too. Feng Yu no longer possessed the confidence he'd shown when facing Feng Lu. Now, he resembled a man facing imminent death, his entire being radiating a sense of impending doom. Do you really not trust us to protect your family? Lu Feng observed the young man before him, now drained of vitality. After 2 hours of urgent investigation, though not all details had been uncovered, the general picture had emerged. Feng Yu was indeed no ordinary man. During the investigation, they had initially found no connection between him and Liao Chao's daughter, assuming he'd been caught by sheer misfortune. However, as they delved deeper into Feng Yu's background, they discovered that despite his youth, he was already a billionaire with multiple companies under his name. Yet the investigation also revealed that Feng Yu's companies were entirely dependent on Liao Chao's enterprises for survival. Every single one of his business deals originated from Liao Chao. Although no immediate issues were found in their partnership, Lu Feng believed there must be something fishy going on. It just hadn't surfaced yet due to the short time frame. Feng Yu came from an ordinary family. His parents were both working-class laborers. Yet from a young age, he had been diligent and studious, eventually gaining admission to a prestigious university through his own efforts. Majoring in chemistry, he had already secured several large sums of money during his university years by selling chemical formulas. With ample initial capital, Feng Yu established several companies within just a few years through his own efforts. Had it not been for the deep dive into his relationship with Liao Chao, the police would have been utterly stunned by Feng Yu's resume. Both his classmates and professors spoke highly of him, finding almost nothing to fault in either his character or his academic performance. While investigating the chemical formulas Feng Yu sold, the police discovered that the buyers he claimed to have sold to did not exist. However, while sorting through Feng Yu's personal belongings, JC discovered he was researching the latest DP formula. This finding directly explained the nature of the chemical formulas he had been selling. What baffled the JC, however, was this: given his intelligence, he could have succeeded without resorting to shady dealings. Moreover, with the talent he demonstrated, finding a job shouldn't have been a problem. Since that's the case, let's talk about why you chose this path. You should be able to discuss that, right? Lu Feng saw the other party's resolute stance and realized he wouldn't get any useful information at this moment. He shifted his approach and began discussing the other party's past. He hoped to uncover some useful clues from the man's experiences. Honestly, I chose this path entirely on my own. Unlike Liao Chao, I don't have some deep-seated grudge to settle. I just wanted money and a better life. Before high school, I studied hard because I knew education wasn't my only chance to change my fate, but it offered the best shot at success. It wasn't until college that I realized how naive I'd been. While I was still focused on studying, some classmates already had jobs lined up after graduation. Some went home to take over the family business, others were placed in companies, and some landed iron rice bowls. They were all set for life, spending their time either gaming or dating. In that environment, I gradually got swept up too. I started playing games and reading novels. Though I never dated, I simply couldn't afford it. While my living expenses were covered, that money was nowhere near enough for romance. Watching the children from wealthy families around me spend recklessly, buying things I could never afford, the desires within me gradually spiraled out of control. Fortunately, I'm a dutiful son, so I never asked my family for money. Instead, I took on part-time jobs to earn cash for the things I wanted. By chance, I learned a classmate was using illegal substances. His family was extremely wealthy, and that's when I conceived the idea of manufacturing drugs to sell to him. Even though I worked part-time frequently, my academic knowledge and skills consistently ranked among the top in my major. So making simple illegal substances wasn't too difficult for me. It only took a little research to figure out. Even though I desperately wanted his money, I knew I couldn't risk exposure. So I contacted him online and left the stuff at a designated spot for him to pick up. The first time, I gave it to him for free. After trying what I sold him, he couldn't be satisfied with drugs bought elsewhere anymore. Yes, while experimenting with making drugs, I accidentally discovered a formula that made the effects even more potent. So I succeeded. After securing my first customer, I wasn't content to stop there. I had him refer others to me, offering him free supplies for his own use. Over time, my client base grew steadily. Just as I was feeling triumphant, the DP I was selling caught the attention of an FD group, the very FD group that both Liao Chao and I had served. After investigating, they tracked me down. But they didn't come to steal my work, they offered a partnership. They presented an offer I couldn't refuse and purchased the formula from me outright. After that first deal, subsequent collaborations became much smoother. With my newfound wealth, I invested in establishing a hidden lab. Perhaps I have a natural talent for this. I successfully upgraded the formula several times, even developing versions with higher addictiveness. I sold all of them to them, and their offers were incredibly generous each time, well above market price. Feng Yu paused here. He had revealed everything he dared to share, the rest remained unspeakable. He had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness of that organization. The undercover cop had been tortured to death right before his eyes. Even now, he often woke from nightmares in the dead of night. Though he was involved in the DP business, he had rarely participated directly and didn't fully grasp the industry's brutality. He used to be like a researcher, he'd turn his findings into cash and then enjoy life. So why are you here this time? And how did you meet Liao Chao? Lu Feng stared at the silent Feng Yu, paused to think, then finally asked. Chapter 148, Caught Off Guard. This visit was purely coincidental. I just developed a new chemical formula and came here to trade with Liao Chao. I never expected things to turn out this way. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Yu answered without hesitation. Then, as if remembering something, he continued. You guys got pretty lucky discovering that bomb in the room. Was it the police dog that found it? Yes, but I'm curious, weren't you afraid we might open that door before rescuing you and blow you up too? Lu Feng finally voiced the lingering doubt in his mind. Ever since learning Feng Yu and Liao Chao were working together, he'd wondered why they'd dare act so boldly. What's there to fear? You've got all these people here with me. Besides, why don't you try smashing the wall in the room I'm in? Then you'll understand why I'm not afraid. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Lu Feng gave a subtle nod to the camera, signaling his colleagues on the other side to immediately investigate what he meant. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before asking, is this why you wanted to kill that police dog? You could say that. It was just a precaution. I'm afraid that one day I might encounter another dog as smart as him. If I get the chance, I'll eliminate him first. Feng Yu's tone was utterly nonchalant, as if a life meant nothing to him. 15 minutes later. Lu Feng looked at the message his colleague had sent him on his phone, which included several photos. Lu Feng began to grasp what his colleague meant. The walls of that room were lined with thick steel plates, extremely thick ones at that. Based on his colleague's preliminary assessment, they could easily withstand the blast from the bomb in the other bedroom. What's more, the person was currently inside an iron cage welded from thick steel bars. Even if the soil above collapsed, Feng Yu could easily wait inside the cage until rescue arrived. Putting down his phone, Lu Feng looked at Feng Yu with a touch of emotion. After a moment of silence, he asked, did you guys rig that room to escape suspicion? You figured it out? While this might still raise your suspicions, appearing as victims means you can't take extreme measures. With enough time to prepare, I'd have a real chance to flee the country. A hint of melancholy tinged Feng Yu's voice. He bitterly regretted his impulsive actions. Why couldn't he have held back? Now that he knew the other party existed, there would be plenty of opportunities to eliminate them. Why rush? During our last interrogation, everything you said sounded like a warning about danger lurking within. Why did you warn us? Can you explain? Lu Feng recalled the other man's seemingly cautionary words and voiced his lingering doubt. Oof. It wasn't really a warning. That incident actually happened. Only I wasn't watching from the cage, I was sitting nearby, sipping red wine. Feng Yu's spirits seemed to lift with each passing moment of their conversation, no longer appearing as listless as before. Yet, his mental state grew increasingly relaxed. Have you killed someone too? Lu Feng eyed the young man before him with suspicion. He looked almost like someone experiencing a final burst of energy before death. If it weren't for the forensic examination confirming the man was physically unharmed, Lu Feng would have thought his time was up. Kill someone? Why would I kill? I've had the thought, but I've suppressed it. At first, watching them kill terrified me. By the end, I was almost enjoying it. If you guys can't catch me this time, I guess my time is almost up. A flicker of fear crossed Feng Yu's eyes, mingled with a hint of anticipation and disappointment. Really? Lu Feng had already believed Feng Yu, but instinct made him ask anyway. What difference does one more charge make to someone like me? We're all dead anyway, right? I hear there are plenty more like me and old Liao in this organization. My handler and I discussed this before. One of their recruitment tests involves having candidates record themselves committing murder. They handle the disposal of the bodies. My rough guess about this organization is that there might only be 1 or 2 people pulling the strings behind the scenes. Everyone else is like me and old Liao. Some of us meet through the organization's arrangements, but most probably don't know each other at all. It'll be incredibly difficult for you to catch this organization. They could be right beside you, or overseas. They might be ordinary people or wealthy tycoons. Their identities vary widely. They're all brought together by the organization because they have different demands. A flicker of apprehension crossed Feng Yu's eyes. Until the very end, he revealed no useful information about this mysterious organization. After being sentenced to death, when he met his parents for the last time before execution, he remained silent even under their pleas. This revealed the depth of Feng Yu's fear toward the organization. Lu Feng stepped out of the interrogation vehicle with a hint of regret. He had even promised Feng Yu that he wouldn't face the death penalty, yet the man still refused to reveal anything. During the interrogation, he had contacted his superiors. They all understood that compared to the vast FD group, Feng Yu was merely a low-level operative. Therefore, through special application, he could be spared the death penalty provided, of course, that his testimony held significant value for the police. Unfortunately, right up until the end, the man showed no sign of budging. Now that he wasn't cooperating, even if he confessed later, it wouldn't matter much. The FD group had already destroyed most of the incriminating documents. Most of the individuals Feng Yu knew who were connected to the case had already fled overseas upon learning of his and Liao Chao's arrest. During the pursuit of criminals linked to Liao Chao, the authorities gained a stark appreciation for the formidable nature of this criminal syndicate. During the arrests, many were on the verge of escaping the country, while others had already vanished within China. Hanan, you worked hard today. Lu Feng looked at Hanan sprawled out on the sofa, sleeping soundly, and patted the little belly peeking out with a touch of emotion. He resolved that from now on, every police dog deployed on field missions would be outfitted with miniature cameras, absolute game changers. Most people have zero guard around an adorable dog, so they often reveal their most authentic selves when interacting with them. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly innocent dog was equipped with multiple hidden eyes, constantly observing their every move. In such situations, it often yielded the same unexpected results as today. Chapter 149, Follow-up in Qianfeng City. 1 week later. Thanks to the collective efforts of everyone involved, the events in Qianfeng City had finally reached a temporary conclusion. Feng Lu and his team began gradually withdrawing back to Yuncheng. Given the numerous individuals and companies implicated in the case, a special task force was dispatched from headquarters at the most critical juncture to assist Lu Feng and his team. With the task force's arrival, Lu Feng's team encountered significantly less resistance. All suspects were apprehended immediately, and those who had fled were placed on wanted lists. The implicated companies underwent asset liquidation under professional supervision, while a portion of the funds was allocated for victim compensation. The campus violence incident triggered by Liao Chao's daughter was also re-investigated. However, the findings left everyone utterly shocked. It turned out that the victims killed by Liao Chao were not just the 12 discovered, but a total of 25. Back then, besides the students involved, numerous teachers were also aware of the situation, yet they too had suppressed the truth. This explained why the police investigation had previously yielded no results. Not only the teachers, but also many of the students' families had suffered unexpected deaths. However, after careful investigation, it was discovered that these incidents were not mere accidents, but deliberately orchestrated. All had died in car accidents. During compensation proceedings, the vehicle owners showed no stinginess whatsoever, paying out claims at the highest possible standards. Consequently, neither the police handling the cases nor the bereaved families harbored any suspicions. However, when the police compiled all the information, they discovered that every driver involved in these accidents had been terminally ill. By the time the police discovered this and attempted to investigate, gathering evidence had become extremely difficult. Although the families had received substantial sums of money after the deaths. However, all compensation was obtained through multiple legal and compliant channels. Even now, it would be difficult for the police to file a formal investigation into this matter. With many individuals having passed away years ago, no leads remained to identify the perpetrators. This conclusion stemmed from evidence JC uncovered while sorting through Liao Chao's belongings, a digital record stored in an online cloud drive. During the investigation into Liao Chao, Lu Feng met with the mother and adoptive father of Liao Chao's daughter. Although Liao Chao had essentially severed ties with them after his daughter's death. However, before severing ties, Liao Chao had lent them a substantial sum to start a business. After years of development, they had achieved modest success. Liao Chao likely lent them the money because of his daughter, and they had already repaid it in full. Liao Chao still kept the promissory notes and transfer records. This surprised Lu Feng greatly, but upon reflection, he understood Liao Chao's intention. Liao Chao likely feared that if he were held accountable, it would implicate them. With these documents in hand, the matter could be treated as a standard loan transaction, leaving Lu Feng untouched. Even if Liao Chao had given the money to the other party, it was highly unlikely to cause any problems. As for Feng Yu's situation, after Lu Feng understood the circumstances, he immediately arranged for personnel to protect the boy's parents. Ultimately, through certain means, they were relocated to another place to live under assumed identities. But what kind of life the elderly couple, now bereft of their only son, would lead from then on was beyond Lu Feng's control. He had done all he could to fulfill his duty. Yet even so, Feng Yu never uttered a single word about that organization before his death, which left Lu Feng deeply frustrated. Simultaneously, he felt a growing unease about the FD group's methods. Their ability to manipulate minds was truly too sophisticated. Bringing this mysterious FD group to justice proved far more difficult than anticipated. Among the 30-plus individuals working at the estate, investigations revealed that as many as 15 had participated in Liao Chao's criminal activities. 7 of them were directly implicated in the murder of the innocent girl. Ultimately, all received maximum sentences, with the death penalty carried out immediately. The Qinfeng City case implicated over 100 individuals, some directly involved in the crimes and others indirectly complicit. Regardless of their role, they had inflicted irreparable harm upon many. Due to the case's extremely severe impact, all involved received the maximum punishment. Simultaneously, the police obtained all DP formulas developed in Feng Yu's laboratory. By comparing the seized DP components, ultimately, the police discovered traces of this DP across 3 entire provinces nationwide. This discovery made everyone realize the gravity of the situation. Although little information about the mysterious FD group had been uncovered, this discovery indirectly revealed the group's operational scope to the police. However, even with this trail uncovered, completely eradicating the group remained extremely difficult. If local JC could have found the group's traces in the seized DP, they would have done so long ago. This case wouldn't have fallen to them in the first place. Well done. Zhao Jiguo looked at Zhao Feng standing before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he gave the young man a hearty pat on the shoulder. His nephew had performed exceptionally well in this case. While most of the credit went to the dog, one mustn't forget Zhao Feng's role. He was a police dog trainer. His police dog had excelled in completing the mission, and that was no different from him accomplishing it himself. He and his police dog were always one. Lu Feng wagged his tail vigorously at Zhao Jiguo, signaling his affection and friendliness. Yet his eyes remained fixed intently on the lunchbox sitting on the other man's desk. You little rascal, that nose of yours is sharp. Smell that, huh? This is the chicken your second grandmother stewed for you. I specially bought free-range mountain chicken. We had one yesterday, and it was absolutely delicious. Zhao Jiguo couldn't help but smile at the dog's earnest gaze. He picked up the lunchbox from the table as he spoke. This was the free-range chicken his wife had specially stewed last night, prepared just for Huan, the big hero. He'd really seen how smart Huan was these past few days. Here, the chicken is stewed whole. You can tear it into pieces for Hanin to eat. You can have some too. This chicken weighs 5 or 6 pounds. Hanin probably won't finish it all. Okay. Zhao Feng took the lunchbox from Zhao Jiguo with a look of disappointment. Though clearly displeased, he obediently sat down nearby to prepare the chicken for Huan. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng beamed with smug satisfaction, his smile practically spilling over his face. I'll try to post daily at 6 p.m. After all, I still have to work, so please bear with me, everyone. Chapter 150, Zhao Jiguo's suggestion. Xiaofeng, have you ever thought about giving Hanin some extra skills or something? Zhao Jiguo sat beside Hanin, watching him eat with relish, then suddenly asked as if struck by an idea. What? Zhao Feng swallowed a piece of chicken, looking at his second uncle with a confused expression, not quite grasping what he meant. I've been scrolling through short videos lately and noticed so many dogs online can do all sorts of things. Hanin's so smart you could teach him some tricks when you have free time. Zhao Jiguo pulled out his phone, opened the short video app, and scrolled through the dog-related clips he'd recently watched to show Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng finished his chicken leg in no time, wiped his hands, and took Zhao Jiguo's phone to browse through the videos. The video showed a parrot dog riding a skateboard, looking incredibly cool. Zhao Feng tapped into the main page to check out the owner's other videos. The owner had accidentally discovered their dog wanted to play with their skateboard. After some training, it unexpectedly opened a whole new world for the pup. Now, it refused to go home without its daily skateboarding session. Watching this skateboarding dog made Zhao Feng fall in love with it instantly. He couldn't wait to run over and skate with it right then and there. Woof woof woof. Before he knew it, Feng's dog's head had appeared beside him. The pup watched the video on the phone and barked at him a few times. You want to skate too? Zhao Feng looked at the excited, goofy dog, wondering if it genuinely wanted to skateboard. While he admitted the pup was smart, skateboarding wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Woof woof woof. Yeah, you idiot, buy me one already. I'm bored out of my mind every day. Skateboarding seems pretty cool. It's good exercise and a great way to kill time. Back in his previous life during school, Feng had loved all kinds of challenging games. Skateboarding was no stranger to him, but in this life, he wasn't sure if he could still do it. After all, his body wasn't the same as before. The experience from his past life might not be much use in this one. Hey, you know what? I actually think Hanin has potential. Xiao Feng, if you're short on cash, I'll sponsor him a skateboard. Of course, nothing too expensive. My allowance can't cover that. Zhao Jiguo watched Huan wagging his tail and genuinely wanted to see him skate. Uncle, I've got enough money. I'm just surprised Hanin actually asked for something. You know he's never asked for anything besides watermelon before. Zhao Feng quickly declined his uncle's offer to chip in. He knew his uncle didn't have much pocket money and sometimes even asked his own daughter for cash when he ran short. But his aunt was only looking out for his uncle. Whenever Uncle Zhao had money, he'd buy cigarettes. He'd finally quit, and if he started again, it'd be tough to kick the habit. Alright then. When you guys have a day off tomorrow, take Han in to buy one. Get him a good one. Zhao Zhigua didn't press the issue when his nephew declined his offer. Family matters were private, and there was no shame in that. Zhao Feng then scrolled to the second dog. Zhao Zhigua was following a border collie with a stunning appearance. The video mainly showed this border collie filming itself, video chatting with its owner, and even playing fruit slicing games on a tablet sometimes. Zhao Feng glanced at his own dog, Wanhuan, then back at the border collie on the screen. He recalled a saying in dog circles, border collies are border collies, and other dogs are other dogs. They seemed like two different breeds. Surely Wanhuan couldn't do that? Woof woof woof. You idiot, what's that look on your face? You want a beating? Believe me, next time I'll drink from your water bowl. Lu Feng was furious. Having once been human, how could he not know exactly what the other was thinking? It was infuriating. Listen, I was thinking of buying you a tablet. I just wanted your opinion. Do you want one? Zhao Feng grew flustered mid-sentence, hastily pointing at the tablet on his phone screen and asking the dog if he wanted it. Of course, he never intended to buy it. He assumed the dog had no idea what it was. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, a flicker of interest crossed Feng Lu's eyes. He genuinely wanted a tablet to pass the time and browse information about this world. But he wasn't sure if he should go for it. What if playing with it exposed his intelligence or unusual behavior? Screw it, he thought. Better bold than bold. The tablet's mine, dog lord. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng barked a few times while nodding vigorously. Ha? Do you even know what this is? If I buy it for you, will you know how to use it? Zhao Feng felt a twinge of regret. Buying a tablet after the skateboard, especially one designed for clumsy kids, meant his entire month's salary was likely gone. Looks like he'd have to dip into his emergency fund for this month's living expenses. Woof woof woof. Feng Lu ignored what he was saying, just kept nodding and staring at the phone screen. It felt like this kid was just curious about what it was. Whether he could use it or not, whether he knew how to play with it or not, he just wanted to have one. Yeah, what a spoiled brat. Ha ha ha, you said it. I'll vouch for the kid, you have to buy it for him. Otherwise, I'll stand up for him later. Zhao Jigua, watching the spectacle from the sidelines, was laughing so hard he was doubled over. The dynamic between this man and his dog felt incredibly satisfying to him. But the cleverness Hanin displayed made Zhao Jigua feel his suggestion was spot on. A smart police dog deserves special training and treatment. You couldn't shackle a genius with old school standards. Well, I never said I wouldn't buy it for him. It's just a bit painful to part with the money. Looks like this month's paycheck is going straight to him. Why not mention how many medals Hanin helped you earn? The bonuses from those medals could buy him plenty of stuff. Zhao Jigua chuckled and shook his head. He'd practically watched his mischievous nephew grow up a troublemaker since childhood, who only began settling down after joining the police force. By the way, I'm giving you 2 days off. Things might get busy soon. Provincial headquarters reached out to me about a tricky case that might need both of you to assist. Zhao Jigua remembered something and spoke to Zhao Feng, who was still watching the video, with a serious expression. Got it, uncle. I know what to do. As I write, I'm increasingly realizing the characters aren't fleshed out enough. Later on, I might add some filler about the main characters' daily lives. Of course, it'll be more of a backdrop. I won't write everything in detail. Even though this is my second book, my first one flopped even harder than this one. Back then, I wrote very little, so I didn't notice this issue. Chapter 151, Cucumber. 1 week later. Hey, dummy, can you get down and walk around? Everyone's staring at us right now. Woof woof woof. It's your honor to carry this big shot. Kid, you talk way too much. Zhao Feng looked at Hanin behind him with a hint of resignation. Ever since this guy learned to skateboard, he'd lost interest in walking. He'd constantly demand to be pulled along on his board, and best of all, Zhao didn't even have to carry it. Now, exhausted from skating, Feng sat crouched on a large skateboard. The leash served its purpose, one end tethered to the front of the board, the other firmly in Zhao Feng's grasp. No wonder he was getting annoyed. They were currently in a large pedestrian street in Hongchang, the provincial capital. They had no specific mission, they were just strolling around since they'd just arrived. After all, they'd be diving into work tomorrow. Hongchang, the capital of Saisha province, wasn't too far from the capital of Longhua, which had contributed to its steady development. The pair definitely turned heads wherever they went. Worried about people taking pictures, Zhao Feng wore oversized sunglasses that covered most of his face, while Feng Lu wore a sun protective suit, though it was unclear how effective it really was. The provincial capital had arranged accommodations for Zhao Feng and his companion nearby, so after a short stroll, they returned to their lodgings. The next morning at 7:30 a.m. To avoid delays, Zhao Feng and his group arrived at the provincial headquarters early and waited in the lobby. "Hello, I'm Lu Tianxiu, captain of the provincial narcotics squad. We'll be relying on your assistance during this period." A man in his 30s with an ordinary appearance approached Zhao Feng and extended his right hand. "Hello, I'm Zhao Feng, a trainer at the Yunqing police dog base." Zhao Feng extended his right hand and shook Lu Tianxiu's. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Feng led Feng Lu to follow Lu Tianxiu to his office area. "Wow, you must be the dog who helped us crack multiple major cases. I'm a huge fan of yours." As they entered the office area, an exaggerated voice rang out. A young woman in her 20s spotted Zhao Feng and Huan together and immediately ran over. "Can I pet him?" Hearing this, Feng Luo wore a look of disgust. While he enjoyed petting dogs, he couldn't get used to the idea of being the dog himself. "You'll have to ask him yourself. I can't make that call." Zhao Feng glanced at the girl before him. She looked ordinary, probably a recent graduate. But he really couldn't decide for himself. "Okay, hi, I'm Huang Jieqi. I'm your biggest fan." Huang Jieqi extended her right hand and introduced herself to Feng Lu. "Woof. Hello, my name is Feng Lu." "Well, that's what I really think." Looking at the lively, cheerful girl before him, Feng Lu couldn't bear to disappoint her. He raised his right paw and placed it on her hand, shaking hands with her. "Well, I guess that counts as a handshake. Captain Zhao, sorry to embarrass you, but quite a few of our team members are big fans of yours." Lu Tianxiu, standing nearby, said to Zhao Feng with a hint of embarrassment. "It's fine, it's great. It's all thanks to that goofball. I'm just riding his coattails." Now it was Zhao Feng's turn to feel awkward. He knew his own limitations. While it was understandable given their different fields of expertise, he still didn't dare take credit for it. 10 minutes later. Just as Lu Tianxiu had said, many members of their provincial team were fans of Hanin. As soon as Hanin approached, they happily gathered around him, and quite a few even gave him snacks. They were the kind specifically for pets clearly bought in advance. Though many of the police dogs' activities are classified, as residents of the provincial capital, they are privy to a great deal of information. This is precisely why they hold such profound admiration for this extraordinary canine officer. Only fellow professionals could truly grasp how profoundly such an intelligent police dog impacted their work. After everyone had met with Hanin, the formal meeting finally began. During the session, Lu Tianxiu provided Zhao Feng with a detailed account of the case they were currently investigating. A week prior, they had received an FD case transferred from the Criminal Investigation Division. Despite a full week of investigation, they had made no progress. It began when a housewife bought a bag of cucumbers. When she got home and was preparing them for a salad, she smacked the bag and something fell out. It was sealed in an opaque bag. Though shocked to find anything inside, she was curious and opened it. Upon discovering it contained white powder, she immediately recognized the substance and called the police. Subsequent verification confirmed the contents were indeed drugs. The case was immediately transferred to their unit. Upon receiving it, Lu Tianxiu dispatched teams to the supermarket where the cucumbers were purchased. They bought every single cucumber available. Everyone then embarked on a cucumber opening expedition, but ultimately found nothing. Instead, they spent several days eating various cucumber dishes. Throughout that week, they first conducted covert investigations into the supermarket staff, but ultimately came up empty-handed. They then conducted similar covert investigations into the supermarket's cucumber and vegetable supply chains, again finding nothing. Over the course of the week, they meticulously screened nearly every employee and their family members at both locations. The final results left everyone deeply disappointed. The origin of this cucumber remained a mystery. No suspicious elements were uncovered during the screening process, whether among those who sold the cucumbers to the supermarket or the farmers who grew them. Thus, the investigation had reached a dead end. They still dared not directly question the individuals involved, because without knowing who DF was, doing so would be tantamount to exposing themselves to the other party's scrutiny. So far, apart from that cucumber, they hadn't uncovered any other relevant clues. The reason they sought out Zhao Feng and his team was primarily because Hanin possessed exceptional intelligence, enabling him to effectively assist the trainer in conducting covert inspections. Zhao Feng's primary task was to spend the coming period frequenting these locations, hoping to uncover any clues. Lu Tianxiu and the others speculated that this cucumber was likely accidentally misplaced by a DF. Of course, it was also possible that disguising items as cucumbers was their modus operandi, and this particular one had been inadvertently purchased by that housewife. The only uncertainty now was whether they would resort to this method again after discovering their DP was missing. Chapter 152, Preliminary Work. "Uncle, I'll tie him up here. Could you keep an eye on him for me? Thanks for your help." Zhao Feng hooked one end of the leash onto a hook and politely addressed the security guard nearby. Pets weren't allowed inside this supermarket, but there were dog cages at the entrance and designated leash tying spots very convenient. Lu Feng's position was close to the entrance. He could clearly detect the scent of every person passing by. Lu Feng felt their current actions were somewhat futile. The other party wouldn't be foolish enough to still use the old methods for transactions. Even the less intelligent DF operatives would surely lie low for a while. Otherwise, why would they be needed if the target was that low IQ? Ha! Lu Feng lay on the ground as if asleep, eyes narrowed to slits as he watched the passing crowd. He positioned himself as close to the exit as possible without drawing attention. Mama, mama, doggy, woof woof. That's how my daughter calls out carrot carrot. She doesn't speak much yet, just repeating syllables. Just as Feng Lu was drifting off, a babyish voice rang in his ear, accompanied by a sweet, milky scent and the sensation of someone tugging his ear. Lu Feng opened his eyes to see a little girl before him, about 2 years old, dressed in a princess dress that made her look incredibly cute. Doggy, doggy. Seeing Feng Lu's eyes open, the little girl became excited. She grabbed his ear, trying to pull herself up, her tiny feet stomping impatiently. Watching the adorable toddler exerting every ounce of strength, Feng Lu feared she might fall if she pulled too hard. He quickly lifted his head with her force, bending his body into a half-crouching position. Duo, let go. You're hurting him. A woman pushing a shopping cart witnessed the scene, quickly released her cart, and rushed over to carry the little girl to the side. When encountering unfamiliar dogs outdoors, it's best not to provoke them. If bitten, it could cause trouble for both parties. So the parents' immediate decision to take her daughter away was absolutely the right choice. After witnessing this, Feng Lu lost all motivation to move. He lay back down, but this time, sleepiness vanished completely. To avoid dozing off again, he kept his eyes wide open. Whether it set a precedent or not, within the next half hour, Feng Lu encountered 3 or 4 more children approaching to tease him. Fortunately, only one child slipped past their guardian to approach him. The others were intercepted by their parents. Just as Feng Lu watched a little boy get spanked on the bottom several times, wailing inconsolably, a rubber ball smacked right next to him, startling him. Lu Feng turned his head to see a 7 or 8-year-old boy standing nearby, grinning smugly at him. No words were needed. Lu Feng knew instantly that this little rascal had hurled the ball. His curiosity vanished instantly, replaced by a wave of irritation. If there was one type of person Feng Lu feared encountering most right now, it was definitely this kind of brat. You couldn't hit them, you couldn't scold them, you couldn't reason with them. As an adult, getting into it with them would just make him look bad, so he had no choice but to avoid them. Lu Feng lay back down, but his eyes remained fixed on the brat, wary of accidentally getting hit by him. Still, he wasn't overly worried. He knew Zhao Feng should be arriving any moment, and someone was watching his every move. Just as Feng feared the brat might cause trouble again, an elderly man in his 60s approached, picked up the ball, and gave Feng an apologetic smile. As if apologizing for his grandson's behavior, the kindly old man's face was filled with regret. Seeing this, Feng felt too embarrassed to continue arguing with a child. It was puzzling why such a well-mannered looking old gentleman would have a child so mischievous. But none of that concerned Feng Lu. After the old man walked away, Feng Lu resumed lying on the ground, watching the passing crowd and sniffing the air for any unusual odors. Hey, let's head home. I bought some beef to stew for you. Within 5 minutes, Zhao Feng approached, carrying several bags filled with ingredients, many of which could easily conceal something. It seemed he intended to have Feng Lu inspect them for any anomalies once they returned home. His method was nearly identical to the one Lu Tianqiu would later employ. After discovering this case, they had people go out 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, to buy various ingredients that could easily conceal items. They'd bring them back for inspection, but it all proved futile in the end. They had since abandoned that approach. Covertly, they had taken control of the supermarket's surveillance system. Every day, someone sat in front of the monitors, watching for any suspicious individuals buying groceries. Here, take a sniff. See if anything smells off. To Feng Lu's surprise, as soon as they got into the car, Zhao Feng opened the vegetable packaging and laid each item out before him, asking him to identify them. Ah! You're not human, you idiot. Feng Lu rubbed his nose hard with his front paws. That jerk had opened the chili peppers for him to smell, and he'd been dumb enough not to notice. Luckily, they were mild green peppers. Zhao Feng knew his limits, after all. Even so, it made Feng Lu's nose itch like crazy, and he kept wanting to sneeze. Lu Feng glanced at Zhao Feng, who was driving in the front seat. He thought he saw the other guy's shoulders twitching slightly, but since Zhao Feng was driving, Lu Feng couldn't verify it. Frustrated, he swiped his paw at the back seat, then thought better of it. He dominated this back seat every day. If he wrecked it, Zhao Feng couldn't afford repairs, and that would just make him uncomfortable later. Forget it. Let this guy off this time. 1 hour later. Hongcheng Farmers Market. Feng felt strangely fated to end up in places like this. Several cases had unfolded in similar settings. But when they entered the market, they found it surprisingly empty. Most of the open shops had their owners resting on lounge chairs or beds. Zhao Feng was puzzled by this situation. He chatted with one shopkeeper who wasn't resting and learned that most businesses in Hongcheng Farmers Market dealt in wholesale. The owners of these market stalls typically arrived in the early hours of the morning to stock up on goods. Many items requiring delivery were prepared around 3 or 4 in the morning, ensuring they arrived before the shops opened. This ensured shop owners could start business without delay, as many items required washing upon arrival. After a brief stroll through Hongchang Farmers Market, the man and his dog pressed on toward their next destination. Chapter 153, Li Village. Li Village was renowned in Hongchang as a major vegetable growing base. Virtually every available space suitable for greenhouse cultivation had been covered with plastic sheeting for vegetable farming. Greenhouse vegetable cultivation had flourished here for over a decade. After the first family to build a greenhouse made a profit, all the villagers gradually followed suit. During the early reform period, there had been instances of cutthroat competition. However, after a capable college graduate village official arrived and implemented reforms, both cultivation and sales became standardized and unified. Although there was initial resistance when those who refused to cooperate saw how much money the compliant villagers were making, they gradually accepted the graduates' management. After years of effort, Li Village's vegetable supply now commands a significant share of Hongchang's market. Seeing the densely packed rows of vegetable greenhouses lining both sides of the road, Feng Lu was witnessing this scene for the first time. In his previous life, he hadn't even had time to cook meals, let alone pay attention to such things. As their vehicle entered the village, it was undeniably affluent. Every household boasted a small, multi-story house, all built in a unified style that looked quite pleasant. The village's landscaping was also excellent. They had even built a small park within the village, where many elderly couples were seen taking their grandchildren for walks. Lu Feng and his team didn't linger here. Their primary goal for the day was to survey every location and formulate an action plan. Lu Feng understood that the provincial bureau had summoned them not because of any particular brilliance on his part, but more out of desperation, a last-ditch effort. If he could uncover clues to solve the case, that would be ideal. If not, they'd likely just dismiss him as someone who got lucky. Hungry? Why don't we grab something to eat on this street? Zhao Feng scanned the shops lining both sides of the street, noting the many small eateries. He realized that heading back to their lodgings to prepare food at this hour would likely be too late by the time they finished cooking. It would almost be dinner time. It seemed wiser to grab a bite nearby. On their way back, they passed through a town where Li Village fell under its jurisdiction. Lu Feng rolled down the window to look at the shops outside, inhaling the aroma of food wafting from the restaurants. He swallowed hard and nodded. After sitting in the car all day, he was itching to get out and stretch his legs. Though not particularly hungry, his mouth felt a bit dry, and he craved something to eat. Arriving at a fast food shop, Zhao Feng opened the door and asked the busy owner inside, "Sir, can we bring our pet in?" A down-to-earth man in his 30s glanced up at Feng and his companions, then waved his hand reassuringly. "No problem. Just make sure he doesn't run off." With the owner's permission, Zhao Feng led Hanin inside. He found a table in a corner and had Hanin sit there while he waited. After settling Huan, Zhao Feng walked to the counter, selected a few dishes he liked, and carried them back to his seat. Setting down the tray, he pulled a can of beef from his backpack, opened it, and placed it before Hanin. The canned food for Feng was homemade at the police dog base, so the portions were generous enough for him. The authentic meat canned food tasted incredibly satisfying. "Grandpa, puppy." Lu Feng, who was eating, looked toward the source of the childish voice. He froze upon seeing who had spoken. It was the little boy who had hit him with the ball earlier. The boy was being led by the elderly gentleman, who had just entered the shop. They appeared to be there to eat as well. Hearing the boy's words, the old man followed his pointing finger and immediately spotted Fenlu, whom he had seen just that morning. While most dogs of the same breed looked similar, they could still recognize each other after meeting just moments ago. The old man smiled at Zhao Feng, who was looking his way, then pulled his grandson toward the front counter. To Feng's surprise, after ordering, the old man sat down at their table with his grandson. "Hello, what a surprise to run into you here." Hearing the old man's greeting, Zhao Feng feigned surprise and asked, "You know me?" "I do. More precisely, I recognize your pet dog. This morning, my grandson was being mischievous and nearly hit him with a ball. My apologies. I've spoiled this child rotten." The old man smiled sheepishly as he said this. "Ah, it's fine. As long as he wasn't hurt. Kids being a little mischievous is normal, right? The more mischievous they are, the better. You don't need to blame him. He'll grow out of it." Zhao Feng waved his hands hurriedly, then glanced at Hanin. Though he knew the dog hadn't been hit, he still felt a pang of worry upon hearing the story. "Are you two locals too?" The old man picked fish bones out of his grandson's mouth while eyeing Zhao Feng curiously, wondering what brought him here. Having lived in the town for decades, he recognized most of the locals. He might not know everyone personally, but most faces were familiar. Zhao Feng, however, was someone he'd never seen in town before. He didn't think much of it, though. Outsiders frequently visited their town, so he assumed the stranger was either here for business or sightseeing. "No, I'm planning to open a vegetable shop. I intended to source some goods from Li Village today to check the market, but I arrived too late to catch the trading hours." Zhao Feng gave an embarrassed smile, then nonchalantly made up a reason for himself. "Well, you didn't come late, you came too early. Li Village usually starts trading around 6 or 7 in the evening. After loading up here, the goods still need to be delivered to the Hongchang Farmers Market." The old man chuckled softly before addressing Zhao Feng's confusion. He wasn't surprised by the visitor's actions. Many first-timers here shared this misunderstanding. Oh, I see. I thought I was late. You're a local, aren't you, old man? Zhao Feng looked at the weathered old man before him, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike up a conversation. Not just him. Even when Feng Lu met this old man, he felt like saying, I've got the wine, you've got the stories. How about we have a drink? Yes, I've lived here for nearly 70 years. I've spent most of my life here. As the old man spoke, his face bore the weight of time, yet his eyes shone with an unusual purity like enchanted black gems that drew anyone who looked into them in. Xiaogo, want some meat? It's on me. Just as Zhao Feng prepared to listen to the old man's tales, the old man's grandson interrupted their reverie. He held a chicken drumstick, already extending it toward Lu Feng. Chapter 154, A Visit. Xiao Zhao, you've got nowhere to go right now. Why don't you come over to our place for a while? After chatting for a while, as dinner time approached, the old man invited Zhao Feng to visit his home. Uncle Li, that might not be quite appropriate. Truthfully, Zhao Feng was tempted. This was a rare chance to enter Li village, and having a familiar face guide him through would make his covert investigation less conspicuous. What's there to be awkward about? Uncle Li just thinks you're my kind of person, that's why I invited you. What's there to be shy about for a young man like you? Uncle Li's expression darkened as if refusing would deeply disappoint him. Then I'll be intruding on you and your family, Uncle Li. Zhao Feng scratched his head awkwardly, thinking he should stop by the nearby supermarket to buy something. Arriving empty-handed felt a bit rude. Ah, that's the spirit. Look how well my grandson and your Labrador are playing together. I was worried he might hurt the dog at first, but they're getting along perfectly. Uncle Li watched the pair playing ball together on the nearby walkway. It had been ages since he'd seen his grandson play with such patience. Usually, whenever his grandson had free time, he'd be glued to his phone. Unless Uncle Li took him to the playground, the boy would walk around clutching his phone. If he didn't get his way, he'd cry and throw tantrums. At the supermarket, it was precisely because I refused to let him play that he ended up throwing his ball at someone else's dog. Xiao dog, quick! Quick! Kick it over here! The boy watched the ball roll toward Feng Lu, but the dog seemed dazed and didn't kick it back immediately. The boy grew impatient. Woof! Hey, kid, what's the rush? A faint smile curved at the corner of Feng Lu's mouth as he quickly ducked down and nudged the ball forward with his head. When he heard the old man's invitation earlier, he'd assumed Zhao Feng, that fool, would refuse to come. But thankfully, he'd agreed in the end. It hadn't been a waste of effort to play with this little brat for a while. Uncle Li, how did you guys get here? As the 3 men and 1 dog stepped out of the restaurant, Zhao Feng glanced at Uncle Li beside him, wondering if he needed a ride. I'm driving. I'll lead the way. Just follow my car. Uncle Li pulled out a car key and pressed it. Beep. The headlights of a luxury car worth 400,000 or 500,000 lit up beside them. Zhao Feng watched the grandfather and grandson climb into the luxury car, then glanced at his own car keys. Are old folks this wealthy nowadays? Ah, no comparison. After seeing the other man's car, Zhao Feng knew he wasn't short on anything, but courtesy demanded he show some consideration. So after they had driven a short distance ahead, he stopped to buy some children's toys and snacks before following them. The town was just 1 road away from Li village, so Zhao Feng wasn't worried about getting lost. He simply followed the road. Wow, Uncle Li, your family has such a big courtyard. As Zhao Feng stepped into Uncle Li's home, they chatted. Uncle Li hadn't introduced his full name, simply asking Zhao Feng to call him Uncle Li. When this area was planned and built, they gave every household a large courtyard. In the countryside, a home without a courtyard just feels like something's missing. The elderly man's courtyard was filled with flowers and plants. In one corner sat a fish pond teeming with goldfish. Beyond that, he had specially designated a section for growing daily staples like scallions and cilantro. Zhao Feng couldn't help but express his envy. A city kid like him had never seen such a scene before. Not everyone could afford a villa with a courtyard. Compared to the Liao Chao estate he'd seen last time, the layout of the old man's home felt much more down to earth. Come, sit down, Xiao Zhao. Have some tea. After entering the house, the old man fetched a tea caddy from inside and led Feng to the pavilion beside the goldfish pond in the courtyard. Several books lay nearby in the pavilion. Zhao Feng glanced at them. Philosophy texts. It seemed the old man possessed considerable intellectual depth, otherwise he wouldn't read such material. Grandpa, I'm taking Henin out to play for a bit. We'll be back soon. The old man's grandson, Xiao Bao, probably wanting to show off his new friend to his playmates, looked at his grandfather with eager anticipation. Xiao Zhao, is this okay? The old man didn't agree immediately. After all, it wasn't his own dog, and it was better to ask the owner first about whether Henin might be dangerous. After spending a little time with the dog, the old man could tell this Labrador was very gentle and unlikely to suddenly attack someone. It's fine. Back home, Huan often played with the village kids and never once hurt anyone. Zhao Feng glanced at Huan, who was looking at him with equal anticipation. He understood the dog's intention. It wanted to roam around the village with this child. The identity Zhao Feng and the old man had introduced was fake, a disguise. As for the name being commonplace? Not necessary, right? Carrot carrot. But in this scorching midday heat around 2 or 3 o'clock, he couldn't fathom where this dog and kid found such boundless energy. Hanan, come on. I'll take you to play. Xiaobao said goodbye to his grandfather and Zhao Feng, then took the lead and dashed outside, looking even more eager to run free than Feng Lu. Back when I was home, I go out to play by myself at 3 or 4 years old. Kids these days just can't do that anymore, there are too many unknown risks. Lu Feng glanced at Zhao Feng and hurried after them. Xiaobao led Feng in a flash to the small park. By now, the park was noticeably less crowded than Feng had seen earlier that morning. Only a few energetic kids remained, playing games under the shade of trees while several elderly people watched over them nearby. It was clear the young people in this village were quite busy. Feng had seen only a handful along the way, likely most were tending to their greenhouses. Grandpa, Grandma, hello. Xiaobao walked through the park and politely greeted several elderly people he passed. Xiaobao, you're here. Where did you get that dog beside you? I thought your family didn't have a dog? One elderly man looked curiously at the large dog following Xiaobao obediently, asking the boy with some concern. He feared the dog might harm the village children later. Grandma, this dog belongs to our family's guest. He's very well behaved and has been playing with me for a very long time. I'm bringing him here to play with Xiao Yu and the others. Xiaobao halted his steps as he was about to run off, answering the old woman's question in a very organized manner. Alright then, but keep a close eye on him. Make sure he doesn't hurt your friends, understand? The old woman looked at the honest, gentle dog. She trusted Xiaobao's grandfather's judgment. If the dog were vicious, he wouldn't have let Xiaobao bring him out to play. Yes, Grandma, don't worry. Hanan won't hurt anyone. Xiaobao strode cheerfully toward his friends, who had already spotted Huan running toward them. He loudly introduced his new companion to the group. Ha! An unusual smell. Lu Feng looked at one of the children with suspicion. How could that child carry such a scent? Chapter 155, Xiaozhe. This was a 5 or 6-year-old boy, looking mischievous and clever. But from the moment he came up and grabbed hold of Feng Lu's tail, it was clear this little boy's temperament wasn't exactly pleasant. Fortunately, a child's strength wasn't too great, but this made Feng Lu feel quite uncomfortable. He began spinning in circles, trying to shake him off. His mind raced with thoughts on how to relay his discovery to Zhao Feng and the others. Yet he knew it was unlikely that such an unusual scent would originate from the child himself. It was highly unlikely to be from him. The most probable explanation was that the boy's parents or another adult had accidentally transferred the scent onto him and then inadvertently passed it on to the little boy. Xiaobao, wanna bring Huan over to my place to play? We have a bunch of dogs at my house and lots of dog food cans. I'll get some for Huan to eat. After playing with the group for a while, the boy named Xiaozhe remembered the pet food at his house and decided to bring some for Feng to eat. Okay, let's go to Xiaozhe's house and get some treats for Hanan. Xiaobao thought for a moment, then nodded his little head in agreement with Xiaozhe's suggestion. Seeing Xiaobao agree, Xiaozhe took the lead and ran toward his house, eager to share the tasty treats with his new friend. In truth, Xiaozhe's family kept several large dogs at home, but they were all too fierce. His family had always forbidden him from playing with them. They feared the dogs might accidentally harm the child if their ferocity flared up. Consequently, the dogs were kept in their own large shed to guard it, rarely brought into the house. Lu Feng felt so excited he could barely contain himself. He never imagined things would go so smoothly, discovering a clue so easily, and now following the other boy straight to his house. Mom, I'm home. Xiaozhe's home was very close to the small park, less than a 5-minute walk away. The yard had no flowers or plants, it was simply paved entirely with cement. 3 cars were parked in the yard, 2 ordinary vehicles and one that looked similar in price to the one Uncle Li drove. This alone showed that over the years of growing vegetables in greenhouses, the villagers of Li Village had made a decent profit. As long as they worked hard, most households shouldn't be too badly off. In reality, while some greenhouse growers have become wealthy, those solely growing vegetables rarely strike it rich at best, they fare slightly better than traditional farmers. Few in our village still farm the land these days. Hey, are you thirsty? Mom will get you some water. A stylishly dressed woman emerged. She was quite pretty, and if not for Xiaozhe standing beside her, Feng Lu would have guessed she was only in her 20s. Xiaobao, you're here too. Come inside for some water. Look at you, all sweaty. What are you kids doing running around outside in this heat? Seeing the woman emerge, Xiaobao and the others hurriedly greeted her. But each addressed her differently, some called her auntie, some big sister, and one even called her grandma. The variety of titles made Feng Lu chuckle. It seemed Xiaozhe's family held considerable standing in the village. As they entered the house, Xiaobao introduced Han to the woman. She didn't stop Feng Lu from coming inside and even happily patted his head, clearly someone who loved dogs. Here, Huan, I'll treat you to some canned meat. Xiaozhe took an already open can from his mother's hands and happily placed it in front of Feng Lu. Lu Feng sniffed the fishy scent wafting from the can. After hesitating for a long while, he still couldn't bring himself to eat it. Mom, why won't Hanan eat what I gave him? Xiaoxia's eyes, which had been filled with eager anticipation of seeing Feng Lu eat, turned anxious as the dog lifted its head without touching the food. He looked to his mother for help. Maybe he's not hungry. Why don't you go get him a couple of jerky sticks? Huan's full. We had a delicious meal together at noon, and I even gave him a big chicken drumstick. Xiaobao looked at Xiaoxia with a hint of pride, as if giving Huan a chicken drumstick was some great achievement. I want to feed Huan too. I'll go get some beef jerky. Xiaoxia dashed toward the nearby storage room and soon returned with a bag of jerky. This time, Feng Lu didn't refuse. He took a piece of jerky from Xiaoxia's hand with his mouth, then lay down, pinned it down with his front paws, and began chewing vigorously. Lu Feng stared blankly at the little hands reaching out, each holding a piece of jerky. He really couldn't eat anymore. He'd already broken his own rule. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly picked up the bag from the floor with his mouth, placed it in front of him, and tapped it with his paw, signaling for them to put the jerky inside. Wow, Huan, you mean you want them to put the jerky in the bag? Xiaoxia's mom, standing nearby, watched the Labrador with surprise. This dog seemed smarter than most. At least, such cleverness was something he'd only seen on short video platforms or in movies and TV shows. This was the first time he'd encountered such an intelligent dog in real life. Oh crap, it seemed like he'd just exposed his own intelligence. Lu Feng looked at the dog with a headache, feeling a bit embarrassed as he wagged his tail vigorously. After playing at Xiaoxia's house for another half hour, Xiaobao's smartwatch buzzed. His grandfather, Uncle Li, was calling them home. During that half hour, while playing hide-and-seek with the kids, Feng Lu had thoroughly inspected Xiaoxia's house. In the bathroom, he caught a familiar scent on a piece of laundry waiting to be washed. Now he was almost certain that this family had some connection to FD. He just didn't know what role Xiaoxia's family played in it. On the way back, a plastic bag hung around Feng Lu's neck, containing the beef jerky Xiaoxia and the others had given him. After rubbing against each child and exchanging simple goodbyes, Feng Lu followed Xiaobao toward his home. Grandpa, you won't believe how popular Hanin is. Xiaoxia and Xiaoyu both adore him. Xiaoxia even gave Hanin beef jerky. The moment he saw his grandfather back home, Xiaobao couldn't wait to share his recent adventure, clearly overjoyed. Wow, not only did he eat some, but he brought quite a bit back too. Zhao Feng looked at Hanin with curiosity. He knew the dog wouldn't eat other people's food without his permission unless absolutely necessary. What exactly happened this time? But now wasn't the time to ask. He had to suppress his curiosity and wait until they left to inquire. At 5 in the afternoon, the old man insisted they stay for dinner, but Zhao Feng politely declined. Guided by the old man's son, he arrived at the vegetable market. After a brief introduction, the son returned home. It was clear the man wasn't particularly fond of Zhao Feng. Besides, since they were all villagers, it felt awkward for him to recommend anything to Zhao Feng. Chapter 156, Clues in the Surveillance Footage. 1.5 hours later. Residence. You're saying there's DP in this jerky? Zhao Feng looked at Huan in surprise. The dog had just pointed at the jerky he'd brought back with its paw, then rubbed against his left leg. He knew exactly what that meant. Woof woof woof. Are you stupid? Seriously, would anyone be dumb enough to hand over DP to a random dog? Lu Feng shook his head helplessly, then pointed at the jerky with his paw and gestured toward himself. You want to eat? Why don't we have the one I brought? The ones sold in the market aren't as good as ours, really. Zhao Feng watched the clumsy creature point at the jerky again, assuming it was hungry, and finally relaxed. Woof woof woof. Are you a pig? I said the person who gave me the jerky is the problem. Lu Feng was furious. Was this guy stupid, or was his expression just unclear? Maybe my wording really was off. How should I phrase this? Need help ASAP. Lu Feng watched as Zhao Feng pointed at the jerky, then pointed at himself. He stood up on his hind legs, clasped his front paws together, and bowed. You really want this? This time, Feng Lu didn't even have the energy to bark. He felt like he'd ended up with a dim-witted trainer. Lu Feng shook his head vigorously, indicating he didn't want to eat it. Then he pointed at the jerky again with his paw, then pointed at himself. You mean the person who gave you the jerky is the problem? Zhao Feng finally caught on and tentatively asked the clueless pup. Lu Feng nodded vigorously. Rare indeed, this little cutie finally understood what he meant. Did you smell DP's scent in this person's house? Zhao Feng seemed to have a sudden epiphany, each question hitting the nail on the head. Lu Feng's nods flowed much more smoothly now. Well, you're a quick learner. After Zhao Feng double-checked several times, he finally confirmed the matter. He immediately pulled out his phone to contact Lu Tianqiu and relayed what Hanin had discovered. Since Feng Lu was under constant surveillance during missions, reviewing the footage would clearly reveal who had given Hanin the jerky. With this breakthrough, pinpointing the relevant individuals and gathering evidence would become significantly easier. Upon receiving Zhao Feng's intelligence, Lu Tianqiu didn't take it too seriously. He couldn't shake the feeling that this whole thing was a bit too far-fetched. You go to scout a location, then happen to visit a fellow villager's home. Your police dog manages to uncover clues they'd been searching for days without success, and then he even tells you about his findings after returning. While he'd invited the dog based on its track record and trusted its intelligence, even the sharpest mind has its limits, right? What Zhao Feng described didn't sound like something a police dog could accomplish, it seemed more like the work of a human. Even so, Lu Tianqiu ordered his team to review surveillance footage of Hanin. The officer reviewing the footage immediately skipped to the segment where Zhao Feng had visited, following his description. "We've found something, Captain. Come take a look." Officer Li, reviewing the footage, jumped to his feet as if he'd made a discovery and called out loudly for Lu Tianqiu to come over. "What is it?" Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Lu Tianqiu immediately left his workstation and approached Xiao Li from behind. "Captain Lu, look at this." Xiao Li pointed at the paused video frame showing Feng Lu playing hide-and-seek with the children, specifically the moment when Xiao Bao was hiding in the bathroom. Since the camera was positioned below Feng Lu's neck, his face wasn't visible. However, if Feng Lu lowered his head, his chin and mouth could still be seen. The footage appeared to show Feng Lu rubbing against Xiao Bao's left leg, though only his chin and mouth were visible due to the camera angle. Even so, it was enough to tell what Feng Lu's head was doing. "This doesn't seem like a big deal, does it?" Lu Tianqiu was puzzled. While it wasn't common for police dogs to rub against strangers' legs, it didn't seem particularly unusual either. "Captain Lu, don't worry. You'll understand once you see this," Xiao Li said, rewinding the video slightly before hitting play. They saw Feng Lu enter the bathroom normally at first, but he soon noticed something and walked straight to a pile of clothes. He began sniffing intensely. This behavior was familiar to Lu Tianqiu, who frequently worked with police dogs. That's exactly how police dogs search for target items. Unbelievable. I used to think this dumb dog was just a bit smarter than average police dogs, but its intelligence is way beyond what I imagined. Li Tianqiu murmured in admiration, now fully grasping what Xiao Li had been trying to convey. Hanin's actions, viewed individually, seemed perfectly normal. But when pieced together, the problem became glaringly obvious. He was familiar with Hanin's distinctive tactical movements when detecting DP, so connecting the dots made the intended message crystal clear. Xiao Li, immediately screenshot every person appearing here and send them to the tech department. Have them investigate all these individuals' backgrounds. Also investigate all traceable relatives and associates. Get on it immediately. Lu Tianqiu didn't waste any more time pondering Hanin's question. Those thoughts could wait. The most important thing now was to follow up on this lead. Numerous questions needed screening. Was the subject truly problematic? Who were the associated individuals? And so on. Fortunately, Feng Lu had used his claw to tug at the suspicious garment in the video, significantly narrowing their focus. It was a white men's t-shirt. Once they uncovered the owner's information, they could easily pinpoint the person Feng Lu had indicated. Once they located the individual, they could trace his daily movements and identify his regular contacts to determine whether he was indeed problematic. Any FD operative under their surveillance would eventually slip up. Even if they ultimately discovered the person wasn't part of the FD group, they could still trace the problematic individual through the contacts the suspect had made that day. That shirt must have been worn the previous day. The DP residue on it clearly came from the day before. By tracing who the suspect interacted with the previous day, they could eventually identify the true culprit. But the immediate priority now is to have someone copy the surveillance footage from Li Village back without alerting anyone. Alright, that puts my mind at ease. Otherwise, I'd have thought I was wrong. Zhao Feng hung up on Lu Tianqiu's call and glanced at the slow-eating Huan with a touch of emotion. For some reason, Huan always ate at a leisurely pace, unlike the rest of his kind. Chapter 157, The Vegetable Stall. Hanin, you're truly amazing. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Feng approached Hanin with a hint of excitement. When he first arrived, he'd been full of ambition, eager to help solve the case quickly. But after reviewing the case details, his confidence began to waver. With such a disjointed case, even if Hanin were 10 times more capable, he doubted there was much chance of solving it. The clues were too scarce. Everything he could think of, Lu Tianqiu had already considered and investigated. Even the things he hadn't thought of, Lu Tianqiu had already considered and investigated. It could be said that the entire case had absolutely no breakthrough points. Little did he know that yesterday's spontaneous visit would directly uncover a crucial lead. Woof woof woof. You idiot, what's so funny? I don't want to deal with you. Mom won't let me play with little cutie. As Feng thought about it, he started feeling sleepy. He'd skipped his afternoon nap, and now he was already feeling sleepy. Lu Feng hopped onto the sofa, skipped all the small talk, and flopped down to sleep. Ha! Watching Feng Lu move so smoothly and seeing that obvious look of disinterest in his eyes, Zhao Feng scratched his head in frustration before settling onto another sofa. The next morning at 6 o'clock. After a night of investigation, Lu Tianqiu uncovered several useful leads. Xiaobao's father, Li Xingli, was 32 years old and a native of Li Village. After graduating, he had worked in his family's greenhouse ever since. Li Xingli's family owned 10 greenhouses connected in a row, employing a total of 20 workers. Li Xingli was a quick-witted man. Within a few years of taking over the greenhouses, he started his own vegetable stall at the market, selling produce from his own family's farms. Occasionally, he would also source vegetables not grown on his own farm from fellow villagers. Through years of hard work, his income had tripled compared to when he started. Over the years, Li Xingli has expanded his business to include over a dozen vegetable stalls throughout Hongchang. While investigating these developments, Lu Tianqiu and his team noticed something unusual. Despite his expanding business, Li Xingli still made time every week to visit the very first vegetable stall he had invested in. Each time he visited, he would conveniently deliver the vegetables needed for that day. Another detail that struck them as unusual was that Li Xingli always arrived extremely early when delivering vegetables. He'd typically arrive at the market around 6 o'clock to unload his goods. Despite having accumulated some wealth, Li Xingli still rose so early to make deliveries. This couldn't help but raise some questions. Of course, it could also be that he takes great pride in his first venture, finding immense satisfaction in checking in weekly. But when all these doubts accumulated, it began to suggest that something might be off with him. If he was part of the FD group, then this visit could very well be for deliveries. And today was the day Li Xingli personally handled the delivery. Before 5 o'clock, Zhao Feng was roused by Lu Tianqiu, who relayed their discovery and urged him to take Han in to investigate, hoping to uncover any clues. The prepared food market Li Xingli was heading to wasn't close to Zhao Feng's residence, but fortunately, Zhao Feng arrived before Li Xingli did. Spotting the truck unloading nearby, he checked the license plate and confirmed it was Li Xingli's vehicle. Zhao Feng got out of the car with Hanan and pretended to casually walk past the unloading truck. Nothing out of the ordinary. Lu Feng sniffed the air again, puzzled, but detected no unusual odors entering his nostrils. Upon entering the market, Zhao Feng began slowly selecting vegetables half for show, half because he genuinely needed them. As he walked, Zhao Feng kept glancing toward a stall not far away, Li Xingli's stall. After buying a few simple vegetables, Zhao Feng began to slowly approach Li Xingli's stall. "Hey, boss, how much for the green squash?" Zhao Feng looked at the middle-aged woman before him. Her stylish and attractive attire made her appear much younger than her actual age, which was at least in her 40s. "How many at 1.2 yuan per jean?" Unlike other stall owners, the woman wasn't overly enthusiastic. She merely glanced up at Zhao Feng before returning her attention to her phone. "What about cucumbers?" 2 yuan. Take as many as you need." Seeing this, Zhao Feng didn't press further. He picked up a green squash, selected a few cucumbers, and placed them before the woman for weighing. 8 yuan 20 in total. 8 yuan will do. The woman weighed the items briefly, calculated the total, and announced the price to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng pulled out his phone, scanned her QR code, and transferred 8 yuan. No wonder Lu Tianqiu said Li Xingli was shady. Just look at this middle-aged woman, she doesn't look like she's running a legitimate business at all. As Zhao Feng settled the payment, Feng Lu stood up on his hind legs and stared at the middle-aged woman. She had lowered her head again, engrossed in her phone, completely unaware of Feng Lu perched on the stall. Feng Lu sniffed around quickly several times but found nothing unusual either. Sigh. These DP folks were getting smarter these days, using top-notch sealing gear. At this rate, he'd be out of a job before he knew it. Lu Feng sighed, withdrew his front paws from the stall, and resumed standing on all fours. He shook his head at Zhao Feng, who had turned to look, then led the way back to the parking lot. But he wasn't discouraged. He knew that if evidence from every FD group were this easy to find, they'd all be out of work by now. Rying. The moment Zhao Feng got into the car, Lu Tianqiu contacted him impatiently. "Did you notice anything unusual, dumbass?" "Nothing." Zhao Feng sighed before calmly answering the question. "Alright, then proceed with the next arrangements according to the plan." Lu Tianqiu paused briefly, saying nothing more, preparing to outline Zhao Feng's subsequent tasks. "But I've noticed something." Hearing the silence on the other end, Zhao Feng feared the call might be disconnected and quickly relayed his discovery. "What is it?" Lu Tianqiu was somewhat surprised. The police dog trained by the handler hadn't detected anything, yet the handler himself had spotted an issue. The goods delivered this morning weren't all put out for sale. One crate was left under the counter, and the vegetable names written on it aren't ones they carry at their vegetable stall. It doesn't make sense that they didn't put it out for sale. Earlier while buying vegetables, Zhao Feng had suddenly spotted a box of produce under the stall, one that had just been delivered by Li Xingli. This situation simply didn't add up. Chapter 158, Fruit Pits. 10 minutes later. "Captain Lu, we've confirmed it. There were no contraband items in that crate. It contained fresh vegetables reserved for a restaurant, which were just picked up by the establishment." The officer monitoring the vegetable stall relayed what he had just witnessed to Lu Tianqiu. "Are you certain?" "Yes. They opened the crate for inspection right there. I was standing nearby pretending to shop, and I saw the contents myself, just regular vegetables, nothing else hidden inside." After hanging up, Lu Tianqiu fell into deep thought. The entire case seemed to have hit another dead end. The clues Zhao Feng and his team had uncovered appeared increasingly unreliable. Not long after receiving the notification, the handler and his dog also fell into deep thought. Others might doubt Feng Lu's abilities, but as the dog's trainer, Zhao Feng had unwavering trust in the police dog he had trained. Especially after solving so many cases, his faith in Hanin's abilities had only grown stronger. But where exactly had things gone wrong? He couldn't quite figure it out. Based on Li Xingli's background, the probability of him being involved was extremely high. Right, the delivery person had only opened the crate to inspect the goods, and it did indeed contain vegetables, nothing else. But that didn't mean the vegetables themselves were clean. Hadn't this whole case started with a single cucumber? Zhao Feng felt a sudden clarity wash over him as he realized the crucial detail they'd overlooked. Captain Lu, did anyone follow the delivery person to confirm if they were actually from the restaurant? Zhao Feng blurted out his thoughts to Lu Tianxiu and asked the question that weighed on his mind. Captain Zhao, I considered that too. But the officer assigned to follow them just relayed the latest update: the delivery person is indeed a restaurant owner. Lu Tianxiu sighed as he relayed the intelligence he'd just received. As a seasoned detective, how could he not have considered what Zhao Feng had? But reality was cruel, the trail had gone cold here. Alright, then could you tell me the name and address of the restaurant, Lu? Zhao Feng still couldn't quite let it go. He sensed this case wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. The unusual scent on the suspect's clothing combined with their weekly irregular behavior. All these factors combined made Zhao Feng utterly unwilling to believe the suspect was completely innocent. Ding! Zhao Feng received the shop name and address from Lu Tianxiu via chat app. Without hesitation, he got out of the car and headed toward the location. After receiving the address, Zhao Feng searched and found the shop was very close to his current location, just a 5 or 6 minute walk. There was no need to drive there. Finding a parking spot would be troublesome and might take longer than walking. As for Feng, he lay there feeling utterly useless for a moment before closing his eyes again to sleep. He realized that even if he could pinpoint the crux of the problem, it wouldn't do him any good. Better to rest well and conserve his energy, ready to leverage his strengths when needed. 5 minutes later. Zhao Feng walked down the street holding Huanwan's hand, gazing at a small restaurant not far ahead. The place was only about 40 to 50 square meters, with 5 or 6 tables inside. The decor looked very old, but it was kept quite clean. Located within the university town area, most of the customers here were students and faculty from the nearby college. When Zhao Feng arrived, the place hadn't opened yet. He just glanced inside the doorway and didn't go in. The crate of vegetables had been opened and laid out on a table. Some produce had already been taken out and was being washed. Seeing this, Zhao Feng's heart sank instantly. He knew his judgment had been completely wrong this time, and doubts began to surface in his mind about Hanin's discovery. Zhao Feng and Hanin stubbornly lingered around the shop for a while longer before finally heading back to continue searching for clues at several locations as planned. 3 days later. For 3 full days, the entire case had reached a dead end, just as it had before Zhao Feng arrived. Not a single clue had surfaced. During these 3 days, Lu Tianxiu not only maintained but intensified surveillance on Li Xingli and his associates, despite the complete lack of leads. Though he had mentally ruled them out, the necessary work still had to be done. They had seen too many cunning DFs who appeared completely above board at first glance. Even after tailing him for over half a year, they hadn't uncovered any illegal activity. Hadn't they already possessed concrete evidence confirming he was a DF? He would have long since abandoned the surveillance. The manpower and resources consumed were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Knowing the subject was a DF meant that anyone appearing in their field of vision could never be seen again. Any repetition would inevitably expose the surveillance. Therefore, they had no choice but to constantly rotate personnel. After exhausting all available agents, the second time they tracked the target, they had to employ certain disguises to reduce the chances of detection. Fortunately, surveillance cameras were now ubiquitous in most residential areas, so most of the time, they only needed to monitor the feeds. After the DF was finally apprehended, Lu Tianxiu interrogated him and discovered that for the past 6 months, the individual had been conducting illegal transactions right under their noses. But the method of these transactions was beyond what most people could imagine. He concealed DP within various fruit pits, then used techniques to disguise the pits as leftover food scraps before discarding them in the trash bins downstairs. Each day, an elderly scavenger would come to rummage through the bins, discreetly taking the fruit pits containing DP. Initially, they had personnel inspect such DF household waste, but the perpetrators' transaction times were entirely unpredictable. Since the daily habit of consuming fruit persisted, after monitoring the target's trash for a period and finding no issues, they abandoned this method altogether. Nevertheless, they still routinely inspected the trash each time the target discarded it. Their method mirrored the DP collectors, posing as an elderly scavenger to quickly assess the trash for any issues. Only after the suspect was apprehended did they learn he had always been aware of surveillance. He never suspected it was the police, assuming instead his boss had hired someone to watch him. The surveillance was intended to prevent him from skimming goods. Only after his arrest did he realize he had been targeted by the police. This individual, responsible for transshipment, was a master craftsman. The fruit pits he repaired were indistinguishable from the real thing, deceiving the investigating police for an extended period. Had he not fallen ill during one production run, causing imperfections that alerted the trash-checking police to the deception, he likely would have been cleared of suspicion entirely. Chapter 159, Restaurants Selling Cucumbers. After the fruit pit case, Lu Tianqiu made it a point to thoroughly investigate every person who came into his line of sight. He wouldn't let even the slightest doubt go unchecked. Only after prolonged surveillance and complete exclusion of suspicion would he abandon an investigation. Even then, he would still record the person's information. Should another case arise where the individual had any connection even remote to a confirmed suspect, he would immediately resume investigating them. You wouldn't believe how useful this habit proved later on. In several subsequent cases, he re-examined suspects he had previously cleared. Through cross-referencing investigations, he uncovered criminal leads that finally brought justice to those responsible. Boss, I'll have the stir-fried cucumber and eggs, shredded potatoes, and boiled pork slices, then a bowl of rice. Zhao Feng sat at a table in the restaurant and told the owner beside him what dishes he wanted to order. All right, handsome, just a moment. It'll be ready soon. The owner was a man in his 50s, not very tall but looking sharp and shrewd. Since Zhao Feng arrived after the peak dining hours, he was the only customer in the restaurant. After passing the order to the kitchen, the owner returned to the cash register and started playing with his phone. Hey boss, how long have you been running this place? Looks like there are a lot of students around here. Must be making a pretty penny, huh? Zhao Feng struck up a conversation with the owner as if he were just a bored customer curious about the place. I've been running this restaurant for over a decade. Things were decent a few years back, I could make a profit. But these past 2 years, I'd barely scraped by. If this place weren't family-owned, I'd have closed down long ago. Restaurant owners are usually chatty, so when Zhao Feng initiated the conversation, the owner perked up. He stopped scrolling and engaged in a chat. You're quite fortunate then. This property must be worth a pretty penny. Looks like you've made a decent profit over the years. It used to be okay. But now there are too many malls around. Renting it out would actually make me more money than running the restaurant myself. If my wife hadn't objected, I would have closed this place ages ago. Really? Is rent that expensive around here? Yeah. Look at this street, there are only a dozen or so shops, and half of them are restaurants. Over the past couple of years, almost all the owners have changed. You tell me they work their fingers to the bone, getting up at dawn and staying up late. After paying labor costs, rent, utilities, they're left with maybe 10 or 20,000 a month. Wouldn't it be easier to just get a job somewhere else? The owner grew more animated as he chatted, sharing all the neighborhood shop gossip with Zhao Feng during his meal. Old Wan, did you buy the cucumbers I asked for? Just as Zhao Feng finished eating and was about to pay, a young man walked in from outside. Though dressed maturely, Zhao Feng estimated him to be only in his early 20s. I did. When have I ever forgotten? The owner walked into the kitchen and emerged with a bag of cucumbers. There were about 10 inside, each perfectly straight and looking incredibly fresh, making them look very appetizing. As he passed by Feng Lu, the young man could catch the faint, crisp scent of cucumbers wafting from the bag, making his mouth water. An unusual scent. Lu Feng suddenly detected an eerily familiar scent in the air. No mistake, it was the distinct odor of DP. And as the young man drew nearer, the scent grew increasingly potent. Lu Feng froze instantly. This young man, who looked barely over 20, carried the distinct scent of DP, the kind that came from having used it. Lu Feng quickly nudged Zhao Feng's left leg and turned to look at the young man. Zhao Feng felt the nudge on his left leg and immediately caught on, looking at the dog by his side with a puzzled expression. When he saw the dog staring at the young man, he instantly understood what the dog meant. How much, boss? The young man took the cucumber, holding it casually as he asked the vendor. Same as always. Alright, I'll scan it for you. The young man pulled out his phone and scanned the payment code. XX received 10 yuan. Soon after, a voice announcement came from the speaker. XX received 56 yuan. Hey boss, you sell vegetables here too? Your business scope is pretty broad. By then, Zhao Feng had finished paying, but instead of walking out, he asked the owner curiously. Not really. This guy's a regular here. He eats at the restaurant often. His girlfriend absolutely loves our cucumbers, so he always asks me to pack extra for her. The owner looked slightly exasperated. Who would believe a restaurant owner frequently ran errands for others? But with business slow these days, accommodating a customer's request wasn't such a bad thing. You didn't mention it, but your cucumbers are pretty tasty. Hey, boss, sell me a couple. I want to see if they're really that much better. Oh, come on. I'll give you one for free. Maybe it's just that I'm used to eating them, but I don't really think his cucumbers are that special. They taste pretty much the same as any others. The owner headed back into the kitchen and soon emerged with a washed cucumber in hand, handing it to Zhao Feng. Thanks, boss. I'll head out now. I'll come back to eat at your place next time. Zhao Feng took it, took a bite, and then left the restaurant. He was growing increasingly puzzled. Why did this shop owner seem perfectly normal to him? Just as Zhao Feng was puzzling over this, the police officer monitoring the shop also spotted Feng Lu's actions. He immediately dispatched personnel to tail the young man who had just left. They quickly identified the youth as Yiyu, a 19-year-old college student. Instead of returning to campus after taking the cucumber, he headed to a small hotel near the university. Upon his arrival, a female student was already waiting in the lobby. The two quickly presented their IDs and checked into a room. Upon witnessing this scene, the tailing police officer's suspicions were instantly heightened. If the cucumber he was carrying was normal, it would be for consumption, which would make sense. But if the cucumber was indeed suspicious, then things started to get interesting. Their investigation into the case suddenly had a new breakthrough. But for now, it was all conjecture. He immediately pulled out his phone and relayed the situation to Lu Tianxiu. Upon receiving the message, Lu Tianxiu began organizing undercover officers to pose as regular police and conduct an inspection of the small hotel. Chapter 160, The Fat Guy. 1 hour later. Knock. 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 Hello, room service. A JC, guided by the front desk staff, began inspecting the small hotel. Besides this one, several other nearby inns were also being inspected by the police. The goal was to create confusion and lower the vigilance of the drug dealers. Think about it, if you just sold goods here and your buyer got caught there, wouldn't they panic and flee? If arrests were made under the guise of inspections, the targets would still be deeply anxious, but they might cling to a sliver of hope. Soon they arrived at the target's room. Lu Tianxiu exchanged a knowing glance with several colleagues, and one JC pretended to be a staff member and began knocking on the door. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Not a single response came in the entire 3 minutes. Had Lu Tianxiu not pressed his ear against the door and heard movement inside, he might have suspected the intelligence had been compromised. Lu Tianxiu took the universal keycard from the staff member and swiped it lightly. The door beeped open instantly, and the prepositioned team members surged inside. To their surprise, yet not entirely unexpected despite all the commotion, the occupants showed no reaction whatsoever. As Lu Tianxiu entered, he saw a man and a woman, both naked, locked in a fierce struggle, their bodies twisting and writhing as they hurled curses at each other. Both faces were now swollen and covered in blood, noses streaming. But since a woman was present, Lu Tianxiu quickly ordered his men to separate them, then wrapped each in a bedsheet. Even then, they refused to calm down, struggling violently and lunging toward each other. Their eyes grew increasingly fierce, as if they were mortal enemies. Lu Tianxiu didn't need to look to know what state they were in, his extensive experience telling him instantly. Needless to say, both had likely just consumed illicit substances and were now in a state of brain dysfunction, their rationality completely lost. The staff member stood at the doorway, curious to peek inside, but was immediately blocked by the police officer beside him. There are individuals inside suspected of prostitution and solicitation. We will arrest them according to the law. Go get your boss over here. Lu Tianxiu's voice came from inside, immediately defining the situation, though this was primarily for show. A forensic doctor accompanying the team quickly retrieved 2 syringes from his backpack and administered injections to both individuals. Soon, they calmed down. The girl was escorted into the restroom by 2 female officers, who helped her dress before bringing her out. Both the girl and the now-dressed boy were loaded into the police van. Lu Tianxiu kept the officer who had cooperated with them behind, leaving the subsequent matters to that officer's handling. He was now in a great hurry to return and interrogate the 2 drug users. Is everything set up over there? Lu Tianxiu asked impatiently as soon as he got into the car, turning to his colleague Yanku, the deputy captain of their squad, who was sitting beside him. Everything's set up. All relevant personnel are under surveillance. We're just waiting on the results of these 2's interrogation. Yang Ku was in high spirits. He hadn't expected the case, which seemed dead-ended and destined to become another cold case, to take such a dramatic turn and yield crucial evidence. Now they had sufficient proof that the DP had been supplied by Li Shengli from Li Village. They could request a search warrant for that location at any moment. Finding more crucial evidence there would mean the case was solved. The remaining tasks were routine, initiating arrests, conducting interrogations, and securing evidence. Familiar procedures they handled with ease. Their cases were all FD cases, where securing evidence proved the most challenging. Once evidence was secured, the suspect's claims became irrelevant. Catching the perpetrator red-handed was paramount, which meant they often faced desperate resistance from DFs during arrests. After all, for DFs involved in larger-scale crimes, it was essentially a dead end. Whether they resisted or not, the outcome remained the same. It merely meant living a few days longer or shorter. Beasts facing certain death are often the most terrifying, unleashing their peak combat prowess. 2 hours later. You know what I want to ask, right? Lu Tianxiu looked at the young man before him, whose expression still held a trace of daze, and wasted no time getting straight to the point. At this moment, the other party had just consumed the substance, his consciousness not yet fully clear, his willpower at its lowest ebb. Interrogating him now was technically against protocol. But extraordinary times demanded extraordinary measures. As long as his answers matched what they expected, that was all that mattered. The personnel deployed on the other side were already in position, waiting for the right moment to round up all the relevant individuals. I don't know. Contrary to Lu Tianxiu's expectations, the youth didn't immediately provide the answer he sought. Instead, he paused for a moment before responding with a hint of fear. How did you acquire the substance you consumed? Lu Tianxiu hadn't anticipated the other party's condition being worse than he'd imagined, still not having sobered up after all this time. Oh, I bought that stuff from Fatty. Upon hearing the question, the young man answered without hesitation. However, what he revealed seemed entirely unrelated to what Lu Tianxiu and his group had anticipated. Who's Fatty? What's his real name? Fatso is Zhang Daiyu from our class. Since he's pretty chubby, everyone in our class calls him Fatso. How long have you guys been using? I started in my sophomore year. I was hanging out with some close friends at a party, and out of curiosity, I tried it once after Fatty persuaded me. How many of you used illegal substances that time? Just me and Lu Meng. The rest were cowards too scared to even try it, yet they brag about being all sorts of tough guys every day. Is Lu Meng the girl who stayed in the hotel room with you? What's your relationship with her? Yeah, what kind of relationship could it be? She just didn't have money to buy drugs. Since she couldn't afford them, she latched onto me as a buddy, and I supplied her with drugs to use. Besides her, have you ever supplied drugs to other girls? Lu Tianxiu's question contained a subtle trap. He wanted to see if this young man, likely a rich kid, had ever used double penetration to achieve some goal or control someone. Ha! I'm not that dead fatso. I believe in mutual consent. Unlike that dead fatso who controlled several pretty girls with this, forcing them into prostitution to earn money buying his drugs. Chapter 161, Another Gang? Tell me everything you know. Lu Tianxiu's heart instantly leapt. This seemingly ordinary drug user appeared to be revealing some incredibly significant information. In my view, those girls brought it upon themselves. They'd often spend half the day hanging out in bars, and their lifestyle wasn't exactly reputable around campus. That's how they caught the fatso's attention. Then Fatty used various methods to get them hooked on illegal drugs. To keep using, they gradually accepted his arrangements, starting with being hostesses, then moving into prostitution. Step by step, they were drawn deeper into it. Do you know how many people Fatty controlled? Were the girls doing this voluntarily? Lu Tianxiu didn't let the young man use subjective judgment sway his own. I heard over 20 in total. Besides 7 or 8 from our school, the rest were from nearby universities. Rumor has it one was even a resident counselor. As for whether it was voluntary, I'm not entirely sure. But I heard a girl from our school jumped off a building. She was tricked by Fatty into using illegal drugs. When she came to her senses, she realized she'd been humiliated and couldn't bear it, so she jumped. There was no concrete evidence, though, so the school just paid compensation to settle it. These are just the rumors circulating among us students. As Yiyu recounted this, a flicker of fear crossed his previously dazed eyes, whether from fear of the very Fatty who caused it all, no one could say. Did you know this girl? Were you involved in humiliating her? I didn't know her, and I wasn't involved. I told you I wouldn't force anyone to do anything. Lu Tianxiu stared at Yiyu, whose eyes remained unfocused, deeply impressed by his acting skills. At first, Lu Tianxiu hadn't noticed the issue, but as Yiyu answered more questions, he realized the logic behind his responses didn't match the state he was pretending to be in. If he were truly mentally disoriented, his answers should have been completely illogical. Yet his responses to this recent incident showed no signs of mental impairment whatsoever. Perhaps the person had been somewhat disoriented when mentioning the incident, but after finishing the story about the girl, they had inexplicably snapped back to full clarity. Lu Tianxiu was now certain this incident was inextricably linked to the other person. Otherwise, why would they keep emphasizing how much they hated forcing others? Bang! Tell me the truth, does this girl's death have anything to do with you? Did you rape her back then? Lu Tianxiu slammed his fist hard on the table, startling his colleagues nearby, let alone the interrogated Yiyu. I'll tell you. I had relations with her while she was unconscious. But afterward, I offered her a large sum of money. She refused it, so how could this be my fault? Caught off guard and feeling guilty, Yiyu was instantly intimidated by Lu Tianxiu's outburst and immediately confessed everything. It turned out the girl was exceptionally beautiful, though her family wasn't well off. She often had to take part-time jobs off campus to earn living expenses. While working as a waitress at a restaurant, she encountered Yiyu dining with Fatty. Yiyu took an instant liking to her. After failing to win her over, he was egged on by Fatty to drug the girl. When the drugs took effect, he took her to a cheap hotel and had sex with her. When she came to her senses, she couldn't bear it and jumped off the school building, dying instantly. Since only the 3 of them knew about the incident and the school wanted to settle matters quietly, they compensated the deceased's parents. The investigating police officers immediately classified the case as a suicide. The body was cremated immediately, leaving no trace of evidence. The 2 scumbags, Fatty and Yiyu, evaded legal consequences. Meanwhile, after confirming Yiyu's goods originated from that small restaurant, the police detained both the owner and the staff. 2 market stall operators at the vegetable market were also detained. Led by Zhao Feng, Feng Lu once again entered Li village and went straight to Li Xingli's home. When Feng arrived, the police had already secured the premises. Only Li Xingli's wife and child remained inside. Although he knew it was unlikely that the DP was hidden in the house, this didn't deter Feng from conducting a thorough search, meticulously combing through every corner. Sure enough, he found nothing suspicious, not even a trace of the illicit substances sent from the previous incident. Captain Zhao, why don't you take Han In to check the suspect's greenhouse? If there's anything, that's the most likely place for it to be hidden. A deputy director in charge of command suggested to Zhao Feng at this moment. Zhao Feng considered it briefly before agreeing decisively. He then led Han In toward Li Xingli's greenhouse. The greenhouse wasn't far from their home, about a 15-minute walk. Zhao Feng chose to walk precisely so Han In could sniff along the way. Lu Feng sniffed constantly along the way, but to the disappointment of both man and dog, they detected no unusual scents. When they arrived at Li Xingli's greenhouse, it too had been cordoned off by the police. Li Xingli had been apprehended and taken to the interrogation vehicle, where he was subjected to a surprise interrogation by professional interrogators. He had already been taken to the interrogation vehicle, where professional interrogators were conducting an intensive review. For some reason, however, Li Xingli continued to maintain a completely innocent demeanor. He stubbornly insisted he hadn't sold drugs, repeating this line even when confronted with evidence photographed by the police, leaving the interrogators utterly frustrated. They could only attempt to chip away at his psychological defenses bit by bit, hoping to get him to confess the truth. Sniffing the pungent smell of manure wafting from the greenhouses, Feng Lu understood why the vegetables were so profitable. The operation likely emphasized pure natural cultivation, using only organic fertilizers and avoiding chemical fertilizers and pesticides. By the time Feng and his team arrived, the police had already searched all 10 greenhouses and the surrounding perimeter, yet found nothing unusual. Interrogating the 20 employees also yielded no useful leads. Suppressing his instinctive urge, Feng Lu began meticulously searching inside and outside the greenhouses, hoping to uncover any useful clues. Although they now knew there was something wrong with the vegetables delivered by the other party, strictly speaking, their evidence was not rigorous enough. The other party had countless reasons to wriggle out of it. If they couldn't find any clues related to FD here, this operation would be considered a failure. Li Xingli, do you remember where you went and who you met on the 10th of this month? Chapter 162, The White T-Shirt. After hours of interrogation yielded no results, the interrogating officer shifted tactics and began questioning Li Xingli from a different angle. The 10th of this month? Let me think. Li Xingli didn't respond immediately after hearing the officer's question. Instead, he scratched his head and thought carefully for a moment before speaking. That day was probably the same as usual. I got up, ate breakfast, then went to the greenhouse. After finishing work at noon, I went home for lunch. After eating, I rested for a while before heading back to the greenhouse. I didn't go out in the afternoon either. After finishing my work, I went straight home. My entire day was spent between those two places. Oh, and there are surveillance cameras in the greenhouse and along the route I took home. You can check the footage. After hearing Li Xingli's account, Lu Tianxiu turned to his colleague, stood up, and walked toward the nearby vehicle responsible for processing information technology. Su, you heard what Li Xingli just said. Retrieve all surveillance footage from the surrounding area and inside Li Xingli's greenhouse. Run it through the software. Captain Lu, we're already running the software. Results will be ready shortly. A young police officer seated at a computer rapidly tapped away at the keyboard, the screen's display shifting swiftly with each keystroke. Captain Lu, it's confirmed. On the 10th, Li Xingli spent 3 hours and 15 minutes outside the surveillance coverage. The longest stretch was 1 hour and 10 minutes. Surveillance confirms he was napping during that time and couldn't have left the greenhouse area. During the remaining 2 hours and 5 minutes, he made 6 trips to the restroom totaling 1 hour and 5 minutes, plus a 48-minute break for lunch at home. Only 12 minutes remain where his specific activities cannot be confirmed. After hearing Su's report, Lu Tianxiu mentally cleared Li Xingli of suspicion. With such limited time, it was highly improbable he could have committed any crime. Moreover, those 12 minutes weren't a single disappearance from the cameras, but 6 separate instances, each lasting less than 2 minutes. How could he have committed any illegal acts in such brief intervals? Furthermore, cross-referencing surveillance footage revealed that most of the gaps occurred in blind spots where no unusual activity was detected. There's nothing wrong with this situation. It's not like it's some crucial location. Having surveillance set up like this is actually pretty decent. Rumor has it that if it weren't for the incident where someone from another village poisoned the greenhouses, they wouldn't have installed so many cameras here in the first place. Lu Tianxiu stared at the surveillance footage, lost in thought. If it weren't for discovering the young couple's incident, he wouldn't be so certain something was amiss here. The real challenge now was the lack of concrete evidence. After all, the cucumbers purchased by the young couple had left their field of vision, and they didn't have complete video footage proving the cucumbers hadn't been swapped. So the evidence still wasn't solid enough. Wait. Lu Tianxiu scrutinized the surveillance footage on his computer screen. He noticed that the clothes Li Xingli wore that day weren't the same as the ones Han In had flagged as suspicious. Li Xingli had worn a short-sleeved shirt with a checkered pattern that day, while the shirt Han Nin had identified as problematic was a plain white t-shirt. That raised the question, who had actually worn that white t-shirt, and why had it been flagged as problematic? Xiao Su, run a screening to see if anyone wearing a white t-shirt was near Li Xingli's residence. Sure, hold on. Though Xiao Su didn't understand Lu Tianxiu's reasoning, he swiftly typed away on the keyboard. Soon, a series of surveillance screenshots appeared on the computer monitor. Since many people wore white t-shirts in summer, 23 screenshots of individuals wearing white t-shirts eventually filled the screen. 15 were men, and 8 were women. Stop. Lu Tianxiu scrutinized the images as Xiao Su flipped through the pages. Suddenly, he spotted someone who looked incredibly familiar. Li Xingli's wife, Luo Tingting, 27 years old, had been married to Li Xingli for many years. Retrieve detailed information on this individual. Lu Tianxiu said, his voice tinged with excitement. He felt he was getting closer and closer to the truth. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng and his team had finished inspecting Li Xingli's greenhouse area. Honestly, there wasn't much to inspect, it was mostly just vegetables, clearly visible at a glance. There was simply nowhere to hide anything suspicious. Moreover, on land used for vegetable cultivation, there was no possibility of concealing any underground entrances. Places like water tanks that might potentially hide something had also been thoroughly scanned by the police with their instruments, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Therefore, Feng Lu only inspected the first greenhouse. The subsequent ones didn't require his attention. His primary focus was the employee office area. But the space wasn't large, and the inspection was completed in no time. There was absolutely no possibility of hidden rooms anywhere. All the indoor areas matched the measurements taken outside. Moreover, the office and rest areas consisted of just a few simple buildings with frequent comings and goings. Unless every single employee was in on it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conceal anything from them. The only other possibility would be to eliminate each potential witness one by one, but that scenario was virtually impossible. The 20 or so people working here had been employed for nearly a decade at the longest and over a year at the shortest. Any issues would have been discovered long ago. Ring-a-ling. Ring-a-ling. Captain Zhao, could you have Huan track Li Xingli's wife sent to find places she frequently visits? Li Xingli's wife? No problem. Just need a scent sample. Alright, I'll have someone bring you a piece of clothing she's worn immediately. No need to send it here. If we're tracking her movements, we need to start from Li Xingli's residence. Zhao Feng listened to the dial tone ringing in his ear, puzzled. How did this suddenly involve Li Xingli's wife? Could she be implicated too? But it seemed they had already largely ruled out Li Xingli himself. Why then was his wife under Lu Tianxiu's suspicion? There was no time to dwell on it now. Zhao Feng hurriedly grabbed Han Nin and headed toward Li Xingli's residence. This time, he didn't walk but sped over in a nearby reconnaissance vehicle. The subject is extremely familiar with the surveillance in the village. Aside from the area near Li Xingli's home, we haven't detected her presence in any other surveillance footage. That's why we need your assistance. Since she wasn't using any vehicles, her destination shouldn't be too far from here. We're counting on you now. Chapter 163, Feint East, Strike West. Huan, sniff. Zhao Feng took an evidence bag from a police officer, put on gloves, and pulled out a piece of women's clothing. He placed it in front of Feng Lu. Lu Feng sniffed it carefully, confirming the scent matched what he'd detected that day. He nodded to Zhao Feng, signaling he'd memorized it. After the leash was removed, Feng began meticulously sniffing around the entrance to Li Xingli's home. He quickly detected a scent trail leading away from the direction of Li Xingli's greenhouse. Following this scent trail, Feng gradually accelerated while ensuring he made no mistakes, striving to reach his destination as quickly as possible. Winding through the scent trail with practiced skill, he deftly avoided the village's surveillance cameras. Lu Feng's pace quickened as the scent trail stretched along a narrow path into the distance. This path lay at the end of a row of greenhouses with no entrance or exit. Though a trail existed, it had long been neglected, overgrown with weeds and filthy, making it virtually deserted. Continuing forward, Feng Lu reached a wall. Unexpectedly, there was a small iron gate here, locked from the inside. This walled-off area was also a vegetable greenhouse base. Feng Lu estimated there were 8 greenhouses inside, which wasn't particularly large by Li village standards. The group instantly understood the situation when they saw Feng Lu stop before the iron gate. Lu Tianxiu exchanged a knowing glance with his colleagues. Several officers nodded to Lu Tianxiu. Working together, one officer soon poked his head over the wall with the help of 2 others. Clear. After carefully surveying the area, the officer nodded to his 2 colleagues. With their assistance, he climbed over the wall and descended into the courtyard. Click. The iron gate's latch was carefully unlocked from the inside by the officer. The group, armed and ready, swiftly entered the compound. Lu Feng led the way, following the scent trail left by Luo Tingting as he guided the group toward a specific location. Lu Tianxiu also deployed several men to cautiously approach from different directions, ensuring no potential threat slipped through the net. 10 minutes later. Captain Lu, we've searched everywhere. No one's here. As they located the area, more police reinforcements arrived. However, they found no one inside. Everyone had fled before their arrival. This outcome didn't surprise Lu Tianxiu much after all. With such a commotion, the others couldn't have failed to notice something was amiss. Their efforts weren't entirely fruitless. Within the vegetable greenhouse complex, 5 out of 8 greenhouses were densely packed with poppy plants. Most were fully matured. In one of the base's rooms, they discovered a large barrel filled with freshly harvested sap. This discovery stunned everyone. They never imagined someone had cultivated such a large quantity of DP raw materials right under their noses. Since entering the premises, Feng Lu had been sniffing around incessantly, searching for any scent trails that might pinpoint the perpetrators. Disappointingly, all detectable human scents vanished at the entrance. Judging by the tire tracks on the ground, the perpetrators had likely fled in a vehicle. Woof woof woof. Run. Danger. Lu Feng stared at the plastic barrel before him, his fur instantly bristling. He hadn't expected the enemy to be so ruthless, planting explosives in this utterly unexpected location. Having been away from explosives for so long, Feng Lu nearly forgot the tactical signals he and Zhao Feng had agreed upon. Fortunately, his reflexes kicked in fast enough. He immediately rubbed against Zhao Feng's right leg, signaling his discovery. A bomb? Zhao Feng looked at the anxiously staring mutt before him and instantly understood what it was trying to convey. What is it? Not far away, Lu Tianxiu was interrupted from giving work instructions by the commotion caused by the man and dog. However, since he was also speaking, he hadn't clearly heard Zhao Feng's words. Captain Lu, get everyone to spread out. There's a bomb in that barrel, probably planted by those DF guys. Zhao Feng didn't immediately flee upon discovering the bomb. Instead, he quickly relayed their findings to Lu Tianxiu and the others. Quick! Everyone get out of here! Without hesitation, Lu Tianxiu bellowed orders to his colleagues, directing them to evacuate the greenhouse facility immediately. Boom! 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 Less than 2 minutes after everyone evacuated, while waiting outside for the bomb squad to arrive, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from the vegetable greenhouse base. As thick, billowing smoke rose from the greenhouse complex, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death washing over them. Watching the greenhouses gradually consumed by flames, Feng Lu was shocked by the ruthless tactics of those bastards. Had he discovered the threat even a moment later, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Yet he couldn't help but admire Lu Tianxiu's seasoned experience. Upon discovering just one bomb, Lu Tianxiu had ordered everyone to evacuate the entire greenhouse base. Initially, Zhao Feng had only instructed everyone to stay clear of the bomb site, not to abandon the greenhouse complex entirely. These bastards are ruthless, utterly lawless. Lu Tianxiu gritted his teeth, his voice thick with fury. If they weren't caught this time, it would be a mockery of the law. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots echoed from the distance, startling everyone present. They immediately turned toward the source of the fire. Captain Lu, it's coming from Li Xingli's house. A police officer with keen directional awareness quickly pinpointed the source of the gunfire and relayed his discovery to Lu Tianxiu. This is bad. They're trying to rescue Luo Tingting. Quick, everyone, go provide backup. Lu Tianxiu's heart raced with anxiety. He knew they'd been outmaneuvered. The enemy likely never intended to kill them with the bombs from the start. But to rescue Luo Tingting. The other side probably didn't expect them to find this place so quickly. If they had known, they wouldn't have set a timed bomb, they would have used a remote-controlled one instead. But it was too late for regrets now. Their numbers weren't overwhelming, and they were still spread across several locations. The guards watching over Luo Tingting weren't particularly numerous. If the enemy had deployed a large force and caught them off guard, their objective would likely have been achieved. The situation for the guards would have been dire. Chapter 164, Villagers. Damn it! Lu Tianxiu stared at his lifeless colleague before him, his eyes instantly bloodshot. They had been a step too slow. The 4 colleagues left to guard Luo Tingting had all perished. Lu Feng's eyes stung with tears. He silently surveyed the bodies lying in pools of blood before turning to carefully analyze the scent currents in the air. He detected several scents familiar from the greenhouse complex, likely from those who had left the facility. Unexpectedly, they hadn't fled but had come to rescue Luo Tingting. This alone revealed Luo Tingting standing within the gang. Even if she wasn't the leader of the FD group, she was undoubtedly a key figure or held something critically important. Only such importance would drive FD group members to risk capture to rescue her. But none of that mattered now. Feng Lu's sole focus was capturing these individuals and avenging his fallen comrades. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Feng, whose eyes were red-rimmed with tears, and gave him a soft bark twice, signaling him to follow. Grieving now served no purpose. Earlier, while analyzing the air currents, Feng had noticed something. Those individuals hadn't departed by vehicle, but on foot. Though he didn't know why they'd chosen this route, it didn't hinder his pursuit. Captain Lu, Huan must have discovered something. He's leading us now. Instead of immediately following Feng, Zhao Feng approached Lu Tianxiu, who had calmed down and shared his suspicion. Alright, I'll have someone accompany you to investigate. Lu Tianqiu asked no questions, swiftly arranging for several colleagues armed with weapons to follow behind Zhao Feng and his group. Lu Feng carefully sniffed the scent trails in the air. All these trails led in one direction, and among them was Luo Tingting's scent. These individuals were extremely familiar with the village's layout, advancing steadily in one direction. Despite the recent gunfire and explosions nearby, only a handful of villagers from Li village emerged to watch. This surprised Feng Lu greatly, weighing heavily on his heart. The houses in Li village were uniformly constructed and arranged in neat rows, yet each household was spaced apart with a small path running between them. Ha! Lu Feng watched with puzzlement as one scent trail split off from the main stream, like a river suddenly branching off with remarkable clarity. Hesitating briefly, Feng Lu followed the diverging scent stream toward one particular dwelling. The scent trail indicated its owner had likely entered this particular dwelling. Lu Feng sat down before the gate and informed the others that the target had been located. Captain Zhao, you and Hanin withdraw first. A police officer who had followed them exchanged glances with his 5 colleagues upon witnessing this, signaling Zhao Feng and the others to leave first. Knock! 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 Once the lead officer saw his colleagues were ready, he stepped forward and began knocking on the door. The front door was locked from the inside, confirming someone was definitely home. Who's there? After pounding for a while, just as everyone thought the occupant wouldn't open the door, an impatient male voice came from inside. Through the door crack, they could see a shirtless young man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos stepping out of the small Western-style house. Police! Open the door! We're conducting a routine inspection. The lead officer glanced up at the overhead camera, making no attempt to conceal his identity but stating it plainly. This household was extremely cautious, having installed a camera on the front door. The lit indicator light confirmed it was operational. He understood that if the occupants had any issues, they would already know their identities. Yet here they were, striding out confidently and even preparing to open the door. Either they were confident they could evade the inspection, or this was another trap. If the occupants were innocent, they likely remained unaware of their identities. No one constantly monitors their home security feed. What? Police? What brings you to my home? The young man opened the door from the inside, surprisingly cooperative despite his initial shock at the officer's self-identification. Ha! It's him! Lu Feng stared at the young man, who gave off a distinctly unpleasant vibe. He couldn't quite figure him out. What gave him the nerve to show up so brazenly in front of the cops after committing a crime? This is your place, right? The lead officer glanced at the dim-witted looking guy before asking. Yes, it is. What's the problem? The young man's tone was extremely rude, his words sharp and abrasive, making anyone who heard them feel deeply uncomfortable. Ha! Gunpowder smell. Lu Feng studied the young man nearby. He detected a faint lingering scent of gunpowder on him. This guy must have been one of those who just went to rescue Luo Tingting. The gunpowder scent clinging to him was likely residue from firing a weapon moments ago. Ignoring the youth being questioned, Feng Luo walked straight past him and entered the house. What are you doing? Did I invite you into my house? The young man, who had been acting cocky moments ago, grew frantic upon seeing Feng Lu and his instructor enter. He scrambled to block their path. But his movements were no match for the police officer's speed. Before he could turn around, he was seized and restrained by the 2 officers behind him. Sir, this is a routine inspection. Please cooperate. The lead officer, observing the youth's reaction, instantly understood the situation. He signaled to his colleagues, instructing them to fully restrain the young man. To prevent him from shouting and disturbing others, the officer covered his mouth and escorted him into the residence. Following the lingering scent of gunpowder on the man, Feng Lu entered the small Western-style house and soon reached the door of a room on the 2nd floor. Zhao Feng listened at the door, hearing no movement inside before cautiously opening it. This room appeared to be the young man's bedroom. It was in utter disarray, with dirty clothes strewn haphazardly across a sofa. As Feng entered, it felt like stepping back into a conference room from his past life. The smoke-filled air was almost suffocating. He held his breath, about to begin a thorough search, when he spotted a handgun lying conspicuously on the desk. As a former police officer who had handled firearms frequently in his past life, Feng was certain this was a real gun. The box beside it was likely a magazine. A gun? As soon as Feng Lu spotted it, his instructor noticed it too, striding quickly to the desk and picking up the pistol. He deftly removed the magazine, examining the yellow bullets inside. No questions needed, this was the real deal. Captain Qin, we found a handgun in the suspect's bedroom. Zhao Feng immediately relayed the discovery via walkie-talkie to Qin Yang downstairs, the lead police officer. Handcuff him. Qin Yang's temper flared instantly as he watched the youth still struggling violently. He knew exactly what finding a gun at this moment signified. This youth was likely one of those who had just rescued Luo Tingting. Whether he was involved or not would be easily confirmed through firearms analysis later. Captain Lu, Huan led us to a young man. We found a handgun in his room. Qin Yang suppressed his anger, pulled out his phone, dialed Lu Tianxiu's number, and relayed the situation. Got it. I know what to do. I'll send backup right away. Lu Tianxiu hung up and immediately dispatched his team to assist Qin Yong. It was now almost certain the suspect hadn't left Li village yet. Earlier, through the village surveillance and the car's dashcam, they had discovered that the suspect likely hadn't left Li village using public transportation. Although the intruders had worn hoods and gloves while rescuing Luo Tingting and were heavily clad, preventing Lu Tianxiu from seeing their faces, he found this rather regrettable. He never imagined that Hanin could quietly uncover a member of the FD group. Li village was now surrounded by reinforcements from the WJ. They had all the time in the world to flush out the intruders one by one. Woof woof woof. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Feng Lu wasted no time. He immediately led his handler and colleagues back to the narrow path they had just traversed. Lu Feng skillfully followed the scent trail left behind, advancing toward the unknown discovery. This time, it didn't take him long to proceed. After passing 2 rows of small Western-style houses, another scent trail branched off from within, indicating another member of the enemy group had split off alone. Without hesitation, Feng Lu followed this scent trail toward a distant house nearby. Feng Lu stared at the tightly locked gate before him, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. This shouldn't be possible. He had clearly detected the scent trail ending right here, and there was no fresh scent left behind. How could the house be empty? This household? Zhao Feng asked with a puzzled look, then nodded upon receiving confirmation before turning to Qin Yang beside him. Captain Qin, it's yours from here on out. Zhao Feng knew his own limitations well. He realized the situation unfolding below was beyond his ability to handle, so he promptly retreated to a distance with Hanin. This time, they didn't bother knocking. The fact that the front door was locked from the outside meant either no one was home or something was seriously wrong inside. Several officers quickly entered the residence with simultaneous assistance, but they did not act rashly. When you don't know how many people are inside or if they have firearms, it's always better to err on the side of caution. 5 minutes later. Captain Lu, we've searched the entire place and found no one inside. The officer in charge of the search had already combed through the entire residence, yet no signs of occupants were found. The team exchanged puzzled glances at the dazed officer crouched nearby. Had they made a mistake? Lu Feng overheard the officer's conversation but showed no reaction. He stood up and began carefully sniffing around the house. Soon, he had sniffed his way around the perimeter of the house along the wall. This time, he was even more certain of his hunch: someone was inside this house. He just didn't know how they were hiding, managing to evade detection by the searching officers. Woof woof woof. I'm going in to search. Lu Feng barked loudly at Lu Tianxiu, then turned toward the house and positioned himself by the gate, ready to enter. You want to go in? Lu Tianxiu stared at the police dog in astonishment, surprised by its remarkable ability to communicate. Lu Tianxiu paused, then pulled a tool from his bag and began fiddling with the door lock, signaling his team to stay quiet. Click. A soft click sounded as the lock on the front door opened smoothly. Lu Feng eagerly entered the residence, meticulously sniffing every corner of the house. Ha! Nothing out of the ordinary. Lu Feng was puzzled himself. The target clearly hadn't left, so why couldn't he find him here? After a moment's thought, he stepped into the courtyard and began scrutinizing it. The courtyard wasn't large, roughly half the size of Uncle Li's home where Feng Lu had been staying. Without wasting more thought, Feng Lu walked into the courtyard and began sniffing around meticulously. Ha! The smell of blood? Lu Feng stared at the scent covered by the car cover, his mind filled with confusion. Why was there a smell of blood here? Han, what's wrong? Zhao Feng looked puzzled at Hanin, who kept circling the car and sniffing, wondering what he had discovered. Woof woof woof. Don't you know to lift the car cover? Lu Feng rolled his eyes at Zhao Feng, who had just snapped out of his daze and was asking such a childish question at this moment. Lu Feng gave the car cover a couple of sharp tugs. This time, Zhao Feng reacted quickly and began pulling the cover off the car. Holy crap! The moment he pulled back the cover near the driver's seat, Zhao Feng jumped in shock. A deathly pale face was pressed tightly against the car window. 10 minutes later. This man should be the owner of this house. There are photos of him at his residence, but his identity information requires further verification. Lu Tianxiu knew that the fact this person could grow opium poppies in Li village without leaking a single hint was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Adding to that, the tattooed youth they'd discovered turned out to be a local villager after investigation. If this corpse was also a local, the implications were truly hair-raising. A police officer handed Lu Tianxiu a wedding photo. Lu Tianxiu examined it carefully and realized the young man in the picture was identical to the murdered youth. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng paid no attention to what followed. Chapter 165, Pepper Spray. By now, the situation had become fairly clear. The others who had gone to rescue Li Shengli's wife, Luo Tingting, were most likely also villagers. One thing puzzled Feng Lu: if the perpetrators had already taken Luo Tingting, why hadn't they fled before the police sealed off Li village? Moreover, they'd started an internal fight, killing one of their own, while another had returned to his home unabashedly, attempting to use the villagers' cover to conceal his identity. All of this baffled Feng Lu. Did these people really believe they could simply return to their homes and evade capture? Lu Feng shook his head, banishing the tangled thoughts from his mind and refocusing on the immediate task at hand. As Feng Lu conducted his search, fully armed squads began appearing at various points throughout Li Village. This development held no surprise for Feng Lu. If he could foresee such a turn of events, Lu Tianxiu and his men surely could as well. This time, the scent trail showed no signs of splitting off. It stretched steadily toward a specific point in the village, prompting Feng Lu to gradually pick up his pace. "Hey, slow down." Lu Feng, who had been striding forward, suddenly heard Zhao Feng's voice behind him. Though puzzled, he immediately slowed down and prepared to stop. "Ha! Achoo! Achoo!" Lu Feng sneezed twice violently, instinctively taking 2 steps back. The air ahead was filled with the pungent, spicy scent of chili peppers. Though he had only absorbed a small amount of the scent, it was already causing his nasal passages to feel uncomfortable. Damn it, always some scumbag trying to harm this emperor. Lu Feng stared at a spray bottle discarded on the ground not far ahead. It was clearly labeled, Anti-Wolf Spray, Extra Hot Edition. The bottle lay completely dismantled, its contents likely emptied onto the path Feng had just traversed. No doubt this was the work of the person they were chasing, specifically designed to target police dogs. But it made sense. Anyone with basic knowledge understood police dog tracking, especially these DF members who constantly outwitted the cops. Huan, how are you holding up? Zhao Feng watched anxiously as Hanin rubbed his nose with his front paws. Normally, even a mildly pungent smell would make him uncomfortable, let alone while he was on duty, constantly sniffing the air for clues. Woof woof woof. I'm fine. Look how worked up you are over this little thing. After rubbing his nose a couple times, Feng felt his sense of smell returning. Only then did he begin circling the pungent area, searching for the scent trail to re-establish the target's direction. In truth, the damage to Feng Lu's nasal passages wasn't as severe as imagined. While his work required occasional intense sniffing, he didn't need to sniff continuously like other police dogs. He could distinguish target scents during normal breathing. When he detected the pungent odor earlier, he'd been breathing normally and had promptly sealed off his nostrils. That's the advantage of high intelligence, heh. They split up? As Feng Lu rounded a building, intending to return to the intersection, he detected an eerily familiar scent before reaching his destination. It belonged to one of the rescuers sent for Luo Tingting. Instead of following the original route with the main group, this individual had taken a different path. Here's a quick note on Li Village's housing layout. All houses in Li Village are uniformly constructed. Each household has its own separate courtyard, essentially sitting within its own small grid. No houses connect to each other horizontally or vertically. Each row faces a main road, with smaller paths connecting the rest. Lu Feng hesitated and did not follow this time. He sensed he was closing in on Luo Tingting and her group. Capturing these individuals now was far more crucial than pursuing a single person. When Feng Luo detected the scent trail of the group again, his nostrils began to tingle uncomfortably. The person who had opened the pepper spray must have gotten some on themselves. Though humans could no longer detect it, the faintly pungent scent still irritated Feng Lu's sensitive nose, though fortunately, it remained bearable. The enemy likely hadn't anticipated that this actually made things easier for Feng Lu. That faintly pungent scent trail was like a beacon in the darkness for him. Captain Zhao, halt! Most of the road ahead has been laced with pepper oil. Before Feng Lu had taken a few steps, he spotted a police officer covering his nose approaching from ahead. Only when he reached their position did he lower his hand. As he drew near, the pungent, stinging scent of chili oil clinging to Feng Lu's clothes hit him. Feng Lu knew the outcome without even needing to hear the officer speak. Damn it, these guys have no sense of martial ethics, they're practically deploying chemical weapons against us. Is it everywhere ahead? Yes, the enemy has scattered chili oil across all the roads ahead. We can't get through any other route. Ah! The officer who came to notify Zhao Feng and the others sneezed violently mid-sentence, clearly having been thoroughly irritated by the pungent chili fumes on his way over. Lu Feng glanced back at the area blanketed by the chili fumes, gauging the distance. He estimated he could hold his breath long enough to sprint through it in one go. Woof woof woof. Follow me. Lu Feng barked twice loudly, ignoring Zhao Feng's calls behind him. He immediately quickened his pace, following the scent trail into the unknown. Time was of the essence now, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Besides, their men were already everywhere. Even if he encountered the enemy, as long as he was careful, he'd be perfectly fine. So, Feng Luo pushed his speed to the absolute limit. After running about 30 meters, he reached another intersection. Even before arriving, Feng could faintly detect the pungent scent of chili peppers. He slowed his pace slightly, carefully discerning that the scent of those people lingered here, their direction leading toward the area where the chili aroma prevailed. Lu Feng hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath, a slight burning sensation tingled in his nostrils, but it was tolerable. He accelerated to his absolute limit, charging toward the pepper-scented zone. Covering the mere 10 meters, he felt he'd shattered his own perceived speed limit. As he burst through the thickest part of the scent, reaching an area where the pepper aroma grew faint, he finally paused to gasp for air. Achoo! Damn it, you bastards have no honor. 1. 681. Chapter 166, Caught Off Guard. Lu Feng felt his entire nasal cavity and throat ignite with burning heat. Snot and tears gushed forth like floodwaters released from a dam, streaming uncontrollably down his face. Through tear-blurred vision, he spotted the discarded pepper spray canister not far away. At that moment, Feng Luo wished he could bite off the attacker's head. How could someone come up with such a vicious trick? Originally, Feng Lu had assumed the enemy was merely sealing off the surrounding area. The cordoned-off zone was similar to the one before, but he never imagined the enemy would toss several canisters along a single path, creating such an extended zone of pepper spray. Gritting his teeth against the burning in his nose, Feng Luan analyzed the scent within the pepper spray zone. He detected the faint lingering scent of the attackers. Though the scent trail had been shattered by the spray, he could still catch a trace of it. This time, he avoided deep breaths, deliberately slowing his breathing rate as he sprinted forward. Finally reaching the edge of the pepper spray barrier, he dropped to the ground and gasped for air. HM? A moist sensation on his nose brought immediate relief. It was Zhao Feng. Tears and snot were streaming down his own face as well. Holding a wet wipe in one hand, he gently wiped Feng Lu's nose. It actually worked surprisingly well. The moisture from the wipe entered his nasal passages with each breath, providing significant relief. You idiot, didn't you hear what that co-worker just said? Why did you run out there with no protection? If you hurt your nose, how are you going to work? Woof woof woof. In a whiny tone. Lu Feng let out a slightly sulky whine, then stopped arguing with Zhao Feng. He knew the other guy was worried about him. He had indeed been a bit reckless earlier, running off before the police officer finished speaking, which had cost him dearly. Feeling better? Lu Feng glanced at his handler and nodded vigorously. After a few minutes' rest, his nasal passages had mostly recovered, no longer hindering his scent-tracking duties. After Zhao Feng wiped away his snot and tears, Feng Luo quickly stood up and began searching for the scent trails of those individuals. There was no time to waste now. Though he suspected the suspects were hiding nearby, Lu Tianxiu had already dispatched officers to conduct door-to-door searches in the area. Yet no positive updates came over the walkie-talkie, heightening the urgency among all the officers present. After all, they were in a village. Even though most residents were absent, they couldn't afford to be careless. Once the suspects realized escape was impossible, there was a high probability they would take hostages to increase their bargaining power. Resolving the situation then would become far more difficult. Moreover, those remaining in the village were mostly elderly and children individuals with little capacity to resist. Even if young adults were present, they would remain vulnerable when faced with firearms. If the perpetrators abducted children, the risk of harm to the children was extremely high. Children were unpredictable, they couldn't reason like adults. No one could predict what the perpetrators might do if irritated by a child's noise. Busy sniffing out leads, Feng Lu hadn't noticed that their relentless pursuit had brought them to the village's edge. Lu Feng detected several unfamiliar scents mingling with those of the original group. He didn't know the origins of these newcomers, but their scent trails intertwining with the others proved they were part of the same group. Following the scent trail, Feng Lu led the group to the edge of a forest. While navigating with Zhao Feng, Feng had noted the geographical position of Li Village. He knew this area was already considered the edge of a large mountain range. The mountain peak known as Chuan Mountain covered a considerable area, roughly 10 square kilometers. Searching it manually would require immense effort. Did those people go into the mountains? Lu Tianxiu's voice echoed from the distance as he hurried toward Feng Lu and the others. Yes. If Hanin's search is correct, those people entered Mount Chuan. Should we go in and search now? Zhao Feng was at a loss for what to do next. While the situation was far better than dealing with hostage-takers once this DF group entered the mountains, it was still far from optimistic. Armed with firearms, and potentially with remaining explosives, they could have planted traps along their escape route. A single lapse in vigilance could lead to casualties. Moreover, nearly all clues pointed to their identities, villagers from this very hamlet. While their familiarity with the mountains remained unknown, it was undoubtedly far superior to their own. Search. Take more men with you. Have Hanin lead the way and focus on detecting explosives. I'll request professional support from headquarters. Lu Tianxiu didn't hesitate long before relaying his plan to Zhao Feng. Got it. We're moving in now. Without waiting for Zhao Feng's response, Feng Lu immediately began advancing along the scent trail. 10 minutes later. The perpetrators likely assumed the pepper spray traps ahead had neutralized the police dogs, as they encountered no further anomalies along this stretch. Of course, if they weren't idiots, they probably wouldn't have set up pepper spray zones in the mountains in the first place. That would be like handing the cops a map. Ha! Lu Feng, who had been sniffing intently all along, suddenly caught a familiar scent and halted abruptly. He lifted his head toward the nearby grass, where a shiny fishing line was tangled around a small tree. The other end was hidden from Feng Lu's view by the foliage, but if they hadn't misjudged, it should be connected to the detonator of an explosive device. Woof woof woof. Feng Lu barked twice, skipping the usual leg-rubbing ritual. Instead, he swiped forward with his paw and turned to look at Zhao Feng. Years of working together meant Zhao Feng instantly understood what the dog meant. He crouched down and looked where Feng Lu was pointing. He quickly spotted the shiny fishing line. Of course, being transparent, it was easy to overlook if the angle was wrong. An older-looking JC addressed the others, "You guys keep tracking. I'll stay here and watch the spot." Without hesitation, Zhao Feng and his team nodded to the senior officer, then bypassed the bomb's location and followed Feng Lu to continue tracking the DF. This was the optimal approach, the only viable one. After discovering the bomb, they couldn't wait for it to be defused before moving forward, nor could they simply leave it unattended. Leaving markers to warn those behind was unreliable. If a careless person encountered it, it could cost lives. Therefore, it was essential to leave someone behind to keep watch. Chapter 167, Flying Away. Lu Feng stared at the grassy patch before him, utterly perplexed. The scent trail of those individuals had vanished here. He began a meticulous search of the surrounding area, circling several times without finding anything. Zhao Feng and the others witnessed this and understood the situation. The enemy scent trail must have been severed, otherwise, the fool wouldn't be wandering around like a headless fly. They too began meticulously examining the surrounding terrain, hoping to track the enemy's movements through any traces left behind. 10 minutes later. "Captain Zhao, the trail ends here. We haven't found any useful clues. Let's wait for Captain Lu's team here. Technical support should arrive shortly." All right. After working non-stop for so long, Zhao Feng was exhausted. With no leads at this point, their small team was utterly useless in these vast mountains. Once the tech team arrived, using thermal imaging drones to search would be far more efficient than manual efforts. As long as the target hadn't escaped the mountain range, locating them shouldn't be too difficult. However, after escaping, the target hadn't chosen a more convenient escape route but had instead entered the mountains. Feng believed these people wouldn't waste their efforts on such futile actions. Their choice of escape route suggested they were highly confident in evading pursuit. The question was what methods they would employ. Their ability to evade detection here demonstrated a high level of skill in escape tactics. If they played their cards right, they might just slip through the net. If they were FD operatives, they'd likely anticipate the police using thermal imaging drones and other equipment to search for them. Anticipating that, they'd certainly make preparations to counter such measures. Of course, it was also possible that in the rush, many countermeasures hadn't been fully implemented. Even if they had been, there was a high probability they'd leave obvious loopholes. If he were thinking from the suspect's perspective, emergency measures are called that precisely because they need to be quick, simple, and easy to execute, ensuring they aren't detected by the police during the escape. Lu Feng looked at the open space in front of him with some confusion. It was a large rock, with the exposed surface area measuring about 10 square meters. Being rock, there were no trees or vegetation. He had chosen this spot to lie down precisely because it lacked foliage, offering better ventilation and comfort compared to denser areas. At first, he hadn't noticed a detail, but now it struck him. This boulder was unusually clean, with scarcely any pine needles scattered about. Lu Feng stood up and circled the clearing, observing that all the pine needles around the rock had been swept into a circular pattern, as if blown by some force. The surrounding grass also bore traces of wind, but not the kind blowing through a forest. It resembled someone using a hairdryer to blow downward from above, creating irregular circular patterns. Moreover, judging by the marks on the grass and the dust patterns on the boulder, these were clearly fresh traces, not formed long ago. Lu Feng looked up at the sky. Could those creatures have flown away? If they hadn't flown away, there was no way to explain why their scent trail had suddenly vanished here. After all, other scents were easy to remove. Scent, however, was notoriously difficult to erase. Even if another scent were used to disperse or cover it, a new scent would be left behind. Even if that scent dissipated quickly, it still required a certain amount of time. From the moment they vanished to when they arrived here, no more than 2 hours had passed. There was no way the scent they left behind could have vanished so quickly. Moreover, Lu Feng had considered this possibility. He circled the area several times without finding anything. So if the target had flown away from here, it would explain everything. Anything? Lost in thought, Feng Lu was abruptly snapped out of his reverie by a voice at his ear. He turned his head to glare at Zhao Feng, who had somehow appeared beside him. Woof woof woof. Didn't you see what I was doing just now? You didn't even notice that? I can't be bothered to explain it to you. Why do I feel like you're cursing at me? Woof woof woof. You idiot, at least you know your place. What's wrong with me calling you dumb? Did they fly away from here? Just as the man and dog were about to continue arguing, a woman's voice drifted over from beside them. It was Huang Jiechi, who had been sitting nearby and witnessed Feng Lu's actions. She'd been resting there, but after seeing Feng Lu's behavior, she'd followed him over for some reason, now examining the same spot Feng Lu had just checked. Being a top student, she quickly spotted the same details Feng Lu had noticed. After a moment's thought, she spoke up, interrupting the human and dog squabble. What do you mean? Zhao Feng looked at the young girl with some confusion, genuinely not having caught her meaning. Captain Zhao, look here. Huang Jiechi pointed at the marks on the ground and voiced her hypothesis. These guys are seriously skilled. After hearing Huang Jiechi's explanation, Zhao Feng, who was no fool, instantly grasped the situation. In ancient times, claims of flying away would have been beyond ordinary imagination unless one cultivated immortality, of course. But now, with the ground traces as evidence, Zhao Feng easily grasped Huang Jieqi's reasoning. After all, while personal flying devices were rare and prohibitively expensive, they were certainly obtainable for those with sufficient wealth. Though it was unclear how long Luo Tingting and her crew had been in this line of work, operating on such a large scale meant they certainly weren't short on funds. Acquiring a single-person flying vehicle through online networks or other channels was quite feasible. Don't worry, they won't get away. I've studied the terrain map. There's a national highway beyond those mountains. I've already stationed people there. Just as Zhao Feng reached for his communicator to notify Lu Tianxiu and the others, Lu Tianxiu's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Captain Lu, you already know about this? Lu Feng looked at Lu Tianxiu and his team approaching with some confusion. They must have just arrived, so why did it seem like they already knew about this? I sent the situation to team leader Lu the moment I thought of it. Before Lu Tianxiu could answer, Huang Jieqi directly addressed Zhao Feng's question. I've already positioned our men in ambush all around this mountain, both on this side and the other side near the highway. The moment they try to reach the road, our men will cut them off. Lu Tianxiu's words brimmed with confidence, as if the enemy were already trapped like a turtle in a jar. But Lu Tianxiu wouldn't speak so decisively without reason. Whether it was the arrival of technical support or the enemy's intentions being exposed, it meant they had gained the upper hand this time. Even if the enemy played by unconventional rules, the technical department wasn't to be trifled with. Those high-tech instruments weren't mere decorations. Chapter 168, Residents on Both Sides. 9:10 p.m. Li Village. Lu Tianxiu, who had been brimming with confidence, now began to feel a bit anxious. What he had thought was a sure thing had dragged on until this hour with no results. The thermal imaging drone had already scanned the mountaintop and surrounding areas, yet found no trace of any suspects on the mountain. It did spot quite a few wild animals, though. Colleagues stationed in ambush positions throughout the surrounding area had likewise found nothing, though they had certainly fed plenty of mosquitoes. Later, to be on the safe side, he had reinforced the mountain perimeter with a large number of personnel. Even so, they still hadn't found any trace of the other party. Luo Tingting and her group seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind in the mountains. They had just emerged from the mountain after their search. With the darkness setting in and everyone exhausted, they finally came down. Lu Tianxiu was now deeply concerned that the target might have used a single-person aircraft to escape their encirclement. However, after consulting relevant personnel, he learned that such personal aircraft had limited endurance and couldn't travel very far. He had expanded the search radius significantly, centering on their takeoff point, and checkpoints had been established along all major routes. If the target intended to leave the area, escaping on foot was highly unlikely. They would need a vehicle to break through the encirclement, making their escape improbable. Lu Feng, lying in wait nearby, pondered the same dilemma. He retraced the entire pursuit, noting the target's meticulous caution at every step, unlikely to take risks without certainty. If the target managed to slip through the net and hide somewhere, it would be difficult for the police to locate Luo Tingting's group. They couldn't maintain a permanent blockade around Li Village with checkpoints indefinitely. Once the target recovered and seized an opportunity to flee overseas, the chances of ever finding Luo Tingting would be slim. How's the screening of the villagers going? Lu Tianxiu turned to Huang Jieqi as she approached. Having surmised that these FD operatives were likely locals, he had dispatched his men to conduct door-to-door registration of permanent residents. During the registration, they also inquired about the neighbors' situations. By cross-referencing the individual's answers with the neighbors' knowledge, they could detect any potential concealment. This approach significantly reduced the likelihood of either neighbor lying, as they had no opportunity to coordinate their stories beforehand. During the interrogation of captured FD group members, the interrogators encountered a problem. The suspects remained largely silent after their arrest, let alone answering questions. Even when made aware that his team had abandoned him, he showed no signs of speaking. He merely sat there, offering a cold smile that seemed to dismiss the police's claims. However, the ballistics report on the handgun seized from his residence had been finalized. The bullets from that weapon were indeed found at the hostage-taking crime scene. Woof woof woof. As if something had occurred to him, Feng Lu suddenly bolted off in one direction. Sitting beside him, Zhao Feng froze momentarily before snapping to attention and following after. The others, however, remained motionless. After all, this wasn't an active mission, and to them, the dog's behavior seemed more like playful antics. Besides, the entire village was under their control. No matter where the two of them ran, there wouldn't be any trouble. The reason Feng Lu suddenly took off running was that he suddenly remembered something. During their search of the mountain, he thought he had noticed something, but hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. Specifically, when they'd set up the chili pepper interference zone, he'd emerged from it and seemed to have overlooked the neighboring household. Furthermore, after escaping the pepper spray zone, he'd been so focused on tracking the others that he'd forgotten about the lone individual who'd split off. Now he wasn't sure if it was too late. With so many people passing through that area, the scent trail should have been thoroughly washed away, making tracking significantly more difficult. But no matter how difficult it became, he had to overcome it. There was no excuse. When Feng Lu arrived at the daytime location, the scent trail had indeed been scattered and disrupted by other odors. Nevertheless, Feng Lu began following the scattered traces, attempting to track the target. The target's scent trail had actually entered the chili pepper interference zone. After a full day, the pungent aroma of the peppers had largely dissipated, no longer as overpowering. But at the same time, Feng Lu lost track of the lone figure's trail. After circling the perimeter, he was certain the target hadn't emerged from the chili interference zone. Lu Feng scanned the residential buildings flanking the chili pepper interference zone. If his search was correct, the target should be inside one of these two houses. Woof woof woof. Call for backup. Lu Feng glanced at the exhausted trainer trailing beside him. Though not as worn out as himself, the trainer had pushed their body to its limits after a full day of relentless pursuit. Huan, what's wrong? Woof woof woof. Feng Lu pointed with his paw at the nearby residential building, then at the one across the street. He jumped up and placed his front paws on Zhao Feng's shoulder. You mean there are suspects in both of these houses? Although Feng had performed this tactical gesture only a handful of times, as a professional police dog handler, he could never forget the agreed-upon signals between himself and his canine partner. So when Feng Lu made this gesture, Zhao Feng instantly understood. After asking Feng Lu a question, he quickly pulled out his communicator to contact Lu Tianxiu and relay the situation. 5 minutes later. Both houses were completely surrounded. Feng stood before the gate of the left residence, carefully sniffing the area. Caution was paramount at this critical moment. You never knew what lay behind that door, so Feng still checked the house before his colleagues entered. Knock. 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 Anyone home? We're the police. We need to ask you a few questions. Lu Tianxiu made no attempt to conceal his identity, announcing their purpose outright. At this hour, no one else would venture out, making it impossible to hide their presence from those inside. During the daytime registration, the household was occupied by an elderly couple. They stated their children didn't farm greenhouses in Li Village but worked in the city, returning only a few times a year during holidays. What is it? After a short wait, the lights inside the house flickered on, and an elderly woman's voice called out from within. Chapter 169, The Hiding Place. What is it? The door was opened not by the elderly woman who had spoken, but by her husband. Upon seeing the police officers at the door, he showed little surprise. After all, the police had been in Li Village all day. Though the lights were off in the old couple's home, they hadn't gone to sleep. They'd been listening intently to the sounds outside. During the daytime interrogations, everyone claimed to know nothing about Luo Tingting and her gang's activities, leaving the investigating officers deeply puzzled. It's estimated that their gang consists of at least 10 to 15 people, all from their own village. If no one knew anything about it, that would be hard to believe. Remember, this is a rural area, not an urban neighborhood where neighbors living across the hall for years might not know each other. Most residents of Li Village bear the surname Li, sharing some degree of kinship. That no one noticed anything amiss suggests a significant problem lies beneath the surface. It's unlikely Luo Tingting and her group managed to hide so well. But without evidence, the police can't do anything to them. Lu Tianxiu quickly explained the situation to the other party, then had Zhao Feng lead Feng Lu into the residence to conduct a search. Of course, the situation didn't unfold as they'd anticipated. They'd merely used an excuse. As for search warrants? In an emergency like this, they were completely unnecessary and didn't violate any regulations. Without delay, Feng Lu began moving swiftly through the courtyard. He had memorized the scents of those individuals. If they had ever been here and left a trace, it wouldn't escape his nose. Soon, Feng had thoroughly inspected the entire courtyard. He detected no familiar scent residues, nor did the air carry any other unusual odors. Of course, by unusual scent, he didn't mean the scent of DP, but rather something like air freshener or other pungent odors deliberately used to mask residual human scent. By the time Feng Lu finished searching the courtyard, the police had already combed through the house. They found nothing unusual and certainly no extra people. The entire household consisted solely of the elderly couple, matching the results from their daytime registration. In fact, during the daytime registration, the police had already casually checked these villagers' homes. If the suspect had been hiding here, they would have been discovered long ago. Another possibility was that the suspect was hiding in a concealed basement, so well disguised that they hadn't detected any trace of them. This was one reason the police had maintained the lockdown on Li Village. Soon, Feng Lu was led to another household. By the time he arrived, the police had already searched the place thoroughly, yet again finding nothing out of the ordinary. However, the moment Feng Lu stepped into the courtyard, he knew his hunch was correct. The family's yard had recently been washed down. The cement ground was still slightly damp, not yet completely dry. The police must have noticed this too. When Feng arrived, the yard was crowded with people, and two officers were questioning a middle-aged couple. While scrubbing the floor wasn't particularly noteworthy, it was important to remember that Li Village was now swarming with police officers. Moreover, numerous officers were stationed as sentries right next to this household. He had just asked one of the patrolling officers, who claimed not to have heard much noise coming from this particular courtyard. What that implied needed no further explanation. To scrub such a large courtyard without making any noise, one would have to press the hose tightly against the ground while rinsing. Only then could they ensure minimal sound. Of course, they could claim it was just a habit. But at this point, any suspicious activity warranted thorough investigation by the police. Lu Feng carefully sniffed the air. When he reached the courtyard, his whole body tensed with excitement. He caught that familiar, pungent scent. Though faint, he recognized it as pepper spray. The person probably never imagined that the pungent smell of pepper spray would give them away. Lu Feng shook his head, focusing his attention on the scent trail. He began following the faint odor to trace the direction the person had vanished. The layout of the courtyard resembled that of old Li's home, adorned with numerous ornamental flowers and plants, along with a small pavilion and a little fish pond. A dugout pond. When Feng Lu followed the scent to the small fish pond, he was momentarily stunned. Could the intruder have escaped through here? But the pond wasn't large, only about 3 meters long and wide, making it impossible to hide a person. By the time Feng Lu arrived, several police officers had already searched the area and found nothing unusual. The water in the pond was crystal clear, only about a meter deep. Shining a flashlight revealed the bottom clearly, showing no signs of anything unusual. Lu Feng began circling the pond, scrutinizing its surroundings. The fish being raised here weren't ornamental, they were common edible varieties. About 10 fish were kept in this large pond. Each fish weighed about 2 to 3 pounds, and the space in this pond was quite ample for their cultivation. Ha! Lu Feng leaned over the edge of the pond, staring intently at one spot. He thought he'd seen a glint there earlier, but hadn't been able to make out what it was. He had only noticed it because the school of fish had just swum past the bottom, stirring up the mud as they moved and exposing something beneath. The flashlight beam had happened to illuminate it. Hesitating only briefly, Feng Lu plunged into the water to everyone's astonishment. Holding his breath, he dove to the bottom and began digging through the silt with his claws. The sensation in his hands made him certain something smooth lay beneath the mud. After clearing the sediment aside, Feng Lu surfaced. "Hey, what's up?" With his colleague's help, Feng climbed out of the fish pond. Ignoring Zhao Feng beside him, he turned his gaze back to the pond. However, after his frantic digging, the water had become so murky that the bottom was impossible to see. His sudden movements had caught his colleagues' attention. Those with keen eyesight had glimpsed the scene beneath before the water turned murky. "What the hell? Why didn't you keep your dog out of my fish pond? He's catching my fish. I'm filing a complaint against you." Before anyone could react, a shrill female voice erupted from behind them. The homeowner, seemingly beside herself, charged toward the pond. But before she could reach halfway, she was stopped by the police. "You fool! You're going to get your son killed." The middle-aged man beside her, witnessing his wife's actions, lost all control. What a useless teammate. If Feng Lu's earlier actions hadn't drawn attention to what lay beneath, this woman's behavior was practically shouting at the police that something was wrong with the fish pond. Chapter 170, Scrounging a Meal. 20 minutes later. The middle-aged couple had collapsed onto the ground the moment the police began draining the fish pond. They sat motionless throughout the entire process, offering no response to any of the officers' questions. The pond was now completely drained, its silt rapidly shoveled away to reveal a bottom made of several transparent glass panels. The silt layer wasn't thick, only about 3 fingers deep. It seemed they'd been in a hurry when spreading it, resulting in uneven thickness and exposing the base. The glass itself was opaque, preventing a clear view beneath it. Yet this alone was enough for Feng Lu and his team to grasp what lay below. Once all the silt above the glass was cleared away, revealing its full appearance, JC had already spotted the trick. Among the glass panels, the central 1 meter by 1 meter section stood significantly taller than the others. If their guess was correct, this panel likely served as the entrance and exit to the basement. One officer tested it and found the panel was secured from below, making it impossible to open from above. This posed no real obstacle, though. By the time they realized this, someone had already rushed over with a glass cutter. Once it arrived, they could open it immediately. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, a JC arrived with the glass cutter. Once everyone was ready, he swiftly made a small incision in the glass. After the officer brought the glass panel up, another officer who had been waiting nearby immediately tossed a tear gas canister inside. Then both officers quickly climbed out of the fish pond. A wave of violent coughing soon erupted from the small opening they created. Judging by the sound, there were 6 or 7 people inside. It seemed the police tactic had caught them off guard. Who would have thought these cops would play so unconventionally? No negotiations, no frontal assault, just straight to the ultimate move. Less than 2 minutes later, the central pane of glass was pushed open from the inside. A young man, coughing violently with snot and tears streaming down his face, crawled out. 5 minutes later. Lu Feng surveyed the group of captured individuals, his entire face practically splitting open in a grin. He never imagined that what he thought would be the most difficult arrest would end with them all surrendering one after another. Their pitiful states now amused him greatly. But his joy quickly faded as he remembered the fallen officers. His mood turned somber in an instant. These individuals appeared to be in their early 20s, now looking pitiful. If someone took photos and posted them online, there would undoubtedly be scum who would criticize the police. But if people knew the crimes these men had committed, anyone with a conscience would feel no sympathy for them. They'd likely wish to see this gang executed by slow torture. Not long after the gang was apprehended, the police officers who had gone down to the basement began hauling items back up. First came firearms of various lengths, even a few hand grenades. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. Had they not been forced to surrender, capturing this gang alive would have been quite a challenge. Following the firearms came box after box of cash, both domestic and foreign currencies, totaling 5 suitcases. Next came 3 suitcases of counterfeit currency, along with a stash of fake passports and ID cards. Beyond these items lay ample supplies for daily living. Judging by the quantity, it should have sustained the group for about a week inside. If those above occasionally restocked, they could have endured for much longer. However, with a group of people eating, drinking, and relieving themselves inside, the air had become unbearably foul despite their brief stay. The police officers sent down had to wear thick masks. After a flurry of activity, everything inside was finally cleared out, and the initial haul was mostly accounted for. The next morning at 10 o'clock. After a night's rest, Lu finally felt fully recharged. Following a simple breakfast, he headed to the bureau under the guidance of the instructor. When they arrived, many police officers were still trickling in. After wrapping up everything at the scene yesterday, it had already been past 4 a.m. Therefore, Lu Tianxiu did not interrogate the suspects immediately. After all, everyone was exhausted and lacked the energy to keep up. Except for the on-duty officers, everyone else was granted a half-day off. The interrogations would resume after lunch. After all, the evidence was irrefutable. The DP alone recovered from the basement was sufficient to secure the death penalty for this group. When the interrogations began in the afternoon, Lu naturally slipped into the adjacent monitoring room. Wanting a clear view, he claimed a chair and waited for the questioning to start. The surveillance room crew chuckled at Lu's behavior but said nothing. Everyone involved in yesterday's operation knew they owed their success to this clever police dog. "You little rascal, you sure know how to enjoy yourself." The Hongcheng police chief, a stern-looking man in his 50s, couldn't help but chuckle at Lu's behavior. He sat down on the chair beside Lu and gave the dog a pat on the head. Before long, Lu Otingting was brought into the interrogation room. Compared to when Lu had first seen her, she now looked utterly haggard. Gone was the gentle aura she had exuded that day, replaced by a heavy, dusky aura reminiscent of an elderly person on the brink of death. Yet no one felt pity for her appearance. She was a demon in human form, having claimed countless lives. Lu Otingting cooperated fully with the police interrogation. She knew hiding anything was pointless now, but she did make one request. She just wanted to see her husband Li Shengli and her child after the interrogation was over. Only after obtaining the police's consent did she finally confess everything. Lu Otingting majored in chemical engineering in college. Shortly after graduation, for various reasons, she became involved in the sale of double-penetration DP products. Upon realizing how lucrative this trade was, she began selling small quantities of homemade dildos. However, her sales were minimal and only occurred when she was short on cash. Thus, for a very long time, she remained undetected by the police. After marrying Li Shengli several years ago, she had repeatedly wanted to quit the trade. But once the devil within one's heart is unleashed, how could it be easily confined again? After giving birth, bored at home, she thought about returning to her old trade. She began deliberately approaching unemployed youths in the village, luring them with money until one by one they joined her team. Over the years, her gang grew to 12 members. Lu Otingting handled production, while the others distributed the DVDs. Every step followed Lu Otingting's strict instructions, which is why the police never caught on. If not for this vegetable incident, who knows when their operation would have been exposed. "You said 12 people joined your gang. Why are there only 10 here now? Where are the other 2? Lu Tianxiu quickly spotted the discrepancy in her statement. He did a mental tally. 1 youth had been captured outright, 1 was dead, 1 had fled using a personal flight device, and 7 others besides Lu Otingting had been apprehended in the basement. That added up to 10 people. So where had the other 2 mentioned by the suspect gone? The individual who had used the single-person flying device to distract them had also been located by the police around 5 a.m. in a hidden cave. 2 of them were uncooperative. They overdosed on DP a couple years back and died. Lu Otingting's expression betrayed no sorrow whatsoever, as if the deceased were not human beings but mere poultry or livestock. What were their names? Li Guanyu and He Li. They were boyfriend and girlfriend. 2 minutes later. Li Guanyu's records were retrieved first. After Lu Otingting reviewed the photo and confirmed his identity, the other person's records were located and verified based on Li Guanyu's information. Isn't this old Mr. Li? Zhao Feng glanced at Li Guanyu's father's file with some surprise. Though the name was unfamiliar, he recognized the photo. It was indeed the Mr. Li who had hosted them that day. You know him? The bureau chief beside him looked at Zhao Feng's astonished expression and voiced the question on everyone's mind. Zhao Feng promptly recounted the events of that day in full detail to everyone present. This old man is no ordinary figure. After listening to Zhao Feng's account, the bureau chief pondered briefly before uttering the remark with a sigh. His gaze then shifted to the interrogation livestream before him. Wow, he's not just extraordinary, he's downright. Well, Feng Lu couldn't find the words to describe it. He only knew he felt like he'd been used, yet not used at all. It was all very confusing. He shook his head vigorously, glancing at Zhao Feng, who was watching the interrogation intently. What's the point of overthinking? It's easier to just live dumbly. After the interrogation concluded, Luo Tingting met her husband and son in a conference room. When Li Shengli saw Luo Tingting appear before him, shackled and handcuffed, he nearly collapsed. He never imagined his gentle, virtuous wife could be the leader of a FD gang. After all these years together, he hadn't noticed a single hint of something being off. Indeed, after thorough verification by the police and analysis of Li Shingli's expressions by specialized psychological experts, no signs of deception were detected regarding Luo Tingting's involvement in FD. It seemed Li Shingli genuinely had no idea about the true nature of the woman who had slept beside him for years. Though this outcome surprised everyone, without concrete evidence, they had no choice but to accept it. After witnessing the profound bond between mother and son, followed by the deep affection between husband and wife, Luo Tingting was forcibly led out of the meeting room by the police. The harshest punishment awaited her. Whether it was a psychic connection or something else, Li Shengli's son wept inconsolably. Seeing his mother being led away, he struggled frantically, desperate to cling to her. But his small frame was no match for the force. Lu Feng knew that if this child's psychological trauma wasn't properly addressed, he would transform from a lively, cheerful boy into a silent, withdrawn individual unwilling to communicate with others. This scene before him would cast a shadow over his entire life, one he would struggle to escape. After Luo Tingting confessed, the others saw no point in resisting. One by one, they obediently admitted to their involvement. The victim had been killed after a conflict with one of them. They had ambushed and killed him, then hidden the body in the car, covering it with a car cover. They didn't intend to conceal the body for long merely to delay its discovery. The next morning, around 10 o'clock. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Zhao Feng drove the Landwind back toward Yuncheng. With the case solved, there was no reason to linger. However, for reasons unknown, Zhao Feng didn't depart immediately. Instead, he returned to Li village, bringing gifts for old man Li Guanyu's father. The two shared a cup of tea without mentioning anything about Li Guanyu. After staying for a meal at old man Li's home, they finally departed from Hongchang. Feng looked at the old man standing at the doorway. Even after he had disappeared from sight, the old man remained there, holding his little grandson, staring motionless at them. Honey, old Li's cooking was pretty tasty, huh? I saw you ate a lot. Woof woof woof. Chapter 171, Coincidence. 5 p.m. Zhao Jiguo's office, Municipal Bureau. Xiao Feng, well done. Zhao Jiguo looked at Zhao Feng before him, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. It was truly rare for someone assisting with a case at the Provincial Bureau for the first time to play such a pivotal role. Cases handled by Provincial Bureau personnel were invariably major operations cases local units couldn't crack. Few who gained entry were ordinary. Of course, Yuncheng's police force was no less capable than the Provincial Bureaus. After all, the environment in a border city was far more complex, with many desperate criminals passing through to attempt illegal border crossings. They and the border inspection stations were the final line of defense for these desperate fugitives. Crossing them meant a sliver of hope for survival. Thus, they frequently confronted desperate beasts fighting for their lives. Fierce counterattacks or even attempts to take someone down with them were common occurrences for these border police. Uncle, did you call me over so urgently because of an emergency case? Zhao Feng ignored his uncle's praise, though he felt rather pleased inside. But the fact that his uncle had summoned him immediately upon his return, without even allowing him time to rest. It must be an urgent case requiring his assistance. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Couldn't this idiot see how calm and collected Zhao Jiguo was? How much more urgent could it possibly be? A fugitive from another province has slipped through. Clues indicate he's already entered our Yuncheng, but he's hiding exceptionally well. Our team spent a day investigating and only managed to narrow him down to a general area. The canine unit is swamped today and short-handed. Since you're back, I was thinking of sending you to assist. How about it? If you're too tired, no pressure. Sure enough, Zhao Jiguo's words confirmed Feng Lu's suspicion. He intended to send his nephew to take a shot at luck. If they found the target, it would be another achievement to his credit. Such incidents weren't unheard of in Yuncheng. Some fugitives who slipped through the net were hunted down once discovered, while others managed to slip across the border undetected. The Yun City police were thoroughly familiar with the search procedures. Alright, I'll head over immediately. Zhao Feng, usually slow to react, hadn't processed the situation yet and immediately agreed to Zhao Jiguo's proposal. Half an hour later. At a suburban residential complex in Yuncheng, Zhao Feng rushed over immediately after getting the address from Zhao Jiguo and found Hu Feng, who was in charge of the manhunt. Old Zhao, weren't you on a business trip to the provincial capital? When did you get back? Lu Feng stared in surprise at Zhao Feng and Hanin as they stepped out of the car. It seemed like Zhao Feng and his team had only been in the provincial capital assisting with the case for a few days. Why were they back already? Just arrived this afternoon and Director Zhao assigned me here. By the way, why are you handling this case? When Feng Lu saw that Lu Feng was in charge, he knew he'd underestimated the situation. Zhao Zhigua's decision to send them here wasn't what he'd imagined. Did Bureau Chief Zhao not explain clearly when he sent you? Lu Feng paused, having assumed Zhao Zhigua had briefed Zhao Feng thoroughly on the case. But there was no time to dwell on it now. He quickly outlined the details of the case at hand. Chen Dafu, 48, from XX City, XX Province, had been arrested and imprisoned 10 years ago for using and dealing illegal substances. However, the quantity involved was small at the time, resulting in only a 3-year sentence. 3 years after his release, he suddenly became extremely wealthy, spending lavishly everywhere he went. His unsavory associates reported him. Police investigations revealed substantial unexplained wealth, which he persistently claimed came from legitimate business ventures. Ultimately, for certain reasons, the investigation was dropped, and the matter was left unresolved. After this incident, he adopted a low-key approach, conducting business diligently and ensuring all his funds were traceable. However, he was involved in the antique and collectibles industry, a field where true valuation is notoriously difficult. If an antique piece caught the eye of a collector or faced competition, it could sell for many times its usual price. Consequently, even though the police kept a close watch on him afterward, they never detected anything amiss. They could only marvel at the individual's keen eye and remarkable luck, consistently snagging bargains. The reason they took notice again was because one of the wealthy individuals the dealer associated with was exposed as a drug user, and this person frequently purchased cultural artifacts from Chen Dafu. If it had been just one case, it might not have drawn attention. But later, JC discovered several other wealthy individuals who were also drug users. And the common link among them all was Chen Dafu. After JC's comprehensive screening and comparison, it was discovered that wealthy individuals who had been in contact with Chen Dafu, especially after careful investigation. Many individuals who previously enjoyed substantial incomes saw their fortunes rapidly diminish after interacting with Chen Dafu, as these funds were channeled into purchasing collectible antiques. Many of these individuals were not even enthusiasts of cultural artifacts. Although appraisals by cultural artifact experts revealed that the prices they paid were often significantly inflated, such practices were not uncommon within their social circles. This presented a significant challenge for JC, as it was difficult to openly investigate Chen Dafu based solely on this reason. After uncovering Chen Dafu's activities, JC shadowed him for a full year without detecting any irregularities. He presented himself as an honest businessman, earning far more than his peers, yet that alone couldn't be grounds for suspicion. It wasn't until a week ago that JC noticed a man wanted for FD suddenly contacting Chen Dafu, arranging to meet him in Yuncheng. JC uncovered this connection because they never ceased surveillance on Chen Dafu. When the two communicated online, the monitoring police immediately detected it, leading to today's scene. The fugitive was Li San, 38 years old, wanted by the JC for a crime committed a year ago but never apprehended. The reason he invited Chen Dafu was likely to introduce him to a new source of goods. This also explains why the police had been monitoring him for a year without any results. It turns out Li San was Chen Dafu's upstream supplier. Having been caught in the act a year ago, he was unable to continue his FD activities, which is why Chen Dafu managed to evade detection. He likely assumed that after a year, the police had either relaxed their pursuit or given up entirely, emboldening him to resume his illegal activities. Little did he know that while he himself was no longer under surveillance, his own supplier had remained firmly within the police's line of sight. Chapter 172, Neighborhood Celebrity. Old Hu, with things so clear-cut, it seems there's little we can do to help. After hearing Lu Feng's case briefing, Zhao Feng realized the entire situation was crystal clear. There seemed to be nothing left for the two of them to do. As long as Lu Feng and his team warned Chen Dafu and Li San, the other FD would be caught too. When the three met, they could take them all down at once. If it were that simple, we wouldn't need your help at all. Lu Feng rubbed his face vigorously to stay alert. He hadn't slept a wink all night while keeping watch here. What's the situation? To ensure we caught them red-handed with the goods, we didn't make the arrest when they met. But they weren't carrying anything at the time. Even if we had moved in, we could only have arrested Li San. There was no evidence to arrest Chen Dafu or the other guy. What we didn't anticipate was that the transaction actually took place right under our noses. We only discovered this because Chen Dafu went to the other party's shop to pay for something. Otherwise, we'd still be in the dark. The day after the three met, Chen Dafu went to a jade shop and purchased a piece of jade worth millions. But shortly after leaving the shop, he tossed the jade straight into a trash bin. After retrieving it for appraisal, we discovered the jade he bought was merely an attractive glass imitation. That's when we realized they had already completed the transaction. This was how Chen Dafu made his payment. Did you find the actual goods? At this point, Zhao Feng grasped the crux of the case's difficulty. Even if they apprehended Chen Dafu now, they couldn't secure a conviction. There was simply no evidence proving they were involved in any illicit transactions. The buyer could easily claim he'd made a mistake, a common occurrence in this industry that raised no red flags whatsoever. Yes. We don't even know how they conducted the transaction. Their conversations while together were entirely normal, with no suspicious behavior whatsoever. If we hadn't already confirmed the identities of these three individuals, we wouldn't have known they were conducting DP transactions. That's why we called you, and we've set up checkpoints everywhere to directly inspect passing vehicles. The other party has learned about our checkpoints. While they don't know it's because of them yet, Chen Dafu's increasingly agitated behavior suggests their cargo is still within our checkpoint area. Based on our assessment, the person carrying the goods shouldn't be too far from Chen Dafu, likely within this residential complex. The only uncertainty now is whether evidence linking Chen Dafu to the other individual will surface once we apprehend them. Most people renting apartments probably won't upload their contracts or such. After thinking about it, I'll add a note here, otherwise it might seem like I'm not being thorough. After learning you'd arrived, I had an idea. The two of you should search the complex to see if you can locate the person carrying the goods early. Then we'd immediately withdraw our checkpoint and let them return with the goods. If Chen Dafu touches the goods during this process, we can catch him red-handed with the evidence solid as a rock. As for the other person, our team is already tailing them. Since they're the seller, we'll keep them on the hook to see if we can follow the trail and catch some bigger fish. After hearing Lu Feng's account, Lu couldn't help but marvel. These DF operatives were pulling off increasingly sophisticated tricks, making their investigative work ever more challenging. 8 p.m. At the Xingfuli Community Plaza. As the weather turned cooler, the neighborhood's elderly residents and children began strolling and playing outside. The square, quiet all day, gradually came alive with activity. Wow, that dog is so talented. Yeah. It can even skateboard. I can't even do that. Goodness, this is the first time I've seen a dog skateboard so smoothly in real life, and it's a Labrador, no less. Lu Feng glided onto the square from a neighborhood path on his custom skateboard, instantly becoming the star of the show. Both adults and children were stunned by his performance, with many kids gathering around. But Feng Lu was moving pretty fast, zooming right past the group of kids. They hadn't planned on being so conspicuous, but Xiao Feng had suggested they make a bold entrance. He insisted that suddenly appearing in the neighborhood and casually cruising around would inevitably draw Chen Dafu's attention. This would inevitably draw the attention of Chen Dafu and his crew. In fact, being more conspicuous and drawing attention wouldn't arouse their suspicion. The last thing the enemy would suspect was that this dog, so adept at skateboarding, was actually a police dog. Lu Feng watched the approaching figure from a short distance away. He made no attempt to avoid them, simply gliding past as they passed each other. In that fleeting moment, Lu Feng sniffed deeply, committing the scent to memory. Chen Dafu watched the Labrador skateboard past him. His earlier irritation eased slightly, and he quickly pulled out his phone to snap a short video of the dog as it moved away. The transaction had been going smoothly until now. He never expected that just as he was about to head back, he'd run into a police checkpoint, trapping him right here. Fortunately, he knew such incidents weren't uncommon here. Though slightly irritated, he managed to calm down and wait for the checkpoint to clear. Following the scent trail Chen Dafu had left behind, Feng Lu began checking the areas the man had passed through while skateboarding. He knew this was probably futile. Chen Dafu's every move was under surveillance. If anything had gone wrong, they would have caught it long ago, and reinforcements wouldn't be needed. Still, Feng wanted to try. Perhaps through their surveillance feeds, he could spot something unusual. After all, humans couldn't detect scent trails. After spending about an hour in the neighborhood, Feng Lu had successfully become the area's newest internet sensation, amassing a large following of young admirers. By the time Feng Lu and his group returned to their residence, it was already 9:30 p.m. You live in this building too? Chen Dafu looked at the man and dog entering the elevator with surprise, not expecting them to be his neighbors. Yes, we just moved in today. Xiao Feng ignored Chen Dafu's astonishment, replied briefly, then went back to playing with his phone, showing no interest in further conversation. His behavior mirrored that of today's youth, rejecting pointless socializing, preferring to scroll through videos and read novels whenever he had free time. That was precisely why Lu Feng and the others had been so bold in assigning Xiao Feng's residence, placing it directly next to Chen Dafu's apartment. Seeing Xiao Feng show no interest in conversation, Chen Dafu didn't get angry. Instead, he crouched down and stared at Feng Lu with a look of pure amazement. But they were all adults now, aware of what was appropriate and what wasn't. So he didn't make the mistake of reaching out. Whoa! You're really something, knowing how to skateboard. Lu Feng stared at the middle-aged man crouched before him with utter despair. Are you kidding me? Chapter 173, Listening Comprehension. You guys just moved in today, right? I live right next door. Chen Dafu froze when he saw Xiao Feng following him out of the elevator. Earlier, he'd been so preoccupied with teasing the puppy that he hadn't noticed Xiao Feng hadn't pressed the elevator button. Now seeing him follow him out, he recalled that a new family had moved in next door today. He'd been wondering if the man might be a cop, which was why he hadn't come out earlier. Instead, he'd been listening intently for any sounds outside. But he hadn't picked up anything useful. Even as he stepped out just now, he'd been mulling it over. In these sensitive times, any stranger's approach made him tense up considerably. But just as Lu Feng and the others had anticipated, if not for Feng Lu stealing the spotlight today, Chen Dafu would indeed be highly wary of them. Hello? Zhao Feng raised his head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and offered a greeting. He gave off the vibe of a young man with severe social anxiety. Had he not heard that the man was his neighbor, he probably wouldn't have even lifted his head to acknowledge him. Seeing Zhao Feng's reaction, Chen Dafu largely dropped his guard. The young man simply seemed socially awkward, a common enough type in this society. Lu Feng, trailing behind them, curled his doggy lips. Who would have thought this goofball could act so convincingly? What a waste he didn't pursue acting. They walked the rest of the corridor in silence. Perhaps sensing the other didn't wish to talk, Chen Dafu wisely kept his mouth shut. Thud. When the bedroom door closed behind them, Zhao Feng visibly exhaled. Facing such a seasoned veteran was quite taxing for him. If it had been Lu Feng, he'd probably have handled it with ease. After all, anyone capable of infiltrating DF Group as an undercover agent had to be exceptionally intelligent and emotionally adept, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it into the inner circle. After entering the room, Zhao Feng first took a cold shower in the bathroom, then sat down at the computer in the bedroom to play games. The rental apartment had internet cables already installed by the landlord, so he didn't need to set anything up himself, extremely convenient. After a brief online exchange with Lu Feng, Zhao Feng truly immersed himself in the game. Zhao Feng did this because his room shared a wall with Chen Dafu's. Any noise coming from his side could be overheard if the other party wanted to listen in. For instance, he had a dedicated listening device on his desk capable of eavesdropping on the adjacent room. He chose not to use it today specifically to prevent the other party from employing the same tactic. This precaution stemmed from a previous mission where suspects had turned the tables and eavesdropped on them, leading to the operation's complete failure. The suspect had even planted a timer bomb outside their room, resulting in the sacrifice of several outstanding police officers. After the suspect was apprehended, interrogation revealed that he had noticed them when they moved in. To confirm they weren't police, he had installed listening devices in the adjacent room to monitor them. Although they avoided discussing case details, they occasionally let slip remarks that revealed their identities. Under these circumstances, it was nearly impossible to guard against eavesdropping by those with malicious intent. Playing until past 1 a.m., Zhao Feng finally lay down on his bed. He picked up the receiver from the nightstand, carefully pressing one side against the wall and the other against his ear. Seeing this, Feng Lu twitched his ears. He recalled something: his hearing had always been quite sharp. Why hadn't he ever thought to use it? He seemed to have forgotten that his hearing was also quite sharp, yet he had always overlooked it. In his previous life, he had researched this topic. Dogs apparently had hearing 16 times more sensitive than humans, capable of detecting sounds within a kilometer radius. What was most remarkable was their ability to discern subtle differences in sounds, enabling them to identify the source of the noise. Thinking of this, Feng Lu felt like slapping himself. How could he have forgotten something so crucial? And how had he managed to completely overlook it? Had he really gone dumb just because of Zhao Fengqi's name? It seemed he needed to train his own hearing from now on, paying closer attention to the differences in sounds made by various objects. Memorizing these distinctions would be quite helpful for future missions. If he could hear the heartbeat of someone behind a door, he could immediately determine how many people were inside just by the rhythm. Beyond that, there were countless other benefits. He really needed to plan this out properly. With that thought, Feng Lu rose and moved to the wall, pressing his ear against it as he focused intently on listening for sounds from the next room. Soon, he heard footsteps very close at first, but gradually growing fainter as they moved away from their location. So close? Lu Feng recalled the layout of the adjacent house. This room should be the living room of the other party. Footsteps were heard here at this hour. Could it be? Turning to look at the instructor, who had already put down the radio and was lying on the bed preparing to sleep, Feng Lu suddenly understood. So this was a story about two old foxes. His own actions seemed even more foolish than theirs. After waiting about 10 minutes, he heard the sound of running water again. The other person must have started washing up to prepare for bed. He had no idea what the other person had been doing during those 10+ minutes, as there hadn't been a single sound. Perhaps they were sitting somewhere playing with their phone. After waiting another hour or so, just as Feng Lu was about to drift off, loud snoring erupted from the next room. Lu Feng realized something. Before noticing his hearing, he'd never paid attention to these sounds while sleeping. Now that he was aware, he couldn't seem to tune them out. Lu Feng endured over an hour of various noises before finally succumbing to exhaustion and drifting off. Ring-a-ling! Ring-a-ling! Lu Feng glanced out the window and saw the sky was just beginning to lighten. He looked back at Zhao Feng on the bed, who was still snoring away, and finally realized the ringing wasn't coming from their room. Then, Lu Feng immediately held his breath and strained to listen carefully to the sounds from the next room. Soon, he heard Chen Dafu's voice. He had also stayed up late the previous night and was probably exhausted. He answered the call without checking the caller ID. "Good morning, sir. This is XX Express Customer Service. Your package ending in 8754 was damaged during transit. This is Lee from Claims Handling. Get lost. You piece of trash, disturbing my sleep. As the phone clicked off, the sound of Qian Dafu angrily slamming his fist on the bed echoed through the room. After about 10 minutes of silence, he probably couldn't fall back asleep after being woken up. Qian Dafu grumbled as he got up to wash up. Then came the sound of him cooking. Back when we had a little mud at home, it would sense my dad's motorcycle approaching the alley entrance before he even got there and run out to greet him. Other motorcycles passing by? Not a reaction. Chapter 174, Letting Go to Capture. From just after dawn at 6 in the morning until past 9, Feng Luo listened intently to the sounds coming from the other person's room. After cooking, the other person sat in the living room playing with their phone and scrolling through videos. Who knows what they were watching, but they kept at it from 7 or 8 o'clock all the way until 9 in the morning. The sound nearly lulled Feng Lu back to sleep. Around 9, Zhao Feng finally climbed out of bed. Whether he genuinely slept through or was faking it, Feng Lu couldn't tell, but he certainly envied the man's ability to sleep. After getting up, Zhao Feng quickly washed up, then took Feng Lu for a walk outside. They grabbed a simple breakfast at a stall near the residential complex before returning home, where Zhao Feng resumed playing his game. On the way back, they ran into Qian Dafu, who had just stepped out of his residence. Zhao Feng merely gave a brief nod in greeting, saying nothing else. Ha! Lu Feng raised his head in confusion, glancing toward the door. He heard the faint footsteps. They belonged to Qian Dafu. Hadn't he just left? How could he be back so soon? Could he still be suspicious of them, which is why he was following them earlier? After a moment's thought, Feng Lu lay back down, preparing to listen carefully for any sounds coming from Qian Dafu's apartment. As for whether he was being followed, if tracking was truly possible, Feng believed Hu Feng would already be aware. And he would have informed Zhao Feng about it by now, so there was nothing to worry about. Whether the other party suspected them or not, they needed to continue executing this mission. After entering the door, the other party immediately went to the living room right next to their bedroom, and then there was no sound from that side. Lu Feng didn't even need to guess what they were doing now. They were definitely eavesdropping. Damn it, what a creep. Listening to two grown men's voices? Unbelievably ridiculous. Lu Feng mentally railed against the intruder's behavior, then turned to watch Zhao Feng rapidly tapping away at his keyboard. Damn it, he couldn't have gotten hooked on gaming, could he? One thing puzzled Feng quite a bit: why didn't the other guy just go back? Why was he lingering here, waiting for their transport to leave? If Qian Dafu wasn't transporting the DP himself, then the guy hanging around here seemed pointless. But if he was transporting it, where the hell was he hiding the DP? This time, it took less than 5 minutes before footsteps echoed from the adjacent room again. Judging by the direction of the footsteps, they were heading toward the bedroom. Sure enough, not long after, snoring sounds began to emanate from the adjacent room. Well, this one must have gotten tired from eavesdropping yesterday and is catching up on sleep now. As Feng Lu listened, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier until he too drifted off into dreamland. When Feng Lu awoke again, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. If not for the gnawing hunger in his stomach, he swore he could have slept straight through until evening. I got you something to eat. It's in your own bowl. Zhao Feng glanced back at the sleepyhead waking up, muttered the words, then went back to playing his game. Lu Feng had reason to suspect the other was using work as an excuse to play games. He trotted over to his food bowl in the living room. It was already filled with his favorite treats, and without hesitation, he began devouring it in big gulps. He then made his way to the bathroom to relieve himself, flushing the urine down the drain with the tap running. Zhao Feng had arranged all this, making it incredibly convenient and ensuring Feng wouldn't get wet. Don't tell me you've never done this while showering. Carrot. After eating his fill, he returned to the bedroom and began listening intently for sounds from the next room. After a long while, he detected no movement whatsoever. Could it be that the other person had gone out? If they weren't home, why hadn't there been any noise? Or were they eavesdropping again? That couldn't be right. They couldn't be that bored, could they? After listening intently for another while, Feng Lu realized there was still no sound from next door. It was possible the neighbor had indeed gone out while he was sleeping. Lu Feng shook his head slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. Well, looks like the fun's over. Might as well go back to sleep. Hey, wake up. Let's go for a walk. It must be said, he truly lived up to his reputation as the sleep god. After a solid nap, Feng Lu had slept straight through until past 7 in the evening. That Labrador of yours is pretty impressive. How did you train it? Zhao Feng looked at Qian Dafu, who had walked over beside him, unsure what to say. He had a feeling the other was deliberately getting close. Moreover, he'd learned from Hu Feng that the man had been following him. If both he and Hu Feng hadn't been absolutely certain, their identities remained undiscovered. He would have suspected the man was closing in to find an opportunity to kill him or something worse. But if he hadn't been exposed, and yet this man was still actively approaching him, then there must be some other scheme at play. Yes, he's been bright since childhood. I didn't deliberately train him in these things, he picked them up on his own. Zhao Feng gave an embarrassed smile, quickly distancing himself as he hurried after Feng Lu, giving off an air of wanting nothing to do with anyone. What do you do for a living? To his surprise, Chen Dafu caught up and asked curiously about Zhao Feng's occupation. I do online gaming coaching, play games for other people, you know. Zhao Feng gave a slightly embarrassed smile as he mentioned his profession, then quickened his pace to follow behind Feng Lu. Impressive. Must be pretty lucrative, huh? Chen Dafu curled his lips in a slightly dismissive smile, but quickly composed himself as if remembering something. Nah, barely enough to get by. Though Zhao Feng didn't turn back, Feng Lu, who had paused, clearly saw Chen Dafu's expression. At that moment, Feng Lu also realized what was happening. Zhao Feng was playing hard to get. Though he didn't know Chen Dafu's motives for approaching them, it didn't take a genius to guess the man was after that shipment. Chen Dafu chatted with Zhao Feng for a while longer, though most of the conversation consisted of him asking questions. Zhao Feng would occasionally respond, sometimes merely nodding without speaking. Finally, sensing the conversation was going nowhere, Chen Dafu parted ways with the man and dog at a small intersection. Judging by his direction, he was likely heading back to his residence. By this point, Feng Lu was fairly certain Chen Dafu was operating alone, with no accomplices. Otherwise, after being under police surveillance for so many days, he wouldn't have gone an entire meeting without making contact. Of course, this very elusiveness might be the very reason the police had failed to secure concrete evidence against him. The man and dog wandered around the neighborhood for a while longer before finally returning home. The moment he arrived home, Feng Lu rushed to the bedroom, crouched in his usual spot, and began listening intently for sounds from the neighboring apartment. Chapter 175, Unwarranted Kindness. The next day. Around 9 a.m. Lu Feng bounded out of the elevator, bursting with excitement. He hadn't gone far when he spotted Chen Dafu's figure walking back from a short distance away. He must have been returning from a stroll or some other errand. Just out for a stroll. Chen Dafu spotted Feng Lu emerging from the building and greeted him with casual familiarity. Lu Feng acted as if he hadn't seen him, darting past the man and heading toward the nearby bushes. The weather was already getting hot at this hour. Feng thought he'd just take a quick stroll before heading back to his place to enjoy the air conditioning and maybe eavesdrop on the neighbors. Following the familiar route, Feng began his stroll. Zhao Feng, holding the specially purchased long leash, walked steadily behind him. With the weather already quite hot, the neighborhood garden was nearly deserted. Lu Feng paused, carefully sniffing the air. No mistake, it was definitely Chen Dafu's scent, clear and distinct. He must have passed by not long ago. At first, Feng didn't think much of it, but as they continued walking and he kept catching whiffs of the same scent. If he was following the same route as the past 2 days, it should take over 20 minutes to complete a full loop. If the weather was pleasant, there wouldn't be anything unusual about it. But on such a hot day, wandering out without any apparent purpose was puzzling. With this thought, Feng began sniffing purposefully. While he doubted the man would hide the DP outside, his unusual behavior still puzzled him. Anyway, doing a little extra wouldn't hurt. If he got lucky, it'd be a bonus. 20 minutes later. Following the scent trail all the way, Feng Lu found nothing unusual. He began to think he might have overanalyzed the situation. A person like Chen Dafu was fundamentally abnormal. One couldn't understand his actions through ordinary logic. When he returned home, the takeout Zhao Feng had ordered had just arrived downstairs. Not wanting to make the delivery guy make an extra trip, Feng casually brought it upstairs himself. Back home, Feng didn't even grab a drink first. He dashed into the bedroom, crouched in his usual spot, and began eavesdropping on the neighbors. Hey, dummy, aren't you going to eat breakfast? Zhao Feng looked at Hanin with some confusion as he collapsed the moment they got home. If Hanin hadn't been in such good spirits during their walk, Zhao Feng would have thought he was sick. Woof woof woof. You idiot, keep quiet. Can't you see doggies working? Lu Feng barked back, then calmed his breathing and heartbeat before straining to listen to the sounds from next door. On the other side, Zhao Feng noticed Hanin's odd behavior but assumed the heat had killed his appetite. He didn't think much of it and started eating while scrolling through his phone. After listening for about 10 minutes with no sound from next door, just as Feng thought the neighbor wasn't eavesdropping today, footsteps suddenly echoed. What puzzled Feng was that the footsteps weren't heading toward the bedroom. Instead, they moved toward the front door. Soon, the sound of a door opening and closing echoed from next door. Thump! 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 Immediately after, their door was knocked. Feng Lu hurriedly stood up, glanced at the radio on the nightstand, rushed over, picked it up with his mouth, placed it on the floor, and shoved it forcefully under the bed. Zhao Feng, who had just finished breakfast nearby, heard the knocking but didn't think much of it. He stood up and walked toward the door. Their rented apartment didn't have a peephole, so Zhao Feng couldn't identify who was outside. Who is it? Zhao Feng stood at the door without opening it immediately, instead calling out to the visitor and waiting for a response. Xiao Xiao, it's your neighbor, Chen Dafu. Zhao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced toward the bedroom door, which was still ajar, and the issue with the listening device came to mind. But at this point, if he didn't open the door to hide the listening device or close the bedroom door, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Having dealt with these DF agents for so long, Feng Lu never underestimated their vigilance. Whether there was a problem or not, they would always treat it as if there was. Just as Zhao Feng was agonizing over his decision, Hanin emerged from the room and nodded at them. For some reason, in that instant, Zhao Feng understood exactly what Hanin meant. Click. What's up? Zhao Feng opened the door but remained standing in the doorway, clearly not intending to let the other person in. I bought a watermelon this morning. It's a bit big for me to finish alone. Let's split it. Don't look down on your big brother, okay? Chen Dafu seemed oblivious to Zhao Feng's refusal, waving the half watermelon in his hand as he pushed his way into the room. If Zhao Feng were a girl, she'd have reported this behavior to Uncle Hat. Of course, that doesn't mean guys shouldn't be careful either. There are plenty of perverts out there, and protecting yourself when you're out and about is more important than anything. Thanks. Zhao Feng stared blankly for a moment before managing a dry thanks. He followed the other guy into the room without even closing the door. Little Zhao, I didn't expect you to be so neat. Your room's pretty tidy, huh? Chen Dafu placed the half watermelon on the dining table, then began wandering around Zhao Feng's room as if he had no sense of boundaries. It's okay. Zhao Feng's tone grew increasingly impatient, but Chen Dafu seemed oblivious. He walked into the bedroom and glanced at the computer screen. Spotting the open game window, he scanned the room once more before stepping back out. Little Zhao, you're working? Then Big Brother won't disturb you. Chen Dafu seemed to finally snap out of it, bidding Zhao Feng farewell. Regardless of whether Zhao Feng had agreed, he promptly exited the room. As he exited, he casually closed the door behind him. Immediately afterward, the sound of a door opening and closing came from the neighboring apartment. Footsteps soon reached the living room area, followed by a soft thud against the wall, likely the sound of the listening device being placed there. Lu Feng paid no mind to this, hurrying over to the watermelon the other party had brought. The moment they entered, he'd caught a familiar scent. He now strongly suspected the watermelon had been spiked. The reason the other person carried that distinct scent was because they had accidentally gotten it on themselves during the spiking process. Chapter 176, Tit for Tat. Upon reaching the watermelon, Feng didn't even need to sniff carefully to confirm that this half-melon was compromised. The other party had definitely injected DP into it. As Zhao Feng approached, looking puzzled, Feng Lu walked over, nudged the man's left leg, then sat down beside him, waiting for his response. Zhao Feng had initially assumed Chen Dafu was merely using the excuse of delivering watermelon to gain access to his residence and observe his situation. Little did he expect that now, the clumsy dog was telling him this half-watermelon contained DP. This turned the whole situation into something quite interesting. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment, then went to the kitchen to grab a soup spoon. He also took the half-watermelon and returned to the bedroom. Lu Feng stared blankly at his instructor. When had this guy become so clever? Had he been secretly studying behind his back? But that didn't make sense either. Wasn't intelligence something you were born with? Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, Feng prepared to lie down and continue eavesdropping on the sounds from next door. Ha! This guy actually tried to steal my watermelon. That was his favorite watermelon. Lu Feng lifted his head and shot his instructor a slightly angry glare before reluctantly lying back down and getting to work with renewed focus. By now, Feng had probably guessed the other man's intentions. After confirming they weren't cops, Chen Dafu likely wanted Zhao Feng to help transport the drugs. Chen Dafu's earlier actions had been a test to probe Zhao Feng's background. Once he believed he had Zhao Feng figured out, he moved to the next step. To ensure his plan was foolproof, he intended to control Zhao Feng through DP. Once Zhao Feng developed a drug addiction, he would be at his mercy. If Lu Feng's guess was correct, the DP laced into the watermelon was likely a highly addictive strain with a very short onset time. Zhao Feng contacted Hu Feng online, shared his suspicions, and began discussing their next steps. During this time, he periodically emitted the sound of eating watermelon, though the intervals were unusually long and the chewing noises were quite loud. Within 2 minutes, they had roughly finalized their plan. Zhao Feng then stood up, walked over to the watermelon in the living room, and began carefully scooping out the flesh, placing it into a sealed plastic bag. After finishing, he placed both the half-eaten rind and the sealed bag into the refrigerator, leaving the spoon inside the rind of the watermelon Chen Dafu had given him. With that done, Zhao Feng carried the watermelon rind back to the bedroom, where the performance began. Within 10 minutes, Zhao Feng seemed to freeze in place, motionless. Then, he slid straight off the chair. A rather loud thud echoed, followed by Hanin's frantic whining, as if something had gone terribly wrong. Throughout this, Zhao Feng occasionally made a little noise, while Feng Lu anxiously called out beside him. The entire process lasted a full hour before gradually calming down. Still, Zhao Feng remained motionless on the floor for over 2 more hours. Had it not been for seeing him playing with his phone, Feng would have genuinely feared for his well-being. Throughout it all, the guy kept making faces at Feng, thinking Feng was genuinely worried about him. Damn, he should take a look at his own acting skills, they're nowhere near as good as mine, dog master. Throughout this time, Feng didn't relax his eavesdropping on the next room. There wasn't a single sound coming from over there, which couldn't help but make Feng admire the other guy's patience. But this indirectly pointed to something being off. With the noise they'd made so close by, it was hard to believe the neighbor hadn't come to investigate. After all, the noise Lu Feng and the others made was quite loud. There was no way the neighbors hadn't heard the sounds they made, nor could they have failed to recognize Feng Lu's anxious cries. 3.5 hours later. Lu Feng finally feigned reluctance as he struggled to his feet, deliberately dropping the watermelon rind onto the floor as if by accident. Then, Feng Lu heard slightly stiff footsteps from next door, followed by the sound of a door opening. Chen Dafu didn't even bother closing his door before rushing over to start knocking. Xiao Xiao, are you home? Chen Dafu's slightly anxious voice echoed behind the door. Feng Lu couldn't help but admire the man's acting skills. Wasn't that sense of urgency a bit late in coming? What is it? After a long pause, Lu Feng finally asked in a slightly hoarse voice from behind the door. But Lu Feng showed no intention of opening the door. His current state didn't resemble any symptoms of drug use, and with Chen Dafu's experience, he'd likely see through it at a glance. Besides, refusing to open the door was the sensible choice for anyone in his position. Faced with the unknown and terrifying events unfolding around him, now was precisely the time to avoid confrontation. He was terrified that others would discover what had happened to him. Though he wasn't certain the watermelon delivered by the other party was the cause, he should have at least some reaction. After consumption, the brain becomes sluggish, unable to clearly sort out the cause of everything happening now. Lu Feng was well aware of this. Only after the effects of the drugs truly wore off and he regained full clarity could he piece together the reasons behind everything that had transpired. Then, after much deliberation, he would seek out Chen Dafu for answers or something along those lines, which would be the normal reaction for a sane person. Of course, many people, for various reasons, would be too afraid to confront the other party, which was also understandable. As for reporting it to the police, while this was the most correct choice, it was often the one most commonly avoided by ordinary people. Because at this point, they could all guess that they had likely ingested DP, whether passively or actively. Avoiding the police was the subconscious instinct of most people. So after avoiding the most correct choice, what happens next often spirals further out of their control and gets worse and worse. This pattern is all too common in many situations. After a problem occurs, the most trustworthy party should be the police, not evading them to seek out the person who lured you into this trap. Sure enough, after knocking on the door for several minutes and seeing that Lu Feng had no intention of letting him in, Chen Dafu returned directly to his own room. As he left, he kept telling Lu Feng that if he ever needed anything, he should come find him, he'd take care of it. This was essentially planting a seed in Lu Feng's mind, prompting him to seek out Chen Dafu during his next drug craving, assuring him that Chen could supply him with drugs. After returning to his room, Chen Dafu went straight to the living room and began eavesdropping on Lu Feng's movements. But Lu Feng was already lying on his bed, holding a receiver and listening to the sounds from the next room. He had started listening even earlier than Chen Dafu. So he clearly heard the sound of Chen Dafu placing the receiver against the wall. Lu Feng rolled his eyes beside him. Two idiots. Chapter 177, Taking the Initiative. The next morning at 10 o'clock. After tossing and turning all night, Lu Feng finally emerged from his residence at Feng Lu's urging. As he passed the building's entrance, he casually tossed his trash into the bin below. Not long after the man and dog left, Chen Dafu descended the stairs. He stood beside the trash bin, glanced around, then swiftly pulled open the bin Lu Feng had discarded his trash into. He retrieved the half-eaten watermelon rind from within. Spotting the 2 marks he had left on the already smashed rind, he now tossed it into the bin with relief, pressing down the trash he carried in his hand. The police officer watching from a nearby hiding spot couldn't help but twitch his lips. Around noon, Lu Feng seemed possessed, pacing back and forth in his room. The sound of his footsteps alone conveyed his intense agitation. This went on for over half an hour before the footsteps finally stopped. Lu Feng seemed to have made a decision as his footsteps approached the door and opened it. Lu Feng, who had been watching intently, immediately stood up. He knew exactly what Lu Feng was about to do. Now was the moment his body camera needed him to be a reliable cameraman. Knock. 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 Who is it? Shortly after the door was knocked, Chen Dafu's voice came from inside, sounding lazy and sleepy. Xian. Xian Gu, it's me. Lu Feng's voice trembled with hesitation and a hint of fear, as if he were about to face someone terrifying. Little Zhao? Hold on. Chen Dafu opened the door while gesturing for Lu Feng to enter. He didn't object to Feng Lu following them in either. After the man and his dog stepped inside, he casually closed the door behind them. Come on in, Xiao Xiao. What brings you to Brother Qian? Chen Dafu led Lu Feng into the living room, asking in a tone that wasn't particularly warm. There was no trace of the eagerness to befriend him that had been evident earlier. Brother Qian, do you still have any of that watermelon? The kind you gave me yesterday. Lu Feng kept his head down, avoiding Chen Dafu's gaze as if he were the perpetrator, not the victim. Chen Dafu observed the timid young man before him, a hint of contempt curling his lips. He'd expected controlling this man would be difficult, yet with just a minor maneuver, he'd secured his cooperation in one fell swoop. Thank you. Thank you. Zhao Feng emerged from Chen Dafu's place clutching half a watermelon, continuing to express his gratitude as he walked, acting as if he'd received a tremendous favor. Beside him, Feng Lu grinned so widely his mouth nearly split. If the occasion had permitted, he would have grabbed a slice of watermelon to munch on while watching the spectacle. Absolutely brilliant. While Zhao Feng and Chen Dafu were deep in conversation, Feng Lu took advantage of his position to scout around Chen Dafu's place. In the kitchen, he spotted the discarded DP packaging bag. He detected no unusual odors elsewhere, suggesting the hidden DP wasn't stored in the residence. Of course, it was also possible that Chen Dafu had hidden it so well that no scent had permeated, preventing Feng from detecting it. After leaving Chen Dafu's place, Zhao Feng returned to his own residence. He immediately pulled out half a watermelon and began eating it, then started his performance making deliberately loud noises. Perhaps overly confident in his plan, Chen Dafu stopped eavesdropping after confirming Zhao Feng had eaten. He returned to his bedroom, presumably to do something else. Around 7 p.m. Zhao Feng led Feng Lu out of his residence, tossed the leftover watermelon rind into the trash bin downstairs, and began strolling through the neighborhood with Feng Lu. At this moment, Zhao Feng appeared somewhat listless but otherwise showed little change. Unless one observed closely, it was hard to notice anything unusual. After all-nighters were common among young people these days, and looking a bit tired wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The man and dog wandered outside for over an hour, even stepping outside the complex for a meal before finally heading back toward their residence. Ha! As Feng emerged from the elevator, a familiar scent suddenly filled his nostrils. At first, he didn't pay it much mind. He assumed it was lingering on Chen Dafu's clothes. But when he began sniffing carefully, he pinpointed the source. The scent wasn't just floating around. Lu Feng looked toward the red fire extinguisher cabinet on the left side of the elevator entrance. Inside were 2 fire extinguishers, and the source of the smell was coming from within one of them. Due to his height, Feng Lu couldn't see the situation outside the corridor. He dared not act rashly, wondering if this might be a trap Chen Dafu had set to test them. But if he didn't speak up now, he feared something unexpected might happen later. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly nudged Zhao Feng's left leg. Zhao Feng looked down at Feng with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the red fire extinguisher box Feng was pointing at with his paw. He took Feng by the hand and led him out of the elevator toward their living quarters. Back at the apartment, Zhao Feng went straight to the bathroom and turned on the heating lamp before cautiously approaching Feng Lu. Is there something wrong with that red fire extinguisher cabinet? The smell of DP? Zhao Feng watched Feng Lu sitting across from him with a hint of nervousness. If the opponent's DP was truly hidden inside the fire extinguisher cabinet, then the problem would be easily solved. As for why Feng had not discovered it earlier, the explanation was straightforward: he hadn't used the DP before. After needing to control Zhao Feng, the DP he carried on him must have been depleted. Now that Zhao Feng needed the DP, Feng had to supply it to maintain control, so he resorted to using the newly acquired shipment. The DP packaging had been opened, rendering Chen Dafu's earlier sealing measures ineffective. To him, this likely seemed perfectly normal. However, once the sealing was broken, traces of scent would inevitably remain. This is how the hidden DP was directly discovered by Feng Lu, who then informed him. As for why the person monitoring Chen Dafu failed to notice this, it all comes down to the location where the drugs were hidden. The goods were concealed inside a fire extinguisher cabinet near the elevator entrance, an extremely confined space where external observation was virtually impossible. The police monitoring Chen Dafu were stationed at a considerable distance, their line of sight unable to reach the elevator entrance. Thus, this discovery could only be attributed to coincidence or perhaps the suspect's meticulous choice of hiding spot. Chapter 178, Midnight Knock. 20 minutes later. After verifying the information multiple times, Zhao Feng immediately relayed the discovery to Lu Feng. Upon receiving the news, Lu Feng promptly dispatched personnel to inspect the fire extinguisher cabinet near the elevator entrance. When the officer in charge opened the fire extinguisher cabinet at the elevator entrance and saw only 2 fire extinguishers inside, as a veteran officer with years of experience dealing with the DF, he wasn't surprised at all. He swiftly retrieved both extinguishers and examined them closely, quickly spotting the trick. First, the extinguishers were immaculately clean, free of any dust or residue. Anyone familiar with fire cabinets knows that even when stored inside, extinguishers inevitably accumulate some dust. The fact that they were spotless, with no signs of ever having been wiped down, was enough to indicate something was amiss. Of course, if the property management here was diligent and regularly wiped down and inspected the extinguishers, their cleanliness would be understandable. But that's a bit hard to believe. Second, the weight of the extinguishers was off. Both were significantly lighter than standard models. Plus, they looked brand new, as if they'd only recently been purchased and put into service. They checked the records and found no documentation of new fire extinguishers being installed here. Soon, JC discovered signs of tampering on the bottom of one of the extinguishers. Needless to say, it had been opened that very afternoon, which is why Feng Lu had discovered it. After this discovery, JC swiftly restored everything to its original state and left the elevator shaft. Shortly after his departure, a professional technician arrived and installed a hidden camera above the elevator shaft entrance. Catching a thief requires both the person and the stolen goods in the act. So even though they now knew the hidden DP, they still needed to catch Chen Dafu red-handed at the scene to prevent him from denying it later. 10 p.m. Knock. 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 Zhao Feng, engrossed in his video game, heard the knocking. He knew instantly it must be Chen Dafu, so he hurriedly stood up. He walked to the door and opened it, glancing cautiously at Chen Dafu standing there. I assume you know what you've done? Chen Dafu plopped down on a dining chair without a word, addressing Zhao Feng standing before him directly. You poisoned me. Zhao Feng raised his eyes, filled with hatred, and growled at Chen Dafu in a voice that was almost breaking. At this moment, if he still acted cautiously, the other party would definitely suspect him. Even if he had lost the will to resist, the hatred he should feel was still there. Heh, didn't you enjoy it? Why else would you come asking for DP? Think about how you're living now. Isn't this euphoric feeling exactly what you've always craved? Chen Dafu began listing Zhao Feng's life with a tone laced with seduction and a hint of mockery. What exactly do you want? We have no grudge between us. Why are you doing this? Zhao Feng cut him off before he could finish his nonsense. No grudge? Ha! I need someone to transport DP for me, and I've got my eye on you. Don't you feel lucky? Hanging with me will be way better than your current life. Think about it and get back to me, or give me your answer now. Chen Dafu still wore that indifferent look, as if destroying someone's life held no guilt for him whatsoever. As long as he achieved his goals, anyone could become his tool. Had this person targeted not been Zhao Feng, their life's outcome would undoubtedly have been grim. If Chen Dafu were truly ruthless, he might well kill the person after using them. I agree, but on one condition: you must never appear before me again. After a full 10 minutes of silence, Zhao Feng finally answered Chen Dafu's question. Throughout this time, Chen Dafu had been playing with his phone, occasionally humming a tune, looking utterly relaxed and at ease. Zhao Feng, however, had stood before Chen Dafu for the entire time, like a misbehaving elementary school student awaiting his parents' judgment. Fine. I'll give you the stuff tomorrow morning. You just deliver it to the designated location. After completing the task, I'll pay you a sum of money. I swear I'll never show my face to you again. Chen Dafu was nearly bursting with glee inside. This fool actually thought he could resist the urge to use drugs, that as long as he stayed away, everything would be fine. He was waiting for the other guy to fall to his knees before him. As for the promise? Ha! If he believed in such things, he wouldn't be in this line of work. Right now, he wasn't afraid of the guy making demands. What terrified him was the prospect of the guy going straight to the authorities. That would ruin everything he'd worked for. If he hadn't feared returning too late and losing his customers to competitors, he wouldn't have resorted to such desperate measures. In their line of work, if a dim-witted client reported him for delayed supply, he'd be crying tears of regret. There were plenty of cautionary tales. DP users weren't exactly mentally stable to begin with. Anything could happen. After Zhao Feng agreed, Chen Dafu promptly ushered both man and dog out. The onlooker, Feng Lu, couldn't help but marvel at how quickly time flew. He hadn't even finished savoring the drama yet. Past 1 a.m. Thump! 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 The sound of knocking pierced the quiet night, startling Zhao Feng, who was still awake. Why would someone be knocking on his door at this hour? Zhao Feng didn't rush to answer immediately. Instead, he waited until the knocking ceased before quietly slipping out of bed and approaching the front door. He knew it must be Chen Dafu, but the timing left him puzzled about the visitor's intentions. Thump! 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 It seemed the visitor wouldn't leave without being let in. After waiting a moment longer, Zhao Feng swung the door open. Without a word, he simply stared silently at the person outside. What took you so long to open the door? Chen Dafu was clearly displeased that Zhao Feng had taken so long to answer. He knew the man hadn't been asleep when he arrived, having heard him tossing and turning in bed. Didn't you say we start tomorrow? Zhao Feng glanced at the items in the other man's hand. He recognized them. They were for snorting DP. But he couldn't figure out why the other man was bringing them here at this hour. I brought you some good stuff. Chen Dafu waved the items in his hand as if seeking praise. He assumed Zhao Feng's sleeplessness stemmed from withdrawal, and he wanted Zhao Feng to consume DP right in front of him to ensure he was clean. Chapter 179, Capturing Chen Dafu. Get lost. Thud. Chen Dafu stumbled backward 2 steps involuntarily. He never expected this outcome. Standing there for a long moment, he finally gave a cold laugh before returning to his room. Now he realized his mistake. Zhao Feng wasn't suffering from withdrawal at all. It must have been life's upheavals keeping him awake. It seemed he had underestimated this shut-in. But upon reflection, perhaps that wasn't such a bad thing. This guy wasn't the spineless, weak-willed person he'd initially assumed. Since he hadn't reported him now, it proved he was willing to cooperate. While such a person couldn't be fully subjugated, he could still be a valuable partner. He suddenly felt inclined to invest a little capital in winning over this less-than-principled individual. He could consider setting aside a portion of the profits from this deal as compensation for his assistance in moving the goods. That way, when he needed to restock in the future, he wouldn't be left without a helping hand. Chen Dafu returned to his room and pondered for a long while. With the operation scheduled for tomorrow, sleep eluded him. For some reason, despite being a seasoned veteran, this shipment left him feeling uneasy, which was why he considered enlisting help to carry the goods. 10:30 the next morning. Knock. 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 Zhao Feng's door was pounded on. Without hesitation, he opened it to find Chen Dafu waiting outside. Here. This is your payment. I won't let you help for free. Chen Dafu handed over 2 thick stacks of cash. Zhao Feng eyed them, at least 50,000 yuan combined. Alright. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment before taking the money from Chen Dafu's hand and placing it into a drawer in his bedroom. Chen Dafu couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight. Your Labrador can skateboard. I had this custom-made skateboard specially crafted. All you need to do is bring your pet and carry this board through the inspection area. Chen Dafu brought in a large skateboard from outside. The deck was much thicker than ordinary skateboards, but since it was made of plastic, it wasn't heavy. Great! Zhao Feng froze for a moment upon seeing the skateboard. He genuinely had no idea when the other person had managed to make it. He remembered the other person had been at home these past few days. Even when they went out, it wasn't for long. Moreover, crafting such a skateboard wasn't something done overnight. It seemed Shen had access to resources for making these kinds of items. This thought led Zhao Feng back to where the other party had sourced his recent purchases, that problematic antique shop. If the other party provided it to Chen Dafu, then there wouldn't be any problem. He recalled that the owner of that antique shop also ran a toy manufacturing factory. Though small, it possessed the necessary equipment. It wouldn't take the other party too long to make such a simple skateboard. If Chen Dafu had placed the order yesterday, the other party could have delivered it this morning in time. Come on, let's go pick it up. Chen Dafu glanced at Zhao Feng, who seemed reluctant to speak, gave a smile, and then pulled a suitcase toward the elevator entrance. At the elevator lobby, Zhao Feng noticed the tightly sealed fire door beside it. Beyond that door lay the stairwell. He knew his colleague was hiding behind it. Everyone was waiting for Chen Dafu to retrieve the goods. Then they could catch him red-handed. Chen Dafu reached the elevator entrance. True to expectations, he didn't step inside. Instead, he opened the suitcase, revealing 2 slightly worn fire extinguishers inside. He then opened the fire extinguisher cabinet, removed the 2 units inside, and placed the suitcase's 2 extinguishers in their place. Woof woof woof. Upon witnessing Chen Dafu complete all his actions, Feng Lu immediately began barking loudly. He now served as the signal giver, having already detected that familiar scent in the air. As the fire extinguisher cabinet opened, the scent grew increasingly potent. Without needing to guess, Feng Lu knew the police must have already inspected both fire extinguishers. The reason for putting them back was to lure Chen Dafu. Bang! Before Chen Dafu could turn around, Zhao Feng slammed him face first onto the ground. Caught completely off guard, Chen Dafu's face smacked hard against the pavement. Before Chen Dafu could react, the fire door burst open. A squad of police officers stormed out, charging straight toward Chen Dafu, who was just beginning to struggle. The sight of the officers sent Chen Dafu into a panic. He knew he was finished. At this point, words were useless. Realizing this, Chen Dafu collapsed onto the floor, as if all his strength had drained away. Chen Dafu was ultimately carried into the police van, his face drained of all color, turning deathly pale. Old Zhao, your acting was pretty convincing. From now on, you can count yourself as having been an undercover cop. Lu Feng watched as Chen Dafu was led away, then walked over to Zhao Feng and gave him a hard slap on the shoulder. He'd been worried sick this time. What was supposed to be a surveillance mission had suddenly turned into an undercover operation. The main problem was that Zhao Feng hadn't received any professional training. His impressive performance owed much to their team's guidance, but Zhao Feng's own improvisational skills were equally crucial. After all, none of the situations they encountered were scripted or pre-planned. During an operation, everything was unknown. No one could predict what would happen in the next second. There had been a case where a colleague on an undercover mission was suddenly ordered by the faction leader for reasons unknown to kill an innocent bystander. In that situation, if the undercover agent refused to kill the pedestrian, the leader would have killed him instead. Faced with this choice, the undercover agent had no way out. The leader was dead set on forcing him to kill, and those people simply didn't value human life. The outcome was predictable. At the enemy's hideout, the undercover agent refused to kill the innocent bystander and was immediately executed by the leader. Therefore, when Lu Feng discovered Chen Dafu's true purpose in approaching Zhao Feng, he explained the gravity of the situation to Zhao Feng, even though Zhao Feng had always been under their protection. But who could predict what a DF like Chen Dafu might do next? Let's grab some skewers after we're done. Zhao Feng ignored Lu Feng's invitation, turning instead to give his old friend a hearty slap on the back. After this incident, he understood Lu Feng's capabilities even more deeply. Approaching Chen Dafu with their backup, Zhao Feng's heart pounded constantly whenever he faced the man. He couldn't imagine how perilous the situation would be for those carrying out undercover missions without any backup. Without the fearless sacrifices of people like them, he couldn't imagine how much worse things would be now. Too many had fallen while trudging forward in the darkness, their sacrifices often unseen by the public for various reasons. Even those who did appear in the public eye, how many truly remembered them? Only those who themselves carried heavy burdens marching forward could truly remember them. Along that vast border, countless souls have fallen in the fight against darkness. Without their sacrifice, countless others would commit unspeakable atrocities for profit. Without the flesh and blood Great Wall forged by these individuals, how could the vibrant, colorful life within the city walls exist? Approach online content rationally. Don't let the 500,000 yuan a month crowd sway your judgment. Chapter 180, Curiosity. Has anything happened at the antique shop yet? These past few days, Zhao Feng had been preoccupied with strategizing against Qian Dafu, paying little attention to the other operation. Now that matters here were resolved, he inquired about Zhao Feng's progress. We coordinated arrests simultaneously with this side, but time was tight. We haven't located the mastermind behind that operation yet. The suspects we've identified so far are just middlemen, not the actual producers of DP. Lu Feng's voice carried a hint of frustration. After such a long stakeout, the operation hadn't made another shipment or restocked supplies. Everything about them looked indistinguishable from ordinary merchants. It couldn't be helped. As long as we moved, Qian Dafu would eventually get word. Coordinating the arrests now at least minimizes complications. We'll catch the actual DP manufacturers sooner or later. Zhao Feng showed no surprise at this outcome. They frequently encountered such situations. However, if these individuals weren't apprehended promptly, once they sensed danger, they would flee the country immediately. By then, capturing them would become extremely difficult. Still, we gained some insight. Through external investigations, we've confirmed their supply chain originates overseas. That's precisely why we targeted these individuals directly. Lu Feng and his team hadn't been idle during this period. By analyzing the travel records of individuals associated with antique shops and the suspects' transaction histories, they ultimately pinpointed the supply chain as originating overseas. Once this was confirmed, they decided to apprehend the entire group of middlemen. The next morning at 10 o'clock. After a good night's rest, Feng was escorted to the unit by the instructor. Thanks to meticulous planning, yesterday's operation proceeded without incident, and all suspects were apprehended. In a concealed residence, Lu Feng's team seized a full 50 kilograms of DP. This discovery also explained why the suspects had shown no signs of restocking recently. This location was uncovered thanks to the meticulousness and attention to detail of the technical personnel. After their arrest, the individuals associated with the antique shop all insisted they had only conducted this one transaction. 3 individuals, the antique shop owner and 2 employees, were apprehended. It seemed they had anticipated this scenario and prepared countermeasures. They knew that since the police had caught them, they must have solid evidence, but they gambled that the evidence wouldn't cover much beyond the most recent transaction. They maintained regular contact with all their downstream contacts, a strict rule agreed upon with every partner. This was non-negotiable for anyone wanting to source goods from them. Their so-called communication wasn't verbal confirmation of each other's status, but rather through a messaging app. He had everyone's contacts, and each person had to log in daily. The app recorded when each person logged in, how long they stayed online, and so on. This is how they ensure mutual security. After logging in, they must immediately log out and delete the login record, then log in with another account. This way, even if one of them got caught, as long as they didn't confess, the technicians inspecting their phones would see only one account logged in and wouldn't suspect the existence of another. Before their arrest, they confirmed that only Qian Dafu had never logged into the software, all others had logged in within the designated timeframe. The discovery of this storage location actually stemmed from surveillance footage. Technical personnel noticed the antique shop owner habitually glancing upward whenever passing the building next to his residence. Initially, the technician dismissed it as nothing unusual. However, upon reviewing subsequent footage, he observed the same behavior repeated multiple times. This piqued his interest, prompting him to report the matter to the team leader. Upon reviewing surveillance footage around the dates of his transactions with Qian Dafu, they found no trace of him in the elevator cameras, nor any suspicious figures. They later used software to review all archived footage within the residential complex but still found no suspicious activity. Ultimately, they had to abandon the video search approach. After the operation commenced and all 3 suspects from the antique shop were apprehended, the operatives, armed with the technician's information, searched the building with a drug detection dog. Unexpectedly, this search uncovered the source of the problem. The operatives discovered the drugs in an unoccupied apartment on the 3rd floor of the building. Forensic technicians later collected evidence, including fingerprints and footprints matching all 3 antique shop suspects. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, the antique shop owner finally confessed to everything in the early hours of the morning. The owner, Fu Chao, a 37-year-old native of Yunqing, had previously operated a street stall selling antiques before entering this line of work. Although Fu Chao was just a street vendor selling antiques, he possessed a family-inherited craft, the ability to create antique-style art pieces through certain techniques. Back then, Fu Chao was still a relatively straightforward vendor. He would leave a conspicuous mark on every antique-style piece he made, informing buyers that it was a replica and not an authentic antique. Because of this practice, he didn't earn much in this line of work. While his income was slightly better than most, it wasn't by much enough to get by, but not enough to stand out. Then, by chance, he met someone who would change his life. After seeing his imitation antiques, this person offered him a high price to make one without the markings. After the person assured him it wouldn't be used to deceive others, they offered a price he couldn't refuse. After some internal struggle, he agreed. 3 days after delivery, the buyer returned with fragments of the antique. Of course, the person wasn't there to demand a refund. Instead, they told him they hadn't used it to deceive anyone. Through this back and forth, they became acquainted. Each time the man purchased a replica antique, he would show Fu Chao the fragments after a while, though the price was never as high as the first time. Although Fu Chao was always curious about why the other man did this, his rationality told him it was best not to pry. He was just a supplier, he didn't need to know so much. Yet human curiosity is hard to contain. During another drinking session, emboldened by alcohol, he finally asked what the man intended to do with all these antique-style art pieces. Chapter 181, Backup Plan. What Fu Chao hadn't anticipated was that the other party didn't hesitate at all, revealing everything directly to him. When the man revealed in a slurred voice that he used Fu Chao's antique-style crafts to peddle DP, Fu Chao sobered up instantly despite having drunk very little. The man who had been drunk and dazed was now staring at him with a half-smile, half-grimace. At that moment, Fu Chao realized it was too late to know everything. The moment he grasped the truth, he stepped onto a path of no return. For they were drinking at his home, where his wife and child were waiting. This was the first time he'd invited the other man to his home, because his wife had given birth to a daughter. Upon hearing the news, the man had given him a large red envelope. After that, Fu Chao reluctantly joined the other man's FD group. After half a year of adjustment, the other man handed over everything here directly to Fu Chao. Naturally, all the profits now belonged to Fu Chao, while the other party only supplied goods when Fu Chao ran out. After the other party left the country, Fu Chao never saw him again in person. All their communication was conducted online, not even a single phone call. Whenever Fu Chao needed goods, he contacted the other party through a dedicated chat app. The other party would place the goods at a designated location and then inform Fu Chao to pick them up. Payments were settled exclusively through online transfers. The other party would provide Fu Chao with a DB website URL each time, where he simply entered the required amount to cover the goods. Since these websites were hosted on foreign servers, even though the ports had been blocked by technicians, the investigation yielded no useful leads whatsoever. Lu Feng and his team also investigated the alleged upstream source based on Fu Chao's information. However, due to the passage of time, they found no relevant video or photographic evidence. They only uncovered a name whose authenticity remained unverified. Fu Chao's transaction methods with all offline personnel were also extremely difficult to trace. The antique shop he opened was solely for convenient payment collection, and every payment received came through legitimate channels. All buyers paid by purchasing a fake antique from his shop. The item's price tag matched the buyer's goods, ensuring the buyer would see it upon arrival. This entire operation was run solely by Fu Chao and his two cousins. The service staff they hired were unaware of these activities. Fu Chao's method significantly facilitated Lu Feng's task of apprehending the lower-level members of the operation. By examining the shop's payment records, Lu Feng's team easily identified most of Fu Chao's downline personnel. With coordinated efforts across multiple regions, a total of 13 small FD gangs were dismantled. As for why some members remained at large, it must be said that many FD operators were quite astute. Upon learning of Fu Chao's method, they immediately recognized the risk and switched to cash payments for every transaction. Moreover, the chat accounts they used were purchased rather than registered with their own information. Technical personnel could only roughly determine their activity areas through signals, but pinpointing their exact locations remained extremely difficult. Lu Feng found it hard to believe Fu Chao hadn't considered the flaws in his approach. It was more likely the perpetrators simply didn't care once caught, who would bother with such details. After receiving payment, Fu Chao would disguise the goods as everyday items, place them near the buyer's residence, and then send the location for self-collection. They never met face-to-face during transactions, everything was handled online. Fu Chao knew his crimes meant he had no future, so he confessed everything without holding back. Presumably to shoulder all the blame and lessen the charges against his two cousins, Fu Chao took full responsibility for everything. Fu Chao's two cousins likely anticipated this outcome, shifting all blame onto him and claiming they had been coerced by Fu Chao. To substantiate their claims, they provided a secretly recorded video. In the footage, Fu Chao brandished a gun at them, bombarding them with threats and enticements. Both men appeared badly beaten, their faces bruised and bloodied, crying as they agreed to his demands. Though everyone suspected the footage was staged, it inevitably influenced the sentencing of both men to some degree. It must be said that Fu Chao was quite ruthless toward his two cousins, devising such a scheme and even arranging for the hidden camera footage in advance. As for how the video was recorded, their explanation was that they had sensed something was amiss before Fu Chao approached them, so they secretly installed a hidden camera. When asked why they didn't report it to the authorities, they claimed they feared Fu Chao would retaliate against them and their families. All their explanations, how should I put it, were reasonable and well-founded. Ultimately, with no new evidence uncovered, Lu Feng shelved the case. Let the next department deal with this headache. I have to say, every time I hear about these things, I can't help but marvel at how life's absurdities outdo anything on TV or in movies. Come on, dummy, let's go shopping. Zhao Feng stretched vigorously, then bid Lu Feng farewell and left his office. He'd been given time off yet again today. If not for his curiosity about the case's outcome, he wouldn't have rushed over after waking up. Now that he knew all the details, he had no desire to stay late, so he simply left. Though it had only been a few short days, he felt more exhausted than after a month of overtime at work, especially mentally. Woof woof woof. Bro, I'm off. Lu Feng leaped off the sofa, gave Lu Feng a quick wave, and trotted off behind his trainer, eagerly leaving the office. He hadn't bathed in days, and today Zhao Feng had promised to take him to the pet shop for a wash. Since becoming a dog, Lu Feng had grown particularly attached to baths. He hated nothing more than not being able to bathe daily. At first, the constant itchiness had been unbearable. Though he'd grown somewhat accustomed to it now, he still adored bath time. Woof woof woof. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm itching like crazy. Alright, don't worry. I've already made an appointment with the pet shop. We're heading there now. Whether it truly understood Lu Feng's words or not, the trainer's response was unusually in sync with what Lu Feng had said. Chapter 182, The Road Roller. 1 week later. Zhao Zhiguo's office. Xiao Feng, the border inspection station is short-staffed right now. Since you're free these days, I'd like you to fill in for a few days. What do you think? Zhao Zhiguo rubbed his temples with a headache. While Lu Feng's project had been progressing smoothly lately, the border inspection station had been plagued with constant issues. A few nights ago, border patrol officers on night patrol discovered a group attempting illegal border crossing. When ordered to lie prone for inspection and handcuffing, one individual suddenly resisted. Armed with a homemade pistol, he fired during the struggle, wounding a border guard. After being shot dead, verification revealed the man faced a death sentence for his crimes, hence his desperate resistance. As for why Zhao Feng was asked to take over such a dangerous post, besides this reason, another factor is the recent resurgence of smuggling cases involving DP drug trafficking in the border region. These individuals were like rats in the sewers, reappearing in waves. As long as the trade offered substantial profits, there would always be those willing to take the risk. This particular group marked the 7th illegal operation uncovered this month alone, with the other 6 incidents involving FD gang members. These 6 groups operated in teams of up to 3, with most consisting of just 2 individuals. The goods they carried were minimal, meaning their sentences would likely be short based on sentencing guidelines. These individuals were mostly petty thugs without legitimate employment. Bribed by money, they fearlessly became pawns in someone else's game. However, Zhao Zhiguo and all involved personnel understood these individuals were likely deliberately deployed by the FD group as test probes. On one hand, this was to probe their patrol schedules, routes, and vulnerabilities. On the other hand, it was to exhaust their limited patrol personnel by keeping them constantly on the defensive. Even knowing this was intentional, they couldn't relax their patrols. No one knew when the other side might attempt large-scale shipments into the country. He had already requested reinforcements, though he feared this might be a diversionary tactic. Perhaps the enemy doesn't intend to transport goods from this route at all, but from some location they've never detected. Therefore, many more locations required manpower for surveillance to prevent being caught off guard. Every time he faced these people who would do anything for money, Zhao Zhiguo wanted nothing more than to shoot them dead on the spot. They never understood how many people were injured or even sacrificed because of their actions. Alright, should we go today? Zhao Feng didn't question Zhao Zhiguo's arrangement. He knew Zhao Zhiguo wouldn't send him without reason, and besides, his colleagues at the border inspection station would brief him upon arrival. No need to ask now. Stay safe. Zhao Zhiguo patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder, then waved him off to head over immediately. 1 hour later. Brother Zhao, Director Zhao sent you to back us up. Hey, dumbass. Long time no see. Xiao Wu spotted Zhao Feng approaching and immediately walked over to greet him, then crouched down to ruffle Feng's dog's head. Back when Feng worked at the border inspection station, Xiao Wu often brought him snacks, so they developed a decent rapport. Feng didn't mind the occasional pat on the head either. Half an hour later. After changing into his border inspection uniform, Feng followed the instructor to a checkpoint gate to begin his duties. During that half hour, Xiao Wu briefly filled Zhao Feng in on all the recent developments, ensuring he understood what tasks awaited him upon arrival. In addition to daytime inspections, he would also need to join a patrol team at night to conduct surveillance along the nearby border areas, preventing illegal immigrants from crossing into the country. Only then did Zhao Feng realize that the border inspection station was truly operating at full capacity. Recent crackdowns had been so severe that many areas were now facing critical shortages. According to informants, prices for goods on the black market had skyrocketed several times over. Many items that had once been readily available were now scarce commodities. Even anesthetic supplies had been stolen from a small county hospital. These drug addicts had become utterly desperate. To prevent crimes, many city police units had begun round-the-clock surveillance of identified key drug dealers, aiming to stop them from committing desperate acts to secure their next fix. Han, sniff. Zhao Feng surveyed the large truck parked before him, its bed carrying a road roller. Judging by the markings, the vehicle belonged to a domestic construction company. On the other side, the driver presented documents to border control officers. Zhao Feng glanced at them briefly before leading Huan to sniff the truck. Lan Wen first inspected the truck's tires. After confirming no issues, he entered the cab with Zhao Feng's assistance. The cab reeked of cigarette smoke, the odor overwhelming. Inside, a chaotic assortment of items was strewn about, along with piles of trash. This made Feng Lu both admire the other person's discipline for not littering and feel a bit repulsed by their slovenliness. The smell inside was just too chaotic. None of this affected Feng Lu's work, though. After carefully sniffing around twice and finding nothing unusual, he hopped straight out of the cab. Han, go check the roller up there. Zhao Feng watched Hanin climb down, then hoisted him onto the truck bed before scrambling up himself. This roller must have just come off the construction site, covered in fresh mud and looking incredibly dirty. But the dirtier it looked, the more suspicious Feng felt it was. He inspected it with extra care, yet ultimately found nothing. To ensure he hadn't missed anything, after checking the cab, Feng Lu began inspecting the front rollers of the roller again. While Feng was inspecting the cab, Zhao Feng had already used tools to scrape most of the mud off the drum, leaving only a small amount remaining. Ha! An unusual smell. As soon as Feng Lu approached the side of the drum, he caught a whiff of an unusual, distinct odor, the smell of diesel fuel. Earlier, the mud covering this area had prevented him from detecting anything suspicious. He hadn't expected that once the mud was cleared away, such a strong, unusual odor would emerge. Lu Feng pressed his nose as close as possible to the drum's interior, sniffing repeatedly until he was certain his senses hadn't deceived him. Chapter 183, A Deliberate Decoy. Anything wrong? Zhao Feng asked Hanin, though his hands never stopped moving as he swiftly signaled to his colleagues. One of the border control officers questioning the driver had been watching Zhao Feng's group. The moment he saw the signal, he and his colleague immediately restrained the driver. However, lacking concrete evidence, they only temporarily restrained him. After searching his person and finding no dangerous items, they temporarily lowered their guard. The reason for this temporary restraint was that, at any moment, as long as the suspect remained mobile, the officers would never completely lower their guard. After confirming Hanin's observation of the anomaly, a border inspection officer immediately drove the truck into the inspection station for a more thorough examination. The driver was also brought inside, with the vehicle kept within sight at all times. The entire process was audio and video recorded to prevent the driver from denying his actions if issues were discovered later. After the vehicle entered, they first unloaded the road roller from the truck before retrieving tools to begin dismantling its drum. 30 minutes later. With the combined efforts of multiple staff members, the roller drum was quickly dismantled. All components were removed from inside, and larger parts were disassembled further where possible. However, to the surprise of everyone present, no suspicious items were found inside the drum itself, nor were any discovered within the large components. Yet those present were well aware of the machine's capabilities, so even at this stage, they did not abandon their search of the roller. When the tracks were also dismantled and every conceivable hiding place including the engine was thoroughly inspected, still nothing suspicious was found. Look, you've taken it apart and searched it thoroughly. You haven't found anything. Isn't it time to reassemble the roller and let me go? As silence fell over the group, the driver who had been observing coldly from the sidelines spoke up with a hint of irritation in his voice. But no one acknowledged him. Everyone was deep in thought, trying to figure out where the problem had arisen. How about I bring in Huan to sniff around again? Xiao Wu voiced his suggestion. Alright, go get Zhao Feng to bring Huan over for another check. Yilin considered it and agreed to Xiao Wu's suggestion, deciding to have Huan come over for another inspection to see if they had missed anything. Shortly after finishing the inspection of one vehicle, Lan Wen arrived at the border inspection station accompanied by his handler. After briefly reviewing the situation, Zhao Feng immediately led Huan to begin the re-inspection. Lu Feng approached the drum and clearly detected that familiar scent. However, he also saw the drum, which had been dismantled into pieces, and found nothing unusual inside. This puzzled Feng greatly. Why could he clearly detect the scent yet find no suspicious items? Regardless of what others might think, Feng knew his sense of smell was absolutely flawless. He began meticulously sniffing around each component, determined to pinpoint the exact source of the scent. Only then could he understand where the problem truly lay. What puzzled him deeply, however, was that he detected no trace of the scent among the parts themselves. Instead, the source seemed to emanate from the drum itself. Examining the thick sheet metal, he scrutinized it closely but found no signs of disassembly. The entire drum wall was seamless, showing no suspicious marks whatsoever. Moreover, the drum wall was solid. If someone had hidden something inside, they couldn't have done it without leaving any traces. Besides, the border inspection personnel had likely thought of the same possibility. Therefore, the drum had already undergone professional inspection. If there had been any abnormalities, he wouldn't have been called upon for a second sniff. No. He hadn't misread the scent, yet there seemed to be nothing unusual inside. Lu Feng suddenly recalled Xiao Wu mentioning test actions during the briefing. Could this current situation also be a test or provocation from the other side? The other party had deliberately smeared some contraband inside, invisible to the naked eye but detectable by police dogs. This explains why his nose detected an unusual scent, yet the staff found no abnormal items here. Woof woof woof. Test this spot with the detection strips. Lu Feng barked at Zhao Feng, using his paw to point at the spot where he detected the problem. You mean there's something wrong here? But we already checked the spot, nothing's hidden here. Before Zhao Feng could respond, Xiao Wu interjected from the side. He had participated in the drum inspection earlier and was certain there were no hollow spaces or hidden compartments here. Woof woof woof. Knowing he couldn't articulate his meaning, Feng looked toward the nearby inspection box after barking twice. You want me to open it? Xiao Wu followed Feng to the evidence box. He was now very curious about what this clever police dog intended to do there. Woof woof woof. Feng Lu nodded vigorously. Xiao Wu was pretty sharp, wasn't he? Peering into the open evidence box, Feng Lu quickly located what he sought. Yet he didn't retrieve it. Instead, he extended a paw and tapped the testing kit. What do you need that for? Xiao Wu clearly didn't understand Feng Lu's intent and looked at him with confusion. Woof woof woof. Damn it, I just praised you, and now you're being so slow you didn't even catch on. Does he want us to test that spot with the detection strips? Yi Lin, who had been observing the scene from the side, quickly caught on. Right. Just because they didn't see anything unusual doesn't mean there isn't anything unusual there. Soon, with Yi Lin's explanation, everyone caught on. Xiao Wu grabbed a test kit box and hurried over to the drum. Using a professional liquid, he swabbed the spot Feng Lu had just pointed out. To prevent errors, Xiao Wu used 3 test kits in total, applying the test solution to different areas beforehand. Everyone watched patiently. By now, they had come to believe Yi Lin's hypothesis. As they carried out these steps, the driver's face turned pale on the spot. He likely hadn't anticipated this outcome either. It's changing color. It's changing color. Xiao Wu watched as all 3 test strips changed color almost simultaneously, his voice rising with excitement as he shouted the news. Chapter 184, The Clever One. The situation didn't unfold as Feng Lu and the others had anticipated. Although the reagent tests confirmed the roller had been in contact with DP, it didn't significantly impact the driver. Although he appeared terrified during the testing, he flatly denied any wrongdoing during interrogation. Even though everyone knew he was likely paid to deliberately provoke them, without any concrete evidence, the driver was ultimately released. Before releasing him, they thoroughly dismantled the truck and inspected every accessible component, yet again finding nothing. A parallel investigation revealed the suspect was an employee of a construction company affiliated with a state-owned enterprise. Scrutinizing this company also yielded no irregularities. No large sum transfers were detected in the driver's or his relatives' bank accounts. However, since he was working for FD Group, he certainly wouldn't have done it without some benefit. They just hadn't yet discovered what that benefit was. The driver likely assumed leaving this location would resolve any issues. He probably never imagined how his actions would impact the police. Escaping punishment is impossible. Special personnel will monitor him going forward. Once evidence of his illegal activities is uncovered, he will face the consequences he deserves. Whatever benefits he received would eventually surface. They couldn't remain hidden forever. Sometimes, Feng Lu found it baffling why such people kept existing. But after seeing it happen time and again, he gradually understood the reason behind it. Most believed they were merely doing a minor favor for a hefty reward. Why not? But they never considered the immense consequences their seemingly insignificant actions could ultimately unleash. Nor do they realize they're not alone in their actions beyond themselves. Countless others like them are doing the same thing. When incremental changes accumulate into a qualitative shift, seemingly insignificant events can ultimately lead to unimaginable consequences. At that point, who knows how many people will pay dearly for their actions, perhaps even with their lives. 4:20 p.m. Han, sniff. Before Feng Lu stood a tour bus carrying a group of 24 people, including the driver and tour guide. Everyone had already disembarked to undergo document verification. After the last person disembarked, Zhao Feng led Feng Lu back inside the bus. Lu Feng meticulously sniffed every corner of the vehicle. Since it wasn't very large, the inspection was completed quickly, revealing no abnormalities. After disembarking, all the luggage had already been unloaded by staff. Feng Lu approached the luggage area and began sniffing meticulously. An unusual scent. After only a few sniffs, Feng detected an unusual scent emanating from a black suitcase. He sniffed again, carefully, and realized the source of the smell was on the outside of the suitcase, not coming from inside. This discovery made Feng Lu's mouth twitch violently. The situation he dreaded most had occurred. Lu Feng was now almost certain this was another deliberate trick by the FD group, likely aimed at delaying them. But even knowing this, they were powerless to do anything about it. No one could predict when the enemy would make their move. If they slipped the cargo in while their guard was down, it would be too late to do anything about it. It was a blatant, open, and shut scheme utterly unavoidable. The reason behind this move was undoubtedly a major operation. Whatever goods they intended to smuggle in must be astonishing. Sure enough, things unfolded exactly as Feng Lu had anticipated. When the staff opened the suitcase, they found nothing suspicious inside. Inside were only men's clothing, toiletries, and a few small souvenirs purchased locally. Every member of the tour group was questioned separately. The owner of the suitcase was utterly shocked to learn that traces of contraband had been detected on their luggage. His expression didn't seem fake. During the subsequent questioning, he mentioned one thing. On their return journey, before boarding the bus, a child had touched his suitcase. He had dismissed it as mere mischief and said nothing at the time. Other than that, only hotel staff had handled his luggage when they helped load it onto the bus. Ultimately, fingerprint analysis on the suitcase revealed no matches to any other group members besides the owner. The area where the contraband was found showed no other fingerprints, indicating the suspect likely hadn't touched that section. After all urine tests came back normal, the group finally set off on their journey home. The next morning at 7 o'clock. Lu Feng stood at his post, his body slightly weary, and yawned widely. After finishing their shift yesterday, they had participated in a night patrol, combing the border areas near the checkpoint to prevent illegal crossings. However, his team encountered no anomalies during their shift. After completing the patrol and handing over duties, they returned to the border inspection station to sleep. It wasn't until the next morning that they learned patrol personnel had apprehended 2 individuals attempting to illegally cross into the neighboring country around 3 or 4 in the morning. Both were young men in their early 20s, appearing disreputable and lacking any legitimate employment. During interrogation, investigators questioned them about why they would believe these unreliable high-paying job offers despite the widespread anti-fraud campaigns. At first, both were reluctant to speak, but later in conversation, they revealed their thinking. They believed themselves smarter than others. As for why they hadn't succeeded back home, they blamed it on being born in the wrong era. All the lucrative industries had already been taken by others. Good grief, here were 2 more self-important individuals, clearly lacking in intelligence yet convinced they possessed IQs of 250. They never stopped to consider that if they couldn't achieve anything noteworthy in China's stable environment, what could they possibly accomplish in a cutthroat place? If they truly had that kind of ability, people like them wouldn't struggle to get by anywhere. Hey, dummy, time to get to work. Just as Feng Lu was lost in his thoughts, the tow rope on his back tugged gently. He looked up to see the first vehicle of the day approaching. It was an SUV, covered in mud and looking utterly bedraggled. Chapter 185, The Schemer. The next day passed with everyone on edge, yet things didn't unfold as they'd feared. The entire day passed without a repeat of yesterday's events, as if the 2 incidents had merely been a joke played by the other side. Even the night patrol along the border revealed no anomalies whatsoever. This brought a collective sigh of relief, yet also heightened their anxiety. They knew that if the enemy hadn't achieved their goal, this brief calm would only be the stillness before the storm. The third day of Feng Lu's arrival. 10 a.m. For some reason, the number of vehicles today was unusually high. Since arriving for work that morning, Feng Lu had been constantly busy, continuously inspecting the incoming vehicles. Here, have some water. Seizing a rare lull in traffic, Zhao Feng hurriedly handed him a bowl of water, patting his thick head with a touch of pity. Lu Feng gulped down the water in big mouthfuls, then lay down on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. He had to seize every moment he could to recover some energy. In truth, Feng wasn't alone. Most of the border inspection station staff now sported dark circles under their eyes. They'd barely gotten any rest these past few days, their nerves constantly on edge. After resting for about 10 minutes, another vehicle pulled up nearby under the officer's guidance. Once the occupant stepped out, Feng began meticulously sniffing the car. It was an old sedan, clearly well past its prime, covered in numerous scratches and scrapes. After inspecting the exterior, Landwind entered the cabin. His first impression was the overwhelming stench. A thick, pungent odor of cigarette smoke immediately filled his nostrils. The ashtray beside the driver's seat was overflowing with cigarette butts, and more had fallen onto the floor mats. On the passenger seat lay an open carton of cigarettes, already missing 4 packs. No cigarette packs were visible inside the car, suggesting they had been casually discarded. Lu Feng recognized the brand of cigarettes, an expensive variety that seemed utterly mismatched with the vehicle they were driving. But upon reflection, it wasn't all that strange. Many people drove beat-up cars not because they couldn't afford luxury vehicles, but simply out of personal preference or other reasons. Amidst the various odors, Feng Lu carefully sniffed around and, finding no unusual smells, stepped back out of the car and approached the trunk. The trunk contained little besides a spare tire, some tools, and a few plastic bags holding clothing. After sniffing around thoroughly, he detected no unusual odors there either. After inspecting this vehicle, Feng Lu didn't return to his post. Another car pulled up behind, so he immediately moved to inspect that one. It was an expensive SUV, though it now looked extremely dirty, covered in mud caked all over. Without the emblem, you'd never guess it was a luxury vehicle. Ha! Lu Feng looked at the license plate of this vehicle with confusion, then glanced at the license plate of the vehicle he had just finished inspecting, which hadn't left yet. Only then did he realize both vehicles were from the same place. What a coincidence! Sir, you may need to wait a moment before proceeding. You'll need to go inside to complete a registration. While Feng Lu pondered this, a border inspection station employee approached the driver attempting to get back into his vehicle, blocking his path. Lu Feng glanced over and saw Yilin watching from the side. All the soldiers had raised their guns, aiming at both vehicles. It seemed Yilin had noticed something, prompting him to have his men stop the driver. Without dwelling on it, Feng Lu knew his most critical task now was to inspect the vehicle before him. To prevent any oversights, a staff member had already scraped off large chunks of mud from the vehicle before Feng Lu began his inspection, including any mud that could potentially conceal objects. Lu Feng carefully sniffed around the vehicle's four wheels and body. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing amiss. Just as he was about to examine the interior, his gaze suddenly fell upon the undercarriage. A sizable patch of mud remained there, likely overlooked by the staff due to its position. However, this oversight wasn't the staff member's fault. That area should have been a solid underbody panel. Since the SUV had a high ground clearance, the visible sections were clearly intact and showed no problems. Therefore, it was understandable that this area hadn't been cleaned. What puzzled Feng Lu was that, due to his height, he thought he saw something within the mud. The thick coating made it impossible to discern clearly. Once his curiosity was piqued, Feng Lu didn't let it go. He crawled under the vehicle and used his claws to scrape away some of the mud. Ha! A sealed bag. Yes, it was a sealed bag, wrapped in tape and bound with several ropes. There's something inside the mud. Zhao Feng's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. There was a package inside, and Zhao Feng knew exactly what it contained without even opening it. Soon, several nearby staff members gathered around, and border guards took control of the driver. 5 minutes later. This looks like rock sugar, not DP. One staff member peered at the opened package and muttered uncertainly. But it wasn't just him feeling this way, everyone present felt it too. Only, at that moment, everyone was a bit at a loss. What kind of lunatic hides a bag of rock sugar under a car like this? And so thoroughly, too. Soon, after testing with reagents, they ruled out the possibility that the bag contained DP. Though no one was bold enough to taste it as an experiment, they could now confirm it was indeed rock sugar. As for why no one dared take a bite to confirm it even after knowing it was rock sugar? That was because of a strict rule. In their line of work, anything seized must never be touched until results are confirmed. First, it wasn't their own property, it belonged to ordinary citizens. Doing so could easily cause conflicts. Second, you never know if these seemingly familiar items have been tampered with, poisoned or otherwise. Such incidents have precedence. There was once a troublesome individual who, while on duty, gave in to temptation and ate something from a criminal suspect's home. Unbeknownst to him, the suspect had laced it with a deadly poison. He was rushed to the hospital but died before timely treatment could be administered. Chapter 186, Footsteps. Station Chief, how should we handle this situation? Xiao Wu and several staff members were at a loss, looking to Yilin for guidance. Border Inspection Station Chief. Take them all away. After deep contemplation, Yilin addressed Xiao Wu and the others with unwavering resolve. His decision stemmed from two considerations. First, regardless of their motives, the other party had crossed their line. If they let this continue, no matter how many people they had, they would be worn down by such tactics. Second, since they had contact with FD Group and made a deal, Yilin hoped to extract clues from them to turn this passive situation around. He knew the chances were slim, but how would he know without trying? As for whether they might turn on them later, falsely accusing them of unjustified arrest, Yilin genuinely wasn't afraid of that. Anyone entertaining such thoughts probably watched too many movies and TV shows. If they dared stir up public opinion, the consequences would only be worse for them. Today's netizens aren't the mindless spectators of the past. More people are developing a rational perspective on events. Station Chief, could this cause problems? Xiao Wu was the first to react, voicing the concern most people would have, whether these individuals might turn on them later, falsely accusing them of fabricating evidence. It'll be fine. Whatever happens, I'll handle it. Nothing matters more than what we're facing right now. Yilin waved his hand dismissively, offering no further explanation. He instructed Xiao Wu and the others to have the individuals from the SUV taken away for investigation. As they were led away, the driver struggled violently and shouted, but it was useless. The nearest vehicle waiting for inspection was over 50 meters away, and the people there couldn't hear what was happening here. Soon, the scene was cleared. The vehicle was driven into the border inspection station by staff, and the next vehicle in line was allowed to proceed. 10 minutes later. Xiao Wu, why was that vehicle in front of the ice hall taken away too? After seeing off one vehicle, Lu Feng, who was unusually idle with no cars arriving, couldn't help but ask Xiao Wu standing nearby. You mean that car? Its owner is a fugitive wanted online. When we first verified his identity, he probably used a fake ID, so we didn't catch it at the time. Later, Xiaoli thought he looked familiar, so he ran a photo comparison in the system and uncovered his real identity. Xiao Wu gestured toward another colleague nearby a new hire Lu Feng didn't recognize. Through Xiao Wu's introduction, Lu Feng learned that this new colleague, Li Chao, possessed an exceptional memory. Before graduating, he had earned numerous rewards by apprehending wanted criminals. This new colleague, Li Chao, possessed an exceptional memory, having memorized vast amounts of information on wanted criminals. Before graduating, he had earned considerable bonuses by apprehending fugitives. Many might assume that if they'd seen a wanted photo, they could easily recognize the person in real life and claim the reward. But that's actually a huge misconception. Most people, even if they've seen photos online, wouldn't recognize someone in real life unless they'd seen the photos frequently. Of course, if the person has distinctive features, recognizing them isn't surprising. Moreover, even if you see someone's online photo daily, you might not recognize them in person at best, you'd just find their face familiar. Of course, if you've just seen their photo online and they're wearing the same clothes as in the picture, recognizing them is perfectly normal. This mainly refers to situations where you saw a photo today, but encounter them days later with different clothing. Lu Feng, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but marvel at how many extraordinary people and events existed in this world. Sometimes you just have to believe that the heavens favor certain people. 10 p.m. Brother Zhao, how's it going? Xiao Wu asked as he walked alongside Lu Feng. They were paired together for the night patrol along the border. Xiao Wu had done this job frequently during his shifts, so he knew how demanding it was. That's why he was curious about Zhao Feng's experience over the past 2 days. Not bad. I didn't expect mountain trails at night to be this tough at first. But physically, I'm fine. It's mainly the lack of night hiking experience that made me feel a bit tired initially. Now I don't even notice it anymore. Zhao Feng shone his flashlight ahead as he answered Xiao Wu's question, keeping an eye on Huan's movements. During patrols, he didn't lead Huan by the leash but let the dog move freely around the perimeter of their group. He was right. Though it felt unfamiliar at first, with his physical fitness holding up, he'd adapted after a few days and now had no major issues. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't handle it. Border patrol isn't exactly a walk in the park. We're lucky here the woods aren't too dense. Some places deep in the mountains are brutal. Snakes, bugs, rodents, you name it. Colleagues get injured all the time because of that. Though Xiao Wu chattered non-stop, it didn't slow his pace. He kept a constant watch on his surroundings as he walked. Woof woof woof. Movement detected. Quiet. Lu Feng gave 2 quiet barks, and everyone fell silent, simultaneously switching off their flashlights. Though they didn't know why Feng had called out, they understood he must have detected something, prompting his warning. As all sound from their group faded, the forest fell silent save for the chirping of insects. Everyone strained to listen for any movement within the woods. At first, Feng Lu didn't hear it clearly, but once everyone fell silent, they caught it distinctly. It was the sound of footsteps, still some distance away. If they hadn't misheard, it seemed to be just one person. The footsteps were heavy, hurried, and erratic as if someone was fleeing from pursuit. That was likely why they hadn't noticed the group earlier. Soon, a distinct footstep echoed clearly to everyone's ears. Yet no one moved. They stared silently toward the other side of the barbed wire fence, straining to see who would attempt to sneak through at this hour. Chapter 187, An Unexpected Surprise. To everyone's astonishment, as the footsteps drew nearer, Feng Lu noticed the figure was actually heading straight toward them. Had they been spotted? Even so, no one stirred. They remained crouched silently, eyes fixed on the source of the approaching footsteps. With the intruder's intentions unclear, Xianyi insisted they not reveal themselves. Besides, the person hadn't even crossed the border yet, they had no jurisdiction over him. The moonlight tonight was quite bright. After the lights went out, they could barely make out some things by the natural light. Soon, the footsteps halted just beyond the borderline. A ladder suddenly appeared from the other side, its top end extended. The figure tugged it downward, testing for stability. Once satisfied, the ladder began to sway as the person climbed up. Before long, the figure's upper body emerged. They retrieved a rope, secured it to the ladder, and began slowly descending toward them along the rope. The border wall, only 3 or 4 meters high, presented little challenge. In no time, the figure descended to the ground. This time, Feng Lu got a clear look at the man's face. He appeared to be a young man around 30, though the lighting made his features difficult to discern. Without even tidying up, the youth immediately departed, sprinting toward the distant border patrol trail. What puzzled Feng Lu and his team, however, was that the young man seemed to know exactly where he was going. He headed straight toward their border inspection station. They couldn't tell if it was coincidence or if he had intended to go there all along. As for why they didn't immediately apprehend him, it was because after he descended, footsteps sounded from the other side of the borderline, 2 pairs, judging by the noise. Therefore, they planned to apprehend these two individuals first before pursuing the first man. With Feng Lu present, they had no fear of losing track of him. Moreover, they had already dispatched one man to follow the first suspect. Their position was still some distance from the road, meaning even if the suspect ran non-stop, it would take him about half an hour to reach it. Capturing two individuals wouldn't take long. Once they secured them, two officers could stay behind to watch while the others went to assist. Less than 2 minutes after the young man left, someone climbed up the ladder and descended along the rope. Shortly after this man descended, another followed suit. "Freeze! Police!" Xiao Wu shouted in a hushed voice. As the two approached their hiding spot, Xiao Wu and his 3 companions pounced swiftly. Before the men could react, they were subdued. During the search, Xiao Wu found a handgun on one man and a dagger on the other. After being apprehended, neither uttered a word, remaining completely silent throughout the entire process. To prevent any accidents, they immediately handcuffed both men's hands and feet, then used ropes they carried to bind them further, rendering them completely immobile. Their mouths were also gagged. After hiding the pair in a concealed spot within the border forest, they left 2 colleagues to guard them while awaiting backup. Feng Lu and his team then swiftly moved toward the first young man. What puzzled everyone was that the escape route consistently led toward the border inspection station, indicating the fugitives were highly familiar with the area. Otherwise, how would he know that the only way to find the nearest road was to head straight for the border inspection station? Xiao Wu relayed the latest developments to the border inspection station, instructing them to deploy personnel to ambush the suspect at likely escape routes. They decided not to apprehend him immediately, choosing instead to tail the young man first to see where he was headed and whether anyone was waiting to pick him up. If they could nab the person coming to pick him up too, that would be double the fun. Wouldn't that be even sweeter? 1 hour later. Lu Feng glanced at the black van parked nearby and gave a look that said, "Just as I thought." After confirming the suspect's likely route, border control personnel used road surveillance to pinpoint the location of this vehicle, which they suspected belonged to the accomplice. Although the van was parked in a surveillance-blind spot, it couldn't escape detection for long. It remained parked in this remote wilderness for too long and never appeared in the next intersection's surveillance footage. Software analysis quickly pinpointed the vehicle. Once this was confirmed, Feng Lu and his team took a shortcut to quickly reach the van and lay in wait nearby. As for why it took them an hour to arrive, it was because they knew the shortcut. Otherwise, navigating this dense forest would have taken considerable time, even for someone familiar with the area. Take that young man, for instance. He was still wandering through the woods, unable to find the right path. He dared not follow the patrol path all the way to the border checkpoint. Instead, he veered into the woods from a considerable distance and headed in this direction. His sense of direction was surprisingly good, though. Even while wandering through the woods, he was at least heading in the right general direction. He should find the path soon. Once he found the path, he could follow it here and quickly blend in with the others waiting to pick him up. 20 minutes later. Finally, through persistent effort, he reached the van. A large, heavy-set man stepped out of the van, which had remained motionless the entire time. He looked to weigh at least 200 pounds, standing only about 5 feet 7 inches tall, giving him a very stocky appearance. Border inspection station personnel, who had been lying in wait by the roadside, swiftly moved forward and took control of the 2 individuals without the slightest hint of suspense. Shortly after the suspects were secured, several vehicles parked in the distance drove over. Since Feng Lu and his team had nearly completed their patrol of their assigned area, they followed the vehicles back. The personnel scheduled to relieve them had already taken their posts, ensuring no gaps in patrol coverage along the border. They had installed numerous cameras along the border in the past, but only those near their checkpoint remained operational. The rest had been deliberately damaged. They soon returned to the border inspection station. By the time they arrived, the 2 young men who had been followed had already been brought back and were now being interrogated in the interrogation room. By the time reinforcements arrived, facial photos had already been taken of the 2 and sent to the IT personnel on duty at the border inspection station. Thus, the identities of the 2 tailing individuals had been verified. Both were criminal suspects wanted domestically. The armed man was identified as Yang Ziyuan, 37 years old. He had fled abroad 5 years prior after committing murder in China. The victim had been discovered late, allowing Yang to escape overseas before authorities could trace him. The other man, a bald individual named Zhou Yan, aged 41, had been wanted for robbery in China for the past decade. Unexpectedly, these 2 had been apprehended in such a manner. This also explained why, after their arrest, both remained completely silent, refusing any communication or interaction. They knew that given the crimes they had committed, it was highly unlikely they would ever walk free. Especially Yang Ziyuan, he was as good as dead. Chapter 188, stunned into speechlessness. The identity of the fleeing youth was soon uncovered as well. His name was Lu Weidong, 31 years old, wanted for FD 3 years prior. Unlike the other 2, Lu Weidong lacked the mental fortitude to hold out. Under professional interrogation, he quickly confessed everything. After being placed on the domestic wanted list, Lu Weidong fled to a neighboring country. Due to his past FD connections, he had maintained ties with the FD group there. After arriving there and enduring various trials, he was quickly accepted into their FD group. Zhou Yan and Yang Ziyuan were also members of that FD group. Due to their simple-mindedness, they had always served as enforcers, handling the dirty work for the FD group. After joining the FD group, Lu Weidong quickly earned significant responsibilities through his sharp mind, gradually being entrusted with important transactions. This time, Lu Weidong was assigned a particularly crucial mission, a transaction worth 5 small targets. To ensure the smooth delivery of this shipment into the country, he orchestrated various border reconnaissance operations. This afternoon, when the other party was about to transfer the down payment, Lu Weidong suddenly had a sneaky idea. He directly sent his bank account number to the other party. To his surprise, the other party showed no suspicion whatsoever and promptly transferred the initial payment of 2 small goals. Upon receiving the funds, Lu Weidong immediately initiated his escape plan. However, due to various circumstances, the boss of FD Group quickly uncovered his actions. Thus unfolded the scene Feng Lu and the others witnessed, Lu Weidong being hunted down. As Feng Lu listened to the entire account in the observation room, he was utterly dumbfounded. Yet another concern gnawed at him: if the person handling the transaction had absconded with the money, could the deal still proceed normally? Lu Weidong, you've been over there for years. Knowing your boss, do you think he'd still proceed with the transaction under these circumstances? The interrogator reacted swiftly, immediately addressing the concern that had crossed Feng Lu's mind. It will proceed. This client is one of the top distributors domestically, reportedly controlling DP transactions across several cities. He brings in massive profits for FD Group every year. The boss wouldn't risk alienating such a key client over 2 minor targets. Lu Weidong's current state was highly unusual. His entire demeanor gave off an air of detached calm, as if he'd achieved some profound enlightenment. His answers were remarkably coherent, delivered in an utterly matter-of-fact tone. Do you know this domestic distributor personally? Have you ever met him in person? No. No one except our boss has ever seen him. He has visited the FD Group, but each time he wore full protective gear, so no one could see his face. We only know he's a middle-aged man, about 1.8 meters tall. His exact age is unknown. Each time he comes, he meets with the boss and leaves within 2 hours. Do you know which city's DP sales they oversee? The interrogator sought to gather information about the major distributor through other avenues. I don't know. But you've arrested Zhou Yan, right? You can ask him about this. I heard Zhou Yan once returned to China to do dirty work for this distributor, but I can't confirm if that's true. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us? The interrogation lasted over 4 hours. However, before it reached the halfway point, Feng Lu was escorted out of the observation room. It was already very late, and they needed to get up early for work tomorrow, so it was time to return to sleep. Although Feng Lu desperately wanted to refuse going back to sleep, he had no say in the matter at this point. After muttering a few protests, he obediently followed Zhao Feng back to the dormitory to sleep. The border inspection station had assigned Zhao Feng a single dormitory. Had it been a shared dorm, Feng would likely have refused to return for rest, preferring instead to sleep in the station's lobby. Due to the demanding nature of their work, the collective dormitory at bedtime resembled a concert hall, a cacophony of snores rising and falling in an unrelenting chorus. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., Lu Feng was forcibly dragged out of bed by the drill instructor. Still half asleep, he jogged a few laps around the field before finally enjoying a hearty breakfast. His breakfast was specially prepared by the cafeteria, a large bowl filled with both meat and vegetables, all foods he could tolerate. Well, that was the famous perk special treatment wherever you went. And no one batted an eye after all. Who would complain about a cute little dog? Especially since he was a highly decorated police dog. After devouring his hearty breakfast, Feng Lu regained his full energy. He bounded over to his workstation and stood at attention, waiting for the first vehicle to be inspected that day. Perhaps because of Lu Weidong's arrest, every single inspection that day went surprisingly smoothly, without a single hiccup. Even the bizarre incidents that used to occur were nowhere to be seen: no domineering old men or women, no clueless humans. This made Feng Lu's steps to the cafeteria after work feel much lighter. In the cafeteria, Feng Lu and the others ran into Xiao Wu, whom they hadn't seen all day. He was still half asleep, wearing his pajamas, and wolfing down a bowl of rice. Xiao Wu, haven't you eaten all day? Zhao Feng sat down across from him with his own tray, watching his colleague eat with obvious relish. Brother Zhao, I only had 2 steamed buns this morning. Nothing else since then. Xiao Wu swallowed his food, exchanged greetings with Zhao Feng and Feng Lu, then began to explain. After confirming Lu Weidong's identity, they interrogated Zhou Yan and the other suspect through the night. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. Both Zhou Yan and Yang Ziyuan were extremely uncooperative. After communication proved fruitless, they had no choice but to explore other avenues to break through their defenses. Thus, they launched an overnight investigation into their social connections, seeking a way to breach their psychological defenses. Of course, the primary focus was on breaking through Zhou Yan's defenses, asking whether he recognized the distributor and if he could provide any useful leads to pinpoint the individual's identity. Chapter 189, Clouds of Suspicion. 1 week later. Intensive inspections and patrols continued for another week. With reinforcements arriving, Feng Lu and his team ceased accompanying the night shifts. During that week, they hadn't discovered any suspicious targets, let alone seized any personnel or vehicles carrying DP. Now, everyone believed the other party had either not yet begun the transaction or had received news of Zhou Yan's arrest and had ceased all dealings through this channel. However, during interrogation, Lu Weidong had mentioned that the buyer of the DP was extremely impatient. The payment process had been swift and uncomplicated, with only one demand: the goods had to be delivered quickly. During Lu Weidong's interrogation, one detail had alerted the police: he stubbornly refused to disclose the account numbers and passwords for the two minor targets. His explanation was that he would only disclose the money if it led to a reduced sentence during his trial. There are currently two theories regarding this matter. First, Lu Weidong never received the money at all, and everything the other party claims is false. Second, Lu Weidong is telling the truth, and the other party is now using this money as leverage in negotiations. Lu Weidong's previous offense could be considered serious or not so serious. If he can demonstrate significant meritorious service, his sentence could potentially be reduced. Unfortunately, Lu Weidong had no insight into the subsequent developments of that transaction. According to him, the FD group operates through separate task forces, with Lu Weidong responsible for only one. Each unit has distinct personnel and operational methods. The FD group's upper echelons strictly forbade them from inquiring about each other's affairs, even prohibiting direct communication or contact. Each team handled its own affairs. While competition existed between them and even mutual elimination was permitted, all rivalry was subject to one overriding condition: it must never harm the FD group's interests. The problem facing Feng Lu and his team now was that they had no idea how far along the other side's transaction had progressed. If the other side had already completed the transaction, the consequences of that shipment would be devastating, potentially harming countless innocent people. Upon contemplating this possibility, Zhao Jigui immediately issued an alert through the internal network, instructing colleagues in every city to monitor all relevant locations. If this shipment had indeed entered the market, he hoped this approach would lead to the capture of its owner and the elimination of this major drug lord. Hey, let's get to work. At the instructor's command, Feng Lu sprang to his feet, shedding his sluggish demeanor as he watched a sedan approach from a distance. It was a silver-gray sedan, its body caked in mud and looking extremely dirty. After working here for so long, Feng Lu had noticed that almost none of the cars coming from that direction were clean, which spoke volumes about how terrible the road conditions were over there. After the vehicle came to a stop, a middle-aged man and woman stepped out. They appeared to be a couple, both around 40 years old. They cooperated fully with the border inspection officers, following an official to a table about 10 meters from the car, holding the documents required for inspection. The reason for requiring passengers to stay so far from their vehicles was primarily to prevent potential offenders from seizing the car if discovered. If the vehicle were successfully stolen, there was a high probability that border control personnel would be injured, and the situation would become extremely complicated to handle. Therefore, every vehicle arriving at the border inspection station for inspection is required to follow this procedure. I haven't actually been there myself, but I think this approach makes sense. A few minutes later, Feng Lu had thoroughly inspected both inside and outside the vehicle, finding nothing suspicious. Meanwhile, the colleague verifying passenger information had already completed the process. Seeing Feng and his companion exit the vehicle, the officer waved them through. Zhao Feng glanced back and saw another vehicle approaching, so he remained nearby to wait. This time, a minivan approached. Compared to the previous vehicle, this minivan was surprisingly clean. It looked freshly washed. This instantly caught the attention of all the staff. It was like everyone else was filthy, and suddenly a person who was unusually clean appeared. It was impossible not to notice. Yet in this situation, the van's occupants were actually the least likely to be problematic. FD group operatives typically operated with extreme discretion: discreet, and then more discreet. Whoosh! 6 people stepped out of the van, 4 men and 2 women, all in their 20s. One of the girls looked barely 18 or 19. They didn't seem particularly familiar with each other, and it was unclear how they had ended up together. Seeing so many people disembark at once, several staff members approached from nearby to verify their information. Ugh, it's filthy. After inspecting the vehicle's exterior, Feng Lu jumped inside. The pungent stench nearly made him vomit. The stench inside was overwhelming. While he'd caught a hint of it outside, he hadn't anticipated it would be this unbearable inside. Foot odor, cigarette smoke, sour stench, cheap cologne. He even detected a whiff of urine. After calming down, Feng Lu scanned the cabin and spotted several mineral water bottles in the corner, filled with yellow liquid. He knew exactly what it was without needing to ask. Ha! A familiar scent. Amidst the swirling air currents, Feng Lu suddenly detected a familiar scent, not the odor of the DP, but the body odor of a specific individual. He had smelled it before in another car, but hadn't paid it much mind at the time. After all, a car wouldn't only carry the owner's scent occasionally, others might ride in it too. But if the same person's scent appeared in 2 different vehicles, and that person wasn't present in either, it became rather intriguing. Especially when it appeared at such a sensitive moment. Lu Feng said nothing and proceeded to inspect the car's interior. Because of this person's scent, Feng Lu was exceptionally thorough this time. Every conceivable hiding spot was meticulously examined. After thoroughly checking every corner 3 times with no discoveries, Feng Lu began to suspect he was overthinking it. The presence of the same scent in both vehicles was suspicious, but it didn't necessarily prove anything. Perhaps the owners of the 2 vehicles shared a mutual acquaintance. Lu Feng jumped out of the vehicle and walked toward the next car awaiting inspection nearby. Chapter 190, An Unconventional Clue. 1 hour later. Lu Feng watched as a middle-aged man emerged from the backseat of the vehicle. He never imagined he would see the owner of that scent. Over the past hour, he had inspected 20 vehicles without detecting that scent again. Just as he was beginning to forget about it, the source of the scent appeared before him. Besides the driver, a woman in her 20s was also in the car. From their demeanor, Feng Lu knew their relationship was more than just casual. But that was none of his business. Such situations were hardly news in today's society. The interior was immaculately clean, filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Though faint was relative to human perception to Feng Lu, it still carried a slight sharpness. After carefully sniffing around, Feng Lu detected no suspicious odors and could only get out of the car with a sigh. Under these circumstances, even if he suspected something was amiss, he had no means to intervene and could only let them drive away. Watching the group get into their vehicle and drive away from the border checkpoint, Lu Feng was filled with confusion. Why would this seemingly unrelated group be connected? Why did the sense of the luxury car's owner linger in the first 2 vehicles? Logically, their paths shouldn't have crossed. He hoped he was overthinking it. After all, such a scenario wasn't entirely impossible. Lu Feng composed himself and resumed inspecting the vehicles arriving behind. The number of cars coming through now was surprisingly high, leaving him no time for further speculation. Just as Feng Lu finished this wave and prepared to rest, a passenger bus pulled up. It was an international bus operating between the 2 countries, complete with all necessary documentation. The 36-seat bus was packed to capacity. As the clattering crowd disembarked, Feng Lu's face scrunched up in frustration. Now he had his hands full. Without needing Zhao Feng's prompting, Feng Lu broke into a jog toward the bus. He began by inspecting the exterior of the bus. After circling it carefully and sniffing thoroughly, finding no unusual odors, Feng finally entered the bus. The smells inside were incredibly complex, a tangled web of scents left behind by so many people. With the sweltering heat, the bus had kept its air conditioning running non-stop, the windows sealed shut, resulting in poor air circulation. Those who had been inside all along might not have noticed, but to Feng Lu, these odors were quite distinct. A familiar scent. Halfway through his inspection, a familiar scent drifted toward him. Yes, it was the scent of the luxury car owner, and it was very distinct. The person must have been on the bus for quite some time. This only deepened Feng Lu's curiosity about the luxury car owner's identity and strengthened his suspicion that something was amiss. An unusual scent. While sniffing a seat, Feng Lu suddenly detected a familiar, unusual scent. The scent of DP. What puzzled Feng was that the scent had no apparent source. It seemed someone had accidentally rubbed DP onto the seat, leaving behind its trace. Even so, Feng Lu instinctively performed a tactical maneuver to signal an anomaly. Whether there was DP under the seat or elsewhere, Feng Lu had no reason to conceal this discovery based solely on his own judgment. Whether there was actually a problem here required professional personnel to investigate, not decisions based on personal conjecture. Reality wasn't like a novel, where the male lead, knowing full well he'd die, would still rush headlong to rescue the female lead in danger. While it might seem incredibly touching, that male protagonist never considered whether the enemy would spare the heroine after his death or if she might suffer even worse fates. Woof woof woof. The dog detected an unusual scent, but he couldn't be certain if there was actually a problem inside. Oh dear, he'd already warned them whatever decision they made was entirely their own problem, and had absolutely nothing to do with Dog Master. 10 minutes later. After dismantling the seat, they found nothing suspicious. Xiao Wu and the others began disassembling nearby car seats and checking every possible hiding spot. Time flew by. After dismantling all adjacent seats, they still found nothing suspicious. Standing nearby, Feng Lu also fell deep in thought. My judgment wasn't wrong. This scent trail had no discernible source. It must have been something I accidentally picked up. Huan, come on. Let's go check on those people who got off the buses. After arranging for his men to reassemble the dismantled section, Xiao Wu seemed to recall something. He immediately led Hanin and the others toward the distant crowd. After Feng indicated an unusual odor near the seats, the group had been confined to one spot, surrounded by over a dozen armed police officers. While they dismantled the seats, Zhao Feng and Hanin finished inspecting the luggage compartments. No unusual odors were detected in the luggage of the 30-plus passengers. Put. As soon as they approached the group, Feng Lu noticed a young man whom everyone was avoiding. His face was pale, and he clutched his stomach, occasionally letting out a stinky fart. Lu Feng's eyes lit up as he observed the young man. It wasn't that Feng had some perverse fascination with sniffing others' farts. Rather, when the young man passed gas, a peculiar scent wafted into Feng's nostrils. The moment he caught that scent, Feng Lu knew the source of the odor lingering on the bus seats. It must be the lingering scent from this young man's farts. He guessed the guy had only just started farting, otherwise the entire cabin would have been filled with the stench long ago. Instead of joining the inspection line, Feng Luo skipped the first 2 rows and headed straight for the back. Before Feng Lu arrived, staff had already organized everyone into orderly lines. Unsurprisingly, the young man was seated at the very edge of the last row. Beyond simply apprehending the culprit, Feng Lu had another motive: saving the young man's life. The young man was carrying DP on his person. For some unknown reason, the packaging had ruptured, causing him discomfort and leading to the incessant flatulence. However, only a small amount of DP had leaked at this point. With prompt treatment, it shouldn't have a significant impact on the young man. Woof woof woof. This person is compromised, they have DP on them. Lu Feng jogged over to the young man, circled him to sniff, and immediately executed tactical movements indicating he'd detected something abnormal. Chapter 191, Baffling. It's over. It's over. It's over. Watching the young man being dragged away, Feng Lu felt a twinge of sympathy. When the rescue team arrived, the youth had already retreated into his own world, performing all sorts of utterly bizarre actions. It was obvious he was deeply poisoned now. Whether he could be saved was uncertain, but that was none of Feng Lu's concern. Don't you have anything to say? Yilin stared sternly at the restrained crowd, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. These were all young people in their early 20s, yet they had chosen such a path. It was truly heartbreaking. By asking them now, he was giving them a chance to turn themselves in voluntarily. Their recent behavior had made it painfully obvious that they were all involved. Yet for some reason, even after witnessing that young man's tragic fate, not a single one stepped forward. Did they really think the police couldn't detect hidden drugs in their systems? Take them away. After repeating his question several times, Yilin lost patience. Since this group didn't value the chance he'd given them, there was nothing more he could do. Once they were taken to the inspection room, the machines would easily detect whether any of them were hiding drugs inside their bodies. Although Feng Lu desperately wanted to follow and watch the spectacle, he still had to work his shift. He could only return to his post and continue inspecting the incoming vehicles. Around 6:30 p.m. Woof woof woof. Come on, let's go check it out over there. Lu Feng wolfed down his lunch in a few bites, then urged the instructor still eating to hurry up. Almost done, stop rushing me. Zhao Feng swallowed his food with effort. Truth be told, he was also curious about what had become of that group of people from earlier that morning. Ugh! What a stench! The moment Feng Lu entered the large conference room, a foul stench hit him. He swallowed hard, his body instinctively taking 2 steps back. He was tempted to turn back, the smell inside was simply too revolting. Come on, we're here, let's go in. Zhao Feng, who was following behind, seemed to have anticipated this. He was wearing a mask, a double-layered one, no less. Though his expression was hidden, his tone dripped with schadenfreude. Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the large conference room. Inside, 6 or 7 colleagues were sorting through the stolen goods, each wearing thick masks. This left Feng extremely frustrated. These bastards clearly didn't consider him one of their own, they hadn't even bothered to prepare a mask for him. Didn't they know his nose was the most sensitive? Oomph. There's so much. Xiao Wu, how much is this? Zhao Feng, equally astonished, looked over at Xiao Wu nearby and voiced the shared thoughts of both man and dog. A total of 870 pills. Each weighs 10 grams, totaling 8,700 grams. If that young man sent to the hospital also had 30 pills on him, that brings the total to 9,000 pills. Everyone in the car except the driver was carrying some. Looking at real cases online, some can hide so many, Sigma #34A. A hint of astonishment lingered in Xiao Wu's tone. Though they'd handled numerous human concealment cases before, this was their first encounter with such a large group hiding drugs simultaneously. Through Xiao Wu's account, Feng Lu and the others learned everything that happened afterward. When the group was brought to the interrogation room, faced with the overwhelming evidence, they had no defense and immediately confessed to the entire operation. It turned out they were all involved in fraud schemes in a neighboring country. Having failed to succeed there due to their incompetence, their families had paid ransoms to secure their release back to China. However, the condition was that they must smuggle drugs into the country on their bodies. If they arrived safely, they would receive a payment afterward. FD Group threatened them, warning that if they revealed anything, they would hand over evidence of their fraud to Chinese police, sending them to prison. Thus, driven by the lure of money and the threat to their freedom, the group relented. All of them had come voluntarily to engage in fraud, none had been deceived. It was simply that their lackluster skills meant they weren't doing particularly well. Since they had entered the country through legitimate channels, they faced no issues during departure inspections. Their visas were all within their validity periods, having been specifically selected by FD Group personnel. Woof woof woof. Any more? Lu Feng couldn't care less about the consequences for these people. What concerned him was whether the individuals in the 2 vehicles ahead had been apprehended. He was certain that group had ties to the FD group, likely internal personnel. Without keeping Feng Lu waiting long, Xiao Wu took a sip of tea and continued his account. When asking about the number of personnel, although each person gave a different account, they eventually concluded that besides their own 30-strong group, there were likely 3 to 6 others. With this rough estimate, it became clear to them, the other side had likely sent a small group to test the security checks. Moreover, since those scouts had successfully passed their inspection, the main group felt confident enough to proceed. With a rough target in mind, they immediately retrieved the vehicle and personnel information of those who had passed inspection ahead of this group. They easily identified the vehicle carrying 6 people. Through identification by acquaintances among the detained personnel, they directly pinpointed these 6 individuals. The reason for the easy identification was straightforward. Among those who had previously passed through the checkpoint, there weren't many young people, and those in their early 20s were even fewer, making the identification straightforward. However, by the time they dispatched personnel to track them down, it was already too late. When they located the 6 young people, they had become 6 corpses. They had been murdered in a desolate area, and the bodies showed no signs of damage. The killer who took their lives likely knew the police had already identified the 6 individuals. Unless they destroyed the bodies to eliminate evidence, there was no way to stop the police from uncovering their true identities. But completely destroying evidence takes time, and with insufficient time, it was simply impossible to accomplish. Evidence at the scene indicated the perpetrator had acted with extreme haste, yet the police had failed to secure any useful clues. Whether it was fingerprints, shoe prints, or other evidence, the police found nothing beyond what belonged to the 6 victims. Upon hearing they hadn't identified the middle-aged man in the luxury car, Feng Lu began contemplating how best to alert them. Chapter 192, Unleashing Intelligence. Huan, where are you going? Feeling the force on his arm, Zhao Feng looked at Hanin in surprise as he was being pulled toward the door, wondering what the other was up to. Woof woof woof. Hey, dumbass, come with me. I've got serious business to handle. Feng Lu barked twice at the instructor, not bothering to see if he understood. Feeling the leash pull as he followed, he didn't say anything more. Lu Feng knew the border inspection station layout like the back of his paw. During off-duty breaks, when insomnia struck, he'd often wander the halls. Staff were initially startled, but gradually grew accustomed to his presence. Many even treated him to snacks. Soon, Feng Lu arrived at an office. Inside, he saw rows upon rows of monitors densely packed across the walls. Before each screen sat an employee, either rapidly tapping away at a keyboard or intently studying the images displayed. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng began darting around the room. Spotting surveillance footage of the checkpoint on one officer's screen, he immediately barked at the person. At this moment, Feng Lu didn't care if he was disturbing anyone. The method he had come up with was the only way he could think of to quickly help his colleagues pinpoint the suspect. So he didn't hold back. Exposing a bit more of his intelligence was no big deal. After all this time working together, he'd already revealed plenty. A little more wouldn't hurt. He doubted anyone would kidnap him for lab experiments, especially after all the credit he'd earned. He trusted his colleagues. Sometimes he wondered if he was overthinking things, always holding himself back. But having been given a second chance at life, he couldn't afford to gamble. Even as a dog, he wanted to live well. Who knew if he'd get another chance if he died again? The odds were too slim. He refused to gamble on probability. Having once been human, he'd witnessed far too many utterly despicable people. His fear was perfectly understandable. Huan, what brings you over here? Lu Feng's sudden shout startled the staff member behind the screen. Upon recognizing him, the worker glanced over with curiosity. What did this guy want? Ha! The staff member froze at the sudden thought, but seeing the earnest look on the fool's face, he unconsciously shifted his perspective to one of equality. Lu Feng glanced at the staff member before leaning over the computer screen. His eyes swept across the surveillance feed, coincidentally landing on the footage of the middle-aged man in the luxury car. Lu Feng promptly pointed his paw at the man in the luxury car, then glanced at Zhao Feng to make sure he'd seen the gesture. Only then did he lower his front paws from the desk and approach Zhao Feng, rubbing against his left leg. Ha! You mean there's DP on the computer screen? The instructor, momentarily bewildered by Feng's behavior, blurted out this line. Whether his brain had short-circuited or something else was unclear, making Feng roll his eyes in exasperation. Brother Zhao, the dumbass probably meant this guy's got issues. It must be said that the tech guy's mind worked fast. Xiao Li immediately understood what Feng was getting at, but mid-sentence, he froze in his own words. What on earth was he saying? Could a police dog really possess such high intelligence? Zhao Feng and Xiao Li stared at each other for a long moment before finally snapping back to reality, both turning their gaze toward the instigator, Feng Lu. Woof woof woof. Yes, this guy's got major issues. He could very well be the mastermind behind the purchase. Lu Feng nodded while barking, indicating that Xiao Li's interpretation was spot on. 5 minutes later. Are you absolutely certain you're not mistaken? Yi Lin, who had been summoned in a panic, listened to Xiao Li and Zhao Feng's account and now looked at them with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was already swamped with work, and these two were still messing with him. Station chief, I think we could try an experiment to see. Xiaoli felt a bit embarrassed by Yi Lin's words. He had indeed been a bit careless. Lu Feng's performance had been so astonishing that he hadn't thought twice before calling his immediate superior over. But being a technician, he quickly thought of a solution. Dummy, you mean there's something wrong with the people in this car, right? Xiaoli pointed at the screenshot on the computer screen, his expression serious as he looked at Feng Lu, who was hunched over the desk. Lu Feng nodded, clarifying his point once more. You didn't detect something off about the people in this car through smell, did you? Xiaoli tentatively asked his second question, the only other explanation he could think of, since smell was the only way Hanan could have detected something amiss. He asked this question partly to confirm whether Hanan actually possessed analytical skills and could understand the meaning behind his words. Woof woof woof. Yes. Just as Feng Lu was about to nod, he suddenly realized the question wasn't asking if he'd detected the problem through scent. He quickly shook his head instead, indicating that he had detected the problem through scent. The crowd watching nearby was stunned. Hanan had actually understood Xiaoli's words and successfully avoided the linguistic trap set for him. So you detected the problem through scent? Xiaoli posed a third question, seemingly similar to the previous one. Woof woof woof. Damn it, trying to trick me with that? Lu Feng quickly nodded, confirming that he had indeed detected the problem through scent. Did the other party's car have the smell of DP? Yi Lin couldn't hold back any longer and interjected, asking the question that had been weighing heavily on his mind. If Feng Lu had detected DP in the car from the start, why hadn't he reported it then? Why bring it up now? Woof woof woof. No. Lu Feng shook his head decisively, then began contemplating how to convey his next thought. Soon, he devised a plan regardless of its effectiveness. He resolved to try it first. Lu Feng pointed his paw at the middle-aged man, then came over to sniff him vigorously. You mean through the scent on the middle-aged man? Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Feng Lu hurriedly nodded. Before he could fully articulate his meaning, Yi Lin spoke again. So you detected this man's scent on the bus too? It must be said that someone capable of leading in such a critical role possessed sharp intellect, instantly grasping the crux of the matter. Chapter 193, Stone. Have you detected the scent of an entire person on any other vehicles? While everyone else was marveling at Feng Lu's exceptional intelligence, Yi Lin, who had also been silent for a while, was the first to snap out of it and quickly posed another question. It must be said that those capable of leadership possess remarkable mental resilience. He was already shifting the inquiry to other matters so swiftly. At Yi Lin's instruction, Xiaoli pulled up screenshots of all vehicles from today and began flipping through them one by one for Feng Lu to review, asking him to identify any other relevant individuals. Meanwhile, Yi Lin kept a close eye on the situation while simultaneously directing his team to investigate the middle-aged man in the luxury car, gathering information on his identity and tracking his entire whereabouts for the day. Yi Lin didn't dismiss the lead simply because it came from Feng Lu. On the contrary, he now eagerly anticipated that Feng Lu might provide solid evidence. This could break the current deadlock. If they could apprehend the buyer behind this shipment, it would be a win-win for everyone. Although numerous FD personnel had been arrested today, they were merely pawns in the operation. They didn't even know for whom they were transporting the goods, let alone recognize the mastermind behind it all. The only one in the know was Zhou Yan. For reasons unknown, he refused to cooperate with the police interrogation, falling completely silent whenever questioned about the mastermind buyer. One thing was clear, he seemed utterly terrified of this shadowy buyer. After identifying this issue, Yi Lin contacted colleagues in Zhou Yan's hometown to verify his family's current situation. When he learned that Zhou Yan's child had suddenly left the country half a month ago and traveled to a neighboring nation, Yi Lin understood the crux of the matter. Zhou Yan's child had likely been taken hostage by someone, probably Zhou Yan's backer or the mastermind buyer. The motive behind these actions was likely to maintain control over Zhou Yan. This indirectly highlighted Zhou Yan's significance. The perpetrators must have seized something critically important, otherwise they wouldn't resort to holding a hostage. After uncovering this, Yi Lin had his people investigate Yang Ziyuan's family and discovered that all of his relatives remained in China. This suggests that Yang Ziyuan's knowledge of Zhou Yan likely only scratched the surface. He hadn't uncovered the deeper truths. After Zhou Yan's capture, his children would be treated with care regardless of the circumstances. Whatever the captor's motives, they needed to set an example for their subordinates to reassure those who risked their lives for them. Conversely, if Zhou Yan had revealed everything, his children would have faced a grim fate. His family might even suffer retaliation, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. This explained why Zhou Yan consistently evaded key questions. Moreover, comparing Yang Ziyuan's and Zhou Yan's statements reveals a pattern. Most of what the other mentioned had already been disclosed by Yang Ziyuan. While Zhou Yan mentioned some details Yang Ziyuan hadn't disclosed, these were all insignificant matters. Previously, none of this seemed problematic. But now, by cross-referencing various pieces of information, the underlying issues become clear. Woof woof woof. After half a day of silence, Feng Lu suddenly broke Yi Lin's reverie, pointing his paw at a car on the screen. It was the car driven by the man and woman. The video screenshot showed the two of them just stepping out and standing beside the vehicle. Xiaoli had specifically captured this image showing both the people and the vehicle to help Feng Lu recognize them, in case he didn't recognize the license plate or the car itself. It had to be said that this tech geek sometimes had an incredibly meticulous mind. In his heart, Feng Lu silently gave Xiaoli a thumbs up. You detected the scent of a middle-aged man from a luxury car in this vehicle too? Xiaoli asked Lu Feng as soon as he saw the scene. Lu Feng nodded vigorously, confirming the observation. Though not the first time witnessing this display, everyone present couldn't help but stare in awe. This guy's IQ is off the charts. Soon, Xiaoli began clicking the mouse to switch to the next image. 1 hour later. After reviewing all the vehicle photos Feng Lu had examined that day, everyone fell into a state of shock. During his subsequent analysis, Feng Lu had clearly identified the vehicle carrying 6 passengers. While the others remained unknown, they recognized that particular 6-person vehicle. All 6 bodies found inside that vehicle had been autopsied, and the same DP substance discovered in the passengers on the bus was found in their stomachs. Technical analysis confirmed the DP components were from the same batch. Shortly after Feng Lu completed his identification, the identity of the middle-aged man in the luxury car was swiftly uncovered. All of his online information was simultaneously retrieved. The middle-aged man in the luxury car is Zhou Jifei, 46 years old, from XX City, XXX province. He runs a foreign trade company primarily exporting daily necessities from China to neighboring countries to profit from the price difference, occasionally importing specialty goods from abroad. Having entered this line of work early on, he had amassed considerable wealth over the years. He lived a very high-profile life in his city and was notoriously promiscuous, maintaining relationships with numerous mistresses. The girl accompanying him was his newest mistress, who greatly pleased Zhou Jifei. While taking inventory of the human cargo upon arrival, they roughly calculated the weight and discovered it didn't match what Lu Weidong had stated. Given the price for 5 small targets, it was impossible for the shipment to be this small. Therefore, the other party must have another channel for transporting goods. The technical department's investigation revealed that just 3 days prior, another shipment had entered the country. It had undergone customs inspection today and was about to be released. Upon entering the country, Zhou Jifei rushed straight to the customs area, where he found the goods awaiting loading onto trucks for transport back to his city for sale. Upon learning this, Yi Lin wasted no time. He immediately led Feng Lu and the others to the customs facility. Half an hour later. When Feng Lu and the others arrived at the customs office, Zhou Jifei had already been detained by customs officials under some pretext. However, the goods themselves remained untouched, reserved for inspection by specialists. Staring at the pile of stones before him, Feng Lu felt a bit dumbfounded. What the hell? He'd imported a shipment of rocks? Chapter 194, The Decision. Xiao Wu, I don't think we can help much with this, can we? Zhao Feng felt a headache coming on at the sight of the oddly shaped stones. He'd given them a quick glance earlier. They appeared genuine, at least to his untrained eye. Under these circumstances, even a fool like him couldn't offer much assistance. The staff had just informed them that these were all jadeite rough stones. Though unassuming in appearance, they were quite expensive. If they destroyed these stones to search for evidence without any certainty, it would be fine if they found something. But if they found nothing, they'd be in big trouble. Not just Zhao Feng, even Yi Lin now sat with a grave expression, making a phone call. He seemed to be reporting the situation to higher-ups and seeking instructions on how to proceed. Faced with such expensive items that might be problematic, he was also at a loss. With his authority, it wasn't easy to decide on this matter. That's why he was calling for experts to come in. If there was anything inside these jadeite rough stones, it wouldn't leave a trace. While they amateurs couldn't detect anything, professionals who handled these stones regularly would be able to tell. Earlier, they had also asked Feng Lu to test them, but he hadn't detected anything amiss. He had sniffed every single stone inside and found no issues whatsoever. But Feng Lu wasn't giving up on finding clues just yet. The sooner they uncovered any problems, the more time they'd have. After all, solving a case like this wasn't just about catching the sellers. It involved an entire supply chain. While they couldn't do anything about the production sites, however, those responsible for each sales link, the buyers, and those providing venues for users were all targets they needed to apprehend. Catching the perpetrators sooner meant less reaction time for these individuals, allowing them to apprehend more suspects and gather more evidence. But this time, Feng Lu was truly stumped. No matter how hard he sniffed, he detected not a hint of the unusual scent. Even with his nose pressed against it, nothing. Something's off. Lu Feng's nose pressed against a modest-sized jadeite roughstone when suddenly he caught a distinct scent. This particular odor was one he'd only encountered on a handful of stones, not something found on every single one. If he were just an ordinary police dog, he wouldn't have noticed this scent that wasn't DP. But he was a police dog with a human soul, so the moment he detected it, he understood. Since the perpetrator had hidden the DP inside the jadeite rough, they would have first had to break open the stone, carve out sufficient space inside, and then carefully reassemble it. During this process, they would inevitably use some kind of special adhesive. The scent of this substance wouldn't be strong. At least, human noses probably couldn't detect it. Or perhaps it evaporated quickly, dissipating within 2 days of ventilation. However, while these scents might be undetectable to humans, they were easily picked up by the keen nose of the police dog, Lu. After confirming his suspicions, Lu began moving around the pile of stones. His hunch was quickly validated. Out of roughly 50 jadeite rough stones, only about 20 emitted a scent. As for the rest, he couldn't say for certain. He could only detect this many problematic ones. Woof woof woof. Come on, everyone, look at me. Lu Feng barked loudly several times. Once he saw everyone's attention fixed on him, he began moving through the pile of stones. Whenever he encountered a problematic stone, he would tap it a few times with his paw before moving on to the next one. Huan, are you saying these stones are problematic? Yilin, who had just finished his phone call, instantly understood what Hanin was trying to convey upon seeing the scene before him. Woof woof woof. Yes. Lu turned to look at Yilin, gave a serious nod, and then paused before searching for the next problematic jadeite rough. He needed to wait for his colleague to catch up and record the stones he had pointed out. Then he could continue pointing them out one by one, avoiding wasted time on redundant work. Xiaowu, grab a marker and mark all the jadeite rough stones Huan pointed out. Everyone else, lend a hand and move the marked stones to a separate area. Yilin swiftly directed his team to assist Lu's work. At this point, he couldn't afford to be picky. He was genuinely eager to see how Lu would perform. He'd just made several calls. Though he'd pulled strings to find 2 professionals, they were both out of town on business trips. Even if they rushed over immediately, it would still take time. While Yunqing had plenty of such specialists, he couldn't just hire anyone off the street. This person had to be reliable. The 2 he'd contacted had worked with them before. If Lu didn't find any issues, Yilin was prepared to wait indefinitely for them to arrive. He could simply find an excuse to stall Zhou Zhifei for a bit. It was a bit troublesome, but it wasn't impossible. 10 minutes later. With the help of the group, the marked jadeite rough stones were quickly separated and placed aside. Then, Xiaowu and the others began using magnifying glasses and various tools to carefully examine the stones. Though not professionals, they could still identify tampered stones if they knew what to look for. Station Chief, what should we do now? Xiaowu looked at Yilin with a headache. It was still the same problem. Jadeite rough stones were expensive. If they damaged them without finding anything, it would be a big problem. If the other party was reasonable, it would be manageable. But if they were difficult and seized on this issue, dealing with the fallout would be extremely troublesome. Pick the rough jadeite stone you suspect has the most problems. Open it. Yilin displayed the decisive leadership and responsibility expected of a leader at this moment. He knew that the longer they hesitated, the harder it would be to make a decision. Better to trust their own police dog once. Soon, a relatively small, problematic jadeite rough was brought out separately. Xiaowu and his team took out their specialized tools and began carefully grinding away at the rough's outer shell. As for why they chose a small one, first, they believed this particular stone had the highest probability of being problematic. Second, they figured a smaller stone would be cheaper. That way, even if the stone ended up ruined, they could scrape together enough to cover the loss. Chapter 195, Successful Net Closure. Got it. Xiaowu, who was in charge of the grinding work, stopped the machine immediately as if he had discovered something. He reached out with his gloved hand toward the stone he was grinding. He began wiping it carefully, soon revealing the faint outline of a thin stone slice. Though small, it was clear this piece had been artificially attached, not a natural formation. However, since the material covering it hadn't been completely removed, the full size of the stone fragment remained unclear for now. Quick, keep grinding. Get that stone fragment out. Yilin rubbed his hands together excitedly at the sight, urging Xiaowu to dismantle the disguised jadeite rough. 1 hour later. After confirming that the jadeite rough stone pointed out by Lu indeed had issues, all the staff began dismantling the disguised jadeite rough stone with various tools. Soon, the selected jadeite rough stones were dismantled. Each one concealed a sealed package of DP. When all the concealed DP was laid out together, everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although they hadn't weighed it yet, based on their experience dealing with DF, they knew each bag found should be the same weight. A rough calculation confirmed that the total value of the goods in transaction should match any deviation would be minimal. Han, thank you. Yilin's hair, already noticeably graying, was now completely dusty and gray from the grinding stones in the warehouse, covered in all sorts of fine particles. Woof woof woof. You're welcome. Lu Feng was equally covered in dust, looking quite disheveled, but inside he was overjoyed. Lu Feng glanced at Zhou Zhifei in the distance, his face ashen. After the first stone had been dismantled, Yilin had ordered men to seize Zhou Zhifei and bring him to this warehouse. Since his arrival, Yilin had only ordered his men to keep him under guard. No one had interrogated him, and no one had spoken to him. In this isolation, Zhou Zhifei had watched as one jadeite rough after another was dismantled. With each piece broken open and its DP extracted, his face grew paler. Under this torment, Lu knew the man's psychological defenses had collapsed. At this point, interrogation would likely yield a full confession. Sure enough, when Zhou Zhifei was brought into the interrogation room, he was already in a dazed state. He answered whatever the interrogators asked, though his responses were sometimes slow. Fearing the suspect might later retract his statements by claiming his condition invalidated his testimony, the interrogators had meticulously prepared their questions. For every confession backed by evidence, Yi Lin immediately dispatched personnel to secure the evidence and bring it back. However, the initial inquiries focused on personnel within the FD group. Essentially, whenever Zhou Zhifei revealed a name, a capture team would be dispatched. Upon obtaining the individual's precise location, they would immediately rush to apprehend them. Although the operation to apprehend Zhou Zhifei was relatively low-key, one could never be certain what backup plans the other side might have in place. Many of these FD operatives were like rabbits at the slightest hint of trouble, they'd vanish into hiding. Once they went underground, tracking them down became incredibly difficult. As Zhou Zhifei's confessions unfolded, the entire FD group's network gradually came into focus. Zhou Zhifei was exceptionally quick-witted. He stumbled upon the drug trade by chance and was introduced to it by a friend. Having worked in this field for 8 full years, Zhou Zhifei had evaded capture solely through extreme caution. Zhou Zhifei had compartmentalized all personnel within his FD network. No one knew each other, each reported solely to him. Similarly, none of his subordinates knew him personally, though he possessed detailed records on each one. Should anyone betray him, he would wipe out their entire family. Each operation was executed with surgical precision, leaving no trace behind. Combined with his complete lack of overt connections to these individuals, no one ever suspected him. Over the years, he personally wiped out 2 entire families, totaling 11 victims. The oldest was over 80, the youngest merely a few months old. The trigger was always the same, his underlings attempting to go solo and cutting him out of the deal. His modus operandi with all subordinates was to place goods at a designated location and instruct them to retrieve it. The drop-off points varied each time. Once used, a location was never reused. As for why so many trusted him and remained loyal, betrayals were rare. It stemmed from his generosity. He split half the profits directly with his men. Under these conditions, his team remained remarkably stable, with few unexpected incidents and excellent concealment, which is why the cops never caught them. Had it not been for this accident, their operation likely would have continued indefinitely. As for Zhou Zhifei's higher-up, he was a notorious big-time criminal known to all. Currently, they had absolutely no way to deal with him. With Zhou Zhifei's cooperation, 11 key subordinates under the kingpin were swiftly apprehended, along with over 60 other associated individuals. However, Feng Lu couldn't assist with these matters. After wrapping up here, he was taken by the instructor to a pet shop for a thorough cleaning. Having gone several days without a bath, Feng Lu felt completely refreshed, as if he'd shed several pounds. Woof woof woof. Hey, dumbass, I want watermelon. Buy me some watermelon. The moment they stepped out of the pet shop, Feng Lu trotted ahead, leading Zhao Feng toward a fruit store. Although he hadn't lacked for food or drink during the mission, something still felt missing. Dumbo, can you pick a smaller one? We'll never finish one this big. Zhao Feng watched as Huan picked out a watermelon that looked to weigh over 20 pounds. Feeling a bit helpless, he tried to reason with him. This watermelon was simply too big. It was unrealistic for just the two of them to finish it. Woof woof woof. This is the one I want. I'm in a good mood today, so what? You're not going to begrudge me spending a little money on myself. Fine, fine. Boss, weigh this watermelon for me. Watermelons are now 1 yuan per pound around here. How much are they per pound where you guys are? Chapter 196, Night Patrol. 1 week later. Woof woof woof. You little brat, just you wait. Lu Feng was furious. He'd been taking a nap when some brat placed an ice cube on him. How could he not be angry? The moment he scrambled to his feet, Feng Lu charged after the culprit. With a body still that of a young child, he couldn't stand being bullied like this. Revenge was essential. Hee ha, don't lick my face. Nan Nan lay on the sofa, pushing Feng Lu's doggy head away with all her might, trying to avoid getting covered in his drool. But at her tender age, she was no match for Feng Lu. Soon, her face was covered in his saliva. Having gotten his revenge, Feng Lu didn't dare linger. He scrambled back, prompting Nan Nan, now furious, to grab a pillow and chase after him. Nan Nan, be careful not to fall. Huan, keep an eye on her. Lu Hong, watching the scene unfold nearby, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated as she cautioned the two little ones. Xiao, it's been ages since you've been back here. How come you had time to drop by today? After giving her instructions, Lu Hong, who had just picked up her daughter from school, turned to Zhao Feng, who was watching the two kids with a silly grin, and asked curiously. Director Zhao asked me to come over. I'm not sure what it's about exactly, but I figured I'd swing by for a free meal. Zhao Feng wasn't sure why Zhao Jigua had suddenly summoned him, but judging by the tone, it couldn't be anything urgent after all. He hadn't been rushed to come immediately. Zhao Jigua was still in a meeting and hadn't emerged yet. After arriving, he'd been waiting in the lobby. Nearly an hour had passed and the meeting still hadn't concluded. All he could do now was keep waiting. Alright, come to my office. Just as Lu Hong and Zhao Feng were chatting, Zhao Jigua walked in from outside. After greeting them, he led Zhao Feng toward his office. Uncle Zhao, what did you need me for? After entering, Zhao Feng casually closed the office door behind him and looked at Zhao Zhigua with a hint of curiosity. Well, since you don't have much on your plate lately, I want you to shadow Su Ji for a few days on border inspections. He's under a lot of pressure recently. Several suspects arrested in solved cases entered the country through his jurisdiction. When I spoke with him yesterday, I thought of you and Hanin. With Hanin's intelligence, providing support would be far more effective than sending other police dogs. Consider whether you'd like to join him. Zhao Zhigua slumped wearily into his office chair, massaging his temples. The last case had completely worn him out. Whether it was the arrest operations within Yunqing City or the joint operations with other cities, he had to coordinate and arrange countless details. But now, at last, it was drawing to a close. This morning's meeting was a debriefing on the previous case. During the search of Zhou Zhifei's residence, several firearms and grenades had been discovered. If carrying them abroad hadn't been prohibited, apprehending the suspect wouldn't have been so straightforward. Uncle Air, I'll go. Zhao Feng agreed to Zhao Zhigua's suggestion almost without hesitation. He knew that although his second uncle was consulting him, he actually wanted him to go. All right. That's a frontline operation. You must follow Su Ji's instructions, refrain from acting on your own, and pay close attention to the arrangements. Deep down, Zhao Zhigua felt conflicted. He both wanted Zhao Feng to go and dreaded the idea, knowing that impromptu roadblocks like this were prime grounds for unexpected incidents. They had no idea what kind of people they might be facing. Someone might look honest and simple, but once their criminal activities were discovered, such individuals could turn into monsters at any moment. These field checks weren't like those at border inspection stations, where encounters with armed assaults were rare. Out in the field, they might face fully armed DF. Uncle, don't worry. I'll be careful. They chatted for a while longer, not about work but about everyday matters, with Zhao Zhigua mainly inquiring about Zhao Feng's living conditions. Alright, I'm off. When Zhao Feng emerged, only Feng Lu remained in the lobby, sprawled on the sofa. Nan Nan had likely been put down for her afternoon nap by her mother. The man and his dog had intended to scrounge a meal, but in the end, they left without eating, heading straight back to their own home for a simple bite. Since their patrols were scheduled for nighttime, they needed to catch up on sleep at home to ensure they'd have the energy to work later that evening. 9 o'clock at night. Lu Feng followed the instructor back to the municipal bureau, where they met Su Ji, a veteran officer with over 20 years of service who now primarily handled random inspections. Due to the high volume of FD activities in this border city, many DF engaged in DP trafficking at night. This forced some JC to completely reverse their day-night schedules. Their biological clocks had shifted to working nights and sleeping during the day. Sometimes, if a case arose at night, they even had to work through the day without rest, which was extremely grueling. 10 p.m. Lu Feng rode in Su Ji's vehicle to tonight's patrol location, a county road not too remote, yet dangerously close to the neighboring country. By car, it took less than 10 minutes to cross the border. Due to its geographical location, this area was particularly busy at night, with many truck drivers taking this route to avoid tolls. Upon arrival, the crew swiftly retrieved their equipment from the vehicle, including 2 tire puncturing devices studded with long spikes. This was a new type of tire spike device. Once a vehicle drove over it, the dense barbs on the spikes would instantly anchor the device to the wheel. Once the spike strip becomes lodged in the tire, the vehicle immediately loses power. Each spike strip was positioned about 20 meters apart from the inspection personnel, with dedicated personnel assigned to each one. Additionally, Su Ji had 2 personnel stationed in an off-road vehicle parked about 20 meters from the tire puncturing devices on either side of the road. Inside the vehicle, another staff member remained on standby at all times. This arrangement was primarily to ensure a higher chance of apprehending violators in case of unexpected incidents. The inspection team accompanying Feng Lu numbered around 20 personnel, though Feng Lu hadn't counted them precisely. Each was fully armed with body armor, firearms, and stun batons. The reason for such elaborate preparations stemmed from the numerous unforeseen incidents encountered. Every new rule or procedure had been forged through hard-won, bloody lessons. Chapter 197, Checkpoint ahead. 2:30 a.m. Sitting on the ground, Feng Lu was already feeling drowsy. Though he'd caught up on sleep during the day, someone who wasn't tired simply couldn't sleep soundly. So he'd spent the entire day watching TV at home. Yes, Feng Lu could now pass the time watching TV. Though he still hadn't gotten his longed-for tablet, he could freely watch whatever he wanted on the television. Zhao Feng had long since grown accustomed to Feng Lu's behavior. After all, in this internet-saturated world, a dog watching TV hardly seemed strange anymore. To ensure Feng could watch TV smoothly, Zhao Feng signed up for a whole bunch of subscriptions, this one and that one, spending over 1,000 yuan, and that was just for a year. When renovating his nice new home, Zhao Feng hadn't planned on buying a TV. But his parents insisted one was necessary, especially for future children who could watch cartoons and such. When signing up for the subscriptions, Zhao Feng specifically checked and found there was indeed a children's channel, though it seemed to require a separate membership. Since bringing the TV home, Zhao Feng had only turned it on once during the Spring Festival to watch the gala. He was furious when he discovered even that required a subscription, and he recalled the news broadcast seemed to need one too. Ha! A job! A beam of light hit Feng Lu's face, instantly waking him from his drowsiness. A sedan approached from the nearby corner. At the staff's request, the driver and passenger stepped out of the vehicle. A man and a woman emerged, their wedding rings clearly indicating they were a married couple. While they underwent inspection, Feng Lu approached the vehicle and began examining it from the outside. Finding no issues externally, he moved inside for a thorough check. The interior wasn't spotless, but it was passable. A few children's toys were scattered about, suggesting the couple likely had kids. What on earth were they doing out here in the middle of the night? After Feng Lu finished inspecting the trunk and found no issues, the staff had already verified the couple's identities. With everything in order, they were promptly allowed to leave. 10 minutes later. As Feng Lu lay awake, his mind racing with thoughts, another sedan pulled up. 4 young men stepped out. Are you all from the same place? As Feng Lu was inspecting the vehicle's interior, he heard the colleague responsible for verifying information ask the 4 men. Yes. MHM. Correct. Yes. Upon hearing their affirmative responses, the identity verification officer walked directly over to Su Ji. Though the voice was barely audible, Feng Lu's keen ears caught the exchange. The gist was that the addresses of these 4 young men matched those of the man and woman who had just left. This instantly alerted the verification officer. Such a coincidence occurring late at night was highly improbable, especially since none of their addresses were local. They all belonged to a location quite distant from here. With all 6 appearing here at this hour and passing by one after another, Feng Lu himself began to suspect something was amiss. Do you know Guo Xiaoting and Kong Shui? Su Ji approached the 4 men and asked the question directly, without any pretense. He knew that at this moment, only by asking in such a sudden and unexpected manner could he obtain the most truthful answers. Regardless of whether their answers were truthful or not, their expressions couldn't lie. Direct admission would be ideal. If they denied it, he was confident he could deduce the truth from their reactions. I don't know them. I don't know him either. I don't know him either. I don't know him either. The young man in the white short-sleeved shirt on the left, after hearing Su Ji's question, hesitated for a moment but reacted the fastest, immediately answering Su Ji's question. However, his reaction clearly indicated that he recognized Guo Xiaoting and Kong Shui as a couple. For some reason, he was pretending not to know them. The other 3 were slow to respond, but prompted by the young man in the white short-sleeved shirt, they quickly snapped out of it and hurriedly answered Su Ji's question. Meanwhile, Feng Lu, who was inspecting the vehicle nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes. These guys clearly had poor mental resilience. He could detect the guilt in their voices. Of the 4, only the young man in the white short-sleeved shirt showed slightly stronger mental fortitude. Regardless of their behavior, however, Feng Lu was filled with suspicion. There was definitely something off about these people. Yet, he detected no suspicious odors or items inside their vehicle. One staff member even crouched down to inspect the vehicle's undercarriage with a small mirror, yet found nothing amiss. Just as Feng Lu was deep in thought, Su Ji had already arranged for personnel to conduct a brief inspection of the men's phones. Captain, look at this. A staff member held up a phone, pointing to the content displayed for Su Ji to see. After reviewing the information, Su Ji immediately ordered his team to restrain the 4 individuals and place them in handcuffs. And you claim not to know each other? This information was sent to you by them, right? There was a checkpoint ahead. Come explain what this means to me. Lu Feng could clearly detect the amusement in Su Ji's tone. He probably hadn't expected to find such a message on someone's phone. It was clearly a tip-off message, discovered in a group chat with only 6 members. The chat notes listed each participant's name besides the 4 suspects. The other 2 were Kong Shui and Guo Xiaoting. The 4 individuals addressed by Su Ji's question exchanged glances the moment they saw the phone and its contents. All 3 of them shot daggers at a young man with dyed yellow hair. Needless to say, Su Ji knew whose phone it was. The young man with the yellow hair had likely forgotten to delete the message after reading it. Among the 4, only his phone hadn't been wiped clean. His carelessness had instantly made them prime suspects. If nothing suspicious had been found yet, they would have been crying their eyes out long ago instead of feigning calmness now. Zhao Feng, take dumbass and search the road they came from. See if you can find anything. Su Ji glanced at the group, whose mouths were now firmly shut. Realizing he wouldn't get anything out of them now, he began assigning people to comb the path they had come from, hoping to uncover some clues. Chapter 198, A Ground Trap? Huan, start sniffing. The moment the leash was released, Feng Luo bolted forward, following the beam of the flashlight as he searched along the road. Before starting the search, he had memorized the scent emitted by the vehicle, as well as the distinct odors of the 4 individuals. If the man and woman were scouts, their route wouldn't have been too far apart. Yet they'd taken this long to reach the checkpoint. The extra time these 4 had must have been spent doing something. 5 minutes later. At a junction, Feng Lu suddenly caught the scent of 2 of the 4 individuals. Following the scent inward, Feng Lu detected neither the scents of the other 2 individuals nor that of the vehicle. After following the scent stream for about 300 meters, Feng Lu spotted an SUV. The scent trails of those 2 individuals stopped right beside it. The scent emanating from the vehicle contained traces belonging to those 2 individuals. Is there something wrong with this vehicle? Zhao Feng saw Han Han make a tactical gesture indicating he'd found something and immediately understood what he meant. He shone his powerful flashlight into the vehicle. However, the dark window tint prevented Zhao Feng from seeing inside clearly. He could only make out that the cabin seemed empty. As for the trunk, that would require opening it to confirm. Woof woof woof. Just as Zhao Feng and his colleague were figuring out how to open the SUV, Feng Lu spotted something by the roadside and hurriedly called for help. Car keys. With a vigorous paw swipe, Feng Lu cleared the rocks covering the keys, revealing them on the ground. Beep. Zhao Feng, who had walked over, quickly grabbed the keys and pressed the unlock button. The parked SUV opened with a click. You're a champ, buddy. After unlocking the vehicle, Zhao Feng and the others didn't rush to open the door and check inside. Instead, they waited for their colleagues arriving as backup to relay the information from above. 20 minutes later. The fingerprints collected from inside and outside the SUV matched those of the 4 men, confirming all 4 had been in the vehicle. Additional unidentified fingerprints were found, but no corresponding individuals were located. However, the findings had already been relayed to the technical department at headquarters. If any of the fingerprint owners had a criminal record or had recently obtained new identification, they could quickly trace the fingerprints back to their owners. Once the vehicle was opened, its contents were laid bare for all to see. As initially observed, the cabin contained no suspicious items. Only a few cigarette butts, several pieces of men's clothing, and some food and drink items, along with packaging left behind from consumed food, were present. The trunk was also opened, but it was completely empty, devoid of any contents. Take the tires apart. Su Ji, who had just arrived, thought for a moment before giving the order. Got it. Upon hearing Su Ji's command, the others immediately sprang into action, realizing he suspected the suspect had hidden something inside the tires. 10 minutes later. When the last tire was finally dismantled, everyone present felt disappointed. Inside, there was nothing they were looking for. It remained completely empty. Lu Feng was also a bit stunned at this point. Judging by these people's behavior, there must be some shady dealings going on. But why, after finding all the abandoned vehicles, had they discovered nothing suspicious? He had already walked around the perimeter once and detected no suspicious objects or scents. The scent trails of the 2 individuals hadn't extended further down this road. He trusted his own judgment implicitly. If the other party had hidden something, where could it possibly be? There were no conceivable hiding spots along the road itself. Suji had already dispatched men to comb this route thoroughly. Neither the roadway nor the surrounding areas yielded any suspicious items. Moreover, one side of the road was lined with woods, while the other bordered a river, one that looked quite deep. He had already searched the woods thoroughly. He had already searched several spots near the roadside, yet found nothing unless the other party had fled farther away. Could they have hidden something in the river? After ruling out all possible trouble spots, if nothing was found, then the most unlikely place was where the problem lay. With that thought, Feng Lu pushed aside all other concerns. The slope was extremely steep, so Feng Lu descended with extreme caution, terrified of accidentally tumbling into the river. He didn't want to end up not helping at all, only adding trouble for his teammates. Huan, come back up. The riverbank is clear. Zhao Feng spotted Hanin reaching the riverbank and urgently called him back. Someone had already inspected the area and found nothing amiss. The damp soil along the riverbank would inevitably leave footprints if anyone walked there, which is why the inspection team could confirm the river itself was clear. All attention was now focused on the forest, as they believed the goods were most likely hidden there. Without contingency preparations, the perpetrator couldn't have provided effective waterproofing for the DP. This meant that if they didn't want to lose the cargo, hiding it underwater was impossible. Having finally reached the riverbank, how could Feng Lu simply give up? Besides, he wasn't afraid of water and knew how to swim. If he fell in, he could always swim back out. On the other side, Zhao Feng observed Feng's actions. Realizing shouting wouldn't bring him back, he gave up trying. The riverbed was covered in thick aquatic plants and murky water, and with nightfall, it was impossible to clearly see beneath the surface. Using the light from Zhao Feng's flashlight, Feng began to carefully examine the riverbank. He used his claws to part the grassy thickets along the bank, hoping to uncover something. He walked along the riverbank all the way to the bridge at the road junction, finding nothing along the way. Peering through the bridge's archway, Feng Lu noticed no one had crossed to inspect the other side. With that thought, Feng Lu couldn't be bothered to climb up. He simply jumped into the river, swam through the bridge's arch toward the other side, completely ignoring the instructor calling out to him from the bank. Climbing up was such a hassle, swimming under the bridge was faster. Besides, on a day this hot, what was wrong with wanting a swim? A rope? Reaching the other side quickly, Feng Lu noticed by the light of the flashlight that had just shone down that a rope seemed to be fixed along the riverbank. Someone setting a ground net? Chapter 199, 6 Caught. Lu Feng realized he hadn't misseen that the rope was indeed connected to a ground trap net, and not just one. 2 more were positioned nearby. From a distance, he hadn't been able to see clearly, but now that he was closer, the traps were plainly visible. Just as Feng Lu was about to walk away in disappointment, he suddenly noticed something inside the trap. It didn't seem to be fish. His retreating steps halted. Returning to the trap, he bit down on the rope securing it and pulled it forcefully toward the shore to get a better look inside. "Let me handle this." Just as Feng Lu slipped and struggled to pull, a hand reached out from the side, grabbed the rope, and lifted the trap out of the water with almost no effort. After all, while Feng would have had to drag the trap along the ground to pull it up, Zhao Feng simply used his height advantage to lift it directly out of the water. Lu Feng immediately focused his attention on the lifted trap. Inside were several loaches and eels, along with over a dozen items wrapped in black plastic bags. Thick layers of clear tape were wrapped haphazardly around the bags, suggesting they'd been sealed in a rush. Wow, these guys have some serious guts. Zhao Feng set the trap net on the ground with a sigh of relief. If not for him, they would have eventually discovered these contraband items, but who knew when? In situations like today's, without concrete evidence, they would typically release the suspects but assign personnel to tail them continuously. They would also station personnel nearby, as they were almost certain these individuals were up to no good. They wouldn't abandon the investigation just because of a lack of evidence. Once under surveillance, if the suspects didn't have time to retrieve the goods, the owners of the traps would inevitably discover the contraband when collecting them. At that point, the owners would most likely choose to turn it over to the authorities. This shipment would ultimately be discovered. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, their people would be stationed here by then. When the trap owners came to collect their traps, those people wouldn't stand idly by and let them take the items away. Captain Su, suspicious items found at the east end of the bridge. Zhao Feng wasted no time, immediately pulling out his walkie-talkie to contact Su Ji and request backup. He had no idea how many DP units the other side had hidden. Regardless of whether this was all they found, they needed to search the entire vicinity to ensure no one slipped through the cracks. These guys are pretty smart. Su Ji and his team rushed over in a hurry. Upon seeing the contents inside the ground traps, they echoed Zhao Feng's astonishment. These guys really pushed their intelligence to the limit. For money, they'll think of anything. You bet. The staff members who had accompanied them also exchanged astonished whispers. They had been battling DF's schemes for years and had seen every conceivable hiding method, but this one was a first. "Captain Su, what should we do now?" Deputy Captain Lu Chang seemed to have an idea. After a moment's thought, he asked Su Ji. "Let's get this over with quickly. We'll leave a few brothers here to keep watch and monitor the situation." Su Ji paused before responding. He understood Lu Chang's implication. If the goods were hidden in a ground cage, was the cage's owner connected to this operation? He also wondered if someone would come to retrieve it later, or if the perpetrator was confident enough to evade their inspection and return to collect it themselves. These questions had crossed his mind too. But given the commotion they'd caused, any potential backup would likely stay away now. Given their level of caution, the slightest disturbance would send them fleeing. Still, the low-level foot soldiers might take desperate risks for money, while higher-ups could force their subordinates to retrieve the goods. In short, anything could happen, so stationing men here was absolutely the right call. As for why they didn't leave the goods behind for a sting operation, it was because no one could guarantee against unforeseen complications. It was safer to take the goods with them. 15 minutes later. Su Ji led the entire team straight out the intersection, leaving only 5 colleagues concealed in the nearby woods to wait for the owner of the trap nets and any potential couriers. Near the problematic trap, they discovered 3 more traps, but each contained only fish and shrimp, no hidden items. They searched the surrounding area as well, but found nothing suspicious. For now, they had no choice but to retreat and return at dawn to conduct a thorough search with reinforcements. 10 minutes later. Before Feng Lu and his team had returned to the municipal bureau, the colleagues guarding the intersection called. Shortly after the main group departed, they spotted 2 suspicious individuals approaching. The pair rode a motorcycle directly to the bridge, parked, and immediately descended to the riverbank to retrieve the trap net. Upon discovering it contained nothing of value, they immediately realized they might have been ambushed and attempted to flee. However, they were unsuccessful and were apprehended by the officers. When the light illuminated their faces, the officers recognized them as Guo Xiaoting and Kong Shui, the very individuals they were pursuing. After the successful apprehension, the on-site personnel immediately called Su Ji to report. Su Ji, who was halfway there, immediately turned back with his team toward the bridge. "Well, this is truly a double blessing," Su Ji remarked with a hint of emotion as he looked at the 2 individuals now under control. The rest unfolded smoothly. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, the 6 men offered no resistance and confessed everything immediately. All 6 hailed from the same region and knew each other well. According to their statements, the cargo wasn't theirs, they were merely transport couriers. They claimed no knowledge of the cargo's owner, having never met them. They had connected through a dating app. After accepting the job, the other party paid them half the deposit up front, all in cash, which offered little help for tracing the source. Technical personnel investigated the other party's account information and discovered that the identity verification was registered to an 80-year-old man. It was obvious without further investigation that this was fake. Most of the login locations were traced to downtown Shenfeng City, but since the user relied on mobile networks, this information was also of limited investigative value. Moreover, the client likely knew about the 6 arrests and had probably already fled the city. Though the chances of catching them were slim, Suji immediately notified his colleagues in Shenfeng City, instructing them to investigate and see if any useful leads could be found. Chapter 200, Drunk Driving? The next day at 8 p.m. After sleeping all day, Zhao Feng ate a quick meal before immediately driving to the municipal bureau with Hanin. The FD case involving the 6 individuals had kept them busy until past 10 a.m. before they could wrap things up, though only their specific tasks were completed. Follow-up personnel apprehension and investigative work were handed over to other colleagues. They resumed their night patrol duties. Regardless of the task, Feng Lu's job remained the same, constantly sniffing and checking for any unusual odors. Today, their checkpoint was at the same location as yesterday. Their assigned area was a hotspot for DP trafficking, largely due to its proximity to the neighboring country. Although personnel patrolled the border intermittently, some individuals inevitably slipped through the cracks. They represent the second critical challenge for FD personnel. Before midnight, the area remained bustling with vehicles, primarily carrying villagers from nearby settlements who had returned home late for various reasons. Beyond local residents, there were also workers from nearby areas. Given the proximity to neighboring countries, some import-export companies chose to establish their offices or factories in this vicinity. After midnight, most people needing to work the next day had returned home to rest. As the hour drew near, the intervals between passing vehicles grew longer. After completing his checks, the patrol officer could even catch a quick nap. Pull over to the side of the road and exit your vehicle for inspection. A vehicle approached from the corner. Upon noticing the checkpoint, it slowed noticeably but ultimately drove forward. Facing several assault rifles pointed at him, the driver obediently stepped out of the vehicle. As the door swung open, a strong smell of alcohol hit the air. Lu Feng glanced at the driver, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, though the front buttons were mostly undone, exposing most of his upper body. Several lipstick marks adorned his neck. Their origin was obvious. Despite the situation, Feng Lu breathed a sigh of relief. This was likely a DUI case, not the scenario they had feared. If it had been FD personnel, the driver wouldn't have pulled over so readily for inspection. Come on, blow into this. An officer held out the breathalyzer for the man to test his alcohol level. Without hesitation, he blew hard into the device. Ha! You haven't been drinking? What puzzled them was that the breathalyzer didn't beep. The displayed reading was 0, proving he hadn't consumed alcohol. So where did the alcohol smell on him come from? Captain Su, there's another person in the car. Having just finished inspecting the vehicle's exterior, Feng Lu was about to examine the interior. But as soon as Zhao Feng opened the door, he spotted a woman lying on the rear floor. She was petite, barely reaching 5 feet tall, lying half naked on the floor. If not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, Feng would have thought she was dead. She was practically lying in a pool of vomit. Residue at the corners of her mouth indicated it was her own. Who is she to you? Suji stared sternly at the middle-aged man before him. The woman had already been carried out of the car by the female officer and given a quick cleanup. What infuriated them, however, was that upon seeing her youthful, almost childlike face, they could tell the girl was very young, likely not even an adult yet. My friend. The middle-aged man's answer sounded weak and uncertain, clearly indicating something was amiss. What's her name? How old is she? Tian. 19 years old. Full name. Wei Tian. From the middle-aged man's tone, it was clear he didn't actually know this girl. The name he gave was clearly made up on the spot. Woof woof woof. While inspecting the vehicle, Feng Lu detected an unusual scent in the girl's vomit. She had likely just ingested DP. You mean there's an unusual smell in here? Zhao Feng looked at Feng Lu with surprise. He never imagined Feng Lu could detect the scent of DP from vomit. This was a first for him. He immediately relayed the situation to Su Ji, asking him to arrange the next steps. In truth, Feng was also puzzled. If the girl had taken DP inside the car, there should be lingering traces of the drug's scent. Yet he hadn't detected any particularly strong residual odor inside the vehicle. Run tests on them. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's report, Su Ji paused in surprise. Yet he quickly grasped the likely explanation. The girl must have ingested the drug only moments before vomiting it out, which is why the vomit carried the distinct scent of DP. Suji ignored the middle-aged man. No matter what, he wouldn't let him leave easily. Until the matter was thoroughly investigated, the man would have to stay put. 10 minutes later. Captain Su, the girl tested positive for DP use. The staff member's words pierced everyone present with heartache. Such a young child had used DP. No one knew how long she'd been using it or if she could even quit. Just then, the ambulance arrived. Suji arranged for someone to take the girl to the hospital for treatment. He hoped this was her first time using. If that were the case, the likelihood of her developing a full-blown addiction after hospital treatment would be minimal. As for the middle-aged man, he was taken directly to the municipal bureau. Specialized personnel would handle his case there, conducting more thorough tests to determine if he had a history of DP use. Lu Feng hadn't anticipated that during the patrol, they wouldn't seize any DP but instead apprehended a user. The question remained whether the individual had used it intentionally or accidentally. Whether it was her first time or the nth time. Reflecting on this, Feng Lu sighed inwardly. He felt increasingly convinced that his work held profound significance. Had they not intercepted these drug dealers? He couldn't even imagine how terrifying the world would become if DP were allowed to run rampant. During the late-night inspections, they encountered no further anomalies. Every vehicle they checked was clean. This eased the tension in Feng Lu's nerves. He clocked out promptly at 6 in the morning. The first thing he did upon returning home was wolf down a meal. After eating, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep, snoring sleep. Watching him from the bathroom, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. When would he get to live a life like that? Seriously jealous. Chapter 201, Colleagues? The following night at 8:30 p.m. Captain Su, what was the final outcome of yesterday's incident? Zhao Feng, who had rushed over early, couldn't wait to ask Su Ji about the follow-up to yesterday's incident the moment he saw him. Sigh. That girl is 14 years old. She works as a hostess at a club. According to her statement, she's been using DP for over a year now. It started when she went out for a class reunion dinner and was drugged by her classmates. It's also a tactic used by that club to control their staff. Su Ji sighed. This was an outcome he deeply regretted. Earlier that day, colleagues from the municipal bureau had acted on information provided by the middle-aged man and the girl. They raided a criminal operation where dealers used DP to control hostesses for profit. In the dealer's dormitory, he rescued 13 underage girls. The case had now been taken over by provincial headquarters, and the subsequent developments remained uncertain. Come on, we should head out. The group chatted briefly in the office. Suji glanced at the time and saw it was almost the appointed hour. He stood up and led the way toward the parking lot. 40 minutes later. Today's chosen location was particularly remote. According to Suji, it was another spot close to the border, situated at the intersection of several nearby highways. This route had long been a frequent passage for FD personnel, but since they began conducting regular inspections, FD activities in the area had decreased significantly. Even so, they still conducted periodic inspections to maintain a deterrent effect against criminal activity. Soon, the staff had all the equipment set up and personnel in their designated positions. Today's temporary inspection operation had begun. Just as Feng Lu thought no vehicles would appear for a while, a sedan rounded the corner. Spotting the officers, the driver cooperatively pulled over to the side of the road. Comrade, our leader is conducting research in the countryside today and will be returning late. Could we please travel together? The license plate indicated it was a government vehicle. The driver didn't exit the car but instead handed an ID to Suji. Please cooperate with our inspection. It won't take long. Suji didn't take the ID. Instead, he took 2 steps back, his expression stern as he adopted an official tone. Since the windows were covered with one-way tint film, it was impossible to see inside from the outside. Therefore, Suji had no idea who was sitting inside. This? Could you make an exception? The boss is exhausted and asleep in the back. I'd rather not disturb him. The driver lowered his voice, his face twisted with distress as he pleaded with Suji. Comrade, please cooperate with our work. Turn off the engine and exit the vehicle. Suji exchanged a knowing glance with his colleagues nearby, then suddenly raised his voice to sternly rebuke the driver. Watching this unfold, Feng Lu perked up. He knew Suji must have spotted something, otherwise, he wouldn't have alerted his colleagues to stay vigilant. Wang, what did I tell you? When you encounter a comrade doing their job, you cooperate. Just as the tension in the air began to thicken, a deep voice boomed from inside the vehicle. The rear door swung open. A middle-aged man with an imposing presence stepped out. Though his words were polite, his expression betrayed deep displeasure. But whether it was an illusion or not, Feng Lu felt a momentary flicker of confusion and tension in the man's eyes when he saw him. Here's my badge. Without further ado, the middle-aged man produced an ID card from his person and handed it to Suji. This time, Suji accepted it without hesitation and examined it carefully. The man was the county magistrate of a county under Yunqing's jurisdiction. Suji checked the information platform and found no discrepancies. The photo matched roughly, there were slight differences, but nothing significant. Huan, sniff. Seeing the driver also step out, Zhao Feng immediately led Huan over to the vehicle and began inspecting it. The exterior of the vehicle showed no issues. The trunk is fine. No issues inside the vehicle. Ha? Landwind was puzzled. Why did the other person seem flustered and nervous upon seeing him? Could he have misread the situation? Regardless of the reason, Feng Lu trusted his nose. Since he hadn't detected any unusual odors, it must mean he'd misread the situation. Thanks for your cooperation. Suji promptly returned the documents after Lu Feng finished his inspection, then instructed his colleague to stow the tire spike device and clear the vehicle. Hold on. Just as the driver started the vehicle and prepared to leave, Suji seemed to notice something and hurriedly called out, signaling the driver not to depart. "Just drive off. Don't listen to him." The middle-aged man's voice came through the unclosed window. Upon hearing it, the driver stepped on the gas pedal and accelerated, preparing to leave. "Stop the vehicle." Though unaware of what Suji had spotted, as longtime colleagues, they knew he wouldn't demand the driver stop without reason. He must have seen something significant. Seeing the staff closing in and the gun barrels aimed at him, the driver instinctively tapped the brakes. "Step on it. Drive through." The middle-aged man's voice was filled with urgency. Seeing the driver hesitate, he urgently shouted to stop him and instead accelerate through the roadblock. "Everyone, get out of the way." Suji watched the vehicle begin to move and immediately called out to his colleagues, instructing them to clear the lane. He swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie, instructing the rear team to deploy the spike strip while telling the driver to focus on intercepting the vehicle. The others knew escape was impossible. Seeing it was futile, they immediately cleared the road. After the vehicle passed, they swiftly gave chase. Bang! 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 Before they reached the second checkpoint, 4 consecutive tire bursts echoed. Rounding the corner, they saw the vehicle already blocking the road. "Get out! Hands on your head! Get out now!" 5 officers surrounded both sides of the vehicle. 2 used window-smashing tools to rapidly strike the glass, shattering it in moments. 3 others stood nearby, guns pointed at the occupants, forcing them out. Seeing this, Feng Lu knew the occupants must be unharmed, otherwise, the officers wouldn't be acting so tense. Bang! Just as everyone rushed toward the scene, a gunshot echoed through the air. A staff member wielding a window breaker clutched his arm and crouched down. The others quickly crouched down, taking cover in the blind spot of the assailant. "They have a gun. Someone's hurt." Chapter 202, The Disguise Mask. The moment Suji saw this, he immediately ordered his men to shine powerful flashlights at the vehicle. Instantly, the entire car was bathed in blinding light. Through the shattered window, they could see the driver and the middle-aged man lying prone behind the door to avoid gunfire. To prevent any further accidents, Suji ordered the 5 people near the vehicle to retreat to a safe area. Their primary objective now was to capture them alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. A single grenade could have ended them both. An eerie silence hung between the 2 sides. Suji made no calls for surrender, and the 2 inside showed no signs of negotiating. As time dragged on, the situation grew increasingly dire for those inside the vehicle. Several cars slowly approached, gradually closing in on the suspect's vehicle. "We surrender. Don't shoot." Just as Feng Lu thought the suspects were prepared to fight to the end, the middle-aged man's slightly trembling voice rang out. Then, a handgun was tossed out of the vehicle. The rear left door slowly opened. The middle-aged man, hands raised, stepped out of the vehicle inch by inch. As he stepped out, the driver's door opened simultaneously. The driver rolled out of the car, hands raised, and immediately dropped to the ground. "Ha!" Lu Feng stared at the 2 men pinned to the ground, utterly helpless. He nearly bit his tongue. Just moments ago, he'd been contemplating jumping through the window to subdue them. Seemed like he'd overthought it. These 2 clearly lacked the courage to face death. They probably weren't hardened criminals. Their crimes likely wouldn't warrant the death penalty. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrendered so easily. Half an hour later. "Captain Su, what did you spot earlier? Why did you suddenly order them to stop?" After the 2 men were taken away and the scene cleared, Zhao Feng finally had a chance to voice his lingering question. "When that middle-aged man lowered his head, I saw a tattoo on the back of his neck. As a public official, he shouldn't have any tattoos. Especially since he's a county magistrate. That's even less likely. And there's another issue. The city held a 3-day conference today, summoning all county magistrates. He simply couldn't have been here. That's how I confirmed he was an imposter. You saw it too just now. He was wearing a mask over his face. Without getting up close, you wouldn't have noticed it in the dim light of night." Suji was deeply moved by the recent events. In all his years conducting temporary inspections, this was the first time he'd encountered someone impersonating another through such means. He didn't yet know the specific reason behind their actions, but judging by the weapons they carried and their refusal to surrender when confronted, it was clear they weren't up to anything good. Regardless of their motives, it no longer mattered to them. Their job was to apprehend the suspect. The rest would be handled by the proper authorities. 2:30 a.m. Beep. 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 Lu Feng, fast asleep, was jolted awake by the sound of honking horns. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see a minivan approaching from a short distance away. He couldn't fathom why the driver, upon seeing their roadblock, kept honking incessantly. Thankfully, the driver seemed reasonably cooperative and pulled over obediently. "Officer, I haven't been drinking." A young man leaned out the open window, his tone tinged with irritation. "Turn off the engine and step out for inspection." The officer ignored the tone, staring sternly at the young man. All right, I'm getting out." Just as the young man was about to argue, he looked up and saw several gun barrels pointed at him. He quickly waved his hands, turned off the engine, and stepped out of the car. As the car approached, Feng Lu had already caught a whiff of chicken manure. Upon entering the vehicle, an even stronger stench hit him. Lu Feng figured he couldn't be the only one noticing it, others must smell it too. But each of them possessed impeccable professional discipline, so none showed it on their faces. After inspecting the vehicle's exterior, the rear door of the van was opened. The scene inside confirmed Feng Lu's suspicions. The compact cargo area held 3 layers of stacked chicken cages, each crammed full of birds, roosters and hens alike. Lu Feng looked up at his instructor with a headache. This guy couldn't get in either. How were they supposed to inspect it? Get 2 people to help unload everything. Suji, standing nearby, saw the situation inside the van and didn't wait for Zhao Feng to speak. He immediately called over 2 colleagues, and they began unloading the chicken cages from the vehicle. The young man being inspected nearby observed Suji's actions but said nothing, quietly standing aside playing with his phone. Once he realized they weren't investigating him for illegal transport, the young man calmed down considerably and cooperated fully throughout the inspection. The chicken cages inside the truck looked numerous, but the space was limited, so they didn't hold as many as one might imagine. Soon, all the cages were unloaded. To be honest, Feng Lu felt a bit disgusted. While chicken meat was delicious, stepping into a truck filled with chicken droppings was still somewhat repulsive. Still, Feng Lu knew that vehicles like this were precisely the ones most likely to have issues. So he inspected it with extra care, sniffing every conceivable hiding spot 2 or 3 times before moving on to the next area, ensuring nothing was amiss. Ha! Lu Feng stared at the peeling undercarriage. Without hesitation, he dug his claws into the loose skin, peeling it back to inspect what lay beneath. Thankfully, the underside of the panel was completely empty. Feng Lu let out a sigh of relief, having feared the other party might have hidden something there. After years in this line of work, he couldn't help but inspect any spot that looked like it could hide something. A brief pang of nostalgia washed over Feng Lu before he resumed his inspection. Soon, both the driver's seat and passenger seat were thoroughly checked with no issues found. Feng Lu quickly jumped out of the vehicle and walked a good distance away, taking several deep breaths of fresh air. You never complained about eating chicken every time we hunted. What's the deal now that you see a live one? After helping secure the chicken coop, Zhao Feng approached Lu Feng and gave his dog a playful pat on the head. Woof woof woof. You're just talking nonsense from your comfortable position. This isn't the same thing at all. You're completely off base. Feng Lu rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this idiot. Chapter 203, Second Encounter. After the energetic young man passed by, the number of vehicles encountered afterward was pitifully few. Only 1 or 2 cars came along in over an hour. Feng Lu slept soundly, and if it weren't for the occasional need to get up and work, he would have thought he was at home. Though some of the later vehicles aroused suspicion, none ultimately revealed anything unusual. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, many of the passing vehicles carried people doing backbreaking work, vegetable delivery trucks, meat transporters, and the like. Are you not sleepy anymore? While waiting at the traffic light, Zhao Feng glanced back and saw Huan staring intently out the window, though he couldn't tell what caught his attention. Woof woof woof. Yeah, jealous? Feng Lu barked twice, never turning to look at the other person, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. In the past, everything had been rushed. Now, with rare time to spare, he began to notice the scenery outside the window. Unexpectedly, things he'd never paid attention to before were strikingly beautiful. Every sight held an indescribable charm. After returning home, Feng Long ate a light meal before flopping onto the sofa to watch TV. Since Zhao Feng was already asleep, he kept the volume low. Yet for his keen ears, that volume was more than sufficient. 3:40 a.m. the next day. Turn off the engine and pull over for inspection. Is that you? The officer paused, surprised to see the energetic young man again. Hey there, I drive this route every day delivering live chickens. The energetic young man flicked his head back, sweeping his bangs up over his eyebrows. Witnessing this, Feng Lu's lips twitched. How the hell does this guy drive, and so steadily at that? Suppressing the urge to comment, Feng Lu began meticulously sniffing the vehicle's exterior. Whether he knew the driver or not, it didn't affect his thorough inspection. Ha! It's cleaner. When Feng Lu reached the rear cargo area, he found it unusually clean today. Aside from a few fresh piles of chicken droppings, there were no other particularly dirty spots. The entire compartment had clearly been cleaned recently, even the leather lining on the floor was brand new. The chicken cages, damn, those were new too. These discoveries surprised Feng Lu. He hadn't expected this energetic young man to be so particular. Lu Feng didn't dwell on it. He began sniffing around the cabin carefully. Though it looked clean, the smell inside wasn't pleasant. It was still just as foul. Distinguishing the source proved quite difficult, requiring multiple careful sniffs. After inspecting the rear compartment, Feng Lu moved directly to the driver's seat and began sniffing meticulously. Both the driver's seat and passenger seat had been cleaned, looking much tidier. Still, there was a fair amount of trash strewn about, clearly left behind just today. Han, come sniff this spot. Just as Feng Lu finished his inspection and stepped out of the truck, intending to walk away for some fresh air, Suji called out to him, pointing at the chicken cages unloaded nearby. The cage was crammed full of chickens, leaving almost no extra space. The birds probably couldn't even turn around inside. Feng Lu remembered that yesterday's load hadn't been nearly this packed. This discrepancy likely made Suji suspicious, prompting him to have Feng Lu check it. After all, Feng hadn't inspected the cages yesterday. Everything inside was plain to see. Nothing could be hidden except what lay inside the chicken's gizzards. Even so, a staff member felt the chicken's crops and found nothing unusual. Just moments ago, Feng Lu had seen another staff member conduct a similar inspection, which also revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Of course, not every chicken could be inspected. It was all random sampling. Though numerous doubts flashed through his mind, Feng Lu didn't hesitate. He jogged straight to the chicken cages and began sniffing each one meticulously. When Feng Lu reached the middle row of cages, he suddenly noticed something off. It seemed those earlier inspectors had nearly pinched the crops with their fingers. The crop is the organ where chickens temporarily store food. This method could only detect solid objects like pills, but powdered substances would be impossible to find by hand. While hiding powdered substances in a crop was nearly impossible, what if a clever smuggler discovered a storage method? That would be trouble. Even if they transported DP right in front of them, the inspectors wouldn't detect it. Barring accidents, they could keep shipping DP this way indefinitely. This thought made Feng Lu perk up instantly. He began sniffing more intently while also observing the chicken's behavior inside the coop. Before this suspicion arose, Feng Lu hadn't noticed anything unusual. But now, as he studied the chickens, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about their crop. Every single one of these chickens had distended crops, looking as though they'd been stuffed to the brim. However, this alone wasn't unusual. Every chicken farm feeding chickens for sale would stuff them before selling to increase weight. On the surface, this seemed perfectly normal. What unsettled Feng Lu was that some of the chicken's crops had begun to deflate slightly, while others remained persistently swollen, showing no signs of digestion. Moreover, after sitting here for a while, the chickens with slightly deflated crops began to defecate, while those with persistently swollen crops showed no signs of defecation and appeared to be in considerable distress. To the human eye, every chicken in the coop appeared identical. Without significant outward signs, it was impossible to tell if they were suffering. But with careful observation and comparison between some chickens, it was actually possible to discern certain differences. Lu Feng hesitated. After inspecting the entire pen, he detected no unusual odors. Beyond his own suspicions, he found nothing amiss. Got it. No shame, dumbass mode activated. Woof woof woof. Bro, I'm having chicken tonight, you're buying it. Lu Feng began barking loudly at Zhao Feng, then pointed his paw at the chicken in the coop after a few barks. What's wrong with this? Lu Feng hadn't expected his actions to make everyone tense up. The few colleagues beside the young man even aimed their guns at him, leaving the guy utterly flustered. Lu Feng scratched his head, realizing he hadn't thought things through. This was a bit reckless. What should he do next? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Chapter 204, The Family Workshop. Don't shoot. This is my first time. You have to believe me, I swear it's my first time. Just as Feng Lu was pondering his response, the young man beside him, startled by the police's sudden move, thought he was about to be treated the same way and immediately dropped to his knees. Though the young man's reaction momentarily stunned those present, they were all seasoned veterans whose reflexes were astonishingly quick. Though they didn't know why he'd suddenly acted this way, his words made his intentions clear. The few closest to the young man immediately restrained him, then swiftly searched his person. Finding no contraband or dangerous items, they finally relaxed. Spill it. How did you get that thing in here? Suji looked at the young man being pulled to his feet. Instead of asking where the item was hidden, he inquired about the method used to conceal it. This approach made the suspect believe they already knew the location of the hidden items. Little did the young man realize that everyone present, except for Feng Lu, was still utterly baffled. First, we stuffed one end of the specially made balloon into the chicken's crop. Then we pumped air into it to inflate it. After that, we poured all the powder inside. Finally, we sealed the balloon end inside the crop. The young man answered the question with remarkable clarity and ease, leaving Feng Lu beside him wondering if the guy was a bit dim-witted. If he wasn't a bit dim-witted, then he must have been high on DP, causing his brain to short-circuit. There really is such a thing. A worker grabbed a chicken with a bulging crop from the cage. With a colleague's help, they pried open its beak and shone a flashlight inside. Under the light, the contents were clearly exposed for all to see. One couldn't help but admire their ingenuity. Even manually palpating the crop wouldn't have detected any foreign objects inside. Even if they felt something hard inside, as long as it wasn't round or flat, they wouldn't suspect anything. Of course, if the chickens were fed corn kernels during rearing, squeezing the crop by hand would also reveal an unusual sensation. Ultimately, 12 chickens in the truck were found with drugs concealed in their crops. By then, Feng Lu had already been taken to another location. That was the warehouse where the young man had revealed they stashed the drugs. They purchased the drugs from overseas and sold them at high prices to users. In essence, this group operated as a DP distributor, not manufacturers. This young man was solely responsible for delivering the drugs to their sales outlets. He had no involvement in procurement or sales operations. Through the young man's confession, a small FD gang was exposed. The drug-dealing business had originally been run by his parents. After the young man dropped out of school, his parents brought him into the trade. His main job was daily deliveries. In his free time, he loved hanging out at internet cafes, gaming with his friends. Of course, he could afford a computer. He just liked the lively atmosphere of the internet cafe. Besides their team, another group headed to the young man's family's live poultry shop. Although his parents weren't there yet, the young man mentioned there were still a few unsold chickens and ducks with issues. Yes, the family didn't just sell chickens, but with more buyers, they'd stocked up on more inventory. 20 minutes later. Led by the young man with spirit, Feng Lu and the others arrived directly at his home, even though he had mentioned his parents were already asleep. To avoid alerting them, everyone got out of the car a distance away and walked the rest of the way to the young man's house. The young man's house sat on the edge of the village. It wasn't particularly impressive, but it wasn't shabby either, probably just average by village standards. According to the young man's account, his parents had been in this line of work for 7 or 8 years, amassing a great deal of wealth. Yet they remained remarkably low-key. It was clear there was a reason they'd managed to stay under the radar for so long. With careful planning against unprepared opponents, the arrest operation unfolded almost without a ripple. Both the young man's father and mother were subdued while still asleep. The young man's parents appeared utterly ordinary. To an outsider, they looked like the kind of people who couldn't read, and you'd believe it. During the subsequent interrogation at the scene, the information they disclosed left everyone present deeply moved. The couple were indeed illiterate, and their legal awareness was equally lacking. They genuinely believed there was nothing wrong with their son transporting drugs. As long as their son didn't use DP himself, they thought it was fine. Even if they were arrested someday, they believed their son, who was only responsible for transporting the drugs, would face no consequences. As long as he didn't participate in buying or selling, it wouldn't involve him. Upon learning that their son would still be convicted despite merely assisting with transportation, the couple completely broke down, screaming hysterically at the scene. Over 10 pounds of DP were seized from the young man's home. That amount alone was enough to land all three of them a death sentence. Beyond the drugs, what shocked Feng Lu most was discovering a small target's worth of cash in a locked bedroom. Alongside the cash were numerous gold bars, gold jewelry, and other valuable items. It was hard to fathom how much money this family, who seemed too frugal to even buy new clothes, had stashed away in their own home. Was it worth it? Suji remained silent for a long moment before asking the couple in a slightly hoarse voice. Oof. There's no question of worthiness. As long as you don't target Shouchang, we'll cooperate fully. But I hope you can genuinely help my son secure a reduced sentence. The young man's mother understood the implication behind Suji's question, but at this moment, she didn't want to dwell on it. All she wanted was to secure a reduced sentence for her son. All right. If your son wasn't deeply involved, I'll plead for leniency on his behalf. Suji agreed without hesitation. He knew this couple likely didn't have much time left, and they were simply trying to preserve a chance at life for their son. Thank you. The couple bowed deeply to Suji, their words brimming with profound gratitude. Chapter 205, The Puppet Master. Captain Su, how credible do you find their story? Watching the family of 3 being escorted to the vehicle, Zhao Feng turned to Suji with curiosity. He still hadn't fully grasped the situation. What exactly had the mentally ill boy's mother told Suji, and why had Su agreed to help secure a reduced sentence for her son? The young man's mother claimed her son has mental health issues, backed by a hospital certificate. She said all the trafficking activities were carried out by her and her husband, with minimal involvement from their son. From our initial interactions, this individual does appear mentally unstable. However, a professional psychiatric evaluation is ultimately required. Anything said now is pointless. If Lu Xibin's parents fully cooperate with our operation going forward and we take down both their suppliers and buyers, it wouldn't be impossible to assist Lu Xibin within the bounds of the law. The mentally unstable young man, I finally gave him a name despite my terrible naming skills. While answering Zhao Feng's questions, Suji was still processing Lu Xibin's mother's words. He hadn't anticipated that such a small FD operation could be linked to a large-scale FD syndicate. If they truly dismantled this syndicate with the cooperation of these 2 individuals, it wouldn't be impossible to commute their death sentences to life imprisonment. Lu Xibin's parents had access to FD because they'd been part of an FD group in their youth, though back then they were just low-level foot soldiers. They never participated in actual FD operations, handling only peripheral tasks. Of course, this was merely their account, and the truth remains inconclusive. Another possibility is that they participated in numerous FD operations, viewing them merely as routine gang activities. All FD activities were concealed beneath seemingly normal operations, indistinguishable from what they were doing now. Back then, they didn't think much of it. Many things were simply beyond the reach of low-level members like them. Take their time in that FD group, for instance. Initially, they had no clue what the organization was really about. It wasn't until a chance encounter when Lu Xibin's father saved one of their group's leaders that things changed. The man wanted to help them make big money, so he brought them into the business. Large FD organizations were far from peaceful internally. Their internal struggles were fiercer than anywhere else, with life and death battles being commonplace. The saved leader proved grateful, arranging for the couple to leave the FD group entirely. They returned to their hometown and opened a shop selling live poultry. Using the shop as cover, they continued FD operations. Initially, the couple were content with modest earnings and never drew suspicion. When their son grew up and seeing he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, they decided to make more money to secure a future for him. They planned to earn a bit more before quitting, relocating, finding a wife for their son, and starting a family. Little did they know this time would be their downfall. Suji remained largely unmoved by the couple's story, harboring doubts about its veracity. However, the mention of a large-scale FD organization piqued his interest. He was intensely intrigued. Whether the rest was true or not didn't matter now, only that this information was genuine. 1 hour later. Is the information confirmed? Zhao Zhigua hurried into the conference room from outside, his face still bearing traces of fatigue. After all, having been woken up at this hour after a late night, he hadn't gotten much rest. But rest was the last thing on his mind now. The intelligence Su Ji had reported had genuinely stunned him. He never imagined that in Yuncheng, where crackdowns were so severe, such a deeply hidden FD organization could exist. Director Zhao, the information is still being verified. It will take some time to confirm. Su Ji stood up immediately upon seeing Zhao Zhigua enter and answered his question. Alright, everyone's worked hard. Sit down. Tell me your assessments. Zhao Zhigua waved his hand dismissively, settling back into his seat as he began inquiring about the case's progress. Though concrete details remained under investigation, the existing information allowed them to form preliminary conclusions. Based on the names of 5 entertainment venues provided by Lu Xibin's parents, my investigation shows none of these establishments share the same registered owner. These 5 establishments are all long-standing venues in Yuncheng. The oldest has been operating for over 40 years, while the newest has been around for over 20. They've always cooperated fully with our work, and we've never detected any illegal activities. According to Lu Xibin's parents, these 5 establishments were all secretly controlled by the same owner. Their role was to handle security within the venues, essentially acting as enforcers, which differs from the responsibilities of outsourced security companies. Technical personnel cross-referenced the information and similarly found no connection between the owners of these 5 entertainment venues. Aside from the fact that they used the same outsourced security company and some shared beverage suppliers, no other commonalities were discovered. Another point is that Lu Xibin's parents initially had no knowledge that these 5 venues shared the same owner. They learned this information from the ringleader, who revealed it after drinking heavily. They did not verify the accuracy of this claim. We're still awaiting confirmation from the technical department, but existing evidence strongly suggests the mastermind behind these entertainment venues is likely one and the same person. Suji projected some materials onto the screen, including publicly accessible online information and bank transaction records. Despite their meticulous precautions, occasional lapses occurred. Records showed transfers made by the same individual to the ostensible owners of 5 entertainment venues within the same timeframe. Though only a few transactions, they were sufficient to raise suspicions. When they attempted to trace the sender's information, they discovered the account had been closed long ago. Had the recipient accounts not remained active, they might never have uncovered this issue. It must be said that the IT department was exceptionally capable, uncovering such a crucial lead in such a short time. Alright, now that we've confirmed this organization exists, we need to dig deeper. By the way, are Lu Xibin's parents still in contact with that leader? Zhao Zhigua spoke, then seemed to remember something and quickly turned to look at Suji beside him. Chapter 206, Information Investigation. Director Zhao, I considered that too. We investigated the leader who was in contact with Lu Xibin's parents. He died in an accident several years ago. According to Lu Xibin's parents, it was likely a deliberately orchestrated accident, not a genuine fatal mishap. However, I reviewed the original case files. At the time, it was indeed classified as an accident. A driver who had just been diagnosed with a terminal illness got behind the wheel after drinking, leading to the crash. Given what Lu Xibin's parents said, I checked the relatives of the deceased driver involved in that accident. Surprisingly, those relatives became quite wealthy a few years later, but the source of their money is unclear. It appears they were paid in cash. This leader, Fu Yunkai, was formerly the manager of Crazy KTV. Since he's deceased, his bank accounts, phone numbers, and other information have been deactivated, so much of the data is now inaccessible. He died at age 42, married with a son. Our investigation shows his wife, child, and parents have emigrated abroad, making it nearly impossible to use Fu Yunkai as a breakthrough point. After presenting the information he had gathered, Suji sat down. Everyone began poring over their respective materials, searching for any useful clues. Simultaneously, they awaited updates from colleagues handling peripheral investigations and the latest technical findings from the IT team. Due to time constraints, many peripheral investigations couldn't be launched yet. The primary focus now was on mapping out personal relationships and conducting technical analysis. Alright, it's past 7. Everyone grab something to eat, then get moving on the tasks that need immediate attention. I'll be here at the bureau until the case is solved. If you need anything, come find me. Zhao Jigua studied the materials for a while before suddenly feeling peckish. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already past 7 in the morning. Hey, little guy, wake up. Time to eat. Stretching lazily and rubbing his slightly sore lower back, he suddenly spotted Feng Lu sleeping soundly behind Zhao Feng. A playful streak surfaced and he walked over to ruffle the dog's head. Woof woof woof. Some troublemaker dares to harm the emperor. Lu Feng reluctantly shook his head, barking at Zhao Jigua twice with a touch of morning grogginess. Hey, if you keep barking at me, I won't give you any stewed chicken. Zhao Jigua watched the dog glaring at him, instantly switching to a mix of temptation and threat. Woof woof woof. You're something else. But since you're such a tasty treat, I'll let it slide. The moment Feng Lu heard the mention of stewed chicken, he instantly recalled the old stewed chicken the other always brought him. His mouth watered immediately, his tail wagged rapidly, and he flashed a flattering smile at the other. Ever since being reborn as a police dog, eating was Feng Lu's only real passion. He treasured every delicious meal he could get his paws on. He wasn't just a dog who loved food. He was a connoisseur of fine cuisine. This guy's way too down to earth. Yeah, he actually understood what Chief Zhao said. Looks like I'll have to bring him some treats next time to win him over. Su Ji and the others burst into laughter at the sight, and for a moment, the exhaustion from pulling an all-nighter seemed to fade away. Zhao Feng watched the scene unfold, helplessly covering his forehead. He couldn't bear to look anymore, wondering when this kid had become such a glutton. At first, he'd worried that eating like this would make Han Han gain weight and lose stamina. But unexpectedly, the guy knew to step up his training, and his physique only grew more robust. So later on, he stopped worrying about it. As long as it was something he could eat and came from someone he trusted, that was fine. 6 o'clock in the evening. Ring. 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 Zhao Feng was jolted awake from his deep sleep by the ringing of his phone. He quickly grabbed it and answered the call. Xiaofeng, you don't need to accompany Su Ji on tonight's patrol. I have a new assignment for you. Come to the municipal bureau first thing after you get up. Zhao Jigua's voice came through the phone. Hearing about the new assignment instantly sobered him up. Got it, I'll be right over. No need to rush. Grab something to eat first. Got it. After hanging up, Zhao Feng wasted no time washing up. He quickly prepared a simple meal for himself and Huan before heading to the municipal bureau with the dog in tow. After breakfast that morning, they had managed to hold out until past 10 o'clock. Then the entire group could no longer keep going, and Zhao Jigua sent them all back to rest. Having slept for 6 or 7 hours, Zhao Feng was now fully refreshed. Though still a bit tired, a light meal had restored his energy. In less than an hour, the man and his dog arrived at the municipal police headquarters. From Zhao Jigua, they learned the case had been transferred to Hu Feng's jurisdiction. After taking over, Hu Feng had specifically requested Zhao Feng and Hanan's assistance in solving the case. As for Su Ji and his team, they would continue their night patrol duties. Every case they discovered and solved would be credited to them without exception. Every bit of credit they earned was paid for with their lives and blood. There would be no situation where their hard work went unrewarded. Hu Feng called Zhao Feng and the others in because their investigation today had uncovered suspicious circumstances at several entertainment venues. It must be said that these individuals had disguised themselves exceptionally well, operating for so many years without ever arousing the police's suspicion. Only now, with eyewitness accounts and previously overlooked details pieced together, had the suspicious elements come to light. First, let's outline the 5 entertainment venues, 1 KTV, 3 bars, and 1 movie theater. They were scattered across 2 districts of Yunqing, some close and some far apart, with no apparent commonality. The reason for suspicion is that each establishment has a flower shop adjacent to it, all owned by the same person under different names. Staff from these 5 establishments frequently stepped out to assist patrons with flower orders, some intended for female companions, others surprisingly for male colleagues. What drew investigators' attention to this pattern was today's surveillance of the cinema, where a man ordered a bouquet alone. The investigator could tell the man had no intention of delivering the flowers personally. After the movie ended, he even forgot to pick them up and left immediately. The investigator didn't think much of it at the time, but professional instinct prompted him to take a closer look. He discovered the bouquet had been torn to shreds. Upon discovering this, the investigator immediately documented it. Subsequent comparisons and inquiries revealed that such incidents were frequently observed near these 5 entertainment venues. This immediately piqued the investigator's interest. Chapter 207, Breaking Up a Fight. Woof woof woof. No problem, leave the rest to me. After hearing Zhao Jigua's account, Feng Lu knew exactly what his next task entailed. It was simply a matter of staking out 5 entertainment venues to sniff out whether the discarded bouquet had any issues. The bouquet discarded at the cinema today, however, posed a challenge. Since it was inside the theater, investigators couldn't easily retrieve it for testing. After all, surveillance cameras are ubiquitous in such establishments nowadays. If there truly was something suspicious in the cinema, they suspected someone in the know would be watching their screening room closely. Moreover, they hadn't found the bouquet among the theater's discarded trash afterward, which undoubtedly reinforced JC's suspicion. As for other potential issues, the current investigation hasn't uncovered any, so they could only focus on digging deeper into this lead for now. Another point, these flower shops had only been in business for a few years. The owner was a 32-year-old woman, whose records indicated she was currently unmarried. All verifiable information about her appears unremarkable, whether regarding funding sources or other details. Her family background indicates she was an orphan raised in an orphanage. She excelled academically throughout her schooling. After graduating from university, she worked for others before starting her own business. Over the years, she ventured into various enterprises, eventually accumulating assets including a car, a house, and 5 flower shops. Hey, let's have some fun today. Zhao Feng, dressed in the latest fashion, walked down a pedestrian street with the naked Feng Lu in tow, instantly becoming the most eye-catching duo on the block. Woof woof woof. You're such a show-off, always so self-absorbed. You dress like a total nerd, so tacky, yet you think you look great. Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to glance back at his trainer, his eyes fixed on a white samoyed in the distance. Of course, the reason he recognized it as a samoyed wasn't because it was attractive. Through their parallel gaze, Feng knew it was a dog of the same gender. Besides, his preferences remained unchanged from his previous life. He still preferred the same species. Leading this samoyed was a petite girl barely 5 feet tall. Anyone who owned a samoyed knew these dogs became incredibly strong as adults, far too much for a girl like her to handle. Right now, the girl was engaged in a heated verbal exchange with a Pomeranian. Judging by the look on her face, she was clearly losing her temper and starting to lunge toward the other dog. As Feng Lu would say, this dog had no manners. It didn't understand that gentlemen use words, not fists. When it couldn't win an argument, it actually tried to attack the other dog. Neither owner had grasped the gravity of the situation yet. The enraged dog could lunge and injure another dog at any moment, yet they kept filming the scene, laughing unrestrainedly. Lu Feng considered it and decided it would be best to step in and intervene. Although he was confident he could subdue the samoyed, it was always better to avoid a fight if possible. Zhao Feng also spotted the unfolding scene nearby. As a trainer, he immediately recognized the tense situation and followed Feng's lead, walking toward the commotion. Woof woof woof. Get lost. Reaching the scene, Feng Lu let out several loud, forceful barks. At his roar, the scene fell silent. Both the samoyed and the shih tzu turned to look at him, while the crowd and the dog's owners also turned their gaze his way. Ha! What happened to that commanding presence? What about the dog language? He clearly meant to tell these two idiots to get lost, so why did the dog's gazes feel so off? Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here fast. Without a second thought, Feng Lu turned on his heel and dragged a bewildered Zhao Feng toward their destination. Listening to the barking echoing behind him, Feng Lu couldn't help but feel like those two idiots were cursing him. Haha, slow down, slow down. Let me laugh for a moment. Zhao Feng, finally catching on, burst into unrestrained laughter. He never imagined the dimwit could be this hilarious. To start trouble and then run away, letting someone chase after him, or rather, letting dogs chase him while cursing. Of course, he knew the fool wasn't afraid of a fight, he just didn't want to stir up trouble. After all, getting into a brawl and hurting someone wasn't good for anyone. And so, the vibrant nightlife began amidst this comical scene. For the entire night, until the nightlife ended, Feng Lu and many colleagues kept watch around 5 entertainment venues. But after a night of hard work, they found nothing unusual. Though several discarded bouquets were found during the night, forensic analysis revealed nothing out of the ordinary. 1 week later. For a full week, Lu Feng and his team, assigned to this case, poured all their energy and time into investigating the FD group, which had been revealed by Lu Jibin's parents. What surprised everyone was that beyond the initial suspicious details uncovered, no further evidence of wrongdoing was found. It wasn't that there were no leads at all, but whenever they tried to dig deeper, the trail would abruptly vanish. No matter how they investigated, they ultimately came up empty-handed. This only reinforced their suspicion that these entertainment venues were indeed problematic. Yet the operation was deeply concealed, with all loose ends meticulously tied up. For the time being, they had no way to pin anything on the perpetrators. Lu Feng and his team didn't make daily visits to these places either. Their main concern was drawing unwanted attention. If that happened, not only would they be in danger, but their colleagues could also find themselves in peril. So Feng Lu only went out on duty twice in total. The rest of the time, he remained on standby at the municipal bureau. He even accompanied Su Ji on 2 night patrols. But perhaps Feng Lu's bad luck had rubbed off on him. After 2 days on duty, Su Ji detected nothing unusual, which made him breathe a huge sigh of relief. Now, colleagues at the municipal bureau were all saying that working with Feng Lu meant you wouldn't be short of cases. This man and his dog were practically human lightning rods. Of course, this was all in jest. Everyone knew that without Feng Lu's discoveries, the suspects in those cases might have gotten away with their crimes. Hey there, handsome. Woof woof woof. As the man and dog strolled down the street, a pleasant female voice drifted over from nearby, accompanied by a few barks. Of course, Feng Lu didn't understand what she meant. But when he turned his head and saw the dog's face wearing a silly grin, he seemed to instantly grasp what she was trying to convey. Chapter 208, A Plot Within a Plot? Hello? Is there something you need? Zhao Feng turned his head, looking at the girl beside him with a puzzled expression. She was holding the leash of a Samoyed, one of the protagonists in the recent dogfight. Zhao Feng's confusion wasn't feigned. Aside from that one encounter that barely counted as an interaction, he and the girl had no other connection. I'm a pet blogger. I saw your dog's antics the other day and thought it was hilarious, but I didn't get a chance to film it. Since I saw you today, I was wondering if your dog and mine could collaborate on a short video together. Would that be okay? Her smile was genuinely lovely. Aside from her height being a bit of a drawback, both her figure and features were quite attractive. Feng was terrified his trainer might suddenly decide to sell him out. Sorry, I don't want to film it, and my dog definitely doesn't want to either. Lu Feng trailed behind his trainer, utterly bewildered. He realized he'd seriously underestimated his trainer's level of cluelessness. This guy was practically made of titanium alloy. Any notion of him softening up? Absolutely impossible. Hey, can't we talk this over? I can pay you. The girl watching this scene was equally bewildered, but her better manners prevented her from saying anything else. She merely presented her bargaining chip. Not interested. Zhao Feng walked away without looking back, taking the girl's fleeting happiness with him. Ha! An unusual scent. Just as Feng Luo was lost in thought, a faint, peculiar scent suddenly tickled his nostrils. He quickly looked up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. It was a girl of 17 or 18, dressed in the latest fashion, though that wasn't the point. The key point was that an unusual scent was emanating from her. Feng looked at the small crossbody bag slung over her shoulder. The smell seemed to be coming from there. Without hesitation, Feng Lu nudged Zhao Feng's left leg, signaling his discovery. Ha! Sensing Feng's movement, Zhao Feng immediately turned to look at him, following his gaze to the girl. He discreetly pulled out his phone, snapped a photo of the girl, and sent it to a colleague investigating nearby, simultaneously relaying the situation. A staff member not far from Feng Lu and Zhao Feng saw the message, quickly replied in the group chat, and then hurried over to their location. Zhao Feng, seeing the approaching colleague, made no attempt to communicate. He simply changed direction without a word, ceasing to follow the girl. As for eye contact? That simply didn't exist. They knew never to underestimate the criminals they faced. They could be anyone passing by, or lurking in any corner, silently observing everything happening here. Any small gesture between them could expose their identities, potentially leading to mission failure or even casualties, something none of them wanted to see. Reality wasn't some TV show or movie where undercover agents exchanged intelligence through eye contact that would be asking for trouble. 20 minutes later. Outside one of the 5 entertainment venues, a bar. Lu Feng froze when he saw the girl walking toward him. Wasn't this the very girl he'd just spotted hiding the DP? How had they ended up meeting here after going around in circles? But she didn't enter the bar. Instead, she brushed past them and walked off in another direction. Not far away, Feng Lu spotted the colleague assigned to tail the girl, though it wasn't the original one, but another team member. He wondered how many people had been assigned to track her in such a short time. 1 hour later. Ha! An unusual scent. Lu Feng looked at a passerby with some confusion. This was a young man in his early 20s, dressed similarly to Zhao Feng, a typical geek. That familiar scent was emanating from him. Moreover, the young man also carried the scent of that girl. Spotting a colleague trailing not far behind the youth, Feng Lu instantly understood what was happening. The girl must have given her DP to this guy. But why did he still carry her scent? Logically, such a brief encounter shouldn't leave such a strong lingering scent. If the girl was a delivery person for DF Group, then the young man must be the buyer. But then the question arose, why did the young man carry such a strong, lingering scent of the girl? Ha! Could this be a trap? Or perhaps a setup, designed to lure them in and they were the fish the other side wanted to catch? The thought sent a jolt of alertness through Feng Lu, who instantly sprang to attention. He began scanning the surroundings, searching for any hidden observers watching their every move. If everything here unfolded as he suspected, someone must be nearby, tasked with monitoring every detail. Their so-called meticulous tracking would likely not escape the other party's notice. The enemy held a god's eye view, easily spotting any inconsistencies. Suddenly, a chill ran down Feng Lu's spine. This time, it seemed they had encountered someone exceptionally formidable. The question was, what exactly did this person want to achieve by setting up such a scheme? Even if they knew their identities, could the other party really wipe them all out? Lu Feng believed no individual or criminal syndicate within the country would dare attempt such a thing, for the consequences would be unbearable. With this realization, Feng Lu began scrutinizing his surroundings during their subsequent stroll. Yet, right up until the moment they departed, he hadn't spotted a single suspicious individual cross his path. This outcome didn't surprise Feng Lu. He understood that if the other side had gone to such lengths, they must have made thorough preparations. Tracking a group of professionals was extremely difficult. Without absolute certainty, the other side wouldn't have attempted it. If Feng Lu could spot them so easily, his colleagues would have noticed as well. Huan, are you tired? Is there anything you'd like to eat? Let's go buy it. Zhao Feng observed Han, who seemed a bit downcast, assuming he was exhausted. Little did he know Han's mind was entirely occupied with strategizing how to break the deadlock. Woof woof woof. I want watermelon. A big watermelon. Lu Feng, who had been deep in thought, instantly thought of watermelon the moment he heard about food. He hadn't had watermelon in 2 days. Want watermelon? For some reason, the moment Zhao Feng saw the drooling expression on Hanin's face, he immediately realized the other must be craving watermelon. This was probably the kind of understanding that came from spending so much time together. Chapter 209, Tibetan Mastiff. Around noon the next day. Too lazy to cook and unwilling to eat out, Zhao Feng simply brought Feng Lu to the municipal bureau's cafeteria to piggyback on a meal. Lu Feng got lucky a chef had set aside a chicken meant for soup, which became his lunch. Old Hu, did you catch that girl yesterday? Zhao Feng grabbed his food and sat down next to Hu Feng, asking curiously as he ate. Caught her, but let her go. Hu Feng sighed helplessly after hearing Zhao Feng's question. What happened? Did the idiot mess up? Zhao Feng froze, pausing his eating to look at Hu Feng. Lu Feng, who had been eating nearby, also paused, wanting to hear what Hu Feng would say next. When you first told us about it, the colleague assigned to follow them did indeed see the girl hand a bag of white powdery substance to a man. After we apprehended both of them, we did find that bag of white powdery substance on the man. However, he insisted it was flour, not DP. Adopting a rigorous approach, we extracted a sample from the bag for testing. The results confirmed it was indeed not DP, but ordinary flour consumed daily by people. When we asked them why they did this, they said it was just a little fun between lovers, and the police had no reason to interfere. So in the end, we had no choice but to release them. Hu Feng finished speaking, picked up his bowl, and took a sip of kanji. Both he and the other officers felt profoundly frustrated about the incident. Almost everyone knows why these two are doing this. However, as law enforcement bound by regulations, they couldn't simply punish them based on mere speculation. Could this be the FD group's doing? Such blatant provocation seems rather inconsistent with their usual low-key approach. Zhao Feng was at a loss for words. Who would be so brazen these days? To come and openly provoke the police? They must be tired of living. Hard to say. But so far, we haven't uncovered a single solid lead on them. They shouldn't have any reason to act like this. Old Hu had considered Zhao Feng's theory but ultimately dismissed it. As he'd said, there was no real benefit for them in acting this way. Such provocation offered no benefit to the FD group. Instead, it would only draw greater police scrutiny and potentially expose their vulnerabilities. It would give the JC a handle to pull them out of the shadows and bring them to justice. The fact that their prolonged investigation had yielded no useful leads spoke volumes about the extraordinary caution of FD Group's leadership. They wouldn't risk it all for a momentary thrill. Lu Feng, who had been listening quietly, suddenly began to doubt his initial assumptions. Just as Zhao Feng had suggested, the other side truly seemed to have no reason to act this way. Could it be that we've already uncovered a crucial weakness in their operation, but haven't realized it yet? Their actions might be a diversion tactic to keep us from discovering that vulnerability. Zhao Feng voiced his conjecture while eating. A crucial weakness? Hu Feng lost his appetite entirely, his mind racing through every detail of the case, searching for something they might have overlooked. Even after finishing his meal, he couldn't pinpoint what they'd missed. However, he found Zhao Feng's reasoning compelling. Upon returning to the office, he immediately shared this idea with the team, inviting everyone to consider whether such a possibility existed. 8 p.m. Zhao Feng brought Hanin to a bustling commercial pedestrian street where the KTV was located among 5 entertainment venues. The street was bustling with people at this hour. Ha! A familiar face. When they reached a small plaza, Feng Lu spotted a white samoyed and its owner not far away. He was puzzled how had they ended up here too. This commercial street was quite a distance from yesterday's one, over 30 minutes by car. Woof woof woof. A menacing bark echoed from nearby. Lu Feng followed the sound and saw, not far from the samoyed, an enormous dog. It was a full-grown Tibetan Mastiff, massive in stature, currently being held back by 2 young men. But as Feng Lu approached the edge of the small plaza, the Tibetan Mastiff suddenly went berserk, yanking violently at its leash as it charged toward Feng Lu. At that moment, whether it was an illusion or not, Feng Lu felt as though the samoyed's owner was sneering coldly, his eyes fixed on him with an expectant glint. But Feng Lu had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He saw the 2 young men, unable to restrain the Mastiff, suddenly let go of the leash. The Tibetan Mastiff was now charging toward him with frenzied intensity. From the dog's gaze, Feng Lu knew its intentions were far from friendly. Run! Zhao Feng witnessed this and swiftly released the leash from Feng Lu's body. He knew he couldn't outrun the Tibetan Mastiff with Huan in tow. His only option now was to let go of Huan's leash, allowing the dog to run free. Woof woof woof. Come on, big guy. Come chase me. Spotting the Tibetan Mastiff closing in, Feng Lu let out a defiant bark. Once certain the dog was hot on his heels, he dashed toward the escape route he'd planned moments earlier. Even knowing the dog was targeting him, Feng Lu couldn't simply flee. Who knew what this seemingly rabid Tibetan Mastiff might do? This was a bustling commercial street. If the dog went berserk, who could predict the chaos it would unleash? Given its size and strength, tearing apart a few people would be no different from playing. Soon, Feng Lu led the Mastiff into the parking lot. At this hour, the lot was packed with cars, but by the time they arrived, only a few people remained. Everyone had fled the parking lot in fear, watching from a distance. Glancing back at the Tibetan Mastiff that followed him relentlessly, Feng Lu sprinted across the parking lot and quickly located his target. Between two parked cars, the gap wasn't wide, but it was just enough for Feng Lu to squeeze through. Without hesitation, he charged straight toward it. Woof woof woof. As Feng Lu moved from the rear to the front of the vehicle, slipping through the gap between the cars, just as he had anticipated, the large, clumsy dog got stuck in the narrow space. It was desperately trying to back out. Woof woof woof. Come on, you dumb dog. Lu Feng caught his breath and began taunting the creature. Woof woof woof. How could the Tibetan Mastiff tolerate such provocation? It swiftly abandoned its retreat and charged forward, desperately squeezing its way toward Feng Lu. Chapter 210, Nighttime Encounter with an Acquaintance. You little brat, just wait till I deal with you. Chased into a desperate corner, Feng Lu watched the Tibetan Mastiff, now trapped with no escape, and couldn't possibly let it off so easily. He circled around to the dog's rear and lashed out with a claw at its hindquarters. To his disappointment, however, the thick fur offered little resistance, and the blow failed to inflict any damage. Lu Feng scrutinized the Mastiff, searching for any vulnerable spot he could reach. He glanced at the Mastiff's rear end, then looked at his own claws, and abandoned any thoughts of retaliation. Han, where are you? Having just backed out from between the two cars, Feng heard Zhao Feng's voice and barked twice to signal his location. But even if he hadn't called out, Zhao Feng, who had just arrived at the parking lot, knew exactly where he was. That Tibetan Mastiff had been howling like a banshee, its cries audible from miles away. Damn, bro. How'd you pull that off? By the time Zhao Feng reached Feng Lu, the Tibetan Mastiff had squeezed through the gap between the first row of two cars. But facing another row of parked vehicles, the space left there was even narrower. The situation now was that the Mastiff was trapped in the middle, facing four cars. It couldn't move forward, and there was no way out to the left or right either. Seeing this, Zhao Feng was stunned by the scene before him. No words were needed to guess who was responsible for this mess. It was the clumsy guy sitting beside him, still catching his breath. 10 minutes later. When the police arrived at the scene, they immediately seized the Tibetan Mastiff and took it away. The dog's owner, one of the individuals who had been walking it, was also taken to the municipal police headquarters. Bringing a large, aggressive dog into a busy downtown area and nearly causing serious casualties was no trivial matter. But Feng Lu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this incident. It didn't seem as straightforward as it appeared. He had a gut feeling this was a trap set for him. If it weren't for his sharp wits, he might have ended up on a stretcher by now. Sigh. Not being able to speak human is truly difficult. Lu Feng sighed inwardly. If he could communicate normally with Zhao Feng and the others, he could tell them everything he saw, heard, and sensed. Then things wouldn't have unfolded so passively. After handling this situation, the Tibetan Mastiff's owner departed. When the man and his dog arrived at the office, they received another piece of bad news. The young couple who had exchanged flour on the street had booked a round-the-world trip. They had already left the country for a full 2 months. This meant their plan to use them as a breakthrough had completely fallen through. You have to admit, they'd outmaneuvered them once again. Heard you almost got mauled by that dog? Did you bite back? Need me to take care of things for you? As Feng Lu lay on the sofa pondering his next move, Lu Feng plopped down beside him and teased. Woof woof woof. Get lost, I'm trying to think. Lu Feng kicked Lu Feng's leg with his hind legs, sending him tumbling off the couch. Fine, you're the boss. I won't fight you for the couch. Feeling the force on his leg, Lu Feng stood up smoothly. After teasing the adorable pup, he suddenly felt refreshed and re-energized, ready to get back to work. Hanan, grab your trainer and come help me with the chores. Suji spotted Hanan lounging on the sofa nearby and perked up immediately, addressing Feng Lu. Though working alongside both man and dog meant he'd be constantly on his feet, Suji still eagerly wanted to join them. Catching criminals and earning credit for it couldn't get any better than this. Woof woof woof. Got it. Lu Feng, who had been lying around bored, jumped off the sofa the moment he heard there was something to do and dashed toward Zhao Feng's location. Midnight. Lu Feng sat idly by the roadside, watching a cricket chirping incessantly at his feet. They'd chosen a spot far too remote. Only one car had passed in 2 hours, leaving Lu Feng thoroughly bored. Beep. Just as Feng was about to swat the annoying grasshopper away, a car rounded the corner. It honked once upon seeing them, though Feng couldn't fathom what that meant. This was a business vehicle, and it looked like a pretty expensive one at that. When the vehicle pulled over and the occupant stepped out, Feng Lu froze for a moment. He recognized one of the two people getting out: the woman. This woman was the owner of the flower shop next to the 5 entertainment venues. Accompanying her was an elderly gentleman who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Judging by their demeanor, they appeared to be related. But hadn't the record stated this woman was an orphan? It wasn't just Feng who noticed this discrepancy. Zhao Feng also recognized the woman's identity. This woman named Yun Ting, what was she doing here at this hour, and why was she with an elderly man? Observing their strikingly similar features, one could almost guess their relationship without needing formal identification. Lu Feng knew that if these two were indeed the masterminds behind FD Group, the likelihood of their vehicle having any issues was extremely low. Even so, Feng conducted an exceptionally thorough inspection, checking every area 2 or 3 times. Only after confirming there were no unusual odors did he conclude the vehicle examination. Captain Su, what's the old man's name? You have his ID information on file, right? Watching the vehicle drive off into the distance, Zhao Feng hurriedly found Su Ji and briefly explained the situation. Confidentiality wasn't an issue. Su Ji had discovered the case himself and was entitled to follow its progress. Therefore, Zhao Feng's disclosure to Su Ji did not violate any procedures. Taking the communication device Su handed him, Zhao saw the elderly man's basic information displayed. His name was Yunhu, 72 years old, unmarried, childless, currently living alone in his ancestral home in the countryside with his nephew. Lu Feng glanced at the screen and immediately realized the information hadn't been updated in ages, with numerous inaccuracies throughout. For instance, it stated he was extremely impoverished, relying on government assistance and receiving monthly welfare payments. Yet his attire and demeanor clearly signaled this old man was no ordinary figure. Instantly, Feng Lu felt they must have hit the crux of the matter. Whether it was Yun Ting or Yunhu, they were likely key figures within the FD Group. Finding the connection between them would be the key to dismantling the entire organization. Thanks to the patrons for their support. Haven't checked the backend in ages, got a big tip. Huge thanks to the top patron Carrot. Chapter 211, The Real and Fake Yun Ting. Old who? What brings you here? Less than 3 minutes after Yun Ting and Yunhu passed through the checkpoint, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared. Did you see those two who just passed through? Hu Feng didn't seem particularly surprised to see Zhao Feng and the others. He stepped out of the car, showing no hurry to leave. We saw them. Were you following them? Suji looked at Hu Feng with some surprise, but then suddenly remembered that this case was under Hu Feng's team's jurisdiction. With Yun Ting being a key suspect, it made perfect sense that someone would be assigned to monitor him. Yes. If not for the message you sent just now, I wouldn't have expected you to set up a checkpoint here. But this saves us a lot of trouble. Hu Feng was also quite impressed. While monitoring Yun Ting today, he hadn't expected Yun Ting, who had shown no unusual behavior all along, to suddenly start driving around in circles in the city. It seemed he was aware of the surveillance and was likely trying to evade them. Upon noticing this, Hu Feng instructed his team to deliberately lose track of him. They then tracked him remotely using his phone signal and the tracking device installed in his car. To his surprise, the target had driven to a remote mountain village and picked up an elderly man there. It appeared they were preparing to leave the country. Fearing the presence of their agents in the village, he hesitated to send anyone to investigate the old man's background. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the target encountered Su Ji's roadblock patrol. This allowed him to easily obtain the elderly man's information. Immediately after receiving the details, he forwarded them to the technical department, instructing them to search for all publicly available online records about the man. Ring ring. Just as they were discussing, Hu Feng's phone suddenly rang. Captain Hu, I just found out Yun Ting and Yunhu booked flights leaving for overseas in 3 hours. Xiao Wu's slightly urgent voice came through the phone. Are you sure? Absolutely. Hu Feng cut the call without further ado, then dialed another number. He relayed Yun Ting and Yunhu's details to the recipient, instructing them to intercept the pair at the airport. As for the reason for the interception, Hu Feng trusted that the other person knew exactly what to say. Looks like they're far more decisive than we anticipated. After hanging up, Hu Feng remarked to Su Ji and the others with a sigh. Yeah, who would have thought they'd abandon everything back home and just leave? Looks like everything they did recently was just to distract us. When Zhao Feng had called Hu Feng earlier, he hadn't overheard the conversation, but Hu Feng's words made it easy to piece together what had happened. 1 hour later. Airport. Oldly, where are they? Hu Feng and his team rushed over, bypassing pleasantries with their airport colleagues to demand the whereabouts of Yun Ting and Yunhu. Come on, I'll take you there. Don't worry, my people have been keeping tabs on them. Oldly had worked with Hu Feng for a while and knew his temperament well. Without hesitation, he led the way. What's going on? Surrounded by Hu Feng and his team, Yunhu showed no sign of panic. Yunhu, Yun Ting, we're from the city narcotics squad. Come with us. Hu Feng immediately produced his credentials for the two to see. We haven't committed any crimes. Why should we be arrested? Yunhu appeared utterly unhurried, speaking in measured tones as if completely indifferent to the situation unfolding before him. Ha! Something's off. Lu Feng sniffed the air, carefully analyzing the scent currents drifting through the atmosphere. To his surprise, he detected no trace of Yun Ting's scent even though she was standing right before him. To confirm his suspicion, Feng Lu leaned closer and sniffed carefully. His suspicions were confirmed. The Yun Ting before him was not the same person he had encountered at the checkpoint. Though their appearances were identical, Feng Lu was absolutely certain they were not one and the same. Yun Hu, however, remained unchanged. Through scent alone, Feng Lu could confirm he was still the same person. At that moment, Feng Lu recalled the counterfeit official they had discovered during their patrol. That individual wore a lifelike human skin mask, making it impossible for anyone unfamiliar to detect the deception. Could it be that the Yun Ting before him was also wearing a human skin mask? Lu Feng scrutinized the silent Yun Ting standing before him, yet detected no signs of deception. He also understood why the man remained silent, likely fearing that speaking would give him away. This imposter's presence must be to cover for the real Yun Ting. If that was the case, then the real Yun Ting must still be inside the airport. But how could he be certain his disguise would fool the police? After all, during arrests these days, they also check the suspect's face to confirm their identity. With so many methods available nowadays, many people could alter their appearance through makeup or other means to impersonate someone else. While Feng Lu pondered this, Lu Feng wasted no time, ordering the two men to be taken away. They weren't handcuffed though, since no direct evidence of their involvement had been found yet. Taking them away now was done under the pretext of assisting the investigation. If they were handcuffed and it turned out they were the wrong people, it would cause trouble later. What puzzled Feng was that the examination of Yun Ting revealed no abnormalities whatsoever. When examining his face, Feng even looked closely but found no evidence of anything covering his face. This proved the man wasn't wearing a human skin mask. Additionally, while the suspect wore makeup, it was light and subtle, not heavy or dramatic. This ruled out the possibility of disguise through cosmetic techniques. Woof woof woof. Watching the group escort Yun Ting and Yun Hu toward the departure lounge exit, Feng Lu grew frantic. He knew the person before him was not the real Yun Ting. If they simply walked away now, the real Yun Ting would depart the country. Should the imposter then prove she wasn't the genuine Yun Ting, all their efforts would become meaningless. Attention passengers, boarding for the flight to XX country will commence shortly. Please proceed to Gate A3. Just as Feng Lu was at a loss for what to do, the airport PA system broadcast the staff's announcement. Chapter 212, Urgent Search. Woof woof woof. Follow me. Familiar with the airport layout, Feng Lu wasted no time. He sprinted toward Gate A3, certain Yun Ting must be there. Huan, come back. Zhao Feng watched Feng Lu sprinting into the distance, utterly helpless. He never expected his usually level-headed partner to suddenly lose his mind like this. Old Zhao, you go chase after dumbass. We're leaving first. Lu Feng was equally exasperated, but delay was not an option. They needed to question Yun Ting and Yun Hu immediately, hoping to extract some useful information from them. Moreover, the time they could detain the two was extremely limited, so at this point he had no choice but to take them away first. Besides, Zhao Feng had driven here, so he could return on his own later. Alright. Watching the frantic figure already sprinting away, Zhao Feng quickly agreed and gave chase. Lu Feng didn't run after them himself. He knew that even if he found Yun Ting, it wouldn't accomplish much. If he dared to make any inappropriate moves, even as a police dog, many would step forward to help Yun Ting deal with him. Turning to see his handler catching up, Feng then resumed running forward. Even with his intermittent stops, Feng quickly reached Gate A3, where a long queue had already formed. Spotting a person holding a tour guide flag at the front, followed by a group wearing little red caps, Feng knew this must be a tour group. Instead of heading straight to the group for inspection, Feng Lu waited for Zhao Feng's arrival. He feared that approaching them directly might cause panic or fear among the tourists. What's up? Through long-term collaboration, Zhao Feng knew his partner wouldn't show up here without reason. That level of trust existed between them. Woof woof woof. Something's off with this group. I need to check them. Lu Feng signaled the tactical alert for an anomaly to the people in line. You mean this group is suspicious? Zhao Feng looked at Hanin in confusion, wanting to confirm his suspicion once more. Woof woof woof. Yes. Lu Feng nodded, confirming the trainer's suspicion. Alright, I know what to do. Let's go. Zhao Feng tugged on the leash, signaling Huan to lead the way, then followed closely behind the dog toward the ticket gate. Huan? Captain Zhao, what brings you here? The ticket inspector, noticing the approaching man and dog, asked curiously. Having spent considerable time at the airport, the pair had become familiar faces. Thanks to Lu Feng's intelligence, many staff members were quite fond of him, so they were well acquainted with both man and dog. The airport assigned us a temporary inspection task. Zhao Feng casually made up an excuse before leading Hanin to start inspecting passengers from the front of the line toward the back. Lu Feng worked swiftly. Searching for people wasn't like tracking deliberately concealed DP, which required repeatedly sniffing out minute residual scents in the air. Human scent couldn't be concealed, nor could it be easily altered. Even spraying on strong perfume merely masked body odor, it didn't eliminate it. Just as he thought of perfume masking body odor, Feng Lu caught a strong whiff of perfume wafting over several people. He didn't know if humans found it pleasant, but to his nose, it was intensely pungent. Still, Feng didn't dwell on it. Perfume use was widespread nowadays, common among both girls and boys, so encountering it wasn't unusual. Soon, Feng Lu reached the source of the fragrance, a middle-aged man. The moment he saw him, Feng Lu realized he must have misjudged the situation. Still, he didn't dwell on it. He carefully sniffed the air once more, confirmed there was nothing unusual, and then began walking toward the back of the line. Before long, he had sniffed every person in line, yet found no trace of that familiar scent. This left him thoroughly puzzled. Where exactly was Yun Ting? The effort expended couldn't be in vain. This must be a cover for someone's escape. Lu Feng was absolutely certain of this. That person who looked exactly like Yun Ting. Lu Feng carefully recalled their features. Many aspects seemed unnatural, likely the result of plastic surgery. Convincing someone to willingly undergo plastic surgery to match one's own appearance would demand a significant price, and finding a reliable candidate would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, such a pawn would never be deployed except at a critical moment. Got it. When he arrived, some passengers had already boarded the plane, so he had missed something. Realizing this, Feng Lu wasted no time and headed straight for the boarding gate. Due to his status, the gate staff didn't question him and simply waved him through. They only added one instruction: he must disembark before the plane took off. That didn't need to be said, Feng and his group were already aware. Soon, Feng arrived at the boarding gate. The flight attendant, seeing Zhao Feng's uniform and the one Feng was wearing, also said nothing and let them both through. Once aboard, Feng began carefully sniffing the air around him, quickly making his way to the first-class section. But to his disappointment, even after checking this final area, he still hadn't detected the scent he was searching for. Ha! It's her! It must be her! As Feng Lu walked back, a familiar scent wafted through the air. Lu Feng looked up and saw a girl in a flight attendant uniform walking in from outside the aircraft. As she walked, she apologized to her colleague, explaining she was late and feeling a bit under the weather. But at this moment, Feng Lu couldn't care less about that. Staring at the girl before him, whose appearance had changed dramatically, he was already plotting how to expose her. Soon, Feng and his companions came face to face with the girl. Upon seeing Feng Lu and his group, the girl's pupils contracted slightly, but she still stepped aside naturally, allowing them to pass first. But Feng Lu didn't move. Instead, he stared intently at the girl. Zhao Feng, who was following alongside, also noticed Feng Lu's unusual behavior and turned his gaze toward the flight attendant across from them. Is something wrong with her? Zhao Feng didn't hesitate to address Feng Lu directly, his voice carrying clearly despite the girl's proximity. Woof woof woof. You've finally shown some sense again. Without hesitation, Feng Lu nodded, confirming Zhao Feng's suspicion. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, whose intelligence seemed to be steadily rising under his influence, grew increasingly satisfied. Miss, we need your cooperation on a matter. Please come with us. Chapter 213, Capturing Yun Ting. Captain Zhao, this joke isn't funny. The girl smiled brightly at Zhao Feng's words, showing not a trace of fear. You know me? Zhao Feng froze at the implication in her words. If she addressed him that way, she must be someone who knew him. Zhao Feng held no official position now, though he had once served as captain at the canine unit. Those who addressed him this way were almost certainly acquaintances from his past. Captain Zhao, how forgetful you are. When you worked here before, I greeted you several times. The girl spoke while stepping aside again, gesturing for Zhao Feng to pass first. Lu Shu? Regardless of whether we know each other, please come with me now. Zhao Feng didn't dwell on the pleasantries. Glancing at her name tag, he stated his request directly. Excuse me, what's going on? You want to take Lu Shu away? The flight is about to depart. As staff, we can't just leave our posts. As the two stood in a standoff, Zhao Feng contemplating whether to forcibly take her away or conduct a facial scan. Right there, a voice came from behind him. Sisterly, Officer Zhao is demanding I accompany him for questioning without any justification or proper procedure. The girl, who had spotted the approaching figure earlier, now wore a look of grievance, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. But to her surprise, the flight attendant who approached, sisterly, didn't take her side. Instead, she looked at Zhao Feng with a questioning gaze. Good afternoon. My police dog detected something unusual on her person, so I need her to come with me for a brief check. It won't delay the flight. Zhao Feng turned around and saw the woman standing behind him. Having worked at the airport for some time, he recognized her. Suddenly, Zhao Feng realized something. He rarely interacted with the flight attendants during his regular duties. How had this girl recognized him? He usually wore sunglasses or other coverings to partially conceal his face during work, so his true appearance was rarely seen by others. Take this sisterly, for instance, she hadn't recognized him either. At this realization, a dangerous gleam flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. He was now even more certain that this girl was trouble. Initially, he had merely trusted Feng Lu's judgment without being entirely certain the girl was definitely suspicious. Lu Shu, please accompany this officer over there. As a flight attendant with years of experience, she had encountered countless emergencies and seen her fair share of problematic crew members. Thus, she wisely refrained from defending her colleague and instead urged her to cooperate. Come on. Zhao Feng extended his hand toward the girl, gesturing for her to walk ahead. He wasn't afraid she'd run away. There were plenty of colleagues inside the airport, and it would be strange if a girl like her could outrun them. The girl lifted her head and gave the flight attendant and Zhao Feng a long, intense look. Without another word, she turned and walked toward the cabin exit. During the rest of the journey, the girl cooperated surprisingly well, following Zhao Feng's instructions all the way to the duty room. "Captain Zhao, how did you find the time to come over here?" Seeing Zhao Feng and the girl walk in, Sun Tian looked at the unusual pair with some surprise. "Son, have your people check this girl thoroughly, especially her face, see if she's wearing anything like a skin mask." Zhao Feng instructed his colleague to keep an eye on the girl, then took Sun Tian aside and began sharing his suspicions with her, though he omitted any details about the case itself. After hearing Zhao Feng's explanation, Sun Tian was so stunned her jaw nearly dropped. In all her years on the job, she'd never encountered anything like this before. "Miss, please come with me for an examination. I'll check you over. It won't take long." Sun Tian gestured toward the examination room beside them. Two other female colleagues accompanied her, as Zhao Feng had requested. If the girl truly was the ruthless leader of the FD group, her danger level would be extremely high. It was wise to be thoroughly prepared when dealing with her. "No need. I'll handle it myself. Who'd have thought I'd get tripped up by a police dog?" Hearing Sun Tian's words, the girl didn't glance at her once. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on Feng Lu and his handler. The look in her eyes was incredibly complex, one Feng Lu found difficult to describe. It held hatred, relief, and a faint glimmer of death. The girl knew it should be Yun Ting. After uttering those words, she placed her hand on her face and tore away a thin, skin-like layer. This skin-like substance varied in thickness in places like the edges. Feng Lu felt it was thinner than a sheet of paper. This seemingly simple yet profoundly intricate substance could effortlessly alter a person's appearance. Seeing Yun Ting's true face revealed, Zhao Feng and everyone present were stunned. This was truly a real face-changing. After verifying Yun Ting's identity once more, Zhao Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately dialed Old Hu's number, relayed the events unfolding here, and instructed him to send someone to take Yun Ting away. 15 minutes later. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the room as Hu Feng rushed in breathlessly. Where is he?" Panting heavily, Hu Feng didn't even pause to catch his breath. Skipping all pleasantries, he cut straight to the chase. "There!" Zhao Feng pointed directly at Yun Ting, who had been handcuffed and was now being guarded by several people nearby. It really is her." Hu Feng fought back the urge to curse, managing only those few words. When he first got the call, if not for the video Zhao Feng had sent, he would have thought it was a joke. But after watching it, he still felt like he'd seen a ghost. Without hesitation, he made a U-turn at the next intersection, activated the siren, and accelerated to the maximum safe speed, racing back to the airport at top speed. He practically jogged the entire way from the car, his urgency plain to see. It wasn't surprising that Zhao Feng was in such a hurry. Just moments ago, his team had uncovered some crucial information that could almost conclusively prove Yun Ting and Yun Hu's guilt. Receiving the news en route, he was consumed by rage over the revelations. Over the years the FD had been at large, more than one colleague had been brutally murdered by them. It could be said that the hands of this father and daughter were stained with the blood of far too many of their colleagues. Chapter 214, Deserved Punishment, Nowhere to Run. "Thank you." Watching Yun Ting being escorted into the vehicle, Hu Feng sincerely thanked Feng Lu and Zhao Feng. "Every time these three appear, I get confused writing their names, my bad. Carrot. Had it not been for Feng Lu and the others capturing the real Yun Ting, once he left the country, there would have been virtually no chance of him returning. Given his caution, changing identities and starting anew abroad would be standard procedure. Trying to track him down then would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Old Hu, saying that is no fun at all. Just treat us to a barbecue once the case is closed." Zhao Feng patted Hu Feng on the shoulder. Though puzzled by his sudden emotional outburst, he didn't press for answers. Woof. Lu Feng joined in with a couple of playful barks, meaning nothing by it. He'd just noticed Hu Feng seemed a bit down and wanted to cheer him up. Sure enough, upon hearing Feng's bark, both men turned to look at him and burst into laughter. 2.5 hours later. Under Hu Feng's deliberate arrangement, Yun Ting and Yun Hu finally met. Upon learning their daughter hadn't successfully left the country, both men instantly slumped in despair. For his only child, Yun Hu had prepared to sacrifice himself to cover her escape with his own life to ensure her safe departure. Initially, things unfolded as Feng Lu and the others had anticipated. Although they had been exposed to some extent, their consistently cautious approach meant they had left little evidence behind. But just as they believed they could safely weather the storm, a core member of their FD group was suddenly exposed as a police informant. As they seized the suspect and subjected him to brutal interrogation to uncover the location of the evidence he had gathered, he suddenly fought his way out and escaped for his life. When they dispatched men to pursue him, they searched every nearby location but found no trace of him. In desperation, they activated their escape plan. Thanks to the driver's exceptional skills, they managed to evade police surveillance. What they hadn't anticipated was that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Hu Feng, who sought to uncover their true intentions. Lu Feng himself probably never imagined that his bait operation would lead him straight to Yunhu, the founder of the FD group and one of its masterminds. Upon learning of Yunhu's identity, Lu Feng immediately ordered a thorough investigation into his background. Though much of the information was fabricated by Yunhu himself, technical analysis uncovered several valuable clues. Through scattered clues, they ultimately confirmed that Yunting was Yunhu's biological daughter. As for why Yunting ended up in an orphanage, it stemmed from Yunhu's lifetime of wicked deeds, which had earned him more enemies than acquaintances in this world. To protect his daughter's safety, he deliberately placed her in an orphanage, one that remained under his covert control. He had always arranged for people to look after his daughter, ensuring she suffered no hardship at the orphanage. When she was old enough to understand and keep secrets, he revealed the truth to her. Yunting showed no psychological resistance whatsoever. On the contrary, having always believed herself to be an orphan, she was overjoyed by this revelation. Thus, under Yunhu's guidance, Yunting gradually grew up. Several years ago, when Yunhu was diagnosed with a terminal illness, he began gradually handing over the reins of FD Group. The flower shop was her creation, designed to separate the payment transactions and reduce the chances of being discovered by the police. Even if one link in the chain faltered, swift action in another could prevent major losses. As for how she discovered the investigation so quickly, it was because Yunting had stationed numerous people near her businesses. Their sole task was to monitor the surroundings daily, watching for any suspicious activity. Lu Feng could only admit this tactic was impossible to guard against completely. After all, if the police wanted to investigate something, they would inevitably do things ordinary people wouldn't. If someone were observing from a god's eye view, it would be easy to spot problems. When his subordinates noticed unfamiliar faces lurking around 5 entertainment venues, Yunting specifically deployed that couple to test whether his suspicions were correct. Hearing this, Feng Lu couldn't help but express his admiration. Had he not detected the unusual scent on the girl carrying the flower, their cover might have lasted longer. Of course, this wasn't self-reproach, it was merely pondering the possibility. After all, what if scenarios based on established facts hold no validity? As for the plastic surgery girl, it was even simpler. She was someone Yunting had specifically paid to find. She was willing to undergo surgery to look exactly like Yunting and step in at a critical moment to temporarily take the fall for her. Unexpectedly, at the final moment, Feng Lu saw through her. He repeatedly exposed her schemes until he finally apprehended her. As for all the crucial evidence against FD Group, it was that undercover cop who risked his life to uncover and preserve it. Otherwise, even if they had arrested both Yunting and Yunhu, they would have had no evidence to prove their guilt and would have had no choice but to release them. During the investigation into Yunhu, it was discovered that he frequently visited a lumber processing plant. When the decision was made to arrest Yunhu, a simultaneous search of the lumber plant was conducted. During the search, a police dog discovered the unconscious undercover officer in a sewer drain. Clutched tightly in his hand was a USB drive containing the evidence against the FD Group, the very evidence that nearly cost him his life. It contained not only years of evidence against Yunting and Yunhu's FD activities, but also video evidence of their murders of several FD Group insiders. Among those killed were 2 undercover officers. When Feng Lu saw the video footage, he trembled with rage, cursing himself for not having bitten Yunting to death back then. The methods employed by the other side were no longer human, they had crossed the boundaries of what humanity could possibly do. Deep down, Feng Lu wished he could be more ruthless. Facing such a criminal deserving of 1,000 cuts, he wished he could have bitten the suspect to death outright, sparing the bullets. But these thoughts remained just that, thoughts. He believed his career was far more important than killing a criminal or 2. As long as he remained capable, he could ensure more suspects received their just punishment. Woof. Woof woof woof. Chapter 215, Zhangyu. Half a month later. Huan, stop scratching. I'll get up and take you out right now. Zhao Feng lay motionless on the bed, finally unable to endure the persistent scratching at the door. He could only shout loudly to make the other person stop. Yesterday, they finally wrapped up the Yunting case. The follow-up matters didn't require much of their involvement anymore, and all relevant evidence had been transferred to the next department. So last night, Lu Feng treated everyone to barbecue. Though no one got drunk, they all drank quite a bit. They returned late, and Zhao Feng ended up sleeping through the entire morning. Lu Feng was getting bored staying indoors, so he kept pestering the instructor to wake up and take him out for a walk. As for why he couldn't get in, it was because Feng Lu could open the door himself. Zhao Feng had habitually locked the door from the inside after entering the room, precisely to avoid being disturbed while sleeping in. Little did he expect that Feng would resort to such underhanded tactics, scratching at the door with his claws. Ring ring. Just as Zhao Feng got up to tidy himself, his phone suddenly rang, prompting a resigned sigh from Feng Lu, who was sitting on the sofa. It was the ringtone for his work phone. Looks like no hanging out today. But after half a month of downtime, getting some work done might not be so bad. The past 2 weeks had been busy for everyone else, even Zhao Feng had been called in to help process evidence files. As a result, Feng had spent the entire fortnight lounging around the municipal bureau, eating and drinking on the house, completely idle. If not for his decent self-discipline, he'd probably have ballooned into a ball by now. The cafeteria chef was just too kind to him, always preparing exceptionally lavish meals for his private meals. This made Lu Feng, who often tagged along for free meals, incredibly jealous, complaining loudly that the cafeteria chef was biased. Old Zhao, someone was killed in Building 3 of Qingjiang. This guy was a DF we'd been watching, but we never got enough evidence to arrest him. Now we need to go to his place and have the dog sniff around to see if we can find anything. Zhao Feng answered the call immediately, and soon Lu Feng's slightly weary voice came through the phone. Lu Feng had drunk quite a bit yesterday too, and was probably still fast asleep when he was woken up. Got it. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Zhao Feng quickly splashed water on his face, then grabbed the prepared landwind and rushed toward the elevator. Qingjiang was very close to their residential complex, just a 3 to 5 minute drive away. Moreover, traffic had rarely been an issue on the route from their place. In just 8 or 9 minutes, Zhao Feng's car pulled up beneath Building 3 of Qingjiang. A perimeter had already been set up below, with 2 uniformed police officers stationed at the entrance, checking and recording every person entering or exiting the building. Captain Zhao, the crime scene is in Unit 1141 on the 11th floor. Spotting Feng Lu and Zhao Feng approaching, they quickly lifted the police tape aside. Feng Lu recognized these two as members of Lu Feng's team. Old Hu. Upon reaching Unit 1141, Feng Lu spotted Lu Feng standing at the doorway. Hu looked troubled as he watched forensic technicians inside collecting evidence. You're here. Wait until the forensic team finishes collecting evidence before you go in. Lu Feng glanced back at Zhao Feng and waved in greeting. It was clear he was troubled too. He thought they could rest after finishing the previous case, but now another one had popped up. Although the homicide wasn't their jurisdiction, the victim was none other than the DF they'd been monitoring. Why did you want us here? We don't seem to be able to help much, do we? Zhao Feng peered inside and saw a man lying in a pool of blood. The torn front of his shirt revealed multiple stab wounds of gruesome death. The deceased is Zhang Yu. We've been tailing him for over half a month, but never found evidence linking him to FD. Now that he's dead, I want you to take Hanen and search his home and workplace. See if you can uncover any leads. Lu Feng pulled a cigarette from his pack, holding it between his lips without lighting it. He yawned several times, clearly exhausted. Any leads on the killer? Zhao Feng thought this made sense. Having Hanen investigate would be ideal if he could sniff out where the suspect hid the drugs. After all, manual searches often miss things, and drug dealers hid their stashes in the most unimaginable places. No leads so far. Too many people wanted Zhang Yu dead. He was ruthless in business, repeatedly tricking young people fresh out of school into using drugs. 3 have already killed themselves because of him. Lu Feng despised Zhang Yu so much he wanted him dead, but with the man suddenly gone, crucial evidence and leads had vanished. So this is it? You still haven't found any evidence of his crimes? Lu Feng, listening nearby, shared the same confusion. Zhang Yu sounded like a complete scumbag who'd committed so many heinous acts. Could he really have left no evidence behind? Zhang Yu rarely carried out crimes personally. Even when ordering his men to act, he seldom used phones to prevent them from recording evidence. It was clear that Lu Feng grew visibly frustrated whenever Zhang Yu's name came up. Despite years in this line of work, encountering such suspects wasn't new to him, but each time it left him utterly exasperated. Any suspects you're focusing on? Zhao Feng had been a police officer for many years, but before Feng Lu joined, his role had been training police dogs and deploying them on missions. He rarely got involved in actual cases. It was a case of specialization. While he'd heard about certain things, actually encountering them firsthand was even more shocking. If only we had one. Based on the evidence we have now, it's highly likely that Zhang Yu's supplier is responsible for silencing him. They must have known we were closing in on Zhang Yu, forcing them to resort to this desperate measure. But every crime leaves traces behind. But their actions might not be entirely bad for us. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Feng Lu understood exactly what he meant. Now, if they could just catch the person who carried out the hit, they could follow the trail back to Zhang Yu's supplier. Yet something about this case felt off to Feng. It reminded him of the Tibetan Mastiff attack. Had Yun Ting not confessed, he'd never have suspected her involvement. Chapter 216, The Iron Gate. An hour and a half later. The crime scene investigation took far longer than Feng had anticipated. He began to suspect Lu Feng might have deliberately called them over early so they could share the burden together. But seeing Lu Feng slumped at the stairwell entrance, his head nodding off intermittently, only to be jolted awake by a relentless barrage of phone calls forcing him to muster energy to field questions or receive reports from his subordinates. Lu Feng understood this guy. He probably feared getting too caught up in his own work and forgetting about them, so he called to notify them whenever he remembered. At that moment, Feng Lu understood Lu Feng completely. He'd been through the same in his previous life. Once he got busy, he'd forget everything else. Often, a meal would stretch 3 or 4 hours before he finally finished the last bite. Captain Hu, we're heading back now. We have a lot of evidence to send for testing. We'll send you the results as soon as they're ready. Just then, the 5 forensic evidence technicians emerged from the room. They swiftly removed their gear, packed it up, and headed toward the elevator with the collected samples. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Lu Feng stood up, exchanged greetings with the team, and headed toward the crime scene house. The forensic team would conduct a secondary examination of the scene to see if they could uncover any useful information. Though they weren't forensic specialists, many details at the scene could be interpreted differently by different people. It's up to you now. Lu Feng didn't immediately call his colleagues inside. Instead, he turned to Zhao Feng and Hanan, who were already prepared. Woof woof woof. Got it. The first thing that hit Feng Lu upon entering the scene was the overwhelming stench of blood, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't pinpoint whether it was a psychological or physical reaction, it just felt wrong. But this didn't affect Lu Feng's inspection. Upon entering the room, the first thing he encountered was the shoe cabinet, followed by the study on the left. The room was cluttered with items scattered haphazardly. If not for the relatively clean state, he might have thought he'd stumbled into a junk pile. He sniffed carefully around the shoe cabinet but detected nothing unusual. He then signaled Zhao Feng to lift him up and place him beside the upper shoe cabinet, where he sniffed again thoroughly, still finding nothing out of the ordinary. The study had bookshelves and a desk, but they held only everyday items, many covered in dust. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. After sniffing the study thoroughly twice more, Lu Feng confirmed once again that everything was clear before concluding his inspection of the room. Taking a deep breath, Feng entered the living room. Zhang Yu's body lay at the entrance to the living room. Once Feng Lu completed his examination, it would be immediately transported to the funeral home for temporary storage. Suppressing the shock of the blood scent, Feng Lu began meticulously sniffing and analyzing the airborne scent currents. He had already recorded the scent of the forensic evidence collectors. He also recorded the scents of his colleagues present, aiming to assist the police in swiftly apprehending the killer. By eliminating these familiar scents, the remaining odor would likely belong to the killer. Soon, Feng Lu detected an unfamiliar scent amidst the chaotic mix of odors, one that hadn't appeared anywhere else. Through his nose, Feng Lu discovered this scent existed only in the living room and the path from the entrance to the living room. He detected no trace of it elsewhere. Despite the overwhelming influx of scents from numerous people, Feng Lu remained unfazed. He continued to sniff intently, never forgetting his primary mission. After committing this particular scent to memory, Feng Lu resumed his sniffing mission, quickly covering the entire house. Finding nothing further, he let it go. He realized that while his nose was exceptionally sensitive, when confronted with cautious criminals, his nose seemed less effective than his own intelligence. But now was not the time for such reflections. Feng Lu once again began meticulously sniffing the scents around him. This time, he pressed his nose directly against the target object to sniff. Ha! A foul odor. Suddenly, Feng Lu detected a faint, lingering stench, the kind of foul odor that seeps up from a sewer backup. Lu Feng looked around. He was currently in the living room, and he remembered that the bathroom in Lu Yu's house was quite a distance away from the living room. Logically, this area shouldn't be emitting such odors. Lu Feng walked toward the bathroom but quickly realized the smell wasn't coming from there. Instead, it was emanating from the living room wall. Ha! Damn it, there can't be a corpse inside the wall, can there? Lu Feng startled himself with the thought, but soon realized the source of the smell wasn't particularly strong. Something's off here? Zhao Feng watched as the dog scratched at the wall with its paw and asked curiously. Woof woof woof. Yes. Get moving, human, and check it out. Lu Feng noticed the dog had stopped scratching the wall, realizing how much it was wearing down its claws. I'll handle it. Lu Feng produced a knife from somewhere and began scraping at the latex paint on the wall. Something's up. As Lu Feng scraped away the white plaster with his knife, dust quickly covered his body. Once the plaster was removed, a thick, wide crack appeared in the wall. One side of the crack was normal wall, while the other revealed an iron frame. Soon, the entire iron door was exposed. The iron door wasn't particularly large. Judging from the outside, it appeared to be square, with both length and width seemingly equal. Lu Feng tapped it with his dagger and found no significant echo, suggesting the layer beneath might be solid. This puzzled everyone present. Who would seal an iron door within a wall? 10 minutes later. When a worker arrived carrying a crowbar, even Feng Lu was stunned. How professional! With the help of professional tools, the iron door was quickly removed. As the door was lifted away, everyone present realized it concealed a bathroom. What astonished them wasn't the bathroom itself, but the pile of items inside. Stacks upon stacks of 100 yuan bills lay scattered everywhere, sending a wave of excitement through everyone present even though none of it belonged to them. Send someone to open the door to the next room. Lu Feng reacted swiftly, immediately instructing his men to block the doorway to the adjacent room. However, Lu Feng seemed to recall that the adjacent room was a rental unit, not occupied by the property owner. Chapter 217, Waiting. Ugh. Wah! The door was opened by a rookie cop fresh out of training. The moment he pushed it open, he clutched his mouth and sprinted toward the perimeter tape, retching violently. Holy crap, this scene is disgusting enough, but thank God it's not a human corpse. Lu Feng, seeing the rookie's reaction, had assumed it was a decomposing human corpse. But when he saw it was actually a dog's body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Still, the dog carcass inside was truly revolting, covered in a thick layer of white maggots, with many crawling across the nearby floor. The room was a complete mess, littered with all kinds of trash, instant noodle boxes, beverage bottles, and piles of dirty clothes. If the dog hadn't been confined in a cage, Lu Feng suspected the place would have been even more filthy and chaotic. An hour later, the room had been roughly cleaned up. Though it still looked filthy and chaotic, at least the smell had improved somewhat after airing out. After the second team of forensic technicians finished collecting evidence, Feng finally stepped inside to take a look. However, they found no useful clues inside. All the information that could be extracted from the surface had already been collected by the forensic team. While inspecting the room, Feng Lu noticed the bathroom filled with money. It was the master bedroom of the house. When they entered, the door was locked, and they had to use professional tools to open it. By analyzing the scattered coins, they deduced that the small iron door had originally been used to deposit money into the room. For reasons unknown, Lu Yu eventually stopped slipping money through it and sealed the opening. During this period, both the property owner and the tenant were located, but neither provided any useful leads. First, the owner had listed the property with an agency, granting them full authority over the rental process. He provided the agency with a base price, allowing them to profit from the difference. As for the tenant listed on the contract, this person had absolutely no connection to the actual occupant. The individual had previously worked in Yuncheng. He had lost his ID card once, and it was highly likely that the tenant had picked it up and used it to rent the property. However, this wasn't entirely useless. While investigating the bank accounts and phone numbers registered under the suspect's name, they did uncover something unusual. The person who found the ID had used it to register a mobile phone number 2 years prior, and that number had never been cancelled. When staff called the number, an elderly woman answered. She initially claimed the number was hers before abruptly hanging up. Only after the community police intervened did she reveal the truth. The phone had been found by the elderly woman while scavenging trash a few days prior. Since it lacked a passcode lock, she had simply started using it. Upon hearing this explanation, the staff member initially felt relieved. But when the elderly woman produced the phone, disappointment set in. It turned out to be an old-fashioned push-button phone for seniors, a model rarely used by younger people anymore, primarily favored by the elderly. The fact that the person used such a phone suggested their intention was merely temporary, to use it briefly and then discard it. Still, it wasn't a complete loss. At least they had a phone number. If the person had made any calls, they could trace the line and investigate further. If not, then this lead would be completely dead. Ha! Just as Feng Lu drifted off in thought, a figure approached from the distance. What puzzled him was that he recognized the scent emanating from this person, a scent he had detected at the crime scene. The elevator area was now open to the public. As long as they stayed away from the crime scene, there was no issue. Feng Lu and the instructor waited at the first floor elevator entrance for Zhao Feng to arrive. This was a man around 30, standing about 1.8 meters tall, with a very robust build, clearly someone who exercised regularly. When he spotted Feng and the others, he visibly froze. He had seen the police cars in front of the building drive away and assumed he could head home, only to find officers still present. Woof woof woof. This guy's up to something. Lu Feng gave a few soft barks at the approaching man, then rubbed against the trainer's legs. This was a code they had recently agreed upon. Whenever Feng Lu detected something or someone suspicious, he would rub against the trainer's legs. This way, they could avoid the problem of spotting something suspicious but not knowing how to communicate it. Zhao Feng noticed Feng Lu's gesture but gave no outward sign. He merely stroked the dog's head, signaling him to be quiet. This person carries the scent of DP? After the elevator doors closed and ascended several floors, Zhao Feng finally asked Feng Lu about the situation while keeping his eyes fixed on the floor indicator. Upon hearing the question, Feng Lu shook his head decisively, indicating that wasn't the case. After asking the same question repeatedly and getting incorrect answers each time, Zhao Feng suddenly had an epiphany and asked, "Did the person appear at the crime scene?" Upon hearing the instructor's words, Feng Lu hurriedly nodded, confirming the statement was correct. But by then, Zhao Feng had no time to continue the conversation. He quickly pulled out his phone, dialed old Hu's number, and relayed the discovery to him. Half an hour later. Municipal Bureau Office. One advantage of this information age was that with just a photo or home address, one could quickly uncover extensive details about a person. The man's details were soon uncovered. Wu Kai, 27 years old, unmarried, residing in this very residential complex. He lived just one floor below Zhao Feng, on the 9th floor. Wu Kai had a violent temper and had served several months in prison 3 years prior. Since his release, he had been relatively well behaved and hadn't committed any further offenses. Old Hu, what should we do next? To Zhao Feng, this case felt like a tangled mess, with too many key figures emerging, yet he hadn't found any connecting points between them. To better engage with the case, Zhao Feng had been diligently studying relevant professional knowledge lately, determined not to be flustered the next time he faced such a situation. Wait! Lu Feng glanced back at his colleague, his tone unwavering. Chapter 218, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. 3 days later. He's moving. Wu Kai's moving. After his release, Wu Kai opened a logistics station with his family's financial backing. Though he worked dawn to dusk every day, his income surpassed that of many others. In everyone's eyes, Wu Kai had truly turned over a new leaf. His demeanor had shed all traces of his former aggression. He handled even the most difficult customers with patience and composure. Surveillance on Wu Kai had not been relaxed for these 3 days, though the credibility of this lead remained questionable. However, as a team that had worked together many times before, Wu Feng's group had no doubt about Lu Feng's judgment. Each member carried out their assigned tasks with utmost diligence. Throughout these 3 days, Wu Kai had been consistently making deliveries and receiving goods. Although he visited numerous locations daily, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. The delivery locations were all from other regions, and the clients were either Wu Kai's long-standing customers or those he had worked with once or twice before. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Just moments ago, after loading a truck full of goods, Wu Kai didn't head back to the logistics warehouse as usual. Instead, he drove the truck toward another logistics transfer center. Upon arriving at the logistics transfer center, he drove straight to a small warehouse, opened the warehouse door, and drove the truck inside. During the brief moment the door was open, the surveillance team caught a glimpse of the interior. Inside the warehouse, aside from some trash, there were only packing tools. After receiving shipments, some goods require repackaging and securing. Wu Kai had been doing this almost daily for the past 3 days, though the driver usually returned to his own warehouse for such tasks. Therefore, Wu Kai bringing the goods here must have had another purpose. It couldn't simply be to help repackage and secure some cargo. Since Wu Kai immediately closed the door after entering the warehouse, what exactly he was doing inside remained unknown. 11 p.m. Highway entrance temporary inspection point. Upon confirming Wu Kai was indeed suspicious, a temporary inspection team was immediately organized at the highway entrance adjacent to the logistics park. As a key team member, Feng Lu was naturally on the scene immediately. He was now periodically inspecting vehicles pulled over for checks, both large trucks and passenger cars. The reason for setting up this checkpoint was straightforward. Every day, trucks from the logistics company Wu Kai worked for pass through here to enter the highway and deliver goods nationwide. Wu Kai's business wasn't particularly brisk today. He had only picked up 1 truckload of cargo, most of which was destined for a single location. Consequently, that shipment was ultimately divided among 3 large trucks. Since they had no idea what tampering might have been done to the cargo, they were now taking 2 precautions beyond this random inspection. Every shipment dispatched today began receiving individual tracking. If Feng Lu didn't uncover any anomalies or pinpoint a specific target today, the workload ahead would multiply exponentially. Not only would they need to track shipment information, but they'd also have to coordinate with local colleagues to assist with certain tasks. Every individual who handled the cargo for an extended period would become a target. Because anyone with prolonged access to the goods could have tampered with them. Without thorough investigation, they risked overlooking the culprit. Here it comes. After working for 3 hours straight, Feng Lu perked up at Wu Feng's call, shaking off his fatigue as he scanned the distant gate entrance. 3 large trucks approached in formation. Spotting the inspection personnel, they instantly slowed their pace. When the officers signaled for them to pull over, the drivers cooperated smoothly, stopping one by one along the roadside to await inspection. As the 3 drivers and their accompanying assistants were called aside to have their documents checked, Feng approached the first truck. However, when the doors opened, they realized they'd overlooked one crucial issue. The truck was packed to the brim with cargo. Inspecting the cargo meant they could only examine the goods near the entrance. The cargo further inside was impossible to check. They couldn't possibly unload everything. First, time wouldn't permit it. Second, it simply wasn't feasible. With no other option, Feng Lu, assisted by the instructor, began inspecting the exterior of the vehicle while also conducting routine checks on the exposed cargo near the doors. As expected, however, the first 3 trucks yielded no discoveries. All the informed personnel present sighed inwardly. This meant more work ahead. After the trucks departed, to maintain authenticity, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they continued conducting random spot checks on vehicles, just as before. Lu Feng was currently inspecting a truck transporting passion fruit. When he sniffed one of the boxes, he suddenly caught a familiar scent. That's right, it was the scent of DP. Talk about hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Woof woof woof. Something's wrong. Lu Feng was standing atop the truck, carefully inspecting each fruit crate. To avoid crushing the produce, Zhao Feng remained on the ladder below, watching Lu Feng work. Something wrong? Zhao Feng nodded dumbly. Immediately forgetting his own concerns, he carefully stepped along the edge of the fruit crates to reach Lu Feng's side. Is this crate the one with the problem? Hearing Zhao Feng's question, Feng Lu hurriedly shook his head. He had just carefully sniffed around. The source of the smell was in the fruit layer below, requiring them to move it aside to check. So it's underneath? Without waiting for Feng Lu's confirmation, Zhao Feng began lifting the top basket of fruit with considerable effort. To make it easier for Feng Lu to sniff underneath, he also moved aside several adjacent baskets. Lu Feng jumped down, sniffed carefully, and found the scent grew stronger. However, the source still wasn't in this layer. He hopped back up and motioned for Zhao Feng to continue moving the baskets. When Feng Luo jumped down for the second time, he finally located the source of the scent. It was within this basket of passion fruit. Instead of rashly clawing at it, he relayed the situation to Zhao Feng. With Zhao Feng's assistance, he climbed back onto the truck bed. When the basket of problematic passion fruits was unloaded and placed before the driver, the man collapsed in a heap. Seeing this, no one needed to open the fruit. Everyone knew what was going on. Soon, after Hu Feng cracked open 5 passion fruits in succession, he finally found one that was problematic. Inside the passion fruit was a small bag containing tiny red granules, a common form of DP. Faced with the evidence, the driver quickly confessed to his crime. He had been paid by someone to smuggle this shipment hidden within legitimate cargo and transport it to another city. The driver had regained his composure somewhat by now, insisting it was his first time. But that no longer mattered much. The quantity he was carrying this time alone was sufficient for him to receive the punishment he deserved. Chapter 219, Waiting continues. 10 a.m. the next day. Due to working late the previous day, Feng Lu and his team were permitted to report to the municipal bureau at 10 a.m. This was a privilege granted specifically to him at this hour, and Zhao Feng benefited by association. Other staff who had also worked overtime didn't enjoy such favorable treatment. While permitted to arrive later, the urgency of the case meant almost no one actually showed up late. The main reason, of course, was that their presence there wouldn't make much difference. It was better for them to conserve their energy and be ready to act when it truly mattered. When Feng and his team arrived at the municipal bureau, the place was already bustling with activity. Information of all kinds was pouring in, being analyzed by specialized personnel. Just when everyone assumed Wu Kai would wait at least a while after yesterday's incident before returning to that warehouse, an unexpected turn occurred. While they were having dinner that afternoon, the surveillance team relayed a report. Wu Kai had returned to the warehouse again after receiving his shipment. After a full day of investigation, the warehouse's tenant had been identified, Wu Kai himself. He hadn't bothered to conceal this fact. This development left investigators perplexed. If Wu Kai were indeed DF, one would expect him to maintain at least a basic level of disguise. If he was DF, what gave him such confidence? But these questions would likely only be answered once Wu Kai was apprehended. Upon learning that Wu Kai had returned to the warehouse, Hu Feng immediately convened an emergency meeting with his colleagues. They ultimately decided to take proactive action. Searching the internal system, they found a colleague who had purchased large items using the same logistics service contracted by Wu Kai. This colleague was named Li Wang, 33 years old, who had purchased a desk for his daughter. After locating Li Wang and briefly explaining the situation, they followed him to the logistics transfer center operated by Wu Kai's franchise. Li Wang's daughter's desk was currently at the logistics hub. Due to timing constraints, it would normally take until the next day for delivery. After a brief discussion with customer service, they agreed to let Li Wang pick up the goods himself at the logistics center. Accompanying him were Feng Lu and his instructor. Their timing was perfect. Just as they arrived at the logistics center, Wu Kai had finished delivering his shipment and was about to leave. However, the goods he had delivered had not yet been sorted and loaded onto trucks. Upon arrival, Zhao Feng brought Feng to the logistics hub and deliberately released the leash, letting Feng run freely. With the help of staff monitoring Wu Kai's movements, they quickly identified the target location. Zhao Feng gave Hanin a knowing glance and discreetly pointed. Lu Feng instantly understood Zhao Feng's intent and dashed toward the cargo delivered by Wu Kai. Unlike small package logistics centers filled with automated machinery, large item logistics hubs often relied on manual labor and forklifts for loading and unloading. Therefore, as long as Feng Lu was careful, running around inside wouldn't pose any problems. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Li Wang's shipment was positioned very close to the one delivered by Wu Kai. While Li Wang and Zhao Feng waited to collect their goods, Feng Lu scampered over to that pile and began sniffing it intently. This behavior drew a scolding from a nearby worker who shooed him away, thinking Lanwind was about to urinate on the cargo. Fortunately, by the time the worker noticed Lanwind, the dog had nearly finished its inspection, leaving only the last stack of 4 wooden crates tied together. From the shipping labels, Feng Lu discovered that all 4 boxes were addressed to the same recipient, with the contents listed as alcoholic beverages. Lu Feng sniffed carefully and detected a faint whiff of alcohol, though it wasn't strong. The ceiling must have been exceptionally tight for the scent to be so faint. After sniffing repeatedly without detecting any unusual odors, he returned to Zhao Feng's side at his beckoning. By then, they had completed the pickup procedures and were carrying 1 box toward the vehicle. When Feng Zhao looked over, Feng Luo shook his head slightly, signaling he'd found nothing. Half an hour later. Old Hu, are we still doing the inspection tonight? Neither Zhao Feng nor Hu Feng felt disappointed at not finding anything unusual. This method was essentially a shot in the dark. Finding something was a bonus, but not finding anything wasn't a big deal either. Forget it. Everyone should get some rest tonight. Once Wu Kai's packages start arriving in the next few days, we'll have plenty to keep us busy. This case was giving Hu Feng quite a headache. Whether it was the deceased Lu Yu's side or the potentially problematic Wu Kai's side, there had been no substantive progress whatsoever. All individuals connected to Lu Yu had been thoroughly investigated. While several potential suspects emerged, each was being systematically ruled out as a possible perpetrator. As for Wu Kai's side, the people around him had been largely screened out. The focus had now shifted to investigating Wu Kai's business clients. These individuals had frequent contact with Wu Kai, entrusting him to handle their shipments. If there were any issues, these individuals would undoubtedly be the prime suspects. However, investigating these individuals is particularly challenging. Each one is a potential suspect, requiring extreme caution and the use of various pretexts to make contact with these companies or individuals. Companies are relatively easier to approach, but individuals present greater difficulties. Therefore, preliminary background checks were conducted before any direct contact. If these checks revealed any anomalies, further investigation would be initiated. But all this takes time, it can't be done overnight. So taking appropriate breaks is still necessary. Once any crucial lead is uncovered, they might go days without much sleep. That's when true perseverance is tested. Did you find the dog's owner? Zhao Feng suddenly recalled the dog that had died in the cage. As a police dog trainer, his affection for canines ran deep. The sight of that dog's gruesome death had deeply pained him, prompting his inquiry to Lu Feng. Through neighborhood interviews, all dog owners in the complex stated they hadn't seen this dog. It appears to have been brought here for the first time and then killed immediately, as no one on the 11th floor or the floors above or below heard any barking. The forensic examination revealed the dog suffered a horrific death, likely tortured to death. This perpetrator is extremely dangerous. Chapter 220, The Dog Thief. Old Hu, have you considered investigating the suspect from another angle? After hearing Old Hu's words, Zhao Feng seemed to recall something. Which angle? Hu Feng, still pondering how to locate the dog's owner or the person who killed the dog, perked up at Zhao Feng's question. I recall that people who enjoy abusing animals often have their own little circles online. Why don't we try approaching it from that angle and see if we can track down this person? Zhao Feng suggested this because he'd just heard from Old Hu that the wounds on the dead dog, as examined by the forensic pathologist, showed the perpetrator was highly skilled. To prolong the dog's suffering, the perpetrator deliberately avoided vital areas during the abuse, ultimately causing the dog to bleed to death. A novice, whether due to psychological limitations or technical skill, couldn't have achieved this level of precision. Another reason was that some people who enjoyed abusing animals loved filming their acts. On one hand, this satisfies their twisted fetishes or allows them to share the footage with like-minded individuals. On the other hand, it's to keep the footage for their own viewing pleasure when they can't find prey. Old Zhao, you've been studying hard lately. Coming up with this idea is great. I'll have the tech department search online right away. Hu Feng excitedly slapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder before hurrying off toward the tech department. Lu Feng, who had overheard the entire conversation, now looked at his instructor with a hint of admiration. Often, it wasn't that solutions were unimaginable, it was simply a matter of time. Solving cases, of course, was best done as quickly as possible. Every minute saved was invaluable. Woof woof woof. Way to go, kid. I'm counting on you. Lu Feng offered his praise before rising to his feet and trotting after Hu Feng toward the technical department. He had every confidence in the technical department's experts. With a clear target, locating objects buried underground was certainly achievable, it was merely a matter of time. 10 minutes later. Captain Hu, I found something. Come take a look. Xiao Wu pointed to a lost dog poster on the computer screen and hurriedly called Hu Feng over. You mean this dog is the one that died in 1142? Hu Feng examined the enlarged photo of the dog and noticed a striking resemblance. The deceased dog was a Siberian Husky, and the one in the missing dog poster was also a Siberian Husky. However, the dead dog was barely recognizable anymore. It was already quite good that its breed could be identified. Moreover, the dead husky had no accessories on it, like a collar or anything like that. It's hard to say for sure, but I think we should call them and ask if their dog had any distinctive features. Xiao Wu wasn't entirely sure if it was the same dog either. After all, it wasn't his own pet, and many features might look indistinguishable to others. Alright, I'll give them a call. Hu Feng pulled out his phone and dialed the number listed on the lost dog notice. Hello? The call connected quickly, and a slightly hoarse female voice came through. Hu Feng briefly introduced himself, stating he was a JC without going into specifics, then asked if the missing husky had any distinguishing features. At first, the woman listed 4 or 5 traits, but they were all about the dog's coat and offered no useful clues. When Hu Feng asked if there were any other distinguishing features, preferably not fur-related, the woman finally provided a valuable detail. Her husky had jumped off the 2nd floor a year ago due to mischief, breaking its left front leg in the fall. It had taken a long time to recover. After receiving this information, Hu Feng hung up after a brief exchange, knowing forensic examination would be necessary next. Half an hour later. Chief Hu, we can confirm this dog's left front leg did sustain an injury. It should be the one you described. The forensic examiner carefully examined the exposed leg bone and confirmed the finding to Hu Feng with certainty. Good. Hu Feng exchanged greetings with the forensic team and left the lab. As he walked, he pulled out his phone and redialed the girl's number. After confirming her location, he immediately drove over. Also heading there were Feng Lu and his handler. Zhao Feng used the excuse of tagging along to learn, while Feng Lu was purely bored and went to see if he could assist. "Hello, Ms. Li. This is Hu Feng, who spoke with you earlier." Sitting across from Hu Feng was a woman in her 30s. Dressed in a professional suit, she looked very capable. She had been called away from work, and their meeting took place in her company's conference room. "Hello. Is there any news about Jelly?" Jelly was the name of the missing husky. Ms. Li hadn't slept well for days since the dog's disappearance. She had made a big decision to adopt this pet, which had been with her and her family for 4 or 5 years. Since the husky vanished, her daughter had been crying and fussing for days, leaving her feeling drained at work. Because this husky was quite valuable, being a show-quality dog, she had reported it missing to the police immediately. So the arrival of the police didn't surprise her much. "Could you describe the circumstances and location of the disappearance in more detail? Do you have any suspects?" Hu Feng didn't directly answer Ms. Li's questions. Though puzzled by why Hu Feng was inquiring about the details of the disappearance again, Ms. Li cooperated and recounted the events once more. However, she had no specific suspects regarding the dog's disappearance. Her family had never discussed the dog's value outside the home, and most people who saw Jelly would simply think it was a beautiful dog without suspecting anything else. Only professionals could discern its rarity, and if someone had stolen Jelly, it must have been for monetary gain. She had also recently inquired within her circle and found no evidence of such purebred huskies being sold on the market. When answering Hu Feng's questions, she shared her suspicions regardless of whether they were useful or not. After a thorough questioning, Hu Feng drove to the location where Ms. Li's husky had gone missing and began reviewing the surrounding surveillance footage. Dog theft probably didn't seem like a big deal to the thief. They likely wouldn't deliberately avoid every single camera. At most, they might avoid cameras in obvious locations, but hidden cameras in secluded corners would likely go unnoticed and unavoided. The theft itself was likely a spur-of-the-moment act. As for why we can be certain the thief wasn't a professional, it's because if a professional had stolen the dog, they wouldn't likely kill it outright, especially a dog worth tens of thousands of yuan. Chapter 221, Li Fei. 1 hour later. "Damn it, is this guy trying to steal me?" Lu Feng was crouched in the shadow of a large tree, while Lu Feng and Zhao Feng were wandering around nearby. Lu Feng found it too hot to follow them, but they weren't far apart. Zhao Feng kept glancing back at him. Little did he know that this casual gesture would attract someone with ulterior motives. It was a man in his early 30s whose appearance was, well, indescribable. He was frankly not very attractive. He was now eyeing Feng with the scrutiny of a buyer assessing merchandise, though he kept his intentions subtly concealed due to Zhao Feng and the others' presence. Only when his gaze fell upon Feng Lu did his intentions become blatantly obvious. Seeing this, Feng Lu knew immediately that the bastard had designs on him. After all, he was now well-fed and robust, looking incredibly appetizing. Hey! 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 Those two guys just left. Feng Lu watched as the pair who had been chatting nearby quickly walked off after Hu Feng took a call. Just as he was about to stand up and follow, he suddenly noticed Zhao Feng's hand behind his back, signaling to him. Lu Feng instantly understood. It wasn't just him who saw something off about this man. Hu Feng and the others had noticed too. That's why they were playing along, creating an opportunity for the other side to come and arrest him. But weren't these two afraid the dog thief might have poison needles or something? Or did they simply trust him too much? Lu Feng's mind raced through the possibilities as he instinctively lay back down. Yet his limbs tensed, ready to spring, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the thief, prepared to react at any moment. Ha! What the hell? When Feng Lu saw the thief reach into his pocket, his entire body tensed. But when the hand emerged, a leash. Yes, the thief had pulled a leash from his pocket. Watching the dog thief stride cautiously toward him from a short distance away, glancing warily at him as he approached, the thief quickened his pace when he saw Feng Lu didn't react. Are you sure you're a professional? In his mind, Feng Lu repeatedly mocked the thief's professionalism. Stealing his dog with a leash? Who did this guy think he was? But Feng Lu soon understood the problem. Many pet dogs would indeed follow someone as soon as they were leashed. If you were bold enough, this approach could work perfectly. But this required deep understanding of the dog's temperament. Without that insight, trouble was bound to follow. When the dog thief was still a meter or two away, Feng Luo sprang to his feet. He lowered his front legs, crouching his entire upper body. He let out a soft growl, but his movements made it seem like he just wanted to play, so the thief didn't feel the slightest bit scared. The thief cooed enticing sounds while pulling another ham sausage from his pocket, peeling it open and offering it to Feng Lu. Damn, he's a pro. He's got it all planned out. Lu Feng sniffed hard, inhaling the aroma wafting through the air, and couldn't help but drool. This was pure meat sausage, still steaming hot, freshly cooked, no doubt. Lu Feng made his decision instantly, no acting required. His instinct was pure hunger. The dog thief, witnessing this scene, let out a smug chuckle before slowly approaching Feng Lu. He aimed to hook the leash's clasp onto the ring on Feng Lu's collar. Lu Feng immediately took a small step back, thwarting the thief's attempt. But when he looked up, he saw Lu Feng and the trainer standing nearby. The trainer kept gesturing to him, and Feng understood the meaning. He was supposed to cooperate with the thief's actions. They were setting up a sting operation to catch the thief red-handed with the stolen goods. Realizing this, Feng Lu quickly began cooperating with the dog thief. Soon, the leash was hooked onto the ring. But instead of taking the sausage offered by the thief, Lu Feng resisted slightly, taking a step back as if trying to break free. Of course, Feng Lu didn't exert much force. He wasn't resisting with all his might. Otherwise, no matter how bold the thief was, seeing Feng Lu go berserk would make him run. Who dare steal a dog then? Hey, buddy, you're walking my dog. Where do you think you're going? Just as Feng finally agreed to follow the thief obediently, Hu Feng and the trainer silently appeared behind him. Zhao Feng delivered a hard slap to the thief's shoulder. The startled thief staggered from the blow. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, he instinctively tried to flee, but before he could take a step, the two men seized him, one on each side. Guys, I just saw your dog wandering around here and didn't want it to run off, so I tied it up for you. The thief quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile onto his face as he began to wriggle out of the situation. A week ago, did you steal a husky from around here? Hu Feng didn't waste words with him. After getting him into the car, he pulled out photos of Jello to show the thief. Sir, I never stole a dog. I was just... Smack. The thief's sentence was cut short by the sound of Hu Feng slapping him hard against the seat. You might not have heard me clearly. I don't care about your past crimes, those aren't our jurisdiction. Just answer me now, did you steal this dog? Just as Hu Feng had stated, all his energy was now focused on the Lu Yu case. Other cases held no interest for him. Once he extracted the information he needed, he would transfer this man to the specialized department handling it. 10 minutes later. Hu Feng hadn't expected the suspect to be such a seasoned veteran. No amount of persuasion worked. In the end, it was another interrogator who revealed the identity of the dog thief, Feng Lu, and emphasized the gravity of stealing Feng Lu's dog. Using this as leverage finally coaxed the truth out of him. The husky named Jelly was indeed stolen by him, but he later sold Jelly to one of his regular customers, Li Fei, a psychologically disturbed individual who enjoyed abusing small animals. This man had been a steady customer of the dog thief. Since he paid significantly more than places like dog meat restaurants, every time the thief stole a dog, he would ask if the customer wanted it. If the thief wanted the dog, he'd keep it for him. If not, he'd sell it to a dog meat restaurant. He only learned about Li Fei's dog torturing habits by chance, but to keep making money off him, he pretended to be unaware. He met Li Fei at a dog meat restaurant. At the time, Li Fei was purchasing a dog destined for slaughter, and he had assumed Li Fei was an animal lover. That's when he hatched his plan, intercepting Li Fei on the way home to get his contact information. Over time, they had conducted numerous transactions. He suspected Li Fei knew his true identity too, but was simply pretending otherwise. Chapter 222, Finding the Connection. 5 minutes. Is this the guy? Hu Feng handed the freshly printed photo to the dog thief. Their transactions and transfers were all conducted online. With account information, tracing someone's identity was remarkably straightforward. Yes. After receiving confirmation, Hu Feng wasted no further time on this individual and handed the dog thief over to the specialized department for handling. Given the value of the husky Jelly, the thief's fate wouldn't be a pleasant one. Upon obtaining Li Fei's information, Hu Feng immediately had his team pinpoint Li Fei's location and dispatched several agents to monitor him. The reason Li Fei wasn't arrested immediately was primarily because it wasn't entirely clear what kind of relationship he had with the deceased, Lu Yu, or whether he was connected to this FD case. Nevertheless, investigations into Li Fei commenced, immediately scrutinizing his social connections, bank transactions, recent movements, and more. All pertinent clues gradually converged at Hu Feng's desk, where specialists meticulously examined them, searching for any hidden details. 2 p.m. the following day. The paper trail regarding Li Fei had been largely exhausted, though field interviews requiring personal visits were still being conducted with caution. At this point, however, a more significant lead began to unfold. Some of the logistics shipments sent by Wu Kaifa started arriving at their clients' locations. Although investigations into the recipients over the past 2 days had also been largely completed, no useful information had been uncovered in these details. All individuals and companies involved appeared legitimate and law-abiding during the investigation. The key question now was whether any unusual behavior would surface after the deliveries were completed. Captain Hu, we just received this information. As Hu Feng scanned the information on his computer, a staff member approached him with a printed document in hand. Is this information accurate? It was a transaction history between 2 accounts. The sender's account holder was named Wu Yangfa, and the recipient's account holder was named Lu Chang. On the surface, Wu Yangfa and Wu Kai had no apparent connection beyond sharing the same surname. Lu Chang, however, was Lu Yu's younger brother. The reason these transfer records were only discovered now was because the machine screening had initially failed to detect any cross-references, necessitating manual review. It was only then that the abnormal transfers between the 2 accounts were uncovered. Upon discovering these transfers from the same surnamed Wu Yongfa to Lu Yu's younger brother Lu Chang, the technical department immediately launched an in-depth investigation into Wu Yongfa. It was then uncovered that Wu Yongfa was actually Wu Kai's younger brother, who had been given away as a child due to certain circumstances. Due to oversights in population information management at the time, these details were not recorded in any official records. The technical department only uncovered this relationship because of a family reunion news story from several years ago. However, after Wu Yongfa had one contact with his biological parents, there was no further communication between them. The reason for this remains unknown at this time. Nevertheless, Lu Feng had now identified a connection between Wu Kai and Lu Yu, allowing certain events to be linked together. As Lu Yu was an FD member under surveillance by Lu Feng and his team, both his family and friends had always been key targets of police monitoring. Recently, following his brother's unexpected death, Lu Chang had visited the municipal police bureau multiple times, urging the police to find the killer responsible for his brother's murder. Lu Feng had thoroughly investigated Lu Chang, but upon deeper inquiry, discovered he was merely an ordinary office worker. Though his life was far more comfortable than most, thanks to Lu Yu's assistance. However, due to his personality, Lu Chang was the type who never competed for opportunities. Since graduating, he had worked as a technician at a machinery factory. Lu Chang was deeply grateful for his older brother's support, even though his brother had repeatedly told him he lacked ambition. Yet, owing to his disposition, he's always lived a rather carefree life, never taking it to heart. Given the current situation, Lu Chang appears unaware of his brother's actions, and it's likely that this bank account has been managed solely by his brother, Lu Yu. If that's the case, then one could say Lu Chang is quite pitiful. Because this kind of thing is impossible to untangle. Once Lu Yu's FD business is verified, Lu Chang won't be able to escape either. 1 hour later. Hey, get moving. Just as Feng was fast asleep, Zhao Feng's voice called out, dragging the reluctant Feng toward the parking lot at a brisk pace. It turned out that just moments ago, the police officer assigned to tail Wu Kai had relayed news. Wu Kai had picked up a truckload of goods from the logistics transfer center. Unlike usual, he hadn't immediately begun delivering them to clients. Instead, he drove straight to the warehouse he had rented. This unusual move immediately alerted the surveillance team. After reporting to Lu Feng and his team briefly discussed the situation and immediately decided to conduct a surprise inspection of Wu Kai. They had reason to suspect that the unusual behavior stemmed from Wu Kai sourcing goods from an unknown channel. And the newly acquired goods were almost certainly among the shipment Wu Kai had just hauled into the warehouse. 20 minutes later. Still inside? Lu Feng immediately asked the staff member walking toward him. Yes, he's been inside for over an hour now. There are surveillance cameras at the warehouse entrance, so we can't get close enough to observe or eavesdrop. We have no idea what he's doing in there. The warehouse has only 2 exits, both of which are being monitored by our people. The staff member briefly explained the situation before standing aside to await Lu Feng's instructions. Lu Feng considered the situation. Wu Kai had been inside for quite some time now. Whatever he was doing, he should be coming out soon. Under the current circumstances, it was impossible to open the main gate without alerting them. The only option was to wait for him to emerge. Can vehicles exit through the other warehouse door? Lu Feng pondered for a moment before posing the question. No, only this entrance allows vehicle access. The worker answered without hesitation, clearly very familiar with the warehouse's layout. Find someone resourceful. Park a vehicle to block this entrance. When Wu Kai comes out and sees this, he'll definitely get out to investigate. Lu Feng knew Wu Kai was driving a small box truck. If Wu Kai realized he was trapped with no escape, who knew what desperate actions he might take? Blocking the entrance with a vehicle would force him out, creating an opportunity to apprehend Wu Kai outright. Chapter 223, Caught Red-Handed. Half an hour later. What no one expected was that Wu Kai lingered unusually long this time. After Lu Feng had parked the vehicle, another full half-hour passed before the warehouse door slowly began to open. Spotting the parked car, Wu Kai froze momentarily before hurriedly stepping out and approaching the vehicle. His eyes fell on the phone number displayed on the vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his own phone and dialed the number. Hello? I'm here to move your car. It's blocking my entrance. Okay, sorry about that. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Lu Feng didn't move the car but instead waited patiently nearby. 5 minutes later. Ring ring. The phone rang again, but this time Lu Feng neither answered nor hung up. He let it ring continuously. From his vantage point, he could clearly see Wu Kai gradually losing his temper. But this was a contest of patience. Lu Feng needed to chip away at Wu Kai's composure. This would lower Wu Kai's guard, making the arrest slightly easier. Another 5 minutes passed. Sorry, I was held up. Here, have a smoke. Just as Wu Kai had made several calls that went unanswered and kicked the car blocking the entrance in frustration, Lu Feng finally appeared. He jogged toward the parked car, pulling an unopened pack of cigarettes from his bag as he approached, making a gesture to offer one to Wu Kai. Hey, man, forget it. Just hurry up and move the car. Seeing the 2 men arrive drenched in sweat yet still so earnest, Wu Kai couldn't very well make a scene now. He reached out to take the cigarettes. Thud. Unexpectedly, the moment he reached out, Lu Feng grabbed his hand. Together with the other man, they pinned Wu Kai to the ground and restrained him. Police. Don't move. Opting for an immediate arrest instead of requesting cooperation for inspection carried significant risk. What if nothing incriminating was found on Wu Kai? If nothing illegal was found, Lu Feng, who had made the call, could face serious disciplinary action. This move was a gamble, a bet that their judgment was correct, a test to see if they could break Wu Kai's resolve outright. Wu Kai, who had been about to speak, collapsed to the ground like a rag doll the moment he heard the word JC, all resistance vanishing instantly. Witnessing this, all the JC officers watching the scene breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their gamble had paid off. 5 minutes later. The warehouse entrance was now cordoned off with police tape. 4 or 5 police cars blocked the doorway, preventing onlookers from seeing inside. What's this? Lu Feng pointed at the rows of white sealed bags laid out on the ground and asked Wu Kai, who was being escorted by 2 officers. DP. Wu Kai whispered the name of the substance on the ground. A full 30 small bags of DP, all seized from Wu Kai's driver's compartment. Wu Kai hadn't made much effort to conceal the drugs, simply stashing them in a backpack. He probably never imagined the police would show up so suddenly. Through Wu Kai's account, the FD gang gradually came to light. The gang consisted solely of Lu Yu and Wu Kai. Li Fei knew nothing about their activities. He was merely a roommate carefully selected by Wu Kai. Li Fei only visited the rental apartment during dog torture sessions. He never came at other times. Each time he tortured the dog, Li Fei would gag it, so the neighbors were never disturbed. Lu Yu was killed by Wu Kai. The motive wasn't that Wu Kai discovered Lu Yu was being monitored by the cops, but purely a dispute over the division of loot. Lu Yu and Wu Kai primarily dealt with distributors as their main clients, never selling directly to retail customers. They sourced goods through their own channels and then shipped them via logistics to the next tier of distributors. They had 4 downstream distributors spread across 4 cities, all sharing a common profession: delivery personnel and logistics. The reason Wu Kai and his crew managed to operate undetected for so long was their exceptional concealment. They would locate packages with the same delivery address as their clients, conceal the counterfeit drugs within those shipments, and then send the tracking numbers to the recipients. They instructed recipients to remove the DP concealed within the package before delivery, ensuring the operation remained virtually undetectable. Transactions were typically cash only. Lu Yu would provide a random address for the money to be delivered to a designated location, which he would then collect. Collecting payments was Lu Yu's primary job. Whenever a customer placed an order, he would drive directly to the customer's city to collect the payment. After receiving the cash, Lu Yu also handled money laundering. To ensure fairness, the laundered funds were transferred to Wu Kai's account. Lu Yu's share was then transferred to him proportionally. Over the years, their partnership had remained remarkably smooth and trustworthy. The reason Wu Kai killed Lu Yu was that during a conversation with the money launderer, Wu Kai suddenly discovered that the fees deducted by the money laundering organization didn't match what Lu Yu had told him. Calculating based on the rates provided by the money launderers, Wu Kai realized Lu Yu had been shortchanging him significantly over the years. However, to keep their small operation running, Wu Kai didn't confront Lu Yu directly. He simply asked Lu Yu to transfer his share of the money to him. To his surprise, Lu Yu claimed that the money belonged to them both, arguing that he handled more responsibilities than Wu Kai and therefore deserved a larger share. After several fruitless negotiations, Wu Kai went straight to Lu Yu's place and stabbed him to death, taking the card where Lu Yu kept his savings. He planned to transfer the money to his own account once the dust settled. Wu Kai felt no fear about stabbing Lu Yu. He believed no one would ever find out about his actions. After all, there was no direct connection between him and Lu Yu, and no one around him knew they were acquainted. Woof woof woof. Look, look, look. This is all thanks to this king. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have found Wu Kai anytime soon. 1. After watching the entire interrogation in the surveillance room, Feng Lu couldn't help but let out a couple of triumphant barks. It's been no easy feat. This case has been nothing short of a complete dead end. If we'd followed the usual investigative approach, we'd have made little to no progress. Way to go, bro. Wu, who had nothing else to do, was watching the interrogation in the monitoring room. Hearing Feng Lu's boastful voice, he immediately patted Feng Lu on the back. Chapter 224, Security Guard. Half a month later. Uncle Air, what's the urgency in calling me over? Zhao Feng looked at Zhao Zhiguo with some confusion. He had just gone to sleep after finishing the night patrol with Hanin until past 5 in the morning, only to be called over by Zhao Zhiguo. The reason I called you over so urgently is because a rather tricky case has come up. Zhao Zhiguo massaged his temples, a headache forming as he began explaining the case's origins to Zhao Feng. This case hadn't occurred in Yunxian, but in neighboring Qianfeng City. It had been submitted by Qianfeng's anti-prostitution task force. Yesterday, during a surprise inspection of a hotel near the University District in Qianfeng City's eastern sector, officers conducting the anti-prostitution operation entered a luxury suite. No matter how much the staff knocked on the door, there was no response from inside, let alone anyone opening it. However, the staff could clearly hear people inside and not just one or two. When they finally used the hotel's master key to open the door, the scene inside stunned everyone present. 4 women and 3 men were locked in a violent struggle, covered in blood yet still muttering incoherent words, resembling a pack of irrational beasts. All 7 were rushed to the hospital for treatment. Yet due to severe injuries and the drug's potent effects, 5 of them emerged as mindless little darlings. The other 2 lost their precious lives. The investigation later revealed that all 7 were students from a nearby university, aged between 19 and 21, the prime of their youth. Forensic evidence and blood tests confirmed all 7 had ingested a new type of DP. Their first-time use, without proper dosage control, led to this tragedy. With the 5 survivors unable to communicate, investigators had no choice but to examine the victims' computers and mobile phones. However, the results proved deeply disappointing. No relevant clues were found on any of their devices. The new DP in their possession seemed to have materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace behind. After a day of investigation, the police found no clues about the new DP, but that didn't mean they came up empty-handed. After examining the bank transaction records of the 7 individuals, it was ultimately discovered that only one male student named Lu Feng had withdrawn a large sum of cash. Upon discovering this, the police launched an investigation into Lu Feng's movements, retrieving all available surveillance footage from the time he withdrew cash until the incident occurred. They eventually pinpointed the transaction location to a blind spot within the surveillance system at Lu Feng's school. However, due to the numerous exits in this blind spot and the lack of coverage in many areas, they were unable to identify who had conducted the transaction with Lu Feng. Although the Qianfeng City Police had not identified a specific individual, they had formed a rough hypothesis. The person was also affiliated with the school, though their exact identity remained unknown. The primary reason for sending Feng Lu to assist was his superior intelligence compared to other police dogs, enabling him to complete certain tasks autonomously. Their plan was for Zhao Feng to work as a security guard at the school for a period, bringing Feng along so the dog could freely roam the campus. The school already had stray dogs and cats, all well fed by students, and the administration showed great tolerance toward these animals. Of course, Feng was not being sent to become a stray. They would officially grant him the same security guard status as the human staff. Uncle Air, will this work? After hearing the plan, Zhao Feng felt it sounded a bit frivolous. Surely Lu Tianxiu, the captain of Qianfeng City, wouldn't come up with such a scheme. Whether it works or not, you have to try it. If it succeeds, both of you will be able to participate in many future cases. Zhao Jigua also found the plan somewhat dubious, but as he said, it was merely an experiment. Success would open broader avenues for Zhao Feng. Even if it failed, others couldn't criticize them after all, it was merely an experiment. So when discussing it with Qianfeng City, he carefully considered it and agreed on Zhao Feng's behalf. Regarding the simpleton's intelligence, after spending time with him, Zhao Jigua believed he could handle this task well. As for whether they could uncover any clues, that was anyone's guess. As long as nothing went wrong, he considered it a success. Alright, uncle, I'll follow your lead. Zhao Feng glanced at Hanin sprawled on the sofa. The boy was staring right back at him, his expression suggesting he'd understood their conversation. A faint smile even touched his lips, radiating an air of confidence. 3 hours later. Captain Zhao, thank you for your hard work. Lu Tianxiu hurried over to greet Zhao Feng as he stepped out of the car, his tone filled with respect. Lu Tianxiu held immense respect for Zhao Feng's recent achievements. If it weren't for the case's extreme scarcity of leads, its massive impact, and the overwhelming pressure from all sides, had not demanded they crack the case in such a short time frame, he would never have agreed to Huang Jieqi's wildly ambitious idea. Captain Lu, no need for formalities. Just tell us what you need, and we'll do everything we can to help. Zhao Feng hadn't driven himself this time after all, driving on little sleep was dangerous. Instead, Zhao Jigua had arranged for a driver to bring him and Feng Lu over. He'd slept most of the way, making up for the lack of rest from the previous night. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. I've already made arrangements with the school. You'll start with the night shift today. I'll have Huang Jieqi take you there shortly. Lu Tianxiu got straight to the point, laying out the tasks for Zhao Feng. He really didn't have time for pleasantries now, especially with such a major case unfolding. Beyond their own operations, numerous city departments were coordinating with them all to locate and dismantle this FD gang as swiftly as possible. Half an hour later. Captain Zhao, this is the school. We have personnel stationed both near the premises and inside the building. Should any issues arise, backup will be dispatched immediately. On the way, Huang Jieqi had already briefed Zhao Feng on the general deployment and some details about the school. She also gave him several phone numbers to contact if any problems arose. However, after hearing Huang Jieqi's briefing, Feng Lu felt there was no need to wait for instructions or proactively reach out. He knew that if any problems arose, help would arrive immediately to resolve them. Their personnel were now virtually everywhere inside and outside the school. Every move Feng and his team made was likely under surveillance. Security concerns were completely off the table. Chapter 225, Second Day on the Job. These kids are way too enthusiastic. Woof woof woof. Yeah. Yeah. Zhao Feng watched the group of students walk off into the distance, then glanced at Feng Lu, who was crouched amidst a pile of snacks. He covered his forehead in exasperation, at a loss for words. Since taking over the shift at 6 o'clock, it was now 9:30, and there hadn't been a moment without people around them. Wave after wave of students came to gawk at the new security guard, Feng Lu. The thing was, these students knew a thing or two about social etiquette. Hardly any of them came empty-handed. Almost every group brought something. While most items were things Feng couldn't eat and he'd politely declined, some students had brought pet snacks they'd bought from who knows where. In the end, Zhao Feng had no choice but to accept their goodwill. Fortunately, it wasn't much, otherwise he never would have taken it. You've become a celebrity overnight. Zhao Feng plopped down into a chair, reluctant to move. Being swarmed by enthusiastic kids on his first day was genuinely exhausting. He wasn't overly concerned about being filmed or photographed with Hanin. Both he and Hanin had taken precautions to disguise themselves when they arrived. Even acquaintances might not recognize them, let alone strangers. Woof woof woof. You're only a little older than them, yet you call them kids? How can you even say that? Feng Lu didn't bother to retort. He just wanted to rest for a bit before taking a stroll around campus to familiarize himself with the surroundings. 10 minutes later. Go ahead. Zhao Feng watched Feng Lu stand up, saying nothing more. He had little to worry about with the clumsy guy wandering the campus. After all, several cameras were trained on him, with someone monitoring the feeds. Plus, he had a special earpiece in his ear. If needed, the tech department could remotely command him. The campus covered over 700 acres. Walking the entire grounds would take considerable time, but fortunately, Feng didn't need to cover every single spot. He only needed to cover the key areas, specifically those blind spots in the surveillance system. 3 hours later. After 3 hours, Feng Lu finally finished checking all the areas requiring attention. Primarily, these were the dormitory buildings and several cafeteria zones. The large school athletic field was another concern. Due to its vast size and outdated surveillance equipment, many areas weren't covered at all, and the footage from the covered areas was extremely unclear. These areas had the most surveillance blind spots and high foot traffic. The surveillance blind spot targeted by Qianfeng City was precisely the school sports field. Lu Heng's potential transaction time was around 7 p.m. after students finished their meals, the peak hour for foot traffic on the campus field. Therefore, even with a rough time frame identified, the sheer number of people present meant a vast number of individuals required screening. After identifying the potential transaction location in time, Qianfeng City Police have already screened numerous individuals, yet they have yet to uncover any leads. It was almost certain that the perpetrator had avoided surveillance cameras before arriving at the playground. The following day at 5:30 p.m. After arriving at school, Feng Lu immediately headed for the playground. Since classes had just ended, the field was still largely empty. Lu Feng thought for a moment, then strolled over to the school's main cafeteria. As the largest dining hall on campus, it was a popular spot for students to grab a bite after classes. Although students occasionally teased him along the way, it was much better than yesterday. At least he didn't have to worry about someone pulling his hair until it went bald. As he drew nearer to the cafeteria, the crowd thickened. Several groups of students stopped him for photos along the way. Fortunately, the students all showed great restraint. Not a single one made any hostile or unfriendly gestures. Lu Feng didn't show any dislike for these students' affectionate gestures. Truthfully, he quite enjoyed this kind of atmosphere on campus. An unusual smell. Just as Feng Lu was taking pictures with a few boys, an unusual scent drifted over from nearby. At first, Feng Lu detected the scent of cigarettes, but mingled with the tobacco was an all too familiar odor, the distinct smell of DP. Lu Feng looked up and saw a group of stylishly dressed boys chatting as they walked toward his direction. They weren't heading straight for him, just passing by. As the group of 6 or 7 boys passed by Feng Lu, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. He detected the scent of DP on every single one of them. This discovery made him doubt his own senses. But Feng Lu knew he couldn't be mistaken about this scent. If that were the case, then the truth would be terrifying. It meant either these boys were all using illegal substances, or they were all members of the FD group. Either scenario was hard for Feng Lu to believe. These were kids in the prime of their youth. Spotting the group rounding the corner, Feng Lu quickly broke free from the crowd taking photos and sprinted after them. Dumbo, looks like he found something. Huang Zheqi, monitoring the surveillance feed, watched Feng Lu's sudden movement and instantly tensed up. Woof! Woof! Just then, the surveillance feed filled with the figures of the boys from earlier. Simultaneously, Feng Luo gave 2 soft barks, the signal they had agreed upon. 2 barks meant trouble had been detected. If the camera was focused on a person, that person was the issue. If it was focused on an object, then that object was the problem. When Zhao Feng had explained this to Huang Zheqi and the others, they hadn't believed it. But after Feng Lu demonstrated it right in front of them, they accepted this reality with utter astonishment. It was simply too astonishing. No one had imagined a police dog could possess such extraordinary intelligence. After all, Feng Lu had multiple cameras on his body. When the camera directly in front of his neck was aimed at a target, if that target was a person, it was perfectly understandable that they would comprehend these commands. But for a police dog to comprehend these commands as well? That was truly astonishing. Got it. Woof. Got it. After confirming the surveillance team understood his instructions, Lu quickened his pace, overtaking the group of boys and positioning himself ahead of them. This way, the camera on his body could capture their faces, allowing the tech department to identify them based on their appearance. Chapter 226, XXX e-cigarette. Lu Feng didn't linger long in front of them. After passing the group, he soon scampered toward the playground. Unexpectedly, not long after he started strolling around the playground, he spotted the same group of boys entering from outside, basketballs in hand, likely heading for a game. Lu Feng considered his options, then turned toward the basketball court. Along the way, students kept greeting him, and at first, he wagged his tail in response. But soon he realized there were simply too many people greeting him. If he kept wagging like this, his tail might break off. So he stopped acknowledging the kids altogether. Social anxiety with shy guy logging in. Truth be told, he wouldn't admit he was just lazy. The basketball court wasn't crowded yet. Most students were either just starting lunch or had just finished eating. Those who wanted to play would probably show up later. The group of boys didn't start playing basketball immediately upon arriving at the court. Instead, they joined another group and moved to the side, where they began puffing away. Lu Feng noticed they weren't smoking regular cigarettes but e-cigarettes instead. The scent was quite fragrant, though to Lu Feng, it was a bit pungent. Ha! Lu Feng halted his retreating steps. Amidst the fragrance, he suddenly detected a faint, familiar scent, though it was incredibly subtle. He shifted slightly, but the peculiar scent vanished. This puzzled him deeply. Was it merely his imagination, or had he truly detected it just now? Lu Feng thought for a moment. Whether it was an illusion or not, he had to confirm it. So he began to slowly move a little closer toward the group. Yes. That peculiar scent. Lu Feng finally confirmed he hadn't misjudged it. The smoke exhaled by this group contained traces of DP, though the scent was incredibly faint. Judging by their demeanor, they didn't appear to be in the typical state of someone under the influence of illicit substances. Moreover, the unusual scent was extremely faint and not present in the smoke exhaled by every single one of them. After a moment's thought, Lu understood the situation. Someone in the group was a user and had consumed drugs very recently. The device in question was likely their e-cigarette. The lingering scent was residue from a previous use, now being released during this session. As time passed and the group continued vaping, the scent grew fainter until it vanished entirely. The fact that the e-liquid in their devices hadn't been completely depleted indirectly confirmed Lu's earlier suspicion. Woof! Woof! Lu Feng aimed the camera on his chest at the group and gave a soft bark twice, signaling his discovery of the unusual situation to Huang Zheqi and the others. Copy that. Huang Zheqi's voice came through the earpiece almost immediately. Though she didn't know exactly what Lu had spotted, it didn't hinder her from taking notes. As Huang Zheqi relayed Lu's findings to Lu Tianxiu, investigations into this group commenced simultaneously. Everything from their bank transactions to recent movements began to be scrutinized. 2 hours later. Captain Lu, these students all come from well-off families with substantial monthly allowances. However, our review of their spending records matches the amounts provided by their parents. They all use online payment methods for their purchases, and every transaction is recorded. So far, we haven't found any unusual spending patterns. We're still verifying earlier transactions, but that will take time. Apart from their higher spending, they show no differences from ordinary college students. Their common interests are vaping and playing basketball. We also looked into their relationship with the victim. Aside from attending the same university, we haven't found any other points of connection so far. A technician handed Lu Tianxiu a stack of documents while briefly summarizing their findings. Have you traced where they bought the e-cigarettes? Lu Tianxiu didn't press for details on other information, focusing his questions on the e-cigarettes. In many cases involving DP use, young people often mix DP into their e-cigarettes for consumption. The reason for tracing the e-cigarette source was that drug dealers sometimes lace cigarettes or e-cigarettes with drugs, exposing innocent people to DP. This method aims to recruit new customers, but it carries significant risks. Operators must proceed with extreme caution. If a victim reports it, the dealers are immediately exposed to police scrutiny. Therefore, when poisoning, they conceal their identities or operate covertly, ensuring even the victims remain unaware of the perpetrators. We've traced it. Their purchase records all point to a common store called XXX e-cigarettes. But we just investigated and found there are 5 e-cigarette shops operating near the school. The technicians had anticipated Lu Tianxiu's concern and had already investigated this point during their inquiry. Then gather all available information on XXX e-cigarettes first. After that, investigate the other 4 shops. Look into whatever you can uncover. Once that's done, everyone can go home and rest. Just come in early tomorrow. Lu Tianxiu considered this for a moment before instructing the technician. At this hour, much of the information couldn't be obtained. They'd have to wait until daylight tomorrow to retrieve records from the relevant agencies. For instance, regarding banking records, they could only access recent transaction histories because young people nowadays primarily use mobile apps for payments. The police had access to the relevant back-end systems to retrieve this information, which is how they had managed to locate the e-cigarette shop. 1 hour later. Did you detect an unusual odor on that group of people earlier? Just back in the duty room, Feng hadn't even sat down to rest when Zhao Feng approached him. After glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, he asked the question. Woof woof woof. Yes, they had an unusual scent. Lu Feng barked twice, then nodded. Is it e-cigarettes? By now, Zhao Feng had received the report Lu Tianxiu had sent over, which included Feng Lu's findings of the anomaly and a detailed account of the process. Woof woof woof. So many smart people. Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected that just by returning a little late, they'd already locked onto the target truly lightning fast. Chapter 227, Full Inspection. 10 a.m. the next day. Captain Lu, I've discovered a serious problem. Officer Li, responsible for reviewing investigative files, approached Lu Tianxiu at that moment, placing a document on his desk. What is it? Lu Tianxiu didn't rush to open the materials. After all, what was said could be simple and clear. The primary consumer base for XXX e-cigarettes consists of students from nearby schools. Due to their affordable pricing, they've become extremely popular among smoking students in the area. Shaoli paused at this point, noticing Lu Tianxiu's expression had turned serious. He knew the other party had grasped his intended meaning. All right, I understand. Lu Tianxiu stood up. If things were truly as he suspected, this was beyond his ability to resolve. He urgently needed evidence to verify his suspicions. 2 hours later. Captain Lu, the test results are positive. A staff member in a white lab coat handed Lu Tianxiu 5 test reports. Just over an hour earlier, to verify his suspicions, Lu Tianxiu had arranged for his team to use special means to obtain blood samples from the group of students identified by Feng Lu as problematic. The samples were immediately sent to the Municipal Bureau's testing center, where technicians processed them and quickly produced the results. But these results sent a chill down Lu Tianxiu's spine. He knew this was serious trouble. Though he desperately wanted to light a cigarette to calm his nerves, he instead strode quickly away from the testing center toward the bureau chief's office. What's happened? Zhang Weirong, the director of Qianfeng City's police bureau, who had been reviewing documents, looked up at the sound of the door opening and met the stern gaze of Lu Tianxiu. He knew this subordinate of his, though sometimes rather straightforward in his actions, always knocked before entering his office. The fact that he had barged in without knocking meant something beyond his control had occurred. Chief Zhang, here's the situation. Lu Tianxiu swiftly explained the incident's origins and his suspicions to Zhang Weirong. After finishing, he watched Zhang deep in thought. Lu remained silent, standing quietly by the desk awaiting Zhang's decision. Get your team ready. Organize a free health checkup for all faculty and students. Schedule it for this afternoon, the sooner the better. I'll handle the rest. Zhang Weirong didn't deliberate long before making his decision. At this point, dwelling on other matters was irrelevant. If the incident had already occurred, the most crucial task now was resolving the problem. Oh, and I'll handle contacting the hospital. You just need to have your people coordinate the logistics. Understood, Director Zhang. I'll get right on it. Shortly after 3 p.m. Thanks to Zhang Weirong's coordination, everything was swiftly arranged, both the medical staff conducting the examinations and the school personnel assisting with logistics. Only Zhang Weirong and Lu Tianxiu knew the true reason behind the entire operation. The other participants remained unaware of the purpose, yet not a single one hesitated in carrying out their tasks. Woof woof woof. Don't bother me, I'm a legend. Lu Feng lifted his head with a touch of pride, too lazy to acknowledge the group of kids. How dare they try to communicate with him in dog language? Didn't they know he didn't understand it? At that moment, Zhao Feng was helping maintain order beside the line, while Feng Lu sat at the very front, inspecting each person passing by to check for any unusual odors. Of course, he could only check a portion of them. After all, this school was huge. With all the students and staff combined, there were easily 10,000 people. To expedite the process, they had set up 20 checkpoints, primarily for blood draws. Other stations for vision tests, height measurements, and such were far fewer in number. To better identify targets, boys and girls were queued separately. While some girls did smoke, their proportion was significantly lower than that of boys. Lu Feng was positioned between 2 windows, flanked by male queues separated by just over a meter. This allowed him to detect odors from both sides. During the long wait, some restless students couldn't resist giving him a few pats, especially after seeing he didn't bite back. If they weren't just kids, Feng Lu would have scratched them back. His scalp was practically balding from it. 4 hours later. After a grueling 4+ hours, all student blood draws were finally completed. The remaining tests scheduled for other items were arranged for the following morning. All blood samples were immediately divided into multiple batches and sent to various testing facilities. Zhang Weirong's order was clear: results must be ready by the following morning. Of course, this didn't mean all results had to come back at once. The priority was to urgently examine the samples from certain key targets identified as high risk. One could imagine how many departments would be working through the night. Given the gravity of the situation, however, Zhang Weirong had no choice but to issue such a mandatory order. Time flew by in the flurry of activity. Under the anxious anticipation of everyone in the know, the first batch of test results came back quickly. Director Zhang, 40 positive cases have been identified. Lu Tianxiu placed the report on the table with a heavy sigh. He never imagined these people could be so heartless as to target children. Bang! Zhang Weirong could no longer contain his rage. He slammed his hand hard on the conference table. Lu, walk everyone through the sequence of events. He rose with a hint of irritation, pacing back and forth in front of the conference table as he contemplated the next course of action. At Zhang Weirong's prompting, Lu Tianxiu rose and began explaining the situation to the assembled group in the conference room. Only then did the attendees grasp why Zhang Weirong was so furious and why they'd been summoned for a meeting at 5 in the morning. This was serious. That was the collective thought of everyone present. Out of a total of 2,000 blood samples, 40 had tested positive in a single round of testing. This was a toxicology test designed to determine whether an individual had ingested DP and specifically, whether it was recent ingestion. What this signified was crystal clear to everyone present. If these were adults from society, the situation might not be so dire. But these were all children. The nature of the situation changed instantly. Chapter 228, Escalating Incident. Can we determine the general status of these individuals now? After Lu Tianxiu finished his report, Zhang Weirong stopped pacing and fixed him with a stern gaze. Commissioner Zhang, as soon as the results came in, I immediately assigned personnel to gather preliminary details on these individuals. It appears they have only recently begun using illicit substances. Lu Tianxiu knew exactly what Zhang Weirong was getting at. Fortunately, as soon as he received the files, he had his team investigate these individuals. Primarily, they used recent video footage to observe the subjects' mental states and determine whether they were seasoned drug users or newcomers to DP. Long-term drug users exhibit distinct mental states compared to the general population, especially noticeable within such a vibrant group. Even so, this could only provide a rough assessment. After all, if someone's mental state was severely impaired, their teachers and classmates would have noticed something amiss. Alright, let's discuss what steps to take next. Everyone, please share your thoughts. Zhang Weirong felt a little calmer upon hearing Lu Tianxiu's words. After all, if this were a long-term issue, it wouldn't be a good outcome for him or any other leader. Now that it was largely confirmed the children were only recently exposed, there was a high probability they could be weaned off. This would significantly lessen the impact on their futures. However, until all the results were in, his heart would remain uneasy. Each case felt like a ticking time bomb. He resolved that immediately after the meeting, he would arrange for students from the 2 neighboring schools to undergo the same free screening. Some problems were best addressed through early detection and intervention. Ding! Director Zhang, our technical team has screened the consumption records of these 40 individuals. All 40 have made purchases at XXX cigarettes, and many are long-term customers of their stores. Lu Tianxiu picked up his phone, immediately checked the message sent by the IT department, and read it aloud. Good. Finally, some positive news. Are all personnel associated with XXX cigarettes under your surveillance? Zhang Weirong's face finally broke into a smile upon hearing Lu Tianxiu's report. With this information, it was almost certain that the DP purchased by these children was connected to this e-cigarette shop. Although no large transaction records had been found in the e-cigarette shop's payments yet, that didn't matter. Few dealers would be foolish enough to conduct DP transactions in their own shops. Typically, they used cash or other payment methods. In short, they prioritized concealment, evading detection, and leaving no trace. Of course, there are those with low IQs who unexpectedly evade capture, but such cases are extremely rare. All relevant personnel are under our round-the-clock surveillance. We won't let a single one slip away. The moment Lu Tianxiu came into their sights at the XXX cigarette shop, he had his men start surveillance on the relevant individuals. However, due to a lack of concrete evidence, they couldn't make any arrests. Whether it was the owner, employees, the owner's relatives, or employees' relatives, their financial transactions were spotless, and their financial situations appeared perfectly normal. Their income matched their declared earnings, and no suspicious activity was detected. If not for all their current leads pointing to this shop, based solely on these records, the store would appear completely above board. This included the surveillance reports from the past 2 days, which showed the subjects' daily routines were entirely normal. Of course, monitoring was currently limited to the owner and store employees. 7:30 a.m. School gate. Zhao Feng and Feng Lu, who had switched to the day shift, had just finished their handover and were starting their shift alongside another older man. Since the night shift only had one person, the day shift would get busier, so they always worked in pairs. The man working alongside Feng and Feng was Li Yugua, a 55-year-old who had been in this position for nearly a decade. He'd been working there longer than most teachers, always greeting people with a smile and chatting away. Since coming to work, Feng had barely stopped talking. Their job was actually quite straightforward, just ensure everyone swiped their own card to enter and no one tried to piggyback off someone else's. Of course, some teachers or students occasionally forgot their cards and needed to verify their identity with them, after which they'd help open certain doors. Lu Feng noticed that Li Yugua had an amazing memory. He recognized every teacher who came to work and could even recount each person's basic background. Damn, Uncle Li, are teachers at this school that wealthy? Just then, a luxury sedan worth over $1,000,000 approached from the distance. The access control system automatically recognized it and raised the barrier, leaving Zhao Feng utterly astonished. That's Sun Yu. He's also a graduate of this school who stayed on as a counselor. I heard his family is pretty ordinary. He earned all that money himself by starting a company outside. When Li Yugua mentioned this person, he seemed to have a hint of contempt, as if Sun Yu had done something to offend him. But just now, when Sun Yu drove by, he had rolled down his window and waved hello. He didn't seem like the type to have made enemies. What kind of work pays so well? Having worked in law enforcement for so many years, Zhao Feng's professional instincts kicked in. He couldn't help but ask what kind of business could generate such a fortune in such a short time. Apparently he's selling e-cigarettes. He's already opened 5 or 6 shops. Li Yugua himself didn't smoke and actually disliked it intensely. When he learned Zhao Feng rarely smoked either, he'd even complimented him on it. Zhao Feng didn't know the reasons behind this. It was all information provided by Lu Tianxiu. So when he heard Sun Yu was an e-cigarette seller, Zhao Feng immediately understood why Li Yugua found him troublesome. Ha! Woof woof! The moment Zhao Feng heard the words e-cigarettes, something clicked. He glanced down and exchanged a knowing look with Feng Lu before pretending nothing was amiss and continuing his conversation with Li Yugua. Got it! Huang Jieqi's voice came through the earpiece to Feng Lu's ears. He couldn't help but praise the young girl. Her reaction time was truly quick. With just a subtle hint, she instantly grasped exactly what he meant. Chapter 229, Origin. Sun Yu, male, 25 years old. After graduating, he stayed on campus as a counselor while running an e-cigarette shop off campus in his spare time. He now operates 6 branches. The store addresses are as follows: XXX. However, none of these 6 shops were located in the university town, which puzzled the investigators. If they weren't in the university town, how could they be connected to this case? How much longer before we get the rest of the information? Lu Tianxiu glanced at his IT colleague. He urgently needed to determine whether Sun Yu had any connection to the XXX cigarette shop or to the students who had ingested DP. While Lu Tianxiu and his team investigated Sun Yu, Feng Lu wasn't idle either. After classes began, he headed straight for Sun Yu's parking spot. When Zhao Feng and Li Yugua chatted and suspected Sun Yu might be problematic, Feng casually inquired about Sun Yu's major. Having been on campus for several days, Feng Lu was now quite familiar with the school's layout. Knowing the major, he easily located Sun Yu's parked vehicle. Approaching the vehicle, Feng began meticulously inspecting it. As expected, however, he found nothing unusual. 2 hours later. Captain Lu, there's no connection between them whatsoever. Aside from sourcing from the same supplier, there are absolutely no other points of intersection. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Tianxiu fell into deep thought. This was slightly different from what he had anticipated, but after a moment's consideration, he dismissed it. It seemed they had overthought it. This man was likely above suspicion. After all, one couldn't assume someone was corrupt simply because they made money. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Yu's business overlapped with the primary suspect in their current case and that he was also a teacher at this school, Lu wouldn't have considered investigating him at all. Now that it was confirmed the man was clean, they could set this matter aside and pursue other leads. Lu Tianxiu rubbed his temples with a headache. Since this case began, he hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in days. Even in brief moments of slumber, his mind was consumed by it. The frustrating part was that while there seemed to be plenty of evidence, none of it was conclusive. Everything appeared somewhat ambiguous, failing to provide any decisive breakthrough. Even the personnel from XXX e-cigarettes who were under surveillance had no evidence proving that the DP devices were sold by them. Unlike other cases where incriminating evidence allowed direct investigation whether through questioning suspects or field inquiries, the FD case demanded stealth. The FD case absolutely cannot proceed this way. Everything must be done covertly, without alerting any involved parties. Even those in their immediate circles are left undisturbed whenever possible, for you can never predict which among them might also be a beneficiary of the scheme. If you alert them, you may never catch them again. The target will destroy all evidence. With something like DP, all it takes is dumping it down a random sink or toilet, and you'll have no recourse. Even if the suspect is inside, without eyewitness testimony or video evidence, you'd likely be powerless to act. That's why FD cases always demand catching them red-handed. Only then can you pin them down for good. 6 p.m. Lu Feng and Zhao Feng arrived at a commercial district where the vape shop was located. After a day of investigation yielded no useful leads, Lu Tianxiu decided to send Feng Lu directly into the shop to investigate. If they found anything suspicious, they would launch an immediate arrest operation. This was a last resort. It was safe to say that once they did this, it would be extremely difficult to trace the suspect's connections to their superiors or subordinates. These FD operatives were like rabbits, the slightest hint of trouble and they vanished without a trace, making them extremely difficult to apprehend. But the pressure was immense now. Both the victims' families and higher-ups were desperate for a breakthrough. "Hello, how may I help you?" As soon as he stepped into the shop, a pretty young girl approached him. This startled Feng Lu. For a moment he recognized her as a student from the university. Lu Feng recalled that the regular employee had already clocked out at this hour. To lighten the workload, the owner had hired a part-time student to assist in the evenings. "I'll just look around first." Zhao Feng nodded to the girl and stepped inside, leading Feng Lu on a leisurely tour of the shop. The shop was quite spacious, roughly 60 square meters. 3 rows of display cabinets lined the walls, with the cash register positioned near the entrance. Besides the young girl, only a middle-aged man sat at the cash register, the shop owner. Even as Feng and the others entered, the middle-aged man remained seated, playing with his phone while puffing away on his cigarette. The occasional smoke rings he blew out suggested he was no novice when it came to smoking. "Ha! An unusual smell." As Feng Lu approached a row of display cases, a faint yet distinct scent filled his nostrils. He recognized it immediately, the smell of DP. The display case held both opened and sealed pods, and the scent emanated from one of the opened pods. This discovery left Feng Lu momentarily stunned. Had human traffickers become this brazen in selling DP? Lu Feng glanced at the middle-aged man. He certainly didn't look like a good guy, but wasn't this a bit too brazen? "Hey, boss, do you still buy back pods?" Just as Feng Lu was about to alert the instructor, a voice interrupted him. Recognizing the somewhat familiar tone, Feng Wang whipped his head around to see Sun Yu striding in from the doorway, now standing before the shop owner. "Oh, Mr. Sun, you're back again? Of course we take them. Same price as last time." The shop owner immediately stood up, his face plastered with a smile that clashed sharply with his otherwise unsavory appearance. "This time it's a bit less, only 10 cartridges. Take a look." Sun Yu noticed Zhao Feng and the others but made no move to greet them. Instead, he pulled several boxes from his bag. "Alright, 300 total should be fine, right?" The shopkeeper examined the boxes, noting they were all unopened, then retrieved 300 yuan from the cash register and handed it to Sun Yu. "Deal." Sun Yu didn't linger. After receiving the money, he exchanged a quick farewell with the shopkeeper and left. Chapter 230, Identifying the Problem. "Hey, boss, you still buy back pods here?" After Sun Yu stepped out of the shop, Zhao Feng casually asked the owner. "Sure, why wouldn't I? As long as you have them, I'll take them." The middle-aged shop owner replied while sorting the cartridges into their respective categories. "I don't have any myself, but could you sell me the ones you have at a discount? These flavors happen to be my favorites." Zhao Feng stepped closer to the owner and picked up a pod to examine it. "Well, it's not that I can't, but you'll have to let me make a little profit." The owner paused his work, replying with a hint of embarrassment. "Alright, boss, how much are we talking?" Zhao Feng examined all the pods the owner had placed on the counter, finding nothing unusual. "How about 50 extra?" "Alright, by the way, boss, where did that guy get so many pods? Did he just buy too many himself?" Zhao Feng hadn't expected the boss, who didn't look like a good guy, to be so straightforward. After all, each pod was marked at 50 yuan in his shop, meaning he'd just lost over 100 yuan in profit. Without haggling, he pulled out his phone to pay, then casually asked. You mean that guy? Honestly, I look down on him. He's a teacher at the school. All this stuff? He confiscated it from students and brought it here to sell. This is already the 3rd time." Seeing Zhao Feng pay so readily, the middle-aged shopkeeper bagged the items while venting about Sun Yu's underhanded tactics. "People like that? That's really shady." Although he was dying to find out what had happened to the cartridges Sun Yu had sold him, Zhao Feng refrained from asking about Sun Yu to avoid any potential trouble. After paying, he took the items the shopkeeper handed him, said goodbye, and left the store. Lu Feng, who had been following nearby, had already figured out most of it by now. The smoke cartridges from the counter emitting that strange odor were likely the ones Sun Yu had sold to the shop owner. What puzzled Feng was why he detected no unusual scent on the items Sun Yu had brought over. Another possibility was that the shop owner was also involved, and their relationship wasn't as straightforward as he claimed. This possibility seemed quite plausible. After all, it was unlikely that a university student would have his belongings confiscated by a teacher. The shop owner must have known this, yet he pretended to be unaware. In any case, the most crucial thing now was the test results for the items in Zhao Feng's possession. Once the results came back, both Sun Yu and the shop owner would be apprehended. 20 minutes later. The moment Feng Lu and his team entered the municipal bureau, they delivered the items to the testing lab. Lu Tianxiu, who had already been briefed on the situation, was waiting at the entrance to the testing department. "Great work, Zhao." Lu Tianxiu slapped Zhao Feng's shoulder hard. Although Zhao Feng hadn't been present for this particular incident, their colleagues responsible for surveillance would still have detected it and taken appropriate action. But back then, things wouldn't have been so straightforward. Once the items were scattered and laid out, finding them wouldn't have been so easy. When you went to buy it, could you really name names directly? That was impossible. Now, neither Sun Yu nor the shop owner could escape suspicion. Captain Lu, all test results are positive. A technician emerged holding a report and handed it to Lu Tianxiu. Good. Lu Tianxiu swiftly snatched the report from the technician's hand, glanced at it, then dashed toward the chief's office. With this report in hand, they now had legitimate grounds to arrest both the shop owner and Sun Yu. However, the specific course of action still required approval from higher-ups. After all, this matter was extremely important, directly tied to the hotel student death incident. 2.5 hours later. Sun Yu's home. Hanan, sniff. When the decision was made to arrest Sun Yu and the shop owner, Feng Lu and his team were tasked with searching Sun Yu's residence. Only after the technicians finished collecting evidence did Feng Lu, guided by the training officer, enter Sun Yu's residence. Sun Yu's home was spacious, a large, over 200 square meter flat with luxurious decor. Since Sun Yu was unmarried, he lived there alone. Sun Yu's parents lived in the same residential complex, though not in the same building. After inspecting Sun Yu's residence, they would need to search his parents' home as well. An unusual smell. Lu Feng hadn't expected things to be so straightforward. He had just finished inspecting the shoe cabinet by the door when he stepped into the living room and faintly detected an eerily familiar scent. Following the scent, Feng Lu approached the living room sofa. What puzzled him, however, was that the sofa was made of solid wood. Unlike fabric or leather sofas, it wasn't the type where things could be easily hidden. With a solid wood sofa, the situation was essentially visible at a glance. Unless something was hidden under the sofa base, it was highly unlikely anything could be concealed elsewhere. Given the weight of a solid wood sofa, hiding something underneath was beyond the capability of the average person. Lu Feng examined the side of the sofa with puzzlement. There was nothing amiss, yet if his nose hadn't deceived him, the scent was definitely emanating from that very spot. Huan, what's wrong? Zhao Feng was equally puzzled. He couldn't understand why Hanin was sniffing around here. There was nowhere to hide anything in the sofa legs. Woof woof woof. Something was definitely wrong here. Lu Feng dug his claws into the side of the sofa leg with all his might. It was solid wood, showing no signs of anything unusual. But Feng didn't give up. He trusted his instincts. There had to be something wrong here, he just hadn't found it yet. As Feng Lu scraped vigorously at the sofa, a small indentation suddenly caught his attention. It hadn't been there before. It appeared only when he began clawing at the surface. Having pinpointed the issue, Feng Lu began vigorously clawing along the indentation. Soon, a square hollow emerged before Feng Lu and the others. Holy crap, there's something in here? Zhao Feng watched the scene unfold, utterly speechless with astonishment. Could something really be hidden in such an unexpected place? Woof woof woof. Don't just stand there. It's your turn now. Seeing the stunned group, Feng hurriedly barked, urging them to figure out what was going on. Chapter 231, What's Inside the Sofa Leg? 5 minutes later. The technician first used a small blade to scrape out the filler material from the crack. Then, inserting 2 blades deep into the crevice, he carefully gripped a piece of wood and slowly pulled it out. Soon, a wooden rod roughly 4-5 centimeters wide, 4-5 centimeters thick, and about 12-13 centimeters long appeared before everyone's eyes. As the wooden rod was extracted, a handful of white granular particles rolled out of the hole, though only about a dozen fell out. Lu Feng's line of sight allowed him to see the inside of the hole, which was densely packed with white granular substances. Without needing to verify, Feng Lu had already confirmed by smell that these were all DP. 10 minutes later. When over 1,000 white pellets were laid out on the living room floor, everyone present was speechless. No one could have imagined that what appeared to be a solid wood sofa actually had a hollow section, and that it concealed such a large quantity of DP. The concealment was so meticulous that even the search technicians had failed to detect it. Had it not been for Feng Lu's discovery, they would have missed this crucial evidence capable of securing a conviction against Sun Yu. Xiaoli, take a few of these pills now and send them to the technical department for analysis. See if they match the DP found in the hotel. Lu Tianxiu suddenly ordered a colleague as he surveyed the white granules scattered across the floor. Lu Tianxiu suddenly recalled that DP had also been discovered at the scene of the student's death in the hotel. After technical analysis, the report had included a specific note. It stated that the DP used by the students contained granular particles within the white powder. DP's primary form was not powdery, it was likely granular and had been manually crushed. 1.5 hours. Captain Lu, the component comparison is in. The DP found at Sun Yu's residence matches the DP discovered at the hotel. This proves they were produced from the same batch. A technician handed the report to Lu Tianxiu, who had just arrived. Knowing the significance, he delivered the results directly, sparking cheers from the waiting crowd. Yay! Great! Awesome! Several police officers also investigating the hotel student death case instantly cheered upon hearing the news. The moment this result came out, the pressure from this case vanished completely. No matter how Sun Yu tried to argue, he couldn't refute the ironclad evidence. With this evidence, whether Sun Yu admitted guilt or not no longer mattered. Of course, that didn't mean his testimony was useless. If they wanted to track down Sun Yu's suppliers and buyers, they'd still need his cooperation for many things. Interrogation room. Sun Yu, this is the DP we seized from your residence. Testing confirms its chemical composition matches that found in the hotel student's body. We now have reason to suspect the drugs they consumed were supplied by you. Lu Tianxiu placed a comparison chart of the drug's components in front of Sun Yu, explaining its significance to him. What left Lu Tianxiu and his team speechless, however, was that even under these circumstances, Sun Yu remained utterly silent. He kept his head bowed, staring at his hands, lost in thought. If you're worried about your parents' safety, rest assured. We have specialized personnel who will provide round-the-clock protection for them in the coming days. Later, we'll also help arrange new identities for them so they can relocate to live elsewhere. When Sun Yu was arrested, his parents were also taken away from their home by the police. However, this wasn't an arrest, it was for their own protection. Many drug dealers, to avoid being turned in by arrested associates, would disclose their parents' and relatives' information to their partners at the outset of their collaboration. When one partner is arrested, even if it means protecting their own parents and loved ones, they will not betray the other partner. After all, when facing certain death, even those with strained family ties rarely betray their partner unless utterly depraved. Therefore, the moment Sun Yu was apprehended, Lu Tianxiu had already arranged for his parents to be relocated elsewhere, all to ensure Sun Yu would confess. Moreover, the hotel student death case had become a major scandal. The parents of the deceased student and the student left in a vegetative state were all wealthy and influential figures. If Sun Yu's identity were exposed by someone with ulterior motives, these individuals would likely seek revenge against his parents. That would make the situation even harder to resolve. It was better to relocate them from the start. I never imagined this new DP would be so potent. They're not new to this stuff, they bought the same amount as before. I never expected this to happen. After a full 5 minutes of silence, Sun Yu finally spoke his first words, but what he said made Lu Tianxiu's brow furrow deeply. We've identified a total of 47 DP users at XX school. Did they all purchase the drug from your establishment? In addition to the initial 40 users identified, subsequent test results revealed 7 more female users of DP. When this result came out, Lu Tianxiu breathed a sigh of relief. While 7 individuals weren't insignificant, compared to the proportion of those discovered earlier, it wasn't excessively high. After this case concluded, the only personnel likely to receive commendation were Feng Lu and his instructor. The other officers involved would be fortunate not to face disciplinary action. What? You're saying there are 47 more people at our school using DP? Sun Yu, who had been keeping his head down, looked up in shock at Lu Tianxiu's words. You didn't know? Looking at Sun Yu, whose expression didn't seem feigned, Lu Tianxiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A bad premonition washed over him. I only discovered 7 users at our school initially. Later, for safety reasons, I never sold DP to anyone else. So this isn't my doing. Watching all this unfold in the surveillance room, Feng Lu suddenly recalled the eerily familiar scent he'd detected in the vape shop. Sun Yu's arrival had interrupted him, leaving no time to inform Zhao Feng. Lu Feng still trusted Sun Yu's words. Given the crimes committed, there was no other outcome but the death penalty. Under these circumstances, the likelihood of him lying was extremely low. This proved that the 2 cases were not connected. Then what about the pods you sold to the XXX cigarette shop? Faced with this situation, Lu Tianxiu didn't rush to address it. He believed that while observing the interrogation, he would handle this matter. The immediate priority now was to extract every detail Sun Yu knew while he was cooperating. Chapter 232, which one? Woof woof woof. What? The items brought back from the XXX cigarette shop showed no abnormalities in testing? Just then, Feng Lu and his team emerged from the interrogation room, preparing to search the home of Li Qingfei, the middle-aged owner of the e-cigarette shop. But as soon as Feng Lu stepped out of the interrogation room, he overheard Huang Jieqi and Zhao Feng discussing Li Qingfei's situation. Upon confirming the presence of DP in the pods, Lu Tianxiu immediately ordered Li Qingfei's arrest. Yet during the shop search, surprisingly, nothing unusual was found. During Li Qingfei's interrogation, he adamantly insisted that his conversation with Zhao Feng had been nothing but a joke, and that Sun Yu had only sold him pods once. Zhao Feng's direct purchase of the pods, ironically, helped clear Li Qingfei of suspicion. First, the pods were collected by Li Qingfei. Although they passed through his hands, the entire process remained within Zhao Feng's sight. Second, Li Qingfei stubbornly insisted this was the first and only transaction. Without absolute proof, the investigators had no grounds to hold him accountable. What was even more surprising was Sun Yu's response during his interrogation by Lu Qingshu. When asked why he sold the cartridges to Li Qingfei, Sun Yu's answer caught everyone off guard. Sun Yu's answer stunned everyone. His supplier had instructed him to do so, aiming to get more people hooked on drugs. It was unclear how his supplier could guarantee these addicts would specifically purchase DP from him to boost sales. Sun Yu stated with absolute certainty that his supplier could pinpoint exactly who had become addicted, allowing Sun Yu to sell DP to that person. After thoroughly questioning Lu Qingshu and the others, they finally understood that Sun Yu was merely a low-level foot soldier within the FD group, despite making a decent profit. Ultimately, he was merely a foot soldier. All actions, whether procuring or selling goods, had to strictly follow the orders of the mastermind behind the scenes, with zero room for deviation. When pressed about his mastermind, Sun Yu again refused to answer any questions. Finally, under Lu Qingshu's relentless interrogation, Sun Yu revealed the truth. It turned out he had a girlfriend, and they had a child together. Both his girlfriend and child were under the control of his boss. If Sun Yu revealed his boss's identity, the consequences for his girlfriend and child were all too clear. Upon learning this, Lu Tianxiu halted the interrogation. Under these circumstances, extracting any useful information about the boss was impossible. Even when asked about his girlfriend's condition, Sun Yu refused to answer. The only course left was to locate Sun Yu's girlfriend and child. Only through them could they obtain the information he held. Moreover, from Sun Yu's words, it was clear he didn't trust his boss behind the scenes. That was precisely why he had revealed this situation. His goal was likely to steer the police toward investigating his girlfriend. Once they uncovered information about Sun Yu's girlfriend, they should be able to track down this mastermind. Honestly, when Lu Feng heard Sun Yu's account, he almost blurted out, "Holy crap. Wasn't this the textbook plot of a melodramatic soap opera?" Judging by the expressions of those present, Feng Lu knew he wasn't the only one thinking this. The reason they were searching Li Chengfei's home now was because investigations revealed he had a daughter around Sun Yu's age. More crucially, Li Chengfei's daughter had become pregnant before marriage and now had a son who was already 2 years old. Discovering these details inevitably led to other possibilities. Things might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Perhaps these were just excuses fabricated by Sun Yu. At that moment, Li Chengfei was still being interrogated in the municipal bureau's questioning room. They needed to search his home and shop before he returned. To everyone's surprise, Li Chengfei lived in a dilapidated, run-down neighborhood, an old, small apartment complex without an elevator and in rather poor condition. Since his divorce, Li Chengfei had lived alone in this old building, while his daughter resided in a newer neighborhood nearby. Li Chengfei had paid cash for the apartment several years ago, while the furnishings and decor had been purchased by his ex-wife. Li Chengfei's apartment was small, just over 60 square meters with 2 bedrooms. The interior was cluttered with items scattered haphazardly, though it wasn't dirty. Besides clothes and daily necessities, it was filled with all kinds of unopened e-cigarettes. It seemed he was using his home as a storage warehouse. Still, Li Chengfei's shop was quite close to his residence, making it convenient to store things at home. This thought suddenly struck Feng Lu. Damn it, while the place looked shabby, its location seemed surprisingly decent. The price must have been pretty heartbreaking. Shaking his head to clear his mind of distractions, Feng Lu began a thorough inspection of Li Chengfei's home. After finding nothing unusual in Li Chengfei's shop, they couldn't inspect his home as thoroughly as they had initially. After all, these smoke cartridges were valuable merchandise. If they opened them for inspection without proper justification, they'd be liable for the resulting losses. 30 minutes later, after searching every corner, Feng Lu detected no unusual odors. He had double and triple checked many areas, yet still found nothing out of the ordinary. Lu Feng was absolutely certain about Li Chengfei's guilt. He was unequivocally convinced he had detected that peculiar odor inside the shop. This fact was indisputable. Though he couldn't fathom why the police investigation ultimately found nothing amiss, it didn't sway his own judgment. "Captain Lu, should we also check Li Chengfei's daughter's place?" Zhao Feng glanced at Lu Qingshu standing beside him, recalling that Li Chengfei's daughter lived nearby. Could he have hidden something at his daughter's place? "Alright, but we don't have a search warrant. We can only go under the pretext of assisting with the investigation. It'll be up to you guys then." Lu Qingshu didn't reject Zhao Feng's suggestion. He'd considered this possibility himself earlier, but had been hesitating whether to go now or wait until the paperwork was finalized. 10 minutes later. "What brings you here?" A rather attractive woman in casual home clothes peered through the half-open door at the group outside. "Hello, we're detectives from the Municipal Bureau. We have a case that requires your assistance with the investigation." Lu Qingshu held up his evidence in front of the woman. "Oh, alright then. Come in. But I'm allergic to dog hair, so you can't bring him inside." After opening the door, the woman spotted Feng Lu sitting nearby and quickly added. Chapter 233, Deception. Meow. Just as Zhao Feng and the others were at a loss for words, a cat's meow sounded from behind the door. A plump ragdoll cat appeared behind the woman. Suddenly, Zhao Feng felt a scratch on his leg. He quickly looked down to see Feng Lu grinning at him. "Woof woof woof. You stupid cat, daring to act up in front of this big shot." As if provoked, Feng Luo darted past the woman into the room, charging straight at the ragdoll cat. Meow. The ragdoll cat, seeing the charging Labrador, instantly bolted toward the interior of the room. To evade pursuit, it leaped directly onto the sofa's backrest. Now inside the room, Feng Lu ignored the woman's screams and scolding, darting around the space to inspect every corner. Yes, this was the plan Feng had just devised, using his current status to storm into the woman's home for inspection. Even if he found nothing unusual, the worst outcome would be Zhao Feng and the others getting scolded by the woman provided he didn't cause any damage inside. After checking the living room, Feng Lu headed straight for the bathroom, a common hiding spot for DF agents that demanded his thorough attention. The bathroom door was closed, but opening it posed no problem for Feng. The moment he opened the door, a thick fragrance hit his nose. He saw a plate of incense burning quietly, the pungent smell emanating from it. Landwin suppressed his aversion to the smell and began sniffing around the bathroom meticulously. Since the bathroom wasn't very large, it only took him a moment to turn around and finish inspecting the entire space. After confirming there were no issues, Feng Lu hurried out of the bathroom and sprinted toward the bedroom. It had been only about 2 minutes since he entered the house. The homeowner was currently being held back by Huang Jiechi, while several others slowly advanced toward him, adopting a threatening stance. The bedroom door was open, and the room was empty. It seemed Li Qingfei's grandson wasn't home at the moment, likely taken out for a walk by the nanny. The bedroom was quite tidy. Upon entering, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, likely the lingering scent of laundry detergent from freshly washed clothes. Beyond a bed and a dressing mirror, the bedroom contained no other large furnishings. Ha! An unusual scent. As soon as Feng Lu entered the bedroom, besides the scent of laundry detergent, he immediately detected that distinctly familiar odor. He quickly scanned the room. As he approached one wall, something suddenly occurred to him, and he began meticulously inspecting the wall surface. The apartment building where Li Chengfei's daughter lived had a layout of 6 units per floor. The central common area featured an open-air corridor with railings on both sides. Li Chengfei's daughter lived in the second unit on the east side. On his way from the elevator to her apartment, Feng Lu had caught glimpses of the layout. If his memory served him correctly, there should have been a bathroom in her bedroom. That meant the space that should have been the bathroom was now a solid wall. Something was definitely off. With that thought, Feng Lu didn't hesitate. He began clawing at the wallpaper covering the wall. However, whether due to the wallpaper's high quality or not, he couldn't leave any marks on it. Undeterred, Feng Lu began meticulously scratching every inch of the wall with his claws. Soon, he discovered the problem. One spot visibly caved in under his pressure. Woof woof woof. Come in quickly, stop acting. I found something unusual. Hearing Feng Lu's barking, the others who had been pretending rushed inside. What's wrong here? Seeing Feng Lu standing on his hind legs, pressing his front paws against the wall, the group froze for a moment. Zhao Feng instinctively asked. This should be a bathroom. As the others stared in surprise, Lu Tianqiu spoke in a low voice before stepping out of the bedroom toward Li Chengfei's daughter. Huang Jiechi, bring Ms. Li over. There are some matters that require her explanation. Lu Tianqiu didn't address Li Chengfei's daughter directly, but spoke to Huang Jiechi, who was still chatting with her. Yes. Hearing Lu Tianqiu's words, Huang Jiechi and the other female officer immediately grew alert. From his tone, they could tell he had definitely discovered something unusual. Without showing any emotion, the two women surrounded Li Ting, preventing her from suddenly making any dangerous moves. As Lu Tianqiu emerged from the kitchen holding a kitchen knife, Li Ting seemed to realize something. Her entire body went limp, and if not for Huang Jiechi and the other officers' quick reflexes to catch her, she would have collapsed to the floor. Regardless of her wishes, Li Ting was guided into the bedroom by Huang Jiechi and the other officer. There, she saw several people pointing at the wall. The already small bedroom felt cramped with so many people suddenly inside, but no one seemed to mind. So many. Wow. So many. When Lu Tianqiu sliced open a section of the wallpaper with a kitchen knife, everyone saw the scene behind it illuminated by their phone lights. Small bags of white powdery substances lay scattered in disarray before their eyes, alongside several empty sachets. Glancing at the open toilet lid nearby, it was obvious what had once filled those empty bags most likely flushed down the drain. Once the wall covering was completely removed, the group turned on the bathroom light. The white powder clinging to the toilet bowl confirmed their suspicions. Han, nice work. Zhao Feng, seeing this, immediately slapped Feng Lu's back excitedly, thoroughly pleased with his performance. Li Ting and the others' concealment methods weren't particularly sophisticated, but under human habitual thinking, seeing the bedroom scene made it difficult to actively deduce the layout of the house without prompting. If they had discovered it too late, even if they detected something unusual here, they wouldn't be able to use this evidence to convict the father and daughter. The evidence had been destroyed, making it nearly impossible to determine the quantity possessed. Without that confirmation, sentencing would be impossible. Thus, this outcome owed much to Feng Lu. Once the case was concluded, his reward would be substantial. Chapter 234, Unexpected Car Accident. 3 days later. Roadside Noodle Shop. Captain Zhao, why not stay a few more days? Once we wrap up this busy period, I'll show you around our place properly. Lu Tianqiu, hearing Zhao Feng was leaving, quickly finished his noodles and said somewhat sheepishly. Captain Lu, no need to be so formal. Zhao Feng desperately wanted to say they'd come back another time, but ultimately kept it to himself. After all, given the nature of their work, every visit was inevitably tied to a mission. Woof woof woof. This pup misses home too. After devouring the last bite of chicken drumstick, Feng Lu let out a satisfied sigh. Ignoring the group's polite exchanges, he trotted to the doorway and sat down to watch the bustling traffic outside. Let's go! After an unknown amount of time lost in thought, Feng Lu looked up in confusion at Zhao Feng approaching. He instinctively stood up and followed. Since they had been driven here, Zhao Feng hadn't brought his own car. Lu Tianxiu had specially arranged for a colleague to drive Feng and the others back to Yuncheng. The group chatted as they walked toward the parking lot, avoiding talk of the case and instead sharing amusing anecdotes from their past. Squeak! Just as Feng Lu was about to jump into the car, a shrill screech of tires pierced the air. Feng Lu instinctively looked toward the source of the sound. A large truck charged toward them like a runaway stallion, hurtling wildly toward the group. Run! Oldly, release the brakes! A car's coming at us! Before Feng Lu could react, he felt someone grab him and drag him backward at full speed. Crash! They barely escaped the truck's path before a deafening crash echoed. Feng Lu watched the SUV he'd been about to board. Like a toy car violently shoved forward, it careened ahead at high speed, its trunk now deeply dented. The massive truck, meanwhile, slammed head-on into a roadside utility pole, its cab split cleanly in two. Woof woof woof! Like a madman, Feng Lu struggled free from Lu Tianxiu's embrace and sprinted toward the SUV. Before reaching the SUV, he spotted Zhao Feng, who had been thrown from the vehicle. He lay unconscious on the ground, a pool of blood already forming beneath him. Woof woof woof! Call an ambulance! Instead of moving Zhao Feng recklessly, Feng Lu barked several times at Lu Tianxiu, who had just run over. Truthfully, he didn't need to be reminded. Lu Tianxiu, who had been running normally, had already pulled out his phone and started dialing for an ambulance. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Lu Tianxiu reassured the anxious Feng, then crouched down to examine Zhao Feng's injuries. Captain Lu, first aid supplies. Oldly, who was also in the car, had been wearing his seatbelt and hadn't been thrown out. Upon hearing Lu Tianxiu's words, he promptly released the handbrake. During the collision, he skillfully adjusted the vehicle's direction, preventing it from being crushed. He had now struggled free from the driver's seat, retrieved some first aid supplies from the glove compartment, and was staggering toward Feng Lu and the others. Don't worry, I don't see any major wounds. Lu Tianxiu offered reassuring words as he examined the injuries, though it was unclear whether he was speaking to Feng Lu or to himself. Yet his slightly trembling voice betrayed his deep concern for Zhao Feng's condition. It was likely far from as straightforward as he claimed. Within 5 minutes, a large group emerged from the nearby municipal bureau. A forensic doctor in a white coat led the way, followed by a burly man carrying a medical kit. Move aside, I'll handle this. The forensic doctor, panting heavily, knelt beside Zhao Feng without pausing to catch his breath. He began meticulously examining Zhao Feng's condition. He swiftly pulled out hemostatic supplies from the open medical kit and began stopping the bleeding. The worst injury is his right hand likely broken. The rest are superficial wounds. He needs X-rays at the hospital for a full assessment. The forensic doctor relayed his findings to the others while continuing to stop the bleeding. Less than 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. Lu Tianxiu assigned 2 colleagues to accompany the patient while he remained at the scene to handle follow-up matters. Captain Lu, the driver, died at the scene. There's a strong smell of alcohol in the vehicle, likely drunk driving. We'll need the test results to confirm. Since the truck's cab was nearly split in two, the medical examiner could only assess the driver's condition with assistance from colleagues. Even then, only a cursory examination was possible. A detailed external autopsy would have to wait until firefighters extracted the body. Drunk driving. Upon hearing the possibility of drunk driving, Lu Tianxiu's expression immediately turned serious. It wasn't that he was surprised by the act of drunk driving itself. Rather, it was because it was only around 7 or 8 in the morning, a time when hardly anyone would be drinking, let alone getting so drunk they couldn't even drive properly. Captain Lu, this vehicle is stolen. The owner reported it missing a few days ago. Criminal investigation has been looking into it, but there are no leads. Just then, an officer responsible for vehicle information came over to Lu Tianxiu and delivered even worse news. Have you identified the driver yet? Lu Tianxiu nodded to the reporting officer, then turned to another colleague and asked. Just got it. The driver is Miao Wei, 45 years old, local resident, married with 1 son and 1 daughter. He's been a truck driver for over 10 years and showed no signs of any vices before the accident. At this moment, not only Lu Tianxiu sensed the gravity of the situation, but all the other colleagues present felt it too. This accident was likely an organized, premeditated operation, not some random incident. The reason the perpetrator drank was probably just to bolster their courage. There was no evidence of coercion, as anyone who had watched a few episodes of crime dramas would be familiar with the basic procedures of police investigations. Moreover, the fact that the perpetrator was driving a stolen vehicle made any attempt at concealment even less plausible. This was a premeditated murder. The timing was too perfect to be coincidental. The perpetrator likely intended to eliminate everyone present at the scene. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng, who had been at the scene the entire time, suddenly began barking wildly at the wreckage of the truck. Thanks for the reminder, boss. I'll give it a shot. Never written this kind of dramatic plot before. First attempt. Chapter 235, Utterly Brazen. Lu Feng never imagined these people would be so brazen, planting a bomb inside the vehicle. He couldn't fathom why it hadn't detonated earlier. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He scanned the area. A dozen or so police colleagues were gathered around. If the bomb detonated now, the consequences would be unimaginable. What's wrong, dumbass? Woof woof woof. Get out of here. Lu Feng didn't bother trying to reason with him. He grabbed Lu Tianxiu's clothes with his mouth and dragged him toward the distance. Though he didn't know what Feng Lu was planning, trusting him implicitly, Lu Tianxiu followed his pull to a spot slightly farther from the wreckage of the truck. Woof woof woof. Stay right here. Feeling the moment was right, Feng Luo froze in place. Seeing Lu Tianxiu stop moving, he immediately dashed toward another person near the vehicle, using the same method to pull them toward Lu Tianxiu's location. Hang, did you find something? Is this why you want us to move away? Before Feng Lu could pull Lu Tianxiu more than a few steps, the man following behind had already grasped his intent. Woof woof woof. Yes. Hearing Lu Tianxiu's words, Feng Lu, who was still pulling, immediately stopped, nodded frantically, then made a move to run toward the distance. Everyone retreat immediately. Set up a perimeter cordon at a distance and deny entry to all personnel. Lu Tianxiu issued the command without hesitation. The road was wide enough that even with the cordon in place, there remained ample space for vehicles to pass. Beyond that, a crowd of onlookers had gathered nearby, one of the reasons Feng Lu felt tense. After all, no one knew the bomb's full destructive power. Don't pack anything up. Withdraw immediately. Lu Tianxiu saw someone attempting to gather tools and instantly lost his temper. How long had it been since they'd encountered an emergency? Had they forgotten even the most basic commands? It wasn't that he didn't want to mention the bomb he feared causing panic. With so many onlookers gathered, chaos could easily lead to injuries. Fortunately, upon seeing Lu Tianxiu's stern expression and the arrangements he made, those quick-witted among the crowd instantly grasped the situation and began swiftly organizing their tasks. Soon, through everyone's efforts, the cordoned-off area expanded significantly. Roads were closed to traffic, with all vehicles rerouted. Surrounding shops ceased operations, and merchants and customers were temporarily evacuated under the police's orderly arrangements. Captain Lu, can we confirm there's a bomb inside? Song Qiming, captain of the riot squad who had just arrived from the municipal bureau, was urgently calibrating the necessary equipment. I haven't seen one, but Hanin is an explosive detection dog. Only explosives would trigger this kind of alert from him. Lu Tianxiu glanced at Hanin, who lay on the ground lost in thought. After several missions together, he placed immense trust in the dog. Even if this turned out to be a false alarm, it was far better than gambling on probability. Alright, I got it. Song Qiming paused. He desperately wanted to retort that relying on the reaction of a dog whose explosives detection credentials were questionable was reckless, but he swallowed his words. Like Lu Tianxiu, they couldn't afford to take chances. Even if they didn't know whether this police dog, highly skilled at detecting DP, was equally adept at bomb detection, any warning signal from the dog demanded a reasonable response. Boom! Just as Song Qiming was quickly adjusting the equipment to send the robot in for scanning, a deafening explosion erupted from the truck, startling everyone present. Thick smoke began billowing from the truck, followed swiftly by bursts of flames. Boom! Before anyone could react, a second explosion echoed. This time, Feng Lu clearly saw the blast originate from the rear of the truck's cargo compartment. Remote-controlled bomb. A timed bomb. Both types of bombs flashed through Feng Lu's mind. Though the initial blast wasn't particularly powerful, the damage would still be significant if anyone had been nearby. If either of these bombs were indeed used, the perpetrators clearly intended to take not just one or two lives, but many. Since Zhao Feng and Feng Lu had come to provide backup, if they died in a car accident near the municipal bureau, every single leader regardless of rank would come to the scene. Detonating the bomb while all these people were nearby would have catastrophic consequences. The very thought was terrifying. Looks like we won't need to verify it ourselves. Song Qiming murmured to himself as he surveyed the scene before him. Han, thank you. Lu Tianxiu crouched down and gave Feng Lu, who had just sat up, a firm pat on the back. His own heart couldn't calm down either. No one was immune to the fear of death. If anyone appeared indifferent to death, it was only because their convictions outweighed the fear of death itself. Ring ring. Jechi, how's Captain Zhao? Just as everyone remained silent, a ringtone sounded from Lu Tianxiu's pocket. He pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and quickly answered the call. Captain Lu, Captain Zhao has regained consciousness and is undergoing examinations. The doctor says his right hand is only severely fractured, nothing life-threatening. Lu Feng, who had been listening to Huang Jechi's words nearby, finally relaxed his tense heart. Hey, Zhao Feng's awake. Did you hear that? Lu Tianxiu didn't even hang up the phone before shouting at Feng Lu. Woof woof woof. He heard it. That's great. Lu Feng stood up happily and spun around several times before calming his excitement. Now, even the explosion nearby didn't unsettle him as much as it had at first. Half an hour. Thanks to the firefighters' efforts, the flames on the truck were finally extinguished. They were now finishing up the final cleanup at the scene. Outside the cordon, a large crowd had gathered. The incident had already leaked online, so Lu Tianqiu ultimately decided not to disperse the onlookers. Captain Lu, there's not much investigative value left at the scene. Why don't you head back first? There are quite a few people taking photos now, and it might be inconvenient for you to be exposed to the public. As Feng Lu surveyed the crowd, a middle-aged man approached. Feng Lu didn't recognize him, but judging by his tone and the entourage following him, Feng Lu knew he must be a Qianfeng city official. Alright, Mayor Lu, we'll head back first. I'll report any developments to you immediately. Lu Tianqiu spoke as he prepared to lead Feng Lu away from the other side of the cordon. Chapter 236, The Eighth Person. 3 hours later. Don't worry, I'm fine. No need to fret. Lu Tianqiu was video chatting with a colleague at the hospital who was caring for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, whose wounds had been treated, had just regained a bit of his strength. Woof woof woof. You idiot, just glad you're okay. Lu Feng didn't say much. Yeah, what could he say? No one would understand anyway. Seeing that the trainer was okay, he relaxed and flopped back onto the sofa. Even though he wasn't working today, the sheer magnitude of the incident left him feeling utterly drained and exhausted. Captain Zhao, could you share how you work with Huan? We might need his assistance on this case. Lu Tianqiu knew Zhao Feng needed rest now, so he didn't hesitate to voice his thoughts. Alright. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate either. He had complete faith in Hanin's intelligence. As for whether he could work well with Lu Tianqiu, that was even less of a concern. They tested this before. As long as Zhao Feng gave clear instructions, Hanin could coordinate with others just as effectively. Sure, the initial coordination might be a bit rough, but that didn't matter. As long as the IQ was there, humans didn't need to learn much of anything. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Lu Tianqiu had memorized what each of Hanin's movements signified. Zhao Feng gave Hanin another briefing over the video feed. After receiving Hanin's acknowledgement, the two ended the call. Captain Lu, our field team uncovered something. Truck driver Miao Wei was diagnosed with terminal cancer 3 days ago. A police officer hurried over, holding a document containing Miao Wei's diagnosis report. Is this information accurate? Lu Tianqiu took the report and glanced at it. The patient listed was indeed named Miao Wei. Confirmed. We contacted the doctor who made the diagnosis. After reviewing Miao Wei's photo, they positively identified him. Got it. Considerable time had passed since the incident, yet the investigation had reached a dead end. Aside from truck driver Miao Wei, they had uncovered no other relevant leads. This could only mean the perpetrator had either cleaned up their traces too thoroughly or had transformed themselves too completely. There was no direct connection between them. Miao Wei's body had been completely blown apart, then burned and washed away, leaving no usable clues behind. Even knowing Miao Wei had cancer, there was now no way to verify it. However, this discovery did validate many of their hypotheses. Whoever orchestrated this had a singular, clear objective to eliminate them all. And the person who knew their identities and harbored such hatred toward them? Needless to say, it had to be someone who had slipped through the cracks in one of their cases. Now, there was indeed a prime suspect, Li Chengfei's handler, an unknown figure whom they had investigated for days without uncovering any leads. Although Li Chengfei had been cooperating fully, this individual remained deeply concealed. Even Li Chengfei knew little about them. They hadn't even confirmed whether the individual was male or female. Just as they were considering putting this lead on hold until more clues emerged, today's incident had erupted unexpectedly. After regaining his composure, Lu Tianqiu immediately suspected this individual and made corresponding arrangements. However, no information had been relayed back yet. Ring ring. Captain Lu, we've located the site where Miao Wei manufactured the bomb. Would you like to come take a look? After combing through hours of surveillance footage from the roads, they finally pinpointed the truck's former hiding place. It was an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Unexpectedly, within an intact office space, they discovered the bomb-making site. Half an hour later, Lu Feng jumped out of the car. With nothing to do with the municipal bureau, he followed Lu Tianqiu to this abandoned factory in the suburbs. This place had once been a machine shop. If not for the concrete floor, weeds would likely have grown taller than people by now. Even so, many areas were overgrown with weeds. By the time they arrived, the forensic evidence collection was nearly complete. Truthfully, there wasn't much to collect. The scene contained only residual manufacturing materials and discarded tools. Nothing else remained. Forensic technicians found only traces belonging to Miao Wei. There was no evidence suggesting a second person had been present. Across the vacant lot of the abandoned factory, tire tracks were clearly visible through the sparse grass patches. These were undoubtedly left by the stolen truck. Lu Feng followed behind Lu Tianqiu, avoiding the tire tracks as they made their way toward the spot where the bomb had been assembled. Upon arriving at the scene, the colleagues in charge were already waiting there. Judging by their demeanor, they had already completed all necessary procedures. Captain Lu, the bomb-making site is here. One of the officers pointed toward a building behind them as Lu Tianqiu approached. It was a small 3-story building with a fairly large footprint, likely previously used as office space. From the entrance without a gate, Feng Lu could easily see inside. A pile of used tools lay scattered about. Lu Feng wasn't familiar with most of these items. Many were tools he'd never encountered before. Hey, why don't you go take a look inside? Lu Tianxiu went inside, circled around, and carefully inspected everything inside. Finding nothing, he finally backed out. Woof woof woof. Alright. Truth be told, Feng Lu was genuinely curious. He hadn't gone in earlier without Lu Tianxiu's permission, but now that he had it, he felt no hesitation. Truth be told, there wasn't much to see inside. The original contents had been cleared out, leaving nothing behind. Everything currently present was likely arranged by Miao Wei. To make space for his tools, Miao Wei had cleaned the room thoroughly. Aside from the chaotic arrangement, the cleanliness was actually quite decent. Why were there traces of 8 people lingering in the room? Lu Feng glanced outside the door in confusion. Including Lu Tianxiu, there were only 6 people present, no one else. If you subtract Miao Wei, that leaves 7 scent traces with owners. So whose scent was the 8th one? Lu Feng paused, then stepped outside and approached the others. He carefully sniffed each of the remaining 5 individuals, committing their scents to memory. Only then did he return inside, beginning to meticulously sniff the air. He intended to memorize the scents left by the other 2 unknown individuals. Chapter 237, Tire Tracks. Hang, did you discover something? Lu Tianxiu watched Feng Lu's actions with some confusion. Though this was their first collaboration as a seasoned criminal investigator, his intelligence and deductive skills were undeniably sharp. He instantly guessed what Feng was up to, though he wasn't entirely certain. Woof woof woof. Yes. After confirming he'd memorized the other 2 scents, Feng Lu stepped out of the room and nodded earnestly. You were sniffing their scents earlier. Did you detect an unfamiliar scent inside? Lu Tianxiu pressed further with his questions. It had to be said the veteran detective was sharp, each query hitting the mark. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng nodded in admiration. 1 person? Lu Feng shook his head. 2 people? Feng Lu immediately nodded, confirming the other's guess was correct. Besides our scents, there are traces left by 2 other people inside, correct? Lu Tianxiu's voice began to sound slightly agitated. At this point, he didn't even have time to be surprised by Feng Lu's intelligence. He hurriedly asked the next question. Woof woof woof. Yes. Lu Feng nodded immediately, deeply impressed by Lu Tianxiu's deductive skills. Although Zhao Feng had been steadily improving, he hadn't started out as a professional and needed time to develop. Then can you detect where these 2 scents disappear? Lu Tianxiu instantly thought of another question. One of the other 2 scents could be confirmed as Miao Wei's, so the other scent was very likely that of the mastermind behind the scenes. In this remote wilderness, the perpetrator definitely needed transportation to reach this location. To avoid exposing their tracks, they likely parked their vehicle far away. If they could locate the parking spot, might they find useful clues like tire tracks? Woof woof woof. Alright, follow me. Upon hearing Lu Tianxiu's question, Feng Lu immediately grasped his reasoning. He began tracking the scent trail left behind by the intruders. The 2 had likely traveled a stretch together, so as Feng Lu followed the scent, he noticed the trail consistently pointed in the same direction. When Feng Lu followed the scent trail to the truck tire tracks, 1 scent trail vanished. This appeared to be the scent left behind by Miao Wei. The target had boarded the truck, which was why Feng had lost track of Miao Wei's scent. This realization sent a surge of excitement through Feng Lu's veins. If they could pinpoint the other individual, this case wouldn't be nearly as difficult to crack. Moreover, based on the current clues, without a new breakthrough, this case would most likely become another cold case. Or, by the time they found the suspect, he might have already fled to another country. Following the scent trail, Feng Lu led the way while Lu Tianxiu and the others trailed closely behind, careful not to make any loud noises for fear of disrupting Feng Lu's tracking. Soon, the scent trail emerged from the abandoned factory and stretched toward the main road. Another 5 minutes passed. When Feng Lu reached a crossroads, the scent trail vanished at the edge of another road. Since the industrial park in this suburban area had been relocated elsewhere, the area was virtually deserted. This isolation had prevented the scent trail from being severely disrupted. The scent disappears here? Lu Tianxiu saw Feng Lu stop and sit down, and hurriedly asked. Woof woof woof. Yes, you can trust me to handle this. Absolutely no mistake. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. The journey had exhausted him constantly sniffing the air, tracking the scent trail left by that unknown individual. Captain Lu, the target parked extremely close to the curb, leaving very clear tire marks in the mud by the roadside. After carefully examining the scene, a forensic technician pointed to a spot by the roadside and excitedly reported to Lu Tianxiu. Good. Extract them quickly, then find out what kind of vehicle left these marks. Lu Tianxiu quickly pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed the traffic department. He needed his colleagues there to retrieve all nearby road surveillance footage from the past few days. Once they identified the vehicle responsible for the tire marks, they could immediately narrow down the search and pinpoint the suspect's vehicle. Through the vehicle, they could then determine the suspect's identity. The fact that the suspect parked so far away was precisely to avoid exposing their identity, so tracing the suspect through the vehicle still held a high probability of success. Even if the license plate was fake, they could use the surveillance footage to narrow down the suspect's living area. If luck favors them and a camera captured the suspect's face, the case would become much simpler. Watching the bustling activity around him, Lu felt a surge of satisfaction. The case finally had a chance of being solved, and the instructor's injury could be avenged. After resting for a moment, Lu realized there was nothing left for him to do here. He stood up and began sniffing along the roadside in the direction the suspect had driven. He had detected a strong scent of tobacco smoke in the suspect's trail, indicating they were likely a heavy smoker. After handling such an important matter, might they have succumbed to the urge to light up? And after smoking, might they casually toss the cigarette butt by the roadside? Earlier, neither at the abandoned factory nor along the road leading there had he detected any lingering scent of smoke. But none of that mattered. If the person smoked after getting in the car, even if they drove slowly, he wouldn't find any cigarette butts they left behind. This was mostly just a shot in the dark. Ha! Gunpowder scent? Lu Feng sniffed the lingering scent in the air again, puzzled, confirming he wasn't imagining things. Why would there be gunpowder residue here? Pushing aside the grass, Lu discovered several wet wipes lying among the foliage. Each wipe was stained black, and one bore a smudged, dark fingerprint. Could this be left behind by that person? Lu Feng leaned closer to sniff. Sure enough, the wipes carried the suspect's scent. The gunpowder odor had been so strong he hadn't detected it at first. Seeing the fingerprints on the wipe, Lu felt a surge of excitement. If he could extract the fingerprints, this case would be solved immediately. Protect the environment, don't litter. This trash just wouldn't listen. Now it's getting its comeuppance. Woof woof woof. Come here, I've found something. Chapter 238, The Delivery Package. 4 hours later. Captain Lu, the fingerprint extraction from the wet wipe wasn't successful. We only recovered some fragmented prints. The tech team is currently trying to piece them together to see if they match a single finger. Some skin fragments were also sent for analysis, but they might not be very useful. The most complete thing we got was gunpowder residue. Not sure if that's of any use to you. A technician hurried into the office, approached Lu Tianxiu's desk, and handed him a test report. Alright, thank you for your hard work. The test results filled Lu Tianxiu with anticipation. What he wanted most was fingerprint information. If they had a complete fingerprint, he could run them through the fingerprint database. As long as the suspect had obtained a new ID card, he could pinpoint their identity directly. But now it seemed that idea was impossible. He could only hope the next round of test results would bring better news. 6 p.m. Let's go. I'll take you to see your instructor. After a busy day that had yielded little to nothing, Lu Tianxiu rubbed his temples and stood up, then called out to Lu, who was lying on the sofa in a daze. Woof woof woof. At the sound of Lu Tianxiu's words, Lu perked up instantly. Truth be told, he was genuinely worried about his handler. It had been quite some time now, and he had no idea how he was doing. Because of the explosion and the injured officer, the case had drawn intense attention from all levels. The pressure on Lu Tianxiu and his team was immense. If it weren't for the complete lack of usable leads, Lu Tianxiu would never have gone to the hospital to visit Zhao Feng at this time. Of course, there was another main reason: Zhao Feng and the others had come to help, so it wouldn't be right for him not to go, both in terms of courtesy and reason. Hanin, slow down. Watching Hanin rush out of the office, Lu Tianxiu shook his head with a wry smile. Having eaten and drunk his fill that day, he assumed Hanin was indifferent to Zhao Feng's injury. But seeing him like this now, he realized the little guy was actually quite worried about his instructor. Ouch. In high spirits, Lu was running a bit too fast. Just as he was about to exit the emergency call hall, he accidentally collided with someone, nearly knocking them over. Fortunately, they managed to steady themselves just in time. Lu Feng himself staggered from the impact, but after regaining his balance, he quickly stepped aside several paces to clear the path. He didn't cry out, knowing most people would be somewhat afraid of large dogs. It was best to stay quiet. Only then did Lu notice the person he'd collided with, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clutching a cardboard box slightly larger than a shoebox. Dressed in a courier's uniform, he appeared to be making a delivery. Whoever it was for had chosen to have it delivered here instead of leaving it at a designated collection point. Sorry, did I hurt you? While Lu was still dazed, Lu Tianxiu emerged from inside and looked at the delivery man, saying apologetically, It's fine. I wasn't paying attention myself just now. By the way, may I ask who Lu Tianxiu is? There's a package here for him that requires his personal signature. The delivery man didn't dwell on Lu Tianxiu's appearance. Instead, he picked up the package, glanced at the shipping label, and asked Lu Tianxiu a question. Lu Tianxiu? May I see it? Hearing it was his package, Lu Tianxiu froze. He'd been swamped lately and hadn't had time for online shopping. So who could this package be from? Sure, see if you recognize it. Could you call him over for me? Without further thought, the delivery driver handed the package to Lu Tianxiu and pointed to the name on the label. Sure. Lu Tianqiu examined the package in his hands. Wow, it felt surprisingly heavy. The shipping label indeed bore his name, but the sender wasn't listed under their real name, just an alias. The sender's address was local, though the exact location wasn't specified. I'll take it. Woof woof woof. Just as Lu Tianqiu was about to say he was the recipient, Feng Lu's frantic barking cut him off. Lu Tianqiu looked at the dog barking at him in confusion. Though he didn't know why the dog was acting this way, as a partner he'd worked with many times, he trusted the dog completely. Is there a problem with this? Lu Tianqiu instantly realized what Feng Lu was targeting. Woof woof woof. Feng Lu nodded urgently, then came over to Lu Tianqiu and rubbed against his right leg. Bomb. Bomb. Lu Tianqiu felt his whole body go numb. His hand holding the cardboard box trembled slightly, but his professional instincts prevented him from dropping it. Instead, after receiving confirmation from Feng Lu, he immediately grabbed the package and sprinted toward the open area outside. Not knowing the bomb's explosive power, he could only try to place it as far away from people and buildings as possible. Lu Feng didn't follow. He stayed put, watching the delivery man. When he saw the cruel smile spread across the man's lips, he knew his instincts hadn't deceived him. When they first collided, he hadn't paid close attention to the scent in the air. But when he stopped to let the man pass, he had inadvertently noticed a familiar odor emanating from him. Upon closer reflection, he realized the scent emanating from the man was identical to the unknown odor lingering in the bomb-making room of the abandoned factory. However, he detected no unusual scent on the package the man carried. Instead, his ears picked up an abnormal sound emanating from within it. Beep. 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 His immediate thought was that it contained a timed bomb, and this sound was the bomb's countdown. As Feng Lu focused intently on the middle-aged man, he saw the man pull a remote control from his pocket after Lu Tianqiu had walked away. Damn it, this guy has no sense of martial ethics. A timer bomb with a remote control? Without hesitation, Feng Lu leapt forward and bit down on the middle-aged man's hand holding the remote. Caught off guard. Lu Feng's strike landed perfectly. The intense pain made the middle-aged man instinctively release the remote control. Seeing the remote fall before him, Feng Lu didn't hesitate. He dodged the buttons and clamped the remote between his teeth. Damn it, give me back my device. By then, the middle-aged man had regained his senses and kicked directly at Feng Lu. Chapter 239, Suicide. The moment Feng Lu secured the remote, he spun and sprinted toward the main hall. When facing such ruthless criminals, it was best not to engage them head-on. The other side even had a bomb. Feng Lu didn't believe they didn't have firearms. Even if he faced a gun, Feng Lu would have to kneel. The wisest choice, then, was to flee with the remote control. If he could hold out until backup arrived, the enemy wouldn't get away. Bang! As Feng Lu sprinted, he suddenly felt a chill in his left calf, followed by a warm flow seeping out. But he didn't stop. The instant the shot rang out, he knew the enemy was a desperate killer. Firing a gun inside the city bureau. The assailant had no intention of leaving alive, he'd come here solely to kill. The man's behavior reminded Feng Lu of that truck driver. Could he be another terminal patient? Fortunately, the corridor wasn't long. Before the second shot rang out, Feng Lu had already exited the hallway and turned into another corridor leading to the offices. What the hell happened? Huang Juqi was the first to rush out of the office. Seeing Feng Lu, his legs covered in blood, she immediately approached him and asked urgently. Soon after, several others burst out from behind Huang Juqi, each holding a pistol and staring intently at the corridor's corner with grim expressions. Juqi, get Hanin into the office. An older police officer said sternly to Huang Juqi. He then led his team cautiously toward the direction Feng Lu had come from. Brotherly, the suspect is already fleeing toward the municipal bureau. Just then, a voice crackled over the walkie-talkie from the colleague monitoring surveillance feeds, relaying the latest movements of the middle-aged man. Copy that. With concrete intelligence in hand, Brotherly wasted no time, leading several officers in a swift dash toward the exit. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqiu, though he too heard the gunfire, found himself unable to provide backup given the current situation. Upon reaching the parking lot, his first action was to clear out the few people inside. He and his partner established perimeter security around the parking lot while contacting riot squad colleagues to handle the bomb threat here. Wang, why are there gunshots coming from the office building? Only after arranging everything did Lu Tianqiu find time to call his colleague in the monitoring room to ask what had happened. Captain Lu, that middle-aged man who delivered the package to you earlier after you left. Xiao Wang in the surveillance room recounted everything that had just happened to Lu Tianqiu in a tone brimming with admiration. Hearing Xiao Wang's account, Lu Tianqiu's hair stood on end. Yet he also felt a pang of relief at his own luck. Had Feng Lu not been present, they likely wouldn't have escaped unscathed. When he first saw the man delivering the package, Lu Tianqiu had been deeply suspicious. But he reasoned that since the man had already entered the building, whatever he was carrying must have been inspected. He never imagined dangerous items could slip through. This time, he'd been careless, assuming absolute safety within the municipal bureau and letting his guard down. He knew that years ago, when the anti-drug environment was extremely hostile, veterans had encountered attacks everywhere. Even now, frontline narcotics officers like them concealed their identities, fearing retaliation from drug traffickers. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out nearby. Lu Tianxiu recalled that location wasn't an exit of the municipal bureau, it must have been west of the building, beyond which lay the perimeter wall. The intruders had clearly entered through the perimeter wall, not the main gate, meaning they hadn't been screened. This was a lapse by the surveillance personnel on duty, but now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. The Internal Affairs Division would handle it. Lu Tianxiu waited anxiously for the final outcome of the arrest. He couldn't call to inquire just yet, fearing he might interfere with his colleague's operation. 5 minutes later. Bang! Ring ring! Lu Tianxiu's phone rang almost simultaneously. He quickly grabbed it and saw it was Brotherly calling. He answered immediately. Captain Lu, we've cornered the suspect behind the building. We wanted to take him alive, but after some time trying to persuade him to surrender, he shot himself. Brotherly's heavy voice came through the phone. This case was becoming increasingly difficult to handle. No one had anticipated the mastermind behind this would be so utterly ruthless. In just 2 short days, they had already caused so much trouble. If not for sheer luck, who knew how many lives would have been lost by now? Just like this time, even though the suspect entered and exited through the main gate, he still had ample time to take others with him, given he had the remote control in his hand. Got it. Send the coroner over to handle it. Oh, and don't forget to have him give the body a full examination. Captain Lu, are you suspecting this man was also a terminal patient? Yes. Have the forensic team get the results as soon as possible. Got it. After hanging up, Lu Tianxiu called Huang Jiechi to inquire about Feng Lu's condition. Upon learning that although a large chunk of flesh had been torn from Feng Lu's left rear leg by the bullet, the bone remained intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now they just needed to wait for the bomb to be defused. Once that was done, they'd have weathered this attack, though plenty of follow-up work still awaited them. Tonight would likely bring even less sleep, but as long as there were no casualties, it was the best possible outcome. A little more fatigue was no big deal. 1 hour later. Thanks to the riot squad's efforts, the bomb's detonation mechanism was successfully disabled. The perpetrators had set an extremely long delay timer. According to the original schedule, it wouldn't have exploded until around 8:30 a.m. the next morning. The perpetrators likely hadn't anticipated Lu Tianxiu finishing work at this hour, nor that the two would encounter each other face to face. It could only be described as an extraordinary coincidence. Captain Lu, here's the courier's information. A colleague handed over a sheet of paper containing the details of the middle-aged man they had just identified. Su Jifeng, 48 years old, married with 1 son, a chemistry teacher at a middle school with over 20 years of teaching experience. After reviewing the information, Lu Tianxiu was deeply shocked by Su Jifeng's identity. How could a teacher who had dedicated 20 years to educating students commit such a heinous crime? Have you checked his medical records? Chapter 240, Silencing the Witness. Captain Lu, these are all the medical records we could find. Su Jifeng is in excellent health. His most recent physical was a month ago during the school's mandatory staff checkup. Before the officer could respond, another officer approached, handing over a piece of paper while simultaneously passing the physical examination report to Lu Tianxiu. No. Lu Tianxiu repeated the word in puzzlement. This outcome surprised him. He had assumed the target was also a terminally ill patient who had accepted the mission for various reasons. But this man was perfectly healthy, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. So what could possibly drive him to do such a thing? Or perhaps they had undergone a medical examination elsewhere, one the police hadn't uncovered. The most likely possibility, of course, was that the person was actually a member of the FD group. When carrying out this act, they never imagined they would be discovered. The reason for suicide upon discovery might be fear of revealing internal group secrets, leading to family members being persecuted by FD group operatives. Ring ring. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Tianxiu's phone rang. He glanced at it and immediately answered the call. Captain Lu, Su Jifeng's family has been murdered at home. Old Li's heavy voice came through the phone. What? His wife and child were killed? Lu Tianxiu was stunned by the news. The FD group was far more ruthless than he had imagined. It seemed Su Jifeng hadn't come to the municipal bureau alone, there must be someone else outside waiting to pick him up. Therefore, the entire sequence of events, Su Jifeng's suicide after mission failure, might have been witnessed from somewhere, with the information relayed to FD group members immediately. FD group members rushed to eliminate Su Jifeng's family immediately to prevent him from revealing their secrets to them, and to stop his family from informing the police. What role did Su Jifeng actually play within this drug trafficking syndicate? Why did the FD group treat his family with such extreme cruelty? After hanging up, Lu Tianxiu immediately rushed toward the parking lot. He needed to personally inspect the scene to see if he could uncover any useful clues at Su Jifeng's home. Woof woof woof. Captain Lu, where are you headed? How's Huanwan's leg? Lu Tianxiu spotted Huang Jiechi and Feng Lu approaching and immediately stopped to ask with concern. The doctors said it's just superficial injuries. As long as he avoids strenuous activity for a while, he'll be fine. Team leader Lu, are you rushing off because something's happened? Su Jifeng's family has been murdered. Seeing no need to conceal this news, Lu Tianqiu blurted it out. Su Jifeng? After Feng Lu was injured, Huang Zheqi had been assigned to take him to the hospital, so she was unaware of Su Jifeng's identity. The middle-aged man pretending to be a deliveryman. Only after learning that Hanin was unharmed did Lu Tianqiu relax. He immediately turned to drive to Su Jifeng's residence. Woof woof woof. I'm coming too. Upon hearing that the deliveryman's family had been murdered, Feng Lu's curiosity was piqued. He tugged at Huang Zheqi and hurried after Lu Tianqiu. What? You want to go over there? You just got hurt and need to rest. Lu Tianqiu heard the commotion behind him, turned around, and crouched down with a slightly amused expression, patting Feng Lu's back. Woof woof woof. I'm fine, I can still work. Like a workaholic, Feng Lu barked loudly, fighting for the right to keep working. Fine, but you'll follow my instructions. Seeing Feng Lu's persistence and glancing at his bandaged hind leg, Lu Tianqiu thought for a moment before agreeing to let Feng Lu tag along. Truth be told, he was growing increasingly impressed by Feng Lu's abilities. Having him along might uncover clues they'd otherwise miss. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng barked happily twice. If his hind leg weren't still throbbing, he'd have jumped up and down to show his excitement. Zheqi, you come too. You can keep an eye on Huan. As the group stepped out of the brightly lit office, the streets outside were already ablaze with colorful lights. For many, their nightlife was just beginning. But for Feng Lu and his team, the workday wasn't over yet. Criminals didn't pause their activities just because they were taking a break. 20 minutes later. Upon arriving at Su Jifeng's residence, Lu Tianqiu realized there was something seriously off about this man. He recalled Su Jifeng was a teacher earning just over 10,000 yuan a month. His wife had never worked and his parents were ordinary people, not high earners. Yet somehow, the Su family lived in a villa. The interior was lavishly decorated. Due to his line of work, Lu Tianqiu recognized many of the furniture brand's pieces that would cost him several years' salary to afford. These discoveries only deepened Lu Tianqiu's confusion about Su Jifeng. What kind of income could possibly afford such an extravagantly decorated villa? Even if presented with overwhelming evidence proving Su Jifeng's innocence in drug trafficking, Lu Tianqiu doubted he could believe it. He would assume he simply hadn't uncovered the evidence. After all, he had reviewed Lu Tianqiu's family bank statements. There were no large transactions recorded, which meant the bank cards Lu Tianqiu used must belong to someone else, not himself or his family. Captain Lu, the victims are upstairs. Lu Tianqiu's wife and son. His parents don't live with them, they've always stayed in the countryside. I've notified our local colleagues to provide them with protection. Brotherly rushed over to give a brief overview of the situation as Lu Tianqiu and his team entered. Good. What did you find at Su Jifeng's residence? Lu Tianqiu observed several forensic colleagues meticulously examining every item in the house. Nothing useful so far. They cleaned up extremely thoroughly. Aside from a few sets of footprints, we haven't found any other useful information. Brotherly rubbed his temples with a headache. In this case, they'd been led around by the nose almost the entire time. Every time they finally uncovered a clue, it was snatched away. Still, they weren't entirely empty-handed. They were now almost certain that Su Jifeng was a key figure within their FD group. The question remained, what role did he play within the organization? Considering his background as a chemistry teacher, one possibility came to mind. That possibility was a drug chemist. Chapter 241, The Mirror. 2 hours later. Han, you go in. After the last forensic technician emerged, Lu Tianqiu finally led Feng Lu into the villa's interior to begin inspecting the premises. The villa had been searched almost to the point of being dug up, making it nearly impossible to uncover any new evidence. Thus, Feng Lu's inspection proceeded swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, he had finished examining the entire first floor, finding nothing suspicious just as he had expected. The moment he stepped onto the second floor, Feng Lu was hit by a thick, pungent smell of blood that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The second floor contained 5 rooms, a master bedroom, 3 secondary bedrooms, a study, and a large living room. The blood scent emanated from the living room. The bodies had already been removed, leaving only pools of blood on the floor as evidence of the horrific events that had just unfolded there. However, Feng Lu felt little sympathy for the deceased mother and child. The moment he saw this villa, he knew that neither Su Jifeng's wife nor his child was innocent. Su Jifeng's son was already 20 years old. He must have known exactly what his father earned. Such a stark disparity in living standards would be impossible for any normal person to ignore. If Su Jifeng was indeed proven to be a drug manufacturer, then silencing this entire family would be a necessary move for the drug cartel. Avoiding stepping in blood, Feng Luo searched the living room thoroughly but found nothing suspicious. The only scent in his nostrils was the smell of blood. After finishing the living room, Feng directly proceeded to the master bedroom. Besides Su Jifeng's scent, only 2 other odors lingered, one unfamiliar scent carrying perfume, likely belonging to Su Jifeng's wife. The other unfamiliar scent likely belonged to Su Jifeng's son. Everything seemed perfectly normal. The bedroom was spacious, measuring over 50 square meters, featuring a small bathroom and a sizable walk-in closet. Everything inside was arranged with meticulous neatness, clearly indicating Su Jifeng's wife was a skilled homemaker. They had already verified upon arrival that the Su household employed no domestic help. Everything in the home was managed solely by Su Jifeng's wife. Ha! An unusual scent. Lu Feng stared at the mirror before him with a hint of confusion. It was a full-length mirror mounted on the wall. What made Lu Feng feel puzzled? It wasn't because the mirror was two-way, rather, he detected a familiar scent emanating from it. This puzzled him greatly. Logically speaking, this area had been inspected multiple times already. If the mirror could be moved, his colleagues would have noticed something. He spotted several pry marks along the mirror's edges, indicating someone had already inspected it and found nothing unusual. Lu Feng tried tapping the mirror firmly with his claws. The sound it produced was perfectly normal, indicating no hollow spaces inside. But why did he detect an unusual scent here? Han, did you detect something unusual here? Lu Tianxiu, who had been following closely, noticed Feng Lu's confusion and quickly asked. Woof woof woof. Yes. Only then did Feng Lu remember the person beside him. He nodded quickly, then ran over to Lu Tianxiu and rubbed against his left leg. Did you smell drugs? Seeing Feng's actions, Lu Tianxiu instantly recalled the tactical meaning behind them as explained by Zhao Feng. He quickly sought confirmation from Feng once more. Woof woof woof. Yes. Lu Feng barked twice, nodded, then found a spot to sit down, leaving the rest to Lu Tianxiu. Jechi, take canine and move away. Lu Tianxiu acted decisively, bypassing any search for tools. He grabbed the stool in front of the vanity table and swung it straight at the mirror. Crash! The mirror shattered into fragments, scattering to the floor. Fortunately, Lu Tianxiu hadn't used excessive force, so the shards didn't scatter too far, most landing beneath the mirror itself. Only after the mirror shattered did those present notice its ingenious design. Hidden about 20 centimeters behind the glass was a sliding track. Lu Tianxiu cautiously tested it and discovered the track only slid upward. This meant the mirror could only slide upward, and its weak point lay precisely there. Most people inspecting it would never think to look up. They'd check both sides and the bottom, then consider it done. Since the mirror was flush against the wall and the track was over 20 centimeters from the mirror's edge, uncovering its secret proved quite difficult. After spending several minutes clearing the mirror shards aside, Lu Tianxiu finally had time to examine the wall behind the mirror. Yes, there was indeed a wall behind the mirror. But at this point, the disguise served little purpose. Once the mirror was shattered, the secret hidden here was bound to be exposed. Soon, Lu Tianxiu found a rope handle at the edge of the track. With a slight tug, he pulled a small door out from the wall behind the mirror. When the door swung fully open, Feng Lu felt his eyes nearly blinded by the glare. Beyond a few sacks of white powder, the space was filled with gleaming gold bars. The neatly stacked gold bars looked incredibly tempting. Lu Feng estimated there were at least dozens of them, though the exact number would only be known once they were removed. He had no idea how deep this hidden space extended. Captain Lu, we've seized 400 grams of drugs and 60 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. He mentally calculated the value, just a measly 10 million or so. Not much, not much. He'd never even had that many virtual beans in his online game. After meticulously cataloging every item in the hidden compartment, a police officer immediately reported to Lu Tianxiu standing nearby. Truthfully, Lu Tianxiu already knew the details without needing to be told. From discovery to inventory, he hadn't left the scene for a single moment. Due to the sheer volume of gold bars, he had already notified his superiors and was now awaiting the arrival of the security personnel dispatched by leadership. This wasn't about distrusting his colleagues after all, they all wore body cameras during operations. The main reason was to guard against members of Su Jifeng's drug trafficking gang. Su Jifeng's wife and son had met a gruesome end, their bodies bearing numerous torture marks, clear evidence that their captors had sought information by force. As for why the drug gang members hadn't searched the premises themselves, it was likely because they'd arrived too quickly. There simply hadn't been time. After all, the police arrived the moment Su Jifeng's identity was confirmed. When they discovered his wife and child, the blood on the floor hadn't even clotted yet. Aha! Lu Feng lay sprawled nearby, letting out a huge yawn. Exhausted after a full day's work, he now felt both sleepy and famished. The enormous fortune before him left him utterly indifferent. Chapter 242, The Flour Mill. 2 days later. Morning at the Municipal Bureau in trance. Hey, did you miss me? Zhao Feng, his arm on a cast, slowly climbed out of the back seat. Spotting Feng Lu waiting by the door, his mood instantly lifted. He hadn't seen Huan in days and had missed him quite a bit. Woof woof woof. Pfft, you idiot. Who misses you? Lu Feng saw Zhao Feng getting out and immediately stood up, circling around him once to make sure he was okay before relaxing. He. Watching the wagging tail and happy face before him, Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for the doctors and colleagues insisting he stay, he would have left the hospital long ago. After a bit more commotion between man and dog, they finally entered the Municipal Bureau dormitory at Lu Tianxiu's urging. Since Zhao Feng still needed recuperation time, he couldn't return to work yet even after being discharged. Zhao Feng had originally planned to return to Yunsheng, but Lu Tianxiu felt they would still need Feng Lu's assistance during the subsequent investigation. Therefore, he arranged for Zhao Feng to rest in Qianfeng City for a while and leave only after the case was solved. 2 days had passed since Su Jifeng's wife and child were murdered. Lu Tianxiu and his team had narrowed down the suspects, but they still lacked crucial evidence. Additionally, they aimed to use this suspect to track down other members of the drug trafficking ring. Consequently, surveillance remained secondary, with peripheral investigations taking precedence. The man who murdered Su Jifeng's wife and child was named Su Kai, a 25-year-old unmarried nephew from Su Jifeng's extended family. He resided in a residential complex not far from Su Jifeng's home. The apartment was purchased for him by Su Jifeng 3 years ago and is registered under Su Kai's name, details revealed during arguments between Su Jifeng's family and Su Kai. Since Su Jifeng and Su Kai were distant relatives separated by 5 generations and had virtually no contact, Lu Tianxiu and his team had overlooked this individual during their initial investigation. Su Kai was discovered this time because, while waiting for bank personnel to arrive, Feng Lu, bored, found a pinhole camera in a hidden corner of the living room. It captured the entire crime scene, from Su Kai entering the upstairs living room to his sudden violent outburst and murder. After this discovery, Lu Tianxiu and his team initially planned to arrest Su Kai immediately. However, during their peripheral investigation, they learned that Su Kai was no ordinary individual. After graduating 3 years ago, Su Kai had never held a job, living entirely off money from his family. This alone wouldn't have been unusual, but when investigating Su Kai's family background, they discovered that his parents had no employment yet owned a fully paid-off apartment in the same residential complex as Su Kai. Furthermore, Su Kai's parents' bank accounts showed nearly monthly deposits of approximately 100,000 yuan in cash, all personally deposited by them. Authorities are currently tracing the source of these funds. However, since the last deposit occurred nearly a month ago, surveillance footage from many locations has become unavailable. This makes it difficult to investigate Su Kai and his parents' movements in greater detail. However, there is one piece of good news. While reviewing the other parties' bank statements, Lu Tianxiu and his team discovered that the deposits were made with remarkable regularity. Deposits were made roughly every 30 days, with the maximum interval being no more than 2 days. This latest deposit, however, deviated from the pattern, raising questions about whether the pattern would continue. Therefore, surveillance on Su Kai and his parents had been intensified in recent days. Even if the subject stepped outside to use the restroom, investigators would meticulously compare their appearance before and after, noting any changes even if they couldn't follow them inside. If the pattern held, the next few days would be the target's deposit window. The source of these funds would soon be revealed. 1:10 p.m. Huang Zheqi hurriedly pulled Feng Lu from the municipal bureau dormitory and shoved him into the police car. Still half asleep, he had no idea what was happening when he got in. "Captain Lu, what's going on? Why the rush to call us over?" Huffing and puffing, Huang Zheqi regained some strength after the car started moving and weakly inquired about the situation from Lu Tianxiu. About an hour and a half ago, Su Kai's parents retrieved a package from a storage locker at the mall. It contained 1 million yuan in cash, which has now been deposited in a bank. Surveillance footage revealed the person who placed the item was a courier. This time it was a real courier, not an imposter. He's been working at the courier company for over 5 years. Our investigation shows it was a same-city express delivery sent by a middle-aged man. We've now identified this middle-aged man. He's the owner of a small flour mill. We have reason to suspect his factory may be concealing a drug manufacturing operation. Later, I'll take Hanin to infiltrate the factory disguised as a supplier. You'll provide external backup. The moment Hanin confirms suspicious activity inside, you move immediately. Since this is a flour mill, you must exercise extreme caution and avoid firing weapons indiscriminately. Only open fire when absolutely necessary to ensure safety. Lu Tianxiu wasn't just speaking to Huang Zheqi, he was briefing his colleagues over the walkie-talkie while outlining the precautions. After all, this was a flour mill. One careless mistake could easily trigger a dust explosion, endangering not only their team but also the factory workers. Therefore, Lu Tianxiu emphasized safety above all else, stressing that they should avoid firing unless absolutely necessary. This middle-aged man named Zhou Zhenfei operated a factory on the outskirts of the city. It wasn't particularly large, and when Feng Lu walked inside, he noticed many areas were dilapidated and in disrepair. Fortunately, the factory was meticulously clean. Otherwise, no one would likely consider partnering with this place. After all, such dilapidation would raise serious concerns about hygiene conditions. "Hello, my name is Lu Su. I called earlier to make an appointment." Lu Tianxiu introduced himself to Zhou Zhenfei as he descended the stairs. Before arriving, he had specifically called to inquire about pricing and the location. "Mr. Lu, hello. Shall I give you a tour now?" "Sure, thank you for your time, Mr. Zhou." Lu Tianxiu didn't ask if he could bring Feng Lu along, seemingly forgetting he had a dog with him. He simply turned and walked toward the direction indicated, leading the dog by the leash. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. This way, please. A cold gleam flashed in Zhou Jingfei's eyes. Seeing Lu Tianxiu turn and walk ahead of him, he quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message. Chapter 243, Factory Inspection. The man and his dog followed Zhou Jingfei to the factory entrance. Once there, Feng Lu instinctively stayed behind. Watching the two men don protective gear before entering, Feng Lu finally stood up. Located in the suburbs, the flour mill's land wasn't expensive. Though Zhou Jingfei's factory wasn't large, it had ample unused space. Not far from the factory building stood a small 5-story office building. Clothes drying on the rooftop suggested the Zhou family likely resided within the factory complex. Security netting had been installed on the 5th floor windows. At this hour, no one was moving about outside the factory, allowing Feng Lu to move about with ease. Lu Feng began patrolling the perimeter of the factory. Though the building didn't appear large, circling it entirely still took him considerable time. As Lu Tianxiu had promised at the outset, he would find ways to stall for time, allowing Feng Lu more opportunity to inspect the factory's layout. The flour mill building was constructed with one side adjacent to a wall and the other bordering a road. On the roadside, there were 2 doors. One gate was in the middle, the other at the far end. Both gates were roughly the same size. When Lu Tianxiu and his group had entered earlier, they used the middle gate. Below the main gate was a small side door, which was the one they used to slip inside. Lu Feng paused, then sprinted toward the section of the factory building without an open door. He reasoned that if someone wanted to conceal a drug manufacturing operation, they would never place it right next to an entrance. This location saw heavy foot traffic, so if anything suspicious existed, it would likely be hidden in the wing without doors. Now, he only needed to search this side thoroughly. If a drug lab truly existed inside, it wouldn't escape his nose. They couldn't possibly seal off the entire drug lab. Even if it were, residual gases would need to be vented outside, and any venting would leave a scent trail. However, since there were no other factories nearby, Zhou Jingfei planned to wait until the workers finished their shift and vented the fumes in the middle of the night. Detecting it then would be quite difficult. Nothing. After Lu Feng quickly circled the factory building, he detected no unusual odors whatsoever. This puzzled him greatly. Could they have been mistaken? Then why did Zhou Jingfei give Sukai's family money? And why give 1,000,000 yuan at this critical juncture? What was the reason behind that? Hey, where'd you go? Let's head back. As Feng Lu stood pondering beside the factory building, Lu Tianxiu's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked up toward the source of the sound. He saw Lu Tianxiu emerge from the factory building, now accompanied by Zhou Jingfei as they walked toward the parked car. Lu Feng spotted him and immediately jogged over. His injured leg slowed him considerably. As Feng Lu ran along the concrete path toward the office building, he passed a sewer grate. A faint, pungent stench wafted up from the drain. Lu Feng paused in confusion. This smell was all too familiar. It was the pungent, unbearable odor produced during DP manufacturing. That's why many DP manufacturing plants were built near livestock farms to mask the residual odors from production with the natural smells of the farms. Lu Feng sniffed carefully twice more, confirming his suspicion. He could vaguely make out a thick pipe within the sewer. The lingering odor was escaping because this was a pipe connection point. The seal seemed to have let a bit of the smell slip through. Hey, stop dawdling. We gotta get back. Lu Tianxiu's voice echoed from nearby. He must have spotted something here and was making an excuse to approach, his leash in hand as if ready to grab Feng Lu. Woof woof. Following their agreement, Feng Lu barked twice to signal an anomaly, then looked up at Lu Tianxiu and Zhou Jingfei approaching. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Feng Lu charged wildly toward Lu Tianxiu, having spotted Zhou Jingfei walking behind him drawing a pistol from his coat. Freeze, Lu. Lu Tianxiu, noticing Feng Lu's actions, sensed something was amiss. Just as he turned to reach for the gun at his waist, the sound of the barking froze him in his tracks. You know me? Though Lu Tianxiu halted his movement, he didn't raise his hands. Instead, they remained by his gun. But with a gun pressed against the back of his head, he dared not make a move for the time being. You idiot, you'd better not come over either. I know you're tough and smart enough to understand what I'm saying. When Zhou Jingfei pressed the gun against Lu Tianxiu's head, Feng Lu immediately froze. He knew he couldn't make any move that might provoke the other man. Lu Tianxiu's life was now in the other man's hands, so caution was paramount. All he needed to do now was wait. He was certain his colleagues outside were already aware of what was happening here. You know me? Seeing Zhou Jingfei didn't answer, Lu Tianxiu pressed again, unwilling to let it go. Know you? I don't just know you, I'd cut you into 1,000 pieces if I could. I waited years for this chance. Never thought you'd be so tough. Still alive and unharmed, and you actually tracked me down. Zhou Jingfei shoved his gun hard against Lu Tianxiu's head. The look on his face suggested he'd gladly end Lu Tianxiu right then and there, but since Lu Tianxiu still had some use, he held back. Su Jifeng was your man? So I disrupted your criminal network? Lu Tianxiu knew this intense hatred likely stemmed from a family member falling into his hands and meeting a grim fate. That explained Zhou's reaction. But now, he had to play dumb, biding his time for an opening. He no longer held out hope that his colleagues outside would rescue him. If they knew he couldn't escape, they'd drag him down with them no matter what. Lu Feng watched Lu Tianxiu staring at him, his body leaning forward slightly. He didn't know if Lu Tianxiu could grasp the meaning behind his gesture. This was the only way he could think of to help Lu Tianxiu escape the gunfire. But Lu Tianxiu wasn't Zhao Feng, who had worked with him in perfect sync. Lu Tianxiu certainly wasn't a drill instructor either. Thus, everything hinged on their mutual understanding and Lu Tianxiu's wits. Chapter 244, The Wound Rips Open. Head Team Leader Lu, I just love how you play dumb with such deadpan seriousness. Zhou Zhengfei heard Lu Tianxiu's words as if he'd heard some hilarious joke. Playing dumb? What's there to play? You've got me cornered now. What's left to pretend? Lu Tianxiu watched Feng Lu's movements and blinked. He seemed to grasp something, but his mind was racing at full speed, unable to process it fully just yet. Seeing Lu Tianxiu's confused expression, Feng Lu grew impatient. How could this guy drop the ball at a critical moment? He quickly leaned forward again, mimicking a jumping motion. At that moment, Lu Tianxiu finally grasped Feng Lu's intent. During his conversations with Zhao Feng, Zhao had mentioned their training exercises together. One simulation involved rescuing an instructor who had been taken hostage, specifically addressing a scenario where the hostage was held from behind. Lu Tianxiu strained his eyes backward, but he couldn't see Zhou Zhengfei anywhere. He dared not move his head, afraid he might accidentally get hit by the other guy. Lu Tianxiu mouthed silently, preparing to. 3, 2, 1. Lu Tianxiu quickly bent down. Feng Lu, who had been waiting for this moment, mustered all his strength and leaped onto Lu Tianxiu's back. Ah! He lunged at Zhou Zhengfei, biting down hard on the gun-wielding hand of the completely unprepared Zhou. The pistol slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, landing squarely on Lu Tianxiu's body. The moment Zhou Zhengfei let out a scream, Lu Tianxiu straightened up and lunged toward him. With Feng Lu's help, he quickly subdued Zhou Zhengfei. With his wrist bitten and in excruciating pain, Zhou Zhengfei could barely mount any effective counterattack, allowing Lu Tianxiu to easily handcuff him. Though it seemed like a long sequence, it all unfolded within mere minutes. After Feng Lu rescued Lu Tianxiu and they subdued Zhou Zhengfei, colleagues outside the factory finally rushed over. They began sealing off the entire factory building and apprehending everyone inside. Huang Jieqi, come here. Take Henin to the hospital immediately, his wound has reopened. Lu Tianxiu, who had just finished his tasks, saw Feng Lu lying on the ground, barely conscious. He then noticed the bandage on Feng Lu's rear leg, which had been wrapped to cover the wound, was now stained red with blood. He immediately began shouting for Huang Jieqi, instructing her to take Feng Lu to the hospital. Huan, you've worked so hard. As Huang Jieqi approached, Lu Tianxiu knelt down with a hint of pain in his voice, gently stroking Feng Lu's back. His heart overflowed with boundless gratitude toward this police dog who had saved his life once again. If not for Feng Lu this time, he would have likely met his end. After Zhou Zhengfei regained his composure, he revealed the truth. Zhou Zhengfei had a brother in arms who had been through life and death situations with him. This brother was also a drug dealer. During an arrest attempt, he resisted and was shot dead by Lu Tianxiu. To avenge his brother and uncover the killer, Zhou Zhengfei had spent years meticulously planning his revenge. Both Su Jifeng and Sun Yu were puppets he had cultivated, all for the purpose of finding the killer of his brother. Therefore, he felt no remorse whatsoever in abandoning either of them. The Su Kai family were also thugs he kept on hand to handle dirty work eliminating opponents or disloyal subordinates. The hotel drug-taking incident was also deliberately orchestrated by Zhou Zhengfei. Its purpose was to lure out members of the Narcotics squad, whom he then tracked down in secret. It could be said that any Narcotics squad member who had ever appeared in public, Zhou Zhengfei could now recognize. Zhou Zhengfei had never even considered fleeing. He had already sent his wife and children abroad, leaving only himself behind in the country. Thus, he had virtually nothing to lose. His intent was to abduct Lu Tianxiu directly and take him to a location he had long prepared, where he would subject Lu to relentless torture until he wished for death. Be absolutely careful not to let him exert himself anymore, or this leg will be ruined. Lying in the hospital bed, Feng Lu heard the vet's words from the police dog base and blinked a few times in resignation. This man, like Lin Sheng, enjoyed scaring dogs. He hadn't seen Lin Sheng in a while and found himself missing her. Yes, I'll make sure to watch him closely when we get back. Huang Jieqi nodded repeatedly, feeling a bit embarrassed. She didn't dare mention that they'd taken Feng Lu on a mission. She felt that if she did, the seemingly gentle veterinarian might just punch her right out the door. Watching him rebandage Feng's wounds earlier, his expression had been more pain than hers. No wonder he was a vet. You couldn't do this job without compassion. Honey, let's go. Where are you going? You carry him. Try not to make him walk. Just as Feng Lu tried to jump off the bed, the vet slammed him back down and scolded Huang Jieqi fiercely. Lu Feng watched Huang Jieqi's pouty expression, and that little look instantly amused him. His doggy mouth stretched into a wide grin that barely closed. All right. Dr. Sun, I'll be heading out now. Huang Jiechi carefully picked up Feng Lu and bid Dr. Sun farewell. Fortunately, Huang Jiechi was quite strong, and carrying Feng Lu didn't pose much difficulty. She quickly got him into the car. Remember to come back tomorrow afternoon for a dressing change. Okay, goodbye, Dr. Sunday. Huang Jiechi quickly started the engine and drove away from the K9 unit. It wasn't that she didn't know she needed to pay attention to these details, she'd just been scolded so badly that her head was spinning, and she hadn't had time to process it. After all, Feng Lu had been carried here by Huang Jiechi without taking a single step. Thump! 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 Hold on. Zhao Feng's voice came from inside the door, which quickly swung open from the inside. What's going on? Seeing Feng Lu being held in someone's arms, Zhao Feng immediately grew tense. Could he be injured again? Captain Zhao, could you let me in first? Huang Jiechi looked at Zhao Feng with a touch of embarrassment. He didn't know how to explain it. Hanin and the others had just been sent out on a mission, and now they were injured again. Huan, you did great. After hearing Huang Jiechi's account, Zhao Feng finally relaxed. It was just a wound that had reopened with proper rest and care, it shouldn't be too serious. Learning that Feng Lu had been injured while rescuing Lu Tianxiu, Zhao Feng gave him a heartfelt pat on the head, deeply gratified. Captain Zhao, there's still a lot to handle at the bureau. I'll head back first. Call me if anything comes up. After finishing her report, Huang Jiechi bid farewell to Zhao Feng and the others. After all, the municipal bureau was swamped with work right now. Every extra pair of hands sped things up, and she couldn't afford to slack off here. Chapter 245, The Horrific Car Accident. 3 months later. 2:30 a.m. Ring. Ring. The urgent ringing of the phone jolted Zhao Feng awake. He immediately reached for the phone beside his pillow and answered it. Zhao Feng, we've got an urgent case. I need you to bring Hanin over immediately. I'll send you the address right now. Zhao Zhigua's urgent voice came through the phone. He hung up immediately after speaking, and Zhao Feng's phone received the location sent by Zhao Zhigua. Zhao Feng scrambled out of bed, threw on some clothes, and rushed to Feng Lu's room. Since his arm cast had just been removed, he couldn't exert too much force. He could only wake Feng Lu up and have him walk on his own. Within 5 minutes, the man and his dog descended the stairs and reached the car. Zhao Feng started the engine and sped toward the location Zhao Zhigua had sent. 1 hour later. After driving for a full hour, Zhao Feng finally arrived at the location. It was a county road just outside the city, now completely gridlocked with passing trucks. Upon arriving, Zhao Feng checked the map again and saw they were close to the target location. He parked the car at the entrance of a factory and ran toward the destination with Feng. Get in. We're going by car. Before Zhao Feng had taken a few steps, he heard sirens wailing. He then spotted Zhao Zhigua sitting in a police car driving against traffic toward the scene. All right. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate, opening the door and ushering Feng into the police car before driving toward the scene of the incident. Commissioner Zhao, what exactly happened? After settling in, Zhao Feng asked Zhao Zhigua with a hint of curiosity. A traffic accident occurred not far ahead. A large truck transporting logs overturned due to improper loading. A following truck couldn't brake in time and crashed into it. An unknown white powder was discovered among the shattered logs, which was identified as narcotics after testing. Zhao Zhigua's face grew stern as he recounted the incident. This method of transporting drugs was truly difficult to guard against. Without sheer coincidence or an informant's tip, law enforcement would struggle to uncover such drug shipments. Were there any casualties? Seeing Zhao Zhigua's grave expression, Zhao Feng knew this wasn't a simple matter. If it were merely a drug discovery, they wouldn't have been called in. Yes. Many truck drivers avoid highway tolls by taking this route, so there's heavy truck traffic here. The overturned vehicle triggered a chain reaction collision, resulting in 5 deaths and 6 injuries so far. The log truck driver died instantly. We're here now hoping that Huan can memorize this person's scent. Then we'll rush to the relevant locations overnight to see if we can find any clues. By the way, is your arm okay now? Zhao Zhigua looked at his nephew's fractured arm with a touch of concern. He hadn't wanted to call Zhao Feng back while he was recovering, but he'd had no other choice. The cast came off today. The doctor said it's fine, healed perfectly. No need to worry. Zhao Feng knew exactly what Zhao Zhigua was thinking when he looked at his arm and quickly explained the situation. As someone who exercised regularly, his arm had recovered quite quickly. Although he still lacked strength in it, it didn't really affect him anymore. After all, he wouldn't need to personally confront the suspect. Alright, once this case wraps up, you need to take some proper rest. Zhao Zhigua knew his nephew rarely got extended breaks these days. The saying "the capable bear more responsibility" held true everywhere, and their narcotics work desperately needed a smart police dog like Hanin. After a few more words, their car pulled up to the accident scene. The road had been cordoned off by police, with traffic officers efficiently directing vehicles around the blockage. The congestion on the other side was gradually easing. Chief Chow. Chief Chow. Chief Chow, the items are over here. Lu Feng called out to the 2 men and the dog from a distance. He was standing where the DP had been discovered. On the other side, several officers were using cutting tools to inspect some logs. How much DP have you found so far? Zhao Jiguo looked at the neatly arranged bags of white powder and asked with a heavy tone. Not counting what was scattered in the crash, we found 30 kilograms in the logs so far. More than half of the logs still need to be inspected. Lu Feng hadn't expected such a simple car accident to uncover this much DP, especially considering over half the logs remained unchecked. If the ratio of DP found earlier held true, there was likely at least another 40 kilograms hidden inside. The gravity of this case was undeniable. It had been the first time in a long while since the previous bust of several large FD gangs that such a large quantity of DP had been uncovered. Understood. Have the reinforcements speed up their arrival. Complete the inspection of all these logs as quickly as possible, then restore traffic here promptly. You take Zhao Feng and the others to sniff out the source now, then arrange for them to immediately inspect the truck driver's whereabouts today. Zhao Jiguo didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he instructed Lu Feng to swiftly organize Zhao Feng's tasks. Word of the accident had already spread far and wide. There was no time to waste. Every minute delayed gave the DF more time to escape. They needed to race against the clock and apprehend them all before the enemy could react. Understood, Captain Zhao. Follow me. After hearing this, Lu Feng immediately called out to Zhao Feng and the others, leading the way toward a distant location. Old Zhao, are your injuries healed yet? Healed ages ago. I've been bored stiff lately. If it weren't for training Hanin at the base every day, I'd have died of boredom. Put. I heard about the Qianfeng City case. Hanin is seriously impressive. Never imagined he'd grow this much in less than a year. Before they could exchange many more words, they approached a body covered in a white sheet. Without waiting for Zhao Feng to speak, Feng Lu walked over. Lu Feng tore away the sheet, revealing the horrifyingly mutilated corpse beneath. An even stronger, more pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. Even Feng Lu couldn't help but hold his breath. After a moment, he suppressed his discomfort and began carefully sniffing the scent on the corpse. However, the overwhelming stench of blood made it difficult for him to discern the original odor for quite some time. Here. These clothes were found in the car. They must belong to the driver. Sniff them too, then have Zhao Feng take them. Woof woof woof. Lu Feng stared at Lu Feng in exasperation. Was this guy doing this on purpose, bringing it out at a time like this? Chapter 246, Cloned License Plate. Half an hour later. Lu Feng and his team arrived at a lumberyard. This lumberyard was extremely close to the accident site. If not for the traffic jam, it would have taken just over 10 minutes to get there by car. When Feng arrived, the police had already cordoned off the premises. Aside from the owner, all 5 employees were confined to the office. This truck definitely didn't carry any cargo from our yard. We have surveillance footage, you can check it anytime. We only shipped 1 load today, and it left during daylight hours. As soon as Feng Lu entered the office, he heard a man's anxious voice. From the content of his words, it seemed the speaker was the lumberyard owner. But what he said left Feng Lu stunned. Could that truck have been using a stolen license plate? Since no driver's documents had been found in the truck and the driver himself had died in the accident, his face was unrecognizable from the crash. Therefore, the authorities had immediately traced the vehicle owner through the license plate number, ultimately leading them to this lumberyard. Oldly, what's going on? Lu Feng turned to the veteran officer conducting the interrogation. Having been driving to the scene, he hadn't witnessed the initial events. Captain Hu, Captain Zhao, come outside. Let's talk. The veteran officer stood up upon seeing the 2 men enter, gesturing for them to step outside. Once they were a short distance from the office, Oldly began explaining the situation. The situation was much as Feng Lu had suspected. The license plate on the log hauling truck was indeed counterfeit. Of the documents found inside, only the driver's license was genuine, the rest were forged. Though forged, the codes on the documents were genuine, and the lumberyard did indeed own a truck identical to the one transporting the logs. Even the transport permits on the vehicle were identical copies. This couldn't help but raise serious questions about the timber mill's legitimacy. All the serial numbers on the machinery aboard the log hauling vehicle had also been deliberately destroyed. Currently, apart from the accountant and the factory's truck driver, all other employees have been detained by their people within the factory premises. The factory accountant has been notified and is currently en route to the scene. The only person currently unreachable is the factory truck driver. The exact reason is unknown, but they have already contacted the traffic management department to assist in locating the driver's whereabouts. Han, sniff. After understanding the sequence of events, Feng Lu's task began. He needed to inspect the factory for any abnormalities and check if the scent of the deceased driver lingered within. If traces of the deceased driver's scent remained within the factory, it would prove a direct link between the facility and this FD case. Of course, its absence wouldn't prove the case was unrelated to the investigation either. It took Feng Lu over half an hour to thoroughly search the entire lumberyard, including the surrounding wasteland, ensuring no detail was overlooked. As expected, he found nothing unusual throughout the entire lumberyard, nor did he detect any lingering scent from the driver. Did your truck driver, Yang Jianhua, have living quarters at the factory? Lu Feng looked at the timber factory manager, who had been temporarily cleared of suspicion, and inquired about the truck driver's information. Although Old Li and the others had already questioned him about this multiple times, Lu Feng still wanted to ask him personally, especially now that the man had been cleared of suspicion and was feeling more relaxed. Yang Jianhua, 35 years old, single, never married, and reportedly without a girlfriend. He had been driving large trucks for 6 years and had worked at this lumberyard for over 4 years. According to the factory owner and his co-workers, he was a bit too honest, didn't talk much, had a straightforward temper, and didn't know how to navigate social situations. He didn't have many friends at the factory. What Lu Feng hadn't anticipated was that nearly 3 hours after the incident, the traffic authorities still hadn't located Yang Jianhua. The last video footage of Yang Jianhua showed him in a rural area with sparse surveillance coverage, and his trail had since gone cold. Lu Feng had already dispatched personnel to search the area, but the outcome remained uncertain. This shed belongs to Yang Jianhua. He only occasionally rests here and doesn't live here, so there aren't any personal belongings. Lu Feng and the others followed the lumberyard owner to the employee dormitory. The dorm rooms were all 4-person rooms with bunk beds. Yang Jianhua slept in the lower bunk. Above it lay only a simple set of bedding, nothing else. Lu Feng specifically checked the toiletries, there were only enough for 3 people. After Feng memorized Yang Jianhua's scent, Lu Feng led them toward the location where Yang had gone missing. It was quite a distance from where they were. By the time they arrived, daylight had fully broken, and many colleagues were already searching for Yang Jianhua. During their search, they had found Yang Jianhua's car abandoned in a field of overgrown weeds. The lumber it had been carrying was still inside, nothing missing. Yet Yang Jianhua himself remained missing. The driver's door was locked when they found the vehicle, indicating he either left voluntarily or was abducted. At the very least, Yang Jianhua was alive when he left. Although the village was remote, there were security cameras at the intersections. However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, they found no sign of Yang Jianhua leaving the village. Another point was that numerous vehicles passed through during the day, making it impossible to guarantee Yang Jianhua hadn't left in another vehicle. The only option was to wait for the villagers to wake up, then go door to door asking if anyone had witnessed anything. But one thing Lu Feng couldn't figure out was why the other party would drive a truck here. The roads were extremely narrow, passing another vehicle would probably take forever. Captain Hu, the vehicle is here. Lu Feng and his team parked at a house entrance, then followed their guide to a vacant lot on the village outskirts where they finally spotted Yang Jianhua's vehicle. Yang Jianhua had driven straight through someone's field, and now the truck was stuck in a mud pit. This was likely why he had abandoned it. This also suggested that Yang Jianhua had somehow learned about the incident involving the cloned plate vehicle through some channel. That knowledge had driven him to either panic and flee recklessly or come here deliberately. The exact reason would only be revealed once they located him. Chapter 247, The Dead Body in the House. How many people's scent is inside? Zhao Feng watched Feng Lu emerge from the driver's seat. During Zhao Feng's recovery period, he and Feng Lu hadn't been idle, testing numerous training scenarios previously only imagined. To everyone's surprise, Feng had excelled in every exercise and passed the specialized tests designed for him. One such test involved determining how many people had been in a location based solely on residual scent traces. Woof! Lu Feng sniffed carefully inside the violently opened driver's compartment. After ruling out the scent of the staff, he detected only one person's lingering scent. Good job, buddy. Now track that person using this scent. Zhao Feng patted Feng Lu's back and offered verbal praise. It wasn't that he didn't want to reward him with treats, rather, Feng Lu himself disdained such incentives, finding them childish. Eventually, this aspect was removed from the routine. Lu Feng studied the traces left on the barren ground ahead. He knew the police had attempted to track Yang Jianhua before their arrival, only to lose his scent somewhere. True to his prediction, the scent trail soon led him to a narrow cement road, likely part of the village-to-village infrastructure project. Upon reaching the cement road, the scent suddenly became much more complex and tangled, making the tracking significantly harder. Feng Lu had to concentrate intensely as he followed the scent stream along the road in one direction. What puzzled Feng Lu and his fellow trackers was that the scent trail didn't diverge in any other direction. Instead, it led back toward the very village they had just come from. The village wasn't large, housing only about 150 households. Many residents had already moved away, so the actual number of people living there was even smaller. Soon, the group arrived at the village. The highway cut through its center, with numerous houses built along both sides. Walking along the road, Feng Lu noticed that many household gates appeared to have been closed for a long time. These families had likely relocated elsewhere. The police had caused quite a commotion over the past few hours, so as Feng Lu and his group approached, many villagers came out to see what was happening. Although the opportunity was rare, Lu Feng did not send anyone to ask the villagers if they had seen or knew Yang Jianhua until Feng Lu had concluded his investigation. To Feng's surprise, following the scent trail led him swiftly to the opposite end of the village, the very direction they had entered earlier. This left everyone baffled. Could Yang Jianhua have simply walked away? This looks like an orchard. Xiao Qian, come here. Do you recognize this family? Hu Feng saw Lu Feng pause at an orchard gate, then glance at them. He immediately understood his intention and called over the officer assigned to the village to ask for details. Captain Hu, this orchard is indeed leased by a villager. The owner is Yang Jianye. Xiao Qian was also from this village, so he knew the orchard well. What did you say? The owner is Yang Jianye? Are you sure? Hu Feng cut him off before Xiao Qian could finish. Yang Jianye, Yang Jiawa, those names sounded connected, especially since Feng Lu had led them here following Yang Jiawa's scent. Captain Hu, I'm from this village, so I'm absolutely certain the contractor here is Yang Jianye. But he doesn't have any brothers, he's an only child. There is a Yang Jianhua in our village, but that guy is only 10 years old, still just a kid. Upon hearing Hu Feng's question, Xiao Qian immediately grasped his meaning and hastened to explain. Old Yang. Old Yang. Home. At Hu Feng's gesture, Xiao Qian promptly called out loudly toward the orchard. Yet after 3 or 4 minutes of shouting, there was still no response from inside. Xiao Qian, stop shouting. Just open the door and go in. Hu Feng called over a colleague and instructed him to open the door. The colleague pulled out a few tools from his bag and picked the lock in under a minute. Following the scent trail, Feng Lu quickly arrived at a small hut. Even before approaching, a pungent smell of blood hit him. Lu Feng's heart tightened. Something's wrong. Lu Feng hastened his pace, reaching the hut's entrance. By then, those following him had already noticed the situation without needing his warning. The door stood ajar, blood seeping through the crack and already congealing. A figure lay motionless at the threshold, clearly beyond saving. Everyone spread out. Hu Feng immediately waved his men to spread out and search the vicinity, forbidding anyone from approaching the cabin until the forensic team arrived to collect evidence. After making these arrangements, Hu Feng pulled shoe covers from his pocket and cautiously approached the cabin. He opened the door and began examining the person lying inside. He barely needed to examine the body to confirm the person had been dead for quite some time. The clotted blood and the mangled, bloody mess of the stab wound to the chest made it abundantly clear to everyone that this man was dead. Hu Feng snapped a photo of the corpse's face before stepping outside. Xiao Qian, see if you recognize this guy? Hu Feng had already confirmed this wasn't Yang Jianhua, which is why he took the photo to show Xiao Qian. Yang Jianye. Captain Hu, this is Yang Jianye, the orchard owner. Despite the blood smeared across his face, Xiao Qian instantly recognized the man in the photo. Captain Zhao, take Han in and continue tracking Yang Jianhua's trail. After confirming the victim's identity, Hu Feng wasted no time assigning Feng Lu to continue tracking Yang Jianhua's movements. Although it was still unclear whether Yang Jianye's death was connected to Yang Jianhua was now the prime suspect. Finding him sooner would mean uncovering more clues sooner, thereby pinpointing FD Group's trail earlier. Instead of entering the cabin, Feng Lu circled around it and quickly picked up Yang Jianhua's scent trail again. As he had anticipated, if the target wasn't inside the hut, he would inevitably emerge. By circling the hut, he could detect the scent trail left behind. Captain Hu, we've found Yang Jianhua. He's here. Before Feng Lu had taken a few steps, he heard a police officer shouting loudly in the direction he intended to go. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone! Chapter 248, Video. Confirmed his identity? Hu Feng stared at the body in the pond with a headache. He never imagined the man they'd been searching for would end up dead in the orchard's pond. Confirmed. The body was right by the pond. I just went to check and can confirm it's Yang Jianhua. A police officer wearing shoe covers handed Hu Feng his phone in response to the question, displaying a freshly taken photo of the deceased. 1 hour later. Captain Hu, it's almost certain Yang Jianhua died by suicide. No signs of homicide were found on his body. More details will be available after the autopsy. A forensic pathologist in a white coat delivered his preliminary findings to Hu Feng after completing the initial autopsy on Yang Jianhua. Hu Feng placed great trust in this veteran forensic pathologist. His preliminary autopsy assessments had rarely been wrong. The investigation into Yang Jianhua had continued non-stop over the past few hours. Everything relevant bank records, surveillance footage was being systematically examined. However, up to this point, the technical team had yet to uncover any useful leads, and the investigation into the lumber mill had yielded similarly little. Due to time constraints, some aspects had yet to be thoroughly examined. While everyone else was searching around the body, Feng Lu had been wandering around the orchard, hoping to find any useful clues. Of course, Feng's wandering wasn't aimless. He was tracking the lingering scent of the orchard's owner, Yang Jianye. Although the orchard contained numerous scent trails left by the target, these trails varied in freshness. Newer scents were stronger and easier to follow. Of course, numerous scents intertwined, making them difficult for Feng Lu to distinguish. He could only randomly select one to follow, switching scents if it proved incorrect. This scent feels off. After following the chaotic trail for over an hour, Feng Lu and his group had reached the deepest part of the orchard. Lu Feng halted beside a peach tree, where he detected a potent scent, a lingering trace of Yang Jianye's prolonged presence. Yang Jianye was clearly a long-time smoker. The lingering scent carried a heavy tobacco odor, making it easy for Feng Lu to deduce the man had spent considerable time here. Lu Feng scrutinized the surroundings. The soil appeared indistinguishable from elsewhere, a scenario he'd encountered before, though never with such an overpowering scent. Is something wrong here? Zhao Feng watched the clumsy man circle a peach tree several times, wondering what he had discovered. He too took a closer look at the area around the tree. Whether it was the soil color or the growth of weeds, he found nothing unusual compared to other areas. Even after kicking several holes in the ground with his foot, he detected no anomalies. Woof woof woof. No idea. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's question, Feng stopped. Feeling a bit tired and unwilling to move anymore, he sat down. Ha? Something up there? Yang Jianye's family orchard had been planted with peach trees for many years, and the trees had grown exceptionally large with very lush foliage. At first, Feng Lu had suspected something might be wrong up in the trees, but after several careful inspections, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. This time, his seating position was directly facing that thick branch, allowing him to see the outline of a rectangular shape. Due to the angle, Feng Lu couldn't make out what it was. Lu Feng glanced at his trainer, then stood up and walked over to the peach tree. He placed his front paws on the trunk and began shaking it vigorously. Ha! Zhao Feng didn't immediately grasp the meaning, grinning so widely his mouth nearly split before finally catching on. Though unsure of Feng's intent, Zhao Feng glanced up himself and saw nothing unusual. Still, he followed Feng's lead and began vigorously shaking the peach tree. Thud! A phone wrapped in a sealed bag fell directly from the top of the peach tree, landing before everyone's eyes. That's a phone? Zhao Feng quickly picked up the fallen phone from the ground. Since it landed on soft, muddy soil, the phone wasn't damaged. Zhao Feng tested it and found it powered off. He didn't immediately turn it on, deciding to leave professional matters to professionals. Many items recovered from a suspect's home might carry malicious settings, lessons learned the hard way. 20 minutes later. Old Hu, we found a phone in a peach tree. I just confirmed with the dog, only Yang Jianye's scent remains there. So the phone is most likely his. Zhao Feng handed the evidence bag containing the phone to Hu Feng and briefly explained how they found it, giving Hu Feng a preliminary assessment. Zhao, Huan, good work. Hu Feng immediately took the evidence bag from Feng Lu, glanced at it, and swiftly handed it to a colleague responsible for information technology. Captain Hu, we've got a major discovery. Within 5 minutes, the IT officer rushed back to Hu Feng, his face flushed with excitement. A video played on the computer screen. The camera angle made it easy to deduce that Yang Jianhua had secretly filmed this footage. The footage depicted a group of people hollowing out logs to conceal drugs inside. Due to distance and angle limitations, the recording was blurry. Thus, the individuals and surrounding environment offered little discernible detail. Aside from Yang Jianhua, the only somewhat clearly visible person was a woman appearing to be in her 30s. She approached the phone's location just as Yang Jianhua was about to put it away, which initially made him hesitate to pick it up directly. Instead, he shielded the phone and chatted with the woman for a moment. However, their two-day conversation revealed a crucial clue: their location was within Yunqing's largest timber trading market. With a rough address in hand, they left some personnel to handle the cleanup while the rest rushed toward Yunqing's timber market. The urgency stemmed from the fact that so much time had passed since the incident. The target must have realized they'd been exposed and would likely be relocating their base by now. Chapter 249, Tang Ying. Tang Ying, 31 years old, unmarried, an accountant at Woodsource Logging Company, had been working there for 7 years. Before reaching Yunqing Timber Market, the identity of the woman in the video was uncovered, along with an unexpected piece of information. This discovery bypassed the need for a search operation, directly pinpointing the location of the factory where the drugs were being hidden. Some distance from the timber market, they rendezvoused with colleagues who had also arrived in plainclothes. After briefly discussing the arrest plan, they proceeded toward the market, one ahead and one behind. Though called a market, Yunqing Timber Market resembled more of an industrial park, housing hundreds of companies of varying sizes engaged in the raw timber trade. Due to the bulkiness of the goods, each company occupied a vast area. Aside from a single street area, the rest was filled with warehouses where companies stored their goods. Some precious woods required the construction of specialized storage facilities. Beyond these facilities, several timber processing plants were also established in the area. Woodsource Log Company primarily imported rare timber while also offering preliminary processing services, turning logs into planks ready for direct use by furniture factories. By the time they arrived at Yunqing Timber Market, it was nearly noon, and many factories had already closed for lunch. Within the Yunqing Timber Market, one street was dedicated to restaurants. Many timber factory employees would dine here if their factory didn't provide meals or if the day's food didn't suit their taste. With time pressing, Hu Feng and his team decided against waiting for the workers to finish lunch before acting. Instead, they planned to have Feng Lu disguise himself as a stray dog, equipped with a camera, to roam around the wood source factory and assess how many employees remained on site. A short distance from the factory, after confirming no one was around, Feng Lu jumped out of the car and strolled leisurely toward the facility. Upon reaching the factory gates, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the entrance featured a barrier-style gate that lifted upward, not the sliding type. "Dummy, you can go in now." Not far away, Lu Feng, observing the area through binoculars, noticed the security guard at the gate was busy playing with his phone, not monitoring the cameras or the entrance. He quickly signaled to Feng Lu that it was safe to proceed. In Feng's ear was a specially designed earpiece, custom made for him by the logistics team. The volume could be adjusted to an extremely low level, audible only to him. Upon receiving Zhao Feng's intelligence, Feng Lu immediately ducked under the raised barrier and sprinted toward the factory's office building. In factories like this, the cafeteria was usually located in the office building, especially since Mu Ziyuan's facility had no other structures. As he approached the office building, the aroma of cooking wafted into his nostrils, confirming his hunch. Soon, like a starving stray dog, Feng Lu followed the scent to a small door at the edge of the first floor. Before he even approached, the clamor from inside reached his ears. The sheer volume of noise alone told him there must be quite a crowd eating inside. Click. Whose dog is this? Just as Feng Lu was about to reach the doorway, the sound of a door opening preceded a woman's voice calling out from behind him. He instinctively turned to see Tang Ying, the woman from the video. She appeared significantly younger in person than in the video, dressed in a business suit that didn't quite fit her well. Upon seeing her, Feng Lu immediately stepped aside as if avoiding a stranger, clearing the path in front of him. Then he sat down on the edge of the cement path, wagging his tail and looking at Tang Ying with an eager expression. Tang Ying seemed not to notice him, merely uttering a brief question before striding past him and entering the cafeteria. Lu Feng waited a moment longer before continuing toward the cafeteria entrance. This time, no one emerged to interrupt him, and he soon reached the doorway. Lu Feng first peered inside cautiously. Seeing no one had noticed him, he leaned halfway in, positioning the camera on his chest to capture the interior. "Little doggy, come here, come to your big sister. I'll give you some meat." Just then, Tang Ying emerged from the cafeteria kitchen, holding what appeared to be a piece of beef in her hand. She walked toward Feng Lu. Had he not seen the portly man behind her holding a rope with a noose already tied at one end, Feng Lu might have actually thought she was a kind soul. "Woof woof woof. Idiot." Lu Feng barked at them contemptuously twice, then spun around and sprinted toward the lumberyard gate. For the sake of his own life, it was best not to confront this group head-on. Of the 36 stratagems, flight is the best course. This dog lord's done serving you lot, scram. Bang! Lu Feng hadn't run far when he heard the sound of something being struck behind him. Likely something the enemy hurled at him, aiming to strike him down. "Dog lord here's got some serious speed, let's see what you can do about it." Lu Feng started zigzagging with a hint of cockiness, though his speed didn't slow much. Soon, he'd left his pursuers far behind. From afar, he could still hear Tang Ying's complaints about how she wanted to eat dog meat but didn't have the guts to catch him. If the situation weren't so dire, Feng would have turned around for a fight. Before Feng Lu could exit the factory building, a van smashed through the gate barrier and sped straight into the facility. Behind the van, police cars followed in rapid succession, also racing toward the factory interior. However, their assignments differed, so they split up and headed in different directions. Seeing this unfold before him, Feng Lu felt a surge of smug satisfaction wash over him. "Ha! See if you can still gloat now." He then plopped down by the roadside, watching the panicked pursuit team with utter smugness. Within 10 minutes, the entire factory compound was under control. 17 workers were apprehended, along with Tang Ying and the bald chef. "Why are you arresting me? Have I broken any laws? It's just a stray dog I wanted to catch. Is this really necessary?" After the operation temporarily concluded, Feng Lu strolled over to the group of detainees and heard Tang Ying ranting arrogantly. Chapter 250, Wooden Lion Carving. "Old Zhao, this is yours now." Lu Feng ignored Tang Ying and the others as they continued to rant. Instead, he pointed to the pile of raw timber materials stacked nearby, directing his attention to Zhao Feng. Staff had already begun separating the logs. Feng only needed to wait until they finished before inspecting them. The timber at Wood Source Company consisted of relatively valuable logs. Without absolute certainty, they wouldn't simply saw them open for inspection. Any resulting economic losses would be impossible to quantify later. They couldn't simply declare a problem based on a video clip. Such evidence still couldn't serve as direct proof for conviction. They could easily claim they're putting in some insect repellent powder, or even exaggerate and say it's edible flour. As for why they did it, who's to say? Fortunately, there wasn't much timber inside the wood source, roughly 200 logs of varying sizes, only about half of which needed to be spread out. 2.5 hours later. After working tirelessly for half a day, Feng Lu inspected all the logs and found nothing unusual. He also checked the office of the wood source factory while waiting, but again, nothing out of the ordinary was discovered. The case suddenly hit another dead end. Despite mobilizing such a large operation, they hadn't uncovered any concrete evidence. Captain Hu, someone's outside claiming to be the owner of Wood Source. He's with several internet streamers demanding entry. Just as the group was pondering the case, a police officer rushed into the factory building and delivered news that was hard to tell whether it was good or bad. Truthfully, they hadn't had time to thoroughly investigate Wood Source before arriving, though they did know who the owner was. It was just that the colleagues handling the external investigation hadn't reported back yet. Just moments ago, Lu Feng had been questioning them. The colleague in charge of the perimeter investigation had reported that they hadn't yet identified Mu Ziyuan's owner, Su Ming. Little did they expect the man to show up in person. Bring him in. You know what to do with the rest. Lu Feng understood Su Ming's purpose in bringing the live streamer along. He was simply trying to use brainless individuals to pressure them. But they had ample experience dealing with such situations. There was no need to fear these people. Specialized personnel would handle matters appropriately. If the enforcers played their cards right, they could even send these money-grubbing scoundrels to spend a few years behind bars. 5 minutes later, a well-dressed man in his 50s was brought in. Though they'd seen Su Ming's photo, encountering him in person was still quite surprising. Outside, Su Ming could probably convince many he was a university professor, but now substantial evidence pointed to him being a major drug lord. Hello, officer. I'd like to know why you shut down my factory and arrested all my employees. Before Lu Feng could speak, Su Ming, who had just entered, scanned the room and immediately addressed Lu Feng in an aggressive tone. What's your name, and what's your connection to this factory? Lu Feng ignored Su Ming's question and asked one he already knew the answer to. My name is Su Ming. This factory is mine. Now Su Ming paused, then answered Lu Feng's inquiry. You know Tang Ying, right? Lu Feng cut off Su Ming's attempt to speak, staring at him with a stern expression. Yes, I know her. She's the accountant at my factory. What about it? We now have sufficient evidence linking her to a drug trafficking case. To clear your own suspicion, I hope you will actively cooperate with our investigation. Lu Feng's words were flawless. He hadn't said Tang Ying was involved in drug trafficking, he only mentioned her connection to a drug trafficking case. This way, even if they ultimately failed to find crucial evidence, the video alone would be sufficient to implicate Tang Ying in the case. The video couldn't serve as crucial evidence for another reason: it was likely filmed by Yang Jiahua previously, not during this operation. Therefore, the logs in the footage didn't match any of the logs Yang Jiahua was transporting this time, nor did they contain any key identifying markers. During Lu Feng and Su Ming's conversation, Feng Lu casually approached Su Ming, sniffed the scent emanating from him, and began recalling where he might have encountered it before. Through this method, Feng hoped to determine if Su Ming had any frequented locations within the factory besides his office. After pondering for a while, Feng finally recalled one location: the large wooden sculpture in front of the factory office building. Earlier, while searching the factory grounds, Feng had detected Su Ming's scent there, and that sculpture was enclosed by a fence. When Feng had searched earlier, he had to jump over the fence to get close enough to investigate the carving. So why would there be lingering traces of Su Ming's scent in this spot? Think about someone with body odor, their living quarters. I suppose that scenario makes sense. The thought struck Feng, and he immediately grabbed Zhao Feng's arm, pulling him toward the carving. Though puzzled, Zhao Feng didn't interrupt Feng's actions but followed obediently. The lion was carved from a type of wood Feng didn't recognize, exuding an imposing presence. Standing beside it, Feng felt as small as a baby next to an adult. The sculpture stood roughly 4 meters tall at its peak and stretched at least 7 or 8 meters in length, a valuable piece worth a pretty penny. Lu Feng hopped over the railing and approached the sculpture, beginning to sniff it carefully. Indeed, Su Ming's scent lingered here. The concentration of the odor suggested he had spent considerable time at this spot on multiple occasions. This time, instead of relying solely on his nose, Feng Lu focused on careful observation. He wanted to see if there was anything he had overlooked. Why would Su Ming linger here for so long? What could possibly be worth his while? Thump! 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 Lu Feng's first thought was that the other party had hidden the DP inside the wood carving. So he tapped the carving vigorously with his claws, trying to find any spot that sounded off. To his disappointment, this method revealed nothing unusual. He even climbed onto the wooden lion statue but found nothing unusual there either. Han, come on. I've got an idea. Let's try it. While Feng Wan was still searching for clues, Zhao Feng, who had also found nothing, suddenly turned and headed back toward the place they had just come from. Chapter 251, Ink Painting. Captain Hu, we've made a major discovery at the wooden lion sculptures by the entrance. Come take a look. Zhao Feng burst through the door, his voice tinged with excitement as he addressed Lu Feng. Throughout this exchange, he hadn't once glanced at Su Ming, treating him as if he were invisible. Alright, I'll be right there. As a longtime partner who knew Zhao Feng well, Lu Feng understood his meaning the moment he spoke. He knew exactly how to respond. He gave Su Ming, whose expression had already shifted slightly, a brief nod before quickly following Zhao Feng out the door. They walked a short distance away from the office. Now, aside from the police guarding the door, only Su Ming remained inside. Wait, no, there was one other person, Feng Lu. Zhao Feng, who had been walking ahead, stopped. He opened the surveillance app on his phone, connecting to the camera on Feng Lu's body, and studied the live feed intently. The camera angle wasn't ideal. Lu Feng's stature was relatively short compared to humans, but thanks to the angle he'd deliberately adjusted, it still captured some of Su Ming's facial expressions. 5 minutes later. Just as Feng was growing impatient, Su Ming, who had remained motionless the entire time, finally made a move. However, Su Ming didn't do what Feng Lu had expected, pull out his phone to send a message or contact someone. Instead, he walked straight to his desk, sat down in his office chair, and began rocking leisurely while humming an unknown tune. This scene left Feng Lu and Zhao Feng, who were watching the video, utterly baffled. Su Ming's demeanor didn't suggest ignorance, rather, it radiated a sense of utter confidence. So, was there really something wrong with the situation Feng Lu had discovered at the woodcarving site? 10 minutes later. Su Ming had fallen asleep in his chair. Yes, Su Ming had fallen asleep. And he was snoring loudly. The current situation left them in a very passive position. With the evidence they had on hand, there was absolutely no justification to continue detaining this group. Releasing them now would require greater resources to monitor them, and there was significant uncertainty involved. If they escaped or took any other actions, they would be left in a very vulnerable position. Remember, FD members are desperate individuals. If they feel they've lost all hope of survival, they might lash out violently against society. Taking responsibility for that would be the least of their worries. The real concern was the potential for innocent people to be injured or killed. While Lu Feng and the others debated their next move, Feng Lu suddenly shifted position. He had been observing Su Ming the entire time. Due to the limitations of the pinhole camera, many details weren't captured clearly. This allowed Feng Lu to notice things Lu Feng and the others couldn't see through the video feed. Su Ming was extremely cautious. He had likely guessed Lu Feng's intentions and suspected there might be cameras or similar devices in his office. But even the most cautious person wouldn't guard against a lone police dog. During this time, Su Ming had tried his best to avoid any unusual behavior. Yet after Lu Feng and his team left, Feng Lu still caught him instinctively glancing toward the circuit breaker box, a behavior that puzzled Feng Lu deeply. Why would he stare at the circuit breaker for no reason? Was there some secret hidden there? After another glance at Su Ming, Feng Lu was certain the man was faking sleep. No matter how bold someone might be, few could truly sleep in such circumstances. Lu Feng had deduced all this from Su Ming's breathing patterns. Had Su Ming not deliberately snored, Lu Feng might not have noticed. But with intentional snoring, maintaining a steady rhythm became impossible over time, inevitably leading to irregular breathing. Feng Lu pretended to be restless and began pacing around the office before heading toward the circuit breaker. He had already sniffed around this area earlier and found nothing unusual. He didn't harbor much hope of discovering anything new now either. The moment he reached the circuit breaker, Feng Lu noticed something amiss. Su Ming's office was decorated in a minimalist, sophisticated style. Below the electrical panel hung a framed ink painting. The painting wasn't large, only slightly bigger than the panel itself. Generally speaking, few people would place a painting under an electrical panel. Regardless of whether it looks good or not, most would find it awkward. After all, electrical panels aren't positioned very high. If you want to decorate an electrical panel, it's better to use a dedicated panel decoration rather than placing a painting you like underneath it. The reason it caught his attention was that despite the thick layer of dust covering the entire breaker box, this painting remained surprisingly spotless, completely free of any dust particles. Such an illogical occurrence usually hides some small secret. So Feng Lu was now almost certain there must be something beneath this painting. What exactly it was, however, would only be revealed once it was opened. Just as Feng Lu was pondering this, footsteps echoed from outside the door, quickly approaching the office entrance. "Oh, Mr. Su, you've fallen asleep." Lu Feng exchanged a knowing glance with his colleague before striding over to Lu Feng's side. Sorry about that. Didn't get much rest last night. Didn't expect to fall asleep the moment I sat down. My apologies." The moment Lu Feng finished speaking, Su Ming sat up straight in his chair, feigning sleepiness. He looked up at Lu Feng, who had just climbed down from the electrical meter box, with a confused expression. "Mr. Su, this ink painting is quite beautiful. Whose masterpiece is it?" Lu Feng kept his back to Su Ming as he spoke, carefully examining the ink painting on the wall. For the moment, he hadn't figured out what secret the painting held. Woof woof woof. Cut the crap and just take it down already. Lu Feng watched Lu Feng chatting with Su Ming about the ink painting while scrutinizing it, growing increasingly impatient as he urged him on. "Mr. Su, I really love this ink painting. May I take it down from the wall to admire it for a while?" Lu Feng remained facing away from Su Ming, not bothering to check his expression. Without waiting for permission, he began preparing to take the painting down from the wall. "Hey! What are you doing? That painting is worth a fortune. Don't damage it, it's glued on and can't be removed." Watching Lu Feng's actions, Su Ming grew anxious and stood up to try and stop him. But with everyone watching, he had no way to prevent Lu Feng's movements. Soon, Lu Feng had the ink painting off the wall. It wasn't glued on at all, it was hung with hooks. Why this one? Chapter 252, The Final Gambit. The circuit breaker. A single circuit breaker. Yes, concealed beneath the ink painting was a circuit breaker. As Lu Feng removed the ink painting, Su Ming slumped completely in his office chair, his face turning deathly pale. He knew he was finished. Everyone was screwed. Take Su Ming out first. Lu Feng glanced at the collapsed Su Ming. Given his state, communication seemed impossible, so he instructed his colleagues to escort Su Ming out immediately. He planned to stay behind and flip the circuit breaker himself. Though he knew the chances of something going wrong were slim, it was safer to have everyone evacuate just in case. After all, no one could predict what might happen once the power was restored. Captain Hu, the wooden carving is rising. Just as Lu Feng flipped the switch, one of the colleagues waiting outside happened to notice the wooden sculpture in front of the office building rising upward. Wow, this mechanism is incredibly well hidden. Looking at the scene before him, Feng Lu couldn't help but admire whoever designed this mechanism. Hydraulic jacks were installed beneath the base of the sculpture. As they activated, the carving slowly rose. Though only about a meter high, it provided ample clearance for entry and exit. Because the hydraulic jacks operated vertically, the base of the sculpture was completely recessed into the ground, flush with the floor. This meant that even with frequent lifting, no clues were visible from the surrounding area. This was precisely why Feng Lu and his team had searched for so long without discovering anything unusual. Once the sculpture rose, the space beneath it was revealed. The lighting fixtures installed there activated simultaneously, allowing Feng Lu to clearly see the scene below the sculpture. The space beneath the sculpture wasn't particularly large, only about 2 meters deep, with a length and width matching the base of the sculpture. One side held neatly stacked piles of banknotes, while the other contained various types of DP. Lu Feng estimated there were at least a dozen varieties, likely including all the popular models. Who'd have thought I'd accidentally snagged such a big fish? Lu Feng murmured excitedly, surveying the underground space nearly filled with cash and drugs. This should allow them to catch quite a few drug dealers through Su Ming. Seal off the scene and await backup. Quickly regaining his composure, Lu Feng immediately issued orders, gathering all available personnel to guard the area. To prevent anyone from tripping the circuit breaker, the wooden carving was lowered back into place. Although they had apprehended everyone from Wood Source Company, no one could guarantee there weren't any slip-ups. The enemy might take desperate measures for the money. These desperate criminals could never be judged by ordinary standards, even with their current numbers. Within half an hour, Zhao Zhigua arrived with over 100 men, accompanied by bank officials who would oversee the sorting and secure transport of all funds from the underground vault back to the bank's treasury. Woof woof woof. As a colleague attempted to descend the stairs into the underground space, Feng Lu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly let out a frenzied bark and blocked the colleague's path, preventing them from entering. Hey, did you find something? Zhao Feng, noticing Feng Lu's sudden unusual behavior, quickly asked him and instructed the colleague who wanted to go down to the underground space to hold off. Spotting the instructor approaching, Feng Lu hurried over and rubbed against Zhao Feng's right leg. You mean there's a bomb in there? Zhao Feng watched Feng Lu's actions, his expression turning grim. If Feng Lu was telling the truth, hadn't he just prevented something terrible from happening by stopping his colleague? Lu Feng nodded solemnly at the instructor, simultaneously pointing his paw toward the staircase to indicate the bomb's location. Initially, Feng Lu hadn't detected anything unusual. The underground space was exceptionally well sealed, and having likely remained closed for a long time, it was filled with a strong odor of DP. This overpowering scent had initially masked other smells. However, after the wooden carving rose twice, a significant portion of the odor dissipated. This allowed many previously unnoticed scents to catch Feng Lu's attention for the first time. As he strained to identify them, he finally detected the faint scent of gunpowder and traced its source to the descending staircase. Get the riot squad here. Zhao Zhigua placed complete trust in Feng Lu's judgment, so he immediately had someone contact the riot squad and instructed them to rush over without delay. Less than half an hour later, the riot squad arrived and began a comprehensive scan of the underground space. Director Zhao, our inspection confirms 3 detonator-triggered bombs in the underground space. One is disguised as the second-floor staircase. It will detonate the moment someone steps on it. Li Yi, the riot squad captain, reported the findings with grave expression. It must be said that Zhao Zhigua and his team had been incredibly fortunate this time. Without Feng Lu's intervention, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Although the bombs hadn't been removed yet, inspection results indicated all 3 were high-yield devices. An explosion would undoubtedly obliterate everyone nearby. Withdraw, everyone. Are you confident you can defuse the bombs? Zhao Zhigua felt goosebumps rise on his skin, a sense of narrowly escaping disaster. Yet, seasoned as he was, he quickly regained his composure. Director Zhao, these 3 bombs are actually quite straightforward to defuse. Give us some time, and we'll have them taken care of quickly. Li Yi was confident in his ability to defuse them. His initial inspection revealed that the detonation mechanisms were surprisingly simple, making the disarmament process relatively straightforward. Under Zhao Zhigua's command, everyone quickly retreated to a safe zone. Then, Li Yi and his team began dismantling the bombs. In less than 10 minutes, Li Yi and 2 other team members emerged one after another from the underground space. Their speed in disarming the bombs had surpassed everyone's expectations. Through Li Yi's explanation, everyone finally understood the situation. Su Ming and his team had deliberately installed safety measures to prevent accidental detonation by their own personnel. Through their analysis, Li Yi's team had immediately identified this feature. With the assistance of these safety measures, they successfully dismantled the bomb without incident. After the bomb was disarmed, bank staff began counting the currency in the underground space first. Only then did Lu Feng and his team start tallying the DP below. Lu Feng never learned the final count. Exhausted from the ordeal, he had long since collapsed onto the grass and fallen asleep while everyone else worked. After much deliberation, I've decided to conclude the story here. Continuing further would risk feeling repetitive. Thank you all for your unwavering support.